Lin Feng inexplicably found himself in the Marvel Universe, acquiring the bloodline of a Super Saiyan through a mysterious system. He initially believed this world resembled the films he had watched, thinking that with diligent training, he could easily crush Thanos as one would an ant. However, everything changed when Earth was invaded by an extraterrestrial genuine Saiyan who claimed to be a subordinate of King Frieza. It was then that Lin Feng realized he was not merely in a Marvel universe, but rather a perilous realm that fused elements of both Marvel and Dragon Ball. To survive, he dedicated himself to rigorous training in order to confront increasingly formidable foes. Chapter 1. Rebirth in Marvel. On a stormy night, a young man sat before his computer, engrossed in the Dragon Ball anime. He was a fervent admirer of the series, having fantasized countless times about becoming a Super Saiyan, wielding invincible power akin to Goku in the anime, to rescue the Earth. He also longed to possess superhuman abilities and join the Avengers in their quest for world peace. In reality, he was merely an ordinary individual dreaming of having the strength of a Super Saiyan. The video playing on his computer was Dragon Ball Super, Broly, and just as it approached an exhilarating moment, Lin Feng paused the video, intending to prepare a delicious bowl of instant noodlesa culinary delight for a seasoned otaku like him. As he stood up, a fierce wind began to howl outside, accompanied by torrential rain. Unbeknownst to him, the rainwater was seeping through the window, heading towards the electrical outlet. Upon returning to his chair with his noodles, Lin Feng, in a fit of excitement, kicked the outlet while extending his foot, an action that would typically go unnoticed. However, due to the rain, a short circuit occurred, and his computer began to emit smoke. Lin Feng's body convulsed violently before he collapsed to the ground, his last thought being, "I haven't finished my noodles yet." In the Marvel Universe, in a dimly lit alleyway in New York at night, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, struggling to comprehend his surroundings. This place did not resemble his home. How had he ended up in such a narrow alley? A man's urgent and menacing voice pierced the air, demanding, "Hand over your money. Hurry up." A terrified woman responded, her voice trembling, "I have no money. Please spare me." The robber growled, "Hurry up. My gun doesn't discriminate." Another crude voice chimed in, "Hey, look at her, she's not bad. Why don't we have some fun with her?" Lin Feng was taken aback by the chaos unfolding before him. It was sheer madness to witness robbery and potential assault in broad daylight. "No, please, I'll give you my money, just let me go," the woman pleaded, her voice filled with despair. "Huh, little girl, if you make us happy, we might just forget about the money," the robber laughed. "Take her into that alley." "Please, no, let me go." Leaning against the wall, Lin Feng watched as the robbers entered the alley and spotted him. One of the men, armed with a gun, barked, "Who the hell are you? Get lost and don't interfere." Being a timid individual, Lin Feng felt powerless in the face of the gunman. As he stepped back from the alley, he was struck by the look of desperation on the woman's face. The realization that he was abandoning her weighed heavily on his conscience, stirring the innate altruism of his heritage. Determined to help, Lin Feng scanned the area and picked up a brick, stealthily approaching the alley. He overheard the robber's derisive conversation and the woman's desperate cries. "Look at that yellow-skinned coward, he ran away at the first sign of trouble. From now on, we'll target them specifically." As a patriot, Lin Feng was incensed. He aimed to smash the heads of these two thugs with the brick in his hand. He cautiously peeked around the corner, witnessing one of the robbers gripping the woman tightly while the other began to tear at her clothing. Seeing an opportunity, Lin Feng crept up behind the armed robber, raising the brick high. In a swift motion, he brought it crashing down onto the man's head. The resounding thud echoed through the alley, and the robber collapsed, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The other robber, startled by the noise, turned in shock, only to see his partner fall lifelessly to the ground. The woman, drenched in blood, was paralyzed by fear, witnessing brutality for the first time. Lin Feng himself was taken aback by the raw force he had unleashed. The sight of the shattered skull made him nauseous. He had never imagined he would take a life. As the remaining robber scrambled to retrieve his gun, Lin Feng braced himself for what he thought would be his demise. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "Binding successful. Dragon Ball system activated. Host, Lin Feng. Reward, Super Saiyan bloodline and 10,000 battle points." The robber fired 3 shots, but Lin Feng felt no pain. The bullets simply ricocheted off him, his newfound strength shielding him. Seizing the moment, he hurled the brick fragments at the robber, who was struck down in disbelief. As the woman regained her senses and screamed, scrambling to her feet, Lin Feng pondered how terrifying he must appear, glancing down to see blood splattered across his clothes, realizing why she had fled in terror. Chapter 2. The System's Power. Lin Feng stood still, attempting to calm the tumultuous emotions that arose from having taken 2 lives. Though it was his first experience with murder, he felt no remorse, as he had eliminated 2 vile individuals. After a while, Lin Feng recalled that he had acquired a system. Realizing that he had traversed to another realm, did he somehow find himself in the world of Dragon Ball, boasting a combat power of 10,000? System, is this the world of Dragon Ball? And what functionalities do you possess? He inquired. This is not the Dragon Ball universe, it is the Marvel universe, the system replied coldly. Then what capabilities do you offer? This system features a lottery function, allowing 1 free draw daily. Unused draws can be accumulated. The system answered with indifference. The host also has a beginner's gift pack awaiting activation. Would you like to open it now or save it for later? Upon hearing about the gift pack, Lin Feng felt elated. What a delightful surprise. Let's open it now. I hope to receive the instant transmission and Kamehameha. Congratulations, host, you have acquired instant transmission and Kamehameha. Lin Feng silently wished for these abilities, astonished that he had indeed drawn what he desired. By the way, system, I am entitled to a daily draw. Let's proceed with today's as well. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 5 fragments of Super Saiyan 3. Collecting 100 will allow you to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing about the Super Saiyan 3 fragments, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy, though he realized he needed to gather 100 pieces. This could take ages. System, are your lottery mechanics inspired by some certain company? Never mind, at least he had drawn something. He now wielded a combat power of 10,000, far surpassing the average person's mere 5 points. With such strength, who could possibly defeat him? Author's combat power references Goku from Dragon Ball Z, who had over 1,000 at the time of his death, and could effortlessly lift 40 tons while training at King Kai's. Thus, I set the standard at 50 power units per ton. Now, how to resolve his clothing dilemma? If he was indeed in the Marvel universe, or had the storyline progressed? Lin Feng felt invincible among ordinary people and decided to seek out a gang to rob them, thus addressing both his clothing and financial predicaments. He entered a bar where patrons swayed to the music and approached the manager, saying, "Take me to your boss, or you'll regret it." "What do you think you are, daring to cause a ruckus here?" the manager retorted fiercely. Lin Feng, unfazed, seized the manager by his collar with one hand. "Are you going to take me, or will you face the consequences?" The manager, frightened, quickly nodded, "I'll take you to my boss." Following the manager to the 2nd floor, as he was about to knock, Lin Feng forcefully pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room were a dozen individuals, all drawing their weapons at the sight of Lin Feng's entrance. Surveying the space, Lin Feng noticed some individuals indulging in drugs and thought to himself, "It seems I have indeed found the right place. This is clearly a den of vice." The manager hurried to the seated figure in the center, saying, "Boss, this person is here to stir trouble." The boss waved his hand, signaling the manager to cease speaking. He scrutinized Lin Feng and asked, "Who are you? Do you understand where you are? No one dares to come into my territory in Manhattan and cause trouble. I care not who you are, I am declaring this place mine. You have 10 seconds to vacate with your men, or I shall take control of this bar from now on," Lin Feng declared with undeniable authority. The boss erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh? This is the funniest joke I have heard this year, nay, in my entire life. Manager, did you bring him here for amusement? I admit, you have succeeded in making me laugh. Give him a tip and let him leave." The boss, visibly annoyed, turned to the manager and asked, "Is this the troublemaker you mentioned? You can't even handle a fool." The manager stood awkwardly, forcing a smile, as he hadn't anticipated Lin Feng would be such a simpleton. The boss, uninterested in further bickering with the manager, waved his hand, saying, "Put away your guns. What are you all doing? 2 of you, throw him out. A fool shouldn't have you all on high alert." Despite being called a fool, Lin Feng remained composed and replied, 3 seconds left. If you do not depart, prepare to stay here permanently." At that moment, 2 men stood up and approached Lin Feng, pressing their guns against his head. "Kid, get out now, or we will kill you." Lin Feng glanced at their weapons, swiftly snatching them away and crushing them into scrap metal, leaving everyone in shock. They had expected a fool, but he turned out to be a force to be reckoned with. "Open fire," the boss commanded urgently. Everyone drew their weapons, aiming at Lin Feng, who raised his hands and began to move them with such speed that they became a blur. As the gunfire erupted, the assailants believed Lin Feng would surely perish, only to witness him unscathed, hands clasped before him. With a swift motion, he hurled the bullets back at the others in the room, eliminating them all while sparing the boss, for the bar still required his management. Expecting the boss to cower in fear, crawling on the ground to plead for his life. Lin Feng was taken aback to find him sitting calmly, showing no signs of fear. Haha, it turns out my friend possesses superhuman abilities as well, but you shouldn't have provoked me. Do you think I earned the title of bull for nothing? I too am an extraordinary being. Suddenly, the boss stood, sprouting a pair of jet black horns atop his head, his physique doubling in size. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had seen Marvel films, but had never imagined encountering a superhuman being so casually. Using the attribute inspection goggles provided by the system, Lin Feng discovered the bull-headed figure possessed only 3,000 combat power. 3,000 combat power, Lin Feng sighed in relief. Phew. Thankfully it's only 3,000. I was quite tense for a moment. The boss bent down, aiming his horns toward Lin Feng, launching a charging attack that he believed would easily pierce him. As the horns approached, Lin Feng merely tapped one with a finger, rendering the bull's strength utterly ineffective. He then grasped the horns, hoisting the boss and slamming him onto the floor behind him, then lifting and smashing him onto the floor in front, repeating this 10 times before releasing his grip. At this point, the boss was utterly dismayed, thinking, "It appears I am the real fool here." Chapter 3. A Visit from SHIELD. Today marks the 30th day since Lin Feng arrived in the Marvel Universe. Throughout these 30 days, Lin Feng has spent his time either engaging in daily lotteries through the system or idling away in a bar. On the second day, after taking over the establishment, news of the death of the infamous bull spread throughout Manhattan. Various factions, drawn to the newly named Feng Lin bar, frequently approached Lin Feng, seeking to create trouble for him, which became increasingly tiresome. Eventually, unable to tolerate the incessant disturbances, Lin Feng extended an invitation to the leaders of all factions wishing to lay claim to Feng Lin bar. Following that fateful night, no other factions dared to encroach upon Feng Lin bar, which subsequently became a forbidden ground for gangs. Furthermore, Lin Feng banned the sale of any illicit substances within the premises. Once a mere recluse, he now savored the power and wealth attained through his newfound strength, living a life he could only dream of in his previous existence. Yet, a sense of confusion lingered within him. Today, however, a visitor arrived, shattering his monotonous routine. In a bar in Manhattan, within Lin Feng's room, once the office of the bull, now transformed into a livable space, sat a middle-aged man in a suit, his balding forehead glistening under the light. Lin Feng recognized him as Agent Phil Coulson of SHIELD, known for his affable demeanor. Mr. Lin Feng, Agent Coulson began, "I am Phil Coulson, representing the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, commonly referred to as SHIELD. I am here primarily to visit you and hope to establish a file on you at our agency. We wish to assess your abilities." Lin Feng found it peculiar how SHIELD had discovered him, having traversed into this world without any information. He speculated that perhaps another faction had exposed him. Noticing Lin Feng's increasingly hostile gaze, Coulson quickly clarified, "Mr. Lin Feng, we did not conduct a specific investigation into your background. Rather, the bull you eliminated was a key subject of our observation, and we were taken aback by your decisive action against him. Thus, our visit today." Coulson continued, "We would appreciate it if you could visit SHIELD to leave behind some data regarding your abilities. We wholeheartedly welcome individuals with extraordinary powers like yours to join our ranks." Lin Feng was not surprised by SHIELD's invitation. He was aware that Director Nick Fury had been orchestrating the Avengers Initiative, suggesting he had been considering recruitment for some time. The prospect of joining was tempting. While he had no official identity, obtaining one through SHIELD could mitigate numerous complications. Although he did not fear the government, having a legitimate identity could afford him greater freedom, especially since he was not yet ready to reveal his abilities. After all, he could not rely solely on flight for mobility. After some contemplation, Lin Feng deemed the proposition reasonable. He could indeed join, and as for the assessment of his strength, he could afford to reveal just a fraction of it. "I can assure you that I am willing to join SHIELD and meet your requirements for measurement data. However, I have several conditions that I wish to discuss with your director." Coulson, brimming with excitement, extended the invitation, initially believing this assignment to be less than favorable, as most superpowered individuals tend to harbor a strong aversion to governmental authority. To his surprise, Lin Feng was surprisingly amenable. "No problem, let us proceed at once." At SHIELD, invade. In Nick Fury's office, Hill announced, "Director, Coulson has returned with the individual." "Yes, I'm already aware," Fury replied. "Have Coulson take him directly to the training facility. I shall join them." Throughout the entire conversation between Lin Feng and Coulson, Fury had been informed, having instructed Coulson to wear a listening device beforehand. Coulson had discreetly relayed the conversation through the device. Lin Feng followed Coulson to the training arena, a vast space bustling with numerous SHIELD agents engaged in various training exercises. Coulson cleared the area, preparing for Lin Feng's data assessment. Fury soon arrived. Upon seeing Fury, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to voice what he had intended to say to Coulson. "With the limited resources you possess here, there is no way to adequately test my strength. It would be effortlessly simple. Oh, Mr. Lin Feng, I am aware you managed to defeat a Minotaur, but the data we obtained from that encounter only indicated a maximum strength of 60 tons. While I believe you are capable of defeating such a creature, I cannot concur with your implication that the testing facility, constructed at the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars, is ineffective." Lin Feng felt a twinge of irritation at Fury's dismissal of his abilities, plotting in his mind how to demonstrate his prowess. "If that is the case, does it imply that I may freely utilize my abilities here? And if any damage occurs, I shall not be held liable?" Fury, with a grand gesture, responded, "Use as you wish. No compensation is necessary." Having received the assurance he sought, Lin Feng called upon all present to stand back. The onlookers were eager to witness Lin Feng's capabilities and his intent to potentially devastate the facility, which had been meticulously constructed from rare metals, designed to withstand destruction, a feat no one had yet accomplished. Fury was curious to see how this individual would perform, knowing that if he were to recruit him, he must temper his arrogance. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Feng assumed a stance they found rather peculiar, lowering himself into a horse stance, his hands resting at his waist as if gripping something. A point of light materialized between his palms, gradually expanding until it enveloped both hands, emanating a radiant white glow that caused the garments of those nearby to flutter. The radiance it emitted was dazzling, causing everyone to squint. At that moment, Lin Feng shouted, "Kamehameha," and unleashed an energy blast resembling a laser cannon from his palms. It soared rapidly across the testing ground, demolishing walls before dissipating into the air. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, thinking they were imagining things. Nick Fury rubbed his eyes, and upon reopening them, realized he was not mistaken. Lin Feng, satisfied with his demonstration, clapped his hands and surveyed the aftermath. Indeed, aside from the area directly behind him, everything else lay in ruins, the equipment utterly destroyed, a testament to his restraint. He felt a sense of satisfaction with the formidable power of his first use of Kamehameha. Chapter 4. Negotiation terms. This testing facility was constructed to the highest standards of bulletproofing, yet it had been obliterated so easily. Lin Feng turned to find everyone staring at him in shock, particularly Nick Fury, whose gaze seemed to pierce through him. Embarrassed, Lin Feng scratched his head, recalling Fury's earlier assurance that he would not demand compensation. Fury's heart was heavy with emotion. He had not anticipated such thorough destruction. The thought of asking for reparations from someone so formidable was daunting, and he worried that a casual display of power could leave them unable to withstand further damage. Nick Fury was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "What kind of superpower is this? It's astonishingly strong." Lin Feng shook his head, clarifying, "This is not a superpower. It is the result of my diligent training. In fact, I've been growing stronger through daily system lotteries. Now, let me outline my demands," Lin Feng stated. Nick Fury replied, "Let us discuss this in my office." He then instructed Agent Hill to arrange for the area to be cleaned and restored. "Lin Feng, may I call you that?" Fury asked. "No problem," Lin Feng responded. Fury continued, "I want you to join SHIELD as a consultant. Of course, this consultancy will not be unpaid. I can offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. He added, "Moreover, my subordinates inform me that your abilities stem from training. I wish to inquire whether anyone can cultivate such abilities." Lin Feng, caught off guard, hesitated but reasoned that in the Marvel Universe, it might be plausible. "Not everyone can, as it depends on one's talent," he replied. Nick Fury's eyes lit up with an idea, though he was uncertain of its viability. "May I send someone to you, so you can determine if they can learn this chi the energy that resides within the human body? Lin Feng responded, "Ah, the chi you mentioned. Certainly, but what will you offer in return?" Fury paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he sat in his chair, contemplating his next move. Initially, the intention was merely to invite Lin Feng for a data test. However, it has become evident that one cannot ascertain true strength through such means. A rather delightful piece of news has emerged. Lin Feng's power is not a supernatural ability, but rather a result of personal cultivation. It is imperative that I present an appealing proposition. Otherwise, if Lin Feng feels dissatisfied and refuses to impart his knowledge, we shall suffer significant consequences. Nick Fury is deep in thought regarding this matter, uncertain of what terms to offer. Should he agree, his subordinates would possess a considerable number of individuals capable of wielding energy. Just envisioning hundreds executing the techniques witnessed earlier is utterly exhilarating. Observing Nick Fury lost in contemplation, Lin Feng grew impatient. He had other engagements, albeit trivial pursuits of leisure and occasional training within his room. Thus, he directly articulated his demands. "Cease your deliberation. All I require is a legitimate identity. I do not seek a monthly stipend, nor do I wish to undertake your missions or become a part of SHIELD. I simply ask that you refrain from bothering me in the future. Otherwise, I shall decline to teach you." Upon hearing Lin Feng's modest requests, Nick Fury was nearly overwhelmed with joy, astonished that such a straightforward agreement could be reached after his prolonged pondering. He promptly acquiesced to Lin Feng's terms. "Rest assured, I can swiftly arrange what you desire," Nick Fury responded. "Oh, and just to clarify, I will not be instructing you on a monthly basis. I will only teach the two of you. Once you have mastered the skills, my involvement will cease. I will not come to your location for lessons. You must find a suitable venue for your training." Certainly, Nick Fury readily agreed to this minor request. He immediately instructed Coulson to escort Lin Feng back. While contemplating who to send, Nick Fury considered his most loyal subordinate, Coulson, but realized he had other commitments. After some deliberation, he settled on two individuals, Agent Natasha and Agent Barton. He retrieved a satellite phone from his drawer and dialed Natasha. "I have a new assignment for you." "What about my current task?" Natasha inquired, puzzled. "Discontinue all present tasks and return to SHIELD immediately. I have a rather simple mission for you," he instructed. After ending the call, he contacted Agent Barton to relay the same information. He then activated the computer on his desk, replaying the surveillance footage of Lin Feng executing the Kamehameha technique, repeatedly watching the segment. 2 days later, Lin Feng met with Natasha and Barton in his room. He scrutinized the two agents dispatched by SHIELD to learn energy manipulation, completely disregarding Agent Barton seated beside him, his gaze fixated on the alluring Russian beauty before him. Noticing Lin Feng's unwavering attention, the Black Widow adopted a pitiful demeanor. Natasha's covert mission this time was to learn Qigong, with the primary objective of using her allure to compel Lin Feng to succumb to her charms, thereby exerting control over him. As for Barton, he genuinely came to study Qigong. At this moment, although Lin Feng was fixated on Natasha, his heart was in turmoil, as he was uncertain whether he could indeed teach the two of them this art. Anxiously, he inquired of the system, "Can I impart this Qigong to others?" The system reassured him, stating simply, "Do not worry, host. You can teach it to others by placing your hand on the chest of the person you wish to instruct. However, their ultimate ability will still depend on their innate talent." As Natasha exerted all her efforts to seduce Lin Feng, she suddenly noticed him letting out a long breath, his expression relaxing. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Could this guy be thinking about me inappropriately? Natasha pondered silently. She was aware of her own striking beauty and sensuality, yet encountering someone as repulsive as Lin Feng was a first for her. Initially, she anticipated this mission to be a leisurely endeavor, akin to a vacation. But now she felt a wave of disgust instead. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, his sigh of relief from earlier had led Natasha to perceive him as a pervert. He rose from the sofa and approached Natasha, declaring, "Now I shall test whether you can cultivate my abilities." He extended his hand towards her, poised to place it on her chest, prompting Natasha to hastily stand and retreat. "What are you doing, you rogue?" Chapter 5. Taking advantage, Lin Feng was taken aback by Natasha's reaction, realizing he had yet to clarify the situation, and that his approach of touching her chest was indeed inappropriate. Embarrassed, he retracted his hand and explained, Please do not misunderstand. I am merely testing your potential for cultivation. Are you trying to deceive me on purpose? Just looking for an opportunity to grope me? Natasha was utterly unconvinced by Lin Feng's intentions. Reluctantly, Lin Feng replied, "Then let me test Barton first. You will see if I'm being deceitful." He walked over Barton and placed his hand on his chest. Although Barton found the situation rather strange, being a man touched by another man, he dismissed any notions of Lin Feng's orientation, merely feeling odd about the scenario. Before long, Barton experienced an unusual sensation coursing through his body. An overwhelming comfort enveloped him. He felt as though the hidden ailments accumulated from years of missions had been alleviated, and a mysterious smile spread across his face. Observing Barton's smile, Natasha felt utterly repulsed, pondering how she had never realized Barton was a latent homosexual all these years. After a brief pause of several seconds, Lin Feng withdrew his hand from Barton's chest. Barton looked at him with an expression of lingering desire, which made Lin Feng feel uneasy, prompting him to hastily wave his hands and declare, "I'm not into that." Realizing that both of them were staring at him, Barton understood that his earlier expression had led them to believe he was a homosexual, and he quickly began to clarify, "I'm not. You needn't explain. We comprehend." Lin Feng interjected, "In this day and age, gender equality is championed. Love between men can be genuine as well." "I understand you." Both Lin Feng and Natasha asserted in succession. Lin Feng approached Natasha, and having witnessed Barton's earlier demeanor, he surmised it must indeed be authentic. Natasha adjusted her voluptuous figure, causing her ample bosom to quiver enticingly, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin from her wide neckline, which left Lin Feng momentarily entranced. Natasha let out a huff, bringing Lin Feng back to reality. He slowly reached out his hand towards Natasha's chest, not out of lewdness, but rather as a test. His right hand made contact, and the sensation was akin to touching jelly, bouncy and exceedingly pleasant, leading him to unconsciously squeeze. Such a cad. He is deliberately taking advantage of me, Natasha thought, glaring at him. After nearly a minute of this, Lin Feng, under the weight of Natasha's murderous gaze, retracted his hand, justifying it as a necessary examination of his abilities. That felt quite delightful, he mused inwardly. "What did you say?" Natasha shot back with a glare. "Nothing. Nothing at all," Lin Feng replied, turning back to his previous seat, inwardly inquiring, "System, how are we progressing? Is the modification complete?" The system replied succinctly, "Of course. It's been done. Their bodies have been transformed to possess the aptitude for cultivating qi. That was quite effortless." At that moment, Lin Feng realized that such modifications should not be made lightly. He must carefully select individuals and ensure that others remained unaware of the changes. Once Lin Feng returned to his seat, the expressions on Natasha and Barton's faces grew serious. They believed they had no chance of acquiring the ability to cultivate qi. Having reviewed Lin Feng's capabilities prior to their mission, they both yearned for such formidable power, but now it seemed unlikely, leaving each feeling a sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, both were seasoned individuals who had faced death countless times, and they quickly regained their composure. Natasha stood and said, "Lin Feng, since we have no opportunity to learn qi, we shall take our leave." Barton followed suit. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, wondered why they felt incapable when he hadn't spoken against them. "Wait, I never said you couldn't," he called out as they reached the doorway, causing them to halt. "After the recent assessment, it's evident that both of you possess exceptional talent. Of course, how far you progress depends on your own efforts. It is indeed possible to learn." The two individuals were somewhat incredulous, for the distinction between such power and superhuman abilities seemed negligible. One could argue that it was even more formidable. Superpowers are fixed, while the qi taught by Lin Feng can be augmented through personal effort. Lin Feng casually remarked, "Of course, it's no problem. As soon as you prepare the training site, I can teach you immediately." "No issue at all. We will promptly attend to this matter," Natasha replied. And she and Barton departed the room. Upon reaching the outside of the bar, Natasha swiftly dialed Nick Fury's number, stating, "Director, both Barton and I possess the talent for cultivation. We are merely lacking a venue." Nick Fury had initially approached the situation with a sense of uncertainty regarding their capabilities. But to his surprise, both individuals were indeed suitable. He calmly responded, "Rest assured, I have entrusted this matter to Hill, and she has likely already resolved it." Just then, the office door swung open, and Hill entered, saying, "Director, I have purchased a martial arts school not far from Maple Forest Bar. It is now the property of S.H.I.E.L.D." Continuing on the phone, Nick Fury said, "Perfect timing. I will send you the address. You can take Lin Feng there immediately and do everything possible to learn." "Understood, sir." Natasha hung up the phone and led Barton back to Lin Feng's room. Upon entering, they found Lin Feng in a meditative pose, legs crossed and palms facing upward, levitating effortlessly in the air. As Lin Feng opened his eyes, the two beheld a gaze that was cold and merciless, imbued with an untamed ferocity. Indeed, they were not mistaken. Lin Feng had transformed, embodying the Saiyan bloodline. And this was merely a glimpse of his true form. Natasha spoke first. "The training venue has been arranged. Do you have time to teach us now?" Lin Feng was surprised. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly remarkable. "Very well, lead me there." The three of them followed the address sent by Nick Fury via mobile phone, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at the martial arts school. Lin Feng glanced up and noticed the national flag emblazoned on the sign. He could not accept having a national emblem above him. Extending his finger, he released a small energy wave, shattering the sign into pieces. Except for Natasha and Barton, the passers-by remained oblivious to the commotion. The two exchanged glances, each seeing the yearning reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 6. Saving Stark in the spacious martial arts school, Barton and Natasha sat cross-legged in the center, adhering to the posture taught by Lin Feng. However, their stance differed slightly. While Lin Feng positioned his palms facing upward, they rested their hands at their lower dantian, fingers loosely clasped. They were intently staring at the space between their hands, their eyes wide open. Lin Feng, observing their antics, could hardly contain his laughter. "What on earth are you doing? Simply opening your eyes wide and straining your hands will not suffice. Now, follow my instructions. Relax completely, close your eyes, and begin to envision an invisible force known as Qi within your body. Imagine it gathering inside and attempt to communicate with it, guiding this energy to converge in your hands before slowly releasing it." Lin Feng understood that they had successfully undergone system transformation and that Qi already resided within them. Now, it was simply a matter of guidance. Lin Feng shared his insights on cultivation with the two of them, encouraging them to operate based on their own sensations. Time passed gradually, and as dusk approached, Lin Feng felt a pang of hunger, craving sustenance. Natasha sensed something unusual within her body, beginning to feel an uncontrollable force emerging. Following Lin Feng's teachings, she slowly guided this qi to circulate within her. Initially, it proved challenging, but after numerous attempts, this energy began to respond to her intentions. Carefully, she gathered the qi between her hands. Lin Feng, growing impatient, realized that he had already imparted the learning method. Whether they succeeded now depended on their own efforts. Just as he was about to rouse them, a small white appeared between Natasha's hands. Centered around this luminous point, their garments fluttered due to the emergence of qi. Natasha, perceiving the anomaly in her body, opened her eyes to see the white light in her hands and exclaimed, "Is this what you refer to as qi?" Barton also felt the shift around him, initially mistaking it for a breeze, until Natasha revealed her newfound ability to harness qi. Upon witnessing the energy in Natasha's hands, Lin Feng remarked, "Impressive. I didn't expect you to master it in just an afternoon. Now, all you need to do is practice diligently." Barton observed this, feeling somewhat foolish. After all, he and Natasha had embarked on this journey together, yet he remained devoid of any skill. He resolved to strive harder. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as something unknown shattered the rooftop of the dojo. As the dust settled, the trio beheld an Iron Man lying on the ground before them. Another explosive sound resonated as a colossal iron giant, at least 5 times larger than the fallen Iron Man, descended from the dojo's rooftop. "Oh, Tony, why resist? The Stark Industries was always meant to belong to me. Why did you return from the Middle East? Damn it, those fools can't even handle their own affairs." The Iron Giant strode over, placing a foot on Iron Man's chest, addressing Stark with a leisurely tone. "Cough, cough, cough. Obadiah, I truly did not anticipate this from you. Stark has always been my family's enterprise. When did it become your concern?" Stark, struggling for breath on the ground, was abruptly interrupted by Obadiah. "Not dead yet? Then I demand your demise. Once you are gone, everything shall belong to me. I shall hold extravagant press conferences for your funeral, Obadiah cackled. I am not so easily vanquished, Stark retorted, as the reactor on his chest blazed with an intense luminescence, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that sent Obadiah hurtling backward. Stark rose, and his laser cannons began to fire upon Obadiah. After being struck twice in midair, Obadiah regained his balance and retaliated with his own weaponry, unleashing a barrage toward Tony. The two engaged in a fierce exchange within the dojo. Laser cannons met machine gun fire. Obadiah seized Stark and hurled him through the wall, both combatants tumbling into the street to continue their battle. Meanwhile, the three spectators in the dojo were treated to a riveting spectacle of familial power struggle. Cough, cough. Barton choked as he inadvertently inhaled dust. Lin Feng, eager not to miss the thrilling drama, was about to step outside when Tony was once again flung back by Obadiah. This time, Obadiah approached Stark directly, seizing him with both hands, one crushing down on Stark's head as a steel mask was sent flying, threatening to crush him. Excuse me. May I interrupt your little TT? TT? Lin Feng ventured cautiously. Both Obadiah and Tony turned to see three individuals observing them. My dear lady, you are truly exquisite. Should I survive this ordeal, I would gladly treat you to a drink. Even on the brink of death, Stark's flirtatious nature remained unchanged. Tony, you really are a naughty boy. Since you fancy them, I shall send them down to accompany you, Obadiah replied menacingly. Stark protested, no, you only seek my life. They are mere innocents. Spare them. Tony, how naive you are. They have witnessed my deeds. I cannot allow them to live, Obadiah declared, aiming the weapons of the Ironmonger at Lin Feng and the others. Stop, Stark shouted in desperation, angrily berating Obadiah. How could I have been so blind to your true nature? I trusted you. Before Obadiah could respond, he was struck with a powerful punch that sent him soaring through the air. Stark, too, fell to the ground, unable to discern who had saved him, only noticing that three figures had become two, standing motionless. Stark quickly rose and ascended into the sky. Natasha and Barton rushed to the street, gazing upward. In the sky, Stark watched in disbelief as a human engaged in battle with an iron giant, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Jarvis, record all data on this individual, he instructed. Yes, sir, Jarvis replied. At this moment, Lin Feng experienced a fleeting thrill of combat. His Saiyan heritage ignited within him a fierce spirit, though his innate laziness typically deterred him from engaging in fights. However, as he began to exchange blows, he felt a delightful rush. Obadiah pondered anxiously, questioning the bizarre circumstance that allowed a non-human to rescue Tony. Regret washed over him. Had he heeded Tony's advice and allowed them to depart, he would not have found himself in this predicament. He sensed that his Ironmonger was no match for Lin Feng. Chapter 7. Encountering a little darling Natasha and Barton observed from the ground as Lin Feng and Obadiah clashed in the sky. They noted Lin Feng's demeanor was remarkably relaxed, as Obadiah's attacks either missed or were absorbed by Lin Feng's formidable physique, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Natasha remarked dreamily, "Can I become this strong in the future? How impressive." Barton chimed in. Lin Feng, feeling a twinge of boredom after toying with Obadiah for a while, decided it was time to conclude the battle. As he yearned for a snack, with a swift turn, he assumed the stance to unleash the Kamehameha, energy waves forming in his hands as he directed them toward Obadiah. Sensing an ominous glow emanating from Lin Feng's hands, Obadiah realized the peril too late. A laser beam was hurtling toward him. He attempted to evade, but his speed was insufficient, and he was struck. The explosion reverberated through the air, obliterating Ironmonger, leaving Obadiah no time to utter a cry as he was utterly annihilated. Lin Feng, having effortlessly dispatched Obadiah, returned to the ground and said to Natasha, "I have imparted my teachings. Now it is up to you to strive for improvement. Moreover, with the dojo gone, unless you encounter significant challenges in your training, I would prefer you not seek me out." It was not that Lin Feng had no desire to continue teaching. Rather, he had conveyed all he could, and the rest depended on their own diligence. He merely sought a legitimate identity, unlike before when he was an undocumented entity, now aspiring for an official status. As Natasha and Barton prepared to speak, Lin Feng raised his hand to silence them, signaling that his decision was resolute and unchangeable. They had no choice but to return to S-H-I-E-L-D, to report to Nick Fury. Stark descended from the sky. Having been reviewing the data recently recorded by JARVIS, he noted that JARVIS could not identify the nature of the energy Lin Feng had wielded during the Kamehameha, though it was evident to the naked eye that the energy was immense. Stark hurried to catch up with Lin Feng, eager to express his gratitude, for without Lin Feng's intervention, he might have met his demise. Just as he was about to speak, a voice filled with concern, tinged with a hint of tears, resonated behind him. "Tony, how are you? Are you all right?" Stark halted mid-air, turning his attention to Pepper, who was rushing towards him. Upon seeing her face etched with worry and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, Stark felt the warmth of knowing that there were still those in the world who cared for him, as well as those worthy of his concern. Without hesitation, Pepper threw herself into Stark's embrace, sobbing, "Stark, I thought I would never see you again." Stark held her tightly, gently patting her back, and softly reassured her, "It's all right. It's all right. See? I'm here." After a brief moment, Pepper's cries gradually subsided. Sensing her care and anxiety, Stark tenderly asked, "Are you all right?" Pepper shook her head, her eyes reddening as she choked out, "I'm fine, but I was so worried when I saw you fighting Obadiah." Stark grinned mischievously and replied, "I'm perfectly fine now. All I desire is to invite you for a drink." As for expressing gratitude to Lin Feng, Stark thought it could wait until tomorrow. That was simply his temperament. He then soared into the sky with Pepper in his arms. Meanwhile, two SHIELD agents who had been spectating the scene exchanged glances and shrugged before returning to their headquarters. "Uncle, could you please buy me something to eat? I'm so hungry," a tattered little girl, appearing no older than 5, pleaded as she clutched a man's pant leg. "Get lost. You're wasting my time." The man barked harshly. "Please, Uncle, don't hit me. I'll leave right away." She whimpered. "Auntie, could you buy me something to eat? I'm so hungry. Get away from me, you little brat. You've dirted my clothes. Can you afford to pay for that?" With a forceful kick, the man sent the girl sprawling to the ground. The unfortunate child, already emaciated from hunger, was further weakened by the adult's cruel blow. Lying on the ground, she gazed into the distance where many children her age were being cradled by their families. "Wah, I'm so hungry. Why don't I have a family?" she sobbed. Lacking the strength to rise, she lay there, emitting faint cries, yet drawing no attention from passers-by. Perhaps she was too famished, as she soon lost consciousness. If no one came to her aid, she might perish from starvation that very day. Humph, if she is going to die, let her do it far away. Having her die near us brings bad luck. The despicable man thought, devoid of any guilt or compassion, viewing the girl's demise as merely an inconvenience. Lin Feng witnessed this distressing scene and felt a surge of anger. How can an adult be so cruel to a child? The priority was not to confront the loathsome man and woman, but rather to save the little girl. Without a second thought for her filth, Lin Feng scooped her up and hurried back to his bar, heading straight to his room and summoning the manager to fetch something for the girl to eat. The manager hurriedly stepped outside to make a phone call, and before long, he returned bearing an abundance of food, even bringing along a bottle of milk. Lin Feng first gently awakened the little girl, then approached his bedside, plucking a single bean from a bonsai. This was no ordinary bonsai. It was one capable of producing the mystical beings found within the Dragon Balls. As Lin Feng roused the little girl, she blinked at the unfamiliar face before her. Yet, perhaps due to the warmth radiating from Lin Feng's gentle gaze, she felt no fear as he tenderly placed the magical bean into her mouth. Without a hint of resistance, she swallowed it whole. Instantly, the girl's vitality seemed to rejuvenate, banishing the previous pallor of weakness. Observing her newfound vigor, Lin Feng placed the assortment of food onto the bed, smiling as he said, "You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat." The tantalizing aroma wafted into the little girl's nostrils, prompting her to inhale deeply, savoring the delightful scents of hamburgers, steak, fries, and an array of fruit salads. Though her hunger was profound, she hesitated to reach for the food, instead asking in a soft, timid voice, "Big brother, can I eat all of this?" Lin Feng, charmed by her innocence, gently patted her adorable head and replied, "Of course, it's all for you." Chapter 8. A narrow path of enmity, the little girl quickly scrambled off the bed and lunged toward the food, perhaps having gone too long without a meal. She devoured it ravenously, tears streaming down her cheeks as she ate. Suddenly, halfway through, She paused, beginning to pack the remaining food into a bag. Lin Feng, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing? Have you had enough? Why are you putting it away?" With a forlorn look, the girl responded, "Big brother, I'm full now. But I want to take the leftovers. I'm afraid I might be hungry later." Hearing her words, a pang of sorrow struck Lin Feng's heart. Such a precious child should be basking in the love of her parents. Yet here she was, making such a choice for the sake of future sustenance. He couldn't help but recall his own status as an orphan, and he assured her, "Don't worry, eat your fill. From now on, you'll be my sister, and you will never go hungry again." The little girl gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with disbelief. This was the first time someone had shown her such kindness, and now he wished to adopt her. Tears welled up in her eyes once more as she began to sob, rushing into Lin Feng's embrace. He opened his arms wide, enveloping her in a comforting hug, whispering, "There's no need to cry. From now on, you are my dear sister. You need not worry about hunger or having no place to stay." Wiping her tears with her tiny hands, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "You mustn't deceive me. From now on, you're my brother." Elated, she broke free from Lin Feng's embrace, dancing with glee as she declared, "I have a brother now. I will never go hungry again, and I will have a place to live." At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from her stomach. It turned out that she had not yet satiated her hunger, and the little girl stood there, blushing with embarrassment. Lin Feng, witnessing her predicament, burst into hearty laughter. "Go ahead and eat. If it's insufficient, I shall order more for you. Eat without concern." The little girl resumed her meal, consuming every morsel, even finishing a large bottle of milk. Lin Feng was taken aback by how much this tiny creature could devour, pondering where she could possibly store such a quantity. Once she was full, the little girl patted her belly and let out a satisfied burp, which elicited another round of laughter from Lin Feng. "Brother, please don't laugh," she shyly protested. Lin Feng then escorted her to the bathroom to bathe her, only to realize he had no clothes suitable for a child. As a solution, he reluctantly dressed her in his own attire. After her bath, the little girl donned the oversized garments, presenting an adorably charming sight. Lin Feng observed her clumsy attempts to navigate in clothes ill-fitting for her petite frame. At that moment, he suddenly remembered a crucial detail. "Do you know your name?" The little girl tilted her head in thought and replied, "No, I don't have a name. The adults call me names like dog, bastard, or bad child, but I don't know which one is my actual name." Looking at the lovely blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl before him, Lin Feng contemplated the hardships she must have endured had he not crossed her path. "Those are insults, not names," he said gently. "Let me bestow upon you a name. As a person from the Huaxia culture, and since you are my little sister, I will give you a name rooted in our heritage. From now on, you shall be called Lin Ranran." The little one squealed with excitement. "Yay, I finally have my own name. I will be Lin Ranran." Just as Lin Feng was about to summon the manager to procure some clothing for her, a knock resonated at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," he called. The manager rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss, there's a disturbance outside. Our men have been attacked." Lin Feng rose and headed towards the door. "Brother, I want to go too," Ranran pleaded, clinging to Lin Feng's leg with a look of desperation. Recognizing her fear of abandonment, he relented. "All right, I will take you along." As he carried Ranran, Lin Feng contemplated the local gangs, who were well aware of his strength and would typically not dare to cause trouble. Who, then, possessed the audacity to disrupt his territory? The manager trailed behind, glancing at the small girl in Lin Feng's embrace, puzzled about their connection. "Where's your boss? Summon him to me." "Humph. Who do you think you are to provoke me? If I do not receive a satisfactory response today, I will ensure you close your doors." As Lin Feng descended the stairs, he was met with the audacious voice of a man, causing Ranran to display a hint of fear upon hearing it. "I am the boss. What do you want?" Lin Feng addressed him with a steady gaze. "If you are the boss, I have a lucrative proposition for you. From today onward, this place is under my control, and I intend to engage in the drug trade here. As for you, either vacate or I will ensure your demise." "How's that sound? I'm being rather magnanimous. Wouldn't you agree?" the man proclaimed with utter arrogance. At that moment, Ranran recognized the man and gasped, "Ah, it's you, you scoundrel." She recounted the events leading to her fainting, igniting Lin Feng's fury. "So it is you, you scoundrel, bullying my sister," he exclaimed. Charlie turned his gaze towards the young girl, as if a realization dawned upon him. "So this little girl is your sister? It seems fate has intertwined our paths. Now, leave swiftly, or I shall ensure both of your ends," he threatened. "Just you, you scoundrel," Lin Feng retorted, his disbelief evident. Charlie, losing his patience, revealed his true nature. He was no ordinary man, but a mutant endowed with extraordinary powers. He simply uttered, "Everyone do not move." Utilizing his telepathic abilities, he immobilized everyone in the bar. Charlie, a notorious drunkard and addict, had recently found himself in dire straits when debt collectors cornered him. Stripped of funds to repay his debts, and on the brink of death. A blow to his head inadvertently awakened his latent powers. Initially oblivious to this awakening, he pleaded for mercy as his assailants ceased their assault. Puzzled by the sudden stillness, he opened his eyes to find his attackers frozen in place. Instinctively, he commanded, "Empty your pockets." At once, everyone complied, relinquishing their money to him. It was then he comprehended the nature of his abilities. After collecting the funds, he issued one final command, a brawl amongst the crowd, decreeing that they would not cease until only one remained standing. Chapter 9. Beaten to a pulp, delivered to S.H.I.E.L.D. for research in that moment. Having exhausted his powers, Charlie closed his eyes, envisioning a future filled with grandeur. In his mind, he was akin to a deity, with all around him compelled to act according to his whims. Lin Feng suddenly noticed the surrounding patrons had become statuesque, with only the music of the bar and Ran, cradled in his arms, remaining unaffected. Ran, wide-eyed with curiosity, wondered why everyone had ceased their movements. Turning to her brother, she found him unharmed, as well as the wicked man across from them. "Brother, that man is so dreadful. We must defeat him and drive him away," Ran expressed, newly acquainted with affection and a home, now distressed by the threat of losing it. "All right, I shall deal with the villains at once," Lin Feng declared. Charlie was lost in a reverie, envisioning himself conquering the bar and subsequently extending his dominion over the surrounding areas, ultimately aspiring to become an underground emperor of New York. Suddenly, the sound of a little girl's voice pierced the air, followed by a man's voice that seemed to belong to the bar owner and his sister. He opened his eyes to see Lin Feng approaching him leisurely, cradling his sister in his arms. Confusion enveloped Charlie's mind. How could it be that everyone around him was under his control while the siblings remained unaffected? Unbeknownst to him, his supernatural abilities were rendered ineffective against the aura surrounding Lin Feng, making any notion of control utterly futile. As Lin Feng drew nearer, Charlie hastily commanded, "Kill them both," and retreated. The patrons of the bar surged towards Lin Feng, the nearest among them striking out. Ran, frightened by the crowd, let out a startled cry. Lin Feng dispatched the assailants with deft precision, recognizing that they were merely puppets of Charlie's influence. He incapacitated them without inflicting lasting harm. Observing the relentless onslaught, Charlie was taken aback by Lin Feng's effortless dominance amidst the chaos. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Lin Feng's pace remained unyielding. However, the sheer volume of attackers became a nuisance, prompting Lin Feng to soar directly to Charlie's side. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's ability to fly, Charlie realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. In a panic, he dashed towards the exit, only to find the path obstructed by patrons of the bar. Lin Feng swiftly delivered a kick, rendering Charlie unconscious. Internally, Lin Feng inquired of the system, "Is there a way to nullify this person's powers?" The system responded succinctly, "Not possible," before lapsing into silence. Disheartened, Lin Feng refrained from further questioning. With Charlie unconscious, the psychological control over the patrons dissipated. The manager remained dazed, only to see Lin Feng beckoning him. The manager hurried over, and Lin Feng instructed, "Bind this man with chains and confine him to the basement. No one is to approach him except for me." The manager promptly signaled to 2 security guards, who complied with the order and secured Charlie in the basement. Lin Feng summoned an ambulance to transport the unconscious individuals away, while the remaining patrons resumed their revelry, a scene that left Lin Feng marveling at the vibrant entertainment culture in America. Returning to his room, Lin Feng gently lulled Ran to sleep, temporarily leaving her alone as he prepared to deal with the scoundrel. In the basement, Charlie struggled futilely against the chains binding him, his capabilities reduced to that of an ordinary person, save for his power of mental control. Ultimately, he relinquished his struggle, beginning to reflect on past events. Why had his mental control proven ineffective? Was it possible that this individual was also a superhuman? If that were the case, perhaps a heartfelt conversation might persuade him to spare his life. Just as Charlie pondered what words might resonate with Lin Feng, the basement door creaked open. Lin Feng entered and shut the door behind him. Approaching Charlie, he took a seat on a stool and, looking down imperiously, inquired, "Who are you, and who sent you?" Lin Feng harbored no belief that a superhuman could be foolish enough to disrupt his domain without understanding the circumstances at hand. Charlie had initially prepared a lengthy discourse, only to be interrupted by Lin Feng's probing question. Stammering, he replied, "No one sent me. I simply took a liking to this bar, and since it seemed unprotected, I thought I could seize it with my abilities." Lin Feng was taken aback, wondering whether this man truly was a fool. Did he not realize that as an ordinary person, he should not dare to claim a bar once belonging to the formidable barbarian bull gang? "Have you not inquired whose territory this was before?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Whose territory? I have no idea. I just like the place," Charlie replied, his expression blank. He continued, "But that is of little consequence now. I see you are also a mutant, and you are strong. Look at me. I am not weak either. If we join forces, the underground world of New York could belong to us. Just imagine the grandeur of such a scene, a life akin to that of ancient emperors." Charlie's face lit up with excitement as he expressed his vision. Hoping to gauge whether he had impressed Lin Feng, Charlie was met with a disinterested gaze. As if Lin Feng had no desire to live the life of an underground emperor, Charlie pressed on, "Do you not yearn for a life above others? Power, wealth, beauty, everything at your fingertips. With my mental control and your strength, I believe we are a match made in heaven." Lin Feng, no longer willing to entertain the conversation, recognized that this individual was indeed a fool. Perhaps emboldened by his newly acquired powers, he believed himself invincible, oblivious to the existence of other superhumans. Would the police allow him to continue his malevolent ways unchallenged? The SHIELD was ever watchful, not to mention the looming threat of the future Avengers. While Lin Feng felt no fear, he had no desire to rule the underground world. He found his current life quite splendid. Now, with his own bar, free from disturbances, devoid of illicit substances, and unbothered by gang influences, his establishment had gained renown in New York. Many flocked to his venue, drawn by the promise of a trouble-free experience. Disinterested in further dealings with this fool, Lin Feng decisively incapacitated Charlie and contacted SHIELD, intending to hand over a fellow superhuman for their research. In less than half an hour, they arrived, led by Natasha, who placed a high-tech collar around Charlie's neck. This collar was designed to suppress superpowers, and its wearer would find it impossible to remove. Any attempt to forcibly take it off would detonate the bomb inside, shattering one's skull. Natasha, noticing Lin Feng's curious gaze, took the time to explain. Afterward, she swiftly departed with her team. Chapter 10. A birthday celebration for the little princess. A new day dawned, and Lin Feng had spent the night in rigorous training. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping Ran and spoke to the system. "System, let us proceed with the lottery to see what splendid rewards await today." Over the past month, Lin Feng's best prize had merely been a magical bean bonsai. The rest were merely enhancements to his combat power, with no other notable rewards aside from elevating his strength to 30,000. As Lin Feng indulged in daydreams about the potential rewards, a notification from the system chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn the grand prize, Super Saiyan Form 1. Lin Feng thought he must have misheard and inquired further. "Is it truly Super Saiyan Form 1? Not just a fragment?" "No fragments. It is indeed Super Saiyan Form 1, the system confirmed." Overcome with excitement, Lin Feng leapt from his bed, inadvertently waking Ran. Upon seeing Lin Feng's joyful expression, she couldn't help but smile along with him. Realizing that Ran lacked proper clothing, Lin Feng decided to take her to a children's clothing boutique. Upon entering, the female clerk immediately noticed them, a little girl in tattered clothes cradled in a man's arms. A saleswoman greeted them. "Welcome. May I ask which item has caught your eye?" "Sir, bring me your finest garments. I shall purchase whatever my sister fancies," Lin Feng declared with flair. "Certainly, sir," the clerk began, but her sentence was cut short. A seemingly authoritative figure interrupted. "What do you think you're doing? A person in such attire could never afford our clothes. If they get dirty, can you compensate?" Lin Feng despised such arrogant individuals who looked down upon others. He promptly produced his card and handed it to the saleswoman, saying, "Please check my balance." Following his instruction, a gasp soon echoed from the clerk. "Good heavens! There is 100 million. The manager, incredulous, rushed to verify the balance. Moments later, he approached Lin Feng with a beaming smile, saying, "Sir, I am delighted to serve you." Lin Feng, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Leave me be. I do not require your service." He then pointed at the earlier saleswoman and instructed, "You assist my sister in selecting a few suitable outfits." The previous sales associate was quite disheartened when her supervisor snatched away a client, but she was pleasantly surprised to find her prior service recognized. It is worth noting that the garments here are exceedingly expensive, and selling just a few sets could yield substantial commissions. Ran tried on around 10 outfits, and Lin Feng, finding them all suitable, decided to purchase every single one. The total expenditure reached an impressive $300,000. The female sales associate was filled with exhilaration, realizing her commission would likely exceed $10,000. Before departing, she discreetly left her phone number with Lin Feng, the implications of which were unmistakable. Meanwhile, the female supervisor was regretting her earlier misjudgment, lamenting that had she not been so short-sighted, the sale would have been hers. After acquiring the clothing, Lin Feng took Ran to an upscale Western restaurant, where they ordered 2 portions of steak. This time, no one looked down upon the pair. Indeed, it was apparent to anyone with sight that the attire adorning little Ran was of considerable value. Upon returning to the bar, they found it deserted during the day, as the staff would not arrive until the evening. Lin Feng had planned a grand surprise for Ran, intending to host an extravagant party to celebrate her presence as a sister and relative in this world. Most importantly, he wished to ensure that the local community recognized Ran's visage to preempt any potential troubles in his absence. Perhaps due to her youth, Ran quickly grew weary and, upon entering the room, immediately fell asleep on the bed. This fortuitously alleviated Lin Feng's concerns. He summoned the staff back and promised each of them a reward of $50,000, contingent upon the successful arrangement of the entire bar. The unexpected bounty ignited jubilant cheers among the workers, who eagerly intensified their efforts to prepare the venue. Meanwhile, invitations had been dispatched by the manager to all the prominent factions in Manhattan, ensuring they received Lin Feng's formal invitation. By 5 p.m., the bar was impeccably adorned, awaiting only the awakening of little Ran that evening. Although the bar operated as usual, today was notably different, for burly men clad in suits guarded the entrance, tasked with allowing entry at 7 p.m. only to those possessing invitations. A fleet of luxurious vehicles lined the entrance, and many regular patrons, upon arrival, discovered they were denied entry. Some chose to wait, while others departed, promising to return another day. The influx of high-end cars led to a queue outside, as onlookers were curious about the evening's anticipated festivities. As time passed, the clock struck 7, and guests began to line up and enter. Both newcomers and those returning were struck by the bar's stunning transformation. As dawn broke, Sharon gradually awakened to find it was nearly 8 o'clock. Upon realizing her brother was absent from the room, she hurriedly searched the bar, but her efforts yielded no results. Disheartened, Shaoran settled into a seat, her expression reflecting her discontent. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated through the bar. "Esteemed guests, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Today marks the birthday of my beloved sister, Lin Shaoran. All drinks are complimentary, so please indulge yourselves. Now, I invite my little princess, Shaoran, to say a few words." Upon concluding his announcement, Lin Feng approached Shaoran, embracing her and leading her to the center of the dance floor. The crowd erupted with cheers. "Our little princess, Shaoran, is simply adorable. Long live Princess Shaoran." Unaccustomed to such attention, Shaoran felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Ultimately, with Lin Feng's reassuring presence, she managed to utter, "Thank you all for your affection." Embarrassed, she buried her face in Lin Feng's embrace. The invited members of the underworld understood that this young girl was not to be trifled with in the future. Meanwhile, the ordinary patrons reveled in the joy of the complimentary drinks, enthusiastically chanting Princess Shaoran's name. That night, Shaoran thoroughly enjoyed herself at the bar, remaining spirited until closing time. Lin Feng, seeing no other option, gently compelled her to bed, and gradually, she succumbed to slumber. Chapter 11. Aversion and Hulk. With the arrival of a new day, Lin Feng observed Shaoran still peacefully asleep in his arms. It was time to consider relocating, as it was unsuitable for a child to reside in a bar. Lin Feng routinely engaged in system lotteries. System, initiate the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the human butler package. Remarkable. Just as I was contemplating purchasing a residence, I receive a butler package. I wonder how formidable this artificial being is. Within the butler package, you will find an elderly butler, a chef, and 2 maids. The butler possesses 100 combat points. Each maid also has 100 points. While the chef has 10 points, primarily designed for domestic service, the system elucidated. Lin Feng wore a bemused expression, having anticipated a more powerful entity. He realized this being was merely superior to an ordinary human. Encountering a superhuman would render it ineffectual. Nonetheless, it was still better than having nothing at all. Without hesitation, Lin Feng activated the package, and 4 figures materialized in the room. The butler donned a well-tailored outfit. The chef was clad in typical culinary attire, while the 2 maids wore distinctive ensembles. Their long, lustrous hair cascaded elegantly, and their large, glistening eyes exuded charm and allure. The black and white maid outfits seemed to come alive in their presence. Their elongated legs, accentuated by sheer black stockings, hinted at a subtle sensuality. Greetings, master. I'm Butler Tom, this is Chef Jerry. I am Lilia, and I am Leona. The 4 introduced themselves in succession. Do not address me as master. Simply refer to me as young master. Lin Feng gestured behind him, assuming that this was your lady, and your task is to ensure her protection. Leona, and I shall venture forth, while the 3 of you remain here, awaiting my return. Lin Feng roused Ran Ran from her slumber, and after both had freshened up, he set out with Ran Ran and a maid to survey the housing options, preparing to purchase a residence. Reflecting on his past life, where he was impoverished and lived in a cramped rental space, he now found himself in a position of financial means, ready to buy a home, and accompanied by his sister. Sir, this is the finest property I have to offer, the agent declared. The house boasts exceptional natural light, is fully equipped, automated, and perfect for accommodating a child. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from outside, observing the streets filled with panicked individuals fleeing in haste. Lin Feng entrusted Ran Ran to Leona and stepped outside to discern the cause of the commotion. Upon exiting, he encountered 2 colossal green-skinned creatures engaged in a fierce battle. Wasn't that Abomination and the Hulk? What a peculiar coincidence to stumble upon them while house hunting. It appeared they had been fighting for some time, likely having just arrived, as the distant streets were littered with the remnants of destroyed buildings. As Lin Feng witnessed the escalating conflict between Abomination and the Hulk, he noticed the despair etched on the faces of those nearby. He could no longer bear to witness the suffering of innocents. He pushed open the door and stepped outside, despite warnings from onlookers advising against it due to the perilous situation. In his mind, Lin Feng consulted the system regarding their combat capabilities. Abomination, combat power of 30,000. Hulk, combat power of 30,000. It seemed their strengths were evenly matched, thankfully not exceeding his own. At that moment, several small missiles streaked through the sky, signaling the arrival of Iron Man, with a diminutive Spider-Man nearby, utilizing his webbing to harass both Abomination and the Hulk. Agents of SHIELD had also arrived, yet their power was woefully inadequate to inflict any damage on the 2 Titans. General Ross observed the battle from a distance, exhibiting no signs of panic, merely commanding his soldiers to attack with full force. Capture them alive. I require their hands for experimentation. The current chaos was a product of Ross's actions. He showed little concern for the lives of ordinary citizens or his soldiers, fixated solely on capturing the Hulk to further his super soldier agenda. Drawing near to Abomination, Lin Feng caught the creature's attention. Surprised to see a human in proximity, Abomination raised his massive foot to crush Lin Feng, only to find himself unexpectedly lifted instead. Lin Feng grasped Abomination's foot and hurled him backward, leaving onlookers astounded. Was this feat truly achievable by a mere human? Yet, this was only the beginning. Lin Feng maintained his grip on the creature's leg, swinging Abomination back and forth with fervor. Just as he was caught up in the momentum, the Hulk interjected, displeased by Lin Feng's actions. At this moment, the Hulk possessed merely the intellect of a beast. Within his primal thoughts, he witnessed his prey being snatched away, leading him to charge at Lin Feng with fury, delivering a punch that sent Lin Feng hurtling into the building across the street. As Lin Feng felt the force coursing through his body, he immediately retaliated, soaring back into the air with a menacing grin directed at the Hulk and the Abomination, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Determined not to waste any more time, Lin Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan. To the astonished onlookers, he suddenly erupted with an overwhelming surge of power. A golden lightning aura flickered around him, enveloping his form in a tempestuous energy, his hair shimmering into a brilliant golden hue. A shockwave radiated from Lin Feng, toppling nearby individuals, trees, and vehicles alike. Even Stark, soaring in the sky, was caught off guard, tumbling through the air, while Spider-Man, clinging to the wall, remained relatively unscathed. In this moment of soaring strength, Lin Feng relished the explosive power coursing through him, as it marked his inaugural transformation into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, far away in Kamartaj, the Supreme Sorceress, who had been meditating to safeguard Earth from dark forces, sensed an immense and extraordinary energy for the first time. She opened her eyes and stood, gazing in Lin Feng's direction, as if she could perceive him from afar. Lin Feng, too, felt a presence observing him and turned to look back. It was as though he and the Supreme Sorceress were connecting across the void, filled with a fervent desire for battle. Lin Feng felt his Saiyan blood surge as soon as he transformed. The warrior within him awakened, yearning for a fierce confrontation. Chapter 12. Annihilation of the Abomination. Domination over the Hulk. The two green-skinned monsters gazed up at Lin Feng, their eyes widening. Previously, they had felt intimidated by his commanding presence, but now, under the weight of his gaze, fear gripped them. The Hulk was the first to launch an assault, muscular legs bending and propelling him swiftly toward Lin Feng in the sky. Lin Feng, with hands poised, unleashed a ki blast, sending the Hulk crashing into the distance. Incapacitated and unable to rise from the ground. Having dealt with the Hulk, Lin Feng darted toward the Abomination at lightning speed. Noticing Lin Feng approaching, the Abomination began to flee. Yet, with Lin Feng soaring through the air, he quickly closed the distance. As he descended, Lin Feng raised his arms, preparing to strike the fleeing Abomination with the force of a mountain. The Abomination, realizing his impending doom, hastily raised his arms to block the impending blow. Yet imagination is a realm of beauty, while reality is often harsh. As Lin Feng's arms descended, the hands of the Abomination, which were meant to block the blow, were shattered with a resounding crack. The Abomination, attempting to flee, was forcefully brought to the ground by this strike. Lin Feng gazed upon his own fist in satisfaction, realizing that his strength now allowed him to effortlessly dominate such a formidable creature. The Abomination, now prostrate on the ground, began to recover at an astonishing pace, quickly mending its broken arms and rising once more, roaring in fury towards Lin Feng. Observing the Abomination's resilience, Lin Feng decided to temper his own might. Wishing to engage in a more spirited contest, the two commenced a fierce battle. Lacking refined combat techniques, Lin Feng relied solely on his overwhelming power to subdue the Abomination. A seasoned warrior of countless battles, the Abomination recognized that Lin Feng was merely seeking a sparring partner, yet was compelled to continue the fray due to Lin Feng's sheer strength. Realizing he was outmatched, the Abomination resolved to flee. Otherwise, he risked being defeated in this encounter. Upon spotting an opening, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Lin Feng sprawling several meters away, before hastily retreating. Unlike the Hulk, who might charge recklessly, the Abomination had merely amplified his inner darkness and was fully aware of his inferiority to Lin Feng. His only desire now was to escape. Lin Feng, rising to his feet and seeing the Abomination retreat into the distance, ascended into the sky, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha technique. Onlookers beheld a brilliant blue light emanating from his hands, coalescing into an orb of energy. Lin Feng bellowed, "Kamehameha!" with a swift thrust of his hands. The energy wave surged forth, rapidly closing the distance to the Abomination. Sensing impending peril, the Abomination leaped forward, believing he could evade the attack. However, Lin Feng raised his hands, and the crowd gasped as the energy wave, nearing the ground, executed a sharp 90-degree turn, relentlessly pursuing the Abomination. This time, the creature had no avenue for escape, as the colossal wave enveloped him entirely, eliciting a wretched scream before he vanished within the azure brilliance. At that moment, the Hulk, having regained his footing, was struck dumb by Lin Feng's display. He unleashed his swiftest escape, bounding away until he disappeared from sight. Lin Feng, witnessing the demise of the abomination and the Hulk's hasty retreat, swiftly vanished into the air, seeking sanctuary from surveillance before reverting to his civilian form at the sales office. You survived. Truly, you are fortunate. Just moments ago, a blonde superhero battled two monsters outside. You are indeed lucky to have escaped unscathed, the anxious sales representative remarked. Although Lin Feng had deliberately evaded detection, the confrontation had been recorded in its entirety by Stark and SHIELD, as well as by some audacious onlookers who had captured the event on their phones, oblivious to the identity of the transformed hero. At this moment, as Lin Feng transformed and vanquished the Hulk and Abomination, he garnered the attention of all factions. After all, such power was formidable, evoking both desire and trepidation. Stark flew to Spider-Man's side and remarked, "Youngster, this is not a place for you. You ought to focus on your studies." "Sir, what are you talking about? I'm not a child. I am an adult. By the way, Mr. Stark, could I possibly have your autograph?" "Return home, kid. I know precisely who you are." Stark Triatnit. Upon hearing Stark's words, Spider-Man hastily fled. Who is that? Who is he? This is the power a super soldier should possess, not those green-skinned monsters. Conduct a thorough search for his identity. I want all information on him. Capture him. Ross, unfazed by the Hulk's retreat and Abomination's demise, was now consumed with a yearning for Lin Feng's immense power. The one-eyed head of SHIELD observed the footage of Lin Feng's transformation, his defeat of Abomination, and the scaring off of the Hulk. He turned to Black Widow and Hawkeye, saying, "Did he ever hint at such power before?" "Not at all. He merely taught me how to harness chi, but I feel exponentially more powerful now," Black Widow replied. Having undergone training with her, Hawkeye had also learned. Rubbing his temples, the head of SHIELD remarked, "Such a person cannot be opposed. We must find ways to befriend him. Fortunately, he appears to possess a sense of justice. If he were a villain, I shudder to think how we could thwart him. Tomorrow, you will seek methods to learn chi and try to win Lin Feng over." It was unavoidable. After all, Lin Feng's display of power today starkly contrasted with his previous performance at SHIELD, explaining Nick Fury's keen interest in him. Upon returning to his room, Stark curiously inquired, "JRVs, what do you think his abilities are?" "Based on my analysis, his powers resemble a form of martial arts, particularly akin to internal energy practices from the East," JRVs astutely concluded. Truly, JRVs proved to be the most formidable artificial intelligence, capable of discerning the source of Lin Feng's powers from such scant information. Gee, how fortuitous. I must express my gratitude for his saving my life last time and inquire whether I possess the ability to master this extraordinary power of chi. Stark chuckled heartily, filled with anticipation. Perhaps I could succeed. Thus, I could both uphold world peace and free myself from the toxins of palladium. JRVs solemnly articulated the feasibility. Chapter 13. Stark's visit after the recent events. Lin Feng completely abandoned his desire to purchase property there. Who could know if the house he had just viewed had been destroyed by two green-skinned monsters? Upon returning to the bar, Ran, under the care of Leona and Lilia, frolicked about without Lin Feng needing to worry about her safety. A knock echoed at the entrance, and the butler opened the door, saying, "Young master, a gentleman by the name of Stark has come to express his gratitude for saving his life." "Shall I let him in?" "No need, I have arrived myself," Stark declared, exemplifying his self-assured nature. Though awaiting an announcement, he strode directly into the room and took a seat. "I believe an introduction is unnecessary, given my current notoriety. I am certain Americans recognize me, if not the whole world." Stark, indeed, was an epitome of narcissism, effortlessly extolling himself, a habit ingrained in him. As it was always others waiting for Tony Stark, he never waited for anyone. Observing Stark's pompous demeanor, Lin Feng mused that the man's reputation was well-deserved. Beneath the fame lay undeniable substance, yet Stark undeniably embodied the essence of ostentation. Inwardly, Lin Feng cursed vehemently, labeling him a wretched capitalist, a true parasite of society. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile as he addressed Stark. "I am Lin Feng. What brings you to me?" After all, one should never strike a smiling face, especially when it belongs to a wealthy magnate. Noticing Lin Feng's somewhat condescending expression, Stark felt an inkling of dissonance. This man was utterly different from the golden-haired warrior he had encountered earlier that day. Perhaps he had mistaken him for someone else. After a closer inspection of Lin Feng's countenance, he reassured himself that it had not erred. It seemed merely a fleeting misperception. Lin Feng, too, recognized the peculiar glint in Stark's eyes, realizing he had perhaps been too superficial, equating wealth with everything. Thus, he adjusted his demeanor, adopting a more upright and earnest expression. Stark, observing this sudden shift in Lin Feng, once again felt the sensation of having misidentified him. I have come to express my gratitude for your assistance during my time of peril. Thank you sincerely. Without your intervention, I might never have realized there are still individuals in this world worthy of my concern, Stark said gravely, recalling the moment when Pepper Potts had recklessly rushed into his embrace. I have taken the liberty of visiting you personally to inquire if there is anything you require. Stark, never leave a debt of gratitude unpaid. Moreover, residing in this area may not be ideal for a child. How about this? I shall gift you a house adjacent to my seaside villa, and we can be neighbors. Besides, with your financial means, affording such a property would be a challenge. Stark articulated his proposal assertively, having initially considered simply offering money to resolve the matter. However, he realized that living nearby would allow him to learn martial arts and provide him with an unparalleled bodyguard. After all, should he encounter trouble in his opulent abode, having someone to safeguard him would be quite advantageous. Indeed, I am a genius, Stark thought to himself, reveling in his own brilliance. Lin Feng had been troubled about the place where Xiao Ranran lived. Now that Stark was offering his house, it was a perfect solution. A gift from Stark was undoubtedly unparalleled, and living next door to him would alleviate any concerns regarding Xiao Ranran's education. If any questions arose, they could simply consult Stark, who, despite being a notorious playboy, was among the most brilliant minds in America. Without hesitation, Lin Feng accepted Stark's generous offer, and both men exchanged knowing smiles. However, as their eyes met, they quickly assumed serious expressions, presenting themselves as utterly earnest individuals. Stark then spoke again. Lin Feng, is your ability a superpower? While I am aware that many mutants exist in the world, you are the strongest I have encountered aside from Hulk. It is noteworthy that the Hulk lacks self-awareness. Yet you appear to be quite lucid. Lin Feng stroked his chin, discreetly pondering why Stark was inquiring about his abilities. The Avengers had yet to assemble, so he needed to tread carefully. Just as he prepared to give a vague response to Stark's question, a knock echoed through the room. The butler opened the door and announced, "Young master, 2 individuals claiming to be your disciples have arrived." Natasha and Barton had come to foster a closer relationship with Lin Feng. After much deliberation, they settled on the idea of approaching him as his disciples, leveraging his teachings in Qigong to strengthen their bond and learn formidable abilities. Despite their initial awkwardness upon hearing the butler's announcement, they quickly embraced their roles as agents. Setting aside any personal feelings, let them in, Lin Feng thought, puzzled by the notion of having disciples. Suddenly, it struck him, could it be those 2? Upon their entrance, Lin Feng's heart sank as he recognized them. Natasha and Barton, seeing Stark seated on the couch, assumed Lin Feng was merely a good friend of his and directly expressed their purpose. "Master, we have come to seek your guidance on Qigong. We wish to learn your ability to unleash laser blasts through Qigong waves." Before they could finish, Lin Feng interrupted, correcting their terminology. "We are here to study Qigong waves." Natasha amended her statement and continued. Stark, who had been contemplating how to approach Lin Feng regarding the authenticity of his abilities as assessed by Jarvis, found the situation intriguing. Someone had indeed learned this remarkable Qigong wave. It was truly a skill that could be acquired. Natasha gazed at Stark with a strange expression. Moments ago, everything seemed perfectly fine, yet now, upon her utterance, this notorious playboy suddenly regarded her with such fervor. This brought to Natasha's mind her initial encounter with Lin Feng, sending a shiver down her spine. Have the wealthy and powerful developed such peculiar tastes? Stark, oblivious to Natasha's scrutinizing gaze, addressed Lin Feng directly. "Can you teach me Qigong?" Lin Feng had initially presumed Stark harbored ulterior motives, but was taken aback to find it was merely this request, which was no trivial matter. "No problem, but let us discuss it at your villa first." Stark decisively replied, "Let us go now." Chapter 14. Spider-Man and Dr. Lizard. Lin Feng, accompanied by Little Ran, Stark, and Natasha, set forth towards the villa Stark had mentioned, while Barton returned as H.I.E.L. D. Due to Lin Feng's influence, Stark had gained prior knowledge of S.H.I.L.'s existence and was aware that Natasha and Barton were agents of the organization. The four of them settled into Stark's luxurious vehicle. Lin Feng, seated beside Natasha, discreetly stole glances at her fair bosom, swallowing hard. Having once been a reclusive individual, burdened by solitude, he found himself admiring Natasha's beauty, despite having a sister. Natasha, unable to tolerate Lin Feng's gaze any longer, snapped, "Do you have a particular fondness for staring at women's chests? Would you like me to give you an eyeful?" "Sure, preferably in a room where I can savor the view," Lin Feng replied, only to realize too late that he had misspoken. Upon meeting Natasha's murderous glare, Tony interjected, "Kid, while I may be a notorious womanizer, you are utterly novice in this arena." Just as Lin Feng grappled with his embarrassment and searched for words, a commotion erupted ahead, capturing the attention of all four. Before them stood a massive, grotesque, lizard-like creature, roaring in the center of the bridge, before casually hurling a car aside. As the vehicle hurtled towards panicked bystanders fleeing the scene, it was ensnared mid-air by Spider Silk. A familiar yet foreign voice echoed, "Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is here." Familiar because of the films, yet foreign because it was the first time hearing the genuine Spider-Man speak. Spider-Man struck a pose and leapt into action, somersaulting through the air towards Dr. Lizard, and the two engaged in combat. At this moment, Spider-Man had recently acquired his superpowers, with a combat rating of merely 10,000, while Dr. Lizard boasted a formidable strength of 15,000. As Spider-Man clashed with Dr. Lizard, Lin Feng sensed that Spider-Man would likely prove no match, reminiscent of the television battles from his previous life. Amidst their fierce confrontation, a bus filled with passengers teetered precariously off the edge of a bridge due to Dr. Lizard's destructive actions, swaying dangerously as though it would soon plummet. "Help! Spider-Man! Save us!" The helpless souls inside cried out. Seizing an opportunity, Spider-Man executed a series of backward flips, unleashing a torrent of webbing that ensnared Dr. Lizard's head and ensnared his feet. He then rushed to the bus's side, grasping it firmly. Yet his strength was insufficient to pull the vehicle back up. He could only prevent it from falling. Meanwhile, Dr. Lizard had freed himself from the webbing and approached Spider-Man, taunting, "You take pleasure in saving others, do you? I shall ensure you and these people meet your end here." With that, he raised his arms and struck Spider-Man's back with tremendous force, nearly incapacitating him. However, burdened by the lives of many, Spider-Man endured, though it was evident to all that he could not withstand another blow. Despair filled the bus as the passengers witnessed Dr. Lizard's arm rise once more, ready to deliver a fatal strike. Just then, a figure enveloped in golden waves with lustrous golden hair appeared behind Spider-Man and seized Dr. Lizard's arm. "You thrive on exploiting the vulnerable, do you not?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, someone exclaimed, "It's him, the Golden Warrior." Lin Feng had indeed been poised to intervene from the outset, eager to gauge Spider-Man's true capabilities, only to discover that he was rather feeble. Hearing such a moniker nearly provoked an outburst of blood from him. It was far too pedestrian. Had he known, he would have refrained from intervening. Stark, brimming with excitement, yearned to join the fray, but his strength relied solely on his armor, which he had yet to don. Natasha, an astute agent, contemplated her own abilities, recognizing that she would be of little assistance, relegating herself to the role of a mere spectator. Embracing the young Ran, Natasha stood beside Stark, watching Lin Feng as he endeavored to save the passengers. Stark, feeling irked by Lin Feng's ostentation, remarked, "He is not nearly as impressive as my armor. He is just a flashy show-off." Yet, as he observed Lin Feng's prowess, a flicker of envy stirred within him, realizing who had intervened. Even with his primal instincts overpowering his humanity, Dr. Lizard felt a profound trepidation. The recent turmoil involving the Hulk had stirred considerable unrest, and the very individual who had quelled that chaos stood before him. The Golden Warrior, who had effortlessly subdued the Hulk, and not just once but twice. How could he stand a chance? Terrified, Dr. Lizard hastily severed his own arm, resorting to his last-ditch survival tactic, and fled with all four limbs, swiftly scaling away. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned by this life-saving technique, pondering why such a maneuver had never graced the silver screen. When he finally regained his composure and intended to unleash a key blast, he realized that Dr. Lizard had already vanished into the sewers. He halted a vehicle and turned to the severely injured Spider-Man, reassuring him, "Do not worry, leave it to me." Upon hearing this, Spider-Man lay back on the ground. With effortless ease, Lin Feng lifted the car, and the rescued individuals, overwhelmed with gratitude, encircled him, exclaiming, "Hero, you are indeed a hero." Observing the crowd, Lin Feng felt a pang of injustice. It should have been Spider-Man who was hailed as the savior, for he had merely rescued Spider-Man. "It is not I who saved you, but Spider-Man. Had it not been for him, you would have all perished beneath the bridge, drowning in the depths of the sea." The abandonment of their true hero was indeed lamentable. Lin Feng approached the fallen Spider-Man, hoisting him into the air. The bystanders were filled with embarrassment, neglecting their hero who lay prostrate on the ground. Cradling Spider-Man, Lin Feng sought refuge atop a secluded building, producing a magical bean. "Consume this, and you shall heal," he instructed, placing the bean in his Spider-Man's mouth before soaring away. Meanwhile, Stark and Natasha awaited Lin Feng's return in the vehicle when suddenly the door swung open. "Brother, you are back." Chapter 15. A joyful routine. Xiao Ran and the others spotted Lin Feng, and with a burst of energy, Xiao Ran wriggled free from Natasha's embrace and leapt into Lin Feng's arms. "Brother, that was amazing. You were such a formidable villain. I want to be just like you when I grow up." Xiao Ran exclaimed, her tiny fists pumping in excitement, exuberantly flailing in Lin Feng's embrace. All right. Little Ran can also be a formidable villain like your brother. "Tomorrow, I shall teach you the ways of cultivation," Lin Feng replied. The trio looked on in amusement at the adorable little girl, fervently declaring her intentions to uphold world peace, eliciting laughter from them. If you were to take on such a task, what need would there be for us adults? Meanwhile, Spider-Man, still lying on the ground, felt the effects of the magical bean. His injuries had miraculously healed, and he experienced no lingering pain, feeling remarkably rejuvenated. He sprang to his feet, bouncing a few times, marveling at his newfound vitality. "What sort of bean is this? Its effects are astounding. I vaguely recall it being a magical bean. Could it be that deities truly exist in the East?" Perplexed, Spider-Man decided to set aside his musings, pondering that perhaps this was an advanced scientific phenomenon. Glancing at the time, he realized it was quite late, and he had an internship at Stark's residence to attend to the following day, a rare opportunity not to be missed. Anxiously, he navigated through the high rises, returning home. The four of them had initially planned to visit the new villa, but the previous events had caused a slight delay, leading them to opt for Stark's seaside villa instead. Upon entering the house, the distinguished voice of J.A.R. Venus, imbued with an air of gentlemanly sophistication, echoed, "You have 3 friends today." Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare, as my records indicated that the last time I invited 3 people was before Pepper's arrival. "Jarvis, be quiet. This is not the time for such remarks. Otherwise, I might have to recalibrate you," Stark retorted, his indignation flaring at the thought of Jarvis embarrassing him in front of guests. "Well, you programmed me to simulate human thought. This is merely a manifestation of your own design," Jarvis responded with utmost seriousness. "All right, you win. Call Pepper and inform her that we have esteemed guests. She should prepare a meal as my friends will be staying the night." Stark conceded, recognizing that Jarvis was indeed a remarkable creation of his own, and he chose to view this as a compliment. "Understood, Ms. Potts has been notified," Jarvis replied. Before long, Pepper arrived with several chefs and an abundance of ingredients. Stark introduced Lin Feng and the others to Pepper. Before he could say a word, Pepper exclaimed, "What an adorable little girl. Is she your sister?" As she spoke, she reached out to embrace Ran, who, unfamiliar with her, hid behind Lin Feng's leg, clutching his trousers and peeking out curiously at the starry-eyed woman before her. Pepper quickly realized her exuberance might frighten the young girl and composed herself, adopting a professional demeanor as she said, "Hello, I am Stark's assistant. You may call me Pepper or Little Pepper. Lin Feng, this is Natasha, and we are together," Lin Feng introduced, sensing the peculiar glances Pepper cast in their direction. Natasha, understanding the implication behind Pepper's gaze, included Lin Feng in her introduction. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Pepper discreetly sighed with relief, fearing that this stunning woman might be yet another of Tony's overnight guests. Stark took the opportunity to introduce Lin Feng as the one who had defeated Obadiah and saved his life, which filled Pepper with immense gratitude. Spotting Ran, she declared, "From now on, your sister's well-being is my responsibility. She shall be my sister as well, and a sister to Tony." Stark, upon hearing Pepper's words, did not object and wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. Lin Feng was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, his perception of Stark shifting significantly. It seemed that this affluent individual was, in fact, quite benevolent and possessed a commendable conscience. Meanwhile, Natasha observed the animated conversation among the others, feeling somewhat detached from their camaraderie. As a seasoned agent, she had long since grown indifferent to such social niceties. Little Ran, noticing Natasha's quiet demeanor, approached her and asked, "Sister, may I call you sister?" Natasha stared in astonishment at the little girl, who, having met her only twice, would express such a sentiment. Natasha sensed that this was little Ran comforting herself, yet she couldn't help but feel a peculiar emotion bubbling within her, a sense of joy. "Of course, you shall be my sister from now on," she declared. Little Ran was overjoyed, pulling Natasha to Lin Feng's side and exclaiming, "Ran is so happy. Today, I have gained 2 sisters and an uncle." Gasping at Ran's words, Stark nearly stumbled, feigning a fierce demeanor as he retorted, "Uncle? Who is an uncle? You must call me brother. Do you understand?" Ran looked up at Stark earnestly, scrutinizing his face, and asserted with unwavering conviction, "But you are an uncle. My brother does not have a beard, and look at all that facial hair you have. I am a brother, youthful in spirit. Having a beard is simply a fashionable statement, you know." Stark protested. "No, only uncles have beards," Ran insisted. Stark, on the verge of tears, lamented his youthful appearance and the unfairness of being labeled an uncle. He decided to let the matter rest. The others found great amusement in the exchange, witnessing Stark's predicament as he struggled with the little girl's insistence on calling him brother instead of uncle. The group continued their light-hearted banter until Jarvis announced that dinner was ready. Gathered around the dining table, the group began to indulge in the meal, but Stark, holding a piece of chocolate, called out, "Little Ran, if you call me brother just this once, I shall give you this chocolate. It's Swiss lint, once reserved for royalty. Would you like to have some?" Stark resembled a temptress luring a child into mischief, slowly coaxing Ran. "No, you have a beard, so you're an uncle." "I refuse to lie." Ran, like a virtuous knight, resolutely rejected the witch's temptation. The people around them erupted in laughter once again, and the delightful dinner unfolded in this jovial atmosphere. Afterwards, Peibois arranged for everyone to retire to the remaining rooms of the villa for the night. Chapter 16. Teaching Tony Qigong. "Peter, are you not getting up? Aren't you supposed to be interviewing at Tony Stark's house today?" Aunt May called up the stairs, then muttered to herself, "It's quite strange. Just yesterday he vowed not to stay up late, yet here we are." Peter was sleeping soundly, engulfed in dreams of being with Gwen, and just as he was about to kiss her, Aunt May's voice jolted him awake. Realizing it had only been a dream, he glanced at the clock and found it was nearly 9 o'clock. With a swift motion, Peter sprang from his bed, dressed hurriedly, gathered his belongings, and hesitated momentarily before turning back to stow his Spider-Man suit in his bag. Rushing down the stairs, he was about to leave when Aunt May called out, "Peter, you haven't had breakfast yet." "I can't eat. I'll be late," he replied quickly, darting out the door like a gust of wind. As the clock approached 9, Peter sought a secluded spot to don his Spider-Man attire, utilizing his abilities to swiftly traverse the city. At precisely 9 o'clock, he arrived at Stark's seaside villa. Finding a discreet location, he quickly changed back into his regular clothes, tidied himself up, and rang the doorbell. Jarvis announced, "Your previously scheduled student has arrived." At that moment, Stark and his companions were enjoying breakfast, and upon entering, Peter couldn't help but swallow at the sight of their appetizing meal. Only Pepper seemed to notice. To everyone's astonishment, Spider-Man had made an appearance, seemingly a twist of fate, as Peter had rescued him just the day before. "Have you not had breakfast, young man? Come join us," Stark invited. Peter yearned to assert his independence and declined the offer, yet the drool escaping from the corner of his mouth betrayed his resolve. He swiftly devoured a plate of breakfast, exclaiming in delight at the exquisite flavors he had never experienced before, eagerly consuming the meal. After Pepper had her fill, she excused herself to attend to company matters. Natasha remained seated, resting her head on her hand, seemingly lost in contemplation. Once everyone had satisfied their appetites, Lin Feng wiped the corners of little Ranran's mouth, washed his hands, and declared, "Let us go check on the villa you gifted me." Peter, thinking Stark and Lin Feng were about to leave, interjected Mr. Stark. "I've come as a reporter to document your intriguing day-to-day life for a report in our school's weekly publication. Do you have time today?" Stark shook his head, replying, "Of course I have time. You may join us, though I may not answer all your questions, so it's best to keep inquiries to a minimum." "Not a problem," Peter replied, momentarily disregarding Stark's caution. "Where are we headed? Why are you gifting this gentleman a house?" Stark interrupted, shaking his head. "Child, if you continue to prattle, I shall send you back. Have you forgotten what I just said?" Peter fell silent, momentarily disheartened, yet soon regained his composure. The group walked approximately 100 meters before arriving at another house. Stark guided Lin Feng and the others through the villa, showcasing its complete amenities, including a gym, a swimming pool, a cinema, and a vast garden. Returning to the hall, Stark remarked, "What do you think? It's quite impressive, isn't it? This house cost me $300 million to build. I initially intended to keep it for myself, but now it's yours." Stark casually mentioned the house's value, as if $300 million were of little consequence. But for Tony, that was indeed the case. Peter stood by astonished, as such a valuable house was so casually given away. He wanted to ask questions, but feared being dismissed, his face a portrait of inner turmoil as he followed the crowd. Stark finally revealed his intention. "Lin Feng, can you teach me your Qigong? I can offer you money, an abundance of it. Please, do not think me crass. This is the only thing I possess that I can freely give away." There was a hint of frustration in Stark's tone. Lin Feng sensed it, but struggled to find the right words of comfort. After all, while he was Stark's savior, their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy where they could share such casual banter. "Certainly, that's not an issue," Lin Feng replied. "However, I advise you not to abandon your armor. You could potentially combine the armor with Qigong for extraordinary results." Lin Feng was willing to impart his methods of cultivation to Stark, yet he was reluctant to see Iron Man fade away, so he sought to persuade him. "Let me test if you can cultivate," Lin Feng said. "How will the test work?" Stark asked eagerly. "Just remain still," Lin Feng instructed, moving his hand toward Stark's chest. No, it was placed upon the enhancement of Stark's body. Upon contact, he immediately withdrew his hand. Natasha, observing from the side, silently mused, "He truly is a rogue." Peter, still perplexed, wondered, "Qigong? What could possibly surpass Iron Man?" Lin Feng then declared, "It's done. You can also practice Qigong. From here on, have Natasha teach you. I need to care for Ranran and am pressed for time." Stark, astonished, exclaimed, "You place your hand on me for less than a second, and that suffices? I suspect you're pulling my leg." Stark's expression conveyed disbelief. Lin Feng, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. "From now on, you shall be my third disciple, with Natasha as the eldest." At this moment, students cannot contradict their master. He turned to his beloved eldest disciple, Natasha, and urged, "Take your junior brother and practice Qigong. If you manage to teach him to harness his Qi today, I shall impart to you the techniques of aerial dance and Qi waves." Natasha, upon hearing this, disregarded Stark's skepticism and seized him, leading him aside to teach him Qigong using the methods Lin Feng had once taught her. Peter stood there, dumbfounded, slapping his own face in disbelief. Was he ensnared in a cult? Had he mistakenly encountered an imposter posing as Tony Stark, a counterfeit Iron Man? Observing Stark seated on the ground, earnestly following a beautiful woman's instruction in Qigong, and glancing over at Lin Feng, who was playing with Ranran, Peter couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 17. Stark's cultivation. Suddenly, Peter pondered a troubling thought. Had they mentioned Qigong earlier? Stealing a glance at Lin Feng, he wondered if he could truly be the recently emerged golden-haired warrior. Surely not. Peter resolved to gradually uncover the truth, choosing not to interrupt them, and settled down to watch Stark learn Qigong. Time passed, and the morning slipped away. "Lin Feng, are you deceiving me?" Stark wore a grim expression, his frustrated gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. He found himself utterly incapable of sensing any form of energy within his body, let alone the hidden power he was purported to possess. "I'm not deceiving you," Lin Feng asserted. "Natasha, the very person I am instructing you about, can indeed channel energy. She simply hasn't mastered its application yet. It would be a grave misjudgment to believe she could teach you otherwise. Could it be that you are simply too dim-witted to learn?" Lin Feng mocked Stark, astonished that such an astute individual could appear so inept. Unable to grasp something even a mere agent could comprehend, it was laughable. Stark's countenance darkened further at Lin Feng's words, his indignation boiling over. How dare you call me foolish? I am, if not the most intelligent person in America, certainly among the brightest minds. Stark was not a man blessed with ample patience, especially not after spending an entire morning with no discernible progress. Not only had he failed to channel energy, but he couldn't even sense its presence. Peter, overhearing the astonishing revelation that this striking woman was an agent, entertained a vivid narrative in his mind about a potential cover-up. Uncle, that's just wrong. My brother would never lie. It must be that you're simply too foolish to learn, little Ran chimed in, placing her hand over her nose and directing her gaze at Stark. I am not foolish. Fine, I shall cease my practice for now and eat something. I am quite famished, Stark declared, pulling out his phone to order food. After their lunch, little Ran felt drowsy, prompting Lin Feng to lay her down on the sofa, requesting Peter to keep an eye on her. Lin Feng resolved to take matters into his own hands, determined to teach his rather dull third disciple how to harness energy effectively, while also imparting some skills to Natasha. He led the two to the garden and inquired of the system, why is Stark still unable to sense energy? This shouldn't be the case. The system, seemingly anticipating his question, elucidated, his body is inundated with toxins, which significantly hinders his progress in cultivation. A simple consumption of a mystical bean should suffice to cleanse the toxins. Such crucial information should have been disclosed sooner. Lin Feng retorted. You did not inquire. You merely requested that I enable him to cultivate, the system replied, leaving Lin Feng feeling slightly sheepish for blaming it. He retrieved a mystical bean from his pocket and approached Stark. Consume this. Stark eyed the unappealing green bean, now somewhat discolored from its placement in his pocket. You expect me to eat this? Are you attempting to poison me? Though he was well aware that Lin Feng would not resort to such treachery, he was curious as to why he was being asked to ingest this peculiar item. Lin Feng observed Stark's reaction and realized that his earlier gesture, combined with the peculiar hue of the mystical bean, rendered it unpalatable not only for others, but even for himself. He explained, rest assured, consuming this will alleviate your poison. The reason you feel breathless is that toxins have obstructed your body's meridians. Moreover, Spider-Man appears so invigorated today because I administered this very bean to him yesterday. This is a rare mystical bean. Seeing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor, Stark, recalling the unusually lively Peter in the room, felt there was no need for deception. Suppressing his disgust, he reluctantly placed the dark, oddly scented bean into his mouth, preparing to swallow it whole. Lin Feng hurriedly interjected, you mustn't swallow it whole. You need to chew it thoroughly for it to be effective. Stark, glancing at Lin Feng to discern if he was being led astray, noted the seriousness in Lin Feng's expression and proceeded to chew the bean. The taste that filled his mouth was reminiscent of something fermented, surging into his nostrils and reaching his brain, nearly prompting him to retch. Just as he contemplated hastily rinsing his mouth, he suddenly felt a wave of relief, as if the toxins had been entirely purged from his body. His back no longer ached, his legs felt strong, his breath was steady, and his heart was calm. He felt as if he had returned to the vitality of his 18-year-old self, blissfully caressing his rejuvenated skin. Detection reveals that all traces of toxins in your body have been eradicated in an instant. The palladium poisoning symptoms have now diminished to zero, and your physical condition has returned to a state of health. Jarvis's voice unexpectedly emanated from Stark's watch. It turned out that this watch was a multifunctional smart device capable of monitoring health levels, with Jarvis overseeing Stark throughout the process. Stark was elated by this revelation. He had been tormented by the poison and had sought a solution, yet he never anticipated that such a simple being could offer relief. For someone who had faced the prospect of death, his excitement was palpable. Lin Feng had become akin to a savior in his eyes. Lin Feng then began to instruct Stark on the manipulation of qi. Indeed, this time, free from the toxins, Stark quickly sensed the presence of qi, much like Natasha had previously, and was able to control it as she did. This clever individual certainly learned at a pace surpassing that of ordinary people. Hawkeye, are you implying that I am foolish? Is that polite? Subsequently, Lin Feng encouraged Stark to practice the flow of qi independently, while he prepared to teach Natasha the intricacies of martial arts techniques. Stark watched enviously as Natasha, having learned earlier, was rapidly approaching mastery. Lin Feng, with a serious expression, addressed Natasha. Observe closely, Natasha. I will first teach you how to harness qi for offensive maneuvers. This involves condensing qi and releasing it through your fingertips. Then, extending a finger, Lin Feng pointed toward a large stone in the garden. A dazzling white light emanated from the tip of his finger, releasing a wave of energy. With a resounding boom, the dust settled, revealing that the previously towering stone statue, over 2 meters high, had been reduced to a mere pile of fine rubble due to Lin Feng's unleashed attack. In the room, Peter sat on the sofa, lost in thought, pondering why he had come here and why he had sought this qualification, only to find himself in a situation now burdened with a child. Frustrated, he tugged at his hair in exasperation. Suddenly, a loud crash startled the sleeping Ranran awake. As she opened her eyes, she only saw Peter, her lips pouting in confusion. Where's brother? Where'd he go? Peter quickly replied, Your brother is in the garden. I'll take you there now. He picked up Ranran and made his way towards Lin Feng. Upon entering the garden, they encountered Stark, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, while Lin Feng and Natasha were leaning against each other, seemingly engaged in conversation. Brother, what are you doing here? Ranran exclaimed, rushing to Lin Feng's side. At that moment, Lin Feng was explaining to Natasha how to harness the energy wave, detailing the processes of energy circulation, compression, and the technique of projecting energy from one's fingertips. However, with Ranran now present, he decided to let Natasha practice on her own for the time being. He gently patted Ranran's head, squatting down to say, Little Ranran, I'm teaching Sister Natasha how to cultivate. Is it all right if we play later? I want to cultivate too. I want to help brother fight the bad guys and maintain world peace, Ranran declared, her cheeks flushed and her expression earnest as she waved her tiny fists. All right, then I shall teach you, Lin Feng responded, subsequently modifying Ranran's physical structure through the system, granting her the ability to learn energy manipulation. He continued, Now, you stand beside Brother Stark and follow his method of cultivation. I will work hard, Ranran affirmed, clenching her fists in determination, before dashing over to Stark and mimicking his posture as she settled cross-legged on the ground. Meanwhile, Peter found a patch of grass and sat down, attempting to render himself invisible. Lin Feng turned to Natasha, noticing that she stood in place with her finger extended, reciting energy wave, energy wave. However, aside from the faint aura swirling around her finger, there was no discernible effect. Observing her lack of progress, he decided to simplify his explanation. It's not enough to merely speak the words. You must cultivate inner stillness and focus your mind. Concentrate all your energy within, slowly guiding it to your fingertips, compressing it continuously until it can no longer be compressed. In the end, it felt as natural as exhaling as she released a surge of power from her fingertips, activating a delicate switch to unleash this force forward. Natasha heard Lin Feng express it in yet another way, and she began to cultivate her skills according to his guidance. First, she calmed her mind, compressing her energy, and then she opened a tiny switch to release it. This time, Natasha sensed a formidable power surging from her fingertips. As if it were about to erupt, unable to contain it, she promptly pointed her fingers toward the sky. The dimensional wave was successfully unleashed. For a moment, Natasha gazed at her fingers in astonishment, and then she was overwhelmed with excitement, turning to embrace Lin Feng from behind. Lin Feng felt the softness pressing against him, an exquisite comfort that was nearly unbearable. Eventually, it was Peter who could no longer bear to watch. He pretended to cough a couple of times, prompting Natasha to release Lin Feng like a startled bird. Blushing, she turned toward the sky, feigning that nothing had transpired. At that moment, Lin Feng shot Peter a fierce glance, silently warning him that he had disrupted a precious moment and that he should tread carefully in the future, lest he face dire consequences. Peter, now fully aware of Lin Feng's formidable identity, stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by fear. After intimidating Peter, Lin Feng turned to Natasha and said, All right, let us now delve into the art of flight, the void technique. However, since you have just mastered the dimensional wave, it would be prudent to gain some more experience with it before we proceed. This will undoubtedly expedite your learning of the void technique. Natasha, standing with her back to Lin Feng, nodded without turning around, continuing her practice of the dimensional wave. Lin Feng observed her training, and he couldn't help but find the sight of a dedicated woman, especially one of such beauty, irresistibly alluring. Once she had proficiently grasped the dimensional wave, Natasha implored Lin Feng to teach her the void technique. Lin Feng first urged her to calm her mind. Following his advice, Natasha gradually settled her excited emotions until she reached a state of serene tranquility. The fundamental aspect of practicing the void technique is mastering the control of energy, which you have already accomplished. Next, you must mobilize the energy throughout your entire body, filling every part, and control it to elevate your being into the air. Though Lin Feng articulated it simply, Natasha's attempts at the void technique yielded little progress aside from a slight increase in her jumping height. Noticing her growing impatience, Lin Feng quickly intervened. "What are you doing? Such haste will lead to chaos within your meridians. You must calm yourself. This is of utmost importance." Natasha was jolted by Lin Feng's words, realizing her impatience had clouded her judgment. Slowly, she began to mobilize the energy within her, this time taking her time to control it with patience. Gradually, Natasha began to ascend, gently floating into the air. The term floating aptly describes her experience, as it was her inaugural attempt to liberate herself from the Earth's gravitational pull through her own strength. Her control was rather unsteady, causing her to sway precariously, as if she might plummet at any moment. Upon opening her eyes, Natasha was elated to discover that she was approximately 2 meters above the ground. "Wow, I can truly fly," she exclaimed in delight. However, this burst of excitement inadvertently compromised her control. She lost her grip on the air and immediately began to fall. Observing her plight, Lin Feng swiftly flew over and caught Natasha in his arms. Aware of Lin Feng's concern, Natasha chose not to resist his embrace, relishing the fleeting warmth of his care. As a seasoned agent, it would indeed be laughable if a mere 2-meter fall were to cause her harm. Lin Feng held Natasha close, savoring the warmth emanating from her chest, reluctant to release her. Ultimately, it was Natasha who could no longer endure Lin Feng's overt affection and extricated herself from his grasp. Chapter 19. Lin Feng's fury. Since imparting his knowledge to Natasha and Stark, Lin Feng had relocated all his belongings to a new seaside villa. He entrusted the bar to Lilia, as it was his first venture and deserved careful stewardship. Presently, Lin Feng lounged by the pool at his home, gazing at the picturesque seascape, with Ran frolicking nearby. Under Leona's attentive care, he felt no worries, while Natasha diligently practiced her skills. Following her previous mastery of flight, Natasha had reported back to her superior, Black Coal Head, and returned the next day, remaining by Lin Feng's side ever since. As summer reached its zenith, the American penchant for leisure was evident along the coast, where numerous vibrant young women adorned the beach, providing Lin Feng with a delightful feast for the eyes over the past few days. Just as he prepared to rise from the pool and partake in his daily appreciation of nature's splendor, a thunderous sound interrupted him. A multitude of armed helicopters approached, drawing closer to Lin Feng's residence. Initially, he assumed they were merely passing overhead, but to his astonishment, they hovered directly above him, lowering ropes from which descended a contingent of fully armed Special Forces soldiers, all aiming their weapons at Lin Feng. The tense atmosphere startled Ran, nearly bringing her to tears, prompting Leona to swiftly scoop her up and retreat into the house. Lin Feng was bewildered by the unfolding situation, his anger directed towards Natasha as he demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" He sought an explanation, for he feared that without one, none present would emerge unscathed. Upon sighting the armed aircraft, Natasha had already contacted Nick Fury to inquire about the sudden influx of soldiers seeking trouble with Lin Feng. Uncertain of the circumstances himself, Nick urged Natasha to calm Lin Feng and the soldiers, advising her to prevent any conflict while he investigated the matter further. Natasha noticed Lin Feng gazing at her and quickly explained, "This has nothing to do with S.H. Oh, we were completely unaware of this situation. Allow me to inquire further, and please do not let your anger take hold." Approaching a commanding officer, she asserted her identity. "I am Natasha Romanoff, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who are you, and what brings you here? This is private property, and your actions are in violation of American law." The commander did not respond directly to Natasha's inquiry. Instead, he utilized his radio to communicate, "General, we have a S.H.I.L.D. agent present, along with civilians. Are you certain you wish to apprehend this individual named Lin Feng?" "Ross, unfazed by the presence of a S. H-I-E-L. The agent continued to issue orders. Disregard the S. H-I-E-L. The agent. Your sole objective is to capture this man, preferably alive, but if necessary, dead. I grant you full permission to engage. The commander, undeterred by Natasha's intervention, approached Lin Feng, declaring, Mr. Lin Feng, I am arresting you for violating national security. Surrender peacefully. Natasha exclaimed urgently, What are you doing? I demand to speak with your superior. Do you comprehend the calamity your actions may unleash upon the nation? Lin Feng, startled by the announcement of his impending arrest, felt a surge of indignation. He had committed no wrongdoing, having instead performed numerous good deeds. Even if his identity were compromised, was this the treatment he deserved? Even a clay figurine has its limits. He stared incredulously at the commander before turning away, addressing Natasha, I leave this to you. I must discover who orchestrated this. Otherwise, I shall personally inquire at the White House. As Lin Feng turned to leave, a soldier suddenly discharged his weapon, firing at him. The bullet struck Lin Feng, and he could no longer contain his simmering fury. The aggressive genes of his Saiyan heritage, long suppressed, erupted at that moment. The ground trembled, a tremendous force emanating from Lin Feng's being, causing those around him to struggle to maintain their footing. He glanced back at the soldier who had fired, raising a finger to point at him. In an instant, a brilliant flash of light struck the soldier, who, without uttering a sound, was obliterated, blood splattering, some even landing in the mouths of his horrified comrades. The commander, witnessing the scene, shouted, Open fire! Engage with full force. Natasha, panic-stricken, cried out in an attempt to intervene. No, but it was too late. The soldiers had already begun firing. Natasha realized the gravity of the situation. The sound of gunfire filled the air, including the Gatling guns mounted on armed aircraft, all targeting Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood resolute as bullets rained upon him, the dust from the gunfire enveloping his position. After 10 seconds, the commander raised his hand, ordering ceasefire. A voice emerged from the haze, laced with an oppressive calm reminiscent of the stillness before a volcanic eruption. Is this truly all you are capable of? Who bestowed upon you the audacity to attempt my capture? In an instant, Lin Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly annihilating all soldiers scattered throughout his abode. No, please, this is not human, they cried in terror. He is a demon. The final sight that danced before the eyes of the fallen soldiers was that of a man radiating golden light, akin to a divine being, before they succumbed to death. From the aircraft high above, the situation within the house became obscured. Another commander aboard the plane urgently inquired, What is happening? Can someone elucidate the situation? Lin Feng soared from his dwelling to confront 5 armed aircraft. In the terrified gaze of the pilots, he recklessly collided with one of the planes. Boom! One aircraft was obliterated in midair. Lin Feng then turned his attention to the remaining aircraft, instilling profound fear in the soldiers on board with his piercing gaze. Get out of here! One soldier shouted. Do you think I don't want to? He is too fast. The pilot despaired, extending his hands. Lin Feng unleashed a key wave, a colossal energy striking 3 of the aircraft, obliterating them in the sky. Only one plane remained, desperately fleeing the dreadful scene. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng leapt aboard, seizing one of the pilots. Amidst the pleading gazes of the others, he destroyed the aircraft, consigning them all to ruin. Chapter 20. Enhanced Abominations. Who sent you to capture me? Where's he? Lin Feng hovered in midair, clutching his head as he inquired. It's General Ross. He is at a military base in New York. No, it's not my fault. Please spare me. The pilot exclaimed in terror. Spare you? Did you consider sparing me when you attacked? Lin Feng discerned the identity of his hidden adversary, crushing the pilot's skull and casting him aside as he flew towards the military base in New York. General Ross, observing Lin Feng's approach via satellite, knew that these soldiers were no match for him. His intent was to lure Lin Feng closer. Come forth, I have a gift for you. Watching Lin Feng on the screen was akin to gazing upon a long-lost love. This is the super warrior I have envisioned. No, such trash cannot compare to you. You are truly a god. Once I capture you and unravel all your secrets, I shall become the most powerful being in this world. Ross stroked his beard, murmuring in a tone inaudible to anyone but himself. He then commanded, Activate Combat Readiness Level 1. A formidable enemy approaches. Yes, General. With Ross's orders. The base of over 10,000 personnel entered combat mode, all weapons poised in a state of readiness, awaiting Lin Feng's arrival to unleash their full might. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was consumed with a desire to crush that detestable General Ross beneath his feet. Ascending into the skies above the base, he was immediately met with hostile fire. Open fire, bring him down. Boom, bang, rat-a-tat-tat. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon Lin Feng. This time, he refrained from withstanding the damage with his body. After all, even the minimal harm from artillery could inflict injury, and the cumulative effect could be significant. With a swift motion of his left hand, countless small energy orbs surged forth, obliterating the base's heavy armaments, leaving those who wielded the weapons either dead or grievously wounded. Lin Feng was no saint, and thus he showed no mercy to those who sought to harm him. Observing the ineffectiveness of the base's weaponry and the despondency of his soldiers, General Ross could not suppress a slight smirk. The real drama was only just beginning. He retrieved a walkie-talkie from a nearby box and declared, "The demon hunting operation commences." Having uttered these words, he and his aide climbed into a vehicle that had been prepared in advance and departed. As Lin Feng searched for Ross's hiding place, he suddenly sensed 10 exceptionally malevolent and formidable presences. Roar! Roar! 10 creatures, resembling the abominations, but far more terrifying, emerged from a base. These monstrosities towered over the abominations by at least 3 times, their spines thick and sharp, exuding an aura of dread. Lin Feng's system assessed their combat power, revealing that each possessed a strength of approximately 100,000. Why is there a question mark? What is going on, system? These beings have a base combat power of 100,000, which escalates with their fury. Thus, I can only detect their initial value. The system elucidated. A combat power of 100,000, if unleashed upon a city, would it not spell devastation for all of New York? At this moment, the base had transformed into a veritable hell on earth due to the emergence of these 10 creatures. Wherever the monsters tread, everything in their vicinity lay in ruins. The soldiers of the base who did not flee were either slaughtered or devoured. The remaining soldiers huddled together in a desperate stand, their rifles proving futile against such overwhelming foes. As the monsters drew near, some soldiers knelt in prayer, beseeching Lin Feng for assistance. Though they had previously attacked him, in the face of death, he had become their sole hope, their adversary now their savior. Lin Feng, observing the scene from above, remained unmoved. The very individuals who had wept and pleaded for his help moments ago now hurled insults at him, a poignant commentary on human nature. Though Lin Feng was reluctant to aid the soldiers below, he was determined not to allow these monsters to invade the city. Thus, he prepared to strike. Kamehameha, Turtle School Energy Wave. He was just about to unleash his ultimate move to annihilate the creatures when, stop, bang, a laser cannon struck Lin Feng, nullifying the energy wave he had unleashed. Stark, accompanied by his steadfast companion War Machine and the Black Widow, arrived on the scene. From a distance, they beheld the chaos unfolding below. Colonel Rhodes mistakenly believed Lin Feng was responsible for the devastation. As he observed from afar, he instinctively attacked Lin Feng, with Natasha and Stark unable to intervene in time. Upon recognizing their presence, Lin Feng raised his hand, poised to retaliate against Rhodes, but Stark quickly interjected, exclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." Stark positioned himself in front of Rhodes, leaving Lin Feng with no choice but to retort mockingly. "Is this how your American officers and soldiers indiscriminately resort to violence and murder? Open your eyes and see what has caused the destruction below." Continuing his tirade against Rhodes, Lin Feng declared, "Since you have prevented me from annihilating these creatures, then it falls upon you to eradicate them." With that, Lin Feng took flight. Stark and his companions stood frozen, observing the monstrous entities slaughtering the soldiers below, employing their abilities against the fiends, yet failing to inflict even the slightest damage. Rhodes was consumed by regret, lamenting his disregard for Tony's advice. Realizing too late that his actions had led to the deaths of soldiers he could only watch perish. 10 enhanced abominations were mercilessly eliminating humans on the ground, launching their attacks skyward, yet failing to reach the trio. Suddenly, one of the monsters let out a deafening roar, sprouting a pair of wings from its back and soaring into the air. Witnessing this transformation, the remaining creatures soon followed suit, sprouting wings of their own. The 10 beasts wobbled toward the trio in flight. Stark, astonished, remarked, "They can evolve? We must find a way to stop them. If they reach New York City, countless lives will be at stake." Colonel Rhodes interjected, "This is all your fault. I warned you not to act recklessly. Your assault on Lin Feng has brought this upon us." In the face of the impending crisis, Stark urged, "Enough arguing. We need to lure these monsters away to an unpopulated area. Natasha, hurry and persuade Lin Feng. He is our only hope against these creatures." Chapter 21. Slaying a Monster. Gaining a girlfriend, Stark and Rhodes managed to divert 4 of the monsters, flying above and continuously attacking to retain their attention, striving to prevent them from straying into New York City. One creature, noticing Natasha, pursued her relentlessly. The remaining monsters, having locked onto a singular direction, soared forth toward their destination, New York City. Rhodes had already alerted the White House, and a significant military presence was assembling in the path of the advancing monsters. Unfortunately, Natasha's flying speed was inadequate, as her strength was lacking, and the enhanced abomination quickly caught up to her. Fortunately, aside from their heightened strength and newfound ability to fly, these abominations lacked any ranged attacks. Natasha, with her agile form, deftly evaded the monster's attacks in midair. However, incessant dodging would inevitably lead to a misstep. In a moment of carelessness, the monster ensnared her within its grasp, preparing to deliver her to its maw. At the critical juncture, Natasha unleashed her latent power. As the creature drew her closer to its jaws, she targeted one of its eyes and unleashed a series of 3 piercing energy blasts, obliterating the monster's eye. In agony, it relinquished its hold, allowing Natasha the opportunity to escape. The monster, enraged to see Natasha flee from its palm, let out a furious roar and pursued her with renewed speed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, hearing the monstrous cry from a distance, found it peculiar to encounter such a sound here. Questioning how the creatures had strayed from the military base, he halted in midair, closing his eyes to attune himself to the source of the noise. He sensed a formidable aura alongside a feeble one, both strikingly familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on him, Natasha. Surely, she was not engaged in combat with this beast. She was no match for it. Accelerating swiftly, he soared toward Natasha's location, soon witnessing her struggle against the monster's relentless onslaught. Her speed was waning, and it appeared she was on the brink of capture. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was at her side, cradling her in his arms as he shielded her from the monster's strike with his back. Gazing at Natasha without turning his head, he summoned a powerful energy wave, which pierced the monster-esque skull. As they soared through the air, Lin Feng admonished her, "With such meager skills, how dare you confront such perilous creatures? Are you courting death?" Natasha, feeling the weight of his concern, remained silent, simply gazing back at him. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Be cautious. The monster is not dead. It is healing its wounds." Lin Feng turned to see that, indeed, the creature had not perished. Despite the grievous injury, it was recovering at an alarming rate. Once more, Lin Feng unleashed an energy wave, this time inflicting catastrophic damage upon the monster's entire form, obliterating it in the sky. With the monster vanquished, Natasha pleaded, "Please, we need your help. This time, besides you, no one can resolve this crisis. Stark is in grave danger." Lin Feng retorted stubbornly, "Why should I return to assist you? I could have resolved this matter long ago. Those wretched military personnel attacked me indiscriminately. I have no desire to intervene and let them clean up their own mess." Natasha understood his frustration. Being unjustly targeted at home, misinterpreted as a threat, and then attacked by one's own allies was intolerable. "Natasha, are you there? I urgently require Lin Feng's assistance. The monsters have breached the military's defenses, and now 5 of them are wreaking havoc in New York City. Despite the emergence of numerous enigmatic superhumans, their efforts have yielded only minimal results, utterly failing to halt the destruction. Even the Avengers have come to lend their assistance. Thus far, they have managed to confine 2 monsters, relying heavily on a few idle, superpowered individuals to resist the rest. The city of New York has already suffered extensive casualties. Our SHIELD has also paid a significant price to capture 1 creature, and we are in dire need of reinforcements. We can no longer hold out." Nick Fury swiftly relayed the situation in New York to Natasha, but Lin Feng showed no inclination to help them, leaving Natasha at a loss for what to do. After pondering for a while, Natasha recalled how Lin Feng had been persistently taking advantage of her. It seemed he did not have a girlfriend, after all. Perhaps if she proposed this, "If you resolve this crisis, I shall become your girlfriend." Even as a seasoned agent, uttering such words made her blush. Lin Feng, in a fit of anger, suddenly heard Natasha's declaration and froze mid-air, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Please repeat that." "I said, if you assist S-H-I-E-L-D in solving this matter, I will be your girlfriend." Natasha recognized Lin Feng's playful intent, but felt powerless against his remarkable abilities. With exhilaration, Lin Feng spun in mid-air, completing a 720-degree rotation, and finally stated with seriousness, "You said it. There's no turning back now." Transforming once more into his Super Saiyan form, he sensed Stark's presence and swiftly flew towards him, cradling Natasha in his arms. "Stark, watch out!" Rhodes shouted, noticing that Stark was about to be caught by the monster's outstretched hand. He hurriedly aimed his weapon at the creature. Bang! Although the shot inflicted minimal damage, it slightly diverted the monster's grasp. "Did you think I wouldn't see that?" Stark retorted with a hint of arrogance. "Of course. I know you can see it," Rhodes replied as they relied on each other in mid-air, occasionally using their weapons to assist one another in overcoming obstacles, despite the perilous circumstances. "Stark, I'm out of bullets, and my energy is nearly depleted. Do you have any brilliant ideas?" Rhodes exclaimed while dodging in the air. "My Mark V's energy is running low too. What can I do? Damn it, these monsters are too powerful." Stark felt utterly helpless against such foes. Suddenly, Stark conceived a desperate plan. "Rhodes, fly towards me at full speed and collide with me. I'll instruct you on how to exit your armor. Are you sure? Will this actually save us?" Rhodes, knowing Stark's intelligence was formidable, couldn't help but voice his concern over such a dangerous maneuver. "Trust me, just do as I say." Stark Wookit. "Oh God, I must be insane to trust you," Rhodes prayed, turning to crash into the monster, while Stark accelerated towards him at breakneck speed. Chapter 22. Rescuing Stark, once more four monstrous entities observed as the two figures in the air approached one another at an alarming speed, pursuing closely behind them. "Stark, you're about to collide. Jump!" Rod exclaimed loudly. Just a moment, now is the time," Stark replied, disregarding Rod's words as he glanced back at the pursuing beasts, mentally urging himself, "Jump." With a sudden burst, both men disengaged from their suits, plummeting swiftly towards the ground. "JARVIS, now," Stark commanded, as his Mark V collided with Rod's war machine. "JARVIS." Seize control of the Mark V, unleashing its full arsenal, igniting the energy core within the war machine. Boom! The four monsters were simultaneously engulfed by the explosion, suffering immense damage, their forms grotesquely disfigured. Yet they began to heal at an astonishing rate. Stark and Rod were also caught in the shockwave, accelerating their descent. Rod turned to Stark and inquired, "What is your contingency plan?" "Hold on. I should be able to fly soon," Stark reassured him. "What do you mean? You intend to fly on your own? Are you delusional, my goodness? How can I trust your words? I might as well perish alongside this creature. At least that would be a swift end, rather than awaiting a drawn-out demise," Rod exclaimed, his emotions flaring as he gesticulated wildly in the air. "Rest assured, I recently mastered Qigong and have been practicing at home, nearing the threshold of flight. I should be airborne shortly," Stark replied with an unusual calmness, assuming a meditative posture mid-air. Rod, witnessing Stark's demeanor, was at a loss for words, sputtering, You, damn it, I want to forgive you in hell." His frustration boiled over as Stark continued to remain tranquil. As they neared the ground, Rod resigned himself, stating, "Stark, if we were to plummet and become a mere pulp, how would they distinguish between us in that mass of flesh? Having a friend like you to die alongside is truly not a loss in this lifetime." Rod closed his eyes in acceptance. "What are you on about? Trust me. This isn't the end. It seems you still harbor doubts about your friend," Stark retorted. After a while, Rod, having closed his eyes, felt no pain, but then heard Stark's voice, leading him to ponder, "Have we arrived in hell? Surely, we died too quickly to feel any anguish." Stark, exasperated, responded, "Open your eyes and see. You're not dead, you narrow-minded fool." Slowly, Rod opened his eyes and was startled to find himself being cradled by Stark, floating in mid-air, eliciting a panicked response as he flailed and shouted, oh my God." After a moment, he continued, "How did you do this?" You must give me a set of this new equipment, or I shall pester you daily. Stark was utterly bewildered when questioned about the new equipment. I already mentioned that I have recently mastered a form of Qigong. Do you not believe me? Look, isn't it impressive to fly in the air? Rhodey, with a skeptical expression, seemed unconvinced but, knowing his friend was not one to boast unnecessarily, replied with a hint of doubt, then you must share the method with me. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, convinced they had escaped danger, a sudden roar pierced the air, causing them to look up and realize they were surrounded by 4 monstrous creatures. Rhodey's face contorted in despair. He had thought they had evaded peril, only to find themselves ensnared in calamity once more. Stark, clutching Rhodey, darted left and right amidst the encircling monsters, attempting to break free, but his flight was sluggish. And soon they were captured. Stark lamented, "This is all the military's doing. It seems I am destined to perish here, my Pepe." The creatures, gripping them, sniffed the air and prepared to devour them. Just as one opened its mouth, its head was suddenly obliterated in an instant, followed by the destruction of its body. Stark joyfully exclaimed, "I knew it. Lin Feng would return to aid us." Almost simultaneously, the remaining 3 monsters were vanquished by Lin Feng's invincible might. Recognizing the savior, Rhodey realized his error and apologized to Lin Feng. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Lin Feng. I did not mean any offense. I thought you were harming the soldiers on the ground. Thank you for saving my life." As Rhodey attempted to continue, Lin Feng interjected, "No more words, I understand. But I do not wish to hear any explanations." At that moment, Natasha employed her enchanting skills learned in the Red Room, saying, "Darling, hurry. The director awaits your support." Lin Feng nearly lost control of his chi, teetering on the brink of falling, but he managed to regain his composure. He must remain steady. He could not allow Stark and Rhodey to underestimate him. In a bid to exhibit his aloof demeanor before Stark, Lin Feng said nothing and, embracing Natasha, soared towards New York. Watching the pair depart, Stark involuntarily muttered, "Well, that was quick. They've already hit it off. What a pair of lovebirds." It dawned on him to move. "Let us go." They've flown far ahead. Stark then began to carry Rhodey slowly towards New York. Along the way, his flying skills grew increasingly adept, and his speed quickened. In New York City, chaos had erupted due to the arrival of 5 monstrous beings. A multitude of military personnel had flooded the streets, and while the locals found it peculiar, they merely distanced themselves to observe the spectacle. Soon, they noticed 5 dark figures in the sky, which drew nearer, revealing the creatures that resembled the abominations from before. Only 3 times their size, and sporting a pair of wings, their destructive power exponentially greater than that of the previous monstrosities. Now, they wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. "Ah, run. The demons are coming." God has sent demons to punish humanity. People on the streets are frantically fleeing for their lives, while others have begun to babble incoherently. Chapter 23, United We Stand. Battling the Behemoth 5 monsters have directly obliterated the military's defenses and have since dispersed throughout New York City, wreaking havoc. At this moment, a professor at the Visceral Genius Academy for Gifted Youths is in his office, poring over documents. He has been tirelessly committed to a peace plan for humans and mutants, with little success. As he gazes at the derogatory and malicious files concerning mutants, he inadvertently taps into his own abilities. A torrent of anguish floods his mind. What is happening? Why are so many in New York crying out for help and suffering? Unable to restrain himself, he uses his powers to delve into their memories, uncovering the grim news of the monsters rampaging through New York. The professor immediately summons all the battle officers, declaring, "The citizens of New York are under attack by monsters. We must assist them." He had never contemplated using this situation to elevate the status of mutants. His sole desire was for everyone to coexist in peace and safety. All aboard the aircraft, Bird 71, including the professor, who struggles to move. By the time they arrive, numerous street heroes have already joined the fray: Spider-Man, Luke, Catwoman, utilizing their combined strength to trap one of the monsters. Meanwhile, SHIELD relies on heavy artillery to combat another with minimal effect, as the destruction continues unabated. The remaining 3 monsters are being held at bay by some mutants who usually blend in among ordinary citizens. However, their abilities are not remarkable. These 3 beasts have already ravaged several buildings, leaving the entire Manhattan area in ruin. Many innocent civilians have perished in this calamity. Witnessing this horrific scene, The professor's face flushes with anger as he shouts, "Kill them all, leave none behind." He even joins the battle himself, using his mental powers from the aircraft. Jean, concerned for the professor's well-being, refrains from joining the fight, watching as he exerts his mental strength to thwart the monsters. The professor grunts softly. "Professor, what is wrong?" Jean asks, her concern evident. The professor weakly replies, "These monsters possess no cognition. Their minds are a chaotic void. My attempts to penetrate their brains and halt them are futile. They act purely on instinct." This invasion has inflicted considerable harm on the professor, and it appears he will be of little assistance this time. "I am, after all, growing old." Jean hears the professor's words, yet she knows he will soon regain his resolve. As long as mutants remain unsafe, he will never lose his fighting spirit. As anticipated, the professor swiftly regained his composure. He employed his mental prowess to connect with the minds of everyone present, preparing to act as an intermediary. He addressed the street heroes, the reluctant mutants, and Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, with an apology for his rather intrusive action. "I sincerely hope you do not misconstrue my intentions. I bear no malice towards you. I assure you, I will not delve into your memories. Instead, I will provide a mental space for all present, enabling you to familiarize yourselves with the battlefield and to request assistance at any moment. Should you find this unacceptable, you may sever the link at any time. I will not intrude upon your minds against your will." Initially, aside from the Academy personnel and Spider-Man, the rest expressed considerable indignation at this intrusion, as it is universally displeasing to have one's mind invaded without recourse. The most vocal among them was Nick Fury, who was acutely aware of the multitude of insidious secrets residing in his mind. Should they be disclosed, chaos would undoubtedly ensue worldwide. After a brief pause, when no one opted to withdraw from the link, the professor felt a sense of relief and continued, "It appears that everyone is in agreement with my proposal. Let us unite to eliminate these monsters and restore peace to New York." Nick Fury begrudgingly acquiesced to the plan, remarking disdainfully, "Very well. Let us communicate for the time being." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by an exuberant voice. "Wow, you are the renowned professor. I am Spider-Man. It is a pleasure to meet you." Spider-Man's enthusiastic voice resonated in everyone's minds. "Since you can all hear me, I shall name this horned creature the Unicorn Troll. Brothers, let us subdue this Unicorn Troll before offering our assistance elsewhere." Spider-Man, in his self-assured manner, assigned what he deemed a heroic name to the creature he faced, leaving nearby mutants utterly speechless. It appeared that our young Spider-Man was quite spirited. "Do come visit the Visser School sometime, but for now, it is imperative that we address these monsters." The professor praised Spider-Man. "It is the Unicorn Troll," Spider-Man reiterated. "I concur with Spider-Man. Let us assign it a number to avoid confusion when reinforcements arrive. The creature I am currently engaging shall be dubbed the Spike Troll, given its spiny exterior." Nick Fury unexpectedly endorsed Spider-Man's suggestion. "I shall simply refer to it as the Troll. I cannot be bothered with names," Wolverine chimed in, followed by a furious roar as he lunged at the Troll, only to be swatted away, crashing into a wall. The Troll regarded Wolverine with a low growl. As if to say, "Little fly." Wolverine seemed to comprehend the Troll's words, and in a fit of rage, charged once more. This time he exercised caution, evading the Troll's attacks, climbing onto its back, and furiously slashing at its neck with his claws. However, the flesh of the Troll was exceedingly tough, and despite his best efforts, Wolverine could only manage to inflict a few shallow cuts. Immediately, Storm unleashed the power of thunder upon the head of the Troll, simultaneously aiding the nearby Spider-Man, who also engaged the formidable creature. Iron Man, Cyclops, and others joined the fray, with some diverting their efforts to assist in combating the other two monstrous mutants, the Double Hammer Troll and the Fearsome Troll. Subsequently, the names of the latter two mutants were revealed as everyone strived to halt the rampage of the monsters, albeit with limited success. Spider-Man utilized his webs to ensnare the Troll, while Luke and Jessica lifted nearby vehicles and large stones, employing them as projectiles in their relentless assault. Catwoman and Daredevil, with their agile movements, continually harassed the Troll, luring it into a confined area. SHIELD relied entirely on heavy firepower for suppression. Although they could not inflict significant damage, Nick Fury, through sheer numbers and weaponry, miraculously restrained the Bone Spike Troll in place. Chapter 24. Defeated by the invincible Lin Feng. As time passed, 5 trolls had been present for over an hour, and the stamina of the heroes began to wane. Among the mutants, only a few with exceptional physical prowess, such as Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Luke, continued to endure, while the others, possessing less robust abilities, struggled to persist. The mental toll outweighed the physical exertion. Storm, who had initially soared through the skies, providing support, was now collapsed on a rooftop, utterly depleted of her ability to summon thunder. She required rest to replenish her energy. Iceman's team, lacking formidable mutants, comprised primarily weaker individuals, yet they continued to battle. Iceman had initially frozen the double hammer troll with his formidable powers, but his triumph was short-lived as the troll shattered the ice. Iceman was unable to maintain his freezing abilities, leaving the initial mutants to fend for themselves, precariously teetering on the edge of danger. Tragically, a careless member of their team was crushed into oblivion by the double hammer troll. At this juncture, the fearsome troll faced no further assaults, save for one solitary figure engulfed in flames, valiantly persisting against the odds. His team was weaker than Iceman's, including ordinary humans. Following his mental exhaustion, a member was unexpectedly seized and devoured by the fearsome troll, leaving what was once a spirited team paralyzed by fear, their resolve vanishing in an instant. Now, only the fire-wielding mutant remained, desperately sustaining his flames. Upon arrival, the fiery mutant had been brimming with jealousy and bravado, believing that a mere flesh and blood monster could be easily roasted by his fiery abilities. Initially, he unleashed his flames with fervor, liberating the others who were weak and ordinary, and had been under immense pressure facing the fearsome troll. The arrival of the fireman filled them with immense joy, as they no longer had to confront the peril posed by the terrifying trolls. After all, who does not cherish the gift of life? The fireman's powers stemmed from flames, and at the Visor Academy, he had long suppressed his extraordinary abilities. This repression had rendered him irritable and prone to anger. Unlike others who had the opportunity to unleash their powers to alleviate stress, the fireman, however, could not, for he remained a student, his control over fire still lacking in finesse. Previously, due to a moment of carelessness, he had nearly set his dormitory ablaze. Thus, he had been stifling his abilities without the chance for release. Now, he found himself steeped in regret, having believed he could easily incinerate the fearsome troll. To his dismay, after more than half an hour of roasting, he had achieved nothing. He had merely scorched the troll's skin, while its injuries continued to mend. The fireman realized he could no longer maintain a continuous stream of flames. He could only gather fire in his hands to form a large fireball, which he hurled at the fearsome troll to divert its attention and prevent it from attacking civilians or wandering elsewhere. "Professor, I can no longer hold my ground. I am the last one remaining, and my flames are nearly extinguished. I require assistance." The voices of the fireman and the Iceman echoed in the minds of the professor and the others. Through their eyes, the professor was acutely aware of the dire situation unfolding within their 5 teams. He recognized the urgency of the circumstances. Apart from a few capable fighters, the rest were struggling to endure. However, no one was available to assist. The army had been decimated, and ordinary people stood no chance against such monsters. In this moment of despair, he recalled his old friend Magneto. If only Magneto were present, he could undoubtedly resolve the crisis, for he was a level 4 mutant and could halt these creatures. Yet, his whereabouts remained unknown, just as the group teetered on the brink of collapse. The calm voice of Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, resonated in the minds of all through the professor. "Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are on the way. Once they arrive, these monsters will present no challenge." "Very well, I shall endure a while longer. My webbing is nearly exhausted, but I believe I can manage," came the response from those still engaged in battle. Each of them conveyed their determination through the professor. At that moment, Jean stood behind the professor, listening to the exchange, her gaze fixed on her comrades, fiercely battling the monsters below. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she implored, "Professor, allow me to join the fray. My Phoenix abilities can surely turn the tide." "No, your Phoenix powers are far too formidable. We must trust Director Fury's words. He has assured us of reinforcements, and we must believe in his promise." Nick Fury is not one to make empty claims. The professor understood that if Nick Fury's reinforcements could not resolve the situation, they would have to rely on Jean to do so. He was reluctant to unleash the Phoenix Force unless absolutely necessary, but his own abilities were unexpectedly rendered ineffective, leaving him utterly constrained and in profound anguish for his inability to assist others. Lin Feng finally arrived in Manhattan, with Natasha directing him to the S.H.I.E.L.D. location via her watch's locator. Upon arrival, they witnessed the bone-spiked troll breaching S.H.I.E.L.D's defenses and wreaking havoc. The agents of S.H.I.L.D. fought valiantly, undeterred by the imminent danger, while the massive foot of the troll was poised to crush another victim. "I'm going to die." A loud crash ensued. Just as he braced himself for the worst, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful blue energy wave that obliterated the bone-spiked troll into dust. Nick Fury, upon seeing Lin Feng, finally relaxed his previously tense demeanor, realizing that the crisis had been averted. The troubles of Manhattan, now largely devastated, would likely cause the White House considerable distress, relieving them of their habitual self-inflicted troubles. Lin Feng swiftly soared to another location, where the dual hammer troll and the fireman were nearing their limits. Just as the fireman prepared to flee, a golden streak descended, colliding with the fear troll, who was instantaneously vanquished. Chapter 25. The invincible Lin Feng, the Iceman S team, was struggling to endure. When will reinforcements arrive? I can't hold on much longer. Are we being deceived? I refuse to die here for nothing, one of the team members lamented. Suddenly, a golden-haired figure appeared in the sky, cradling a woman in his arms. The golden-haired man pointed, and a massive beam of light enveloped the dual hammer troll, who vanished once the brilliance faded. This is absurd. We've fought for so long with no effect, and he arrives and annihilates it instantly. Iceman exclaimed dramatically, glancing up only to find the golden-haired figure had disappeared. Lin Feng first dealt with the unicorn troll that Spider-Man had been confronting, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, he used his energy wave to obliterate the creature. As he approached the X-Man, a familiar yet composed voice resonated in his mind. "You are the golden-haired warrior who appeared last time?" Lin Feng, feeling a mix of embarrassment at the title, hovered in the air, irritatedly demanding, "Who dares intrude upon my mind and converse with me?" Unauthorized intrusion detected. Isolation procedure commencing. 3, 2, 1, isolation. Just as the professor was about to introduce himself, his mental connection was abruptly severed, causing a sharp pain to surge through his head, disrupting even the previously established psychic network. A voice echoed in Lin Feng's consciousness. "Intruder located on the aircraft to the left." For the moment, Lin Feng disregarded the battle below with Wolverine and Iron Man against the trolls, knowing that only this remaining threat needed to be addressed. While other mutants joined the fray against the monstrous foes, Lin Feng flew to the side of the Blackbird, observing the bald man in a wheelchair who was shaking violently. A sudden thought crossed his mind. This must be the selfless professor, the one who had just spoken to him. At this moment, the professor was enduring the agony of severed consciousness. The isolation mentioned by the system had directly cut off the professor's extended mental force, resulting in his current state of distress. Suddenly, Chi noticed the professor clutching his bald head in anguish, nearly toppling from his wheelchair, but she managed to catch him just in time. After a considerable while, the professor regained his composure, turning his wheelchair to face Lin Feng. This time, he refrained from using his abilities and spoke directly, saying, "Your strength is formidable, sir. My previous actions were unintentional, and I hope you can forgive me." The professor was indeed a genuine level 4 mutant, very close to becoming a level 5 alpha class. Among mutants, few could rival his prowess. His ability to control mental energy was unparalleled, and he harbored no fear of being harmed by others' mental powers. However, this unfortunate incident was merely an accident. He personally did not possess a strong desire to kill, preferring a path of peace. Upon seeing Lin Feng soaring in the air, the professor instinctively assumed he was a newcomer, a mutant here to assist everyone, and he inadvertently intruded into Lin Feng's mind. Little did he know that Lin Feng was a system bearer, and the realm of the system was not one to be breached by others. At that moment, Lin Feng was engaged in dialogue with the system in his mind, inquiring about the recent events. With excitement, Lin Feng expressed his thoughts. "What does the isolation of mental intrusion mean? Does this mean I no longer have to worry about such psychic invasions?" The system coldly replied, "Indeed, anything that dares to intrude will no longer be a concern. Lin Feng mischievously thought. Oh, look at you, system, showing off. Oomph. Do you not know who I am? When this system intervenes, none can rival it. The professor's voice interrupted Lin Feng's conversation with the system. Reflecting on the professor's previous pained expression, Lin Feng saw the old man, face contorted in agony, apologizing to him. Since he himself had not suffered any harm, he did not take the incident too seriously. It's all right. Just refrain from entering others' minds so casually in the future, he remarked. The professor acknowledged, you are right. At that moment, the two engaged in their exchange high above, completely unconcerned about the battle raging below. However, there was little to worry about, as other mutants had arrived to join the fray. Once all the mutants participated in the battle, although they could not claim to defeat the foe, they could at least achieve a stalemate. Just as the professor was about to speak to Lin Feng again, Natasha interjected, Darling, there's still one below. Let us take care of this before you two continue your conversation. Lin Feng glanced down at the crowd attacking the creature, feeling as though he were watching children bickering, quite tedious indeed. Upon hearing Natasha trivialize the formidable creature, likening it to mere trifles, the professor felt a surge of indignation. Despite the individual's immense psychic power and ability to fly, one could not so easily dismiss the esteemed members of Weasel Academy. The professor hastily interjected, cautioning against recklessness. For this beast was indeed a force to be reckoned with. He feared that this individual, in his misguided bravery, might lead the woman directly into peril, resulting in their demise at the hands of the creature. Lin Feng merely regarded him with a smile, choosing silence, for the intent was benevolent. It was not entirely the professor's fault. Previously, no one had informed him who had vanquished these monsters, and the mental connection had been severed before they could explain. Gradually, Lin Feng raised his right hand, extending a finger as a faint energy coalesced around it, emitting a soft azure glow. As the power intensified, the luminescence grew more radiant. The professor and Sheen felt the extraordinary force emanating from Lin Feng's finger, a strength they had never before encountered. Even when facing underground monsters, they had not experienced such overwhelming trepidation. The sheer magnitude of this power instilled a profound sense of helplessness within them, as Lin Feng prepared to unleash this energy. The professor, concerned for the safety of those below, feared the young man might lose control and inadvertently harm the gathered crowd. Enduring excruciating pain in his head, the professor forcefully utilized his psychic energy to connect with those below, urgently warning them of the impending danger. Though the combatants were unaware of the source of the threat, they held unwavering faith in the professor's instincts. Instantly, all, including the warriors and Wolverine, vacated the battlefield. Suddenly, those who had just retreated sensed a tremendous energy manifesting in the air. Before they could glance upward, a blinding beam of energy, akin to a laser, struck the troll, disintegrating it in an instant, engulfed by the radiant column. The onlookers failed to comprehend how Lin Feng had dispatched the creature so swiftly. It was a moment of sheer astonishment. All gazes turned toward the airborne Lin Feng, who had effortlessly concluded what had seemed an insurmountable struggle against a monstrous foe. The professor, aboard the aircraft, reflected on his earlier rash behavior with a shiver of fear, realizing how easily this young man had triumphed over what had nearly defeated them. Wiping the perspiration that cascaded like a waterfall from his brow, he silently mused, relieved that this young man did not target the elderly. Chapter 26. The despicable General Ross under the watchful eyes of all, Lin Feng descended gracefully from the sky, cradling a beautiful woman in his arms. Once enveloped in a golden aura, he now appeared as an ordinary young man. The energy he had just unleashed was beyond the capacity of anyone present to withstand. They understood all too well that even an Iron Man would be powerless against such a strike, which could obliterate any one of them in an instant. This is utterly insane. In their perception, no individual superpower has ever reached such an extent. At this moment, Nick Fury approached, standing before Lin Feng to elucidate. This incident bears no relation to us at S.H.I.L.D. Nor does it involve the White House. It is entirely the doing of that rogue, Ross. He has been relentlessly pursuing the super soldier program for mutants, and through investigations by my agents, it appears he has set his sights on your abilities, intending to capture you for his own nefarious purposes. Nick Fury was deeply concerned. He feared that Lin Feng might take drastic measures. After all, they were dealing with a terrifying creature that both S.H. and the Avengers were powerless against. Yet Lin Feng had effortlessly vanquished it. Once again, Fury felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of Lin Feng's formidable power. Such an invincible figure should never be antagonized, but rather befriended. Lin Feng released Natasha from his embrace, visibly dissatisfied, and declared to Nick Fury, "I demand an explanation for today's events. General Ross must die. Otherwise, you shall bear the brunt of my wrath." Nick Fury attempted to dissuade Lin Feng, wanting to interject, but was silenced by a dismissive wave from Lin Feng. Fury recognized the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng's stance was unwavering, and there was little he could do. Given DS's current capabilities, they could not pose any threat to Lin Feng, but he worried that this incident might incite animosity towards America. Meanwhile, the Avengers, upon hearing that General Ross was exploiting mutants for his own selfish desires, completely disregarding the lives of ordinary people, felt a strong aversion towards him. When Lin Feng declared that General Ross must die, no one stepped forward to intervene. As Lin Feng dispatched the creature on another front, General Ross and his men had already boarded their vehicles, heading towards Lin Feng's villa. He stood at a distance, observing his soldiers as they prepared to assault the premises. "General, our casualties are severe. There are 3 exceptionally powerful individuals inside, and our light weaponry is utterly ineffective against them," reported a commander, returning to Ross with grim news. Ross, filled with rage, retorted, "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even capture a little girl with just 3 people inside, yet they inflict such damage upon you? If the new recruits are ineffective, then deploy heavier firepower. We must seize that little girl. If we can capture the other 3 alive, that would be ideal. If not, their deaths will suffice." The commander, having received Ross's orders, returned to the villa's front and immediately issued commands to deploy heavy artillery, insisting on capturing the girl, regardless of the fate of the other 3. Initially, I intended to convey that the second plan involved manipulating Lin Feng's sister to coerce him into submission, thereby achieving his objective of researching super soldiers. However, General Ross was unaware that the 3 servants in Lin Feng's residence were, in fact, androids. Though their combat capabilities were modest, they were more than adequate to contend with ordinary soldiers. When General Ross issued the command for heavy artillery bombardment, the trio was on the verge of collapse, being outnumbered. Just as their endurance waned, the butler decisively instructed, "Leona, take little Ran-Ran and swiftly seek refuge with me and the chef to obstruct them." Leona scooped up little Ran-Ran, and the 4 made a dash for the exit. Observing their attempt to break through, General Ross urgently commanded, "Stop them. Ensure that the girl remains unharmed. The fate of the others is of no concern." The 3 valiantly shielded little Ran-Ran, cutting a path through the soldiers. However, the sheer number of adversaries, coupled with relentless firepower directed at them, made it increasingly difficult to protect the girl. Some injuries were unavoidable, and they found themselves absorbing damage to safeguard her. Their bodies, already on the brink of destruction, had yet to facilitate little Ran-Ran's escape. "Cease!" A voice called from the periphery of the fray. General Ross approached the 4 through the ranks of soldiers, observing with astonishment the mechanical structure of the 3. With a tone he deemed enticing, he proposed, "You could hand over the girl to me, and in return, serve me. You would enjoy boundless wealth and tremendous power, far superior to the roles of mere housekeeper, maid, and cook under Lin Feng." At this moment, Ross not only sought to dominate Lin Feng, but was also taken aback by the revelation that these 3 were robots. It was well known that the most advanced artificial intelligence resided in the United States, and even Stark's AI had yet to achieve such a level of human-likeness. He perceived Lin Feng as a treasure bestowed upon him by fate, possessing formidable abilities, and even his subordinates embodied an unknown technological marvel. In unison, the 3 resolutely declared, "You're dreaming. The young master will not spare you." Unfortunately for him, his aspirations were destined for failure, as the 3 were entirely loyal to Lin Feng, not products of any artificial coercive system. Witnessing their steadfastness and refusal to yield, General Ross commanded, "Kill everyone except the girl." The trio braced themselves against the onslaught of firepower, fully aware that rescuing little Ran-Ran was no longer feasible, having realized that General Ross would temporarily refrain from harming her. Suddenly, the butler grasped Leona's arm and swung her away with 3 powerful strikes. propelling her out of the encirclement. In midair, Leona discerned the butler's intent and, upon landing, swiftly made her way toward Lin Feng. The Russian general had no intention of pursuing the fleeing Leona. Instead, he continued to gaze at the two androids under attack and commanded, "Kill them all, leave the corpses for me, and capture the little girl." Chapter 27. The crushed Ross. At this moment, Leona's machine had sustained severe damage, and she stumbled across the ground, running at a pace akin to that of an ordinary human. Her sole thought was to reach Lin Feng's side as quickly as possible, to clarify the situation to him, and to enlist his help in rescuing Xiao Ranran and the others. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his companions were still engaged in conversation. Wolverine approached with an air of casual bravado and remarked, "Bro, you're incredible. I thought my body could withstand any harm, but after witnessing your moves, I believe you could easily dispatch me." "Ah, the golden-haired warrior has arrived as well. I always knew you would show up. With you around, there's no danger," exclaimed the enthusiastic Spider-Man, who quickly uttered a title that made Lin Feng feel quite embarrassed. Laughter erupted among the surrounding mutants, with most chuckling heartily, while a few, sensing the inappropriateness of mocking others, stifled their laughter. Even Nick Fury and the Professor struggled to contain their amusement, their lips twitching in suppressed mirth. Lin Feng felt utterly speechless. Everyone was laughing, while only the young Spider-Man, oblivious to the situation, scratched his head and inquired, "What is so funny? Isn't the title golden-haired warrior impressive? I think it's really cool." Lin Feng approached the young Spider-Man, firmly wrapping his arm around his shoulder, and warned in a mock-serious tone, "From now on, you shall not utter that name again, or there will be consequences." Feeling the pressure on his shoulder intensifying, the young boy quickly pleaded, "I won't say it again, I promise. No more, I swear, golden-haired warrior." This time, even Nick Fury and the Professor could no longer hold back, bursting into hearty laughter. What could Lin Feng say? With the young Spider-Man still referring to him as the golden-haired warrior, he could only release his grip in resignation. Just as everyone was reveling in the humor of the moment, a tattered robot dashed into their midst, leading them to believe that a new development had arisen. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng had already sprinted to the robot's side. His mood, reignited by Leona's appearance, turned to fury as he beheld her battered form. He demanded angrily, "Leona, what happened? How'd you end up like this? What about Xiao Ranran and the others?" Leona, her body grievously damaged, spoke in a broken voice. "Hurry, save them. We are under siege by a large army, and I don't know what has become of them." In an instant, Lin Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan, his expression resolute. "Take care of Leona," he instructed before swiftly taking to the skies, racing towards his home. Nick Fury, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, realized the gravity of the matter. His greatest fear had materialized. Someone had dared to harm Lin Feng's family. He pondered the identity of the lunatic responsible for such an atrocity. Natasha, upon hearing of this distressing news, was overwhelmed with fury. After all, how could anyone be so cruel as to target the adorable little Ranran? At that moment, Iron Man and Colonel Rhodes arrived, clad in their new armored suits. They had intended to assist, but found that the situation had been resolved upon their arrival. They observed Lin Feng taking flight and inquired of Natasha about the circumstances. After Natasha recounted what Leona had disclosed, Stark, too, was filled with indignation. The Professor had initially hoped to invite Lin Feng to their academy, but with Lin Feng having departed for urgent matters, he could only lead the war machine away. Just as the Professor left, Lin Feng returned, discovering that the villa was now a desolate ruin, devoid of life. He flew directly before Nick Fury, seizing him by the collar and lifting him aloft, seething with rage as he demanded to know the identity of the perpetrator. He warned that if the individual was not surrendered to him that day, he would ensure the complete annihilation of the American military from the earth. Despite being grasped by the throat, Nick Fury maintained his composure, responding calmly, "I believe it might be Ross, but I do not know his current whereabouts. Please grant me some time." Natasha, witnessing Fury's predicament, felt her complexion redden and urgently interjected, "Release him. We need time to investigate." Lin Feng turned to Natasha, expressing his dismay. "I am here to save the people of your nation. Yet this is how you treat your benefactor?" He flung Nick Fury aside, sending him crashing against an abandoned vehicle. Stark, observing Lin Feng on the verge of losing control, hastily interjected, "I have a way to ascertain who abducted little Ranran. Follow me." Stark led them to his penthouse atop Stark Industries, where he gently set down the one person who could not fly, Nick Fury. Upon entering the room, he commanded Jarvis, investigate who visited Lin Feng's residence to abduct individuals. Jarvis swiftly reported it was General Ross who previously visited Lin Feng's home, and he is currently piloting a plane away from the borders of the United States. A virtual projection soon illuminated the room, displaying General Ross and his aircraft. Tell me their exact location, Lin Feng pressed urgently, his foremost concern being the safety of little Ran. Mr. Lin, they are en route to the Makoto Islands, Stark suddenly announced. Jarvis, transmit their location to my smartwatch, he commanded. Upon hearing that the watch had been removed and thrown to Lin Feng, he quickly set off for Jarvis, guided by the information on the watch. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng crashed through the rooftop of Stark's building and soared towards the Marco Islands. At that moment, onlookers could only think that General Ross was surely doomed. General Ross had already arrived at the Marco Islands, a clandestine site for his secret research, where numerous mutants were imprisoned for covert experiments. Many homeless individuals had also been captured, used to extract genes for the development of super soldiers. To Ross, the abilities of these mutants seemed utterly trivial compared to Lin Feng's powers, and he was fervently determined to capture Lin Feng. Observing the captured Shaoran, Ross felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He believed that once he seized this young girl, Lin Feng would be within his grasp for research. He began to fantasize about possessing Lin Feng's abilities, envisioning himself as the ruler of America, perhaps even the president, the master of the world. At that moment, Lin Feng, having flown to the site, spotted Shaoran being held by a soldier as he was bringing her down from the aircraft. In an instant, Lin Feng charged forward and struck the soldier down with a single blow, lifting Shaoran into the air. Shaoran, be good, cover your eyes, he instructed gently. Obediently, Shaoran shielded her eyes with her small hands. Then, Lin Feng unleashed a wave of energy, summoning countless energy orbs into the air. With a swift motion, he directed them towards the soldiers below, and before Ross and his men could react, they were all annihilated. Only General Ross remained, frozen in place. Lin Feng descended before him, breaking Ross's limbs but sparing his life. In agony, Ross writhed on the ground, lamenting the near success of his plans. You have no idea of my true strength, Lin Feng remarked, watching Ross's torment. Following this, Lin Feng methodically crushed Ross's bones underfoot, slowly grinding his body from the bottom up. A mere mortal would have succumbed to such agony long before, but Lin Feng suspended Ross's life with his energy, ensuring he would endure the ultimate suffering before his demise. As Ross writhed in pain, he begged for mercy. Spare me, please. This isn't over yet. Show mercy. Let me go. Unmoved, Lin Feng continued his torment. Realizing there was no escape, Ross resorted to cursing. You beast. If you have the guts, just kill me. Do it. Please. Just end my suffering. Grant me a swift death. At long last, apart from the head, Lin Feng had reduced Ross's body to mere fragments. Ceasing the infusion of energy, Ross finally succumbed to death, astonishingly shedding tears of happiness in his final moments, overwhelmed by an indescribable bliss. Subsequently, Lin Feng cast his gaze toward the fortress not far off, a place that instilled within him a profound discomfort. He resolved to investigate its nature, pondering if it were indeed a military base, for there seemed no justification for its fortress-like concealment. Upon reaching the entrance of the fortress, he forcefully kicked open the grand door, revealing only a handful of researchers cowering in their laboratory, trembling in fear. Within this stronghold, Lin Feng felt as though he wandered in a realm devoid of life. He discovered that it was, in essence, a slaughterhouse, housing a multitude of mutants subjected to inhumane vivisection. Numerous ordinary individuals, injected with genes, lay gasping for breath in their cells. Lin Feng liberated all the captives by unlocking every cell door. Once freed, they rushed toward the researchers, ruthlessly beating them to death. He harbored no concern for the fate of such unworthy beings. He summoned Jarvis to download all the data and footage from the facility, determined to expose this military's barbaric experiments upon his return. He could hardly believe that the White House and SHIELD were unaware of these atrocities. The rescued individuals gathered around Lin Feng, exclaiming, "You are our savior. You have preserved our lives. We are eternally grateful to you." Lin Feng interrupted their expressions of gratitude. stating, "I have already contacted help. You need only await your rescue in peace." Upon witnessing the mutants, he had instructed Jarvis to infiltrate the system of Weasel Academy, reaching out to the professor to inform him of the situation, anticipating their arrival shortly. With that matter no longer his concern, Lin Feng approached the aircraft, discovering the broken bodies of the butler and chef. Remarkably, though incapacitated, they still possessed the ability to speak, not having perished, prompting him to reflect. Artificial beings indeed possess remarkable resilience. Chapter 28. Lin Feng's demands. Lin Feng procured a military backpack, placing the two artificial bodies within. Cradling Xyranian in one arm and grasping the backpack in the other, he ascended into the sky. To conceal his true identity, Lin Feng maintained his Super Saiyan form until he returned to the rooftop of Stark Industries, where he finally reverted to his original appearance. Upon his return, he found everyone waiting for him. Not a single soul had departed. He noticed Nick Fury seated at a distance, his expression one of indignation, while others gathered in hushed conversation. Prior to Lin Feng's arrival, Jarvis had already transmitted the details of his actions on the Markle Islands. As he re-entered, all eyes turned toward Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury's already dark demeanor deepened further as he explained to the gathered crowd. "This matter is entirely unknown to us at S.H.I.L.D. It is solely the doing of Ross." Observing the skepticism in their faces, even Natasha, his own subordinate, seemed unconvinced. In their collective mindset, it was inconceivable that someone in such a high-ranking position as the director of S.H.I.L.D. could remain oblivious to such a significant official undertaking. However, one must not entirely blame Fury for his predicament. Superficially, S.H.I.L.D. appeared to serve the nation, yet it had been covertly infiltrated by Hydra. Most of its personnel were not truly loyal to Nick Fury, but were, in fact, operatives of Hydra. Ross's scheme was intricately linked to former Director Pierce, suggesting that General Ross's plans were orchestrated by Hydra's agents, unbeknownst to Fury. Consequently, in the minds of those present, he bore the brunt of the blame, for Pierce would never publicly admit Hydra's involvement. Lin Feng remained perplexed until Stark's butler, J.A.R.V.I.S., interjected. "Mr. Lin Feng, I have conveyed to everyone here the events that transpired on Mark Island." Instantly, Lin Feng comprehended the situation. No wonder Fury was sulking from such a distance. Everyone was alienating him. Although the recent monster invasion might not be directly related to S.H.I.L.D., Ross's experiments with mutants undoubtedly were. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Fury composed himself and approached him, stating, "You should not have killed Ross. He ought to have been brought back alive to face a military tribunal." Lin Feng scoffed at Fury, retorting, "A military tribunal? You Americans would only eliminate such a valuable asset as Ross under the guise of a public announcement of his demise. Perhaps it would be better for him to continue his clandestine research." Fury realized that the situation was irrevocable. Ross was dead, and Lin Feng would now face pressure from the government. Yet, he dared not allow the authorities to confront Lin Feng. It was already remarkably prudent of him to assist in their battle against the monsters, and any further provocation from the government could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, a clever idea struck Fury. He could simultaneously address the devastation caused by the monster invasion in New York and dissuade the government from pursuing Lin Feng. The solution lay in presenting the documents received today to the lofty members of the Security Council, negotiating with them regarding Ross's experiments involving ordinary humans and mutants. Of course, Lin Feng would remain unperturbed by such matters. He had no fear of any power, should anyone dare to trouble him, with the exception of the Supreme Sorcerer. He was capable of overcoming all obstacles. Nick Fury, contemplating a resolution to the remaining troubles, addressed the assembly. "I implore you, please do not disseminate the events of today. This matter is known only to us, and I assure you that no governmental power will trouble you thereafter." As a figure, the S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's tone was unusually humble, even resorting to the word please. At that moment, Lin Feng, having released his anger, decided to grant Nick Fury a favor, considering that Xiao Ranran still needed to live in New York. "Very well, but I have a condition. I require $10 billion, and you must also restore my house," Lin Feng declared, extending a finger. Nick Fury was taken aback, initially fearing an attack from Lin Feng. Upon hearing the demand, he relaxed momentarily, but then felt a pang of discomfort. $10 billion was indeed a substantial sum for SHIELD's budget. Could we negotiate for less? Nick Fury began, but was interrupted by Lin Feng, who insisted, not a cent less. Otherwise, I shall unleash 2 energy waves at your White House. And you can imagine the consequences. Seeing Lin Feng's resolute stance, Nick Fury signaled Natasha, but she feigned indifference. At that moment, Fury's face darkened, akin to a preserved egg dipped in soy sauce, gleaming under the sun's rays, before he turned and walked away. Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. He had effortlessly secured $10 billion, a sum he had never encountered before, enough to last a lifetime. Rodney, witnessing this, lost interest in everything else as he watched Natasha remain. "Leave me my iron armor," Stark shouted at the departing Rodney. Initially soaring leisurely in the air, Rodney accelerated away, retorting, "You previously blew it up. Consider this your compensation, you brigand." Meanwhile, Lin Feng, cradling Xiao Ranran on the sofa, inquired, "Princess Ranran, are you hungry or thirsty?" It was now evening, and she had eaten nothing all day, having been captured. He worried she was both frightened and famished. Brave little Ranran raised her hands to reassure Lin Feng. "Brother, I am not afraid. I have always been unwanted, but with you, I live a life free of worries and want. So such matters do not frighten me." Suddenly, a rumble emanated from her stomach, signaling her need for food. Lin Feng was touched, yet amused by the situation. Upon seeing Lin Feng return with Xiao Ranran, Star called for Pepper to prepare some food, and she soon returned with an abundance of treats. Sitting amidst everyone, Xiao Ranran joyfully indulged in the meal, showering everyone with affectionate kisses. "Oh, what a delightful little angel. Tony, let us have a daughter in the future," someone remarked. Little Pepper gazed adoringly at the charming little Ranran, her heart melting at the sight. With the crisis averted, Stark returned to his usual proud demeanor. "If you desire, it is not impossible, though it may not necessarily be a daughter. A son would suffice as well." Yet, the way he looked into little Ranran's eyes betrayed him. After finishing her meal, Ranran grew sleepy, prompting little Pepper and Natasha to escort her to her room for slumber. Chapter 29. Stark's Inquiry. Lin Feng's confession. Once little Ranran had departed, Lin Feng wished to shield her from witnessing the grim fate of the 3 servants. Stark led Lin Feng into his laboratory, where Lin Feng opened the oversized military backpack he had brought, retrieving the dismembered parts of the butler and the chef and arranging them according to their original forms. Since encountering Leona, Stark had been pondering a singular question. An exceptionally astute individual, he had been searching for information on Lin Feng, convinced that Nick Fury was also scouring the globe for any leads on him. However, despite the passage of days, he had found no trace. Stark had initially intended to dismiss the matter. After all, Lin Feng had saved his life not once, but twice. Yet today, witnessing the unfathomable technology far surpassing Earth's, he could no longer contain his curiosity. "Are you from Earth?" Stark suddenly inquired, directing his question toward Lin Feng, who was arranging the remains of the butler and chef. Lin Feng halted his movements, standing up and turning to face Stark. This was his most profound secret, and he understood that it was impossible to conceal. After all, Stark, with his intellect, could easily uncover the truth about any Earthling. Stark's unwavering gaze on Lin Feng was palpable. To claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. Given Lin Feng's capabilities, he knew no one could withstand his assault. He was wagering that by revealing this information, Lin Feng would not harm him, for it seemed that, over time, Lin Feng had proven to be a kind-hearted individual with extraordinary powers. Well, calling you an ordinary person might be a stretch, Stark could not help but muse. Lin Feng resolved to modify his account and relay it to Stark. "I never intended to deceive you. I understand this matter cannot remain hidden. A person of your intellect would inevitably uncover it." He approached a nearby table, poured himself a glass, took a sip, and calmly continued, "You are correct. I am not from Earth. My homeland has been destroyed. In truth, I am a Saiyan. The golden hair you see is a result of awakening my Super Saiyan lineage since arriving on Earth. When I transform into a Super Saiyan, my strength significantly amplifies. As for how I arrived on Earth, I cannot say. At that moment, my planet was perishing, and inexplicably I awoke to find myself here." Stark found Lin Feng's explanation credible, theorizing that the explosion of his planet might have generated immense energy, creating a wormhole that transported Lin Feng to Earth. After a moment of contemplation, Stark pressed on, "Does the ability you cultivate not stem from Eastern Qigong?" "No, you have erred this time. What I cultivate is indeed Qi, albeit perhaps distinct from that which is practiced on Earth." Stark seemed to have an epiphany, abruptly interrupting Lin Feng's discourse. He waved his hand to halt Lin Feng's forthcoming words and, with an indifferent demeanor, declared, "It matters not. I no longer wish to know. I comprehend your origins well enough. As long as you pose no threat to the people of Earth, you shall forever remain my closest kin. However, should you inflict harm upon this planet, even if you were my savior, I would not spare you. As for other matters, I prefer to remain uninformed." Having spoken, Stark turned to observe, laying aside. Meanwhile, Leona on the table intermittently expressed her astonishment. "Incredible. So it could be this way. Is this what an artificial being is?" Lin Feng gazed at Stark, who was meticulously studying the artificial being, feeling a swell of emotion. Yet, Stark's earlier remarks still irked him. "How do you intend to repay me this time? Is it for saving your life?" At that moment, Stark, engrossed in examining Leona's structure, nearly stumbled at Lin Feng's unexpected statement. Regaining his balance, Stark did not turn around but retorted loudly, "Impossible. Do not indulge in fantasies. The wine you consumed has already negated your saving my life. That bottle is worth $10 million. Lin Feng observed Stark's comically flustered demeanor. "Oh, the illustrious Tony Stark's life is merely valued at a paltry $10 million. Stark, unfazed by Lin Feng's mockery, devoted himself to the study of the artificial being before him. At that moment, Leona opened her eyes and with intermittent speech addressed Lin Feng. "Master, you have come." Stark was taken aback by Leona's sudden speech, exclaiming an expletive. "Master, where are the butler and the chef?" Lin Feng reassured Leona, "Rest easy. The butler and the chef are unharmed. Though their bodies may be damaged, they are still capable of speech. For now, you must enter a slumber until I can repair your forms." "Very well. I shall sleep," Leona replied, closing her eyes and shutting down. Stark, astonished by Leona's recent behavior, mused, "She appears remarkably human, save for her corporeal form." He continued to ponder how these entities were created. Lin Feng interrupted his contemplation, directly inquiring, "How long will it take you to repair them?" Stark approached the butler and the chef, examining their bodily structures while stroking his chin. "I cannot provide an answer just yet. This is my first encounter with such advanced technology. However, given my genius, I should be able to manage swiftly. I must familiarize myself with their anatomy. Fear not. As long as they are in my care, I shall certainly restore them. Perhaps I could derive further insights from them." For Stark, repairing these three artificial beings was not merely an act of restoration, but an invaluable opportunity to delve into more advanced technology. As he gradually organized the components of the butler and the chef, he discovered traces of Qi within the bodies of these two androids, which instantly ignited an unprecedented spark of inspiration within him. The events of the day profoundly impacted Stark, originally a mere playboy. He was confronted with the grim reality that the weapons he had produced were being wielded by terrorists, leading to the deaths of countless innocents. He became Iron Man to protect ordinary individuals. Yet, he felt impotent in the face of his own capabilities. Had it not been for Lin Feng today, he pondered how long it would have taken them to resolve the situation, with losses that were incalculable. Although Stark had learned Lin Feng's method of Qi cultivation, mastery was not achieved overnight. Now from the androids' bodies, he envisioned a new possibility, modifying the means of Qi utilization for the creation of androids into his armor to enhance his own strength. Chapter 30. The inflated Stark. Since witnessing the androids' work the previous week, Stark had been consumed by a frenzy, tirelessly researching ways to upgrade his Iron Man suit. Nonetheless, he acquiesced to Lin Feng's request and first prepared Leona and her companions, residing in his bar due to the extensive damage to his seaside villa. He returned to find an amusing incident had transpired. Had it not been for his persistent inquiries, Lilia would not have revealed the truth. Unexpectedly, Lilia's striking beauty attracted many who attempted to flirt with her. Some even believed the bar had changed ownership and sought to cause trouble. However, Lilia, with her iron-fisted approach, subdued them all and earned the special title of the Scarlet Queen. Upon arriving at Stark's residence, Lin Feng found Leona and her companions lying unharmed on the experimental table. "Mr. Lin Feng has arrived. Jarvis announced to the engrossed Stark, who was engrossed in enhancing his armor. Without turning, Stark replied, I have repaired all three, but I cannot awaken them. Perhaps we must wait for you. This was indeed the case. Leona and her companions would heed no voice but Lin Feng's. When he commanded them to enter slumber, only he could rouse them. Lin Feng approached their side and said, All right, you may awaken now. To Stark's astonishment. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the three opened their eyes and stood up. Please, share how you feel now, Lin Feng inquired. The trio commenced a series of exercises, and after approximately 5 minutes, Leona spoke first. Not bad, feeling significantly better. Indeed, I feel much lighter, they chimed in unison. Thank you, young master, for this gift of rebirth. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, Stark interjected loudly, What? You actually express gratitude to him? It is I who repaired you. Any thanks should be directed towards me. The trio paid no heed to Stark's outburst. Observing their disregard, Stark huffed softly and turned back to modify his suit of armor. Lin Feng had instructed the three of them to oversee the construction of the villa. Once the villa was restored, they were to repurchase all the items, and importantly, they must locate his beloved potted plant. Understood, young master, they replied, hastily departing, fully committed to fulfilling Lin Feng's directives. Lin Feng observed Stark, engrossed in tinkering with his Iron Man suit, utterly oblivious to the intricacies involved. He was, in all honesty, quite ignorant of such matters, yet he found Stark's fervor in the modifications to be quite captivating. Do you comprehend this? Stark inquired, lifting his gaze to Lin Feng. How could I not? It is rather amusing. Isn't it merely a matter of combining this and that to achieve this result? Childless play, really? No need to flaunt it before me. Stark, perceiving Lin Feng's demeanor, retorted, I knew you wouldn't grasp it, you martial arts fool. At that moment, Stark found himself at a loss, having ventured into Lin Feng's realm of ignorance, unable to counter his retort. Suddenly, Stark exuberantly shouted, Eureka! It's finally complete. He gazed proudly at the freshly minted suit of armor. Let us call this Mark 10, he mused, stroking his chin. Lin Feng, unable to contain himself, countered Stark's apparent elation with a jab. What use is such a piece of junk? It still can't hold a candle to anyone. He continued, if you possess real prowess, like me, you would engage in close combat. Stark shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think everyone is a muscle-bound maniac like you? Not everyone possesses your formidable strength. Stark then shifted his tone, brimming with excitement. With the Mark 10, I am no longer defenseless against the previous monsters. Shall we test it out in a spar? The newly crafted suit had inflated Stark's confidence to great heights. Individuals like him were not inclined to patiently endure training, as their passions lay elsewhere. He was far more enamored with his Iron Man suit, his pride and joy. While he had indeed felt a measure of joy from Lin Feng teaching him Qigong, his abilities had not seen drastic improvement. This time, however, he had gleaned a novel method of armor modification from the anatomy of the android, integrating an innovative capability into his suit. He had forsaken much of the prior firepower to enhance its armor, making it lightweight and portable, and had even incorporated flight capabilities by utilizing the Qi method from within the android's body. He also made modifications to absorb a certain degree of energy into his armor, storing it, and subsequently releasing it. The energy reflected back exhibited a multiplicative increase. The Qigong he practiced, combined with the energy source at his chest, was utilized through the iron suit, resulting in an entirely new form of energy. Stark's confidence stemmed from his development of this unprecedented method of attack, a novel energy that had never before graced the earth. Thus, he was eager to experience the newfound power bestowed by his armor. Lin Feng observed Stark's sudden arrogance with keen interest. Upon examining Stark's new armor, he noted little distinction, save for its lighter appearance compared to its previous bulk. Lin Feng, undeterred by Stark's challenge, readily acquiesced to his request, stating, no problem. As long as you aren't too sensitive about your pride and don't seek retribution afterward. Stark scoffed, do you think everyone is so easily defeated? Allow me to showcase my newly integrated synthetic humanoid structure, the Mark 10. Stark donned his iron suit, only to find Lin Feng unchanged. He inquired, why haven't you transformed? I've long wanted to tell you how unappealing your previous form is. Stark continued to provoke Lin Feng, yet Lin Feng remained unperturbed. Stark understood the immense power Lin Feng possessed once transformed, yet he was curious about the disparity between Lin Feng's transformed state and his current Mark 10 armor. Chapter 31. The arrival of the Thunder God Lin Feng stood casually, lacking even a fighting stance, and said, "Please do attack me quickly. I have matters to attend to afterward." Stark, incensed by Lin Feng's blatant disdain, summoned the energy within himself, channeling it through the armor, combining it with the energy at his chest. The two distinct energies merged and amplified through the armor, converging in his palm, unleashing an extraordinarily potent force directed towards Lin Feng. As Stark concentrated the energy in his palm, Lin Feng sensed an ominous presence. This power elicited a slight palpitation within him. He swiftly evaded backward. With a resounding boom, both awaited the settling dust. The area behind Lin Feng had been reduced to ruins, the walls obliterated, and a beam of energy surged towards a distant building, creating a significant breach even 100 meters away. Both men stood momentarily stunned by the devastation wrought. Lin Feng's astonishment was compounded by the system's alert indicating that Stark's armor exhibited signs of utilizing energy in a manner akin to the synthetic humanoid, though not entirely identical. The energy in question not only possesses vitality, but also incorporates the element of palladium. This novel energy, a fusion of two distinct forms, has emerged through the integration of armor, leaving even the system unaware of its designation, as it represents an entirely unprecedented force. Stark stood frozen, astonished by the formidable strength of his own modifications, secretly reveling in the thought, "Truly, I am the most brilliant genius in the world." Lin Feng inquired within his mind, what was the combat power of the shockwave just released? The system responded candidly, 100,000. He then pondered, and what is Stark's current combat power? 20,000. Lin Feng could not contain his inner thoughts. How could it be that I, without transforming, only possess a combat strength of 100,000? While he can amplify his power fivefold in an instant with this armor. No wonder I sensed something amiss. Had I not evaded, I too would have sustained severe injuries. Observing Lin Feng's stunned state, Stark felt an opportunity had presented itself. He swiftly raised both hands, aiming at Lin Feng. As radiant light coalesced in the palms of Mark 10, two immense energies arrived mere centimeters from Lin Feng, who, in an instant, transformed into a Super Saiyan state and withstood the onslaught of the two energy blasts using his physical form. At this moment, Lin Feng's combat power surged to 1,000,000. Seeing this, Stark initially retreated before continuing to aim at him with his palm. Lin Feng, no longer content to remain passive, charged towards Stark at breakneck speed, circling in front of him, disrupting his attack, and causing Stark to lose his line of sight. JARVIS. Lock onto Lin Feng's position. Affirmative. Sir. Lin Feng swiftly maneuvered behind him and delivered a powerful punch, fully aware that Stark could not withstand his might, ensuring that the blow would only obliterate the armor without harming the man within. Suddenly, a small turret emerged from Stark's shoulder, firing a potent energy identical to that previously unleashed from his palm. Lin Feng, taken aback yet undeterred, rapidly extended his left hand, crushing the turret with astonishing speed. While his right fist connected with Stark, the impact reverberated, sending Stark crashing into the wall ahead. From outside the building, one would witness a human-shaped indentation on the otherwise smooth surface. This punch had rendered Stark's Mark 10 armor irreparably damaged. At that moment, a small robot approached Stark, releasing a spray of fire suppressant. "Could you be a bit gentler? I just finished this." Stark lamented in pain. "If you continue spraying, I'll dismantle you," he warned. "Armor damage has reached 100. Automatic ejection is not possible." JARVIS added, exacerbating Stark's frustration. With a reluctant curse, Stark reluctantly requested, "Lin Feng, could you assist me and pull me down from the wall?" Lin Feng jested as he approached the wall, remarking, "How is it that the illustrious Stark is now unable to descend from the wall?" He extended his hands, intending to assist Stark down, when suddenly, Jarvis's voice resonated through the room, announcing, "A gentleman by the name of Coulson is here to visit." At that moment, Stark's demeanor was far from welcoming, and he quickly exclaimed, "Not now, not now." However, Coulson had already entered. Stark inwardly cursed himself for being seen in such an unflattering state. Upon entering, Coulson observed the peculiar scene and cleared his throat. "You two carry on, I'll just be here." Lin Feng recognized that this was not the time for jesting. Otherwise, Stark would surely become irate. He helped Stark down from the wall and proceeded to remove his armor. Coulson, feigning ignorance at the doorway, waited until Stark regained his composure before advancing. Unbeknownst to Stark, his current appearance was already known to director Nick Fury, as Coulson was equipped with a miniature camera. Fury, observing Stark's state from his empty office, burst into laughter, reveling in the misfortune of this proud individual. With a serious expression, Stark fixed a menacing gaze upon Coulson and declared, "This incident must remain between the three of us. Should you dare to disclose it, consider the repercussions of inciting the ire of the wealthiest man in America." He then added, "Jarvis, delete the previous video footage." Coulson shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he spread his hands, saying, "I wouldn't leak it." In a whisper audible only to himself, he quipped, "If they see it themselves, that is not my fault." However, Lin Feng caught this remark but chose not to inform Stark. Coulson then adjusted his expression and stated, "Mr. Lin Feng, your girlfriend Natasha is currently at the border of Old Bridgetown in New Mexico, where a mysterious event has recently transpired. A hammer has fallen from the sky." Natasha expressed her desire to investigate. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately grasped that Thor was making an appearance, although he was likely in a weakened state. Lin Feng inquired, "Are you certain her visit is voluntary and not a directive from Fury?" "Fury? Who?" Coulson was initially perplexed, but then he sighed in realization. "Achoo, what is happening? It's summer. How could I possibly sneeze?" At that moment, a man in an office, pleased with his arrangements, let out a significant sneeze. It was undoubtedly due to the excessive air conditioning lately. It seemed he ought to drink more goji berry tea. This was a recent remedy Nick Fury had acquired, reputed to be quite effective. Chapter 32. The innocent god of Thunder Lin Feng was immediately determined to head to New Mexico. Stark, who initially intended to accompany him, gazed mournfully at his shattered Mark 10 armor, a pang of unease gripping his heart. Realizing his lack of power without his suit, he expressed, "You all go ahead. I shall refine my Iron Man suit once more. After I complete it, I will join you." Agent Coulson interjected, "Mr. Lin Feng, our aircraft is already awaiting you at S.H. I yelled, "If you depart now, I can escort you." Lin Feng instructed Coulson to drive him to the bar, where he informed Lilia of his destination, urging her to take good care of little Ran Ran. He gently ruffled Ran Ran's hair, saying, "Be good, all right? Brother is going to find you a sister." I will listen to Sister Lilia," little Ran Ran replied resolutely. Subsequently, Coulson drove them to S.H. I L.D., where, as expected, the ever-calm Nick Fury awaited Lin Feng. Upon seeing him, Lin Feng bluntly remarked, "You did this on purpose, didn't you? You knew Natasha is my girlfriend and sent her on a mission anyway." Fury maintained his composure, responding, "It has nothing to do with me. Natasha chose to go herself. Since you were so concerned about her, why not go find her?" It was evident that Fury had no intention of acknowledging the situation further, and Lin Feng deemed it unwise to let such trivial matters provoke his anger. "Very well. We shall see," he retorted. Coulson then escorted Lin Feng onto the plane, and together they journeyed to the borders of Old Bridgetown in New Mexico. Upon arrival, evening had fallen, and a torrential rain poured from the heavens. Even before disembarking, Lin Feng sensed an unusual energy approaching, recognizing the immense power of an individual nearing their location. Natasha emerged, holding an umbrella, and walked toward Lin Feng. "Darling, you're here," she said, linking her arm with his while shielding them both with the umbrella as she guided him into the base. Barton and Coulson, although aware of their romantic involvement through Fury, had never witnessed Natasha exhibit such a tender demeanor after working alongside her for so long. "Ashoo," Coulson sneezed, drenched by the rain, and quickly retreated into the base to stand beside Barton. Just as Barton was about to inquire about the situation, an alarm blared throughout the base. "Sir, there has been an intrusion. Several of our guards have been incapacitated, and the intruder is nearing the mysterious hammer," a soldier reported to Barton and Coulson. Barton exclaimed, "Who dares to cause trouble here? Go ahead. I'll change into a suit, or I'll catch a cold," Coulson replied as he walked away. Upon reaching the vicinity of Thor's hammer, Barton beheld a tall, exquisitely built figure with flowing golden hair engaged in combat with one of the nearby guards. Who could have anticipated that, in just a few moments, this golden-haired man would bring the guards to their knees? Barton was taken aback. His subordinates were elite soldiers, formidable in their prowess, capable of overpowering 10 ordinary individuals without breaking sweat. Yet, in the presence of this golden-haired man, they were vanquished in mere exchanges. As Barton prepared to intervene, Coulson hurriedly approached, adjusting his attire. "Hold on. Let us observe what he intends to do," he urged, preventing Barton from acting rashly. Earlier that day, Coulson had seized a trove of documents from researchers, among which indicated that this golden-haired individual might be the fabled god of thunder. He was eager to witness whether this man could lift the legendary hammer. Seeing that the two did not impede him, the golden-haired man excitedly rushed towards the hammer. He gently placed his hand upon it, as if caressing a beloved, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Both Barton and Coulson shuddered at the sight of his unsettling demeanor. The golden-haired man, brimming with confidence, attempted to lift the hammer with one hand, but to no avail. He then exerted all his strength with both hands, his face contorting in effort, yet Mjolnir remained steadfastly unmoved. After a prolonged struggle, he abruptly abandoned the attempt. Gazing at his hands as memories of his father's words echoed in his mind, one must be worthy to wield the hammer of Thor. At that moment, regret flooded his heart. He lamented having angered his father, yet he could not comprehend where he had faltered. Tears welling in his eyes, he cried out in fury to the heavens, "Father, where have I gone wrong? You cannot treat me this way." He then collapsed to the ground, as if bereft of life. Enough of this performance. The ground forces are to move in and apprehend him, Coulson declared, observing the man's inability to lift the hammer. Subsequently, 2 security personnel entered and escorted the golden-haired man to an empty room. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Natasha were in another chamber, engrossed in their own world. Suddenly, they overheard Coulson mentioning the capture of a golden-haired man. "I just heard that Coulson has detained someone who attempted to intrude upon the base to lift the hammer. Should we go take a look?" Lin Feng inquired. "If you wish to go, then let us do so together," Natasha replied. The two made their way to the chamber where the golden-haired man was held, arriving just as Coulson began to question him. "What is your name?" "I am Odin's son. Thor, the god of thunder." "Where do you hail from?" "Jotunheim." Coulson slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Be truthful. Who sent you, and what is this hammer?" The golden-haired man replied, his tone still despondent. "No one sent me. I have come to reclaim my weapon, Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder." Just as Coulson was about to press further, the golden-haired man unexpectedly broke into tears. "My father has forsaken me, even stripping away my powers as the god of thunder." Coulson gazed at the man, who was rambling nonsensically. "Since you are unwilling to speak the truth, I shall exhaust all means to uncover the answers we seek." With that, he exited the room. A tall yet slender man appeared, his malevolent gaze fixed upon Thor, who was seated on a stool, covered in mud and desperately seeking money. Thor seemed to sense something amiss. He lifted his head and was taken aback to find his brother Loki standing before him. "Loki, what are you doing here?" Loki replied, "I had to see you. What has transpired? Is it about Jotunheim? Let me explain to Father." "Father is dead." Loki dropped the bombshell. "What?" Thor could hardly believe it, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Loki, secretly delighted at Thor's reaction, feigned sorrow and said, "Your exile, the looming threat of war." Father could no longer bear it. He endured too much. "Do not blame yourself. I know you love him, and I wish to convey this to him." Yet he would not listen. "It is cruel to place the hammer within reach, knowing you can never lift it again. The burden of the throne now rests upon my shoulders." Thor's face was a mask of grief. His only desire was to return home and see his father. "Can I go home?" Thor implored. Loki cruelly denied his request, albeit in a veiled manner, shifting the responsibility entirely onto Thor. "The ceasefire with Jotunheim hinges upon the conditions you set." Ignoring Loki's subsequent words, Thor asserted, "We cannot devise a plan. Mother forbids your return." Loki's final statement shattered Thor's last glimmer of hope. At that moment, Thor could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "I came to say goodbye, brother. I'm truly sorry." "No, I must apologize. I owe Father, everyone you, and Mother an apology." "Thank you for coming." Thor was engulfed in regret. "Farewell, brother," Loki said finally, turning away and vanishing. "Goodbye," Thor whispered. Outside the door, Lin Feng had been listening intently, enveloping Natasha in his aura to ensure their presence remained undetected, even from the most discerning of gods. He was covertly recording the poignant drama between the brothers with his phone, the younger brother, in a bid for the throne, deceiving his elder sibling into relinquishing his return home. Once Loki had disappeared, Lin Feng pocketed his phone and entered, hearing only a whispered farewell. We just arrived, but it matters not, he remarked, mocking Thor as he led Natasha away, leaving Thor in a state of bewilderment. Thor's inner turmoil. At this moment, he lamented, I'm already in such dire straits. Having lost my father, my mother forbids me from returning home, and I have lost my divine powers. Now, two individuals have inexplicably scorned me. Is there no justice left in this world? Chapter 33. Unveiling the conspiracy of the third princess. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was addressing several individuals in the room, asserting what he said must be true. He is indeed the true god of thunder, Thor. I sensed an extraordinary power within him. However, Coulson and others remained skeptical. They were well aware of Lin Feng's capabilities, but held significant doubts regarding this claim of Thor being the god of thunder. Observing their expressions, Lin Feng refrained from further explanation for the moment. He then produced his mobile device and played a previously recorded video. Coulson and Barton suddenly stood up in unison, exclaiming, Who is this man? How did he suddenly appear in the room without anyone noticing? They pointed at Loki. Lin Feng calmly gestured for them to sit. Steady yourselves. I suspect this individual to be none other than Thor's brother, the god of mischief, Loki. Do not be alarmed. Patiently watch the video, and you shall discern the truth for yourselves. The two sat back down, watching the video in silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. As their worldview was irrevocably altered, there truly exist gods in this world. Meanwhile, in the SHIELD office in New York, Nick Fury learned of this development through the surveillance on Coulson. His intrigue regarding the matter intensified, for he had long been aware of extraterrestrial beings' existence and had a formidable female ally. After processing the prior events, both reported back to Nick Fury. He instructed them to handle the situation as they saw fit. His response was neither surprising nor unexpected, considering he was the supreme agent of Earth. Being privy to such extraordinary occurrences was something they could accept. Upon concluding their reports, Lin Feng proposed a group outing for the following day. This piqued everyone's interest as they began to discuss where to dine, eager to savor the culinary and scenic delights of New Mexico, which presented a rare opportunity. Coulson and Barton, initially responsible for overseeing the situation, felt reassured with Lin Feng, an indomitable figure, present. What mishap could possibly arise that he could not handle? As they animatedly debated their plans for the next day's excursion, a subordinate's voice interrupted from the doorway. Sir, there is someone here to see you. The unexpected announcement disrupted their spirited discussion. Clearing his throat, Coulson regained his composure and said, Understood. Are you referring to Donald Blake? Coulson inquired. Dr. Donald Blake, are you aware that your associate is a rather dangerous individual? Doctor, Selvig remarked. He was consumed by anxiety after realizing that you had taken away all his research achievements, which drove him to such desperate actions, Selvig stated calmly. At that moment, Lin Feng called out to Coulson, whispering to him that they should release Thor, assuring him that there was no need to fear with his presence. Coulson heeded Lin Feng's advice and decided to let Thor go. Subsequently, everyone acted as if nothing had transpired, returning to their own affairs. Upon hearing that they intended to release Thor, Selvig felt a sense of relief wash over him. He hurriedly departed with Thor. As night fell, Lin Feng and Natasha shared a bed. Initially, Lin Feng's limbs were restless as he held Natasha, but after receiving a sharp slap from her, he settled down, merely wrapping his arms around her waist as they drifted into slumber together. With the dawn of a new day, Lin Feng and Natasha awoke side by side. Coulson and Barton briefed their subordinates before the four of them agreed to visit a local eatery to indulge in authentic Mexican cuisine. Meanwhile, in Jotunheim, Loki confronted the Frost Giant King. Kill him, commanded the Frost Giant King. Loki, in disbelief, replied, After all I have done for you, you would dare to kill me? The Frost Giant King scrutinized Loki, asking, Are you the one who informed us how to enter the realm of the gods? With a mischievous grin, Loki confessed, Indeed, it was I who lured you there to disrupt my brother's significant day. Now, I have a better proposition for you. Allow me to become king, and you will have the chance to reclaim the glory of Jotunheim. Intrigued, the Frost Giant King rose and urged, Speak further. With a wave of his hand, he conjured an icy magical barrier, enveloping both of them as they plotted their schemes against Asgard and Jotunheim, their sinister laughter echoing within. At that moment, Lin Feng and his companions were enjoying breakfast at a CAF. Simultaneously, Coulson and Barton received urgent calls from their subordinates. reporting that the energy tower had detected a massive energy signal. Unperturbed by this sudden development, they stepped outside to find 4 individuals clad in medieval attire approaching them. Lin Feng discerned through the system that these 4 were not from Earth. Each possessed approximately 10,000 combat power, with the strongest among them a woman, boasting a formidable strength of 150,000. Lin Feng remarked, "I believe I know the source of this situation." He approached the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace and declared, "I know where Thor is. Is that true? I hope you are not deceiving me, or you will face dire consequences," warned a burly red-faced man with a bushy beard. "Do not speak recklessly," admonished the Valkyrie, nudging him with her elbow. "Rest assured, I will not mislead you. Thor has come to Earth, and we are friends." They then summoned a nearby undercover agent to lead them, and a group of 8 arrived at a house. "Commander, this is the residence of that individual from yesterday," the agent reported. "Very well, you may leave now." Coulson dismissed the agent. The 4 individuals approached the glass door of the house, just in time to see Thor brewing coffee. A series of knocks resounded. "We have found you," boomed the burly man. He turned towards the source of the voice, and, upon seeing his friend, a broad smile broke across his face. "What a delight it is to see you all again," Thor exclaimed, filled with joy. Meanwhile, the 3 scientists in the room stared in bewilderment at the incredulous scene unfolding before them. "I cannot believe it," Selvig remarked. Subsequently, everyone gathered around a large table. Thor and the warriors 4 exchanged pleasantries, after which the warriors declared, "We have come to bring you home. The All-Father Odin has fallen into slumber, and your brother, the god of mischief, Loki, now rules the throne, wreaking havoc." With a look of excitement, Thor queried, "My father is not dead?" The Valkyrie replied, "Of course not. Who told you that the All-Father had perished?" "It was Loki," Thor responded, disbelief etched on his face at the thought that his own brother would deceive him for power. Aside from the Asgardians, the others sat aside, cradling their coffee as they listened to the unfolding conversation, whispering among themselves, yet another tale of fraternal love and rivalry over the throne. Chapter 34. The arrival of the Thunder God at that moment in Asgard. Loki was leading the Frost Giant King, Laufey, through a secret passage into Asgard. Laufey remarked, "I never imagined that such a concealed route would be discovered by you. Odin truly has a fine son." Filled with excitement, Laufey recognized that Loki was of the Frost Giant lineage. The prospect of Loki seeking his alliance for power thrilled him. Should their plan succeed, the throne of Asgard would belong to the Frost Giants. "Odin, you and I have fought for a lifetime, and I never anticipated such an outcome," Laufey muttered to himself. Suddenly, Loki halted in his tracks and turned to Laufey, startling him, fearing that Loki had overheard his words. "The next steps are yours to take. I have a few matters of my own to attend to," Loki stated. As events unfolded, Loki harbored a hidden ambition to eliminate his brother Thor. Adorned in the regal attire of the Asgardian pantheon and wielding the eternal spear, a symbol of royal authority, he made his way to the Bifrost, where the guardian of Asgard, Heimdall, stood. Loki approached Heimdall with confidence. "Heimdall, how did you permit the Jotun to breach the realm of the gods?" Loki casually thrust the eternal spear into the ground beside him. "Do you truly believe that the only passage into the realm of the divine is the Rainbow Bridge? In truth, there exist numerous clandestine pathways of which you remain unaware. Even someone as exceptionally gifted as yourself cannot know them all. However, I find them unnecessary now. For I am a king. I hereby declare that you have committed treason and are no longer a denizen of the divine realm, but rather a sinner." Heimdall, with an expression of serenity, listened quietly to Loki's words. "Since you claim I am not a mysterious being, I see no reason to heed your commands any longer." With a fierce countenance, Heimdall raised his colossal sword and swung it towards Loki. Anticipating this move, Loki swiftly conjured an artifact, the Frost Box, which materialized before him, emanating a torrent of frigid energy. Heimdall summoned all his vitality to resist the encroaching chill, yet Loki's bloodline of ice was far too potent, augmented by the Frost Box, and compounded by Loki's prowess as a prodigious mage of Asgard. Heimdall's sword gradually descended toward Loki's throat, but at that moment, he could no longer endure the freezing onslaught and was encased in ice. Observing Heimdall immobilized, Loki's initial tension dissipated. After all, he was the most formidable guardian of the divine realm. He raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he proceeded toward his destination. Loki arrived at the location where Odin stored the destroyer. Upon gazing at the formidable entity, his singular thought was to unleash it upon Earth to eliminate his elder brother, thereby securing the throne of Asgard for himself. On Earth, following a significant surge of energy, a multitude gathered at the site. However, the agents of SHIELD had already established a perimeter. They discovered a towering robot, cloaked in darkness and adorned with iron spikes along its arms and shoulders. Upon witnessing the robot, Thor exclaimed, "This is my father's battle armor, the Destroyer." Observing the situation, Thor hastily grabbed a piece of metal, ready to charge forward. Just as he was about to move, he was halted by the Valkyrie Sif. "You must leave. You are now merely a mortal, devoid of the power of the Thunder God. Indeed, Thor, come away with us. Remaining here is perilous for you." Thor had quickly formed a romantic connection on Earth, and Jane urged him with concern. Lin Feng, watching the unfolding drama, had no intention of intervening, recognizing that this was a personal matter. He, too, retreated alongside the others. The four warriors of the Celestial Palace brandished their weapons, resolutely advancing toward the destroyer. They were acutely aware that they were no match for the formidable entity. However, this was a matter of their divine realm, and they could not allow it to wreak havoc upon the ordinary denizens of Earth. Furthermore, they were cognizant of the fact that this destroyer had undoubtedly been sent by Loki to eliminate Thor. Having chosen to descend upon Earth in search of Thor, they demonstrated that they are not individuals who yield to tyranny. For the future of Asgard, they willingly offer their lives. The burly man led the charge, brandishing his axe to strike the destroyer, sending him flying with a single blow. In retaliation, the destroyer unleashed a laser from his hollow visage, targeting the bearded warrior. Fortunately, he was swiftly pulled aside by another combatant wielding dual swords, narrowly evading this lethal assault. However, the laser struck a nearby vehicle, resulting in a violent explosion that hurled both men into the air, inflicting severe injuries. At this moment, the Valkyrie Sif stealthily ascended to the rooftop. Seizing an opportunity while the destroyer was distracted, she leapt onto his neck and plunged her longsword into his throat. The destroyer immediately sank to one knee, rendered powerless. Elated, they believed they had secured victory, only to be astonished moments later as the destroyer reactivated in an astonishing manner. His head rotated a full 360 degrees, locking eyes with Sif perched upon his neck. The structure of the destroyer contorted backward, pivoting in place as he reached out to grasp Sif. Quick to react, Sif kicked the destroyer's head, narrowly avoiding his grasp. The destroyer retaliated, swatting at the airborne Sif and sending her crashing into a distant building. He then turned his attention to Thor, pursuing him relentlessly, leaving a path of devastation in his wake. Many Earthlings suffered grievous injuries. Observing this from afar, Thor felt a surge of anguish as his companions fought valiantly to protect him, while he cowered like a turtle. Finally, unable to contain himself, he cast aside the metal shard he held, disregarding Jane and the others' pleas, and boldly approached the destroyer. "Loki, spare them. I know you're watching this unfold. Your target is me. If you wish to find joy in my demise, then here I am. Kill me and take the destroyer away. Spare the lives of others." The onlookers were profoundly moved by Thor's actions. "Do not, Thor. As long as you live, there is hope. Please do not do this." Sif and the other warriors of the Valkyrie cried out from their positions on the ground. At this moment, Loki of Asgard emerged, a triumphant expression upon his face. He hastily commanded the destroyer to eliminate Thor, displaying a complete disregard for the bonds of brotherhood. The four warriors of the Valkyrie struggled to rise, desperate to pull Thor away, but it was too late. The destroyer emitted a beam of energy directed at Thor. In that instant, Mjolnir, from a distance, sensed Thor's transformation. At this moment, Thor had fully aligned with the will of his father, Odin. When Thor was struck by the energy beam, he did not experience any significant discomfort. Rather, the seals upon him began to dissolve, and ominous storm clouds gathered in the sky. Thor sensed this transformation, aware that his power as the god of thunder was returning. He soared into the heavens, extending his arms as Mjolnir, his mighty hammer, responded to its master-esque call, racing towards him with remarkable speed. The tempest enveloped Thor in the air, bolts of lightning cascading upon him, his armor and cape manifesting gloriously. Mjolnir, now firmly in hand, Thor, the god of thunder, made his grand appearance. This time, He was no longer the reckless and combative deity of destruction, but rather a benevolent and just emissary. A new incarnation of a thunder god was born. At this moment, Thor felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He gazed down at the people below and proclaimed, "I am the All-Father, Odin's son, Thor, the god of thunder." Witnessing the awe in the eyes of the crowd, Thor felt a surge of satisfaction. However, this exalted moment was abruptly interrupted by a jarring comment that undermined the reverence he had inspired. Wow, the muscle guy transformed just like a magical girl. The onlookers nearly stumbled, as the previously solemn atmosphere was rendered somewhat ludicrous by this remark. Even Thor, suspended in the air, almost dropped his hammer, but fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he swiftly summoned the hammer back into his grasp. Chapter 35. The reluctant third princess. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Loki sat upon the throne, his consciousness residing within the destroyer, allowing him to witness the unfolding events. Loki's countenance darkened as he beheld Thor reclaiming his thunderous might and wielding Mjolnir once more. His expression twisted like the sky darkening with storm clouds. This cannot be. Thor should have perished on Earth. Leaving the throne in haste, Loki rushed to the location where the destroyer was kept. He gazed at the 4 remaining destroyers, a singular thought consuming him. He must send them all to Earth and ensure Thor's demise. As for the lives of the mortals on Earth, he cared not. The fates of Earthlings were of no concern to the God King of Asgard. This time, I shall personally command the destroyers. I refuse to believe that 5 of them cannot vanquish you, Loki declared in fury. He transported the destroyers to the Bifrost, harnessing its power once more to send them to Earth. Upon returning to his throne, he closed his eyes, his consciousness now intertwined with that of the destroyers, ready to take matters into his own hands. On Earth, the destroyers, faced with Thor's resurgence of power, found themselves engulfed in the tempest he conjured. Thor spun Mjolnir, drawing down the storm from the heavens, shrouding the destroyers in chaos. In response, the destroyers unleashed a fierce laser assault upon Thor, their expressions betraying their fury and desperation. Amidst the tempest, Thor wielded his hammer to deflect the onslaught of the destroyer. He hurled the hammer with great force towards the adversary, causing the surrounding storm to converge upon the central figure of destruction. The hammer struck the destroyer, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile as he flailed helplessly, unable to escape the weight of the hammer. The storm drew near, and a myriad of lightning bolts began to assault the destroyer. Before long, he was obliterated by the tempest, reduced to a mere wreckage. As the storm dissipated, the silhouette of the thunder god emerged, striding towards Lin Feng and the others. Jian, upon seeing the fallen destroyer, joyfully rushed towards Thor, and the two embraced passionately, sharing a fervent kiss. Suddenly, colorful pillars of light appeared around them, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Only Lin Feng understood the gravity of the situation, having learned through the system that 4 more destroyers had arrived. Each possessed a combat power of 200,000. With Thor's strength at 300,000, it was evident that he was now in dire peril. As the colorful light retreated, they beheld 4 identical robotic destroyers emerge, mirroring those Thor had vanquished. Upon recognizing them, Thor shouted to the heavens, "Loki, must you truly go to such lengths?" He then turned to Jian, his expression grave, and urged, "You must stay away from them. Their target is me, and your presence here is perilous." Jian understood that this was not the time for romance. Remaining by Thor's side would only hinder him. The thunder god stood firm, gripping his hammer, prepared for battle. Loki, observing the unusual bond between the woman and Thor, felt a surge of jealousy. With a sinister tone, he mused, "How intriguing. My muscle-bound, brawling brother has managed to find a girlfriend in such a short time on Earth. Let me see what reaction he has when I eliminate this woman." True to his treacherous nature, Loki devised a plan to weaken Thor by targeting the woman he cared for. He commanded 3 destroyers to assail Thor, while one advanced towards Jian and her companions. In their panic, Jian and her group began to retreat, and she turned back to Lin Feng and the others, urging, "You must flee as well. Staying here is tantamount to death." To her dismay, Lin Feng's companions paid her no heed. Instead, a few shrugged nonchalantly, remaining in place, yet shifting slightly to stand behind Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Thor was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the 3 destroyers, his heart racing as he saw one approach Jian. Desperate to break free from their encirclement, He attempted to charge through, but each effort was thwarted by the relentless destroyers. As the threat loomed ever closer to Jian, he gripped his hammer tightly and spun wildly, launching it towards the distant adversary. At this moment, the destroyer had approached Lin Feng and the others, and Loki, who controlled the destroyer, instinctively raised his leg to crush the individuals beneath him. Initially, Lin Feng had no intention of involving himself in the affairs of the two brothers. However, he was taken aback when this returner foolishly attempted to inflict harm upon him. Thus, he had no choice but to transform into a Super Saiyan. Just as the destroyer's foot was about to descend, Loki witnessed a radiant golden light emerge, causing him to lose control over the destroyer. In a hurry, Loki scrutinized the situation through the other three destroyers and realized that Lin Feng had obliterated the creature entirely. Suddenly airborne, Lin Feng noticed an object hurtling towards him at great speed. Instinctively, he extended a hand and grasped the object, soon recognizing it as Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. He began to toss it playfully from hand to hand, marveling at its surprisingly light weight. At that moment, Thor, having thrown his hammer and left defenseless, was being mercilessly assaulted by the destroyer under Loki's command and struggled to withstand the onslaught. Seizing a moment, Thor glanced in Jane's direction, only to see Lin Feng effortlessly dispatching the destroyer while toying with Mjolnir, appearing remarkably at ease. In that instant, he momentarily forgot to defend himself. Loki, seizing the opportunity, commanded the destroyer to unleash a relentless barrage upon Thor. After a difficult struggle, Thor finally managed to regain some defensive stance. Had it not been for his armor and the power of the god of thunder absorbing most of the blows, he would have been gravely injured. Jane and her companions, who had initially been reluctant to witness the grim fate of Lin Feng and the others, were left utterly astounded by the scene before them. Without hesitation, Jane rushed back to Lin Feng, pleading, "Please assist Thor. He is on the brink of death. Consider the fact that I previously urged you to flee. I implore you to help me." With tears in her eyes, Jane implored, "Look at Thor being mercilessly beaten." At that moment, Agent Coulson stepped forward, stating, "Mr. Lee, please save this god of thunder. If he were to perish on Earth, his father would undoubtedly wage war against us. In that case, you would find yourself in a predicament. If you save him now, we can resolve this matter peacefully." Lin Feng, initially inclined to observe the battle between Thor and the destroyer, was swayed by Coulson's reasonable argument and the sight of Thor, battered and bruised. Realizing he could not delay any longer, fearing that Thor might indeed be killed, which would ultimately burden him, Lin Feng effortlessly waved his hand, conjuring 3 energy blasts directed at the destroyer. With a thunderous roar, the distant destroyer was instantly struck, annihilated, and reduced to mere fragments raining down upon the ground. The residual shockwave from the blast also rendered the remaining destroyer unconscious. Loki beheld 3 luminous orbs hurtling towards him, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he succumbed to a profound loss of consciousness. Upon awakening on his throne, Loki found his head spinning, for he had experienced a significant depletion of his mental fortitude. Even as a being of divine lineage, this had wrought considerable damage upon him. Seated upon his throne, he ground his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "Why is it that there are always those who come to his aid? Is he not merely a dim-witted brute?" This felt utterly unjust. He surmised that it must be the will of Asgard's king. After venting his ire within the vast emptiness of the hall, it dawned upon Loki that his scheme had met with utter failure. He had not anticipated that the frost giant king, Lao Fei, would seek out his father. With Thor still alive, Odin could not perish at this juncture. In Loki's mind, if Thor were to survive, the throne rightfully belonged to his brother. As long as Odin drew breath, he still had the opportunity to eliminate Thor and seize the throne for himself. Grasping the eternal spear, he hastily made his way towards Odin's location. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Lao Fei poised over Odin's bedside, dagger in hand, ready to strike. Without hesitation, Loki aimed the eternal spear at Lao Fei, employing its formidable power to vanquish him, thereby saving Odin. Chapter 36. Lin Feng arrives in Asgard having rescued Thor. Lin Feng returned the hammer to its rightful owner. Thor hefted the hammer, finding it to be as he remembered, unscathed and unchanged. Yet, he was puzzled as to how others could wield it. Swiftly, Jian approached Thor, while the others observed from a distance. Thor wrapped his arms around Jian's waist. "I must urgently return to Asgard. Wait for me. I shall certainly return for you." Thus, their pact was forged. Jin said nothing, but instead lifted her gaze and kissed Thor. After an extended embrace, Jin finally released him, breathless. Then it is settled. I shall await your return. Thor stepped aside to join the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Feng and proposed, "My friend, would you care to visit Asgard? Your prowess has earned my admiration, and I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to be my guest." Lin Feng, having only seen Asgard in films during his previous life, felt exhilarated at the prospect of stepping onto another realm. He glanced at Natasha, who, perceiving his hesitation, encouraged him, "Go ahead, do not worry. I will wait for you at home, and I shall look after little Ran Ran." Lin Feng was taken aback by Natasha's selflessness. His only concern was for her and his sister, but now, knowing that Natasha was willing to care for his sister, he contemplated for a moment before responding. "In light of this, I shall venture to Asgard. Should the environment prove delightful, I shall return with you and little Ran Ran for a journey." Lin Feng and Thor stood side by side. Thor raised his gaze to the heavens and called out loudly, "Heimdall, we require your aid." "Heimdall, do you hear me? Heimdall, can you perceive my voice? Quickly, activate the Rainbow Bridge." Far away in Asgard, Heimdall heard Thor's summons. Anxiousness gripped his heart, yet he found himself ensnared in ice. Drawing upon every ounce of strength, he ultimately began to fracture the ice that bound him. The 2 frost giants tasked with guarding Heimdall heard the strange sounds and approached to investigate. Unfazed by the frost, Heimdall shattered the ice encasing him and swiftly dispatched the 2 giants, summoning his final reserves of strength. He made his way to the launch point of the Rainbow Bridge and laboriously plunged his colossal sword into its mechanism, activating the bridge. In an instant, everyone traversed the Rainbow Bridge to Asgard. Thor beheld Heimdall collapsed near the launch apparatus. Quickly, summon aid for him. The bearded giant withdrew the colossal sword, causing the Rainbow Bridge to cease its operation, while the remaining 3 hastily assisted Heimdall to receive medical attention. Upon arriving in Asgard, Lin Feng discovered that the inhabitants were preoccupied with their own affairs, paying him no heed. He decided to remain there temporarily, awaiting Thor's return once he had concluded his tasks. Alone on the Rainbow Bridge, Lin Feng admired the Celestial Palace's scenery. Standing at the edge of the bridge, he peered down into the abyss of endless darkness, uncertain of where it might lead. Though the night sky enveloped him, it was not the same profound darkness as that of Earth. Rather, a gentle light permeated the atmosphere, illuminating the resplendent golden structures of the Celestial Palace and the distant infinite stars. Numerous small stars hovered remarkably close to the palace, their surfaces marked by craters formed from meteor impacts. Indeed, the scenery is splendid. It appears this could serve as a destination for future travels. Lin Feng murmured to himself, contemplating the vista. In the place where Odin slumbered, Frigga, lying on the ground, gradually rose to her feet. "Loki, you have saved your father." Loki feigned ignorance, his countenance wrought with sorrow as he replied, "Mother, I shall ensure they pay for this transgression." Suddenly, Thor appeared at the doorway. Frigga, upon seeing Thor, was overwhelmed with emotion and ran to embrace him. "Oh, my dear child, I knew you would return. Fear not, mother, I am unharmed," Thor reassured her, breaking away from her embrace to cast a furious glare at Loki. "But did you not inform mother that you sent the destroyer to Earth to kill me and my friends?" Frigga stood frozen in disbelief, her expression one of utter incredulity. Loki observed the furious Thor and quickly positioned the eternal spear defensively before him, speaking with caution. "I act solely in the interest of Asgard. I am about to annihilate Jotunheim, so there is no need for your concern." With that, he swiftly aimed the eternal spear at Thor, unleashing a beam of energy that struck his apprentice, obliterating both him and the wall behind, sending them plummeting from the heights of the palace. As Thor fell from the sky to the ground, a sudden thought struck him. If Loki were to incite Lin Feng at the Rainbow Bridge, he would likely face dire consequences. Although Thor was infuriated by Loki's ambition to kill him for the throne, he could not bear the thought of his brother meeting his end at another's hand. He merely wished to discipline his sibling. Fearing for Loki's life at the hands of Lin Feng, Thor brandished his hammer and propelled himself towards the Rainbow Bridge. Loki hastened towards the Rainbow Bridge. Upon arriving at the launch station, he noticed an individual idling nearby. Having seen Lin Feng transform into a Super Saiyan previously, Loki did not recognize him as the one who had vanquished the destroyer. Who are you? How did you come to be here? No, you are not of the divine lineage. You are a mere earthling. I never imagined my brother would bring a human to the realm of gods. I wonder how heartbroken he would be if I were to eliminate you, Loki declared, aiming the eternal spear at Lin Feng and firing a beam of energy. There was no trace of compassion on Loki's face. Killing an earthling seemed as trivial as exterminating an ant. Lin Feng had long recognized Loki, the third princess of Asgard, having seen her on television. However, he was taken aback by her sudden aggression. Instantly, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The attack from the eternal spear struck Lin Feng, leaving him unscathed. Loki stood there momentarily dumbfounded, suddenly recalling that this individual was indeed the one who had defeated the destroyer. Lin Feng was filled with indignation. He had faced the threat of the destroyer on Earth, and now, in Asgard, Loki sought to harm him once more. Chapter 37. The Destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. Lin Feng's inability to return home. Lin Feng hovered in the air, gazing down at Loki. Under the unique, sinister gaze characteristic of a Saiyan, Loki felt a surge of trepidation. Then, he recalled his status as the king of Asgard and pondered how he could be looked down upon by a mere earthling. Lin Feng extended a hand towards Loki, gathering a sphere of blue energy in his palm. As Loki witnessed the emergence of this energy ball, he sensed an overwhelming power, filling him with dread, for he recognized that this force could indeed bring about his demise. Loki was beset by an inexplicable sensation. There was no escape. His only chance of survival lay in wielding the eternal spear against the oncoming wave of energy. Otherwise, he would surely perish in that very moment. In truth, Loki's instincts had not betrayed him. Lin Feng had locked onto his aura. Each individual possesses a unique energy field, and Lin Feng had pinpointed Loki's. No matter where he might flee, the energy wave would pursue him relentlessly, unless he could somehow vanish in a thin air. With a decisive thrust of his hand, Lin Feng sent the energy wave hurtling towards Loki. In response, Loki hastily brandished the eternal spear, striking at the wave. Observing that Loki was daring to confront his energy wave with mere weaponry, Lin Feng intensified his output. Loki, unwilling to relent, channeled greater power through the eternal spear to counter Lin Feng's assault. Yet it was in vain, for he could not fully harness the spear's might. The energy wave drew closer, inching towards him. In that critical moment, Thor arrived on the scene. Witnessing the perilous standoff, he swiftly hurled his hammer towards the intersection of their clashing forces. The sudden intrusion of a third energy source ignited a violent explosion, displacing both Loki and Thor. While Lin Feng remained unscathed, Thor scrambled to his feet and rushed to Lin Feng, imploring, "Spare my brother. He is still young, just a child, unaware of the consequences." Lin Feng had no intention of ending Loki's life outright. He merely sought to impart a light lesson. After all, a few years of recovery from broken bones was hardly a severe punishment. "You dare to call Loki a child? By the reckoning of my earthly lifespan. He is over 1,000 years my senior," Lin Feng retorted. Thor felt a wave of shame wash over him in response to Lin Feng's words. Yet he could do little, for Loki was indeed his brother. Seizing the moment while Lin Feng and Thor conversed, Loki swiftly activated the switch for the Rainbow Bridge with the Eternal Spear. In an instant, the bridge sprang to life, unleashing a colossal beam of radiant light that surged towards Jotunheim. Loki erupted in maniacal laughter, arms outstretched towards Thor. "I merely wish to prove that I am more worthy to rule Asgard than you. Jotunheim is about to be cleaved in two, and you cannot stop it." At that moment, the ordinary frost giants inhabiting Jotunheim were caught off guard by the sudden assault, suffering catastrophic damage to their realm. Many fled in a frenzy. Thor, watching Loki's madness unfold, lost the last vestiges of his patience, and with all his might, he struck the Rainbow Bridge with his hammer. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Feng. If the Rainbow Bridge were destroyed, how could he ever return to Earth? He hastily attempted to intervene, darting towards Loki's rear, but was already too late. With a single strike, the Rainbow Bridge was obliterated by Thor, and Lin Feng was hurled back to his original position by the immense shockwave generated by its destruction. Both Thor and Loki, overwhelmed by this monumental surge of energy, found themselves powerless and teetering on the brink of the abyss below. Just as Lin Feng regained his composure and prepared to rush to their aid, a figure, faster than he, reached the fractured bridge first and grasped the hands of Thor and Loki. Lin Feng, witnessing this poignant display of paternal affection before him, refrained from intervening, for he was all too aware of Loki's eventual fate. As anticipated, unable to confront Odin, the one who had always cherished him, Loki succumbed to his inner turmoil and relinquished Odin's hand, plummeting into the depths. Odin, pulling Thor close, spoke mournfully, "You're my only son now." Thor began to voice his thoughts, but Odin silenced him, fully comprehending that Loki had indeed loved them in his own way. Both shared a heavy heart, believing Loki to be lost forever. Turning to Lin Feng, Odin scrutinized him intently, his weathered eyes seemingly attempting to penetrate Lin Feng's very essence. "The powerful aura I sense must belong to you, my friend. I never anticipated the emergence of another formidable human on Earth." At that moment, Lin Feng felt a sense of trepidation before Odin, having learned through the system of Odin's staggering combat prowess, which reached 2 million. This was without considering the trouble or his exclusive weapon, the Eternal Spear, in such a weakened state. It was evident that Odin in his prime was a force to be reckoned with. However, Lin Feng harbored no fear. He met Odin's gaze with unwavering calm and replied, "The other powerful being you mentioned must be the Ancient One. I am aware that we have yet to cross paths." He understood that she had fought for millennia, racking up countless victories, and was steeped in an aura of death. Odin's eyes fixed on Lin Feng, initially intended to gauge the young man's strength, but he was taken aback by Lin Feng's fearless demeanor, treating him as he would any ordinary person. Odin, observing Lin Feng's steadfastness, could not help but express his admiration. "I never expected my son, Thor, to find such a powerful ally on Earth. It makes his journey worthwhile. It is unfortunate that you witnessed such an unfortunate scene. My younger son has disappointed me greatly, and I fear I shall not see him again." With that, Odin's expression grew despondent as he turned away, his earlier resolve waning at the mention of his younger son. Thor, concerned for Lin Feng's solitude, decided it would be unwise to leave him alone, especially since Lin Feng was his guest. Thus, Thor escorted Lin Feng to his chambers, arranging for him to stay in a nearby room. After ensuring that Lin Feng's matters were settled, Thor hurriedly departed. Lin Feng did not stop him. Aware that their entire family believed Loki to be deceased and were likely engulfed in sorrow, a leisurely exploration of Asgard would have to wait until the morrow. Chapter 38. A wager. Lin Feng slumbered soundly through the night, only to awaken in the morning, acutely aware of his hunger. The state of a Super Saiyan consumed a considerable amount of energy, and Lin Feng felt as though he could devour an entire cow. Thor had not returned the previous night, presumably mourning alongside his family. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the doorway. "Lin Feng, come. I shall show you the realm of the gods." Although Loki had only recently vanished into the abyss, Thor had regained his composure, convinced that a rogue like Loki would not perish so easily. "Are you certain? Are you in good condition?" "Not a problem. After all, I am of the divine lineage. Unlike you Earthlings. However, you are a different case altogether." Thor recalled Lin Feng's formidable power. Noticing that Thor was not as despondent as depicted in the movies, Lin Feng remarked, "I am hungry. I require sustenance." "Fear not. I shall take you to the finest tavern in Asgard, where we can indulge in hearty food and drink." Thor led Lin Feng towards the bustling market center of Asgard. Along the way, they encountered numerous shops selling an assortment of peculiar items not found on Earth, which left Lin Feng in awe. Soon, Thor came to a halt. Lin Feng looked up to see a tavern named the Hall of Valor. Upon entering, Thor confidently ordered 2 of the largest mugs of mead, so my earthly friend may experience the wonders of our realm. He turned to Lin Feng and added, 1 mug for each of us. In no time, the proprietor presented 2 enormous mugs, each the size of Lin Feng's head. As he gazed at the colossal vessels, Lin Feng felt a pang of concern. Drinking on an empty stomach is harsh on the gut. Thor had already raised his mug and begun to drink when he heard Lin Feng's words. "What did you say?" "I mentioned that I require food first." Lin Feng then addressed the proprietor. "Sir, I would like 10 pieces of grilled steak to line my stomach." The tavern was quite noisy, prompting Lin Feng to speak loudly, causing everyone to direct their attention toward him. A profound silence enveloped the establishment before a chorus of laughter erupted. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Lin Feng glanced around the tavern, perplexed, and queried Thor, "What is the matter? Why does everyone stare at me for ordering a steak?" Thor, still chuckling heartily, explained, "You, being from Earth, are unaware that our divine kin have immense appetites. Thus, we require copious amounts of food. Each of our steaks weighs 30 pounds. As a member of the divine race, One should be satiated with but a single portion, yet you audaciously intend to consume 10. Such an extraordinary feat has never been accomplished before. I, too, can barely manage 2 steaks before nearing my limits. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng surmised that this might be a form of regional discrimination. Having just arrived, he was perplexed as to why they would mock him in such a manner. Determined to indulge in a lavish feast, Lin Feng resolved to enlighten these provincial Asgardians. With a fierce demeanor, he declared, "Bring me a steak, and continue to serve until I utter the word stop." No sooner had he spoken than a voice from the bar chimed in. "I wager this earthling won't be able to finish even a single steak. Just look at his petite frame. How could he possibly consume such a quantity of meat?" A burly man with a bulbous nose and a scruffy beard thumped his chest, exclaiming, "I bet you that if I finish 1 steak, you shall cover all expenses for everyone in the bar today. If I lose, I will treat you all to a full day's worth of indulgence here." The red-nosed giant eagerly accepted the challenge, speaking rapidly as if fearful that Lin Feng might reconsider. Just then, the steak arrived, and the crowd intentionally made space for Lin Feng to feast. No one held high hopes that he could devour a steak larger than his own head. Yet, before their very eyes, Lin Feng elegantly savored the dish. "You see, I told you he wouldn't finish. He's merely posturing," the red-nosed man remarked, convinced that Lin Feng's leisurely pace signified his impending defeat. Unperturbed, Lin Feng continued to relish the exquisite cuisine from this foreign realm, discovering that it was even more delectable and robust than the beef from Earth. Under the watchful gaze of all, Lin Feng gradually polished off the entire steak. As he awaited the next serving, he noticed the proprietor observing him. "Hurry up, I've only just cleared my palate. I'm far from full." The owner, startled, hurried to the kitchen to prepare more meat, and soon returned with additional servings. After consuming 3 steaks in succession, Lin Feng patted his belly and proclaimed, "Someone is treating us today. Let's all eat and drink heartily." He spoke with a commanding presence, as it was not his own money being spent. "You're deceiving us. You cannot be from Earth, for no earthling could possibly consume 90 pounds of meat. This is common knowledge among educated individuals. How dare you deceive the illustrious Asgardian race? You shall not leave here today." The red-nosed man, now seething with indignation, felt betrayed by Thor, convinced that Lin Feng could not possibly be an earthling. His anger was not without justification. After all, how could a human consume such vast quantities? Even a divine steak would be too much for them. Thor stepped forward, declaring, "A wager is a wager. He is indeed from Earth. But he is no ordinary individual. He possesses strength akin to that of the god of thunder." The red-nosed giant was about to retort, but Thor sensed that the situation was deteriorating. "In the name of my father, the All-Father Odin, and as the son of the thunder god Thor, I declare, as the child of prophecy, that he is merely an ordinary man on Earth." The patrons at the bar erupted in uproar, exclaiming, "Oh ho! The boastful pig has finally met his match. Someone is treating today." The proprietor, eager to oblige, brought forth 2 more drinks and a grilled steak. "I too shall partake. I desire 2 pieces. I wish to take on the challenge as well." Observing the raucous crowd, some clamored for 2 steaks. "Can you finish that? It would be a waste of my money," lamented Pick in agony. "Where am I to procure such funds to settle the bill?" Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in Pick's eyes as he approached Lin Feng, saying, "Sir, I wonder if you possess any weapons of your own? My ancestors were the greatest blacksmiths among the divine, yet our lineage has waned. We still possess a mighty sword, which, according to my forebears, can only be wielded by those of immense strength." The gluttonous king is at it again, spinning tales. "That weapon of his is something anyone could wield, though it is so dull that it struggles to chop wood." Another chimed in. "Indeed, he once tried to sell it to me. Fortunately, I am discerning, or I would have fallen prey to his deception." Lin Feng, initially intrigued, now realized he had been misled. It seems that tricksters exist across all planets and races. Chapter 39. Truly a divine artifact. Returning home, Lin Feng gazed at Pick, initially contemplating letting him off the hook, but now feeling betrayed. He could not let him escape unscathed. "Proprietor, continue serving the grilled meat until I command you to cease." Meanwhile, Thor stroked his chin, earnestly advising Lin Feng. What he says may indeed hold truth. His ancestors were reputedly the mightiest blacksmiths of Asgard. I have wielded that very weapon, and it does evoke a peculiar sensation, although, as I mentioned, it struggles to even fell a tree. Perhaps you should give it a try. You see, I am the god of thunder, much like my hammer. MJ Ulner, none but my father and I can lift it. Thor's words astonished Lin Feng, for he understood that as a true-blooded deity, his perception and powers were formidable. Lin Feng pondered, could there truly be an extraordinary weapon awaiting its master? He resolved to investigate. Should it prove false, he would return to confront Pick. Unbeknownst to Pick, Thor's defense was unexpected, and he expressed gratitude toward Thor. I shall go and see for myself. Should you deceive me, you are aware of the consequences. Understood, Pick replied. This time, if I deceive you, I shall treat everyone present to a day's worth of indulgence. The two followed Pick to his abode, with a throng of onlookers trailing behind, as they considered Pick's attempt to deceive an extraterrestrial to be a most rare spectacle. Pike led them to his yard, which was in disarray. He rummaged through the clutter and eventually discovered a large knife, its surface marred by rust and lacking any luster, tucked away in a corner. Approaching Lin Feng, Pike declared, "This is the knife." He then added a stipulation. "Once you take this knife, regardless of its usability, you must absolve me of my previous wager." Lin Feng, filled with indignation, felt tricked by the sight of such a dilapidated weapon, and was further exasperated by the prospect of nullifying their prior agreement. "I haven't even touched the knife, yet you expect me to forfeit our contract?" Just as he was about to voice a firm refusal, the system's voice interrupted. Ding! An ancient artifact has been detected. Lin Feng, bewildered, thought to himself, what? This is truly an artifact? System, are you certain you are not deceiving me with this worn-out knife? The system responded, do not question my capabilities. It is indeed a sealed artifact, and its activation depends on your own strength. Although Lin Feng trusted the system, he remained uncertain that such a shabby object could be an artifact. His stunned expression was evident to everyone around, resembling someone too furious to speak. Look, the alien is left dumbfounded by anger, one remarked. I always said this knife is worthless. No human, let alone a creature, could find it useful. It's merely a piece of junk. However, Lin Feng's subsequent words astonished them all. I agree to your terms, but this weapon shall belong to me. Pike was taken aback by the realization that someone could actually be deceived. Aside from the tales passed down through generations, the knife was utterly useless. Had it not been for the space it occupied in his home, he would have discarded it long ago. Elated, Pike replied, no problem. Fearing Lin Feng might retract his statement, he promptly thrust the large knife into Lin Feng's hands. It's over. My wine and barbecue are gone. This alien must be a fool to accept such a deal. I have a pile of junk at home. I've decided to sell the trash that Asgard no longer wants. Little did he know, this individual would eventually become an interstellar merchant, amassing wealth through the buying and selling of discarded items. But that is beside the point. Holding the knife, Lin Feng felt no different. It retained its shabby appearance, and the damaged handle pressed uncomfortably against his hand. What? How can someone as powerful as I am not awaken you? Frustrated, Lin Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan. At that instant, he sensed a unique aura emanating from the knife. The blade began to emit a vibrant red light, vibrating intensely. The rust gradually receded, and the seal swiftly deteriorated, revealing its true form. The knife now radiated a terrifying crimson glow, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length. By the heavens, the alien has transformed, and so has the knife. I must confess, Peak was not a fraud after all. One individual lamented passionately. Had I known it was truly a divine artifact, I would have risked everything to acquire it. Dream on, for if it were you, you would undoubtedly still possess that shattered blade. It is only through extraordinary prowess that one attains such greatness. His words struck a chord, and the avaricious glint in the man's eyes gradually faded. Lin Feng reverted to his ordinary form, gazing at the weapon he had liberated from its seal, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Wolf Lord. As if comprehending Lin Feng's words, the mighty blade trembled, resonating with a low hum. Lin Feng and Thor returned to the palace, intent on inquiring with Odin about alternative means to return to Earth. Having been away for 2 days, Lin Feng felt a profound longing for his family, and with the artifact in hand, he found no desire to revel in the sights of Asgard. His heart yearned solely for home. As if anticipating their return, Odin awaited them at the Grand Hall's entrance. Indeed, you have shattered its seal. But how do you know of this Wolf Lord weapon? He inquired. Retrieving it is out of the question. Odin stated with an air of gravitas. Fear not, for aside from you, no one else can wield it. It has chosen you, and only you can harness its power. Upon hearing that Odin was not demanding the weapon back, Lin Feng's anxiety eased. He was not yet Odin's equal, and to insist on reclaiming it would have necessitated great sacrifice. Foregoing pleasantries, Lin Feng directly articulated his request. I wish to return to Earth. Aside from the Rainbow Bridge, are there any other means? There exists one method, but I can no longer facilitate your return, Odin replied. Lin Feng's eyes brightened at the prospect. If there is a way, please share it. Perhaps we can assist. Odin doubted Lin Feng's ability to aid, yet he explained, your assistance is futile. To return, I would need to utilize dark energy to transport you. However, my current form cannot endure the repercussions of such a distant teleportation. Lin Feng found it perplexing that such a seemingly simple matter was rendered so complicated by Odin. Suddenly, he reached into his trousers and extracted a handful of unremarkable beans, placing them before Odin. These are my unique celestial beans. They can heal any grave injury. You may consume one to test its efficacy. Odin regarded the dull, unkempt objects with skepticism. Had Lin Feng not mentioned them, he would not have recognized them as green beans. Just as he was about to speak, Thor interjected, Father, you can trust him. He has saved my life and would not deceive us. Odin looked at his adorably foolish second son, contemplating, were it not for the presence of others, I would surely reprimand you. To consume such things would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Feng observed Odin's complete distrust in him, prompting him to propose a suggestion. We can find someone to test it and ascertain its authenticity. As for the individual, that is for you to decide. Odin, dismissing the matter since it did not concern him directly, casually remarked, there are no disabled individuals available lately. Suddenly, Thor, deep in thought, interjected, Father, we could have Heimdall try it. He is still in a coma, is he not? Odin immediately concurred with his son's idea. The three of them proceeded to the medical chamber, clearing out the room, and under Odin's direction, Thor took a bean and swiftly inserted it in a Heimdall's throat, prompting him to swallow it. Moments later, Heimdall opened his eyes and sat up. Astonished by this miraculous event, Odin could hardly believe it. After all, Heimdall had been frozen by the casket of ancient winters and would require years to recover. How do you feel now? Odin inquired. Heimdall closed his eyes, attentively sensing his body, and after a brief period replied, I feel remarkably light, as though I had never sustained any injuries. Even my previous hidden wounds seem to have vanished. What is the meaning of this? Odin, regaining his usual composure, stated, It's nothing. You should rest well. Although Heimdall was still unaware of many things, the All-Father's words compelled him to suppress his curiosity. Upon returning to the Great Hall, Odin, suppressing his nausea, consumed a magical bean, meticulously attuning himself to the shifts within his body. Indeed, he felt rejuvenated, even emerging from his Odin sleep. Astonished, he pondered, is this truly a bean from Earth? Such a divine object does not even exist in my realm. Odin, overwhelmed with excitement, snatched the bean from Lin Feng's hand. What a treasure! How could you not cherish such a remarkable gift? As Odin carefully counted the 3 beans in his possession, he thought to himself that had he possessed this wondrous item earlier, his younger son Loki would not have fallen into the abyss. So is that sufficient? After you return me, if I consume a bean, will I instantly recover? Before Lin Feng could respond, he felt a dark mist envelop him at Odin's wave of the hand. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on Earth, recognizing the location as the site of the previous cataclysmic battle. Thor, witnessing Lin Feng's abrupt disappearance, widened his eyes in astonishment and gazed at his father. Odin, noticing Thor's bewilderment, cleared his throat and regained his authoritative demeanor. I merely fulfilled your friend's request. Thor lamented, then why not send me back as well? Father, take me with you once more. Such folly. Are you unaware of the potential harm I might endure? But you still have 2 beans left. I saw them. You can spare one. No, which how did you see that with? There are none left. Regardless of Thor's protests, Odin remained resolute in his decision, ultimately leading to Thor's absence. Thus, Thor's newly acquired girlfriend was left without a chance to meet him. In Chapter 40, the first home run, Lin Feng glanced around, finding no one in sight, and swiftly returned to his bar. Upon entering, he made his way to the room, placing his weapons behind the door, and turned to little Ran Ran. Ran Ran, have you been a good girl? Did you miss your brother during my 2-day absence? Ran Ran was sitting on the sofa, watching a movie with Lilia, and upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, exclaimed, Brother, I've missed you terribly. Where have you been these past 2 days? Lin Feng affectionately patted Ranran's head. I was on another planet. The scenery there is breathtaking. I promise to take you with me next time. That sounds wonderful. You are the best, brother. As Lin Feng surveyed the room, he noticed Natasha was missing and called her phone, only to find it turned off. It seemed she had gone on a mission. Curious about his house's renovations, he traveled to the seaside villa and was pleased to see that everything was completed. The aftermath of the previous battle entirely erased. He returned to the villa with his family and placed his magical bean plant in the living room to purify the environment. Lin Feng reclined by the outdoor pool on the second floor, basking in the sun, enjoying Leona's massage while the chef prepared exquisite dishes. Leona occasionally fed him, and he watched Ranran play in the water, feeling utterly content. After a period of relentless activity, he cherished this moment of leisure. So you are indeed here. I saw you called me, but no one picked up. I guess you might be at the villa, Natasha remarked, appearing unexpectedly. Lin Feng was not surprised by her presence. He knew that as long as he was on Earth, S.H.I.L.D. would be aware of his location. Especially given his relationship with Natasha, it would be unthinkable for Pidden to withhold such information from her. He pulled Natasha into his embrace, playfully saying, "Let me see if you've gotten smaller," while his hands wandered. Brother, what are you doing?" Natasha quickly intervened, playfully slapping his hands away. "Stop it. There's a child here." Feigning hurt, Lin Feng elicited a shiver from Natasha. She then suggested they head to the beach. Lin Feng agreed, realizing that it would be dull with just the two of them, and with such splendid weather, they ought to enjoy a taste of ordinary life. The lively atmosphere would also provide little Ranran with an opportunity to interact with other children. He needed to find a way to enroll her in school. After all, she was growing up, and education was essential. As they reached the beach, Natasha stayed behind to change clothes while Leona and the others brought the cooking utensils to the shore. The onlookers at the beach observed the ostentatious demeanor of Lin Feng with restrained disdain. However, when they witnessed the stunningly beautiful Leona laboring under the weight of heavy objects, many could not help but mutter disparaging remarks about her treatment, just as they condemned Lin Feng as a brute. A strikingly voluptuous woman with flowing red hair graced the beach, captivating everyone in her presence. Her magnificent curves, slender waist, and long, alluring legs, all adorned in a form-fitting swimsuit, were simply breathtaking. "Hello, gorgeous!" exclaimed a man, while another chimed in, "Oh dear, darling, please don't hit me. Are you still looking?" Many men on the beach were utterly entranced by Natasha, even enduring the wrath of their wives and girlfriends, unable to avert their gaze from her allure. A self-satisfied, muscular man approached Natasha, brimming with confidence. "Hey, beautiful, let us be friends," he said, flexing his muscles in a display he deemed impressive. Yet, Natasha was unimpressed. She gracefully sidestepped him and made her way towards Lin Feng. The muscular man, feeling slighted, thought to himself, "How dare she ignore me?" He reached out to grab her shoulder with one hand while the other sought to grasp her backside. However, he had chosen the wrong target. In an instant, Natasha spun around, her fist connecting squarely with the face of the lecherous man. He was sent sprawling 3 meters away, landing on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth along with the tooth. Fuming, the muscular man glared at Natasha, scrambling to his feet, seething with rage as he turned his ire towards both her and Lin Feng. "You'll regret this. Don't you dare leave. I'll make sure you pay for this." At that moment, Lin Feng knew he had to assert himself. "You should go fetch your friends. I am curious to see who possesses the audacity to cause such a ruckus here," he replied. The muscular man spat blood and fled the scene. Natasha and Lin Feng resumed their languid repose on the beach, enjoying the food that Leona had provided, while nearby, Ranran played joyfully with other children, all feeling quite content. The surrounding men watched this scene with envy, their eyes practically ablaze. To have one beautiful girlfriend would be enough, yet this insufferable man had two. "Friends, it might be wise for you to leave. You don't appear to be destitute, but the individual you just chased off is no trifling matter. His brother is a notorious gang leader around here. If he arrives, both your girlfriends may find themselves in peril." Although they disdained Lin Feng's brashness, a few well-meaning individuals felt compelled to caution him, hoping to spare them from harm. Lin Feng graciously acknowledged the man's warning, saying, "No need to worry. You are unaware of who we truly are." He had intended to invite this man and his family to join them for a meal, yet their fearful demeanor suggested they would not dare approach. The onlookers were filled with dread, thinking that the two beautiful women were about to meet their doom. Shortly thereafter, a muscular man arrived at the beach, accompanied by dozens of others. A man with a cross-shaped scar on his face bore a striking resemblance to the muscular man. Presumably his brother. Brother, those two are the ones who bullied me and knocked out one of my teeth. I told you, your reputation means nothing. The muscular man's brother said, his sinister gaze fixed on the two women pointed out by his sibling, igniting a fire of desire within him. Come on, brother. Let me avenge you. When the time comes, we shall take turns enjoying ourselves, the scarred man declared, leading his entourage towards Lin Feng. Who are you? Get away. You're blocking my sunlight, Lin Feng retorted. However, the surrounding crowd had already spotted the muscular man leading a pack of menacing thugs onto the beach and had fled to a safe distance, anxiously observing the situation. Sunlight? I'll ensure you bask in it slowly, the scarred man commanded his subordinates. Break the man's hands and feet and take the woman. Suddenly, 3 individuals charged forward, with Leona shielding the petite Ran. Among them were a man clad in a chef's attire and an elderly gentleman. Before the scarred man could comprehend the situation, his subordinates found themselves incapacitated within mere seconds, writhing in pain on the ground. Only the scarred man and his muscular brother remained, paralyzed with fear. Although the spectators were horrified by the bloody scene, none dared to call the authorities, collectively thinking that the beautiful women seemed to be safe now. The scarred man realized he had underestimated the situation, astonished to encounter such formidable opponents. Could they be mutants? I thought they were exceedingly rare, he pondered. Having seen more of the world, the scarred man quickly regained his composure and slapped his brother across the face. You fool! Do you dare provoke anyone? This time, I will ensure you pay dearly. While laughing, he turned to Lin Feng, saying, Sir, look at me stepping in to teach him a lesson. Since nothing has happened to you, why don't you let us go? My men are all incapacitated. Can we not settle this amicably? The scarred man pleaded, unsure if Lin Feng would grant a mercy. With his own escape blocked by the 3 guardians, he had no choice but to beg for leniency. Lin Feng's previously cheerful demeanor had soured due to the incident, leaving him devoid of any desire to continue his day at the beach. He stood up, cradling Ran in his arms, while Natasha held onto one of his arms. Castrate them, then break their legs, injuries that cannot be healed, Lin Feng remarked casually, sealing the fate of the 2 men. He departed from the beach, disinterested, while the echoes of their anguished cries lingered behind him. Upon returning to the villa, Ran, having played all day, was already weary and ready to sleep. As dusk descended, a rare celestial phenomenon unfolded in the sky, the alignment of 5 stars, accompanied by a multitude of shimmering hearts, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Natasha, leaning her head against Lin Feng's shoulder, remarked, were it not for our encounter, I would merely be a tool relying on my beauty. I'm truly grateful to you, Lin Feng. She then gently lifted his face, gazing into his youthful and handsome countenance, and slowly leaned in closer. Their lips gradually met, with Natasha fervently pursuing Lin Feng, who ardently defended himself. Care for a bit of excitement? Lin Feng teased with a mischievous smile. At that moment, Natasha was already aflame with passion, surrendering her body to Lin Feng's whims. He swept her into the sky, and Natasha soon realized the implications of their ascent. They soared into a massive rain cloud, and she playfully exclaimed, Be gentle. This is my first time. Lin Feng sensed that a home run was within reach that evening. Within the cloud, they engaged in fervent combat, alternating between positions, their struggle so intense that even the clouds trembled in response. Chapter 41. The Supreme Mage, Ancient One. As night fell, the 2 had returned to the house, and Lin Feng, having awoken earlier, was invigorated by his Saiyan constitution, while Natasha had succumbed to fatigue the previous night. Observing Natasha's flushed face beside him, he gently kissed her lips, intending to rise and prepare a loving breakfast as a reward for her laborious night. To his surprise, upon entering the living room, he found Stark awaiting him. Stark, ever the charmer, raised his eyebrows playfully upon seeing Lin Feng. So how was last night? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, exuding a sense of exasperation. How do you know? He inquired. Sunday told me. I'm the primary user of the artificial intelligence I installed in your house. It's quite the surveillance tool. You'd better change that. It's intrusive. Rest assured, only I can access any information pertaining to you from Sunday. Stark continued. I'm here to inform you that the Stark Industries Expo begins the night after tomorrow. Make sure to attend. I've reserved a front row seat for you. and there will be plenty of lovely ladies. Stark said with a lecherous grin. What did you say about lovely ladies? Natasha's voice suddenly echoed, startling Stark. He quickly replied, I must be going, be there the day after tomorrow. You're fortunate to escape. Otherwise, I make you aware of the consequences. Lin Feng noticed Natasha's expression of indifference and hastily reassured her, You needn't worry. I am not a womanizer. I would never behave inappropriately. At that moment, a circular spark ignited in the center of the living room, from which emerged a man clad in the robes of a hermit, his skin dark and imposing. Lin Feng immediately recognized the disciple of the Ancient One, Modu. Why would the Supreme Sorcerer seek him out? After all, Lin Feng had not committed any wrongdoing on Earth. While Lin Feng pondered this, Modu slightly bowed and spoke. Mr. Lin Feng, the Supreme Sorcerer invites you to meet him at Kamar Taj. Intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the Supreme Sorcerer's grandeur, Lin Feng turned to Natasha and said, I will step out for a moment. I shall return shortly. He then followed Modu through the portal and arrived at the sacred hall of Kamar Taj. At that moment, Lin Feng observed a bearded man being transported through the portal. The man collapsed to the ground, trembling, and looked up to say, Are you planning to freeze me to death? The Ancient One calmly replied, Strange. You must understand that sometimes a little pressure is necessary for growth. Strange stood up and asked, Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. Is he a newcomer learning magic? Lin Feng found little inclination to engage with such a ruffian, as he was merely a newly transformed miscreant at that time. The Ancient One interjected, You do not need to know who he is now. In due time, you shall come to know. With that, the Ancient One instructed Modu to take Strange away. Turning to Lin Feng, the Ancient One inquired, Where do you come from? I sensed a sudden surge of powerful energy emanating from Earth that alerted me to your presence. It is unusual for someone of your caliber to exist on this planet. To uncover your origins, I employed the Eye of Agamotto urgently, yet I still could not discern your background. Your timeline is shrouded in obscurity and utterly inaccessible. Who are you truly? As the Ancient One spoke, his aura gradually intensified, and under this tremendous pressure, Lin Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan, barely managing to withstand the Ancient One's might. However, the Ancient One's power continued to escalate, prompting Lin Feng to unleash his signature Saiyan roar of defiance. Their auras clashed fiercely, causing Kamar Taj to tremble slightly. Chapter 42. The Dark Dimension. Lord Dormammu, the Ancient One, effortlessly conjured his mirror dimension spell, enveloping both Lin Feng and himself within it. Everyone in Kamar Taj sensed the slight tremor that had just occurred. Strange exclaimed, What is happening? Did Kamar Taj just experience an earthquake? Do you know what transpired? Modu glanced at Strange and mockingly replied, The Supreme Sorcerer was just sparring with that kid you mentioned. You should consider how to confront such a formidable individual now, haha. Strange was left dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? He had merely expressed his frustration in passing, and it turned out he was in the presence of someone of the same stature as the Supreme Sorcerer. Strange questioned loudly, Didn't you say you were the strongest group on Earth? What is going on? What you're not meant to know, do not inquire about. Modu looked at Strange without answering his question. It is not that he refrains from responding. Rather, he is equally in the dark. Yet, he feigns an air of profundity, believing it to be an aura of inscrutability. Foolish. Strange silently berated Mordo, thinking to himself that he too was at a loss. In the mirror dimension, the might of Ancient One had surpassed even the current strength of Odin. Lin Feng was struggling to endure. His power had always been reliant on the rewards from the system rather than his own cultivation. Thus, he had never experienced any enhancement. However, this time, the pressure had catalyzed a remarkable surge in his combat prowess, reaching an astonishing 200,000 under normal conditions and soaring to 2 million in his Super Saiyan state, placing him on par with Odin. Despite this, Ancient One's momentum continued to rise. Observing Lin Feng before him, Ancient One pondered quietly, Who is this young man? Indeed, formidable. I have already reached my zenith, and any further exertion would necessitate drawing upon the dark powers of Dormammu. Then, Ancient One reigned in his formidable presence entirely. Lin Feng felt an immediate alleviation of pressure and returned to a state of normalcy. This comparison had exhausted him more than all his previous battles combined. Lin Feng remained uncertain of Ancient One's intentions in summoning him, feeling quite aggrieved by the treatment he had received. Ancient One, noticing Lin Feng's inner turmoil, began to elucidate. Please do not harbor anger. I'm nearing the end of my days. I have been nurturing a successor for the title of Supreme Sorcerer, and I have only just discovered you. Alas, you are still in a state of naivete, unprepared for the monumental task of safeguarding the Earth. I have been searching for someone to protect our world during my impending absence, yet found no one until your arrival. We shared a deep bond back then. You must recall, ever since that encounter, I have been observing you and recognized your immense strength, which is sufficient for this critical responsibility. Upon hearing Ancient One's account, Lin Feng began to recollect. He had sensed a consciousness observing him during his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, and upon looking back, he realized it was indeed Ancient One who had detected him. Ancient One continued, prior to my discovery of you, the eye of Agamotto experienced a tremor, alerting me to the potential for dire occurrences. Utilizing the eye, I examined the timelines and found them suddenly obscured. It was only upon encountering you that I discerned a significant shift. Prior to your emergence, the timelines of our world were distinctly clear, but your arrival has rendered the future utterly inscrutable. The eye of Agamotto has lost its intrinsic powers within our realm, now functioning merely as a gem to probe the time before your advent. Lin Feng, having absorbed Ancient One's explanation, came to understand that his presence had irrevocably altered the timeline of this Marvel universe, rendering it more intricate and unfathomable. However, being from another universe, he could not divulge this crucial secret to Ancient One. Lin Feng reiterated the persuasive words he had once used on Stark, and Gu-Yi found herself convinced. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within her. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, it seemed implausible that a race as powerful as this would remain devoid of any legends. It is worth noting that Lin Feng's transformation abilities were already far superior to those of the average divine beings. Observing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor, she chose not to dwell on her doubts, especially since he claimed that his entire planet had perished, leaving him as its sole survivor. Gu-Yi regarded Lin Feng with a tinge of pity, for he was the last remnant of an entire world, a solitary orphan. Lin Feng, perplexed by Gu-Yi's gaze, wondered why she looked at him with such an expression reserved for orphans. I believe you are capable of undertaking this task. Gu-Yi reiterated her request, her tone now imbued with a gentle warmth. Lin Feng, however, delivered a callous refusal, albeit one that was not entirely absolute. That is out of the question. I cannot protect the Earth. I abhor complications. At most, I will agree to assist only when external threats arise and the people of Earth are overwhelmed. Gu-Yi understood the implications of his response, knowing he would fill the void of protection during her absence after her demise. Gu-Yi dispelled the mirror dimension and returned to the real world, inviting Lin Feng to join her at a nearby table. Come, share a cup of tea with me. After this, we may never meet again. Lin Feng regarded Gu-Yi, who, despite appearing not overly aged, now bore the weight of her experiences at the tea table, her eyes reflecting a wisdom forged through trials. Lin Feng knelt at the table, just reaching for the teacup when Gu-Yi struck unexpectedly. His spirit transcended the confines of his physical form. Lin Feng, I shall now introduce you to the power of Dormammu, she declared. He has long been eyeing the Earth, and should I pass before a new Sorcerer Supreme emerges, he will invade. I hope you will assist Strange when the time comes. Guided by Gu-Yi, Lin Feng's consciousness ventured into the realm of the spiritual universe, an ethereal plane where everything was rendered void. Here, he perceived colors that should not exist and experienced speeds unattainable in the physical world, transforming the impossible into reality. This realm seemed to exist beyond the very dimensions of the universe. Lin Feng felt the presence of many formidable consciousnesses, one of which radiated chaos, brutality, and an insatiable hunger, locking onto him with a predatory focus that even he struggled to withstand. His own consciousness began to spiral into turmoil. Suddenly, he sensed a disorienting force pulling him away from his center. His awareness returned to his corporeal form. What has happened? Gu-Yi offered him a cup of tea. Take a sip. This tea is from 5 centuries ago, preserved by my magical means. There is little left now. A tumultuous and savage consciousness must have enveloped you. That is Dormammu, a being of cosmic power and the sovereign of the Dark Realm, who has been casting his gaze upon Earth. Chapter 43. The pitiful Ivan. After finishing his tea, Lin Feng was returned from Kamar Taj by the Ancient One, and night had already fallen. He had come to understand the immense strength of Dormammu, and at present, he found himself ill-equipped to confront such power. Lin Feng resolved that he could no longer rely on the system's gratuitous gifts to gain strength. he needed to embark on a path of cultivation. Contemplating how to enhance his prowess, Lin Feng reflected on the narrative of Dragon Ball, recalling that Vegeta trained in a gravity chamber developed by his wife. Therefore, he considered requesting Stark to construct one for him. However, with the Stark Industries Expo scheduled for the following day, it seemed unlikely that Stark would have time. He would have to wait until after the event to trouble Stark. Natasha was presumably back at S.H.I.L.D. for work, having long been accustomed to that life, despite Lin Feng's previous suggestions for her to resign. Ultimately, he respected her wishes, given their relationship. Even the most obstinate of superiors would hesitate to assign dangerous missions to Natasha. Loneliness enveloped him throughout the night. On the following morning, Lin Feng took Ran to Stark Tower, where he sought out Stark. He intended to accompany Stark, which would allow him to observe the performances of the showgirls backstage and ascertain their professionalism. With a bold demeanor, he joined Stark in his vehicle, arriving at the expo venue. The event, held in the evening, featured numerous companies showcasing their research achievements throughout the day, with various weapons and technological inventions displayed at the entrances of small rooms. Military personnel and representatives from various companies flocked to this venue, eager to discover the technologies that piqued their interests. Lin Feng was truly astounded. He had never encountered such an array of peculiar weapon designs. One particular bomb captivated Lin Feng's attention. It was beyond imagination, a piece of black technology known as the tomato bomb. In the developer's demonstration video, he took a bite out of a tomato, then tossed the remaining half into the distance, resulting in an explosion. Furthermore, they had developed grenades flavored like various fruits and vegetables, all of which were edible. Spectators regarded it as a special effects spectacle, utterly disbelieving that a grenade could be consumed. After a morning filled with intrigue, yet growing tedium, Lin Feng took Ran to Stark's lounge, where they spent the afternoon playing together. Finally, evening arrived. The illustrious Iron Man descended from the sky, landing at the center of the stage, eliciting a roar of applause from the audience. Stark, having shed his armor, engaged in a lengthy, passionate kiss with a sultry performer on stage, much to Pepper Potts' chagrin. Stark then proceeded to introduce his newly developed energy source, the hover car. As the exposition reached its zenith, a fleet of armored aircraft descended from the heavens, bombarding the roof of the venue. A figure clad in a towering 3-meter mech descended gracefully, landing before Stark. With a crack of his electric whip, he aimed directly at Stark. Wishing to conceal his ability to fly, Stark executed a deft roll backward to evade the strike, swiftly donning his armor. This was an older model, as the new one had been destroyed by Lin Feng, and he had yet to complete its enhancements. "Ivan, what are you truly after?" Stark inquired. "What do I desire? I simply wish for you, the thief, to face the consequences," Ivan replied. "Come with me, and I will spare those present. If you refuse, I shall command these armored suits to eliminate everyone here." Aware that Lin Feng was nearby, Stark nearly succumbed to laughter, yet was apprehensive about potential casualties. "Very well, I shall accompany you," he conceded. Sensing Stark might attempt to flee, Ivan left 5 suits behind as a threat, surrounding Stark with 20 more as they traversed to an isolated park. Ivan's vendetta was not solely against Stark. He regarded Stark as a mere pawn, unwilling to engage in unwarranted slaughter of innocents. Upon arrival, a voice echoed from the skies. Stark's friend, Rhodes, had arrived upon learning of Stark's abduction. "How rare to find someone willing to die alongside you." "Stark," Ivan taunted. Stark, with disdain, retorted, "Do you truly believe you can end my life here?" Uninterested in banter, Ivan commanded the attack. The surrounding suits opened fire on Stark and Rhodes. Naturally, the two heroes were unwilling to remain passive and retaliated. Stark's armor far surpassed hammer tech, and despite the onslaught, their cooperation granted them the advantage. Observing the tide of battle shift, Ivan joined the fray, wielding his energy whip. Seizing a moment of inattention, he struck Rhodes, amplifying the power to disable his armor, rendering it immobile. As Ivan prepared to deliver another blow, Stark intervened, shielding his friend with his own body. But in doing so, his own armor lost power. Ivan laughed heartily at Stark's predicament. "Ha! The illustrious Tony Stark, reduced to kneeling. Your weakness belies your status as a hero of America. Grovel before me, and perhaps I shall spare you both." Yet Stark remained unfazed. He had a trump card. "Do you truly think this will compel me to yield, to perish here?" Ivan gazed at Stark's obstinacy with disinterest, deciding that he no longer wished to engage, preparing instead to eliminate Stark and flee abroad. The reactor on Ivan's armored chest emitted a blinding radiance, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy directed towards Stark. "Tony, we are doomed," Rhodey shouted. Yet, contrary to their expectations of impending pain, an incredulous voice from Ivan echoed, "This is impossible. You are not Stark. Who are you?" Stark disengaged from his armor, extending a finger to unleash a ki blast that obliterated Ivan's energy core. With a single punch, he incapacitated Ivan, dragging him from the suit and pinning him beneath his foot. With disdain, he remarked, "Is this the extent of your abilities, daring to trouble me? Just this?" At that moment, Ivan's spirits were as low as they could be, feeling utterly defeated. Stark's words rendered Ivan unconscious. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived. Rhodey promptly revealed his identity, and Ivan was swiftly apprehended. At this juncture, Lin Feng also arrived on the scene. Observing Stark's triumphant reversal of fortune, he opted not to interrupt and quietly withdrew, returning to the expo to inform Pepper that Tony was safe and on his way back. Lin Feng's presence there was due to Pepper's clandestine departure from the scene to seek his assistance for Stark. Aware of the situation, Lin Feng discreetly neutralized 5 of Hammer's drones, tracking Stark's energy signature to this location, fortuitously witnessing the spectacle unfold. Before long, Stark was escorted back by the police. Pepper rushed over, embracing Stark tightly. Chapter 44. Loki's Return to Earth S. H.I.L.D. Nick Fury sat in his office, gazing at a document before him inscribed with the word Avengers. The Avengers were a long-prepared endeavor, yet it had not been executed until now, primarily due to the absence of a central figure to lead. Initially, Fury had contemplated appointing Lin Feng as the leader, recognizing his profound commitment to protecting humanity. Although Lin Feng consistently feigned indifference, Fury discerned his true intentions. However, Lin Feng's evident laziness and lack of discipline led to his exclusion. Next in line was Stark. The thought of Stark's character gave Fury a headache. Entrusting leadership of the Avengers to him seemed a recipe for disaster. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. A month prior, America's hero, Captain America, had been discovered in the Arctic with signs of life. Following intensive medical intervention over the past month, he had begun to recover. Fury stroked his bald head thoughtfully, contemplating the activation of the Avengers Initiative. This was the first plan. The second involved researching the space gem, which had been located alongside Captain America, in the hopes of developing weapons that transcended contemporary technology. Nick Fury was diligently investigating the Space Stone, aspiring to harness its formidable energy to develop powerful weapons for the protection of Earth. Suddenly, he received an urgent call from a researcher. "Director, you must come at once. The Time Stone has exhibited unexpected activity, and it has persisted for quite some time." Startled, Nick Fury hurried to the underground research facility. Upon arrival, he immediately inquired, "Doctor Eric, what has transpired?" "The Tesseract has inexplicably generated immense energy fluctuations, continuously emitting energy without a clear destination," the doctor replied. Just as Fury was about to respond, a portal materialized behind the Tesseract. A figure clad in ornate battle attire emerged, none other than Loki, returning to Earth once more. The moment he appeared, the surrounding low-level agents opened fire, yet the might of a celestial being rendered their bullets utterly ineffective. Loki swiftly wielded his scepter, eliminating the security personnel with ease. Agent Barton promptly drew his weapon, directing a concentrated burst of energy at Loki. However, Loki remained unfazed, calmly retorting, "How amusing. The insignificant Earthlings dare to covet the power of the gods. You have unwittingly opened a portal from Earth to the cosmos. To possess such a treasure and announce it to the universe. Had it not been for your hubris, I would not have known where to locate the Space Stone." Nick Fury was taken aback, though he maintained his composure. "This is my Tesseract, not merely a Space Stone." Understanding the director's signal, Barton fired at Loki. But the anticipated outcome did not materialize. The bullets passed harmlessly through Loki's form, revealing it as a magical projection. The real Loki had appeared beside Barton, using the power of the Mind Stone within his scepter to control him. Loki proceeded to dominate several uninjured low-level agents. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Nick Fury concealed the Tesseract within a box, intending to discreetly remove it. "I advise you against such actions," Loki warned. However, Barton did not afford Fury the opportunity to respond, swiftly incapacitating him with a single shot. A group of individuals seized the Tesseract and arrogantly departed. Fortunately, Fury was wearing a bulletproof vest beneath his attire, and he immediately alerted the agents outside to intercept Barton and his cohorts while personally boarding a helicopter in pursuit. Yet, his efforts proved futile, and the Tesseract was stolen. As Fury surveyed the devastated facility, he understood that war had been declared. He decisively informed Captain America, Tony Stark, and Black Widow. A month had passed since the last expo atop Stark Industries. Lin Feng was diligently sweating in the gravity chamber, striving to enhance his strength. This was constructed at his request by Stark, based on his recollection of Vegeta's training methods from Dragon Ball, following the conclusion of the last expo. Natasha was seated outside, awaiting Lin Feng, when she suddenly received a phone call, hastily knocking on the gravity chamber door. Lin Feng deactivated the gravity and ceased his training, stepping outside. Lin Feng, the director has summoned us. It appears Loki has returned and has also stolen the Tesseract. Oh, Loki has returned? It seems the Avengers have commenced their operations. Lin Feng mused quietly to himself. He quickly took Natasha into his arms and flew to the base. Nick Fury looked at Lin Feng and said, I need Dr. Banner. He is an authority on gamma radiation, and we require his expertise. I need you to assist me in retrieving him. He is our best chance to reclaim the Tesseract. Lin Feng found the situation rather troublesome, yet Natasha remained passionate about her work, making it difficult for him to refuse her. After all, inciting the wrath of a woman could lead to significant complications. Thus, following Nick Fury's directions, Lin Feng and Natasha arrived at Dr. Banner's residence the following evening. Natasha explained the situation to Dr. Banner, yet he seemed utterly indifferent, refusing to address the matter. Instead, he fixated on the fact that S.H.I.L.D. had managed to locate him. How did you find me? Wasn't it agreed that you would not monitor my whereabouts? Dr. Banner's agitation grew with each word. Seeing this man disrespect his partner, Lin Feng instructed Natasha to step outside. Obediently, she complied and exited the room. Just as she left, a roar erupted from within, and the building trembled as a colossal green giant emerged. However, the collapsing structure kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring Natasha's view. Before she could comprehend the situation, she heard a flurry of punches and kicks, and then Lin Feng stepped out, having reached an agreement with Dr. Banner, albeit without coercion. Natasha was well aware of how Lin Feng had persuaded Dr. Banner and fully supported his approach. She murmured, "Who dares to threaten me?" Upon hearing Natasha's words, Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. At that moment, a battered and limping man emerged from the room, humorously clad in nothing but his underwear, sporting two black eyes. Nearby, some lower-tier agents rushed over to assist Dr. Banner, helping him board the aircraft. Chapter 45. A fierce beating for Loki. Iron Man Stark had just completed his new armor, which boasted double the performance of its predecessor. Having just experienced his new armor in the sky, Stark returned to the rooftop of Stark Industries, shedding his strikingly impressive new suit. Agent Coulson called, but he declined the call as he was on a date with Pepper Potts. Stark, reveling in the joy of the moment with Pepper over drinks, was suddenly interrupted. At that moment, Coulson had overridden Jarvis's programming to ascend to the rooftop and present Stark with some urgent information. A mere glance at the data made Stark realize the gravity of the situation, yet he soon found solace in the thought of Lin Feng's presence, allowing his worries to dissipate. Meanwhile, Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had been frozen for 70 years, was brimming with energy, routinely pummeling hundreds of sandbags each day. Nick Fury sought him out, needing his leadership for an upcoming team. In Fury's eyes, the presence of Captain America ensured stability. For a team without a figure like Steve Rogers, as its moral compass would undoubtedly falter. Fury briefed Steve on Loki's invasion of Earth and the impending extraterrestrial assault. The resolute Captain America accepted this formidable challenge without hesitation. The following day, under Coulson's guidance, Captain America was swiftly transported aboard the aircraft carrier, alongside Dr. Bruce Banner, who appeared notably weary, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Dr. Banner inquired, "So, you are Captain America?" To which Captain America casually responded, "That's merely what others call me." They exchanged handshakes and a gesture of acquaintance and proceeded to the edge of the carrier, gazing at the surrounding waters. Dr. Banner remarked, "It seems they intend to trap us beneath the waves." Just as he spoke, the aircraft carrier transformed and took to the skies. Captain America exclaimed, "I've seen many things, But this truly opens my eyes. The aircraft carrier not only soared into the air, but also possessed cloaking capabilities, showcasing SHIELD's innovative technology. Meanwhile, Loki had Dr. Eric Selvig under his control, compelling him to serve his interests. Through Loki's imparted knowledge, Dr. Selvig discovered how to harness the space stone to open a portal. However, to create a larger and more stable, supersized time-space gateway. A rare metal known as iridium was required. Unfamiliar with Earth, Loki was unaware of where to procure such a metal. He turned to his minions and inquired, "Does anyone know where we might find this metal?" Barton immediately responded, "I know where it is." As a senior agent of SHIELD, Barton was well aware of its storage location. Thus, he accompanied Loki and his entourage to the site where the rare metal was kept. In Nick Fury's office, he glared disapprovingly at Lin Feng and Natasha, who were engrossed in a video game, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation at hand. Suddenly, Bill burst in without knocking. "Director, we have located Agent Barton." Nick Fury composed himself and immediately issued commands. "Natasha, you and Captain America go retrieve him." "Yes, Director." Lin Feng, seeing Natasha respond to Nick Fury's orders, had no choice but to accompany her. At that moment, a grand gala was taking place at the site where rare metals were stored. Barton had seized the vault's custodian, while Loki directly employed a device to extract the custodian's eyes. Subsequently, Loki instructed Barton to steal iridium while he flaunted himself in the hall. Loki stood alone in the hall, surrounded by fearful onlookers, having just committed murder and displayed a sinister smile that instilled terror. He arrogantly donned golden armor and conjured multiple illusions, compelling those before him to kneel in submission. "I am a god. Kneel, you wretched mortals." Initially, the crowd remained unresponsive until Loki, wielding his scepter, struck down one among them. Panic ensued, for they were wealthy individuals who had no desire to perish in such a manner, with splendid moments awaiting their enjoyment. One person led the way, kneeling, and soon the others followed suit, too afraid to meet Loki's gaze. Loki reveled in the sight of these mortals prostrating themselves at his feet, relishing the sense of superiority it bestowed upon him. With immense satisfaction, he proclaimed, "You lowly humans exist solely to be ruled and enslaved. You are born to be slaves." However, as Loki finished speaking, one individual rose to his feet. His expression grave, he surveyed the kneeling crowd and declared proudly, "These individuals do not represent all of humanity. We are not a base race. It is you, the god who delights in oppressing and humiliating others, who is truly contemptible." Loki, incensed by the audacity of this defiant mortal, seethed with rage. "Kneel, or you shall meet your demise." "I will not kneel, even if it costs me my life." "You truly fear not death?" "I fear not, for even if you slay one of me, there are countless others." The elder spoke with solemnity and gravity. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." Loki raised his scepter, aiming at the elder, who steadfastly held his gaze upon Loki without flinching. This only fueled Loki's fury further. With a resounding boom, a beam of energy shot towards the elder. Suddenly, a figure wielding a shield appeared before him, blocking the laser with his shield. "Captain America, is that truly you? I thought you were dead. This must be a trick." The captain, looking down upon the elevated Loki, retorted, "If this is what gods are like, then we are doomed." Loki gazed at the newcomer, sensing that the situation had taken an intriguing turn. He recognized the identity of the person before him. "If the gods are not to be exalted, what then?" "Like you, an elderly man clad in clownish attire, attempting to save the world?" Loki taunted mockingly. Without hesitation, Loki launched an attack on Captain America, and the battle commenced with fervor. Captain America was no match for Loki and was soon subdued. Loki placed his foot upon the chest of the American hero. "Is this the extent of your prowess, great American hero? Do you dare to oppose a deity?" Meanwhile, Lin Feng, aboard the aircraft, found Loki's arrogance intolerable, as he was engrossed in a game that the rogue had disrupted. With a swift motion, Lin Feng donned a pair of sunglasses to conceal his identity and soared into action. "You wretched scoundrel, haven't you had enough punishment from our last encounter?" Loki's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized his assailant. Before he could react, Lin Feng overwhelmed him, delivering a barrage of strikes until Loki pleaded for mercy. Only then did Lin Feng deliver a resounding slap that rendered Loki unconscious. With one hand grasping Loki's clothing, Lin Feng hoisted him onto the aircraft. The other occupants had yet to engage, but Lin Feng effortlessly dispatched them. Only Stark, seated calmly in his position, conversed with Pepper over the phone, displaying no concern whatsoever. Captain America, rubbing his chest, murmured, "I truly appreciate your assistance." "Are you a mutant?" "Mutant? I am not. I am merely an ordinary man with a modicum of martial skill." Lin Feng replied earnestly to Steve's inquiry. The others regarded the unconscious form of Loki, pondering. Is this the so-called god? He seems so different from us. Is this the wretched being intent on subjugating humanity? Suddenly, a lowly agent struck Loki across the face. "Ah, who dares to strike me?" Loki, who had been in a stupor, jolted awake to find a commoner glaring at him with an outstretched hand. "You insignificant human! Dare you strike my visage? I am the son of Odin, the god of mischief." "You are nothing but a captured nuisance," the agent retorted, preparing to strike again, only to have his hand pass through Loki's form. Loki had, upon awakening, released a doppelganger to confuse them, and was now fervently attempting to break free at the aircraft's door. How could mere ropes bind a god? Loki swiftly severed his restraints and placed his hand upon the door. Lin Feng observed the entire scene with keen interest. Ahem, ahem. If I were you, I would refrain from such actions to avoid another thrashing. Loki froze in place, revealing himself, his expression one of embarrassment as he stammered. With a chuckle, I jested. How could I possibly flee? The atmosphere seemed too heavy, so I sought to amuse everyone. Reluctantly, I returned to my original spot, bowing my head as I sat there, uncertain of what the god of mischief might be contemplating. What a wretched being! How could such formidable humans exist on this earth? Cursed scoundrel! Once I extricate myself, my vast army shall seize you, and I will ensure you are confined in the filth. Loki muttered curses against Lin Feng in his heart. Achio! It appears I have grown quite feeble as of late, Lin Feng remarked to Natasha. Understanding his implication, Natasha's hand instinctively found its way to Lin Feng's waist, pinching the flesh there. "Ah, ouch, please spare me, my dear wife." Lin Feng feigned great agony, his words dripping with mock pain. The onlookers, witnessing this display of affection, chimed in unison, scoundrels, flaunting their love. Though Lin Feng and Natasha heard their taunts, they paid them no heed. "Do you have the privilege to display such affection?" Natasha thought, feeling triumphant despite Lin Feng's bravado. The aircraft soared smoothly through the skies when suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared as the plane was struck by a heavy object, causing it to lurch perilously before steadying itself. At the entrance stood a figure. Thor, the god of thunder, had arrived. Apart from Natasha and Lin Feng, none had ever encountered Loki. Captain Marvel and Iron Man, taken aback by the appearance of one who bore a striking resemblance to the Loki seated on the ground, swiftly donned their battle attire and armed themselves, while lower-ranking agents aimed their weapons at Thor. "Hand over my brother," Thor commanded, then turned to the seated Loki with joy, exclaiming, "Loki, I knew you would not perish. Come with me. Father will punish you." "Not a chance. He is a citizen of S.H.I.E.L.D. and must abide by the laws of Earth. He shall spend his days in our prison." "Oof. On what grounds do you earthlings presume to interrogate one of the divine?" As tensions escalated between the two factions, Lin Feng rose to mediate, saying, "Oh dear, what are you all arguing about? Is it merely over a child? You are making quite the spectacle of yourselves. Listen to me. Take Loki to S.H.I.E.L.D. first, and once we have resolved our matters, Thor can take his brother back." As a close friend of Thor, Lin Feng's reasoning resonated with him. It wasn't that Thor wished to delay in retrieving Loki. Rather, Lin Feng's piercing gaze dissuaded him. For while Thor was not lacking in intelligence, he was not foolish either. Thor approached Loki, helping him to his feet, and they settled into a nearby vacant space. Iron Man, however, remained indifferent. Whoever took Loki away mattered little to him, as long as that individual would no longer appear on Earth. Captain America, however, held a markedly different perspective. In his eyes, Loki was a nefarious villain deserving of the nation's and the people's judgment. Someone like Loki must be imprisoned and never released. During the brief journey, unforeseen events unfolded, rendering the previously relaxed group silent, save for Lin Feng and Natasha, who continued their whispered conversation. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, Loki found himself surrounded by agents Barton and Coulson, who escorted him to a glass prison. "We meet again," God, a large, bald man remarked disdainfully, And yet here you are, captured by us Earthlings. Loki, unfazed by Nick Fury's taunts, sought to gather intelligence. Cunningly, during his conversation with Fury, he discerned that this glass confinement was not intended for him, but for Dr. Banner. Upon realizing this, a sly smile crept across Loki's face, revealing the trickster god's delight. He gazed into the camera, first mocking Dr. Banner's uncontrollable Hulk, and then divulging D's true intentions regarding the Tesseract. The revelation that Nick Fury was not acting for the benefit of humanity, but rather for undisclosed ulterior motives, cast doubt upon Hild in the minds of all present. Indeed, Captain America successfully located a model of the weapons in the warehouse, while Tony Stark directly infiltrated DS systems, uncovering their use of the cosmic cube to manufacture an arsenal of destructive weapons. Captain America confronted Nick Fury, stating, "I always believed your intentions were to protect the Earth and humanity, yet you have deceived us into aiding you in seizing the resources to create weapons of death. Are you truly acting to safeguard the Earth or to dominate it?" The others turned their gaze toward Nick Fury, seeking an explanation. They had not come to assist in weapon creation, but to prevent an alien invasion. Yet Fury remained unfazed, his dark complexion betraying no hint of panic. As if he had anticipated this revelation, he pointed to Thor, who stood behind him with folded arms, observing the unfolding drama. Since the emergence of mutants, the Hulk, and the battles with gods and destroyers, I have recognized the looming threat. Such formidable power is beyond the capacity of ordinary humans to contend with. Their strength is overwhelming, capable of taking a life or annihilating a city with ease. At this juncture, Fury's demeanor grew impassioned. What do we possess? We have nothing. Neither mutants nor ordinary humans can stand united in this conflict. Had it not been for Lin Feng, we would have been oblivious to the magnitude of the impending catastrophe. But what if Lin Feng were absent? What then? My actions, driven by the necessity to utilize the cube's energy to clandestinely forge weapons, are for the sake of humanity. After his elaborate justification, Nick Fury presumed that tensions would ease. However, the discord erupted into a full-blown confrontation. Thor was observing the internal strife among the Earthlings with an expression of detached amusement, when suddenly, flames engulfed him, leaving him momentarily bewildered, followed by a surge of anger. The crowd was entangled in mutual accusations. Even Natasha, who was by Lin Feng's side, joined in the verbal onslaught. Lin Feng regarded the scene before him, where individuals hurled insults at one another, reminiscent of a chaotic brawl among market vendors. Indeed, it was a spectacle worthy of a gathering of disgruntled women. In Chapter 47, the god of thunder battles the Hulk, Lin Feng remained the sole voice of reason amidst the turmoil. He recognized that Loki was the orchestrator of this chaos, yet he felt powerless, lacking any mental prowess to counter the situation. His only recourse was to soothe Natasha's frayed nerves while allowing the others to continue their quarrel. After approximately half an hour of bickering, both Lin Feng and Natasha found the incessant noise tedious and were on the verge of dozing off. Unbeknownst to them, several fighter jets had already arrived outside. Barton, having traced the signal from the scepter, located the airborne aircraft carrier. Suspended in midair, he equipped himself with an explosive arrow and successfully struck one of the carrier's 4 flight engines. The sudden explosion interrupted the heated exchange, scattering the disputants in all directions. Lin Feng shielded Natasha from the blast, absorbing the brunt of the impact. The group quickly realized they were under attack, and all arguments ceased. Hill rushed over, urgently stating, "One of the engines on the right side is destroyed. If it cannot be restarted, we will all plummet." Nick Fury, aware of the gravity of the situation, called for silence. "Let us not quarrel any further. We shall address our disputes after resolving this crisis. Stark, Rogers, you two must work together to restart the engine." Despite their recent altercation, they recognized the urgency and begrudgingly united to repair the engine. Dr. Banner, already a sensitive soul, was further agitated upon discovering that the containment field for Loki was intended for him. The abrupt assault triggered the pent-up fury he had been suppressing. A thunderous roar erupted from Dr. Banner, and in an instant, the diminutive scientist vanished, replaced by a colossal green behemoth, the Hulk. He commenced a rampage, demolishing everything in his vicinity, sending anyone who attempted to intervene flying. As the Hulk wreaked havoc upon the aircraft carrier and assaulted those nearby, Thor, the god of thunder, charged forward. A naturally combative yet good-natured individual, Thor could not bear to witness Dr. Banner's loss of reason in his Hulk form and rushed to intervene. Lin Feng, who had intended to incapacitate the Hulk directly, halted, intrigued to witness the confrontation between the God of Thunder and the Green Giant. The Hulk was, in essence, a new persona birthed from Dr. Banner due to gamma radiation, embodying the impulsive temperament of a mischievous child. Since he had been restrained by Dr. Banner, suppressing his fury, his emergence was marked by an overwhelming wrath. Coupled with the influence of the Mind Stone, it was as if gasoline had been poured onto a fire, igniting a desire to obliterate everything in sight. Suddenly colliding with Thor, he seized one of Thor's feet and hurled him backward, shattering the ground beneath them. Observing Thor's agony, the Hulk grasped him in his hand, swinging him back and forth with tremendous force. Thor, realizing that this approach was unsustainable, understood that even as an Asgardian, the son of Odin, he could meet his demise if this continued. He extended a hand to summon his hammer, and soon, Mjolnir soared toward him. With one hand, he placed the hammer on the ground and gripped its handle, causing the Hulk to momentarily halt his assault, intrigued by the sudden stillness. Turning back, he noticed the hammer hurtling toward his face at an astonishing speed. Chapter 48. The chaos on the aircraft carrier. The clash between the Thunder God and the Hulk raged on, each delivering brutal strikes without any intention of restraint. Eventually, Thor, feeling his strength waning, wished to disengage from the relentless battle. However, the Hulk, already consumed by rage, would not allow him to escape. Thor's attempts to evade were swiftly thwarted as the Hulk pursued him with alarming speed, delivering devastating punches aimed at Thor's head. Determined to flee, Thor wielded his hammer, seeking to leverage its velocity for his escape, for the Hulk was incapable of lifting it. Seizing an opportunity, Thor tied the strap of his hammer to his wrist, sliding beneath the Hulk and maneuvering behind him. In the brief moment of the Hulk's turn, he released the hammer, propelling himself away. Realizing Thor was making his escape, the Hulk lunged to grasp him but was far too late, allowing Thor to vanish from his sight. In a fit of rage, the Hulk let out a thunderous roar, his cry echoing through the air, deafening those around him. The lowly agents surrounding him were so startled by the sound that they dropped their weapons, clutching their ears in a futile attempt to mitigate the sonic assault. Yet, it was in vain. As the Hulk's roar continued, the expressions of those nearby twisted in agony, some even bleeding from their orifices, collapsing to the ground. Like a child discovering a new toy, the Hulk pounded his chest joyfully, resembling a great gorilla, and unleashed another ear-splitting howl. At this moment, Lin Feng could no longer remain passive. Having witnessed the exhilarating brawl between Thor and the Hulk, he found it utterly captivating. Yet, to his dismay, Thor had fled, despite being hailed as the God of Thunder, the invincible warrior. As Lin Feng soared before the formidable Hulk, he gazed down upon the colossal figure, whose thunderous roars threatened to shatter the very air around them. "You ought to return to slumber," Lin Feng declared. The Hulk, recognizing the man before him, emitted an enraged bellow, his large, round eyes fixed on Lin Feng, beating his chest in defiance, reluctant to revert to Dr. Banner. This was the very man who had bested him in combat not once, but twice, leaving him powerless. Lin Feng perceived the Hulk's consciousness. However, he resembled a disobedient child, ready to strike. Yet, as vibrant blue light enveloped the Hulk's hands, he suddenly stood still like a well-behaved child. His intelligence may have been limited, but that did not imply he was oblivious to pain. "Hulk fears pain. Hulk wants to sleep," he muttered before transforming back into Dr. Banner, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Feng stared, astounded by the scene before him. In his recollection, the Hulk had been reluctant to emerge, hindered by Thanos. Yet here he was, displaying unexpected finesse. Suddenly, aircraft outside the aircraft carrier began to fire upon Lin Feng. They were part of the squad sent to rescue Loki. The pilots, aiming their oversized machine guns at Lin Feng, opened fire. Caught off guard by this unprovoked assault, Lin Feng found himself propelled from the aircraft carrier and faced with two fighter jets. "This is impossible. My God, he is not human. Fire, fire." Initially, they had anticipated an easy victory over the SHIELD agents, but they had unwittingly provoked the mightiest of adversaries. Lin Feng landed on one of the planes and, with his bare hands, dismantled it. The other pilot, witnessing the spectacle, disregarded the fate of his comrade. As gunfire erupted, the unfortunate pilot attempted to eject but was fatally struck by friendly fire. Lin Feng, astonished by their reckless madness, dispatched the attacking plane with a simple energy wave. Hearing the distant sounds of cannon fire, Lin Feng surmised that Stark and Captain America were engaged in battle and flew towards them. Stark was inside the engine, striving to revive its power. However, adversaries relentlessly targeted him, aiming at the engine's interior. Meanwhile, Captain America had activated the backup power, but, limited to his super soldier capabilities, lacked ranged weaponry. He resorted to hurling debris at the planes in an effort to thwart their advances. Arriving at the scene, Lin Feng beheld Captain America, akin to a pea shooter, while Stark labored like a donkey at a mill. Suddenly, several blue orbs of energy soared through the air, annihilating all enemy aircraft, leaving not a trace behind. Just then, Stark successfully reignited the engine. Thor, having disengaged from combat, made his way directly to the chamber where Loki was imprisoned. As he approached the entrance, he spotted Loki attempting to escape by opening the glass enclosure. Rushing forward, Thor reached out to seize his brother, only to fall victim to Loki's cunning trap, receiving a forceful kick that sent him crashing into the glass chamber, followed by the door being shut tight. It turned out that Loki had anticipated Thor's arrival and had employed an illusion to bewilder him, executing a clever ruse to confine Thor within. At that moment, Coulson arrived in the control room. Observing Loki's recent withdrawal from the switch, he raised his weapon, ready to fire. Alas, Coulson too was deceived by Loki's illusion, and his body was pierced by Loki's scepter. Trapped within the glass enclosure, Thor witnessed his brother slay his friend. His expression a portrait of despair as he pounded against the glass, yearning to confront Loki. Unfortunately, the enclosure was designed to withstand the might of the Hulk. Nick Fury would certainly not have utilized inferior materials, for otherwise, the Hulk could easily shatter the glass. Even Thor, with all his strength, could not entirely break through, only managing to create a crack. Loki, observing his brother's plight, unhesitatingly pressed the switch, sending Thor plummeting from the aircraft carrier. At that moment, Barton emerged, urging Master, "We must leave at once. Our people are holding them off." Seizing the opportunity while the coast was clear, Loki boarded a plane to make his escape, suddenly recalling the formidable power of Lin Feng. "Barton, use your explosive arrows once more. Destroy a few more engines for me." With a simple flick of his eyes, Loki concocted a brilliant plan. As the plane soared through the sky, Barton unleashed his explosive-tipped arrows, systematically targeting the remaining 3 engines. Under Loki's insistence, they hastily fled the scene. In Loki's estimation, Lin Feng would surely intervene to rescue those aboard the aircraft carrier, affording him the perfect chance to escape. Chapter 49. Superman. Only the unfortunate Thor remained trapped within the glass enclosure, descending towards the ground. Thor calculated, considering his height and rate of descent, whether his robust physique could withstand such an extreme fall. He reassured himself he would not perish, nor would he be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. He should be fine, albeit with a bit of pain. Within the glass enclosure, Thor, dizzy and disoriented, contemplated the reality he was about to face. Ultimately, he could not afford to take a gamble. Observing the crack in the glass, he steadied himself and swiftly wielded his hammer. As the glass enclosure neared the ground, he summoned his strength, swinging his hammer toward the crack. At the very moment the glass was about to touch the earth, he burst forth, crashing through several trees before tumbling downwards. Upon inspecting his body and finding himself unscathed, Thor lay on the ground, laughing heartily in sheer relief. The situation had been resolved, and Nick Fury, along with Natasha and a group of others in the command room, exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Suddenly, several individuals emerged, carrying Coulson. Fury's gaze fell upon the gaping wound in Coulson's chest, and even the stoic leader of the agents could not contain his tears. Though Coulson clung to life, he lay on the ground, struggling to turn his head towards Captain America, and uttered, "Captain, after I pass, may I be buried in your uniform? I promise I will personally don it for you." Despite their brief acquaintance, Steve had come to regard the ever-amiable Coulson as a friend, and the thought of him dying before his eyes was unbearable. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow, and many women discreetly wept. "I can save him. He will not die. Why are you all so distraught?" spoke a remarkably relaxed individual who appeared unconcerned about Coulson's grievous condition. This was Lin Feng. The mournful ambience was abruptly shattered by his unexpected declaration. Upon hearing that he need not succumb, Coulson's eyes sparkled with a renewed vigor, and he rallied his spirit. Lin Feng then produced a small bean and placed it in Coulson's mouth. Moments later, Coulson sprang to his feet, spinning in circles and twisting his neck and hips. The onlookers, who had just witnessed him on the brink of death, were astounded as he leaped joyfully, singing while performing calisthenics. With a clap, one person initiated a round of applause, and soon everyone joined in, clapping fervently. Others shouted in exuberance, "Hero! Hero!" The command room erupted in applause for Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, stroking his chin, pondered the nature and quantity of the item Lin Feng had previously produced. Surely, such a thing would be invaluable for saving lives. Suddenly, a series of 3 explosive sounds reverberated, stunning everyone aboard the aircraft. The agent monitoring the aircraft carrier reported grimly, "Director, 3 of the carrier's engines have sustained severe damage. Only one recently repaired engine remains operational. The carrier is plummeting towards the ground at a rate of 100 meters per second. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Among those present, only a few capable of flight maintained composure. The rest wore expressions of impending doom. Some sat resignedly, awaiting their fate, while others wept uncontrollably. Many retrieved their phones to send messages to their families. One individual, particularly notable, was positioned directly beneath Lin Feng, who felt a profound sense of sorrow upon reading the text he sent. The message contained, "My dear wife, I find myself on the brink of death today. I am acutely aware of your ongoing affair with that azure-skinned fellow, yet my love for you remains profound. In my desperation to keep you by my side, I have chosen to feign ignorance. Now, you may freely be with him. I have taken out an insurance policy in your name. With all my love, Smith." Nick Fury surveyed his disheveled subordinates and bellowed, "Calm yourselves. Who says we are doomed to perish? Return to your positions. I have a plan to save you." The crowd, though skeptical, reluctantly found solace in Fury's reputation for delivering on his promises and complied, returning to their respective stations. Fury signaled to the lower-ranking agents to disperse and quietly approached Lin Feng, inquiring with composure, "Do you possess a solution? I refuse to let my men die here. As the head of S.H.I.L.D., the peril at hand was merely a trivial concern for him. He had his own escape route, one that included Captain America, Coulson, and Hill, yet he could not bear the thought of abandoning his loyal subordinates and this aircraft carrier. The destruction of the carrier would necessitate the arduous task of training a new cadre of personnel and constructing a new vessel, a monumental drain on resources even for S.H.I.E.L.D. What can I do? Send them down one by one? There is no time for that, he lamented. Well, there might be a way. But I have a condition, Lin Feng replied. Captain America, hearing Lin Feng's assertion of having a solution, interjected eagerly, "Whatever the condition, we will acquiesce. Saving lives is paramount." "Very well," Fury conceded, noting the deepening shadows on Steve's face, now barely visible save for 2 glimmers of light. With Steve's agreement, Fury felt compelled to proceed. "What is your proposed solution?" Instead of announcing it to all, Lin Feng discreetly approached Natasha, revealing his intended course of action. "Oh," Natasha gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "How can you do this? What if you get hurt?" "Do not worry. I have the beans," Lin Feng reassured her. "If I sustain an injury, I shall simply consume one, and all will be well." With that, Lin Feng transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared beneath the aircraft carrier, attempting to lift it with outstretched hands. However, his efforts were in vain, as he inadvertently pierced through the vessel, an outcome of uneven force distribution. The onlookers, witnessing this through the monitors, felt their flickering hope extinguished. As Lin Feng once again positioned himself beneath the aircraft carrier, expectations waned. He closed his eyes, enveloped himself in energy, and began to ascend. This time, he did not penetrate the carrier, but instead felt the immense weight pressing down upon him, a burden he struggled to lift. He was indignant, questioning why, as a Super Saiyan, he could not lift an aircraft carrier. The pride of a Saiyan compelled him to disregard his own bodily injuries, unleashing an even greater power within him. "I refuse to accept this. Odin's strength surpasses mine, and so does the Ancient One's. And yet, I cannot even lift an aircraft carrier?" With a surge of golden radiance enveloping him, Lin Feng experienced a breakthrough, his power now soaring to 3 million. While his normal state stood at 300,000. The descent abruptly slowed, causing those aboard the aircraft carrier to stumble and fall. Only to hastily rise and witness Lin Feng's remarkable feat, a voice filled with astonishment echoed, noting the aircraft carrier's descent had significantly decelerated. plummeting from 1,000 meters per second to 500, then 300, and finally 100, before halting altogether. "Oh, we are not going to die." The crowd erupted in joyous tears, gazing at Lin Feng, who was valiantly supporting the aircraft carrier. "He is a superhero. A superhero. A superhero from the Marvel Universe." Lin Feng had transcended his limits, feeling as though the aircraft carrier no longer bore its previous weight, as he lifted it skyward towards the ocean surface. Chapter 50. The portal opens. The once tranquil sea surface erupted into waves, akin to a stone cast into a still pond. However, the individuals within the stone were not calm. They were filled with exhilaration, having escaped what seemed to be certain doom thanks to one individual. Nick Fury observed the elated expressions of his subordinates, a smile creeping upon his lips until Lin Feng returned to the scene. "Mark my words, no one is to speak of today's events. Should I find out that anyone has disclosed what transpired today, they will be charged with treason and brought before a military tribunal." "Yes, Director." With the matter of the aircraft carrier concluded, a new war loomed on the horizon. Everyone awaited the arrival of a new aircraft carrier in the command room, preparing for the next round of battle. Suddenly, the aircraft carrier's sensors detected an immense surge of energy emanating from New York. The superheroes clamored to head to New York, yet only a few possessed the ability to fly. Stark glanced at Captain America, willingly shedding his armor and offering it to Steve. "You're giving this to me? What about you?" "Do not worry about me. I have my own means," Stark replied nonchalantly, slipping into the suit under inexplicable circumstances. "You have a new suit?" "Not exactly. This is the only one I have. There is another one at my house, still in development. My sister is working on it. Come on, I'll carry you over." Steve crouched down, revealing a beautifully sculpted posterior. A whistle sounded from behind, as Stark playfully whistled at Steve's backside. "I'm not the one you should be whistling at. You better keep your own backside in check." Stark ascended into the sky amidst the captain's ire, soaring towards New York, accompanied by Lin Feng and Natasha. "You need not concern yourself. He has always been this way." Nick Fury gazed at Steve, his expression one of bewilderment, revealing the truth. "This is all Lin Feng's tutelage. You two could seize the opportunity to learn." "You can fly? I cannot." "Well, that's a relief. I thought everyone could, which would make me a super soldier." "Seem rather inadequate." Gradually, Steve took to the air, flailing his limbs in the sky, a novice in this attire, spiraling as he flew. Nick Fury, observing the departure, turned and bellowed, reverting to the demeanor of a commanding officer. "Where's the aircraft carrier? Has it not arrived yet? Urge them to hasten." Thor had finally located his hammer, contemplating it while reflecting on his brother and the mission bestowed upon him by his father. It seemed he made a resolution. Clenching his fist, and with a solemn expression, lifted Mjolnir towards the heavens. The tranquil sky was abruptly beset by a tempest, thunder, and lightning mirroring the gods' tumultuous emotions. The trio arrived at Stark Industries, where through Jar-V Ice, they learned that the energy source of the Tesseract was situated atop the building. Stark returned to change attire, while Lin Feng and Natasha ascended to the rooftop. There, they beheld a colossal, circular device with a Tesseract at its core. "I believe you ought to deactivate it, Dr. Selvig. It is too late. It cannot be turned off now." Lin Feng attempted to dismantle it through sheer force. Yet when he unleashed a key blast upon the device, a transparent barrier enveloped it, rendering his efforts futile. "Mr. Lin Feng, I am aware of your formidable strength. Hence, the mighty Loki has instructed Barton to place explosives throughout numerous locations in New York. Should you dare to destroy this, it would trigger a cataclysmic explosion. Why do you not comprehend? The Master merely wishes to guide you into a magnificent new world. You do not grasp Loki's intentions." Dr. Selvig continued to prattle on with his convoluted reasoning, and Lin Feng, unable to endure any longer, struck him, rendering him unconscious. "Enough of your incessant babbling. A couple of slaps should suffice." Suddenly, the Tesseract emitted an imperceptible shockwave. A blinding beam of light shot forth from the device, connecting to the firmament above. A vast ripple spread across the sky, and an aperture appeared, gradually expanding, revealing a gateway to the depths of outer space. The Chitauri army had long been poised, awaiting the portal's activation. "Natasha, you need not concern yourself with this. Swiftly seek out Barton and awaken him. It is said that those under mental control can be roused by a forceful blow to the head." Natasha promptly utilized her communication device to contact Piton. "Please ascertain Barton's whereabouts. He is currently planting explosives throughout New York." Meanwhile, Stark had just arrived in his room, only to find Loki standing by his window. Gazing at him, Loki looked at him in astonishment, though only mildly so. I didn't expect that you could fly without donning your armor. I wonder how formidable you truly are. But does it matter? Are you here to applaud my humanity? To think there exists someone more arrogant than I? Perhaps I ought to temper my demeanor. Stark's eyes wandered, and he recalled that Lin Feng had reached the rooftop. It seemed Loki was unaware of this. He needed to devise a way to assist Lin Feng in holding him off. Actually, I am here to threaten you. Care for a drink? I don't drink. I'm not inviting you. I am threatening you. Since you decline, I shall indulge myself instead. Threatening me? Without your attire, how do you intend to intimidate me? Stark approached Loki, drink in hand. Let us consider, your brother Thor is a legend, a living testament to that. And you, the god of mischief? No, you're more aptly the god of pranks. What can you do besides inciting anger in others? Stark, ever the eloquent speaker, managed to strike a nerve within Loki with just a few words. He despised being compared unfavorably to Thor. Loki seized Stark's hand, his scepter poised at Stark's chest. But unexpectedly, Stark remained unaffected. Loki attempted once more to impose his will with the scepter, producing a metallic chime. This could be a technical malfunction. One cannot guarantee that everything will function flawlessly. Loki, unwilling to hear more from Stark, unleashed an energy blast from his scepter. However, Stark had anticipated this. The moment Loki made his move, he activated his pulse wave, striking Loki first, and deftly rolled away to evade the attack. Chapter 51. The battle erupts. Having just sent Loki hurtling away, Stark heard a resounding crash as a spaceship soared past him, catching Loki and ascending into the sky. Stark hastily donned his new armor and ascended to the rooftop. Before him loomed a vast void in the sky, shrouded in darkness, populated solely by an alien army and distant stars. Lin Feng was valiantly attempting to fend off the alien invasion, but the sheer number was overwhelming. He simply could not eradicate them all. Loki stood amidst the army, directing their assault on Earth. Lin Feng, how are you faring? I'm fine, quite at ease, though the numbers are too great for me to manage. Good to hear. I shall go save those on the ground. Once we've dealt with this, I will return to assist you. Captain America arrived at the scene and witnessed numerous extraterrestrials mercilessly slaughtering ordinary humans. Many superpowered beings emerged to resist the invasion of these aliens. Steve noticed a police officer, seemingly middle-aged yet with a pronounced belly, was on the brink of peril. He hurled his shield with precision. Thud! The ambushing alien was struck down by Steve. The police officer, grateful for his narrow escape, patted his belly and exclaimed, "Thank you." Captain America? Iron Man? Confused, he saw Iron Man wielding Captain America's shield. Steve approached him, shedding his battle attire, and instructed, "Now, follow my lead. You must assist the injured. Leave the fighting to us." "Why should we listen to you?" An alien suddenly leaped in front of Steve, brandishing its weapon to attack. He swiftly raised his shield to block the descending strike, then countered, knocking down the Chitauri soldier and severing its head with the edge of his shield. Holding the severed head, he glanced at the alien, which shuddered and promptly turned away. "Everyone retreat. Prioritize rescuing the wounded behind us." Suddenly, several colossal alien ships descended from the sky, gliding like fish through the air. Skyscrapers crumbled before the might of the vessels, reduced to mere paper in their wake. Faced with such overwhelming behemoths, Steve felt utterly helpless. Countless lives were lost within the buildings. Some even chose to leap from heights rather than be crushed by the ships. However, those who jumped were mysteriously halted midair by an unseen force, gently descending to safety. "Captain America, I hope we're not too late." Steve turned to see the Warlock, with Jean Grey soaring above, utilizing her telekinesis to save everyone. The commander of the alien ship observed a group attacking their soldiers from the ground. As they regrouped and exchanged knowing glances, their intentions aligned without the need for further words. They were ready to face the impending assault. Suddenly, a small electric vehicle glided to the forefront of the group. "Doctor." Banner removed his helmet, smiling at Steve and the Warlock. "Did you know? I've always been angry. Leave the next part to me." With all eyes upon him, Doctor. Banner stepped forward alone, dwarfed by the immense alien ship before him. Boom! A projectile was fired from the ship, engulfing Doctor Banner in flames as it barreled toward the group. Stunned, they froze momentarily, only to hear a roar emanating from the inferno. A towering green giant emerged from the flames, standing resolutely in place. With a single, forceful punch, he struck the ship's bow, unleashing a tremendous force from his fist. In an instant, the vessel was halted, its structure beginning to crumple under the immense pressure, layer by layer. Not only was the ship obliterated, but the occupants within were also crushed to their demise. Subsequently, the Green Giant turned to glance at the onlookers, flashing a wicked smile before leaping toward the other ships in the sky, embarking on a rampage of destruction. Captain America, accompanied by agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., advanced towards Lin Feng's location, while War Machine coordinated efforts to eliminate the surrounding extraterrestrial threats. Yet the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Their small force of merely dozens was utterly inconsequential against the countless hordes. Moreover, they were not invincible. The whereabouts of the Green Giant were already uncertain. They could no longer rely on him. As fatigue set in among the group, 3 alien ships descended upon them, while a multitude of extraterrestrials began to encircle from all sides. Suddenly, an endless storm erupted in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as 3 colossal bolts of white lightning struck down upon the alien vessels. The lightning pierced through the ships, crashing onto the ground and fracturing into numerous tiny arcs that swiftly coursed toward the surrounding aliens. Within mere seconds, the extraterrestrials and ships that had approached vanished completely. All eyes turned to Storm. Who would have thought she possessed such a formidable ability? Why didn't she utilize it sooner? Storm stood there, momentarily astonished, basking in the admiration of her peers, feeling somewhat dazed. Was this truly the power that surged forth in a moment of crisis? A loud thud resonated ahead. Ha ha ha, how about that? My Storm Thunder is quite impressive, isn't it? Upon seeing the figure who had just appeared, they realized it was he who had unleashed the storm. Grateful she had refrained from claiming the credit, lest she embarrass herself, Storm mused. Steve stepped forward to introduce their savior. This is Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. No need for formalities, just a minor display of skill. Nothing remarkable, Thor said, puffing out his chest with enthusiasm. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Is this truly a deity? He seems rather foolish. Observing the remarks of the mutants behind him, the professor cleared his throat. Though he too found Thor's demeanor somewhat foolish, the fact remained that he had just assisted them. Consequently, the professor's admonishment resonated in the minds of all the mutants. Silence. He has aided us. Must we not only refrain from disparaging him, but also show respect? At this, everyone fell silent, merely unable to tolerate pretentiousness. Steve, observing Thor's continued laughter, approached to put an end to his exuberance. Let us forge ahead. For Lin Feng is exerting every ounce of his strength to thwart the relentless assault of the extraterrestrial invaders. We must not lag behind. The professor concurred, stating, the captain is right. We cannot afford to be complacent. Let us continue to eliminate the alien forces surrounding us and advance towards Lin Feng's position. Chapter 52. There is no retreat. Lin Feng was soaring through the sky, wielding his powers with utmost intensity. The furious energy ravaged the starry expanse, decimating the Chirita army. Loki, seated comfortably at the center, observed his subordinates being eradicated and began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Although a few stragglers managed to infiltrate their ranks, they posed little challenge to his brother and the self-proclaimed superheroes accompanying him. Loki hastily commanded his forces, attack with all your might. Utilize every ounce of firepower to eliminate this individual. The Chirita had finally abandoned their efforts to breach New York, now solely targeting Lin Feng. All soldiers retreated, opting for ranged assaults, for this human had previously utilized his body and energy waves to annihilate their ships. Thanks to Lin Feng's formidable prowess, no Chirita soldiers remained within New York. Soon, Captain America and the Professor led their team in eradicating the surrounding lesser foes. Those capable of flight ascended to the skies, while the others boarded the Professor's aircraft, elevating themselves to observe Lin Feng's battle from a distance. It was not that they were unwilling to assist. The overwhelming firepower rendered any approach perilous, as they would be obliterated in an instant. Even Lin Feng, facing the entirety of the alien army in his Super Saiyan form, began to feel the strain, yet his strength still exhibited a subtle dominance over their firepower. Countless energy waves surged toward the Chirita forces, wreaking havoc and destruction. However, he could not block every attack from the Chirita. After all, he was not an omnipotent being and could only exert his utmost effort to impede the onslaught at the portal's periphery. A handful of alien missiles breached Lin Feng's defenses and hurtled towards him. The superheroes, witnessing this, saw Stark act first, employing his abilities to unleash an energy beam that struck the central missile, triggering a chain reaction. With a thunderous roar, flames engulfed the superheroes, and the professor's aircraft was sent tumbling hundreds of meters away by the shockwave. Had it not been for Jean utilizing a significant portion of her strength, they might have plummeted to their demise. The area directly below was obliterated by a series of explosive aftershocks, creating a void with a diameter of 500 meters. Such devastation arose from merely a few stray projectiles, nearly leading to the annihilation of their entire force. What are we to do? The aliens are overwhelmingly powerful. Humanity seems bereft of hope for victory. Unless we unite as Earthlings and mutants, we stand little chance of prevailing in this cataclysmic battle for survival. As they beheld Lin Feng standing resolutely against the vast interstellar army, a profound silence enveloped them all. The individuals present were far from foolish. They were exceptionally astute. They understood that uniting all the forces of Earth was an unattainable endeavor, incapable of resolving the animosities that existed among them. Throughout the annals of human history, aside from the enigmatic East, which stood together against external threats, every other race had sought to undermine collective effort for their own selfish desires while resisting foes. Loki observed Lin Feng, astonished that he could inflict damage even under the cataclysmic firepower capable of obliterating a small planet. He voiced his final thoughts, initially intending to seize control of Earth through the Chirtans. He deemed the cosmic cube unnecessary, as Earth could be his bargaining chip, allowing him to retain a formidable army at his disposal to subjugate its people. If he could not ascend to the throne of Asgard, becoming the president of Earth would suffice. However, Lin Feng's displayed combat prowess was alarmingly exaggerated under the comprehensive firepower of the army. He was still able to retaliate with significant devastation, instilling fear within Loki that Lin Feng might single-handedly annihilate them. Using planet-destroying weaponry was now imperative. At all costs, he could relinquish Earth and the cube, but this individual must perish. The supreme commander of the Chirtan forces received Loki's terms, having long harbored the desire to act thus. This man had slain many of his compatriots, and were it not for the directive to obey Loki entirely, he would have already deployed planet-destroying weaponry, indifferent to Earth's fate. Now, with Loki's endorsement, he could unleash the most formidable firepower without restraint. Suddenly, Lin Feng faced unimaginable assaults. Even his previous use of energy waves to neutralize large projectiles was insufficient now. He attempted to prioritize the destruction of a projectile several dozen meters long using the same methods, but it proved futile, as the shockwave sent him hurtling from the sky to the ground. Nevertheless, Lin Feng swiftly ascended once more, continuing his offensive and deploying planet-destroying weapons. As it seemed he was nearing his limit, the Chirtan commander, witnessing Lin Feng sustain injuries from this barrage, erupted with glee. Onlookers observed Lin Feng's battle, while some daring citizens live-streamed the event on their phones, capturing the sight of a bloodied, battered figure standing resolutely against the multitude. Those in the shelter began to pray for his victory, beseeching that Lin Feng might triumph over the extraterrestrial threat. Simultaneously, people across the entire refuge, throughout New York, and indeed the world, commenced their own prayers in various forms, hoping for Lin Feng's success. Captain America, Steve Rogers, gazed at Lin Feng's faltering form, his expression grave as he turned to face those behind him. "Do we have an escape route?" he inquired. "There is no retreat. We have no option for withdrawal. Behold that individual. He has single-handedly shielded us from nearly all calamities. And what are we doing? We are merely waiting idly. This cannot continue. We must strike with all our might. Even if it leads to our demise, I shall not hesitate. Stark, grant me a suit of your armor." Stark recognizes that this is not the moment for discord. His sole responsibility now is to provide his armor, enabling all those who wish to assist, yet are unable to fly, to don a suit of Iron Man's technology. "Jarvis, summon all my previous energy reserves and guide the operation of the suits throughout the endeavor." A great portal opened atop Stark Industries, unleashing 30 Iron Man suits into the air. Steve leaped from the aircraft, and a suit caught him, swiftly propelling him towards Lin Feng. Stark, Thor, Natasha, Barton, and even Dr. Banner, having resumed his normal form after the alien threat was vanquished, donned their suits and joined the flight. He refrained from uttering further words of encouragement. This time, the odds were grim, and those willing to join would do so, while those unwilling would not matter. It is human nature to fear death. Not everyone can sacrifice their life for others. Chapter 53. The future of the Avengers. Professor, witnessing Captain America lead his team fearlessly into the fray to assist Lin Feng, was profoundly moved. Initially, the professor was reluctant to intervene, considering their own strengths were far too inadequate for such a battle, and they represented the only positive image of mutants. To send them into sacrifice now, when they could serve as the strongest force for future mutant battles, left him in a state of indecision. Yet, their bravery stirred something within him. As he observed Steve and his comrades, he did not turn away or employ his telepathy. Instead, he spoke directly, and all present heard him, their gazes drawn to the elderly figure seated before them. Go forth. I know your hearts are heavy, but I urge you to take care of yourselves, for we mutants rely on you for protection. Wolverine was the first to leap into action, a suit catching him midair. He swiftly pierced the damaged armor with his claws, rendering the palm cannon inoperative. Jarvis's voice echoed as he pursued Steve and the others, saying, I still prefer my own claws. Following closely were Storm, Iron Man, and Cyclops, each donning their suits and joining the charge. Lin Feng sensed the escalating energy behind him. Their presence drew nearer, yet how could they possibly assist him? With their abilities, aside from Thor, they could not provide genuine aid. Their approach would only serve to distract him and lead to their demise. Lin Feng still held a final trump card, a moment now ripe for deployment. He summoned the last of his strength to obliterate all aliens and spacecraft approaching the portal. Hold the line for me. I need a moment. If I succeed, we shall resolve this matter. Upon witnessing Lin Feng, now reverted to his ordinary self, covered in wounds and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the others were enveloped in guilt. Natasha hurriedly embraced Lin Feng, asking, Are you all right? Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will not allow them to breach our defenses. You focus on your mission. I shall await your return. She then joined the fierce battle in the skies. Those watching from a distance felt the overwhelming onslaught of firepower. Facing it directly was an insurmountable challenge. A moment's carelessness could lead to death, as the Chiritans showed no mercy even to their own comrades. Lin Feng consumed the last of his precious healing beans, restoring himself to peak condition, for he needed to prepare for his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Since his encounter with Gu Yi and the subsequent encounter with Wei Ya, he had sensed a vague yet profound change within himself. His strength was not merely a manifestation of energy, but rather a shift within his bloodline. It was only after consulting the system that he understood this was the precursor to evolving into Super Saiyan 2. Initially, he intended to let things unfold naturally, but the Chiritan assault was starkly different from what he had witnessed in the Marvel films. The resistance was not merely a handful of Avengers, but a multitude of individuals, including ordinary citizens, joining the fray. In the films, such catastrophic scenarios were rarely depicted. However, experiencing this apocalyptic disaster firsthand, with countless lives lost, he could not passively stand by and watch them perish. Lin Feng stood resolutely, closing his eyes as he slowly gathered his energy. Thoughts of impending death for all his friends, Iron Man, Captain America, Shaoran, and his beloved Natasha, haunted him, compelling him to confront his inadequacies. His body began to undergo a transformation, and those battling above sensed a peculiar energy emanating from the ground, a fearsome aura that instilled dread within them. This, perhaps, was Lin Feng's hidden strength, prompting them to fight even harder for his sake. The spectators watching the live stream were puzzled. They beheld the arduous struggle in the skies and glanced down at Lin Feng, perplexed by the transformation of this once mighty figure, now standing still with closed eyes. Unperturbed by the chaos surrounding him, Lin Feng suppressed his restless heart and focused solely on channeling his energy to breach the imminent barrier. In a corner of New York, four figures clad in white space suits materialized. Upon their arrival, they immediately noticed ordinary people captured by aliens and swiftly dispatched the assailants. Thank you for saving me. I'm truly grateful, exclaimed one individual, astonished at the identity of his rescuers. You are Iron Man? Captain America? Were you not fighting in the skies? How did you end up here? You have misinterpreted the situation. We are the ones engaging in this endeavor. Were it not for our numbers, we would not have dared to come forth and rescue you. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I have misunderstood. With that, he hastily made his way towards the shelter, turning back to say, Let us proceed together. Otherwise, encountering extraterrestrial beings later could spell disaster. You go ahead. I still have family to find, the man insisted, disregarding their plight, prioritizing his own survival, and hastening his pace away. The four individuals relocated to another area. Scott, the Ant-Man, inquired, "What is happening? Did we miscalculate our timing?" "We did not arrive after the battle concluded. Instead, we find ourselves at the very moment of conflict. Shall we wait here? Or would it be more prudent to assist in the fight?" Dr. Banner elucidated the situation. "Are you not aware that altering the course of history is forbidden?" At that moment, Stark interjected, "Do we not already emerge victorious?" Contemplation washed over the faces of all present. Captain America decisively proclaimed, "I believe we share a common sentiment. Thus, let's join the battle." They stealthily approached the rooftop chamber. "How did you come to be here?" "No, who are you?" "Based on your characteristics, you must be Tony Stark, yet are you not engaged in battle?" "Edith, take control of the three suits in the sky and sever J.A.R.V.I. Communication," Stark commanded. "Understood, Tony." In an instant, J.A.R.V.I.'s voice was silenced, and three suits descended from the sky. "What should I do, Doctor?" Banner queried. "You shall remain here and await our updates," Stark replied. The number of superheroes was woefully inadequate. They were on the verge of being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of adversaries. Suddenly, three new individuals donned suits and arrived to provide support, one of whom had grown to an enormous size. Stark cast a glance at the trio without uttering another word, returning to the fray. The newly engaged fighters communicated via their respective earpieces. "This is not right. We did not have this many allies initially, nor was this the level of conflict we faced. Indeed, has something unforeseen occurred? What? Is this not reminiscent of the Battle of New York?" "No, it is far more challenging than that encounter." Meanwhile, on the top floor of Stark Industries, Dr. Banner, observing through surveillance, had already discerned the anomaly. "There is no need for further discussion. I have confirmed through the monitors that we are indeed in our original world, yet there exists an individual here whom we know nothing about, Lin Feng. This individual possesses power beyond comprehension. I fear we have not returned to the past. Rather, we have entered a parallel universe's past. How can this be? Do we still have a chance to discreetly obtain the stones?" Dr. Banner hacked into SHIELD's database, swiftly reviewing information regarding Lin Feng, and spoke with great difficulty. "I believe it may no longer be possible. Lin Feng is not human at all. He claims to be a Super Saiyan, akin to an omnipotent superhero. It appears that we have only one path left, to be forthright." The nearby explosion of missiles disrupted the communication of several individuals. "We must first resolve the battle. Since we are already involved, our priority is to secure victory." Chapter 54. Super Saiyan 2 Stark flew to the side of the three individuals and remarked meaningfully, "From where do you hail? I have not encountered you before." The three exchanged glances, aware that their identities might have been exposed and that he likely recognized their appearance. With no means to conceal the truth any longer, they responded, "Who we are and where we come from is not the crux of the matter. What is paramount is to address the situation. Once the battle concludes, we shall be candid with you." Stark regarded them and replied, "I surmise you cannot escape." With that, he and another flew forward to continue the fight. The conflict escalated. With Lin Feng's retreat, the Chiritans prepared to send troops into New York, yet a group of individuals known as superheroes emerged to obstruct their advance. Finally, Loki could no longer remain idle. He feared unforeseen consequences and sensed a formidable aura that surpassed even the presence of his father, Odin. The mere essence of this power instilled dread within him. "We cannot afford to delay. Eliminate them swiftly using the weapons you employed earlier," commanded the officer decisively. All troops near the portal retreated, launching the annihilation weapon. The superheroes noticed that the enemy was beginning to withdraw and took a moment to breathe. "Everyone be cautious. It is not yet time to relax. The enemy surely has a trick up their sleeve," Steve observed, scrutinizing the enemy's formation, and an unsettling thought took shape. Indeed, he spotted the massive missile that had previously injured Lin Feng being launched. Steve shouted urgently, "Attention! Utilize all ranged weaponry to destroy the enemy's missiles." The group had presumed the enemy's retreat was due to fatigue, only to realize they were deploying even more potent firepower, retreating solely to avoid collateral damage. The superheroes found themselves with no avenue of escape. They had to intercept the missile. Should it breach the skies above New York, it would spell disaster for the entire nation. How could we possibly withstand this? Previously, Lin Feng intercepted 2 missiles here, both unleashing shockwaves akin to atomic blasts. If we were to face them, we would surely perish instantly. Is this truly the moment for such discussions? If we allow them to attack Earth, will we not be defeated? The group erupted into heated debate. At that moment, an individual soared past, a figure revealed to be Stark. He had traversed the portal into the cosmos, channeling all his might, unleashing a key wave with an estimated power level of 150,000 directed at the Annihilation missile. As the crowd remained momentarily stunned, a violent explosion erupted in the starry sky, engulfing Stark in the aftermath of missile detonations and flames. At that moment, a barely perceptible golden light surged into the cosmos, rescuing Stark and returning him safely. Lin Feng entrusted Stark to Steve, instructing him to take care of him while he set out to eliminate their foes. A bunch of riffraff daring to cause trouble on Earth, he declared. Lin Feng soared into the celestial expanse, liberated from the previous constraints of breathlessness in the void of space. He stood amidst the cosmos, facing an innumerable horde of Chitauri, yet regarded them with disdain, as if they were mere insignificant creatures. The superheroes noticed the transformation that had overtaken Lin Feng. The most striking change was the enhancement of his physique, now robust yet remarkably athletic, enveloped in a golden, undulating aura that had significantly expanded, intermittently crackling with blue lightning. Natasha, Stark, and Barton, who had cultivated their own energies. Since that, Lin Feng's presence had evolved from a vague concept to an overwhelming force akin to the vast ocean, unfathomable and immeasurable. His strength had surged yet again. Was this the so-called Super Saiyan form he had mentioned? Was there still room for further evolution? What was this? Here I am, the son of the god of gods, inheritor of an immensely powerful bloodline, yet in comparison to him, I feel like an ordinary mortal. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wreaked havoc across the cosmos, brazenly colliding with massive spacecraft, obliterating them within mere seconds. He suspended himself in midair, raising one hand to summon countless energy waves that surged skyward, targeting all fleeing and reckless small vessels. You deceiver, is this what you call an easy assault on Earth? Is this what you deem ordinary? The commander watched in horror as his subordinates were effortlessly annihilated by this golden superhuman, his grip tightening on Loki as he struck him across the face. Upon regaining consciousness, Loki forcefully pushed the commander aside, intent on fleeing, but Lin Feng had already locked onto this traitorous wretch. In the commander's eyes, filled with dread, Lin Feng swiftly dispatched him. Scott observed this astonishing and unbelievable scene, incredulous. Stark, was there such a figure during your initial battle? Why have I never seen him before? Even in parallel universes, such a deviation seems implausible. Before he could finish, a future version of Stark interrupted, exclaiming, "No, if such a person existed, I would have had to bear an atomic bomb into space, nearly meeting my demise. This cannot be. I am now 100% certain this is not our world's past." The other 3 simultaneously rolled their eyes, responding, "Do you really need to emphasize that? We can see it clearly." In the future, Stark continued, "Do you think this individual would consent to lend us the gems? Regardless, let us first send Dr. Banner to seek out the Ancient One and secure the Time Stone. As for the Space Stone and the Mind Stone, we shall see if we can persuade them. Where are you off to, Loki? Why would I flee? I am here to assist you in eliminating potential threats. Behold my clever strategy. I orchestrated Thanos' dispatch of numerous soldiers to Earth solely to diminish his strength. You see, did you not dispatch them with relative ease? Should I then express my gratitude to you? Indeed, you ought to." Lin Feng, disinterested in Loki's presence, soared onto a nearby, small spacecraft, effortlessly crushing the Chitauri soldiers aboard. With an outstretched hand, he grasped at the void behind him, seizing Loki by the throat. Loki desperately struck Lin Feng's arm with his scepter in an attempt to free himself. However, the more he struggled, the tighter the grip became, and he soon realized that Lin Feng truly intended to kill him. Overcome by fear, Loki ceased his resistance, staring in terror at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had long been aware that the entity he had conversed with earlier was merely a projection. He sensed no aura from the real Loki, rendering his deception suitable only for children. Gripping Loki's throat as one might a chick, Lin Feng surveyed the defeated Chitauri army before sweeping his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that obliterated the entire Chitauri force. This entire spectacle was observed by Thanos through the scrying magic set up aboard the ship, until the monitors were ultimately destroyed. Chapter 55. Odin's Arrival. Safeguarding Loki. Holding Loki, Lin Feng approached the Tesseract device, using Loki's scepter to deactivate the teleportation mechanism. As the crisis abated, the others prepared to depart. On the rooftop of Stark Industries, all those who had fought gathered, shedding their armor, save for 3 individuals who remained cloaked, reluctant to reveal their identities. The professor remarked, "If you have matters to attend to, we shall take our leave. We must return to convey the good news of our safety, and after such a battle, we require rest." Rest assured, Lin Feng assured them, "I will communicate with the SHIELD personnel on your behalf. Should any issues arise for you mutants, I will not stand idly by." The professor was taken aback by the unexpected boon, having initially worried about the potential loss of his team members and their effectiveness against Magneto. Lin Feng's promise of assistance was nothing short of a blessing. The officers were equally exhilarated. After all, who wouldn't rejoice at the prospect of such a formidable ally? With Lin Feng as their support, their fortunes were decidedly brighter. The professor exclaimed with palpable excitement, expressing profound gratitude, "Thank you immensely. This battle is one we must engage in, for the sake of both humanity and mutants. We cannot remain passive observers. We shall take our leave now. You may converse at your leisure." With that, the professor and his companions joyfully boarded their aircraft and departed. Lin Feng, seizing Loki firmly, hurled him violently to the ground, causing the earth to shudder beneath the impact. Loki curled up in agony, writhing in pain, unwilling to be so easily dismissed. He prepared to unleash a thorough beating upon him. Thor rushed forward, intervening to halt Lin Feng's impending actions. "Lin Feng, Loki is after all my brother. He is of Asgardian lineage, a prince of my realm. Only my father possesses the authority to judge him." Lin Feng, consumed by righteous fury, pointed accusingly at the crumpled form of Loki, questioning Thor vehemently. "He is a beast, and you still regard him as your brother? He once sought to murder you for the throne, and now he conspires with extraterrestrial forces to invade Earth, intending to annihilate me and all humanity. Had I not activated my bloodline in a moment of desperation, gaining unparalleled strength, do you truly believe you could have thwarted your brother's invasion? Are you certain you wish to sever ties with me over him?" Thor, unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze, was engulfed in shame. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, knowing that his deranged brother had caused immeasurable suffering. If not for Lin Feng's valiant intervention, his brother would have wrought true devastation upon the planet. Thor recognized Loki's actions as utterly reprehensible, pushing towards a path of extermination. Yet what could he do? Loki was still family, and Thor could not bear the thought of his kin perishing on Earth. If punishment was to be meted out, it should be in Asgard, where he could be confined. Lin Feng remained unmoved, resolute in his intention not to spare Loki. He would not hesitate to confront Thor if necessary. Such madness warranted a swift end. Previously, he had allowed Loki's transgressions to slide, as they occurred within the confines of their own affairs, and had not directly harmed him. However, the current situation was intolerable. Loki's selfish desires had led to the loss of countless lives in New York. Thor, observing Lin Feng's unwavering demeanor, realized he could not persuade him otherwise. Nevertheless, he could not allow his brother to die before his eyes. Gripping his hammer tightly, Thor resolved that he would protect Loki, even at the cost of his own life. Surely Lin Feng would not go so far as to kill him. The others present cheered in silent approval of Lin Feng's actions. Many had longed to subdue this troublesome individual. Even Captain America, a staunch advocate of justice, refrained from defending Loki, recognizing that such a person was unworthy of aid. In his heart, he believed that imprisonment would not suffice for Loki. Only death would offer solace to the innocent lives lost in this conflict. Lin Feng's keen perception discerned Thor's movements. "You are resolutely determined to confront me. Yet you must realize that you are not my equal. No matter how you attempt to obstruct me, your brother shall meet his demise at my hands today." Thor, however, remained undeterred, firmly resolved to protect his sibling. Just as the tension between the two escalated, a resplendent light pierced through the ceiling, illuminating the room. In an unexpected turn of events, everyone looked up to witness a solemn elder, one-eyed and mounted upon a six-legged, winged steed, draped in golden battle armor remarkably akin to Thor's own. "I am Odin, the All-Father and the Sovereign of the Nine Realms. My son Loki cannot be judged on Earth. He is a child of the gods, a son of the divine, and must be tried in Asgard. I can assure you that if you return my son to me, I will confine him for life within a prison, never to see the light of day again. Odin's sudden appearance left Lin Feng in a state of comprehension. His intention was unmistakably to preserve the life of his youngest son. Previously, when Loki led the Chitauri in their assault on Earth, he remained absent. Yet now, as I prepared to deliver a severe blow to his eldest son, he appeared without hesitation. Do the lives of mortals hold no more value to them than that of ants? How could Lin Feng swallow this indignation? Even if not for the sake of avenging humanity, he demanded accountability for Loki's attempt on his life. Should someone seek to end my existence, am I not entitled to retaliate? Even if you are Odin, the king of the gods, what does it matter? You are neither my deity nor my sovereign. Your ability to save your son now rests upon your own capabilities. Lin Feng, we stand with you. Do not fear. You are not alone in this battle. Indeed, he must not be spared. What gives him the right to claim divinity? Just because he proclaims himself a god does not make it so, in my eyes. This so-called deity is less than a beast. Countless lives have been shattered, families torn apart, due to his selfish desires. How can he merely confine his actions when such atrocities are committed? To imprison him within your own realm is no different from allowing him to roam free. Such a creature must not be allowed to escape justice. The crowd rallied behind Lin Feng, their disdain for Loki palpable. Any rational individual would find his actions intolerable. To pursue a throne at the cost of their suffering is an act of unparalleled madness. Seated upon the clouds, Odin could not help but overhear the voices of the multitude below. With his formidable power, this distance posed no challenge. He was well aware of the grievous sins his youngest son had committed, yet he could not bear the thought of Loki perishing so easily, if death were to come. It must be in Asgard. Chapter 56. The Battle. Ancient One to the rescue. Odin understood that if he could not subdue Lin Feng, there would be no hope of bringing Loki back. He was acutely aware that a formidable struggle awaited him. Clenching the reins of his six-legged steed and gripping the eternal spear, he uttered not a single word, choosing instead to confront the impending conflict through resolute action. No amount of rhetoric could obscure the reality wrought by Loki's actions. Come forth. This predicament has arisen due to my son Loki. Yet, as an elder, I cannot stand idly by and watch my son perish. Should you wish to battle, then let it be so. I shall not impede your quest to protect your son. Let our fates be determined through combat. With that, Lin Feng soared into the sky, ascending toward Olympus, transforming mid-flight into a Super Saiyan 2. He approached Odin, casting his gaze upon the venerable figure before him. Without uttering another word, he extended a hand, reminiscent of Thor summoning his hammer. Sure enough, far away in a tavern, the artifact Lin Feng had previously acquired in Asgard responded to his call. The Wolf Lord soared into the air, emanating a chilling red light as it crashed through the walls, heading toward Lin Feng. Everyone beheld a streak of crimson racing toward him. Upon grasping this radiant energy, Lin Feng positioned it before himself, revealing a magnificent sword aglow with an enchanting red hue. With one hand grasping the Wolf Lord, he addressed Odin, "You wield a weapon. I shall not engage you unarmed, for fairness demands otherwise." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng gripped the hilt with both hands and, with a powerful leap, struck down towards Odin, who raised his eternal spear to parry the assault. Lin Feng's speed was extraordinarily swift. Had he not been a seasoned warrior, relying on his instinct to anticipate the attack, he might have succumbed to Lin Feng's lightning-fast onslaught. Seeing his unexpected maneuver thwarted, Lin Feng swiftly transitioned his attack, unleashing a Kamehameha wave toward Odin. Yet, Odin was no ordinary opponent. He urged his steed, which promptly understood his intent, generating a fierce gale that swept Lin Feng away. Utilizing his eternal spear, Odin unleashed a surge of energy to counter Lin Feng's Kamehameha wave. In the brief exchange, Odin sensed something amiss. Previously, he could gauge Lin Feng's strength, but now he felt a profound disparity in power. How could it be that within less than 2 months, Lin Feng had grown so formidable? He pondered, questioning his wayward son's motives in provoking such a being. Had it not been for their familial ties, he would have remained indifferent to the matter. It seems that he is finding it increasingly difficult to preserve Loki's life. However, Odin will not relinquish his efforts until the final moment. The overwhelming strength of Lin Feng has ignited Odin's pride as the king of the gods. How could he be so easily vanquished? Odin mustered his power anew and initiated the onslaught. Yet, given his advanced age, he was ill-suited for prolonged combat, leading him to resolve the conflict with a single decisive strike. Harnessing his divine force, Odin unleashed the fury of thunder. A colossal storm cloud materialized above Lin Feng, enveloping him as countless bolts of lightning relentlessly struck down upon him. The Pegasus released a tempest, while I summoned the flames of the eternal spear to harmonize with it. The Pegasus let out a thunderous roar, fervently flapping its wings, conjuring winds rivaling a Category 12 typhoon between its wings. At that moment, Odin wielded his weapon, the eternal spear, which emitted an unparalleled blaze. The onlookers below beheld a cataclysmic fire tornado surging towards Lin Feng. Upon contact with the thunder, the fire tornado transformed once more, merging the powers of thunder into its vortex. The convergence of these three distinct forces did not result in cancellation. Rather, they fused violently, amplifying their strength tremendously. This power was cataclysmic. If unleashed upon Earth, it would likely annihilate the entirety of America in an instant. Amidst the tempest of thunder, Lin Feng discerned Odin's intentions and resolved to fulfill his wish. He sheathed his long blade and placed his hands upon his waist, forming a stance of readiness. First, a radiant white light emerged, followed by a dazzling blue glow. The luminescence streamed through his fingers, with slender bolts of lightning spiraling around the energy wave. As the whirlwind of three powers approached, Lin Feng gathered sufficient strength. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha collided with the whirlwind, piercing through it in an instant, dissipating it into the ether. Yet Lin Feng's Kamehameha continued its trajectory towards Odin. Just as Odin seemed destined to be struck, a figure clad in yellow attire appeared, accompanied by Dr. Bruce Banner. With arms crossed over his chest, he struck an unusual pose, summoning forth a beam of green light. Lin Feng's Kamehameha vanished, along with Odin's tempestuous whirlwind of fire and thunder. Realizing the sudden turn of events, Odin, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I do not require your assistance, Ancient One." Are you truly aiding Odin in protecting his wretched son? The Ancient One smiled benignly, disregarding their exchange, and with a wave of his hand, a mirrored space enveloped the three, while Dr. Banner was teleported to the rooftop. Just as the spectators were awestruck by the grand spectacle of their confrontation, a figure appeared, erasing everything in an instant and returning with a green giant. The Avengers gazed upon the green giant, then turned their attention to Dr. Banner among them. The Green Banner approached the trio clad in battle attire and declared, "There is no need to conceal our identities. They likely already know." The Future Star Trio also removed their battle gear, revealing their true selves. As they beheld Stark, the Hulk, and Captain America before them, confusion enveloped their minds, leading them to ponder the perplexing situation at hand. Chapter 57. The Ancient One's Decision and the Transaction. What do you mean, Ancient One? The Ancient One entered the mirror dimension, shedding the calm demeanor previously displayed, and wore a grave expression as she revealed astonishing news. "I have come to prevent the two of you from continuing this battle. I sense that Dormammu is drawing ever closer to Earth. It appears that he has sensed my waning strength and intends to seize this moment to invade, plunging our world into his realm of darkness. If you were to slay Odin now, and Dormammu perceives this, he would seize the opportunity to drag Asgard and the Nine Realms into his shadows. Currently, the Eternal Realms are left with only the two of us as supreme beings. Losing one more would inflict an irreparable blow upon the Nine Realms." Lin Feng, however, was disinclined to heed the Ancient One's words. What did Dormammu's invasion of Earth have to do with his desire to eliminate Loki? Odin, growing increasingly uneasy with the Ancient One's words, interjected, "What you imply is that I am somehow inferior to Lin Feng. I, the sovereign of the Nine Realms and the father of the gods, am being compared to this punk with dyed hair?" Although Odin understood that he might indeed not be a match for this young man, such sentiments were not meant to be spoken aloud. Did he not care for his own dignity? Internally, he lamented this, while outwardly he appeared furious. To express such a notion so brazenly is akin to slapping my face. The Ancient One and Odin were no strangers to one another. After all, the emergence of a supreme sorcerer on Earth was not something Odin could ignore. Their past dealings, likely numerous and clandestine, suggested that the Ancient One's assistance to Odin would not surprise Lin Feng. However, this realization irked him deeply. Why should those with connections act without restraint? No, I will not agree to this. What relation does my desire to eliminate Loki have with Dormammu's invasion of Earth? If you truly wish to protect Loki, then when Dormammu invades, I shall simply take my friends and family to another planet. Lin Feng bluntly expressed his feelings, driven by resentment and a desire for vengeance against Loki. Furthermore, given his current prowess, he believed he stood a chance even against both the Ancient One and Odin combined. Previously, Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle with Odin. Had it not been for a sudden and deliberate intervention, Odin would undoubtedly have suffered grievous injuries from Lin Feng's Kamehameha, perhaps even resulting in his demise. Observing Lin Feng's unwavering resolve, Gu Yi offered no chance for them to rescue Loki. In a moment of desperation, she reluctantly uttered a spell she had long wished to avoid: time reversal. Such a spell could potentially wreak irreversible havoc upon their world. Should a single universe experience multiple instances of extensive time reversal, it would attract the attention of dimensional observers. If they discerned that someone was carelessly disturbing the fabric of time and the course of history, they would intervene to annihilate the transgressor. Previously, the use of the Time Stone had resolved the energy output of two individuals, a matter Gu Yi could still conceal, as their battle had not resulted in any fatalities. Thus she had not altered any futures. Given this context, she resolved to employ the time reversal spell to restore the ravaged New York to its state prior to the conflict, allowing all the deceased to be resurrected. But the use of such a spell might draw the scrutiny of the dimensional observers. If discovered, they would not hesitate to eradicate her existence. Should that occur, the fate of Dormammu would rest in their hands. Odin was profoundly moved by Gu Yi's actions. He had not anticipated such a sacrificial gesture on her part. Their relationship could only be described as a superficial friendship, as one guarded Earth while the other protected Asgard, resulting in scarce opportunities for their paths to cross. Touched, Odin promptly acquiesced to Gu Yi's request. I promise you, should you face calamity and Dormammu attempt to invade Earth, he shall not succeed unless I am no longer alive. Witnessing Odin's emotional turmoil, Gu Yi felt little resonance within her heart. After millennia of safeguarding Earth, his emotions had grown too distant. He was now intent on finding a successor to protect the planet during her absence. Gu Yi's urgency in seeking a protector stemmed from the lingering affliction left by her previous battle. A malevolent entity from another dimension sought to invade Earth. But Gu Yi had thwarted this invasion, leading to a fierce confrontation in the cosmos. During her struggle against the Eye Demon, Sumar Glash, an unforeseen event transpired. Although she vanquished the demon, she was cunningly ensnared. In its final moments, the demon had implanted its consciousness within Gu Yi's mind, siphoning her essence. For many years, Gu Yi had contemplated various means to expunge this presence, even resorting to the Time Stone in secret. Yet, all her efforts proved futile, as the demon had long since fused with her. To eradicate it would necessitate her own annihilation. The Eye Demon has amassed sufficient power and is on the verge of breaking free from its seal to resurrect. The day of its revival coincides with the demise of the Ancient One. Hence, she chose to act first, opting for a mutual destruction with the Eye Demon. The arrival of Lin Feng serves to rectify the shortcomings of her absence during this critical period. She has bequeathed all her arcane knowledge to the new generation of supreme sorcerers and has meticulously prepared all contingencies. Initially, she harbored concerns that Lin Feng alone might not be a match for Dormammu. But now, with Loki's misdeeds unfolding, the situation has shifted. The Ancient One intends to leverage this incident to assist Odin in rescuing Loki, aligning him with Lin Feng's cause. Listening to the Ancient One speak in defense of Loki, Lin Feng, taken aback, pondered her true intentions. The Ancient One approached Lin Feng and quietly elucidated the circumstances. With widened eyes, Lin Feng acquiesced to her plan. Since you have made your decision, I shall not impede you. Let us see your magical prowess unfold. Having successfully persuaded Lin Feng, the matters at hand were now settled, leaving only her magical capabilities to be revealed. Chapter 58. The Splintered Universe. With a wave of her hand, the Ancient One dispelled the mirrored space, allowing Lin Feng and Odin to descend upon the rooftop of Stark Industries. The Ancient One returned to Kamartaj to prepare for significant affairs. Thor remained steadfastly by Loki's side, vigilant against any threats that might befall him. Odin urgently beckoned Thor to bring Loki forth, severing the bonds that restrained him. Rebellious child, what on earth were you thinking to commit such heinous acts? Behold the consequences of your actions. Do you harbor no remorse? Loki arose, meeting the gazes of his father and brother, devoid of regret, his expression marked by a profound weariness. A true man born of heaven and earth cannot languish indefinitely beneath others. Open your eyes and see clearly who would willingly submit. Odin, taken aback by Loki's audacity, stood speechless, unsure of how to respond. Anger surged within him, tempted to strike down his defiant son. Observing his obstinate child, an idea struck him. If such is the case, why not acknowledge Lin Feng as your adoptive father? This proposal stunned not only Loki, but also Lin Feng, who had been observing Odin's theatrics. The words Loki had just uttered felt eerily familiar to Lin Feng, and as the notion of adopting him as a father figure emerged, he recalled a rather infamous figure, Lu Bu, the parricidal warrior. No, thank you. That will not be necessary. You may handle your matters as you see fit. I shall not take such a beast as my son. Loki silently exhaled in relief, grateful he would not have to acknowledge Lin Feng as his adoptive father. Unsure how he would have coped with that. In truth, Odin was merely testing Lin Feng's stance, now that such a declaration had been made. It seemed there were no further issues to address. With a swift gesture, a beam of divine light enveloped Loki, and the two vanished together. Thor found himself alone, feeling quite awkward after nearly clashing with everyone for the sake of his brother. Now that the situation had resolved, he decided to seek out his girlfriend, Jane, leaving without a word of greeting. It was only after Odin's departure that Lin Feng returned to his ordinary appearance, noticing an oddity, the presence of a Stark, a Hulk, and a Captain America. Lin Feng's penetrating gaze fell upon the three, prompting the future Stark and his companions to hastily explain their origins. We harbor no ill intentions. We have returned from the future to borrow the Tesseract, the Mind Stone, and the Time Stone. The future Captain America continued urgently. Our world has been ravaged by a being named Thanos, who wielded the Infinity Gauntlet to eradicate half of all life in the universe, including humans from Earth. The gauntlet requires 6 Infinity Stones to be complete. After Thanos annihilated half of existence, he destroyed the stones. Thus, in order to restore the lost lives, we devised a plan to traverse time and locate the Infinity Stones of the past to forge a new gauntlet. Once the future Captain America elucidated their purpose for arriving, everyone fell into contemplation, uncertain of the truth behind their claims. However, Lin Feng discerned a peculiar absence among them. One crucial individual was missing. What am I like in the future? Or is it possible that I do not exist in your world at all? His question jolted the others awake. Indeed, I found it strange. No matter how powerful Thanos may be, I feel he could not possibly defeat Lin Feng. So how were you vanquished by him? Stock, the most astute genius among them, sensed something amiss, but couldn't pinpoint the issue until Lin Feng's words illuminated the truth. Stark proposed an unrefined theory, confronting the future Captain America. If Lin Feng does not exist in your world, then it cannot possibly be the same world we inhabit. You must not have traversed time. Rather, you have arrived in a parallel universe. The future Captain America expressed his confusion in response. In fact, we have contemplated this matter as well. Perhaps we have not returned to our universe's past, but rather to another universe, specifically the one you inhabit, a world of parallel universes. At that moment, Dr. Bruce Banner stepped forward. None of you are mistaken. When I traveled to Kamartaj seeking the Ancient One for the Time Stone, she conveyed the same to me. Our current existence is not the past of our universe, but rather a realm within a parallel universe. As the crowd engaged in speculation, a circular spark materialized beside them. An Ancient One emerged from within. Ah, it appears you are already acquainted. Perfect, for I shall now elucidate the circumstances I have just perceived. The future is no longer a realm of predictability. I initially believed that Lin Feng's arrival was the catalyst for this transformation, but it is far more complex than that. With a graceful gesture, Ancient One summoned a resplendent golden light that pierced through the air, extending into the unknown. As you may observe, this is our universe, an entity of profound unity. With another sweep of her hand, countless strands emerge from the river of time, scattering and stretching outward like delicate threads. What you are witnessing is the fragmentation of the timeline. It has become a chaotic tapestry, no longer a singular entity, but a multitude of branches that herald the advent of the multiverse. Pointing deliberately towards 4 individuals representing the future, she proclaimed, "They hail from one of these universes. I returned to investigate the matter of this cosmic division and have uncovered according to historical texts, that long ago, the universe was indeed fractured, with countless timelines embroiled in conflict for supremacy. However, three omniscient guardians of time intervened, merging the multiverse into a single timeline, restoring peace. Yet now, through the Time Stone, I have sensed that the timeline has once again splintered, and the multiverse has awakened. Our universe shall soon face greater challenges ahead. The crowd, upon absorbing Ancient One's revelations, fell into a state of astonishment. Even Lin Feng, who had traversed dimensions, was oblivious to these events. He had arrived just as Avengers: Age of Ultron premiered, a timeline far removed from his current reality. The cinematic realm could not be conflated with the tangible existence he now inhabited within the Marvel Universe. Chapter 59, transcending into another universe. Upon concluding her exposition, Lin Feng conveyed Ancient One's insights to the assembly. They were profoundly moved by her selfless dedication to safeguarding the Earth. Suddenly, Ancient One ascended into the sky, positioning herself above New York City. She struck a pose, and the eye of Agamotto on her chest radiated a brilliant light. With both hands, she unleashed an immense golden beam that soared into the heavens, channeling the magical energy from the three sanctums on Earth. A colossal green luminescence enveloped the sky above the planet, and in the blink of an eye, damaged vehicles, shattered buildings, and desolate streets, along with the deceased and injured, were restored to the moments preceding the Chitauri invasion, unbeknownst to them. However, this time, the Chitauri did not mount an assault. Apart from his superheroes who had participated in the conflict, retaining memories of the battle, the rest of humanity remained blissfully unaware of any extraterrestrial incursion, ushering in yet another day of peace and joy. As everything returned to normal, the Ancient One withdrew her magic, standing high above, awaiting the arrival of the dimensional observer. In the sky, the Ancient One and the gathered individuals on the rooftop awaited death, yet they did not perceive any unusual occurrences. The Ancient One felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Although she yearned for her demise, the anticipation of death proved to be an excruciating ordeal. After more than half an hour with no peculiar events transpiring, another thought began to emerge in her mind. She approached Lin Feng and shared her speculation. Perhaps Lin Feng, as the dimensional observer, was unable to manage so many timelines, implying that her death might not be necessary. However, she felt utterly helpless regarding the Eye Demon. Conversely, Lin Feng harbored a different perspective. He possessed a solution, yet it was one that instilled a degree of trepidation within him, fearing he might not return. Nevertheless, he revealed this plan to the Ancient One. I have an idea. Since Thanos can indiscriminately eliminate half of all life with the Infinity Gauntlet, if I were to acquire the gauntlet, could I not directly annihilate the Eye Demon? Lin Feng articulated his thoughts and then turned to the future version of Stark and his companions. What do you think? Is my idea feasible? After a moment of contemplation, the future Stark responded, in theory, it is indeed possible, but we do not yet possess the Infinity Gauntlet. Just as he uttered this, an exciting realization struck him. Are you suggesting that you would agree to lend us the Infinity Stones? Loaning them to you is not an issue, but I must accompany you, and the Infinity Gauntlet will remain my possession. That is acceptable, as long as it assists us in vanquishing Thanos and rescuing those he has slain. You may keep the gauntlet. With all matters resolved and a viable solution to the Eye Demon, Lin Feng turned to the Ancient One. See, this has effortlessly alleviated your greatest concern. Lin Feng's perspective opened the Ancient One's eyes. She had not contemplated such a possibility. She certainly did not wish for her own demise. Previously, she had felt compelled to devise a mutually destructive method due to a lack of alternatives. Now that a superior approach was available, why should she sacrifice herself unnecessarily? Elated within yet feigning indifference, she remarked, if there are other effective methods, I can reluctantly give it a try. This way, I can teach the next Supreme Sorcerer with peace of mind. However, the future Stark raised a concern. In their world, Pym particles were no longer available. If he accompanied them, he would be unable to return them. Yet this dilemma elicited laughter from Natasha, for in this universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. still had reserves of Pym particles. You need not worry about the Pym particles. I have a way to procure them for you. Every situation has found its perfect resolution. The future Avengers, led by Captain America, were filled with joy, not only because they had acquired the Infinity Stones, but also due to the formidable assistance from a powerful ally. They had initially intended to return immediately. However, Lin Feng expressed his desire to spend a few delightful days with his family before joining them. The future Avengers did not object, recognizing the significant help he had provided. After all, a mere few days would not hinder their mission. A week later, the group reconvened at Stark's seaside villa. Drawing from the research conducted by the future Stark and Dr. Banner, Stark had crafted a new teleportation device. Since they were not traveling back in time, but rather venturing into an alternate universe, their counterparts from this universe, Stark and Banner, identified the discrepancies in their equipment and made necessary improvements, transforming it into a spatial transporter. When the individuals from the alternate universe learned of the equipment's issues, they were filled with concern, uncertain whether others had returned to the past or, like them, traversed into another universe. Lin Feng donned the same gear as Stark and the others, preparing to stand alongside them. Natasha and Xiao Ran observed from a distance, with Natasha initially intending to accompany Lin Feng. However, concerned for Xiao Ran's well-being, Lin Feng insisted that Natasha remain behind to care for her, waiting for his return. Though Natasha felt reluctant, she ultimately respected Lin Feng's wishes. During the past week, Lin Feng had no cause for worry. He had engaged in a month-long series of lottery draws, culminating in a remarkable stroke of luck. Initially, after a 10-draw spree, the system had presented him with 10 inconsequential items, merely lifestyle capsules from the Dragon Ball universe, including houses and vehicles, yet lacking anything to enhance his combat prowess. Inspired by Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, which could alter the rules, Lin Feng decided to exhaust the remaining 20 draws all at once. This bold choice not only augmented his combat power by 200,000, but also revealed a delightful surprise, a Nimbus cloud for Xiao Ran to enjoy, while the rest were disappointingly trivial. As Lin Feng waved his farewells, Stark addressed them, stating that preparations were complete and energy levels fully charged. Eager to embark and return swiftly, ideally with an Infinity Gauntlet, Lin Feng urged, "Since everything is ready, let us commence the teleportation." The device began its charging sequence, and in the blink of an eye, the 5 of them vanished from sight, entering the timeline of the alternate universe. The remaining individuals had returned long ago. However, Steve, Stark, Dr. Banner, and Scott had yet to make their appearance. They had been waiting by the time machine for over a week, still no sign of their return. The others spent their days in anxious anticipation, fervently praying for their safe arrival, particularly Pepper, whose eyes were nearly swollen from tears. Lin Feng felt as though the world was spinning, as if everything around him had vanished. Suddenly, a beam of sunlight struck his eyes. He was the first to open them, discovering he had arrived in a place reminiscent of a factory. Yet, this location was desolate, filled solely with advanced technological apparatus. The group awaiting their return was startled when a white light suddenly materialized in the warehouse, obscuring their view of what lay within. As the brilliance dissipated, they realized it was indeed Steve and the others who had returned. However, their joy was short-lived. They soon noticed an unfamiliar figure among them. They surmised that something had gone awry, for how else could they have delayed for so long and introduced a stranger into their midst? Colonel Rhodes donned his battle suit. Thor grasped his axe, and Captain Marvel emanated waves of energy from her hands. The rest of the group armed themselves, taking aim at the 5 unexpected arrivals. Chapter 60. Dragon Balls, may I make my entrance now? Ant-Man Scott inquired. Everyone, please remain calm and lower your weapons. We haven't encountered any further issues. This is a friend we found who has come to assist us. The group gradually sheathed their weapons. That's a relief. I thought another disaster had occurred. Stark remarked upon hearing this. What's going on? Has anyone encountered trouble? By the way, where's Natasha? Upon Stark's words, expressions of sorrow washed over those present. Observing their demeanor, Stark and the others quickly grasped that something had indeed happened to Natasha. Lin Feng, however, felt a peculiar sensation. After all, in his universe, Natasha was his girlfriend, yet here she had met her demise. Nevertheless, he did not feel a profound sense of loss, for this was a different timeline with different individuals. Thus, the passing of this universe's Natasha merely elicited a strange feeling within him. She is gone. What have you done? How can Natasha die? Hawkeye Barton lamented, slumped against the wall, tears brimming in his eyes. She sacrificed her life for a mere stone. Yet, the recently returned Stark and his companions could not accept this grim reality, having endured so much together. They were Avengers. How could one of their own simply perish? Yet, the fact remained, Natasha was deceased, and they could not alter that truth. The atmosphere grew heavy with despair. Suddenly, Steve recalled something and excitedly articulated his thoughts. Your words imply as though she has already departed from this world. We possess the Infinity Stones, do we not? As long as we hold these stones, we can surely bring her back, correct? So let us cease this futile chatter and rally our spirits, for we are the Avengers. Steve continued, we have acquired the stones. We can forge our own Infinity Gauntlet, and thus, is it not possible to resurrect her? Captain America voiced his thoughts. However, Barton interrupted his hopeful musings with a stark reality. She cannot return. It is irreversible. Though Steve comprehended Barton's words, he was loath to accept them and instead inquired. What did you say? Barton reiterated, it is unattainable. Suddenly, Steve erupted into laughter, unwilling to acknowledge this grim truth. What nonsense are you speaking? Do not be so absolute. I speak of magic. It cannot be impossible to resurrect Natasha. If the Infinity Gauntlet can indiscriminately wipe out half of all life in the universe, then why can it not bring Natasha back? I know I have no authority to speak, but she remains lost to us. At least that fellow in the flowing red attire stated that to obtain the Soul Stone, one must sacrifice a life. Acknowledging that this conclusion was irrevocable, Steve ceased to insist, recognizing that they should avoid further discussion on the matter to prevent discord within their alliance. The group's morale was notably diminished. However, as Avengers, they would not allow Natasha's sacrifice to be in vain, and thus they steeled themselves. Having just returned, Stark and the others took a day to rest, and Lin Feng joined them at the base. He actually possessed a method to resurrect Natasha, yet he was uncertain whether to employ it. This was one of his trump cards, and he did not wish to squander it, especially since he was not intimately familiar with this world's Natasha. Lin Feng lay in bed, contemplating throughout the night, ultimately deciding to share his thoughts with them the following day. The next morning, he awoke to find the others had already gathered at the lab, engrossed in devising the Infinity Gauntlet. When he approached them, they regarded him with curiosity but did not engage him in conversation, as they were intensely focused on their task. It seemed Stark had already briefed the others on his background. Lin Feng approached the group, who were seated before the experimental apparatus, and said, I actually have a way to bring back Natasha. Yet, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted. What did you say? You have a method? Speak quickly. Barton exclaimed, his excitement propelling him forward as he grasped Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, and with a gentle shrug, sent Barton flying against the wall, where he landed in a starfish position. Fortunately, Lin Feng had quickly restrained his immense strength to avoid causing serious harm. Otherwise, the world version of Barton might have met an unfortunate fate due to a mere misstep. It appears that Natasha in this realm shares the same ambiguous relationships as those depicted in the films he once beheld. The onlookers failed to discern Lin Feng's actions. They merely witnessed Barton being struck on the shoulder before he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the wall. Oh, my apologies. That was merely a reflex. A habit ingrained in martial artists. Should you approach me in the future, kindly inform me beforehand, for it could prove perilous. In that moment, the crowd regarded Lin Feng as a formidable threat, considering he had seemingly only shrugged his shoulder, yet inflicted such harm upon Barton. However, Thor held a different perspective. He was eager to engage Lin Feng in combat, yearning to ascertain whether this individual was truly as powerful as Steve and the others claimed. Barton gradually extricated himself from the wall, seemingly indifferent to his injuries, and urgently inquired, It's all right. Do not dwell on the recent events. Please, enlighten me on any possible means to revive Natasha. Barton understood the slimness of hope, yet he was unwilling to forego even the slightest chance. After all, if their universe held no solutions, perhaps alternatives existed in others. This matter cannot be easily explained to you. Simply observe for now. Lin Feng stated as he stepped outside the warehouse, the others trailing behind him. He arrived at an open space, reaching into the backpack he had brought with him, and extracted a pale yellow, round orb adorned with a 5-pointed star. Subsequently, he produced 6 additional orbs of identical size, each no larger than half a fist, each containing a star within. From a single star to 7, they were distributed among the orbs. Gazing at the spheres laid before him, Lin Feng murmured, I never anticipated that my first use would be to save someone. It feels reminiscent of the Dragon Balls. The Avengers exchanged puzzled glances, questioning his actions. What is he doing? Will 7 orbs truly resurrect Natasha? Have you brought a madman among us? What purpose do these orbs serve? Steve, with a serious demeanor, cautioned them. Refrain from speaking recklessly. Should he decide to retaliate, do not expect me to intervene. Lin Feng had already overheard their conversation. He paid no heed to these inhabitants of the Marvel world, unaware of the true power of the Dragon Balls. Soon, I shall relish the sight of your bewildered expressions, he proclaimed, directing his voice toward the Dragon Balls on the ground. O dragon, heed my summons and come forth. Chapter 61. The Infinity Gauntlet. The crowd watched in astonishment as Lin Feng's actions unfolded, utterly bewildered by the situation at hand. What was he truly attempting to accomplish? Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls began to flicker incessantly, their luminescence intensifying. In an instant, the winds surged and the skies darkened. Countless bolts of white lightning surged toward the ground. A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the 7 Dragon Balls. Almost immediately, an enormous bolt of golden lightning stretched from within the Dragon Balls toward the sky, at times splitting into 7 slender arcs, only to recombine into a robust flash. The dazzling golden lightning hung in the air, and amidst the brilliance, the silhouette of a divine dragon gradually materialized. The Avengers stood mesmerized. They had never anticipated that these 7 seemingly innocuous orbs could summon such a colossal entity. Is that truly the dragon? Is it indeed from a parallel universe? Why does our universe lack such wonders? Gradually, the dragon's ethereal form solidified. Lowering its majestic head, its crimson eyes gazed upon the assembled crowd. Who has summoned me? It inquired. It was I who called you forth, the nearest individual replied. Very well, state your wish. The dragon's voice resonated with authority. Lin Feng lifted his gaze to the dragon and articulated his desire. I wish for Natasha of this world to be resurrected here. The dragon paused, contemplating the simplicity of the wish. I shall fulfill this wish for you. As the words left its mouth, a golden radiance materialized between Lin Feng and the Avengers. When the light dissipated, Natasha stood bewildered, surveying her surroundings. Was I not dead? The crowd, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to her side, eagerly recounting the details of her resurrection. Suddenly, Rocket interjected, addressing the sky. Could you also bring my friend Groot back to life? O mighty dragon, aware that the Infinity Gauntlet could soon be completed. Rocket felt an urgent desire to restore Groot without delay. The dragon turned its massive head, its crimson gaze fixating on Rocket. Despite feeling a chill under the dragon's scrutiny, Rocket stood resolutely in place, only to receive a heart-wrenching response. Only one wish may be granted. Your wish has already been fulfilled. Farewell. With that, the dragon transformed back into golden lightning, swiftly retreating to the 7 Dragon Balls. Having completed their mission, the orbs reverted to ordinary stone spheres, soaring into the skies and dispersing to 7 distinct locations. Yet, as Lin Feng watched the Dragon Balls ascend, he felt no trepidation. Soon, he would possess the Infinity Gauntlet, and in this world, none would be aware of the powers of the Dragon Balls. All he needed to do was wait until he acquired the gauntlet before embarking on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls, thus ensuring no time would be wasted. Natasha was fully aware that it was Lin Feng who had saved her, and she approached his side. I am truly grateful to you. Were it not for your intervention, I would have perished, she expressed earnestly. The others hurriedly chimed in. Thank you immensely. We had our doubts about you before, and we sincerely apologize. Yet, Lin Feng merely waved his hand, dismissing their previous misgivings. After all, who could have anticipated that a single individual could summon a divine dragon capable of granting wishes with a mere presentation of 7 orbs? This was not a world governed by the lore of Dragon Balls. Such legends were entirely foreign to them. Naturally, they would not blame each other for trivial matters. The joy of Natasha's resurrection filled everyone with elation. Why not postpone the creation of the Infinity Gauntlet until tomorrow and celebrate Natasha's revival today? Someone suggested. However, Natasha was unwilling to let her situation hinder the group. With unwavering resolve, she declared, You need not do this. There are many who await the return of their loved ones. Stark, you yearn for your little spider's revival. Barton, your child awaits you. Steve, you wish for your dear friend Bucky to return. Scott, your wife is also longing for your resurrection, along with Rocket. Each of you has lost cherished friends and family. Therefore, it is all the more reason not to delay the Infinity Gauntlet for my sake. I've already returned to life, and we can celebrate at any time. Under Natasha's insistence, The group returned to the laboratory to continue their work on the gauntlet's development. Through the relentless efforts of Stark, Dr. Banner, and Rocket, the Infinity Gauntlet was finally completed. Everyone gathered around, gazing at the magnificent creation. "Let me wield it," the Hulk interjected first. They all understood that using the gauntlet could inflict significant harm upon the human body, potentially resulting in death. After all, Thanos had become frail from its use. Yet, Lin Feng, observing the group's hesitance, found their indecision rather tedious. He wished to grasp the gauntlet sooner rather than later. "Allow me to take it, for the gauntlet rightfully belongs to me. I am confident that with my strength, snapping my fingers poses no challenge," he asserted. The four, well aware of Lin Feng's capabilities, wholeheartedly supported his claim. They had initially intended for him to take the lead, but were unsure how to prompt him. Now, he had voiced his intent, alleviating their concerns. Under the gaze of all, Lin Feng reached forth and donned the Infinity Gauntlet. An immense energy surged from the gauntlet, with countless sparks of electricity shimmering across its surface. This power was formidable, threatening to annihilate Lin Feng's very being. However, with Lin Feng's prowess, a mere Infinity Gauntlet could not be easily damaged. He summoned the energy within him and effortlessly donned the gauntlet, displaying no signs of struggle. Observing Lin Feng's ease in putting on the gauntlet, someone impatiently exclaimed, "Hurry and snap your fingers. We have been waiting for this moment for far too long." Lin Feng raised his left hand and casually snapped his fingers. A resounding clap echoed, yet nothing transpired. There was no difference from before the snap. The necessary actions had been completed, leaving only the anticipation of what was to come. The crowd, some seated and others standing, was filled with anxiety, yearning for the hope they had awaited daily for 5 years. Unbeknownst to them, Nebula was no longer the same. She was a version from a different timeline, sent as an undercover agent by the past Thanos. She was aware of the bleak future that awaited him. This time, his mission was to obliterate the majority of life in the universe, sparing only a select few as seeds for future generations. At that moment, Nebula stealthily approached the time-space transmission device, extending her hands to engage the switch, setting the temporal coordinates and activating the device. Suddenly, Barton seemed to hear a faint sound of something vibrating. Following the noise, he discovered it was his phone ringing. Just as he reached for it, a missile struck. Chapter 61. The arrogant Thanos. The place where Barton stood was instantly annihilated by the missile, and he was left unaware of where he had been sent. Meanwhile, the Hulk also witnessed the emergence of a spaceship in the sky. He watched in horror as the ship unleashed a barrage of missiles upon their location. In a matter of moments, the entire area was devastated, the ground itself shattered. The Hulk, caught off guard by the sudden assault, sustained severe injuries, struggling to hold up the debris that rained down upon him. I can't breathe, came the weak voice of Rocket, trapped beneath the heavy stone, his small frame pinned, leaving only his head visible. Armor disengage, armor disengage, armor disengage, echoed a frantic voice near Rocket. Rhodes's armor had also suffered extensive damage, nearing the brink of destruction. Following Rhodes's command, the armor disarmed itself, and he painstakingly crawled out. "Rhodes, get Rocket out. You must hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Please be quick," Rocket urged. Rhodes crawled towards a little raccoon, grabbing a metal rod that had fallen from the wall and pried off the stone that pinned Rocket. The raccoon emerged, and together they collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, while the Hulk summoned his last ounce of strength to push aside the debris above him. Just as they believed they could take a momentary respite, a sudden surge of seawater flooded in. It turned out they had been swept into the sewer. "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear us? We're drowning. Help! Do not panic. I am here. Can you hear me?" In the midst of the chaos, Scott had shrunk his body and sustained minimal harm. He quickly utilized his abilities to summon a multitude of ants, guiding them to locate the Hulk trio. Barton and Natasha gradually regained consciousness in the underground passage. Together, they began to climb toward the opening above. Suddenly, Barton seemed to hear a noise. He turned and shot an arrow behind him. Numerous terrifying, six-legged creatures lunged at them. The pair fought back, standing firm while retreating toward the exit of the passage. Meanwhile, Thanos, seated in his ship, observed the situation below and opened the hatch to descend to the ground. He gazed indifferently at the debris before him. "So, this is the future? Well done." As he spoke, he plunged his weapon into the ground, placing his helmet atop it, and sat down on a nearby rock. They harbored no doubt whatsoever. This was their arrogance. Thus, return the Infinity Gauntlet to me. Father, the Infinity Gauntlet is not here. It has been taken by someone named Lin Feng, though he will soon return. I have also discovered something equally powerful. He summoned a wish-granting dragon using 7 orbs. Oh, such an intriguing artifact. Then I shall wait for his return here. Captain America lay unconscious on the ground until a voice roused him. Hey, wake up. Huh? Oh. Captain America opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings. If you lose it again, I won't give it back to you, Iron Man said as he helped Captain America to his feet. Together, they made their way to the outermost area, where another figure awaited them, Thor, the god of thunder. The three stood side by side, gazing at the distant figure of Thanos. What's going on? Wasn't he dead? What is he doing? Nothing of consequence, Thor replied, but that is no longer important. Thanos raised his head and looked at the three of them. Where is the Infinity Gauntlet? And where is the treasure that can summon the dragon? I believe that by eradicating half of all life, the remaining half would thrive, yet you have proven otherwise. As long as there are those who cling to the past, acceptance of the future is impossible. My intention is to eliminate all of you to create a better universe. However, the trio had no desire to heed Thanos' ramblings. Thor spoke up. I am indifferent to everything. My sole desire now is vengeance. He extended his hands, and amidst the tempestuous sky, thunder and lightning roared as an axe and a hammer soared towards him. The power of thunder surged from within him, and the armor of Asgard reappeared upon Thor's form. The three warriors advanced towards Thanos. You refuse to accept defeat, yet what awaits you? You must inevitably confront me. Thor, unable to restrain himself any longer, initiated the assault, charging at Thanos. Simultaneously, Iron Man unleashed his laser, while Captain America leaped forward, shield in hand. Yet they were no match for Thanos. With a mere strike, he dispatched them as though they were but fragile chicks. 6 mechanical tentacles emerged from behind Iron Man. Thor, lend me your strength. I radiated with the might of lightning. As the hammer and axe clashed, a surge of electricity cascaded towards Stark. The 6 mechanical tentacles, along with Stark's palms, emitted 8 beams of laser towards Thanos. Nevertheless, Thanos effortlessly countered the energy with his own weapon, advancing towards Stark, seizing him, and tearing apart his armor, casting him aside. Stark fell into a state of disrepair, devoid of any fighting capability. Thor leaped at Thanos, but upon engagement, his weapon was effortlessly struck away. Thanos gripped Thor by the throat, delivering brutal blows. Thor reached out to summon his axe, only to have it easily intercepted by Thanos, who aimed a deadly strike at his neck. Suddenly, Thanos was forcibly thrown aside. Turning to see the source, it was Captain America wielding Mjolnir. Yet even with the hammer in hand and the power of thunder unleashed, he proved no match for Thanos, who swiftly incapacitated him, shattering his shield in the process. As Thanos surveyed the fallen trio, he began to boast, sharing his reflections. After years of tyranny and slaughter, devoid of any sentiment, I shall now demonstrate how I will deal with you, this obstinate and loathsome planet, akin to mere ants. With his words, colossal alien ships descended upon Earth, and countless extraterrestrial forces emerged. Captain America, struggling to rise, chose to continue the fight, his trembling hand gripping the shield and Mjolnir tightly. He gazed upon the formidable army ahead, knowing that he might not be able to halt their advance. At that moment, familiar words resonated in his ears. Numerous portals opened behind him. Pepper Potts, Black Panther, and the sorcerers of his tribe from Kamartaj, the people of Asgard, and even the fallen Sorcerer Supreme and Spider-Man materialized in this moment. The two armies faced off, their numbers still woefully insufficient. Yet now, there existed a glimmer of hope for battle. At long last, all the Dragon Balls have been retrieved. Time has flown by. It is imperative that I return swiftly. Lin Feng hurriedly soared towards the Avengers base, chancing upon a standoff between two armies. Upon sighting Lin Feng's arrival, Nebula turned to Thanos and remarked, "That is the one. The Infinity Gauntlet rests upon him, and the Dragon Balls are in his possession." Thanos gazed at Lin Feng, suspended in the air. "The ground forces are yours to handle. With the Infinity Gauntlet in your grasp and a wish-granting dragon at your disposal, surrender them to me, and I may spare your life," Thanos proclaimed arrogantly, fixing his gaze upon Lin Feng. Chapter 62. The request of Captain America and Wanda. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. How could he return to such a grand spectacle? He had been absent for scarcely half an hour, and everything had transformed. He glanced at the purple-skinned fiend below, pondering. What is this situation? Why am I being berated upon my return? And why are they attempting to seize my belongings? Do they not recognize who I am? Lin Feng resolved to swiftly resolve the matter at hand and return to his own universe. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and descended directly before Thanos, extending a hand to seize him. Thanos attempted to resist, struggling against Lin Feng's left hand, but it was of no avail. Lin Feng's grip tightened around his throat. In a moment of desperation, Thanos exclaimed, "Corvus Glaive, come to my aid." "My lord," Corvus Glaive barely uttered as he took flight, only to be struck by a blue light, subsequently losing consciousness. Thanos' subordinates stood frozen, bewildered, witnessing their strongest sorcerer subdued with such ease. "Fire at will, my lord. Our troops," Thanos commanded, showing no sign of grief for Corvus Glaive's demise, his only concern being his own survival, indifferent to the loss of his men. The ships in the sky unleashed a torrent of cannon fire directed at Lin Feng and his allies. Yet, all assaults were effortlessly thwarted by Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange. Lin Feng stood undaunted amidst the barrage, allowing the rain of fire to wash over him. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards the ships above, obliterating them in an instant. Captain Marvel, who had just arrived, intended to destroy the vessel. But before she could make a move, it was already gone. Lin Feng forcefully slammed Thanos to the ground, placing a foot upon his chest, adorning the Infinity Gauntlet. He confronted Thanos. "Is it you who wielded the Infinity Gauntlet to extinguish half of the universe's life? Now, I shall make you witness the annihilation of your subordinates." With a snap of his fingers under Thanos' watchful gaze, Lin Feng declared no. After completing the snap, he released Thanos' foot and approached the gathered crowd. Thanos rose to his feet, gazing at his minions as they disintegrated into ash. It was as if he had lost all motivation, and he found a stone upon which to sit, quietly awaiting death. Stark turned to Doctor Strange, his curiosity piqued. "Is this the singular method you spoke of?" Yet, Doctor Strange remained silent, for he too was bewildered by the unfolding circumstances. "What is this madness? I have never witnessed such a scene in the future I glimpsed. Lin Feng apoa chechdak. Have all matters been resolved? May I return now?" What was initially perceived as a battle for survival had been effortlessly concluded by an individual from a parallel world. Yet, this outcome was not without its merits. After all, no one had perished, and they were spared from facing foes far greater in number. Observing that the situation was under control, Doctor Strange commanded the sorcerers to open a portal, transporting everyone back. All but a few seasoned Avengers departed. In Stark's woodland cabin, a multitude had gathered. The established Avengers and newly emerged allies, along with their families, were all present, celebrating the demise of Thanos and the resurrection of many. At the center of it all stood Lin Feng, now the focal point of attention. An array of inquiries bombarded him, leaving Lin Feng at a loss for words. "Sir, are you truly from another universe? Is there an Avengers in that realm? Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me?" Overwhelmed by their fervor and the peculiar nature of their questions, Lin Feng felt his head spinning. Eventually, Steve approached, dispersing the crowd surrounding Lin Feng. Yet he too posed a question. "Mr. Lin Feng, might I borrow your Dragon Balls? I wish to resurrect Peggy Carter. She has waited for me for 70 years, and I long to offer her a beautiful life." This was not an issue. However, the Dragon Balls had a 1-year usage limit, requiring a year of cooldown after each wish. "But I must return. You cannot expect me to leave the Dragon Balls with you, can you?" "That is no concern," Steve replied. "I can wait until this time next year, traverse to your universe, and seek your assistance in reviving my beloved. Will you grant me this request?" Lin Feng had not anticipated Steve's cunning in pursuing his beloved. "Very well, just ensure you come to my universe next year," Lin Feng acquiesced. Steve was immediately overcome with emotion, nearly brought to tears despite his stoic demeanor. Just as the two finalized their agreement, the Scarlet Witch approached eagerly, interjecting, "Mr. Lin Feng, I too implore your assistance in resurrecting my beloved Vision. I recently heard that you possess the ability to resurrect a deceased individual. Therefore, my beloved should also have the chance. Though we are strangers, I implore you for assistance. I cannot bear his absence." As Wanda spoke, tears streamed down her face, drawing the attention of those around her. "I sincerely apologize for my outburst. I could not contain my sorrow, and I am truly sorry for the disturbance. Might I beseech you for help, Mr. Lin Feng? Lin Feng regarded the two of them with a throbbing headache. The Dragon Balls can only be used once a year, granting but a single wish. Who, in this circumstance, shall be the first to utilize it? You must decide amongst yourselves. It matters not. I am willing to wait patiently. Let Steve fulfill his wish first, and then I shall have mine, Wanda blurted out in haste, fearing Lin Feng's ire if he refused to assist in resurrecting Vision. Knowing she could bring back her beloved, she felt a sense of hope in her willingness to wait. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he found Star-Lord stealthily reaching into his bag, attempting to pilfer something. Realizing he had been caught, Star-Lord offered an awkward smile and withdrew his hand. I merely wish to see that legendary orb said to grant wishes. Before Lin Feng could express his anger, Wanda took action, casting a spell that sent Star-Lord soaring into the sky. How dare this individual attempt to steal from her husband? Should he succeed, where would she go to reclaim the Dragon Ball? Chapter 63. An unexpected turn of events. The actions of Star-Lord and his companions incited the ire of the crowd. Lin Feng had aided them all, saving the world. Yet, the great hero was now being robbed. It was one thing to steal a trivial item, but to covet the Dragon Ball was entirely excessive. Captain America and Wanda's earlier requests had not gone unnoticed, and the onlookers had tacitly agreed to refrain from intervening. Star-Lord was aware that his actions had crossed a line. Wow, I don't know this guy at all. Indeed, Star-Lord, you have gone too far this time. I am Groot. Rocket, Gamora, and the others hastily distanced themselves from Star-Lord, asserting their non-involvement in this debacle. Yet, who would believe them? This group had always operated together, and such an act surely must have been premeditated. After all, if the Dragon Ball were secured, it would be a collective gain. You all? Fine. I must be blind to have associated with you. Star-Lord, exasperated, retreated to a corner to drown his sorrows and drink. The others remained unfazed, pretending as if they did not know him at all. However, Lin Feng seemed to perceive the underlying psychological dynamics at play. Those willing to risk life and limb for their comrades would not stoop to stealing from their benefactor for trifles. Lin Feng approached Star-Lord and inquired, "Why did you attempt to steal the Dragon Ball?" Lin Feng's words seemed to activate a switch, causing tears to stream uncontrollably down Star-Lord's face as he drank his sorrows away. Despite his usual light-hearted demeanor, he was profoundly sentimental. "I just want to know who my mother is," he lamented. "What if I, a cosmic pirate, do not receive a favorable answer to my request?" It was then that he recalled Gamora, who had just approached after stealing the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Star-Lord's words, she felt that their earlier jest had gone too far. She stepped forward, embracing him to offer solace. However, in a moment of vulnerability, Star-Lord found his face buried in Gamora's bosom, and instead of alleviating his sorrow, he unexpectedly began to bleed from his nose. Gamora noticed the peculiar situation and glanced down, her irritation flaring at his inappropriate behavior. With a swift motion, she delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face, causing blood to spatter and eliciting gasps from those nearby. Yet, Star-Lord was unfazed, a lewd grin spreading across his features. Lin Feng had not anticipated such an outcome, but he still offered Star-Lord a glimmer of hope, advising him to return with Captain America and the others in a year. As the gathering concluded and everyone departed, Stark, Dr. Banner, and Dr. Strange joined them, leading Lin Feng and the others to the newly constructed teleportation device. "Mr. Lin Feng, this is our enhanced teleportation apparatus. It can now reliably traverse between 2 universes. Are you ready?" Stark inquired. "If possible, I wish to be transported back immediately." Lin Feng replied, "Absolutely, just step into the center. This upgrade eliminates the need for protective gear." Following Stark's guidance, Lin Feng positioned himself at the center of the device. Dr. Banner then pressed the switch and the machine activated. A blinding light enveloped Lin Feng, and he vanished from sight. "Now that the Infinity Stones are no longer in our realm, we need not fear another massacre," Stark remarked. Indeed, we owe much to Lin Feng. Who knows how many lives would have been lost otherwise, or whether victory was even attainable. Dr. Strange stood silently to the side, astonished. He had never anticipated that the prophecy from the Eye of Agamotto would prove ineffectual. This realization dawned upon him. The future was utterly unpredictable, rife with possibilities. Yet, at that moment, Lin Feng faced a formidable threat. During his teleportation, he was intercepted by the Watcher, who detected the reckless traversal of individuals across the cosmos. This was intolerable. His mission was to maintain balance among the universes, and anyone who brazenly traversed space-time would face his wrath. Initially, he had intended to pass through this area to address other foreseen matters, but suddenly, someone had dared to cross dimensions right beneath his very eyes. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. Although the traveler may be unaware of his existence, he remains steadfast in executing his mission. Utilizing his powers, he obliterates the very space where Lin Feng resides. Aware of the imminent peril, Lin Feng understands that he can no longer hold back. He finally reveals his ultimate trump card, the third form of Super Saiyan, resulting in an unprecedented surge of strength. In the final moments of spatial annihilation, Lin Feng unleashes all his might. To the astonishment of the dimensional observer, this seemingly insignificant ant possesses such formidable power, enabling Lin Feng to escape his grasp and slip into a universe where a rift was opened by the explosive energies of two individuals. Initially intent on pursuing Lin Feng, the observer senses the urgent crisis in the universe meant to rescue, thus abandoning the chase. Under the dark sky, illuminated by a colossal full moon, a bat-shaped beam of light pierces the night. Commissioner Gordon summons Batman. What is the matter that calls for my presence this time? However, before he can finish, Batman feels an instinctive urge to look up at the sky. A meteor descends towards the outskirts of Gotham City, and within its luminous trail, a human figure can be discerned. Before Commissioner Gordon can speak, Batman vanishes from sight. Alfred, prepare my Batmobile. We must hasten to the mountainous regions of Gotham. A tremendous roar echoes behind him. As he boards the Batmobile, he speeds toward the meteor's landing site. Alfred, can you ascertain what lies at the heart of that meteor? Master Wayne, I have already discerned that it is indeed a person. Are you certain it is a human? Master, though I may be aging, you must trust my judgment. At this moment, Batman's heart is tumultuous with anxiety. He is filled with dread. A being akin to Superman has descended upon Earth. Most importantly, he remains uncertain of this individual's nature. Should he not adhere to the rules of our world as Superman does, it could herald disaster. Yet, it is premature to draw any conclusions, and it is possible that this figure is not an extraterrestrial. All will be revealed upon arrival at the site. Chapter 64. The amnesiac Lin Feng Batman arrives at the meteor's impact site, where he discovers a man, his body marred with wounds and glistening with sweat. He soon notices a bag clutched in the man's hand, alongside a remarkably exquisite glove. He cannot fathom how, amidst the violent descent akin to a meteor, such a fragile bag and glove could remain intact. Gazing at the individual before him, Batman contemplates whether to end his life right then and there. Ultimately, however, his reason prevails over his primal instincts. He has always adhered to the principle of not taking a life indiscriminately. He understands that without boundaries and constraints, resorting to violence cannot yield true peace. Batman lifted Lin Feng onto his battle vehicle and returned to his secret lair, the Batcave. Alfred had already anticipated the arrival of a naked man who had descended from the heavens. He had prepared a bed within the Batcave, awaiting the unexpected guest. Observing Lin Feng's robust physique, Alfred mused upon the remarkable potential of this individual. Batman, however, was taken aback by Alfred's rather conspicuous focus. He removed his armor and donned casual attire. Alfred, do you believe this individual is merely an ordinary alien, or could he, like Superman, possess extraordinary power? My dear master, Alfred replied, in my estimation, regardless of his strength, he pales in comparison to Superman. Moreover, given that he fell to the ground like a meteor, yet survived, he cannot be an ordinary person. Your thoughts mirror my own. Let us wait for him to awaken. Wayne gazed at Lin Feng, lying on the bed, feeling a sense of unease. He was not inclined to spend the night guarding an unclothed man. He fetched several thick iron chains and secured Lin Feng's limbs to the bed. After ensuring Lin Feng was thoroughly restrained, he joined Alfred in rest. Wayne lay in contemplation of what the next day might unfold, gradually succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, he was startled to find a man, clad in his attire, eagerly exploring his Batmobile. Alfred stood nearby, observing the stranger with caution. Wayne approached, inquiring, "Did you release him from the chains?" "Oh, my master, you are awake. It was not I who freed him. Upon rising this morning, I found him standing before your vehicle, unabashedly touching it. I then procured some of your clothing for him to wear. Alfred gestured towards the iron chains that had once bound Lin Feng. Master, observe. These chains have been effortlessly torn apart. Wayne surveyed the fragmented chains upon the floor, feeling a headache coming on. Why does Earth continually attract such formidable extraterrestrial beings? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he dashed back, returning shortly with a small piece of kryptonite. He wished to ascertain whether this alien had any connection to Superman. "Hey, friend, what is your name?" Wayne inquired, approaching with the kryptonite in hand, eager to observe any reaction. Placing the mineral upon the stranger, he noted no adverse effects. With a sigh of relief, it appeared that this individual did not possess the same formidable powers as Superman. "Are you calling me?" The man replied. "I can scarcely recall my name. When I awoke this morning, all memories eluded me, save for the name Lin Feng." Observing Lin Feng standing in anguish, his hand resting on his head as he reminisced about past memories, Wayne momentarily entertained the notion that this individual might, for certain reasons, have lost his memory. At least, from the current perspective, this person exhibited no hostility. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably serene. Lin Feng noticed the kryptonite resting in his palm, its beauty captivating, radiating a verdant glow. Under Wayne's gaze, he inadvertently crushed the kryptonite, apologizing profusely, unaware of its fragility. Wayne's conviction grew stronger that this individual bore no relation to the Kryptonian race. "It matters not. I have plenty of this," Wayne mused. "If you cannot recall your past, perhaps it would be best for you to work under me." Concerned about Lin Feng's freedom, Wayne devised a mutually beneficial solution, binding Lin Feng to his side. "Alfred, prepare my attire for today. It is time to commence a new day of debauchery." To maintain the fa-ade of Batman, Wayne donned the persona of a wealthy playboy before the public eye. "And what of me? What shall I do?" Lin Feng interjected hastily. His sudden interjection prompted Wayne to realize that his previous considerations may not have been thorough. He would transform into Batman at night and would not have time to supervise Lin Feng. It seemed necessary to summon a meeting of the Justice League. Wayne instructed Alfred to convene the League and brief them on the situation. Superman and the Flash arrived in quick succession at the Batcave, followed by Cyborg, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and Shazam. Once gathered in a room, they monitored Lin Feng through surveillance. "Is this the person you claim fell from space?" "He appears quite ordinary," remarked Superman. "I cannot afford to babysit him. I have my own assignments to attend to. Don't look at me. I'm merely a child, and my orphanage can no longer accommodate anyone else," Shazam stated bluntly. "I find it hard to believe. I dwell beneath the sea. If you don't want him to drown, I have no objections," Aquaman inquired curiously. "I am not suitable for caregiving. Just look at me," Cyborg remarked. "I cannot manage anyone. I can hardly manage myself." The Flash added. All eyes turned to the silent Wonder Woman, Diana. "Why is everyone staring at me? I have no time for this. I have a job to attend to. What do you all mean? Do you intend for me to take care of him? I too have my own battles to fight." You know, the crowd had no intention of heeding his explanations. Among them, her role was undoubtedly the most effortless, merely sketching sculptures or sipping tea in the office. Batman was the first to cast his vote. He raised his hand in support of Diana, overseeing this individual. In an instant, every hand in the room was raised, and Diana felt a surge of frustration boiling within her. She thought bitterly, "Had I known, I would have chosen not to come." Yet, they were not entirely mistaken. It was indeed true that she had the lightest workload among them. It was time for her to grant herself an extended respite. She pondered how best to manage this individual. Thus, it was decided that Lin Feng would be temporarily under Diana's supervision. As for the bag and the gloves embedded with 6 precious gems that Lin Feng possessed, he chose to keep that matter concealed, even from Lin Feng himself. Chapter 65. An unexpected incident. Once everything was settled, Wayne arranged for his private jet to transport Diana and Lin Feng back to Boston. Upon disembarking, Diana did not immediately escort Lin Feng to her residence. "Come, handsome, let me take you to purchase some new clothing," she suggested. As they walked along the street, Lin Feng gazed around in awe, as if he had never encountered such sights before. Observing his curious demeanor, Diana chuckled softly. "What do you think? Isn't this city beautiful? I wonder what your hometown is like." "I couldn't tell you, as I currently remembered nothing at all," Lin Feng lamented. Diana recognized the sensitivity of the topic and offered him words of consolation. After selecting several suitable outfits for him, they were about to head back when the sound of sirens suddenly pierced the air. "Did you hear?" A nearby building is engulfed in flames. And the fire is quite fierce, she remarked. Is that so? When did this happen? Lin Feng inquired, intrigued. It's been burning for over half an hour now. A passerby informed them, which Diana overheard. Swiftly, she grasped Lin Feng's hand and led him to a restroom at the mall. Wait for me here, she instructed. Soon after, Lin Feng witnessed a warrior woman emerge, clad in metallic armor reminiscent of a Greek soldier. Her arms were adorned with metal bracers, and her long legs seemed to stretch endlessly, devoid of any excess flesh. She possessed an elegant, statuesque figure. Before departing, she reminded Lin Feng not to wander. Meanwhile, a firefighter had already rushed into the blazing building. Captain, the flames are too fierce, he shouted. Can you hear me? Captain, respond. Yet, the inferno was overwhelming. The firefighters outside were exerting all their efforts to douse the flames, but their attempts bore little fruit. We can hear you, come out. The fire is uncontrollable. Just as the firefighter was about to escape, a small voice from within the building pierced through the chaos. Mommy, where are you? Captain, I cannot leave. There are people here in need of rescue. The firefighter hurriedly sprinted towards the source of the voice, discovering a weeping little girl. He rushed forward, embracing her, and intended to flee. However, the house was engulfed in flames, its structure alarmingly fragile. Just a few steps into their escape, his foot became ensnared in the floor. As the inferno intensified, threatening to consume them both, Wonder Woman burst through the wall, charging inside. Diana swiftly lifted the firefighter and the child, racing back to safety. At that moment, Lin Feng arrived at the rescue scene. Witnessing Diana's heroic act of saving the two, the firefighter captain approached hastily, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Diana. Yet, his subsequent words caused Diana to furrow her brow. Wonder Woman, could you assist us with a task? We have just discovered that beneath this house lies a massive natural gas pipeline. If the flames cannot be extinguished, a catastrophic explosion could occur, obliterating this area and endangering countless lives. Observing the raging fire behind him and the firefighters risking their lives with hoses to combat the blaze, he continued. On the roof of this house, there is a substantial water reservoir, typically used for firefighting, but we are unable to access it. Could you please help us by going up there? Upon hearing this potential solution, Diana readily agreed to the captain's request. Certainly, I will ascend and open the reservoir for you. However, as Diana reached the rooftop and prepared to breach the reservoir, it was already too late. A deafening explosion échoued, and she lost her footing, falling from the height, though such a drop posed little danger for her. As she braced to employ her lasso of truth to grip the roof's edge and continue her mission, Lin Feng instinctively soared into the sky. He caught Diana around the waist and directed his gaze downward, unleashing a powerful gust that extinguished the flames below. Noticing that the fire had been quelled, Diana urged, "Quick, fly away. Do not linger here. If they uncover your true identity, it could lead to complications." Lin Feng promptly embraced Diana in a princess carry, ascending into the air. Following her directions, he flew to the second-floor balcony and landed safely. Meanwhile, Alfred had observed Lin Feng's every action and immediately called for his master. "Young master, it appears this individual is indeed extraordinary." Observing Lin Feng soar effortlessly into the sky and conjure fierce winds, even extinguishing the raging inferno that had left Diana momentarily speechless, evoked in him a comparison to Superman, whose abilities mirrored his own. The capacity to extinguish flames that engulfed an entire building resonated deeply with Lin Feng, who watched the scene unfold with a grave expression. He hoped this extraordinary being would continue to inhabit Earth without the burden of his past memories. For the implications of such a return were uncertain. "What did you say, young master?" "Nothing. I merely mentioned that I feel a bit hungry." "Oh, I shall prepare your lunch and dinner at once." Wonder Woman hastily freed herself from Lin Feng's grasp. It had been a considerable time since she had experienced the warmth of a male embrace, and the recent encounter stirred unfamiliar emotions within her. "Were you not bereft of your memories? How? Then, do you possess the knowledge of flight?" Lin Feng scratched his head in confusion. "I cannot explain it myself. It was as though an instinctive sensation guided me, and I knew I could do it. Thus, I took to the skies and extinguished the flames below." As Lin Feng circled Diana, his gaze fixated on her elegant form, her initial fondness began to wane, replaced by irritation. Despite her attire's allure, she felt it inappropriate for a man to gaze upon her so unabashedly. Just as she was about to express her displeasure, Lin Feng suddenly met her eyes. And in that moment, their gazes intertwined. The purity in his eyes revealed no trace of desire. Your outfit is quite stylish. Where did you acquire it? Might you procure a set for me, though I would prefer it not to resemble yours? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Diana realized her misinterpretation. He was admiring her attire, not her person. This revelation incited a flicker of annoyance within her. What do you mean? Surely she was more than mere clothing. Yet, despite her irritation, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and began to explain the origins of her ensemble. This attire is unattainable. It hails from my homeland, Paradise Island. Lin Feng's expression fell, as it appeared his aspirations for a striking outfit were dashed. Even bereft of memories, what man would not cherish such splendid battle attire? Observing his crestfallen demeanor, Diana recalled Lin Feng's instinctive act of saving her when she was in peril. Reluctantly, she proposed, how about this? I will request a day off from my company tomorrow, and I shall take you back to my homeland, Paradise Island, and ask my mother to craft a set for you. Chapter 66, The Thief. Cheetah in the dead of night. Lin Feng sensed an intruder. He opened his eyes and quietly rose to his feet, eager to discern the identity of the stealthy figure that had entered. Upon opening the door, he beheld an individual clad in a leopard print bodysuit. Bathed in the glow of the moonlight, she discerned a woman of exquisite physique. The thief, clad in a leopard print bodysuit, stealthily approached the threshold of Diana's chamber. Lin Feng swiftly emerged to thwart her advance. The feline femme fatale, Barbara, was caught off guard and was apprehended by Lin Feng, who grasped her by the neck as effortlessly as one would lift a kitten. Startled by the sudden capture, Barbara struggled vehemently, but Lin Feng employed both hands to secure her neck and wrists. Despite her relentless attempts to wriggle free, she found no respite. The grip around her neck and a hold on her arms felt like iron clamps, rendering her powerless. Diana, awakened by the commotion, opened the door only to find Lin Feng restraining a thief. Recognizing at once the familiar face of her adversary, the leopard woman who had persistently sought to pilfer her lasso of truth, Diana had longed to confront Barbara and uncover the motives behind her relentless targeting. However, their powers were closely matched, typically resulting in Barbara's elusive escapes from Diana's grasp. Now, with Barbara ensnared by Lin Feng, Diana seized the opportunity to unveil the truth behind her relentless pursuit. She could no longer endure the ceaseless skirmishes. Tonight, she was determined to understand why Barbara harbored such animosity. With resolve, Diana retrieved her lasso of truth and bound it around Barbara. As the enchanted rope secured her, Lin Feng released his hold. Why do you persist in opposing me? Why have we, once friends, become such bitter foes? Diana questioned. I have never harbored ill intentions toward you. What is the underlying reason for this animosity? Barbara, still resisting, felt the tightening of the rope and, unable to withstand the pressure, divulged her innermost feelings. How can you inquire why? It is you who perpetually makes me feel inferior. You who cast a shadow over my own allure. You are perfection embodied, exuding confidence, while everyone orbits around you, oblivious to my presence. You utilize my existence merely to amplify your own brilliance. Your intentions of friendship are but a facade. Your gaze upon me is one of pity, not camaraderie. You view me as a pitiful creature deserving of your charity. Diana, finally grasping the depth of Barbara's sentiments, was left profoundly disheartened. She had not anticipated that her friend would transform into an adversary for such reasons. Resolute, Diana decided that she would depart from this place that had become a wellspring of sorrow and return to Paradise Island. Leave me be. Do not attempt to contact me again, for I shall not hesitate to confront you if you do. Overwhelmed by a tempest of anger and sadness, Diana's voice trembled. Laden with tears, she longed to escape, for this was a space steeped in her heartache. As Lin Feng gazed at the sorrowful Diana, he gleaned from their previous conversation that the two had once been the closest of friends, only to become adversaries over something so trivial. Grasping Barbara, he soared toward the seaside. Fear gripped Barbara's heart as she observed Lin Feng's indifferent demeanor. Could he possibly intend to kill her and dispose of her body in the depths of the ocean? Yet, contrary to her apprehensions, Lin Feng merely declared with fierce intensity, "If you dare to harm Diana again, beware of my wrath." He then forcefully cast her into the sea. Initially, Barbara contemplated swimming to safety, but her pride would not allow it. Deep down, she recognized that Diana would never genuinely confront her, Thus, she persistently sought ways to exact revenge. However, the emergence of a mysterious man living with Diana, a figure not inferior in strength, indeed, even more formidable, caused her dismay. After all, her past skirmishes with Diana had not revealed such overwhelming power. As she beheld Lin Feng soaring above, an image of a superhero sprang to her mind, Superman. She mused upon this extraordinary hero, realizing Lin Feng resembled a diminished version of him. How could that wretched woman have ensnared such a striking and powerful man? A surge of bitterness overtook her thoughts. Why was it that no one of his caliber was ever drawn to her? Suddenly, a brilliant idea for revenge against Diana illuminated her mind. Emerging from the water, she called out, "Do not leave. Isn't it Diana's body you desire? I can offer that too." Barbara resolved that if he could captivate Lin Feng, so could she. She refused to believe she could not wrest him from Diana's grasp. Without hesitation, she struck a sultry pose on the water's surface, her form accentuated by the embrace of the ocean, her curves on full display. However, as Lin Feng hovered above, his gaze upon Barbara was not one of allure, but rather disdain, akin to watching a jester perform. This ignited a fury within her, prompting her to cease her attempts to entice him. Lin Feng scornfully advised, "I suggest you refrain from approaching Diana in the future, or you will comprehend the true meaning of my warning." With that, he disregarded Barbara's frantic cries and ascended into the sky. As she watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, Barbara whispered defiantly, "Do you truly believe I will let this go? Just wait and see. You are destined to be mine." Nevertheless, this ambition was destined to remain unfulfilled, for Diana had resolved to return to Paradise Island immediately, and Lin Feng would accompany her. Upon returning to the house, Diana had already donned her battle attire. "You are back. Let us depart at once," she declared, her disappointment with the place palpable. It seemed her friend Barbara had inflicted significant emotional turmoil upon her. Yet she did not inquire about Lin Feng's involvement with Barbara. As they journeyed back to Paradise Island, Diana imparted many of the island's taboos to Lin Feng. For instance, men were strictly forbidden from setting foot on Paradise Island. Any male who dared to trespass would face death. Even Superman and Batman, who had previously visited, were warned repeatedly by her mother. Ahead lay Paradise Island. After a night of travel, Diana led Lin Feng to a seemingly vacant expanse of water. Despite the absence of any visible land, Lin Feng sensed a multitude of currents ahead. The desolate sea offered no promise of survival, and upon glancing at the sky, he found nothing amiss. Confused, he gazed into the distance, while Diana chuckled softly beside him. Grasping Lin Feng's hand, she suddenly vanished from sight. Yet he glimpsed a pristine white arm, still holding his. Lin Feng began to understand as he followed Diana forward, where circular ripples emanated through the air around them. In that moment, the scenery before Lin Feng transformed, revealing an island. He stood upon its sandy shores. Diana released his hand, spreading her arms wide in triumph. "Behold, my homeland, Paradise Island." A patrol of Amazonian warriors, sensing the disturbance at the barrier, rushed toward them. Upon arrival and seeing Diana, their joy was momentarily overshadowed by the presence of an unfamiliar male. "Diana, have you forgotten? Men are forbidden on Paradise Island. He must not leave here alive." One Amazonian warrior unsheathed a horn from her waist and blew it, the mournful sound echoing thrice. In response, a throng of Amazonian warriors on horseback stormed the beach, encircling the pair. Upon recognizing the male figure on the sand, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. Before Diana could utter an explanation, the commanding general issued the order to attack. "Amazonian warriors, slay this man." Diana, bewildered by the sudden hostility, previous visits from Superman and Batman had not evoked such a fierce reaction, rushed towards them, desperate to avert the assault on Lin Feng. Yet her pleas fell on deaf ears. After 2 days of interaction, Diana comprehended the true extent of Lin Feng's formidable prowess. Her intentions were not to protect him, but rather to safeguard her own kin. It was not fear for Lin Feng's safety that motivated her, but concern for her fellow tribesmen suffering harm. Chapter 67. The vomiting Amazon warrior. Diana's attempts to intervene proved utterly futile. The Amazon warriors disregarded her objections and surged toward Lin Feng with unrelenting aggression. Lin Feng had gained insight into the matters Diana had previously disclosed regarding Paradise Island. Given that it was an isolated isle inhabited solely by women, It was entirely understandable that such customs existed. He could empathize with their animosity towards outsiders and their disdain for men. However, must they resort to taking his life at the slightest provocation? Such cruelty was intolerable. Initially inclined to retaliate, Lin Feng paused upon witnessing the pleading gaze of Diana. He momentarily restrained himself, observing the army amassed below, reassured by the knowledge that they could not reach him. He sought to clarify the situation to Diana. After all, he had chosen to come here of his own volition and desired a magnificent set of armor. If the relationship soured, it would all be for naught. Soaring through the air, Lin Feng anticipated that Diana would elucidate matters to them, yet his hopes were in vain. In a rush, Diana approached the leading general, urgently exclaiming, "Stop! You are no match for him. He is my friend, and you cannot do this." The general paid no heed to Diana's words, ordering, "Remove her from my sight." Instead, she commanded her personal guards to pull Diana aside. Fearful of harming her own kin, Diana refrained from resisting. Yet even two female warriors struggled to budge her. She continued to plead, but the general remained unresponsive. Directing her attention to the hovering Lin Feng, the general raised her hand to issue orders. "Archers, prepare." The Amazon warriors had come to Paradise Island to evade war. Each was a seasoned combatant, armed with bows and arrows, a requisite for their survival. "Amazon warriors, take aim, fire." "Stop. You will regret this." A torrential rain of arrows descended upon Lin Feng. No longer willing to endure, he perceived these women as deranged individuals who disregarded human life. He opened his mouth and channeled the energy within, unleashing a tempestuous force that scattered the arrows like leaves in a storm. With another breath, he summoned a colossal tornado that swept toward the Amazon warriors below. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. This was beyond mere human capability. It was the manifestation of a deity. Lin Feng did not slay them. Rather, he merely sent them tumbling into the whirlwind, rendering them helpless as they spun helplessly in the air. When he dissipated the tornado, they were left incapacitated, devoid of any will to fight. The fallen female warrior lay on the ground, yet to lose consciousness, retching incessantly amidst the chaos of the scene. Lin Feng flew to Diana's side, and under his watchful gaze, the only two unscathed warriors who had grasped Diana in fear collapsed to the ground and fled. Witnessing the plight of her kin, Diana did not blame Lin Feng. This time, they had indeed overstepped their bounds, and Lin Feng had not truly harmed them. The grotesque sight was simply too distressing, nearly provoking her own nausea. Noticing the pallor of Diana's face, Lin Feng mistakenly assumed her displeasure stemmed from fear of losing her equipment. He took her to the nearest fallen warrior. As they observed the scene of retching, Lin Feng remained unperturbed. However, Diana could no longer contain her own nausea and succumbed to vomiting as well. Realizing he had misjudged her feelings, Lin Feng nonetheless attempted to reassure her. "Rest assured, I merely incapacitated them. They're not truly harmed." Diana had long discerned Lin Feng's intentions were not malicious, and, having witnessed the distressing scene, felt compelled to pull him away. After a moment's respite, her complexion improved considerably, and she eagerly led Lin Feng towards the island's center, where their city resided. Before long, they encountered a procession of riders on majestic steeds, their armor far more regal than that of the previous troops. At the forefront was a stern-looking lady, accompanied by the two who had previously fled. Recognizing the newcomers, Diana joyfully rushed forward, seizing the reins of the leading horse, addressing the woman atop it. "Mother, I have returned, and this time I shall remain for quite a while." It seemed that Poseidon sensed her daughter's sentiments, the melancholy in her eyes betraying her composure. "If you are weary, take the time to rest at home. Await your emergence from this predicament before returning to the outside world." After comforting Diana, her gaze immediately shifted to Lin Feng. Diana had not anticipated her mother would discern her sorrow so swiftly, despite her constant smile within the safety of her home. The defenses she had maintained fell away, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing Diana's distress, Queen Poseidon softened her initially accusatory tone. "Is this the person you have brought back with you? What manner of individual is he? Are you unaware of Paradise Island's customs? Your repeated disregard leaves me questioning how I might one day pass the throne to you." Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Feng grasped the situation. The woman upon the horse was none other than the Queen of Paradise Island. He was astonished to learn that Diana was indeed a princess. Mother, allow me to explain. He has saved me. He is not an evil man. Diana introduced Lin Feng to her mother, saying, "This is my dear friend, Lin Feng. And this is my mother, Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, undeterred by the situation. However, the queen paid him no heed, completely disregarding his presence. Approaching the shoreline, Queen Hippolyta gazed upon her kin, who lay in agony upon the sand, amidst filth and despair. She promptly commanded her attendants to summon a physician for treatment. Within the grand hall of the Amazon palace, only the queen, her daughter, and one man were present. "Mother, why have men who visited the island before merely issued warnings? Yet today, there is such a formidable display?" asked Diana as she took her seat upon the throne, her gaze fixed upon her daughter. It was not entirely fair to blame Diana, for she was unaware of the turmoil that had befallen Paradise Island. Chapter 68. The crisis of gender transformation on Paradise Island. A grave crisis now loomed over Paradise Island, and the sudden appearance of a stranger, especially one summoned by her own command, inevitably led to misunderstandings. Observing Lin Feng, who stood beside her daughter, scanning the surroundings, Queen Hippolyta decided to reveal the truth. If an evil presence were to approach, her daughter would have sensed it long ago, so she spoke gravely of the unfolding events. A week prior to their arrival on the island, a series of bizarre occurrences transpired. Paradise Island, a realm inhabited solely by women, had thrived in harmony as a kingdom of females. Yet suddenly, some Amazons began to undergo a transformation, their genders shifting from female to male. This metamorphosis brought about a drastic change in their temperament. They became cruel and bloodthirsty. Fortunately, as they were warriors, the number of casualties remained minimal, with only a few sustaining injuries. Initially, it affected only a handful, but the frequency of these transformations escalated, compelling her to issue the decree for the execution of strangers. Dozens of female warriors had already been harmed, yet those responsible had been captured and imprisoned. Nonetheless, the repercussions of this phenomenon were profound, instilling fear among many who dreaded becoming male, thus intensifying their animosity towards outsiders. Upon hearing Queen Hippolyta's explanation, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. After all, it was understandable that they prioritized the protection of their kin in their secluded island. Moreover, this transformation was exceedingly strange and aggressive. Diana, however, wore a troubled expression, struggling to comprehend why her mother had not summoned her to address these matters, for she was indeed the mightiest warrior of Paradise Island. With confusion, she inquired, "Mother, why did you not call for me to return? If I were present, things would be considerably easier." At this moment, Persephone was no longer the stern and imposing queen. Her hand gently caressed Diana's head as she gazed affectionately at her daughter's face and revealed the reason behind her actions. "Initially, we had deliberated on summoning you back, but after investigating for over a week, we still could not ascertain the circumstances. We were utterly in the dark regarding the transformation. Those who underwent the change did so without any apparent reason, and the shift was remarkably abrupt. I feared that you might also face such unforeseen peril, which led me to defy the majority and refrain from seeking you out. I intended to unearth the source of this predicament before calling you back to eradicate it together. Yet unexpectedly, you returned so suddenly." Persephone's concern for her daughter was palpable, as fate's design was cunningly intricate. Diana, who was originally far away in America, appeared amidst the crisis on Paradise Island, with no means of escape. Lin Feng, observing Queen Persephone, seized the opportunity to voice the thoughts that had been bottled up inside him. Previously, the mother and daughter had engaged in conversation, leaving him no chance to interject. Now with their dialogue paused, Lin Feng could hardly contain himself. May I speak now?" he ventured. Diana, who had been somewhat melancholic, suddenly recalled Lin Feng's formidable abilities and responded, "Mother, rest assured. Did you not mention that women could become men? This time, I happen to have brought back a man. Surely he cannot be transformed as well. And moreover, my friend possesses even greater strength than I. With him here, we should encounter no issues." Lin Feng, momentarily interrupted, looked at Diana with a sense of resignation. "Well, you may speak. Once you finish, I shall continue." Queen Persephone turned her gaze toward the man. Lin Feng appeared to her as an ordinary individual, devoid of any remarkable distinction. Could he truly be as powerful as her daughter claimed? She recalled the immense pressure she felt when Superman first arrived on the island. After all, a being comparable to ancient deities, and perhaps even more formidable, instilled fear of a sudden assault. Even the ordinary human Batman exuded a sense of overwhelming authority. Yet Lin Feng resembled a neighborly boy. Could it be that Diana had developed feelings for him and was deliberately embellishing the truth? Persephone pondered this curiously, glancing at her daughter. Diana, noticing her mother's scrutiny and the peculiar expression exchanged between them, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. "It is not as you presume, mother. Yes, you. He and I are merely friends. His primary reason for returning is to acquire armor crafted by us." Persephone, observing her daughter's resolute demeanor, began to reconsider her initial assumptions. As she looked at Lin Feng, she marveled at the serendipity of a powerful man appearing at such a critical juncture to help them navigate their crisis. Indeed, fate was utterly unpredictable. "Lin Feng, my daughter has spoken highly of your formidable prowess. Since you seek the artifact we are to create, I am willing to acquiesce, provided you accept one condition. I require your utmost assistance. If you aid us in overcoming this crisis, I shall wholeheartedly craft a suit of armor uniquely tailored for you." Poseidon, compelled by the gravity of the situation, made such a promise, for this incident posed a dire threat to their very existence, a potential annihilation of their lineage. They were once immortal, yet now faced the horrific prospect of transforming into men, losing their sanity in the process, an outcome they could not possibly accept. Lin Feng gazed at the solemn queen who had voiced her pledge, and he consented to her request, willing to provide his assistance. Observing the silent duo, he mused that he might finally voice his thoughts. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed an unusual occurrence on Paradise Island. Suddenly, a female warrior rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, trouble arises. A multitude of aberrations has erupted in the square." Poseidon promptly rose to her feet. "Diana, since you have returned, come with me and witness the severity of the situation." Lin Feng attempted to interject thrice, yet each time was met with interruption, leading him to silence his own words. Following Poseidon and Diana to the scene of the incident, given the small size of the island, they soon arrived at the location, which appeared to be a marketplace, once bustling with goods and pelts now strewn across the ground. However, no one remained to barter, for in the center of the square, a cadre of soldiers had encircled several men. Upon reaching this site, aside from the soldiers engaged in battle, all present began to pay their respects. A commander approached the queen, stating, "Your Majesty, an alarming development has occurred. Over a dozen men have undergone transformation, an unprecedented scale of change." Lin Feng observed the men ensnared in the center, clad in women's garments. Their behavior was anything but human. Their eyes glowed red, bearing sharp fangs and claws, drooling as they regarded the onlookers, emitting guttural roars akin to wild beasts. Lin Feng contemplated the reality before him. These were the Amazons transformed into men, a state that could scarcely be classified as human. They resembled individuals only in form, their actions indistinguishable from those of animals. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed a strange aura emanating nearby. Turning, he witnessed the commander beside the queen trembling, and in an instant, her body swiftly completed its transformation. She drew her sword and lunged towards Queen Poseidon, who was surveying the situation. With swift reflexes, Lin Feng grasped the sword, thwarting the assassination attempt and seizing the male commander. Poseidon and Diana quickly reacted to the unfolding chaos. Especially, Poseidon gazed apprehensively at the long sword mere centimeters from her, filled with dread. Although they were more powerful than ordinary mortals and possessed immortality, they were still susceptible to illness and injury. Severe harm could indeed lead to death. Chapter 69. The Altar of the Demon God Astamus. Subsequently, the elite guard behind Poseidon hastily advanced to subdue the newly transformed commander with their weapons. Diana felt that the situation had lingered long enough, so she seized a shield from a nearby guard and leaped into the midst of the transmuted beings. Initially, upon seeing her enter, they lunged toward Diana, but they were no match for her. With a single strike of her shield, she rendered them all unconscious. All were captured and taken away. "Mother, are these the transmuted beings you spoke of? Can they revert to their former selves?" "I do not know, Diana. This crisis is unlike any we have faced." However, Lin Feng sensed an unsettling aura emanating from the transformed individual, saturated with debauchery and chaos. The recent actions of the encircled individuals starkly contrasted with this commander, who appeared to possess wisdom, no longer resembling a beast. Even when captured, there was no struggle. They remained remarkably composed. Lin Feng spoke directly, not allowing them the chance to interrupt him. I believe I can assist you in uncovering the source of this predicament. Perhaps I cannot ascertain how it transpired, but I can trace a similar aura lingering upon them. Just as Poseidite and Diana were offering each other comfort, they suddenly heard Lin Feng's words. Poseidite's eyes brightened. Indeed, it seemed to be the hand of fate. She promptly led the two back to the palace, eager to inquire how Lin Feng intended to locate their quarry. Suddenly, Poseidite recalled something. Piecing together the previous circumstances, she summoned everyone outside, instructing Diana to guard the entrance and prevent anyone from entering. She feared that an insider might be secretly observing them, eavesdropping on their conversation. Diana was reluctant to leave. She too wished to understand the unfolding events. Yet upon meeting her mother's resolute gaze, she acquiesced to her will, positioning herself at the door, vigilant against any intrusions. Lin Feng, my desire to keep Diana oblivious to this matter stems from my wish for her to rest safely here. If possible, please proceed alone. After all, whether they can revert to their female forms remains uncertain. Lin Feng fully comprehended her concerns. Should he be transformed into a man, he would struggle to accept it. And if he became a woman and could not revert, he would likely descend into madness. Lin Feng approached the entrance alone, but Diana blocked his path, insisting on assisting him, as this was a matter concerning their island of paradise, and it could not be left solely to outsiders. However, Poseidite directly commanded Diana to refrain from accompanying Lin Feng. Lin Feng ascended to the skies above Paradise Island, closing his eyes to attune himself to the overwhelming desire he had sensed from the commander earlier. Before long, he detected an extremely similar aura and flew towards its origin. This location marked the edge of another area on Paradise Island, devoid of any Amazonian inhabitants, retaining its primitive essence. Lin Feng, guided by his instincts, arrived at a beach where he discovered a cave emanating a familiar, yet strangely unsettling energy. The aura originated from within, indicating that this site was likely connected to the unfolding events. To confirm his suspicions, Lin Feng resolved to investigate further. He ventured into the cave, flying approximately 100 meters until a sudden light appeared ahead. Following the illumination, he encountered an altar, revealing signs of human activity. Upon it rested 3 large animal skulls, a human skull, a ram's head, and a bull's head, while the walls and floor were inscribed with various peculiar runes. Yet, despite the altar's presence, no one seemed to have conducted worship here in quite some time, as evidenced by the thick layer of dust. Sensing the aura emanating from the altar, Lin Feng concluded that it was indeed the source of the disturbances. Without disturbing anything, he retraced his steps to the palace, where he sought out Persephone. I have discovered the cause of the disturbances on Paradise Island, he announced. Persephone hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Where did you find it? Take me there at once." Aware of the urgency, especially concerning his battle attire, Lin Feng led Persephone back to the cave, with Diana following closely behind, this time refraining from interference. Having identified the source of the turmoil, the next step was to devise a solution. Upon arriving, Persephone immediately recognized the altar. It was dedicated to the legendary demon Asmodeus. She finally understood why the inhabitants of Paradise Island were transforming from female to male. Asmodeus, also known as Ashtamos, was the king of demons, the progenitor of wrath, desire, and lust. Initially at a loss, Persephone now grasped who was targeting their island. Her fury was unparalleled, especially upon realizing that her kin had engaged in such actions. It was imperative to punish this beast severely to atone for the suffering inflicted upon the Amazons. Chapter 70. The enigmatic sorceress Diana was about to step forward to destroy the altar, uncertain if it could revert the transformed Amazons back to their original state, but resolute in preventing further transformations. Just as she took 2 steps forward, Persephone stopped her, forbidding Diana from acting personally. What if there are other dangers? What if this altar can also alter one's gender? On this occasion, she ventured forth without any subordinates, accompanied solely by the 2 of them, with the intent of maintaining secrecy. Their primary concern was the potential for panic among the inhabitants of Paradise Island should their efforts prove ineffective. Although Persephone yearned to enlist Lin Feng's assistance, she hesitated, recognizing that he was not under her command. His ability to effortlessly sense the source of the matter led her to believe that her daughter had not deceived her. Lin Feng was indeed a formidable individual. After much deliberation, she concluded that only she could take action. Persephone issued a command to Diana and then approached the altar, drawing the long sword from her waist. She severed the altar in two with a single strike, causing the massive heads of 3 beasts to tumble down. Or once fresh, severed heads rapidly decayed, infested with maggots, emitting a foul odor that suggested this was their true form, previously concealed by magic. Now, the cavern was filled with a repugnant stench. As women who cherished beauty, they were overwhelmed by the desire to flee. Unbeknownst to them, all the imprisoned Amazonian men had succumbed to unconsciousness, their bodies reverting to femininity. Upon returning to the main hall, a report was made. Your Majesty, all those who were transformed have reverted, though they remain unconscious, and no amount of calling rouses them. Persephone felt a mix of joy and astonishment upon hearing this news. It seemed that matters were finally being resolved, yet not entirely. The individuals had reverted, but they were all still in a state of unconsciousness. Persephone and Diana made their way to the cells, with Lin Feng trailing behind. Upon entering, they found the facility, though a prison, was remarkably clean and well-equipped for humane accommodation. Upon witnessing the unconscious women, Lin Feng's gaze was captivated. Each cell housed 5 individuals, and due to their prior disorientation, no one had dared to assist them with changing clothes. Now, with all of them fainted, their bare thighs and chests were exposed, leaving Lin Feng momentarily entranced. Diana turned to inquire if Lin Feng had any suggestions, only to recall that he was indeed a man upon witnessing his rapt expression, prompting her to hurriedly usher him out. When Persephone emerged, she commanded, summon a physician to attend to them and ensure they receive proper care. Until then, do not release them. Her concerns were well-founded. Whether they would awaken was one matter, but if they did return to their previous predatory instincts, it would pose a significant problem. It was therefore prudent to keep them confined for the time being. As long as they were well taken care of, that would suffice. After giving her instructions to her subordinates, she led Lin Feng and Diana back to the main hall. Seated upon the throne, Persephone pondered how to proceed with this situation. It appeared that the power of magic had been resolved, for otherwise they would not have reverted. She decided to allow them to remain here for a couple of days to observe the situation, and should any issues arise, she could seek Lin Feng's assistance. If several days pass and the individual remains unresponsive, then inform Diana of the truth, allowing her to return and capture that wretched witch. During Diana's absence, a witch had inadvertently fled to their Paradise Island. The patrolling warriors discovered her. Paradise Island was not meant to be known to outsiders. However, upon seeing the witch gravely injured, they rescued her with the intention of healing her before sending her away. To their astonishment, just as the witch regained consciousness, a plague struck Paradise Island for the first time. The Amazon warriors, whose robust constitution rarely succumbed to illness, found themselves helpless against this sudden affliction, as many fell victim to its grasp and collapsed. At this juncture, the witch proclaimed her ability to cure the disease, albeit with some complications. Persephone granted her the authority to proceed with her treatment, and indeed, under the witch's ministrations, the infected Amazons were restored to health without any lingering effects. Elated, Persephone permitted the witch to make a request, assuring her that as long as it fell within reason, it would be granted. However, she soon regretted her words, pondering what demands the witch might make, fearful that she could be overly ambitious. To her surprise, the witch's request was to reside permanently on Paradise Island. Her justification was that she had grown fond of this serene haven, free from the strife of the outside world, where she faced no intrigues or threats to her life due to her powers. Initially, Persephone hesitated to acquiesce, for they had never allowed outsiders to dwell among them. Yet, considering that she was a woman, unencumbered, and having previously aided them by saving many lives, she ultimately consented. Little did Persephone know that this very individual would turn out to be a treacherous ingrate, bringing calamity upon them. For years, they had regarded her as one of their own. Persephone was certain of the witch's involvement, as the sight of the altar had immediately brought her to mind. Paradise Island was inhabited solely by warriors, devoid of any practitioners of magic. She instructed her subordinates to ascertain whether the witch was still present, now awaiting their report. Your Majesty, the witch has vanished. We followed your orders to inspect her dwelling, and upon entering, We found all her belongings missing. Persephone gestured for the messenger to withdraw. The soldier, having received his command, departed. Diana, perplexed, inquired, "Mother, do we have witches on Paradise Island?" Persephone began to explain. "In our Paradise Island? How could there be a witch? It was after your departure that an unwitting soul stumbled upon this place. We took pity on her and offered her refuge, only to discover that we had harbored a treacherous demon. Reflecting upon it now, I suspect that the recent plague was unleashed by her, aimed at infiltrating our ranks and disrupting the tranquility of our Paradise Island," spat out Polyhymnia through gritted teeth. "Diana, it appears that this witch has fled. We cannot venture out ourselves. Only you can pursue her. This time, I shall assign 2 Amazonian warriors to accompany you back to America." Chapter 71. Return to America. With a clap of her hands, Polyhymnia summoned 2 seasoned warriors who entered the room with an air of battle-hardened confidence. "From this day forth, you shall obey the commands of Lin Feng and Diana without question. Your sole mission is to retrieve the ungrateful witch and bring her back for judgment on Paradise Island. Decapitation." "Yes, my queen, we shall accomplish our task," they affirmed. Polyhymnia then turned to Lin Feng, stating, "These warriors are the finest I could find, a rare selection indeed. Originally, they were meant to lead the army, but now they are entrusted to you. Please ensure they remain unharmed." Lin Feng, taken aback by the sovereign's humility in addressing him, acquiesced to her request. He also put forth his own demand, having previously aided in saving her people. Surely, he could be granted a set of armor. "My queen, regarding the armor I previously mentioned, could you assist in crafting it?" "That is not an issue, but it will require a few days," she replied. Lin Feng, brimming with enthusiasm, pressed for haste. "How long will it take?" "At the very least, 3 days. If rushed, the quality of the armor may suffer," she cautioned. Lin Feng understood. After all, it wasn't as if he could simply combine items together like in a game with a mere chime. Polyhymnia instructed Diana to lead Lin Feng to the finest blacksmith to have his armor custom-made. Diana, eager to return to America, had initially intended to rest, but instead found herself embroiled in this affair. With matters on the island resolved, her only goal now was to capture the ungrateful witch and bring her to justice on Paradise Island. Diana could not allow such a transgression against her kin. This was an affront to her very essence. Upon reaching the blacksmith, she was met not with the bustling scene she had envisioned, but rather an atmosphere of desolation. Apart from a few individuals within the shop, it was devoid of customers. This was entirely understandable, for they inhabited a small island with a limited population. Furthermore, there had been no conflicts for many years, and each individual had long since acquired their own armor. Their battle gear would not rust, and as long as it remained intact, there was little need for repairs. Thus, this is undoubtedly the most leisurely task on the entire Paradise Island. Moreover, they are cared for by the Queen, rendering them free from the burdens of livelihood. With nothing to occupy their time, they find themselves rather restless, always seeking something to engage in. The unexpected visit from Diana abruptly stirred them into action. The female master blacksmith, clad in light attire, approached the two and inquired, "Diana, do you require a new set of equipment tailored for yourself?" "Not for me. This time, I am ordering a set for a friend," Diana replied. "Did the Queen approve this? If not, we cannot take the liberty of crafting equipment for outsiders, especially not for a man. Rest assured, this has been sanctioned by the Queen. You must expedite the process. We need to return outside and apprehend those who have harmed our Paradise Island." "What has transpired? Do you already know who is responsible?" "You will find out shortly. Someone will announce the details soon." Indeed, no sooner had she spoken than an announcer emerged, elucidating the reasons behind the situation before continuing to other areas. Upon grasping the gravity of the circumstances, the female blacksmith eagerly grasped Lin Feng's hand and led him inside. She intended to personally craft the equipment with utmost speed, allowing them to return swiftly to capture the culprits. The female blacksmith astonished Lin Feng with her directness. "Undress. I need to measure your body dimensions. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Time is of the essence." Lin Feng, a man, was not intimidated by their assertiveness and quickly removed his clothing, leaving only his undergarments. "So this is what men are like," she mused, observing his muscular physique, which appeared far more impressive than the illustrations in books. "Indeed, quite striking," she affirmed as she examined him closely, measuring his dimensions. Suddenly, the sound of voices from outside drew their attention. Several individuals were peering through the door's crack, casting curious glances inside. Lin Feng thought to himself. If you wish to watch, then by all means. He unabashedly displayed his physique, showing no signs of embarrassment. However, these women, having never encountered a man, exhibited nos Chinese whatsoever. Realizing they had been discovered, they boldly opened the door to gaze unabashedly. At this point, it was Lin Feng who felt flustered. These Amazonian women were remarkably unreserved, showing no fear of men. All right, measurements are complete. You may return in 2 days to collect your gear. Lin Feng hastily donned his clothing, unable to endure the scrutiny any longer. He was not a rare animal to be gawked at. As he dressed, he hurriedly departed this daunting place alongside Diana, only to be met with the laughter and mockery of many women behind him. Upon returning to his chamber, Lin Feng was suddenly beset by regret. He had neglected to articulate his requirements for the battle attire to that brazen woman earlier. Now, he was apprehensive that she might fashion a dress for him. Yet, the thought of returning alone was equally daunting, as the women seemed intent on stripping him bare to scrutinize his physique. Lin Feng endured 2 days of unease before summoning Diana to revisit the locale. He seized the battle garb but fled without even trying it on, prompting a fit of laughter from Diana. Inside the room, Lin Feng could scarcely contain his excitement as he donned the armor crafted for him by the Amazons. His initial fear of receiving a dress was unfounded. Instead, he was presented with a splendid suit of traditional male armor, remarkably striking in appearance, adorned with a steel lion helmet that exuded an aura of authority. A red plume crowned the helm. He was clad in iron leaf armor, cinched at the waist with a gilded belt featuring a beast's visage, complemented by a heart shield on both the front and back. A crimson cloak draped over his shoulders, while 2 emerald velvet ties cascaded down. To cater to masculine aesthetics, the Amazons had evidently consulted tomes to create such an impressive male armor. Once attired, Lin Feng looked incredibly dashing. Though he found the cumbersome nature of the armor somewhat bothersome, each time he donned it, he would have to remove it after battles. If only it could don itself automatically. As this thought crossed his mind, the armor began to contract, forming a protective bracer resembling that of Wonder Woman on his forearm, gleaming in gold with a lion's head embossed upon it. Astonishingly, the armor could transform autonomously. Simply perfect. Lin Feng continued to experiment with it, finding no issues, and was thoroughly pleased with the results. Diana returned, informing Lin Feng that they had specifically employed memory metals and ancient materials to fashion this armor, which could adapt freely and self-repair. Upon hearing the capabilities of the armor, Diana expressed envy and promptly requested a set for herself, only to be informed by the blacksmith that the materials had been exhausted. With everything in readiness, Lin Feng and Diana bid farewell to the queen, embarking on their journey back to America with 2 anxious female warriors, poised to venture into a new world. Chapter 72. The rescue of Superman's father. Having returned to Boston for over a month, there had been no sign of the witch, which was, in truth, expected. After all, in such a vast expanse, locating an individual would be no simple feat. The 2 female warriors who had accompanied him, however, had not succumbed to the vices of the bustling city. Nonetheless, their appetite was formidable, and Lin Feng observed their plump figures, estimating their weight to be around 150 pounds. Once valiant and graceful, these warriors now bore bellies that resembled those of expectant mothers. Seated on the balcony, basking in the sun while sipping coffee, Lin Feng had been following Wonder Woman in her superhero endeavors since their return for Paradise Island. He had since acquired a resounding title, due to his lion-shaped armor. The Americans dubbed him the Lionheart Knight. Moreover, their frequent appearances together with Wonder Woman have led many to speculate that they might be an item. The sudden emergence of an additional superhero has resulted in a remarkable decline in Boston's crime rates. Previously, Wonder Woman often found herself overwhelmed, given the vastness of the area. However, with 2 individuals now operating under a veil of audacity, the crime rates have diminished significantly. Today, a rare tranquility enveloped the city, allowing Lin Feng to relish the leisurely afternoon. The only source of disturbance arose from the Amazonian warriors behind him, who were diligently exercising on 2 newly acquired treadmills in pursuit of fitness. In an urgent report, the metropolitan area was struck by an unprecedented and colossal tornado, projected to reach a magnitude of level 12, with the situation on site described as dire. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng entered the room and turned his gaze toward the television, where a reporter was delivering the coverage. Suddenly, He recognized a familiar figure, Superman. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief, believing that with Superman's formidable abilities, such a natural disaster would not result in significant devastation. However, he observed Superman huddle with others, seemingly unwilling to assist. Lin Feng surmised that Superman's reticence likely stemmed from a desire to protect his identity. Realizing that Superman would not intervene, Lin Feng resolved to take action himself. He donned his armor and vanished from sight. Clark watched helplessly as his father stood at the edge of the storm, yearning to rush to his aid. Yet his father turned to wave him back, forbidding him from attempting a rescue. How could Clark bear to witness his father's demise? But his mother, holding him tightly, echoed his father's sentiment and restrained his actions. In sorrow, Clark closed his eyes, embracing his mother in a moment of despair. Look, it's the Lionheart Knight. Has he come to save us? Why isn't Superman here? Isn't he in Metropolis? Clark and his mother felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing of the superhero's arrival, especially since Clark's father had already been engulfed by the tornado, leaving their hopes of rescue uncertain. Nevertheless, the prospect of hope was better than despair, and they entrusted their greatest hopes to the Lionheart Knight. In the midst of their anxious waiting, Lin Feng did not disappoint. He appeared, carrying a tall elder aloft. Clark and his mother rushed forward, and Lin Feng soon handed over Clark's father to him. Clark embraced his father, while his mother, Laura, wept tears of joy, expressing her gratitude to Lin Feng. Nearby, a reporter who had been covering the scene had already witnessed Lin Feng's arrival and the heroic rescue of an individual from the tornado. He hurried over, seizing Lin Feng's cape with an unyielding grip, unwilling to let go. This was the first time he had encountered a superhero at such close proximity. Never before had anyone had the opportunity to report so intimately on a superhero. At this moment, an opportunity presented itself. He had originally been dispatched by the station to handle the situation. In such perilous circumstances, the renowned journalists were particularly protective of their own lives. For Jack, this was an immense chance for fame, and he clutched his cloak tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. He had initially intended to quell the tornado, but found himself halted. Gazing skyward at the superhuman adorned with a lion's mask, he felt a twinge of fear as the being peered back through the gaps in its armor. Nevertheless, the visions of wealth and beauty that awaited him post-fame rendered Lin Feng as nothing more than a golden opportunity in Jack's eyes. He was indifferent to the destruction wrought by the tornado or the potential loss of life along its path. Knight of the Lionheart, how well do you know Superman? Why is it not him who has come this time? Do you not fear his wrath? Jack, astutely clever, sought to incite discord between the two, aiming to create a sensational news story. His inquiries were laced with malice, meticulously calculated, as he hoped to achieve instant notoriety through this event. However, he misjudged Lin Feng. The latter was far from a conventional superhero and exhibited little tolerance for humanity's follies. Lin Feng had observed Superman's actions during this period, growing increasingly discontent with the notion that even the most malevolent criminals were apprehended but not executed. What those they had slain? Were they deemed deserving of their fate? In the United States, the legal system predominantly imposes life sentences. While the death penalty exists, it is rarely executed. Life sentences could extend to hundreds of years for a single individual, a concept that effectively means the state sustains them. American prisons are notably humane, providing sustenance for those who are, in essence, the dregs of society. During missions alongside Diana, Lin Feng often found himself grappling with the urge to kill. Yet he was consistently restrained. Consequently, he preferred to operate separately from Diana, though he managed to suppress his murderous instincts. A thorough beating, however, seemed inevitable. As for the extent of the injuries, he thought there would always be someone to tend to them. What a delightful prospect. Lin Feng spoke firmly, "Release me, or I shall take no heed of your fate." This statement resonated perfectly with Jack's intentions. Knight of the Lionheart, what do you mean by that? Are you threatening me simply for posing a few questions? Do you superheroes regard ordinary lives as mere insects? Jack escalated the situation, framing it as a matter of humanity at large, shifting all blame onto Lin Feng. Lin Feng harbored a deep disdain for such individuals and was on the verge of taking flight, indifferent to the plight of this troublemaking human. At that moment, Ken awakened at the call of Clark and Laura. Observing Lin Feng entangled with the persistent reporter, he hurried to assist in extricating Lin Feng from the turmoil. In the eyes of Clark, Lin Feng had become his great benefactor. He had long been aware of humanity's attitude towards superhumans like themselves. Apart from a handful of admirers, the majority viewed them with disdain, attributing various calamities to their existence. Sensing Lin Feng's emotions, Clark realized that if he did not intervene soon, the journalist might find himself in peril. However, Clark underestimated Lin Feng, who effortlessly sent the journalist sprawling with a single kick, a scene broadcasted live. At the moment Jack was propelled through the air by Lin Feng's strike, he felt an exhilarating thrill. This was undoubtedly the most sensational spectacle, marking the first instance of a superhero inflicting harm upon an ordinary individual. Jack lay on the ground, feigning grave injury, yet Lin Feng had not exerted much force. Otherwise, he would not have remained sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Clark was ultimately a step too late. Observing Lin Feng soaring away after neutralizing the tornado, he understood that this incident would ignite an unprecedented media frenzy. The American government had long sought to exert control over beings like them, and this time, they would undoubtedly seize such an advantageous opportunity. Chapter 73. The Judgment of Lin Feng upon returning home. Lin Feng felt a profound sense of comfort. The incessant inquiries from the journalist had irked him, and delivering that kick had been immensely satisfying. Little did he know, this incident had been broadcast in its entirety. Capturing the moment, he sent the journalist flying, who now lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Diana, engrossed in her work, was abruptly alerted to a sensational scoop regarding the Lionheart Knight. She set aside her tasks, opened her computer, and searched for the latest developments. Discovering Lin Feng's act of kicking the journalist. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly abandoned her work and hurried home. Diana was deeply concerned that public outrage might incite Lin Feng to contemplate vengeance against humanity. On her way home, she rehearsed a myriad of comforting words, only to arrive and find Lin Feng lounging on the balcony, indulging in grapes and basking in the sunlight. A wave of relief washed over her. Thank goodness, he appeared unperturbed and relaxed, which was far preferable to encountering a wrathful individual. Lin Feng's capabilities, evidenced by their interactions over the past few days, likely surpassed even her own. The tornado she had witnessed could not have been vanquished by her strength alone. Yet, the footage revealed that Lin Feng had effortlessly eradicated a tornado, a force of nature that even Superman would struggle against. The energy Lin Feng emitted from his palm could obliterate a tornado of approximately level 12, and he was able to control the energy he released. Lin Feng, what were you thinking kicking that journalist? Diana exclaimed. You are bound to encounter significant trouble. The American government has been eager to find a way to control us superheroes, and this could lead to serious complications. Lin Feng casually popped a grape into his mouth and replied nonchalantly, what does it matter? What can they truly do? If they provoke me, I shall sweep them aside without mercy. How could you possibly think that way? While some individuals among humanity may exhibit a lack of integrity, the majority possess a remarkable beauty. I am not mistaken. I fully intend to confront anyone who offends me. Those who provoke my ire shall face my wrath. Must I endure their incessant criticism after coming to their aid? It shall not be so easily tolerated. Observing Lin Feng's unwavering resolve, Diana recognizes that she cannot impose her own beliefs upon him. The only course of action available to her now is to soothe Lin Feng, ensuring he does not allow public opinion to incite his anger. Thus far, everything appears to be progressing well. In the ensuing days, Diana refrained from attending work, choosing to remain at home, while the U.S. government and certain opportunistic media outlets relentlessly sensationalized the situation. The once revered Knight of the Lionheart has been transformed into a notorious figure, one that disregards the law, shows contempt for life, and seeks to elevate himself above humanity through his superhuman abilities. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he has been enjoying leisurely outings with Diana, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. Although Lin Feng is disinclined to engage in activities, after all, habits of laziness are hard to relinquish. Diana has employed the pretext of needing his assistance for Paradise Island to persuade him to acquiesce to this journey. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but Diana was wholly unprepared for the inevitable revelation of the truth. By chance, Lin Feng stumbled upon a broadcast on the hotel television regarding the national sentiment towards him. He witnessed the news reports in their entirety, and Diana was unable to intervene in time. The U.S. Congress had already scheduled a hearing, and should the Knight of the Lionheart fail to appear, it would signify an acceptance of the notion that superhumans hold precedence over human rights. The established order for humanity would no longer apply to any superhuman, and he would subsequently face a nationwide manhunt. This Congress has been in session for 2 days. Tomorrow marks the third and final day. Diana had initially hoped to conceal the truth from Lin Feng, but it was ultimately discovered. Both were acutely aware of each other's thoughts, and thus, they spent the day in silence. The following afternoon, at 2 p.m., a throng of people had gathered outside the U.S. Congress. Reporters reported that today marks the third day of the trial for the Knight of the Lionheart. An unprecedented trial for superhumans, and certainly not the last. The Knight had not appeared in the previous 2 days, leaving uncertainty about his presence on this final day. Should he remain absent, he would face a nationwide pursuit thereafter. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind announced his arrival. As the Knight of the Lionheart hovered before the doors of Congress, "Could you elucidate why you attacked an ordinary human?" the reporters inquired. "Why did you not make an appearance in the first 2 days, only to appear on the last? Are you afraid of the U.S. warrant for your arrest? Knight of the Lionheart, why did you launch a severe attack on a simple journalist, merely seeking to pose a few questions? Do human lives hold no value in your eyes? Could you represent all superpowered individuals?" Lin Feng was disinclined to engage in conversation with them. These individuals were either brainless or easily swayed, utterly foolish, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that some were instigators. Lin Feng descended to the ground and entered the parliamentary hall, yet the so-called trial awaiting him was nothing short of a grand conspiracy. Just as the hearing commenced, an explosion erupted, and all but Lin Feng were reduced to mere ashes. Upon emerging, he found the exterior swarming with troops, poised for a command to commence their assault. In truth, the mastermind behind this scheme was a man named Luthor, who had long harbored aspirations to capture Superman. However, Superman's formidable strength thwarted his plans. Now, a new target emerged, Lin Feng. Possessing powerful abilities, Lin Feng was someone Luthor believed could not rival Superman's might. Thus, he orchestrated this entire event, with the intention of capturing Lin Feng, dissecting him for research, and ultimately leveraging technology to implant such powers within himself, aspiring to become a god among men. With his intellect and prowess, he deemed it a failure not to rule humanity. Chapter 74. A slaughter awaits. As this historic moment approached, many Americans, harboring animosity towards superheroes, congregated outside the parliament. Numerous, simple-minded individuals, easily swayed by mere words, gathered together. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the parliamentary hall, sending powerful shockwaves through the crowd, resulting in numerous injuries. Yet, the onlookers remained oblivious to the true nature of events unfolding within the assembly. They only knew that prior to the arrival of the Lionheart Knight, everything was in order. However, upon his entry into the hall, chaos ensued. The trial was broadcast live. Yet the general populace was easily manipulated, exhibiting a pronounced tendency to conform. Although the proceedings were streamed in real time, the rapidity of the explosion obliterated the live feed, leaving the crowd uncertain of the specifics. At that moment, a large contingent of military forces surrounded the area. Naturally, the spectators began to speculate whether the destruction was a result of the Lionheart Knight's inability to withstand the trial. Those who already harbored disdain for superheroes gathered, clamoring for the capture of the Lionheart Knight and demanding the death penalty. The military gradually advanced towards the Lionheart Knight. Clark and Diana had already arrived outside the parliamentary hall, convening to devise a strategy to prevent Lin Feng from clashing with the ordinary citizens. Faced with an unknown individual whose capabilities were unclear, they sought to avert a rift instigated by the conspirators. Clark is currently beset by turmoil. Previously, Lin Feng had rescued his father, and now he faces an impending conflict with ordinary citizens. He feels compelled to assist Lin Feng, yet he has consistently upheld the principle of protecting the common people, leaving him in a quandary regarding whom to support, Lin Feng or the populace. Ultimately, Clark devises a compromise. Should a violent confrontation ensue, he would remain neutral, striving to safeguard the ordinary citizens while urging Wonder Woman to persuade Lin Feng to withdraw. As long as they are not present and without ordinary people around, they can manage the situation freely. However, the atmosphere at the scene has become exceedingly tense, and a monumental clash appears imminent. The assembled crowd is fervent, their imaginations already conjuring a dramatic spectacle, convinced that the Lionheart Knight is the architect of the earlier explosion. They believe that the Lionheart Knight cannot accept American law, cannot abide by American judgment, and seeks to transcend human rights in his quest for divinity. Our nation does not require superheroes. You are all worthless. It is your presence that has given rise to so many villains. Go back to your own world, alien. You superpowered beings are unworthy of humanity. Just look behind you at the slaughter you have caused. The fervor of a man in the crowd escalates, and he breaches the police barricade, confronting Lin Feng directly, hurling stones at his feet as he shouts. With one person leading the charge, more and more individuals follow suit, crossing the line and joining their leader, picking up stones to throw at Lin Feng. Although these projectiles pose no real harm to Lin Feng, they incite his anger. He is undertaking righteous acts, yet faces their ire, and it is he who is expected to bear the blame for their salvation. As Lin Feng endures their insults and assaults, the crowd grows bolder, with more individuals joining in, some even approaching him to spit in his direction. What they do not realize is that Lin Feng is not one to tolerate such disrespect like Superman or Wonder Woman. He soars before them, looking down upon them. And finally, they are struck by fear, their voices diminishing to whispers. Lin Feng's mere gaze imposes immense pressure upon them. Yet, the crowd behind them refuses to relent, encouraging their aggression. You are the best. Look at the destruction he has caused. Why do you fear him? With us behind you, you represent all of us. You embody the voice of the world. Indeed, fools are the easiest to manipulate. These individuals, intoxicated by the flattery and encouragement from behind, succumb to the fervor of their words. Suddenly, one individual seizes a police officer's firearm, aiming it at Lin Feng in the sky, and opens fire. People like you are abominations. Only the abnormal possess superpowers. The sudden crack of gunfire erupted, causing some in the surrounding troops to instinctively open fire in a state of panic. Everyone was swept up by the unexpected gunshots, mistakenly believing it to be an order from above, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Lin Feng. All the projectiles were thwarted by the aura surrounding Lin Feng, inflicting no harm whatsoever. As events unfolded, Clark and Wonder Woman hastily donned their attire and appeared by Lin Feng's side. What had initially been a manageable situation had spiraled into a perilous predicament due to the folly of two individuals. Clark and Wonder Woman had gravely underestimated Lin Feng's prowess. Lin Feng extended two fingers, and before they could comprehend the situation, a voice sought to address them, only for two energy waves to pierce through the two men who had been leading the charge, leaving them lifeless in a pool of blood. The jubilant crowd fell abruptly silent, as if their throats had been seized. It dawned on them that they were not facing Superman, but rather a newly emerged superhero. Unlike other superheroes who had long been in existence, having saved many and established a reputation for protecting humanity, this newly manifested Lionheart Knight had appeared alongside Wonder Woman, instinctively perceived as a guardian of humankind. The scene before them now delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Screams, panic, fury, disbelief. A torrent of emotions erupted among the crowd. Lin Feng sensed a malevolent aura rising within him, a power both familiar and foreign. It was foreign due to his amnesia, yet familiar as if he had long been accustomed to this force. A golden aura flickered around Lin Feng, manifesting in and out of visibility. With a mere wave of his hand, a multitude of energy spheres materialized in the air. Clark and Wonder Woman, having been caught off guard earlier, now comprehended Lin Feng's intent to unleash a massacre. Yet, unfamiliar with his techniques, they found themselves powerless to intervene. Their only recourse was to extract Lin Feng from the fray. Wonder Woman stepped forward, pleading with Lin Feng not to proceed in such a manner, asserting that they were merely momentarily misguided and that not all humans were like this. There were many good souls among them. She hurled her lasso of truth, attempting to ensnare Lin Feng and halt the senseless slaughter. However, her lasso proved ineffective against Lin Feng, as the system had long since shielded him from all mental attacks. Lin Feng extended his other hand and grasped the approaching lasso. In a stalemate, Wonder Woman and Lin Feng each held onto an end, yet the disparity in their strengths was glaring. With ease, Lin Feng tugged the rope with one hand, drawing Wonder Woman towards him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Feng utilized the truth lasso to bind Wonder Woman tightly before casting her aside onto the ground. Observing the army still assaulting him and the common people remaining to hurl insults, Lin Feng waved his hand downward, causing all the energy waves in the air to automatically track every individual nearby. The air was filled with horrifying cries. They possessed no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Superman hastily attempted to thwart Lin Feng's onslaught, but it was too late. The sheer number of Lin Feng's energy waves left Clark unable to attend to everyone. The surrounding populace, both military and civilian onlookers, suffered devastating casualties. Aside from a few protected by Superman and Wonder Woman, those who opened their eyes were met with a gruesome sight of crimson blood and a landscape strewn with corpses. The scent of human blood permeated their nostrils. And among the survivors, some could not withstand the shock, descending into madness and playing in the pools of blood. Those who remained sane dared not linger, fleeing in terror. In their minds, superheroes were not supposed to harm them, yet this time they were gravely mistaken. They paid dearly with lives lost, awakening to the true nature of the newly emerged Lionheart Knight. The Justice League also came to realize that Lin Feng was fundamentally different from them. His pursuit of heroism might merely be a source of amusement. Chapter 75. The Return of Memory. Just as Lin Feng was about to take flight, dismissing the foolishness of those around him, though he had nearly obliterated them, he was indifferent to the survivors. An unexpected shell struck him as he ascended, knocking him down into a nearby skyscraper. Superman gazed at the fighter jets appearing in the sky and the re-emergence of modern military forces on the ground, with tanks now deployed. What were they doing? Did they not comprehend that they were courting death? Diana, locate their commanding officer and instruct them to withdraw their troops. I will confront Lin Feng. If a battle ensues, the surrounding area will likely be reduced to rubble. Lin Feng's methods are exceedingly ferocious. Lin Feng's tactics were alarmingly brutal, delivering massive strikes while also incorporating automatic tracking. Clark looked toward the spot where Lin Feng had crashed, his super hearing indicating that Lin Feng was no longer there. Clark soared into the air, throwing a punch to temporarily impede Lin Feng's assault on the fighter jets. The two faced off in the sky, with Lin Feng regarding Clark and questioning, "Are you certain you wish to impede me? I had intended to spare them, yet they persist in attacking me. Now they shall face the consequences. You cannot stop me. Not even your entire planet can hinder my resolve." Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the armed fighter jets in the sky, and a flicker of recognition passed through him. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, as though he had witnessed it before. Lin Feng strained to recall his memories, a wave of excruciating pain crashing over him, contorting his expression into one of anguish. At last, Diana managed to persuade the authorities, and the military withdrew, the armed fighter jets in the sky just turning away. In the midst of his torment, Lin Feng suddenly unleashed a wave of energy. Superman immediately interposed his body, but to no avail. The energy wave propelled him, demolishing all the armed jets in its path. Superman's offensive tactics were woefully limited, relying solely on his fists or his laser vision, with little else at his disposal. Faced with Lin Feng's attack, he found himself utterly helpless. Though his physique shielded him from injury, he could not prevent Lin Feng from continuing his slaughter. Explosions erupted in the sky, and no aircraft was spared. The White House officials, witnessing that even Superman was no match for Lin Feng, turned in terror to question who had dared to provoke such a formidable foe. Who was responsible for this misjudgment, inciting an enemy that even Superman could not confront? They vowed to tear the wretched individual apart. At that moment, no one dared to challenge the president's ire. A profound silence enveloped the room. Yet Lin Feng recalled fragments of his past, and the more he utilized his abilities, the clearer his memories became. Enduring the excruciating pain in his mind, he amplified his energy, growing stronger, even as the agony intensified. At this juncture, the Justice League had assembled. Batman, the Flash, Aquaman, Shazam, and Wonder Woman stood united, observing Lin Feng in the sky. A tremendous wave of energy surged towards them, and they felt a chilling dread. Even Superman had never encountered such a powerful adversary. They watched as Lin Feng underwent a transformation. His once dark short hair gradually elongated into golden locks, and the white aura surrounding him morphed into a radiant gold, flickering with tiny bolts of lightning that danced around his form. The boy who once seemed an ordinary neighbor had now evolved into a fierce man. Lin Feng had transformed into a Super Saiyan, recollecting everything, including the moment he was ambushed by a mysterious figure, nearly losing his life and suffering a period of amnesia. System, did you not remind me of my memory loss? He questioned. But you were fine. What should I remind you of? The system replied. You did not inquire. Lin Feng retorted. How could I know I had a system if I'd lost my memory? You didn't ask, hence I remained silent. Then, he remembered that his Infinity Gauntlet and Dragon Balls were missing. Since Batman had found him, they must be in his possession. Lin Feng approached the group, with Superman closely following, wary that Lin Feng might strike, potentially sacrificing a few allies in the process. Wayne, did you take my Infinity Gauntlet and Dragon Balls? He demanded. What are you talking about? I know nothing of such things. When I discovered you, you weren't even dressed. Where would you have had a gauntlet or Dragon Balls? Are you certain? This is my only hope of returning home. I shall remain in your back cave for 3 days, granting you that time for contemplation. Should you fail to return what is rightfully mine, I trust you will fully consider the consequences. Chapter 76. The invasion of Kryptonians. Lin Feng found himself in the lair of Batman, a place that had once been a sanctuary, yet the camaraderie between them had waned. Nevertheless, Wayne still instructed Alfred to attend to Lin Feng's needs with utmost care. At this moment, Wayne was absorbed in solitary reflection on how to confront Lin Feng. The true purpose of the gloves remained elusive, and the 7 stones, the so-called Dragon Balls, were shrouded in mystery as well. Home, extraterrestrials, stones, and a glove adorning his left hand. How did any of these relate to his return? Wayne gazed at the objects before him, ensnared in contemplation. Yet, he had never encountered such items, nor had he any understanding of their function. He lifted the Infinity Gauntlet. What did it signify? Could it fulfill any wish? Or perhaps it represented boundless possibilities. Did this glove possess such formidable power? A self-deprecating smile crossed Wayne's lips as he mused, I must be losing my mind. The pressures of late have been overwhelming. How could a mere glove wield such immense capabilities? He set the gauntlet down, preparing to depart. However, as he reached the threshold, Lin Feng's abilities lingered in his mind, the thoughts of the gauntlet's potential ensnaring him like an incantation. Slowly, he returned to the table, gazing at the Infinity Gauntlet as the stillness of the room was punctuated by his rapid breaths. Wayne extended his hand, taking up the gauntlet, yearning to don it upon his left hand. Yet upon contact, searing pain coursed through him, and he collapsed to the ground, summoning every ounce of strength to finally wrest the gauntlet from his grasp. Breathless and spent, he lay on the floor, panting heavily, contemplating the gauntlet beside him and the extraordinary powers it might indeed possess, true to its name. Knock, knock, knock. A voice echoed from outside the door. It was Alfred. Master, you must come quickly. There are extraterrestrials approaching. With great effort, Wayne mustered his weakened body and ventured forth. Upon arriving at the monitoring room, he discovered that the military had detected an unidentified flying object approaching Earth. Wayne immediately began to surveil the situation. He observed the aliens demanding the appearance of Superman, while glancing at Lin Feng seated within his Batmobile, a strategy forming in his mind. The spacecraft descended upon the skies above Earth, its massive presence evident even to ordinary citizens. The media buzzed with reports, unable to discern whether it was friend or foe. Suddenly, a widespread blackout enveloped much of the nation, and all telephones displayed the same ominous image. Then, a man's voice resonated from the television. Clark, you're not alone. The man introduced himself as Zord, traversing the vast expanse of the starry sea in search of an individual who is not of Earth. Zord commanded the governments of Earth to deliver this person within 24 hours, or face the annihilation of the planet. Clark, diligently at work alongside his colleagues, observed the unfolding scene. Although he was unfamiliar with Zord, Clark discerned from the latter's previous actions and tone that he was undeniably malevolent. Zord's mission was not one of familial affection. Rather, it reeked of a nefarious plot. The spacecraft, having escaped from the Phantom Zone, housed Zord and his compatriots from Krypton, Clark's own kin. Yet, the general populace remained oblivious to the true nature of the situation, only aware that if a man named Clark was not found, Earth would face destruction within the ensuing 24 hours. In a swift response, the government mobilized its resources and, through the reports of journalist Lois, traced her to Clark. Just as Lois exited her office, she was apprehended. Reluctant to see his girlfriend embroiled in this turmoil, Clark grappled with his inner conflict, realizing that the time had come. If he did not reveal himself, not only would Lois be in peril, but the entire planet would be thrust into crisis. Consequently, Superman resolved to surrender. Humanity, in a bid to protect Earth, had no choice but to detain him. Clark approached the government, willingly donning handcuffs. He assured the military leader, "I am not your enemy." The following day, at the handover site, an alien warrior emerged from the spacecraft, demanding not only Clark's return, but also insisting that Lois accompany them. Together, Clark and Lois boarded the vessel, departing Earth. As Clark was carried away, Wayne, seated on a couch and observing through a monitor, began to harbor ominous thoughts that intensified. He vividly recalled Clark stating that no one from Krypton had survived. Now, a ship filled with Kryptonians had arrived. Did they all possess the same formidable abilities as Clark? Wayne was skeptical of the notion that gods could coexist with mortals. With a habitable planet now within their grasp, it seemed implausible that they would simply depart without seizing Earth. Batman's inherently suspicious nature enabled him to accurately surmise Zord's intentions, though he remained unaware of how close he was to the truth. Suddenly, the screen displayed a fiery craft plummeting from the cosmos. Following closely behind, Clark rescued Lois, who was trapped within. Meanwhile, Wayne had been surveilling Clark's mother's home, where a Kryptonian had materialized. Zord seized Clark's mother, demanding the Codex of Life. Laura, unaware of its significance, remained silent out of love for her son, clearly indicating her ignorance. In a swift motion, Zord captured her and cast her aside. Clark, having rescued Lewis, sensed the imminent danger to his mother and swiftly soared to her side, forcefully propelling Zord away from her. As he flew, he pummeled Zord's head with all his might, exclaiming, "How dare you threaten my mother?" Before long, Zord's helmet shattered under the relentless blows. Absorbing the radiation from the yellow sun, Zord's senses heightened, overwhelming him with a cacophony of sights and sounds. Fortunately, his teammates' aircraft arrived to whisk him away, leaving only a female warrior and a male warrior to confront Superman. At that moment, human fighter jets swooped in, launching attacks against them, yet causing no harm. The male Kryptonian warrior dispatched one fighter with a single punch. The female warrior aimed to destroy another jet, but was intercepted by Superman, leading to an intense melee among the three. However, the combined strength of the two warriors matched Superman's, and they overpowered him, raining blows upon him. It was only through unleashing his heat vision that Superman managed to break free from their grasp. As the military deployed more fighter jets to join the fray, indiscriminate fire rained down upon the trio. The male warrior seized a nearby car and hurled it without aiming, striking a jet. Superman rushed to rescue the fallen pilot while the soldiers continued their onslaught on the female warrior. With extraordinary speed, reminiscent of a flash, she incapacitated all her foes. Superman engaged the male warrior in an epic battle of brute strength, their fists colliding in a grueling melee that lasted for 300 rounds before it finally subsided. Noticing the female warrior locked in a duel with the commanding officer, Superman dashed over and pinned her to the ground, shattering her helmet. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information, the female warrior felt an acute discomfort. Suddenly, a fiery vehicle appeared in the sky, striking Superman and allowing an alien spacecraft to rescue the two warriors. Chapter 77. The power of the Infinity Gauntlet. With the Kryptonians departed, Wayne sank into the couch, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet the thought of facing Lin Feng the next day filled him with trepidation, uncertain how to deceive him. Superman returned home, utterly exhausted, where Laura swiftly approached to offer her comfort. "My son, do what you must. Only you can determine the person you will become." After imparting these words, Laura chose to leave Clark undisturbed, retreating to her room and leaving the living room for him. Clark sat alone on the couch, succumbing to sleep. He needed to rejuvenate his spirit to confront the impending crisis. He had no intention of seeking assistance from others. After all, his adversaries possessed equal strength, and with Wonder Woman, they were no match for him. Furthermore, he felt reluctant to approach Lin Feng, having previously stood in opposition to him to protect the innocent. At this moment, Zod had fully recovered and resumed his place, reflecting on the events of the past years. He had traversed every planet once ruled by Krypton, yet each locale lay in desolate silence. It was only upon discovering Earth and finding Superman that Zod realized the coveted artifact was not concealed within the spacecraft beneath Laura's residence, but rather within Superman himself. Revitalized by the strength he had gained from solar exposure, Zod ordered everyone to remove their battle suits and bask in the sunlight to harness formidable power. Initially, they endured great discomfort, The enhancement of their senses bombarded them with an overwhelming influx of information. However, as seasoned warriors, they soon mastered this newfound ability. After a night of absorption, they reveled in the transformations their bodies underwent from the solar energy, their excitement palpable. Zod then commanded the alteration of Earth's ecological environment. For upon success, humanity would face complete annihilation, and the planet would belong to them. Sensing the impending danger, Superman flew over, intent on destroying the apparatus designed to modify Earth. Yet, he was caught off guard. Having shattered Zod's helmet the previous day, he had inadvertently revealed that absorbing solar radiation could grant them strength akin to his own. A dozen Kryptonians emerged, positioning themselves before him. Faced with several foes of equal might, Superman felt a surge of anxiety, although he maintained a facade of indifference. Upon Zod's command, the Kryptonians lunged at Superman, but fortunately, their brief exposure to the sun had left them unable to match his speed. In desperation, they ascended into the skies above the city, ruthlessly slaughtering humans. Within a mere span of time, hundreds of thousands perished. Through this massacre of innocents, they sought to coerce Superman into submission. Helpless, Superman found himself ensnared before them. They successfully captured him, yet the carnage of Earth's inhabitants did not cease. Rather, they escalated the slaughter, for this planet would soon be theirs. They merely needed to leave a flicker of life to serve as slaves, while the rest could perish, struggling fiercely to break free from his restraints and thwart their plans. Superman could do little but curse, "You beasts! How can you slaughter innocent people? They have done nothing wrong." The two Kryptonians holding him found his words perplexing. "They're not one of us. Why should they be spared? It is you, our kin, who seeks to protect these Earthlings and oppose your own kind. What are you thinking? I am not a Kryptonian. I am an Earthling. I live here, I grew up here, this is my homeland." The stark divergence in their ideologies rendered any dialogue futile. The Kryptonians viewed Superman as a traitor, while he perceived them as savages. The discourse faltered, with neither side willing to yield. As the Justice League observed the unfolding events, their intention was to rescue Superman. However, despite their combined efforts, they could only manage to contend with a single Kryptonian. The moment two Kryptonians appeared, the tide swiftly turned against them, leading to a brutal onslaught. Batman, who had witnessed everything unfold, recognized that they were in a dire situation, yet he realized that his own strength alone could not alter the course of events. He had no choice but to resort to the method he had contemplated earlier, praying that Lin Feng would reclaim what belonged to him and assist them, rather than returning home or, like the Kryptonians, contemplating the annihilation of Earth. Wayne approached Lin Feng and stated, "I can return your belongings, but you must help us eradicate the Kryptonians. Otherwise, you shall never retrieve what is rightfully yours." Lin Feng remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated that Wayne was the one who had taken his possessions. "Return them to me first, and then I shall assist you. Otherwise, you may await the destruction of your planet," he replied. "No," Wayne insisted, "you must aid me first. Understand that you are my only hope now. I fear that if I hand over your belongings, you will simply depart. Pleasa compren malasia predicamen. Then let us linger in this impasse. I am not concerned about the fate of this planet, as it is not my homeland, and I harbor a disdain for its inhabitants, as you should well understand." Wayne realized that Lin Feng had him cornered, recognizing that they had reached a deadlock. With a sigh, he conceded, "I shall return them to you. But I sincerely hope you will aid us in overcoming this crisis." Wayne turned and swiftly returned, carrying a bag. Lin Feng accepted it and opened it to confirm that it indeed contained his possessions, not some counterfeit rubbish. "Can you assist us now?" he inquired. Lin Feng donned the gloves, appearing remarkably at ease. Wayne's lips twitched as he internally lamented, "These wretched gloves cause me immense pain, yet he wears them without a care." Observing Lin Feng still standing motionless, Wayne anxiously urged, "Please expedite your assistance. Far too many lives have been lost on Earth. Do not rush me. Once I snap my fingers, everything will be resolved," Lin Feng replied. Wayne, feeling the weight of urgency, worried that his insistence might provoke Lin Feng's ire, thus further delaying their efforts, could only patiently await the sound of Lin Feng's fingers snapping. With a decisive snap, Lin Feng removed the gloves and placed them back in a bag. He turned to Wayne and declared, "It is done. The Kryptonians and their ships have vanished." Wayne's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as he processed Lin Feng's words, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. Anger bubbled within him, ready to erupt when suddenly the voice of Alfred, the butler, broke through the tension. "Master, you must look. The Kryptonians have mysteriously disappeared, along with their ships." Chapter 78, The Surviving Zod. Wayne was lost in self-reassurance when he suddenly heard Alfred's voice. In a hurried rush, he arrived at the bottom of the screen, and indeed, the Kryptonians had vanished. The once boastful and ruthless Kryptonians, who had been mercilessly slaughtering the people of Earth, were nowhere to be found. Even the ships designed to terraform the Earth had disappeared. Wayne could hardly believe it. His eyes widened in disbelief, fearing he was hallucinating. He meticulously checked all the monitors, and there was truly no sign of the Kryptonians. His heart was filled with shock. This was real. Lin Feng had not deceived him. With a mere snap of his fingers, they had vanished. The power of that infinity gauntlet was astounding. "Alfred, did you witness how they disappeared?" "Indeed, sir. I saw them suddenly turn to ash, their bodies disintegrating, and the ships followed suit, disappearing entirely." "All the Kryptonians and their ships?" "Yes, all of them." Receiving this confirmation, Wayne turned to look for Lin Feng, but he had long since vanished from the Batcave, leaving no trace of where he might have gone. Superman, held in place, executed a backward roll, this time with no one to impede him. He assumed they had lost control and were preparing to unleash his heat vision to eliminate the two Kryptonians pinning him down. However, these two Kryptonians paid him no mind, as if they were aware of their impending demise. They gazed at their own bodies, slowly dissipating into the ether. Superman, still in the dark about the situation, realized that their disappearance provided him the opportunity to assist Wonder Woman and the others. Wonder Woman and her companions, huddled together, were fiercely resisting the onslaught of the Kryptonians. Alas, they were outnumbered by a multitude of Supermen. While they were formidable in their own right, facing such overwhelming odds was daunting. Only Shazam seemed to hold his ground, being another variant of Superman, endowed with magical abilities. He had already alleviated much of their burden, battling 3 Kryptonians alone. Had it not been for his magical prowess, which the Kryptonians lacked any resistance against, he would have been overwhelmed long ago. Even so, he remained at a disadvantage. At that very moment, Wonder Woman and Shazam witnessed the Kryptonians transform into ash. Bewildered, they hurried to find Superman and regroup. Just as they set out, Superman arrived at their side. "What happened to the Kryptonians? Where have they gone?" "I don't know. They just vanished suddenly." "Did the ones on your end disappear as well?" "Yes, they did." The group united and proceeded toward the direction of the ships. But there was no sign of the alien vessels, nor any trace of the Kryptonians who had been engaged in slaughter. As they pondered over who could have orchestrated such a silent and swift extermination of so many Kryptonians, the thought alone was chilling. Suddenly, a figure descended from the cosmos. Observing Superman and his companions below, he dove towards them, seizing Superman by the neck, mounting him, and delivering a relentless barrage of blows to his head. The other individuals were taken aback by the sudden assault, still reeling from the shocking disappearance of their Kryptonian kin. Abruptly, they witnessed a figure before them mercilessly pummeling Superman. Each of them summoned their unique abilities, launching a concerted attack against the armored man. Yet, their efforts proved utterly futile. Even Shazam's magical onslaught lost its potency. Dazed, Superman shielded his head with his hands, gradually regaining his senses, and commenced a counterattack. He exerted his strength, delivering a kick to the back of the armored man, who, in his exhilaration, failed to notice that Superman had awakened. The force of the blow sent him crashing into a nearby building, shattering the ground floor and sending debris soaring into the air. Those hiding within the building peered cautiously at the sky, relieved to see one Kryptonian depart, believing their lives to be spared. Little did they know, another adversary had arrived to unleash a brutal assault on Superman. They fervently prayed that this new threat would not discover their hiding place. Alas, fate was unkind, as Superman's kick sent the armored man hurtling towards their sanctuary. Rising to his feet, the armored man heard the rapid beating of numerous hearts and ascended into the air, seizing one unfortunate soul and hurling him out of the window. The sound of impact was chilling. The man perished before Superman could react. Within the confines of the building, those who had sought refuge erupted into tears, paralyzed by fear at the advancing armored figure. The individuals at the forefront pressed desperately inward, acutely aware of his intent, each unwilling to meet their demise. The outermost among them, witnessing the armored man drawing nearer, feigned unconsciousness collapsing to the ground. Indeed, the armored man overlooked him, capturing another individual behind him instead. The grasp around the neck of the captured man tightened, and he pleaded for mercy, but the armored man's strength was overwhelming, rendering him mute. Clutching his prey, he ascended into the sky. Superman, waiting anxiously outside, contemplated unleashing his heat vision for a surprise attack. However, he hesitated, fearing that should he fail to incapacitate the armored man, the repercussions could be catastrophic. He was uncertain if he could rescue everyone from such a close range, opting instead to observe the armored man's intentions. If he sought to unleash a massacre, he would have done so already. "Clark, come to me. If you dare resist, I shall crush this man's throat, and he will perish instantly," the armored man declared, lifting his helmet to reveal General Zod. "What treachery is this? Where are the other Kryptonians? They are gone, all dead. I am the sole survivor. I sensed an unexpected peril in space, only for it to vanish inexplicably. I did not comprehend the circumstances, but through my spacecraft, I discovered my compatriots had vanished, turned to ash, leaving me all alone. I have come for vengeance. I know it cannot be your doing. You lack the strength. Bring forth the true culprit. I demand retribution for my fallen kin." Superman listened as Zod expressed his profound sorrow and anger. Unbeknownst to Superman, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him, and the revelation that the other Kryptonians had perished filled him with a sense of melancholy. After all, they might be the last survivors of their kind in the universe. He harbored no desire for their demise. The most prudent course of action would be to sway them from their intentions and dissuade them from invading Earth. Superman recognized that such hopes were but a fanciful dream, yet he felt compelled to make an attempt. However, now, all was lost. They had vanished, leaving only a furious Zod in their wake. Zod, convinced that Superman was beyond redemption, contemplated the only course of action left, his annihilation. He would rather aid others than extend a hand to his own kin. Chapter 79. The shameless Earthlings. Zod regarded Clark in silence, suspecting that he was shielding the man. With a swift motion, he seized the arm of the ordinary man and tore it from his body, blood gushing forth. The man, unable to withstand the excruciating pain, succumbed to unconsciousness. Zod, relentless, tightened his grip around the man's neck, rousing him from his stupor. "Oh, it hurts so much. Superman, save me. Just tell him who did this. I do not wish to die," Zod demanded. "Speak the name, reveal who it is, or let him come find me, and I shall spare this man and all those behind him." Zod smirked as he held the dying man's face in his hand, the outcome resting upon his words. The individuals within the building trembled in fear, ordinary office workers unaccustomed to such dire circumstances. They realized that revealing one person's whereabouts to this monstrous alien could mean the difference between life and death. "Superman, please tell him. We do not want to die. You claim to be our savior. Why do you not reveal the name and allow us to live? You are a hypocrite, a beast wishing for our demise." Superman was not reluctant to speak. He simply did not know. Yet the words of these people were unbearably harsh. In a brief span of time, their pleas had transformed from desperate cries for mercy to venomous accusations. Aquaman, unable to bear the sight of such disgraceful behavior, interjected, "You are all wretches. We have endured grave injuries to save you, and now, in your desperation to survive, you would betray your savior. Are you still human?" This remark ignited outrage among those in the building. Once somewhat restrained, they became even more vitriolic at Aquaman's rebuke. Perhaps sensing their impending doom, their words grew increasingly venomous. "Do we ask for your salvation? You are the true aberration," they jeered. "Ha! You freak. You claim to save us, yet when it matters, you do nothing. You are all a bunch of misfits. Had I been you, I would have long since taken my own life. Wonder Woman, do you truly believe your vast following is due to your heroics? Let me enlighten you. It is merely because of your beauty." As he spoke, the man shockingly removed his trousers in front of the crowd, an act utterly repulsive. This incited many men to mimic his behavior, unleashing a torrent of crude and vulgar language. The other women, terrified, huddled together for warmth, retreating to a corner. "Wonder Woman, what are you wearing?" To save lives while clad in a mini-skirt, regardless of the weather, always donning ultra-short skirts and short-sleeve tops. Claiming the title of superhero, surely it is your beauty that draws admiration. I can only imagine how many fantasies you have inspired. Ha ha ha. Even Wonder Woman, known for her kindness, could not contain her outrage. astonished at the depths to which humanity could sink. How can you speak of superheroes in such a manner? They have relentlessly fought to protect us. Do you truly wish for your saviors to perish? At that moment, a figure emerged to assist Superman and his allies. But as soon as he spoke, he was assaulted by the vulgar crowd. Thankfully, a few women stepped forward to shield him, or he would have been brutally beaten to death. Even Wonder Woman was rendered speechless by the situation. Superman was equally taken aback. Merely their silence had incited such madness. Zod observed them, laughing uproariously, tears streaming down his face. "Clark, is this the Earthling you wish to protect? Now that our kin are all dead, are you pleased?" Superman and Zod remained locked in a standoff in the sky. Suddenly, a Batmobile thundered onto the scene as Batman arrived on the battlefield. He had heard the crowd's words during his approach, yet he resolved to save them nonetheless. Gazing at Zod in the sky, he proclaimed loudly, "Release the man in your grasp, and I shall reveal who annihilated the Kryptonians." Zod, eyeing the newcomer clad in bat armor, casually discarded the man he held and approached Batman, towering over him. Superman swiftly flew in, catching the man just as he landed, and transported him to the perimeter of the military encampment. The people within the building, realizing they were no longer doomed, immediately stowed their weapons. The trembling women exhaling in relief. Wonder Woman and the other superheroes, suppressing their urge to retaliate, escorted the offenders to the waiting military forces. After being saved, the perpetrators fell silent, their heads bowed in shame, unable to meet the hero's gaze. Now that they could live, they merely wished for this ordeal to pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, some among them had secretly captured their prior actions on a mobile phone, which had already been uploaded online. Soon, they would face the wrath of the entire world. Lin Feng, feeling an odd sensation as he snapped his fingers, sensed that the Infinity Gauntlet had not fulfilled his intentions. Thus, he arrived early to confront Superman, eager to ascertain whether things were indeed as he suspected. Indeed, upon witnessing the emergence of Zod, he realized that despite the Infinite Gauntlet's name suggesting boundlessness, its powers were, in fact, constrained. It could not erase the existence of formidable beings. Observing Superman and his companions being ridiculed by mere mortals, he felt no empathy, although they were all ordinary individuals. The inherent flaws of humanity in this world far exceeded those in the Marvel realm. Lin Feng was eager to test the true strength of Zod, a being whose existence could not be nullified even by the Infinite Gauntlet. Without waiting for Batman to voice his thoughts, he stepped forward, donned his armor, and declared, "I am the one who has slain your Kryptonians. Come, let's see your skills in seeking vengeance." Upon seeing his adversary, Zod abandoned his focus on Batman and lunged fiercely at Lin Feng. Taken aback, Lin Feng noted that Zod's speed surpassed that of Superman. He hastily transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 to counter Zod's powerful punch. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with relentless ferocity. The armor encasing them proved inadequate to withstand the sheer force of their assaults, becoming tattered under the intensity of their unyielding strikes. As their confrontation escalated in intensity, it became evident that Superman had been no match for Zod. Now, even with all his might, Zod found himself unable to subdue this opponent. Although Lin Feng's attire was in tatters, he remained unscathed. Abruptly, Zod retreated, creating distance between them before soaring into the sky, seeking to absorb more solar energy to enhance his powers. He felt uncertain about his ability to defeat Lin Feng. "Wait for me to absorb enough power. If you have the courage, remain here," he taunted. Having regained his memories, Lin Feng was no longer accustomed to wearing this armor. Now, as it lay in ruins, he tore it off and cast it aside, stretching his limbs and remarking, "It feels far more comfortable without it. I await your return, curious to see how formidable you can become." Lin Feng craved a true contest, having not unleashed his full potential since arriving in this universe. Now, with a worthy opponent before him, he was willing to bide his time. Chapter 80. A request to Lin Feng's Zod speed was remarkable, and he swiftly ascended into space. Gazing at the sun within the cosmos, he realized that the absorption of solar energy was far too sluggish. With his current rate of enhancement, avenging his kin seemed unattainable. After much contemplation, he made a resolute decision. With all other Kryptonians gone, he stood alone. Even if he managed to resurrect Krypton and cultivate new Kryptonians, what significance would it hold for him? Reflecting on Superman brought Zod a profound sense of sorrow. Originally, The Kryptonians had thrived on Earth. Yet now they had neglected their own kind, even turning against them. Superman could no longer be regarded as a true Kryptonian. After years on Earth, he had become merely a human clad in Kryptonian guise, a traitor to his own people. In Zod's eyes, Clark no longer represented the pure essence of a Kryptonian, but rather embodied the traits of a turncoat, a betrayer, a puppet. The formidable deities coexist with the frail human race, submitting to the laws of mere mortals. The Kryptonians should indeed reign supreme over Earth. Reflecting upon this is truly lamentable. That accursed Clark shows no regard for the lives of his kin. Zod reminisced about the past, the moments spent with friends, and ultimately reached a profound realization. He soared towards the sun. The closer he approached the sun, the more intense the radiation became. Yet the heat radiating from it grew increasingly unbearable, tormenting Zod further. However, vengeance was his singular motive. This was his only recourse. He endured the excruciating agony, persevering despite the suffering. Without this endeavor, he would forever be deprived of retribution, for Lin Feng's power was overwhelmingly formidable and grotesque, leaving him with no glimmer of hope previously. Zod could not fathom why he had spared Lin Feng, but now that an opportunity for vengeance presented itself, he would not let it slip away. Despite the proximity to the sun, the acceleration of his power was insufficient, prompting him to draw nearer. Cautiously, Zod approached the sun, unwilling to meet his demise in flames before achieving his revenge. The temperature had escalated to thousands of degrees. His skin cracked and shriveled, leaving him in a state of utter desolation. No, he could not falter. He was not yet capable of enacting revenge. His strength was inadequate, and he must ensure absolute success. Zod's heart raged with fury, yet the torment was overwhelming. Unable to contain himself, he cried out, seeking relief from the pain until his voice became hoarse. Enduring this suffering, he sought to further augment his power, continuing his ascent towards the sun for several hundred meters. This endeavor proved immensely challenging. Although his body was rapidly healing, the damage was outpacing his self-repair. Nonetheless, his strength surged concurrently. At this moment, the moisture within him evaporated at an alarming rate. His skin fissured, and blood ceased to flow, having evaporated before it could escape. He resembled a furnace, his body temperature soaring to thousands of degrees. Yet he persisted in absorbing energy, refusing to succumb. Zod emanated white smoke, while his rate of absorbing solar radiation increased tenfold. His cells were in a state of self-repair, as the relentless solar radiation transformed his very being, with Zod teetering on the brink of death. He bore the inhuman torment, relishing both the enhancement of his power and the agony of the sun's embrace. On Earth, Superman and his allies were acutely aware that Zod would return. Thus they remained vigilant. Batman observed Lin Feng hovering in the air, witnessing for the first time Lin Feng's Super Saiyan form. He was unaware of the true extent of power possessed by this extraterrestrial being. Yet he recalled how effortlessly Lin Feng had annihilated all Kryptonians except for Zod with but a mere snap of his fingers. Reflecting upon the time when Lin Feng was on the brink of death, one cannot help but ponder the formidable adversary capable of inflicting such grave injuries upon him. Should such beings invade Earth, armed with their Justice League, humanity would be reduced to mere ants. Batman, perplexed by the survival of Zod, speculated that the gloves he wielded might possess limitations. If one could merely snap their fingers to fulfill any desire, it would be utterly grotesque. Lin Feng would not have had to endure injury or descend to Earth. Zod, the mightiest among the Kryptonians, remained untouched by the glove's influence, with no adverse consequence befalling him. It appears that the gloves hold no power over those of exceptional strength. However, a new thought emerged in Batman's mind: to beseech Lin Feng for the use of his gloves' powers to restore the ravaged city and resurrect all those who perished in this calamity. Previously, he had never fathomed the existence of such miraculous artifacts. If they can cause disappearance, surely they can also bring the deceased back to life. If he could persuade Lin Feng to agree to aid humanity once more by snapping his fingers, then the extraterrestrial invasion would hardly be a matter of great concern. Recalling how he had deceived Lin Feng and threatened him with the intent of preventing his return home, Batman was uncertain whether Lin Feng would be inclined to assist them this time. Nevertheless, he resolved to make the attempt, for this was his home, the place where he lived. Approaching Lin Feng, Batman, even with his mask, found it arduous to utter his request. Might I ask you to lend us your gloves? I wish to restore all that was lost in this disaster and revive those who have died. Please grant my request. Afterward, I will comply with any demands you make, provided they do not threaten Earth. Superman and Wonder Woman, perplexed by Batman's actions, could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. So many lives have been lost, and countless places laid to waste. What good would it do to appeal to Lin Feng? Moreover, how could a mere glove restore everything to its former state? They simultaneously wondered if Batman had succumbed to the overwhelming stress and lost his sanity. Yet, that seemed implausible. Batman was known for his resilience. The notion that he could be considered a fool was utterly unfathomable, given his remarkable capacity to endure, especially after having vanquished the Joker. Yet, they could not ignore the peculiar events that had transpired. All Kryptonians, save for Zod, had vanished without explanation, and now, considering Batman's current predicament, could it be that their sudden disappearance was linked to Lin Feng's so-called glove? Thus, it seemed plausible that such a glove possessed the power to effectuate the alterations Batman spoke of, possibly enabling him to rewrite the rules. However, this ability is indeed extraordinary, leaving them in a state of half-belief. Chapter 81. The great battle is about to erupt. Yet, Lin Feng pays no heed to Batman. He sits cross-legged in the air, eyes closed, awaiting Zod's arrival. Lin Feng senses a presence in the vast expanse of space above Earth, gradually growing stronger. Suddenly, this essence intensifies, surging forth with remarkable speed. He recognizes it as Zod. Lin Feng prepares himself for the impending battle, his mind unclouded, ready to confront the forthcoming conflict. Meanwhile, Batman and the others ponder the resurrection of those who have perished and the restoration of all that has been destroyed. Batman observes Lin Feng's indifference to his words. Realizing that no matter what he says, it is futile, he can only sigh in resignation. However, upon seeing Wonder Woman, he casts her a knowing glance. Yet, Wonder Woman is oblivious to the existence of the Infinity Gauntlet, failing to comprehend its potential to achieve the complete restoration he speaks of. Batman perceives her confusion as she looks at him with a quizzical expression. This prompts him to remember that he alone is aware of the Infinity Gauntlet's significance, having not yet divulged this information to them. Consequently, Batman gathers everyone together, recounting in detail the events that have transpired. Shazam is the first to exclaim in astonishment. How can such a thing exist? It defies logic and is utterly unbelievable. The others turn to Shazam, regarding him as if he were foolish, internally mocking him, thinking, "You can transform into Superman, and now you dare to lecture us on science? Are you even aware of your own absurdity?" Realizing the folly of his previous statement as everyone gazes at him, Shazam awkwardly chuckles and scratches his head. "Please, don't look at me like that. I was simply taken aback. This is astonishing, akin to an Aladdin's lamp." The others resume their discussion, no longer fixated on Shazam. After all, he is still a child. Despite his outward appearance resembling a rather unkempt adult, he is a child at heart, possessing Solomon's wisdom, yet it often feels like wisdom locked away. Wonder Woman speaks up. "What you describe is exceedingly fantastical. I am well versed in the histories of ancient myths, yet in all the ancient texts I have perused, there is not a single trace of the existence of such an artifact, not even a whisper of a rumor. I wonder if you, Aquaman, know of any legends concerning a gauntlet?" Aquaman, without hesitation, responds, "I am not certain of that. As you know, I did not grow up in Atlantis, so I have not encountered such literature. However, regarding Batman's mention of a glove that can fulfill wishes with the snap of a finger, Aquaman expressed an earnest desire to behold such an artifact." The group engaged in a lively discourse, speculating on the origins of the glove and any associated rumors. Ultimately, it was Superman who spoke up, stating, "What use is your bickering now? Perhaps he is not even from our universe." The Flash, having traversed other universes, was particularly qualified to weigh in. He suggested that Lin Feng might be from another realm, having fled to their universe by chance or through injury. Given his capabilities, I believe he would assist me. Though these ordinary people may not seem worthy of Lin Feng's salvation, they are our kin. The deceased had their own families, people who cared for them and whom they cared for in return. I am convinced that if we appeal to reason and emotion, Lin Feng will help us. The group found some merit in Superman's words. Just as they deliberated on who should approach Lin Feng, A palpable sense of danger enveloped them. The hairs on their bodies stood on end, particularly for Superman and Wonder Woman, whose senses were most acute. Cyborg reacted most strongly, his arm instinctively transforming into a weapon, aimed at the figure emerging in the sky, launching a projectile. Yet it did not strike its target, as Lin Feng intervened to thwart it. Before they could ascertain the identity of the figure, Lin Feng unleashed a power that matched the ominous aura in the sky. As they gazed upward, they observed that even the light within their field of vision warped due to the collision of their immense energies. The group, astonished by the energy emanating above, reflected on the gravity of the situation. Had Zod possessed such formidable strength earlier, they mused, they might as well have chosen to end their own lives rather than engage in futile combat. We must vacate this place immediately. The impending battle is beyond our capacity to withstand. Evacuate everyone in the vicinity, not just the city's inhabitants. Recognizing the urgency, they understood that time was of the essence. Should these two clash, it would be cataclysmic. They made haste towards the nearby military forces, aware that their small number could not possibly evacuate the entire city in a short span. They needed the army's assistance to ensure that all residents fled, for an unprecedented confrontation was poised to erupt. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had elevated his Super Saiyan 2 abilities to their zenith. Zod had initially believed he had absorbed sufficient energy to easily vanquish Lin Feng and avenge his kin. However, he was taken aback to find their strengths were nearly equal. Yet, he resolved not to continue absorbing energy. It was not due to a lack of desire for power, but rather because he could no longer absorb more. Without proper training and digestion, he had pushed himself to the limit in a brief period, and further absorption would result in catastrophic consequences. This time, it is either Lin Feng's demise or his own. Zhuoda and Lin Feng exchanged glances. One pair of eyes gleamed with the desire for slaughter, while the other sought merely the thrill of combat. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong, only differing perspectives. Zhuoda's gaze was filled with murderous intent and fury. As a denizen of Earth, if I do not vanquish you today, can I still claim to be a Kryptonian? Prepare to meet your end. Lin Feng stretched his limbs. Inherently a lethargic individual, even the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins could not ignite a fervent passion for battle. Perhaps the recent amnesia had unleashed the full potential of his Super Saiyan heritage. During the preceding period, Lin Feng had transcended the realm of an ordinary earthling, embodying the essence of a true Saiyan, yet his long-standing habits remained intact. Had it been his former temperament, he would never have indulged in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Despite having been provoked to wreak havoc upon many, he harbored no regrets for his past actions. Reflecting upon it all now, he felt not even the slightest twinge of remorse. Chapter 82. A fierce battle. Lin Feng was acutely aware that Zhuoda would not spare him, especially after the numerous Kryptonians he had felled. Moreover, Zhuoda's newfound strength was precisely the outcome he had desired. Come forth and witness who shall perish today. Show me the extent of your power. Do you not seek vengeance? I have granted you an opportunity, for previously you were far too weak. I have allowed you ample time to enhance your abilities. Let us engage in a thrilling duel. Here is your chance for a swift demise. Zhuoda, enraged by Lin Feng's words, seethed. Was his prior restraint merely a result of Lin Feng's overwhelming weakness? When did Kryptonians become so ineffectual? His fury, beyond description, catalyzed a breakthrough in his strength, enabling him to continue absorbing solar radiation. Though not as rapid as when he was near the sun, he can now once again draw energy, augmenting his power further. Acknowledging this transformation, Zhuoda erupted into laughter. I was initially concerned about not being your match. Thank you for inciting my wrath, for it has propelled my strength to new heights. Fear not, I shall relish in tormenting you. You will not perish swiftly. I intend to inflict suffering upon you for a century. No, a millennium. Still insufficient. As long as I draw breath, you shall not escape your torment. Zhuoda channeled his rage into strength, unleashing a ferocious punch. Aside from Lin Feng, the Justice League, having previously attended to the evacuation of civilians, had returned and was now spectating from a distance. To their astonishment, they could not even perceive the velocity of Zhuoda's strike. It was simply too swift for their eyes to follow. Superman pondered, if he were to face such a blow from Zhuoda, could he withstand it? Superman mentally calculated countless scenarios, only to realize that there was no feasible way to withstand the force of this punch. nor could he escape it. He was left pondering whether the Flash could evade such a blow. Turning his head, he noticed the Flash's face had turned pale. It was unmistakably evident. Batman, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely observed the ashen faces around him and, in confusion, inquired, "Are they truly that formidable? Is there no way for any of you to intervene?" Wonder Woman, her countenance marked by distress, replied, "Had Zod possessed his current strength earlier, we might as well have committed suicide on the spot, sparing ourselves the fight." Superman nodded in agreement, affirming her statement. Batman was taken aback by such a response, realizing they were utterly powerless against these two. Even he, with his cunning intellect, found himself at a loss for a strategy to confront them. Suddenly, a visible wave of air surged forth, sending Batman hurtling away. Fortunately, the Flash, quick-witted and swift, managed to pull him back. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Lin Feng had caught the punch with one hand. The collision of their fists unleashed a shockwave that obliterated everything within a 500-meter radius, leaving a gaping hole in the ground. Watching the initial clash between the two from satellites, the leaders of America, especially the military, felt a headache coming on. They had long been irritated by the existence of superheroes, viewing them as a direct challenge to their authority and feeling utterly powerless in response. Thankfully, these superheroes often deemed themselves as champions of justice, generally engaging in noble deeds that aided society. While there were indeed those who committed wrongful acts, they also took it upon themselves to capture such offenders, alleviating some of the pressure on ordinary citizens who, after all, were best suited to apprehend criminals with the assistance of those with superpowers, minimizing casualties and often merely mopping up the aftermath. The superheroes' disregard for the law brought them a mix of frustration and satisfaction. However, this time was different. Even Superman did not match the prowess of these two formidable beings, showcasing a strength he had never exhibited before. With just one punch, they had reached such catastrophic levels of destruction. Should Zod emerge victorious, humanity could face annihilation. Some individuals had already begun to curse their fate. That damned Lionheart Knight. Instead of striking while Zod was weak, he has allowed him to grow so powerful. If we lose, we might as well await our demise. My good days would be over. Others echoed this sentiment, for they had reached the pinnacle of existence, enjoying supreme power and a life of luxury. The thought of perishing like this was unacceptable to them. Despite verbally condemning Lin Feng, internally they rallied behind him, hoping he would vanquish that scoundrel Zod. Zwoda was taken aback when his sudden punch was met head-on by Lin Feng. As a seasoned combatant, he quickly altered his approach after the initial surprise. With an angry roar, Zwoda launched his other hand directly towards Lin Feng's eyes. Simultaneously, his gaze emitted a scorching beam, targeting Lin Feng's chest. True to his title as a general, Zwoda's assault effectively trapped Lin Feng, leaving no avenue for retreat. If Lin Feng attempted to evade the left-hand strike, he would undoubtedly be struck by the fiery gaze. This time, the heat ray was far from harmless. It possessed the potential to pierce through Lin Feng if he failed to evade it, inflicting considerable damage. However, Lin Feng was no ordinary challenger. In an instant, he devised a strategy. Grasping Zwoda's right arm with his right hand, Lin Feng pulled back swiftly, positioning himself behind Zwoda before he could react. Zwoda was astonished that his offensive had been so effortlessly countered. His heat ray continued forward, cutting through everything in its path with lethal precision. Before Zwoda could process what had transpired, Lin Feng assumed the stance of the Kamehameha wave, shouting Kamehameha. Upon finishing his declaration, he thrust the energy wave forward, hurtling towards Zwoda. Caught off guard, Zwoda was struck by the wave, propelled forward and obliterating everything in his way. He crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Is he dead? Did Lin Feng win? Wonder Woman inquired, her expression filled with uncertainty. No, not yet. I can hear his heartbeat. It's increasing. Superman affirmed. Oh yeah, we won. Ha ha ha. I knew the Lionheart Knight would triumph. A high-ranking military official leapt to his feet, exhilarated at the sight of Zwoda's defeat. However, as he regained his composure, he realized all eyes were upon him, leading to an awkwardness that made him wish he could dig his toes into the ground. Chapter 83. The arrogant Zwoda, Super Saiyan 3 surely. He won't perish so easily? Lin Feng pondered, followed by a hearty laugh. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Impossible to overcome so effortlessly. Rising from the crater, Zwo bent his legs and, with a thunderous boom, struck the ground, creating yet another small pit. A whooshing sound echoed as he launched himself forward at a speed that surpassed light itself, hurtling towards Lin Feng. Realizing he was on the verge of being struck, Lin Feng was taken aback by Zwo's astonishing velocity. Unable to evade the impending collision, he remained rooted in place, channeling all his energy to form a milky white barrier before him. A dark, ominous glow surged forth, enveloping the surroundings like the night itself, rushing towards Lin Feng. As the milky white wall of light met the black radiance, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and a colossal mushroom cloud erupted at the point of their collision. The flora and fauna, along with structures of all sizes, were obliterated, reduced to mere ashes in the wake of the shockwave. Even Superman and his companions were hurled thousands of meters away. High-ranking officials in the United States, observing through satellites, were left in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. What power can a human wield? What purpose do our nuclear weapons serve? The collective astonishment was palpable. Ordinary citizens who had evacuated were petrified by the deafening noise and the tremors beneath their feet, some even collapsing in terror. "Mum, I am scared." "Fear not, my child. He will prevail. We shall emerge victorious." All were transfixed by the immense mushroom cloud birthed from the clash of the two combatants. A select few who remained on-site managed to stabilize themselves against the aftershocks of the battle. Batman gazed in disbelief at the site where Lin Feng and Zwo stood, murmuring to himself, "Incredible. Is it over? Did Lin Feng emerge victorious or succumb?" "Superman, quick! Can you discern who has triumphed?" Superman, clutching his disheveled head, exclaimed, "I can't see or hear anything. The commotion was overwhelming, injuring my senses." The intensity of the earlier conflict had taken a toll on him. He had relied on his superhuman vision and hearing to monitor the duel and relay information, resulting in significant injury. Now, incapacitated, he lay on the ground, garnering little sympathy from onlookers. They trusted in his regenerative abilities, believing he would recover in due time. Their primary concern was whether Lin Feng had secured victory. Pondering the implications of defeat, Superman, observing their indifference to his plight, could only endure the solitude of his pain. "How unfortunate I am, unloved, my heart wounded." The crowd expressed their disdain, one individual casually making an internationally recognized gesture. Superman, wishing to lighten the atmosphere, understood their concerns for him. They refrained from aiding him, knowing his recuperative powers would soon restore him. Although lacking his extraordinary sight and hearing, they could still perceive the beams of light within the mushroom cloud. Two distinct rays, one golden and one black, pierced through the cloud, revealing their trajectories. The golden light found itself at a disadvantage, being suppressed by the black light, which intermittently struck the earth below. Moments ago, Lin Feng had exerted all his energy to withstand Zwo's assault, sustaining grave injuries, while Zwo, harnessing the sun's radiance, experienced a recuperation rate far superior to Lin Feng's. The situation had devolved into a one-sided domination. "Ha! You are destined to perish. Rest assured, once you have exhausted your strength, I shall capture you and torment you for eternity. I will ensure that every inhabitant of Earth accompanies my kin to the grave." "Ha! Do you now regret sparing me? Your remorse is futile," Zwo cackled triumphantly, relishing Lin Feng's predicament. Observing Lin Feng's diminishing prowess, he savored the impending fulfillment of his vengeance. He envisioned a future where, after incapacitating Lin Feng, he would eliminate Superman and extract the life codex from his very being. Whether Superman survived was of no consequence to him. Should he remain alive, Zwo would personally ensure his demise. Lin Feng had not anticipated being cornered to such an extent by Zwo due to his earlier complacency. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he had sustained such severe injuries, though he still held a trump card, preventing him from reaching absolute despair. For the first time, Lin Feng experienced an unprecedented thrill. This was an authentic contest of raw strength. Unlike previous encounters with mere pests or magic users, lying on the ground, he laughed heartily, prompting Zwo to regard him with puzzlement. Suspecting the man had lost his sanity. "You are truly pitiful, having succumbed to madness. I had intended to torment you thoroughly, but if you are deranged, it becomes utterly uninteresting. Inflicting anguish upon an unconscious being brings me no pleasure," Zwo mused, astonished that someone so formidable, who had nearly brought him to death, could possess such fragile mental fortitude. Unlike me, who is immensely strong, unafraid of suffering, and fearless, he declared narcissistically. Hands on his hips, he then envisioned the empire he would establish upon acquiring the Life Codex. A new Kryptonian dominion governed by his immense power over all illuminated by the yellow sun. He would ascend as the new Kryptonian emperor, the sovereign of the cosmos. Zwoda had meticulously planned his future, and now he was ready to embark on the first step to eliminate this wretched madman. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted, prompting Zwoda to glance downward, questioning what this lunatic was doing on the ground and the purpose of his ghostly howls. The outcome was already determined. Diving down, Zwoda bellowed, "Come to me, you worthless madman." However, while Zwoda indulged in his lofty dreams in the air, Lin Feng had amassed his energy. Now, he was prepared to unleash his most formidable power. This was the first time he would wield such strength. Yet, a sudden, overwhelming force propelled him skyward, sending him hurtling in the opposite direction. Lin Feng's form underwent a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 2. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow bone pressed closely against his eye sockets. Deep blue irises emerged amidst the previously singular light green orbs, while his golden aura shifted into a radiant glow, solidifying around him. The lightning within his aura became denser than during his Super Saiyan 2 phase. Lin Feng gazed upward at Zwoda, and with just a single glance, the overwhelming presence he exuded instilled a profound sense of despair in Zwoda. At that moment, even a fool would recognize that he stood no chance against Lin Feng. All hope had evaporated. Zwoda felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why had he acted so arrogantly? Why had he entertained thoughts of a bright future just moments ago, when now all was lost, reduced to nothingness? No, he could not perish so easily. Even if he was no match for Lin Feng, he would face his end standing. Suddenly, Zwoda erupted with determination, aware that his chances of victory were non-existent. After all, Lin Feng had merely used a gust of energy to cast him aside, and the moment their eyes met, Zwoda felt his heart race with anxiety. Superman had fully recovered by this point. It must be said that the Kryptonian healing ability was indeed extraordinary, restoring him from such grievous injuries in a remarkably short span. Using his acute hearing and vision, he perceived Zwoda's terror. Something was amiss. Hadn't Zwoda just declared his intent to win? Why did he now seem so frightened? Superman glanced at Lin Feng, and with just a fleeting gaze, he experienced a pang of trepidation. He quickly shut his eyes, unwilling to look directly at him. This was the first time Superman felt such fear. Even when facing numerous Kryptonians before, he had never been daunted, but rather had grown more resolute with each challenge. After a brief interval, the fear subsided, and Superman steadied his mind, focusing intently. What he saw was a Lin Feng who had undergone a striking transformation. An aura of malevolence surrounded him, even more pronounced than the changes in his physique. Zwoda assumed a battle stance in midair, determined to give his all, for he was uncertain of the true extent of Lin Feng's formidable power. He could only brace himself for an onslaught. Lin Feng lifted his head and let out a soft scoff. In an instant, Zwoda merely glimpsed a blurred shadow of Lin Feng before a fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. Zofast! Zwoda gasped in pain. Lin Feng, moving like a flash, appeared behind Zwoda, wrapping his arms around him and delivering a fierce blow to his back. Although Zwoda sensed the attack, his body could not react in time, leaving him vulnerable to Lin Feng's onslaught. Batman inquired, "What is the situation?" Lin Feng had transformed once more, this time. The change was drastic. His hair flowed to his waist, his gaze now brimming with malevolence, exuding an aura of supremacy. "I accidentally caught a glimpse of his eyes earlier, and I felt a surge of fear," Superman gravely remarked. "Zod has been defeated. Lin Feng's transformation this time is undeniably formidable. Zod finds himself at Lin Feng's mercy, utterly toyed with." The spectators, listening to Superman's commentary, are in disbelief. A man who was once no match for him has suddenly metamorphosed into a powerhouse, completely overpowering Zod. Despite their incredulity, they secretly wish for this to be true, and indeed, it is. Only with Zod's demise can they hope to survive. As long as they do not provoke Lin Feng, they shall remain unharmed. Zod has lost all capacity for resistance, with Lin Feng gripping the crown of his head. "You are commendable. I have never encountered such a palpable threat before. It is you who has instilled this feeling in me." And you who has provided me with this exhilarating battle. Zod's eyes are swollen shut, his body bruised and lacerated, and with great difficulty, he utters you. You may as well kill me. I no longer wish to live. My greatest regret is that I did not eliminate you sooner. Lin Feng recognizes that Zod's fighting spirit has evaporated. A soldier, even an evil military leader, uttering words of surrender and regret is a sign of his death. I shall fulfill your wish, for you have granted me a gratifying battle. With a resounding crunch, Lin Feng crushes Zod's skull, sending blood and fragments of flesh cascading to the ground. Zod is dead. Lin Feng has triumphed. Superman watches this scene with a heavy heart, aware that this may be the last of his kin. Yet, this individual has shown no inclination towards compromise. He only seeks to bring about the Earth's destruction. Superman questions himself. Why has it come to this? He finds himself powerless to alter the course of events, unable to persuade Zod to abandon Earth. He is compelled to choose a side, ultimately siding with Earth and forsaking his Kryptonian brethren. Batman perceives Superman's inner turmoil. At this juncture, his attempts at persuasion would be futile. Superman must confront this alone as the last surviving Kryptonian. In the upper echelons of the American government, upon witnessing Zod's demise, the room erupts in jubilant exclamations. Previously, Lin Feng had been a source of terror, leaving them in a state of panic, unsure of where to flee should he falter. Now he has unleashed a power exponentially greater than Zod's, decisively overpowering him. Suddenly, a high-ranking military official exclaims, "Quickly, command the nearest troops to collect Zod's body." At this utterance, the once boisterous office falls silent. Those who have ascended to such positions are no fools. They are adept in the art of manipulation. Their earlier excitement had clouded their judgment, but now, prompted by this reminder, they grasped the gravity of the situation. They understood the immense strategic value of this corpse. Even if they could extract merely a fragment of its genetic material, it could potentially be integrated into the human genome, enabling them to attain powers akin to those of Kryptonians. At this thought, everyone's breath quickened. Urgently, commands were issued to complete the task within 3 minutes. Any delay, even by a second, would be deemed treason, resulting in execution by firing squad. Chapter 85. Luthor's ambition. Lin Feng reverted to his original form and descended beside Batman and the others. They were unaware of Lin Feng's intentions. After all, there was no one on Earth who could challenge him now. If Superman represented a deity, Lin Feng could be considered an omnipotent god. However, after dealing with Zod, Lin Feng lamented a task that seemed utterly unattainable. To return home, he required a time-space travel machine, yet he had no means to construct one. And the Infinity Gauntlet could not conjure it either. The only solution he could conceive was to rely on Batman and his allies' wealth and technology to assist him in crafting a machine capable of traversing different universes. With a simple statement, Lin Feng secured Batman's agreement. I can assist you in resurrecting the deceased, but you must help me create a cosmic travel machine. Batman immediately consented without hesitation. The feasibility of the resurrection was secondary. Should Lin Feng be dissatisfied, he could effortlessly undo it with a snap of his fingers. Though it was unlikely he would resort to such a measure, Batman quickly weighed the pros and cons and, recognizing their technological prowess, believed that if Lin Feng could provide even a rough outline of the construction process, it was certainly achievable. The subsequent events unfolded with greater ease. Lin Feng donned the Infinity Gauntlet before the watchful eyes of the assembled crowd. With a decisive snap of his fingers, he stored the gauntlet away, addressing the bewildered onlookers. Excluding Batman, he declared, "I shall return to Diana's residence, awaiting your contact once matters are resolved. Please expedite the process. I wish to return home soon." With that, Lin Feng soared away. The others turned to Wayne. "Is this the Infinity Gauntlet? It is indeed aesthetically pleasing, yet I possess a plethora of gemstones in this hue. If you desire, I could gift you a set. Are you two conspiring against us?" Solomon mused. His wisdom leading him to suspect Wayne was colluding with Lin Feng. Suddenly, Superman exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible! He truly resurrected them. I witnessed it." Everyone then approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing down to see numerous figures emerging on the ground below. "Let us return and attend to our affairs, then reconnect," one suggested. Wayne stated, and then he was the first to board his Batmobile and departed. The others, realizing that the matter had been resolved, soon followed suit. It was no longer their concern. The next event was a grand reunion. The sudden resurrection of all individuals captivated the attention of the entire world, yet no investigation could unveil the truth behind it. The government intervened, demanding superheroes to clarify the situation. Clark was the first to step forward, responding with uncertainty. Subsequently, the other superheroes emerged, and their responses were remarkably uniform. They did not know. Despite relentless inquiries and numerous announcements, no one deigned to answer again. This issue was escalated to the highest levels of U.S. government secrecy, with speculation that Lin Feng might be behind it all. The inexplicable disappearance of Kryptonians, coupled with the intense animosity between Zod and Lin Feng, raised suspicions, especially given the bizarre resurrection of the deceased. Consequently, they could not help but associate this phenomenon with Lin Feng. His confidentiality reached the utmost echelon, with no private entities permitted near him. The enigmatic nature of Lin Feng's silent killings and resurrections was exceedingly unsettling. They were wary of provoking the authorities over trivial matters, fearing collective repercussions. The moment Lin Feng shed his Lionheart knight armor, his identity was exposed. Fortunately, only a select few in the government were aware, as they had been the only ones to observe the satellite feed prior. Now, even Wonder Woman had been implicated in Lin Feng's exposure. Yet, no one dared to stir trouble. Covert operatives were dispatched to eradicate nearby criminal elements, while others monitored Lin Feng's vicinity, ready to eliminate any disturbances. Life continued as usual. Diana remained at her post, and the two warrior women were still in search of the witch, their physiques becoming increasingly formidable, to the point where Lin Feng found it difficult to look upon them. Observing their daily lives, it seemed they had forgotten their original purpose for being there. One could hardly blame them. Those from small towns are often entranced by the allure of big city life, particularly after Paradise Island had gifted them a substantial amount of gold, enough to last them a considerable time. This was the essence of Kryptonian vitality. The speaker was Luthor, the nefarious instigator of discord between Lin Feng and ordinary people. He had initially assumed Lin Feng lacked Superman strength, believing that Kryptonians were the mightiest beings on Earth. Luthor's ultimate aim was to eliminate Lin Feng and obtain his corpse, to manipulate his genes for the purpose of merging them with others. Luthor longed to possess extraordinary powers, yet he found himself devoid of such abilities. Thus, he devised every conceivable means to acquire omnipotent strength. Initially, his aim was to exploit the relationship between Superman and Batman. Serendipitously, he witnessed an unforeseen incident involving Lin Feng, which rendered his manipulative schemes unnecessary. A mere subtle intervention would suffice. He magnified this trivial occurrence, leveraging the power of the internet to depict Lin Feng as a malevolent entity. To his astonishment, Lin Feng's might surpassed expectations, proving even too formidable for Superman. However, circumstances had shifted. Lin Feng had unwittingly presented him with an impeccable specimen for experimentation. Before him lay a corpse of one who, in life, had been mightier than Superman. The opportunity to potentially acquire Kryptonian abilities was tantalizing, sending Luthor into a frenzy of exhilaration. He leaned closer, caressing the lifeless body of Zod with a reverence akin to that of a lover. He marveled at the robust musculature and the exquisite physique, though it was unfortunate that the head had been damaged, rendering the examination of the brain impossible. Chapter 86. The Flash seeks assistance. Luthor, still unable to restrain himself, continued to caress Zod's body. Behind him, all the researchers and the military officer who had first suggested seizing Zod's remains halted their work, congregating to witness his grotesque behavior. A shiver of disgust ran through them. After all, it was exceedingly peculiar for a grown man to exhibit such affection towards a corpse, especially with such unrestrained enthusiasm. It was a disturbing sight that led them to question Luthor's sanity, as no rational individual would harbor such fascination for the deceased. After a brief interval, Luthor finally ceased his unsettling ministrations. Turning to face his audience, he noticed their collective gaze fixed upon him, prompting a realization of his earlier conduct. Yet, this did not trouble him. He feigned indignation to mask his previous actions, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? Get back to work. Why are you staring at me?" Instantly, everyone returned to their tasks, the laboratory resonating with the cacophony of electronic sounds. Yet the military officer remained, approaching Luthor to engage him in conversation. Luthor welcomed the officer, and together they proceeded to his office, hinting at a clandestine discussion awaiting them. Atop a towering edifice in Central City, a brash man ascended to great heights, not as a maintenance worker, but purely to showcase his audacious spirit and formidable strength. However, it so happened that a bolt of lightning struck the towering spire, instantly igniting it in a dazzling display of sparks, while the man plummeted from the heights. His two companions on the ground, witnessing the calamity, fled in terror. Utterly indifferent to his fate, their camaraderie dissolving in the face of danger. After all, it was the dead of night, and apart from the two who had just fled, no one else was privy to the unfolding drama. In their minds, the man was undoubtedly doomed, and they feared the repercussions of speaking out. The following day, the town was shaken by a most peculiar murder case. Barry examined the corpse, only to discover that the victim had been incinerated to the point of resembling charcoal. Such destruction would necessitate temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees, yet there were no flammable materials in the vicinity. Barry soon noted charred markings on the ground, revealing clues indicative of an electrical arc explosion. When high-voltage currents traverse the air or release arcs, they leave these distinct traces on the surface. This revelation perplexed Barry, as there were no power lines or poles nearby. Without such infrastructure, how could such a traumatic electrical incident have occurred? It was an unprecedented level of damage. Through facial recognition technology, Barry and his team identified the deceased. Just then, a danger alert blared. The energy grid of Petersburg was being rapidly drained. Barry surmised that the criminal was at large and promptly donned his Flash costume, racing to Petersburg. There, he was horrified to witness a man voraciously siphoning electricity from the city's grid. Barry attempted to intervene, delivering a swift punch, but it proved ineffectual, and his assault allowed the man to capitalize on the moment, unleashing a bolt of lightning that immobilized Barry. The man greedily absorbed the energy from Barry's very being until he collapsed. Regaining control of his body, Barry quickly rose, only to find his assailant had vanished. As he attempted to flee, he realized he was unable to run. No matter how hard he tried, his super speed eluded him. It dawned on him that he might have lost his powers. Resigned, he boarded a bus and returned to the Advanced Science Lab. Friends, I have grave news, he announced. I may have lost my speed. The group was incredulous, struggling to accept this harsh reality. After extensive testing, it was confirmed that Barry's velocity was now akin to that of an ordinary person. A heavy silence fell over them, for if the Flash had truly lost his speed, the city was bound to descend into greater peril. With the assistance of the Flash, many criminals have been deterred from their nefarious activities. However, should they discover that the Flash is absent, it would undoubtedly lead to a jubilant spree for the wrongdoers. Barry approached his suit in silence, his fingers gently caressing the fabric. The mere sight of the suit evoked memories of his previous speed. The sensation of the breeze and various energies brushing against his face now fading into the distance. In a moment of despair, when everyone felt utterly helpless, Cisco suddenly spoke up. We could seek help from that individual who battled Zod. He could assist you, right? Aren't you acquainted? He suggested enlisting this ally during Barry's period of incapacitation until his powers could be restored. This notion jolted everyone awake. Indeed, they could request his assistance. Yet, Barry did not share their enthusiasm. Instead, he shook his head, setting aside whether he would even help us. I barely know him. It's not as though I can just approach him and ask for aid. Dr. Wells, however, held a different perspective. I believe we should seek his help. Rather than idling here, we ought to try. Who knows, he might agree. Recognizing this as perhaps their best course of action, Barry, accompanied by Cisco, prepared to journey to the residence of Wonder Woman. Chapter 87. Overwhelmed basking in the sun, Lin Feng found the monotony of his idle days excruciating. He yearned for an outlet, for some activity, but he could not resort to violence without cause. Just as he pondered his predicament, a sudden knock echoed from the door. The two Amazonian warriors had gone out shopping, leaving him alone in the room. Upon opening the door, he was startled to find Barry, the Flash, accompanied by a long-haired man he did not recognize. Barry appeared troubled, while the other man seemed somewhat animated. Hello, Lin Feng. I understand we are not well acquainted, but you're the only one who can assist me now. Before Barry could finish his thought, the long-haired man interjected, Greetings, I'm Cisco. Your abilities are truly remarkable. I admire you greatly. May I have your autograph? Oh, an autograph? I don't have a pen. Not to worry, I have one. Cisco promptly produced a pen from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng, who quickly inscribed the name of the lion-hearted knight upon his clothing. Once Cisco finished, Barry resumed speaking. I sincerely apologize for the interruption, but the reason I am seeking your assistance is that yesterday, while thwarting a superpowered criminal, I inadvertently fell victim to his abilities and lost my speed force. Lin Feng, taken aback, responded with curiosity. Your speed force has vanished? Is that even possible? Barry felt an acute sense of embarrassment upon hearing Lin Feng's peculiar inquiry. Nevertheless, having come this far, he was determined to solicit Lin Feng's assistance in apprehending a certain individual and, incidentally, safeguarding Central City. Shall we proceed inside? It feels rather awkward standing at the entrance, exposed to the gaze of others. Oh, I nearly overlooked that. I was simply astonished to hear that you have lost your super speed. Please come in. Lin Feng was, of course, taken aback. Could one truly lose their super speed? Yet, he had never watched The Flash, and even if he had, it would have been of little consequence. The timeline here diverged significantly from the television series he was familiar with. The trio entered the hall and seated themselves upon the sofa. Barry, with a tone of resignation, remarked, I genuinely have no other recourse but to seek your help. Everyone else is preoccupied with their territories, leaving only you available, which is why I reluctantly turn to you. Thus, I implore you to accompany us to the STAR labs, where we can monitor the whereabouts of this criminal. We would greatly appreciate your assistance in due course. He continued, we also need your support for a while, as we must study how I can regain my powers. Once I am restored, I will ensure that the doctor assists in creating the cosmic travel machine you mentioned. Having spent the last few days idly at home, Lin Feng found himself somewhat bored. After all, lounging in the sun daily had its limitations. He was contemplating methods to stretch his muscles, or perhaps seeking a place to explore when Barry's request for assistance arrived, presenting an opportunity to deal with a superpowered criminal, a chance for some excitement. As for how to handle the miscreant, that would be his own affair. Whether to capture or eliminate him would depend on his mood. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Feng responded to Barry, absolutely, let us proceed. I currently have no pressing matters, and I am indeed rather idle, eager to find something to occupy my time. Really? That is fantastic. Cisco exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement to assist them. He had little regard for the imbeciles who had previously blamed Lin Feng for the loss of countless lives due to unfounded reasons. Instead, he found Lin Feng to be quite captivating. Although this was his first encounter with Lin Feng, he had witnessed the latter's prowess and abilities through satellite surveillance. Inside the STAR labs, Lin Feng gazed curiously at everything around him. While he may not fully comprehend the purpose of the various apparatuses, his curiosity remained undeterred. At that moment, the others looked at Lin Feng with intrigue, for he was the man who had saved the Earth, a legendary figure purported to be more powerful than Superman. How could they not be fascinated? Lin Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gazes, yet he could not dissuade them from observing him. Fortunately, Cisco soon announced that he had located information regarding the criminal, thereby alleviating Lin Feng's discomfort. I have discovered the individual responsible for Barry's loss of speed. The crowd, having abandoned their vigil of Lin Feng, gathered around Cisco, fixated on the information displayed on the large screen. It depicted a young man with a buzz cut and vacant eyes. Name, John Wilson, age, 35, with a lengthy criminal history. At that moment, everyone comprehended that this individual was, in fact, a criminal who had now acquired superpowers, a notion that was quite alarming. Who could fathom the extent of his potential malevolence? Through surveillance and analysis, Cisco speculated that Wilson had likely been struck by lightning, granting him the ability to absorb electrical energy. This mirrored Barry's own experience, with both having been struck by lightning. Yet one was a hero while the other was a villain. As the group continued to monitor Barry's physical data in hopes of restoring his speed, it was a twist of fate that Wilson appeared just outside the laboratory. He promptly disconnected the laboratory's power cables to recharge himself, momentarily acquiring energy. He soon absorbed the city's electrical power, yet his thirst for more remained unquenched. Sensing the immense energy within the laboratory, Wilson believed that if he could absorb this person's energy, it would surely suffice. Just as he was about to unleash his lightning to breach the door, it swung open, revealing Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wilson recognized the energy he had sensed earlier, now manifesting before him, thus sparing him considerable effort. He released his lightning, mirroring the initial encounter with the Flash. The personnel within the advanced scientific laboratory grew anxious, while they were aware of Lin Feng's formidable strength. They feared that his abilities might also be siphoned away. In their minds, a single thought resonated: evade. Lin Feng had long desired to test this man's superpower, anticipating that the discharge would be quite exhilarating. Wilson, elated to see Lin Feng under his control, eagerly absorbed the energy flowing from him, a continuous surge of power emanating from Lin Feng's being. Wilson reveled in the overwhelming energy flooding into him, exclaiming in delight at its potency. However, Lin Feng experienced it differently. He merely felt a pleasant, tingling sensation, akin to an invigorating massage. The initially anxious Barry and the others observed the blissful expression on Lin Feng's face, realizing that he was likely toying with Wilson. Indeed, after several minutes, Wilson felt he had absorbed enough and attempted to seize his power. Yet, he discovered that he could not control it. The absorption of energy continued unabated. Lin Feng sensed this and thought, "Do you not relish absorbing others' powers? Let me give you a taste of your own medicine." With that, Lin Feng actively directed his own formidable energy through the lightning towards Wilson. "Stop! I can't take it any longer. If this continues, I shall explode." At this moment, Wilson's body had become exceedingly swollen, having more than doubled in size. Chapter 88. Will he be electrocuted again? The onlookers in the laboratory gazed upon Wilson's form, which seemed on the verge of bursting. With a resounding bang, Wilson's body exploded, although no one felt sympathy for a criminal. The gruesome manner of his demise caused many to shut their eyes. Everyone closed their eyes, save for Lin Feng, who, filled with curiosity, found the situation peculiar. "This simply wouldn't do. Having absorbed only a modicum of my energy, I had anticipated the emergence of a formidable adversary. Yet the outcome was this. He was blown apart. A mere child's play. Blood and flesh scattered across the floor and walls surrounding the laboratory entrance. An utterly grotesque sight that even he wished to avoid witnessing again." At that moment, the laboratory door swung open, and Barry emerged from within. "You needn't handle this. I've already informed my father-in-law, Joe, who will be arriving shortly with the police to clean up." Lin Feng had initially considered taking matters into his own hands, as he had desired to create a worthy opponent, leading to the current chaotic scene. However, with someone to take care of the aftermath, Lin Feng felt relieved of the need to confront the nauseating task himself. Back inside the laboratory, Barry continued his testing, seeking to uncover the reason behind the loss of his super speed. Lin Feng observed, finding the proceedings quite fascinating. The Flash, Barry, now resembled a test subject, subjected to manipulation at the hands of others. After numerous tests, Dr. Wells finally uncovered a significant clue. He discovered that the cells within Barry's body retained their extraordinary vitality. Dr. Wells stated that at the subatomic level, Barry's body had undergone no alterations, and the cells remained active. It was now merely a matter of reactivating the cells to restore his speed. Upon hearing Dr. Wells' explanation, everyone grasped the implications. Cisco raised a pertinent concern, stating that this meant Barry would once again face the peril of life and death. After all, he had narrowly escaped death before. If he were to undergo the process again, who could guarantee that he would emerge unscathed? Joe interjected immediately. "No? Is there no alternative? I was nearly driven to despair by the last incident, and now we must repeat it? Isn't that risking his life? You all mentioned that his cell activity remains. So are there truly no other options?" Dr. Wells responded accordingly. Joe's perspective was indeed valid. He did not insist on the necessity of reapplying electric shocks. Barry's speed was not entirely lost, but rather akin to being sealed away, merely requiring reactivation. Lin Feng comprehended this, although he had previously struggled to grasp their technology. Clarity had dawned upon him. It was simply a matter of physical frailty, insufficient to activate the speed, and all that was needed was diligent training. Suddenly, Lin Feng interjected. "I have a solution. Why not allow me to train Barry? After all, we only need to reignite his speed, and I assure you, I can help him awaken this ability." "I concur." Joe was the first to voice his agreement, while the others were still processing the situation. They too found Lin Feng's assertion reasonable, considering they could not guarantee Barry's survival through another simulated electric shock, and if the power was insufficient, it would render the attempt futile. With Lin Feng's promise of restoring Barry's abilities, they were inclined to trust him, as his capabilities were undeniable, leaving no room for deception or jest. "Joe, relieved to learn that Barry's life would not be trifled with and that they would avoid a perilous simulation. Returned to the police station, mindful that it was still his shift. He had only come in because his subordinates were managing matters at the entrance. And now that everything was settled, he could depart. I truly appreciate your help, Lin Feng. I may need to trouble you again, Barry expressed his gratitude, aware that their acquaintance was not particularly deep and that he lacked confidence in recovering during the electric shock, which had made him hesitant to agree with Cisco and the others initially. Is that so? May I also train alongside? Cisco inquired, only to be met with a response from Dr. Wells. You might want to reconsider. Your physical aptitude does not match Barry's superhuman qualities, and we still require you to conduct tests. Cisco, having suddenly realized this, was momentarily doused with cold water by Dr. Wells' pragmatism, leading him to regain composure. Well then, the matter is resolved. I shall take my leave now and return tomorrow, Lin Feng announced before exiting the Advanced Technology Laboratory. He had successfully addressed their foremost dilemma and felt no apprehension, especially now that such a formidable ally was at their disposal. Subsequently, with no further matters at hand, the remaining individuals departed, heading home. At home, Barry sat on the sofa, a portrait of worry. Unlike the others who had just left, he was not buoyed by joy. This was a personal crisis. What if Lin Feng's training failed to aid his recovery? The specter of needing to undergo the initial simulation loomed large. At that moment, his wife Iris returned home and found Barry brooding on the sofa, unaware that he had lost his speed. Barry, what troubles you? Is something amiss? Oh, Iris, I am at a loss. Could you possibly offer me some advice? Iris, recognizing that Barry must be grappling with a significant issue, felt a pang of concern. You propose a splendid idea. Iris's father, Joe, instilled in her the values of independence and strength from a young age, as he himself was the just Officer Joe. In certain matters, Iris exhibits greater decisiveness than Barry, who, prior to acquiring his superpowers, was a rather timid boy. Barry, gathering his emotions and recounting the events in their entirety, conveyed everything to Iris. Upon learning that Barry had lost his superpowers, Iris was taken aback, understanding the profound impact this had on him. Observing Barry's hesitance, she comprehended his struggle between hastily employing the simulated lightning strike method or following Lin Feng's approach of regaining his abilities through rigorous training. Iris was confident that Barry would not surrender his quest for his powers. However, now there was a second method available, one she deemed quite promising. She wished to spare Barry from risking his life on a seemingly futile endeavor. If it truly proved unfeasible, she would not impede his choice. Yet with alternative opportunities at hand, it was prudent to explore them. Barry, I am here to support you, regardless of the method you choose. However, Lin Feng's approach appears to be the safer option at this moment. Perhaps you should try it first for a while, and if it proves unsuccessful, resort to your suggested method. Barry pondered Iris's words seriously, recognizing the wisdom in her counsel. Moreover, he realized he was no longer alone and needed to consider his partner's perspective. My dear, you are simply remarkable. Your reasoning resonates with me. Barry came to the conclusion that rather than indulge in baseless speculation, it would be more effective to act decisively and give it a try, reassessing if necessary. Chapter 89. The torment of the Flash as dawn broke. Lin Feng arrived at the Apex Scientific Laboratory, eagerly awaiting Barry's arrival. Engaging in light conversation with a few other individuals in the lab to pass the time, it wasn't too long before Barry arrived, accompanied by his wife, Iris. Lin Feng. The next steps are in your hands, Barry stated. Rest assured, I will take care of it. When it comes to training, you can count on me. Lin Feng replied confidently. Soon after, Cisco led them to an abandoned suburban area, devoid of people and equipped with various training apparatus, which appear to be the location where they typically assessed Barry's abilities. Lin Feng handed Barry a bag. What is this? Barry inquired curiously as he accepted the bag. This contains the attire you will wear during your training. Once you've changed, I will instruct you further, Lin Feng explained. Barry promptly changed into the garments Lin Feng had prepared. The outfit was predominantly red, reminiscent of a Taekwondo uniform, adorned with a prominent Chinese character for martial arts emblazoned across the chest. While the others recognized it as Chinese, they were unaware of its specific meaning. Barry pointed to the character on his clothing and asked, "What does this mean?" "This is merely the character for war, devoid of any profound significance. I simply find it aesthetically pleasing. Others may presume it bears some special meaning, but the truth is, it is merely attractive." Suddenly, Lin Feng spoke up. Bari, the training commences now. I shall no longer jest with you. From this moment forth, we shall engage in 8 hours of training each day. Lin Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an air of sternness that instilled a sense of coldness and dread for the future in Bari and the others. First, I want you to run around this venue for 3 hours without pausing. I have heard from Sasiko that you currently lack even the speed of an average person. This is unrelated to your supernatural abilities. It is a result of your own lack of exercise and your feeble physical condition. 3 hours? That's unbearable, Bari lamented. With a swift motion, a small wave of energy shot towards Bari's heel, startling him into a frenzied sprint. Initially, Bari managed to maintain a steady pace, but after merely 3 laps, he was utterly exhausted. Observing the world's fastest man struggling after half an hour to complete 3 laps, visibly fatigued, left everyone, including Lin Feng, shaking their heads in disbelief. Even the recently arrived Dr. Wells found the scene exaggerated. The area was not particularly large. Yet Bari was not only slow, but also utterly drained after just 3 laps. Dr. Wells addressed Bari, who lay on the ground. Lin Feng's words yesterday sparked an idea within me. I simulated his thoughts on my computer, and guess what? It turns out that the super speed has not vanished. It is merely Bari's poor physical condition. If he can restore and maintain his previous fitness, the stronger his body, the faster he will run. Lin Feng's initial hypothesis was indeed correct. Upon hearing this, Bari realized that the blame lay solely with him. After acquiring superpowers, he had neglected his training, and now there were no excuses left. He struggled to rise, determined to continue running, but his physical state was so poor that he collapsed after only a couple of steps. Iris rushed over to assist him, but Lin Feng intervened. Do not help him up, otherwise he will develop a psychological dependency. He must rise on his own. Bari gasped for breath, struggling to articulate, do not assist me. I can manage. I'm not injured, merely fatigued. With great effort, Bari slowly rose and resumed his running. Although he was running, he was slower than even those walking, yet he persevered. Observing this, Lin Feng knew it was time to act. He discreetly extended a finger, channeling a surge of energy into Bari's body to alleviate his fatigue. As Bari continued to move, he noticed that his body felt increasingly invigorated, as if the exhaustion was dissipating. Though it was not as comfortable as before he began his run, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, invigorating him and preventing excessive fatigue. Gradually, Bari began to run, maintaining a steady pace, which significantly bolstered his confidence. However, Iris observed everything keenly. He noticed Lin Feng's subtle gestures, as if Bari had regained his motivation anew. Thank you for your assistance, but I cannot allow him to simulate electric shocks. I fear losing him. Lin Feng had not anticipated that his actions would be noticed. I'm not doing this for you. I merely seek distraction and a way to pass the time, so do not feel overly grateful. Iris, undeterred by Lin Feng's words, continued to express his gratitude. Bari gradually increased his speed, discovering he could run faster while still within the bounds of normal human capability. He mistakenly believed he had regained superhuman abilities. Cisco kept an eye on the stopwatch, noting that nearly 3 hours had elapsed. Bari was still running, and his initial speed had significantly improved. As the 3-hour mark approached, Cisco spoke up, time's up. Bari halted and approached Lin Feng, stating, I feel fantastic. What's next? Lin Feng smiled and replied, how do you feel about your stamina? That's my contribution. Now, finish the remaining 5 hours on your own. I will no longer assist you. From this point forward, Bari would rely solely on his own strength to continue running for the next 5 hours, unaware that Lin Feng had quietly aided him. During the subsequent 5 hours, apart from the first hour and a half, which he managed to endure, the remaining time was spent slowly shuffling forward. Although it was excruciating, he refrained from voicing his fatigue and persevered with unwavering determination. Chapter 90, A New Crisis. Chapter 91, The Fearless Robbers Inside the Bank. The robbers awaited the staff to fill several travel bags they had brought. They pondered how to escape with the money, not wishing to be killed on the spot or spend their lives imprisoned. At that moment, Joe found himself crouched on the ground, a gun pressed against his head by one of the robbers. Despite the dire situation, he remained remarkably calm, continuing to reason with the assailants. As a negotiation expert, Joe had intended to persuade the robbers to release some hostages, offering himself as a substitute. However, upon entering, he realized the bank was crowded, filled with numerous children. likely on a school field trip, caught in the unfortunate timing of the robbery. He intended to persuade them, saying, "Brothers, it is inconsequential that you have taken the money, but can you spare their lives? There are many children here. How can you bear to let them suffer?" The leader of the robbers, adorned with a crimson hood, stood out amidst his accomplices, who donned masks resembling beasts. The ringleader erupted into laughter, declaring, "What nonsense are you spouting? Even if I were to slay a few right now, what of it? I have already embarked on this path. Compassion is not an option. Would I resort to robbery if I had a heart? Do you think the police are fools?" His laughter echoed, and another robber chimed in, "Indeed, brother. I have spotted several lovely ladies. Might we indulge a little?" It seemed that even the simplest of minds could become law enforcement now. "Old man, are you suffering from dementia?" Joe had not anticipated that his words would lead to such dire consequences. He realized he was finished, as he faced a band of desperate criminals. Dressed in an outfit reminiscent of the Flash, Lin Feng equipped himself with a wireless earpiece and, guided by Cisco, arrived at the scene. "Look, the Flash has arrived. It truly is the Flash. This brave officer is saved. Flash, hurry, save them." The robbers hiding within the bank heard the sudden cheers outside, bewildered by the commotion. The leader with the red hood gestured dismissively, pointing to the criminal who sought to demean women, saying, "Go check the door. What is happening outside? Why all the noise?" The one with the monkey mask hesitated, replying, "Boss, I was just about to pick a target. Let the other go." "Are you questioning me?" No, I will go now." Reluctantly, the monkey-masked robber scurried to the entrance, peering outside to discover the Flash's arrival, which explained the crowd's excitement. Yet, he felt no fear, for their leader possessed superpowers, dark and uncanny abilities, and as long as he remained near the boss, he had no reason to fear the Flash. With his gun aimed at the Flash, the monkey-masked robber fired several shots, eager to witness if the tales of the hero's prowess were true. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the danger, standing still until he felt a slight itch, accompanied by a series of crisp sounds on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized that several bullets had struck him but failed to inflict any harm, merely flattening against him and falling to the ground. The monkey-masked robber, witnessing this astonishing scene, was taken aback. This isn't right. Isn't the Flash merely fast? How can he be impervious to bullets? Panic surged within him. If their weapons could not harm the Flash, they were left at his mercy. He hurriedly approached the leader, exclaiming, "Boss, something is amiss. The Flash is unscathed by bullets. I just ambushed him, and the bullets fell harmlessly to the ground." The red-hooded leader pondered this revelation. There exists a peculiar circumstance. It should not be so. Has the Flash grown stronger during our time apart? Previous intelligence indicated that the Flash possessed no abilities beyond his remarkable speed. How is it that he now exhibits newfound powers? Yet, observing the fearful countenances of his subordinates below, he felt compelled to speak. "Do not be afraid. My abilities remain obscure to you. As long as you remain close to me, all peril shall be transformed into safety." To ensure their security, he instructed the retrieval of the explosives he had previously prepared. A figure adorned with a backpack and a pig-faced mask emerged, producing a timed bomb from within. "Shall I set the timer now, boss?" "Yes, set it for 10 minutes. At that time, we shall all congregate, and I assure you, you will remain unharmed." The bomb was positioned at the heart of the bank, with the pig-faced and cat-faced masked individuals guarding it closely. On the ground, Joe, sensing something amiss outside, pondered, how has Barry regained his superpowers? This cannot be. If he had, he would have informed us immediately. Unless a smile broke across Joe's face as he deduced who had arrived, likely clad in the Flash's attire. Speaking softly, just loud enough for himself to hear, he communicated through the concealed intercom in his clothing to the outside officers. "This is dire. They have activated the timed bomb, and it seems they possess the means to escape. We must summon the Flash immediately. These individuals are reckless and desperate, and there are many children inside." Upon hearing this alarming news, the chief nearly fainted. This was indeed a grave misfortune. The presence of so many children meant that if tragedy struck, his career would be irrevocably damaged. Aware of the urgency, the chief, despite the official stance against superheroes, realized there was no alternative but to place his hopes in the Flash. Chapter 92. Fortuitous Abilities? The chief approached Lin Feng, imploring Flash, "I know you have always been our ally. Though we have wronged you in the past, I beseech you to assist us this time." His tone was laden with humility, for the bank was teeming with hostages, and this incident was pivotal for his political career. Should an explosion occur, it would not merely result in his resignation, but also invite scrutiny regarding his effectiveness. The frenzy of public opinion and the media would undoubtedly question his competence. He feared not only losing his position, but possibly facing legal consequences. This was no longer merely about preserving his status. It was a matter of safeguarding his very life. He had no desire to become the first police chief incarcerated due to a robbery. Such a fate would etch his name into the annals of American history as a cautionary tale. Lin Feng, however, was indifferent to the chief's plight and had no intention of contemplating such matters. Within the bank, all hostages, including Joe, found themselves cornered by the robbers, who had taken refuge beside the main entrance. The timed explosive device was strategically positioned at the very center of the hall. They did not engage with the police any further. Instead, they clutched bags already brimming with cash. Joe was filled with bewilderment. What on earth was happening? If the bomb detonated, wouldn't they also suffer the consequences? The timer indicated less than a minute remained. Lin Feng suddenly burst in, though not with the swiftness of the flash. Outside, onlookers gasped in astonishment. The Flash can fly? Since when did he acquire such a skill? No wonder he had been absent. He must have been honing new abilities. As Lin Feng entered, Joe shouted loudly, warning about the bomb in the center. The robbers, astonished at the sight of the flying Flash, had never received word of such a capability. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, seizing the bomb and hurling it towards the group of red-hooded robbers. No, boss, help. However, the extraordinary powers Lin Feng had anticipated were absent. The red-hooded robber caught the timed explosive, the timer now reading 0. It did not detonate. He nonchalantly remarked, "Fear not, I am merely fortunate. See, the bomb hasn't exploded, has it?" He then tossed it casually against the nearby wall. For reasons unknown, upon contact with the wall, the bomb detonated. Remarkably, the shockwave and debris did not affect the robbers at all, despite their proximity to the explosion. It was astonishing. They were far too close to the blast's epicenter. Even Lin Feng was within the bomb's range. Had he not been present, those behind him would surely have sustained injuries, perhaps even severe ones. Lin Feng pondered deeply. This ability is indeed intriguing. Luck, perhaps? Is that what it is? Such a superpower truly exists. This phenomenon seemed utterly fantastical, especially considering that other superhumans had discernible origins for their powers. Lin Feng's own ability to traverse dimensions was already preposterous, but this notion of luck was simply invincible. Meanwhile, the police and others waiting outside suddenly heard a tremendous explosion erupt from within the bank. The police chief was engulfed in panic, realizing that his career might very well be over. Damn the Flash. He failed to apprehend the robbers. This thought sparked inspiration within the chief. He clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Of course, why didn't I think of this before? I can shift the blame for this fiasco entirely onto the Flash." The chief commended his own cleverness, chuckling to himself. Beside him, his deputy was perplexed. In the wake of the explosion that had surely injured many, the police chief was laughing heartily. Suddenly, gunfire erupted as the robbers commandeered a vehicle outside and made their escape. The personnel within the bank hurriedly emerged, promptly joined by the medical staff who had been waiting outside. Joe approached the director and exclaimed, "Director, fortunately, no one was harmed. However, the robbers have escaped. We must swiftly arrange a team to apprehend them." The police chief, who had been preoccupied with deflecting responsibility, suddenly received astonishing news. Yet, he had not anticipated that all the robbers would manage to flee. What a flash! Surely he could not have failed to capture those scoundrels, Joe explained. It appears the leader of this band possesses superhuman abilities. They stood perilously close to the explosion and emerged unscathed. What good would it do to pursue them? We should wait for the Flash to subdue them. It would be sheer folly for ordinary individuals to confront them, the police chief retorted. Lin Feng had been trailing the criminals, reluctant to unleash chaos in a crowded marketplace, lest he invite further complications. Inside the stolen vehicle, the masked figure with a monkey face praised, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. How could you remain unharmed in such a perilous situation?" The others echoed his sentiments. "Boss, you are incredible. Even the Flash cannot capture us." Reveling in the adulation of his subordinates, the Red Hood leader felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He gestured for his followers to silence their praises. "Fear not. As long as you follow me, you shall enjoy a life of luxury. With this abundant wealth, we can indulge freely. When it runs dry, we shall simply rob again. Long live the boss. You are magnificent. They chorused as the vehicle sped toward the outskirts of the city. Having just completed a bank heist, they intended to lie low for a while. The car maintained its velocity as it navigated to a secluded area, halting only when it ran out of fuel. They disembarked in the desolate mountains, abandoning the vehicle and clutching their bags of money, ready to embark on an extravagant new life in another city. However, Lin Feng unexpectedly appeared before them. The robbers' faces turned pale at his sudden presence. Yet, recalling their leader's abilities, their fear dissipated. They brandished their weapons and surrounded Lin Feng. In their minds, the Flash had never killed anyone, so they felt little trepidation. After all, if he did not resort to lethal force, what was there to fear? At worst, they would be apprehended and imprisoned. Besides, the United States did not impose the death penalty. With their newfound wealth, they had no intention of being incarcerated. They were determined to eliminate the Flash, convinced he would not spare them if he arrived. Thus, they faced a stark choice: either defeat the Flash or be captured by him. Chapter 93. The power of the Red Hood. At that moment, the group surrounded Lin Feng, the atmosphere thick with tension. The Red Hood spoke. Flash, why not let us go? We shall pretend this never happened. The mountains may not shift, but the waters will flow, and we shall meet again another day. Lin Feng was taken aback by the cultured expression of this individual, although it was rather nonsensical. However, they were gravely mistaken, for he was not the Flash at all. Suddenly, the Red Hood caught a glimpse of a flash of light. Lin Feng vanished from his position only to reappear instantaneously. It was as if the scene he had just witnessed had never occurred, merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, the Red Hood was certain he was not hallucinating, as he was confronting a man of extraordinary speed. Fearing that further verbosity might lead to trouble, he commanded his men to open fire. However, none heeded his orders. They remained rooted to the spot, motionless. The Red Hood, infuriated, exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Are you ignoring the boss's commands? Shoot this Flash dead, and we can indulge ourselves immediately." A sudden thud echoed in the air as one of his closest subordinates collapsed, none other than the one wearing the monkey mask. In that moment, the Red Hood sensed something was amiss. One by one, his subordinates fell. First the one in the pig face mask, then the one in the cat face mask, all succumbing to silence. Terrified, the Red Hood turned to flee, his mind racing with fear. Wasn't it said that the Flash does not kill? How could all my men be slain by him? What now? Although the Red Hood possessed superhuman abilities, they were tied solely to luck, rendering him no different from an ordinary person in every other regard. To Lin Feng, his attempt to run resembled a snail's pace more than that of an ant. In no time, Lin Feng caught up, blocking the path of the Red Hood. "What is your ability?" he inquired, genuinely curious. "I did not see you make any moves, nor exhibit any energy, yet you remain unharmed by bombs so close at hand." The Red Hood realized there was no escape today, yet he held unwavering confidence in his abilities. "Ha ha ha, Flash, do you think I fear you? Since acquiring my powers, I have never feared anyone." He brandished his weapon, a military dagger. Lin Feng was astonished that such a courageous individual dared to engage him in close combat, especially being an ordinary man. This left him utterly perplexed. What kind of ability did this person possess? Perhaps feeling a tinge of boredom, having yet to encounter any real superpowers from an ordinary individual, and with darkness descending, Lin Feng decided he no longer wished to play. He extended his hand, sending forth a wave of energy that surged from his fingertips, aimed at the Red Hood. Ironically, at that very moment, the Red Hood stumbled and fell, narrowly evading the attack. Lin Feng found nothing peculiar and unleashed his energy wave once more, continuing his assault on the man in the Red Hood. However, to Lin Feng's astonishment, a bird suddenly flew between them, intercepting the lethal attack. This unexpected occurrence piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. What was happening? Why did such surprises keep arising? Lin Feng was left speechless, given his prowess. Such a blunder should not have transpired. Even if a bird had intervened, the energy wave ought to have penetrated, rather than simply dissipate. The occurrence of such an improbable event had happened twice, and a notion began to form in Lin Feng's mind. He resolved to attempt again. If yet another unexpected event unfolded, he would be 90% certain of his hypothesis. The man in the Red Hood, having been thwarted in the previous two attempts, was already intimidated and had retreated a considerable distance. Lin Feng released his energy wave once again, aiming squarely at the Red Hood. Surely, There would be no further surprises this time. Yet, unexpectedly, just as the wave was about to strike, a nearby tree collapsed fortuitously, obstructing the assault. However, the energy wave did not vanish. It paused momentarily before continuing its relentless advance, resulting in the sudden disappearance of the Red Hood with a gasp. The wave struck the tree ahead, producing a tremendous explosion. Nevertheless, Lin Feng distinctly sensed the presence of the Red Hood, signifying that he had not been hit and was still alive. The recurrence of such bizarre incidents led Lin Feng to ponder whether this individual possessed a form of superpower akin to sheer luck. Consequently, Lin Feng soared over, seized him, and bound his hands and feet. Before departing, he ensured the eradication of all the deceased bandits. In the laboratory, those awaiting Lin Feng's return were puzzled. What could he possibly be doing? Surely, it shouldn't he take so long to deal with a few ordinary individuals? Suddenly, the laboratory door swung open, revealing Lin Feng's return, accompanied by someone. Lin Feng, Dr. Wells inquired, "Why have you brought this bandit back?" "This person is quite intriguing," Lin Feng replied. "He is like any ordinary man, yet he has repeatedly evaded my attacks, and all by sheer coincidence, with no discernible pattern. I suspect his abilities are intertwined with luck." Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Dr. Wells' interest was piqued. Such a situation was truly rare. He was well aware of Lin Feng's capabilities. A mere mortal dodging Lin Feng's strikes once or twice might be considered coincidence, but thrice was decidedly abnormal, especially in succession. This warranted further investigation. The man in the Red Hood could potentially serve as an exceptional subject for research. The Red Hood lay on the ground, eavesdropping on the conversation between two individuals. It dawned on him that this person was, in fact, not the Flash. His impending fate was to be treated as a mere specimen for experimentation. He was acutely aware of his own abilities, primarily that he possessed extraordinary luck. He had never been caught for any of his misdeeds, always managing to escape. However, today, inexplicably, he had faltered and found himself ensnared. Dr. Wells approached the Red Hood, inadvertently rolling his wheelchair over the latter's fingers, eliciting a pained cry. "You crushed my hand," he exclaimed. "Oh, my sincerest apologies," Dr. Wells replied, creating some distance as he scrutinized him, attempting to discern any unusual traits. Yet, how could someone bound by ordinary ropes possibly possess superhuman abilities? Could it truly be, as Lin Feng suggested, a mere stroke of luck? In Chapter 94, Are All Superheroes Trash? Bruce was in his office, attentively listening to his subordinates' reports. Though he was a notorious playboy, he still took an interest in the daily operations of his company, for it was his enterprise, and he occasionally checked on how his staff was managing affairs. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Bruce was greatly displeased. He had previously declared that no interruptions were to occur during meetings. Yet, this new secretary had the audacity to knock while he was in session, disregarding his instructions entirely. However, given that she had chosen to knock despite his explicit orders, it must have been a matter of importance, warranting his attention. "Come in," he commanded. The strikingly beautiful secretary with long legs entered. "Chairman Wayne, there is a gentleman outside who identifies himself as Lin Feng. He requests to see you." Initially irked, Bruce's demeanor shifted upon hearing the name Lin Feng, prompting him to set aside his current tasks. He anticipated that the visitor would be Lin Feng, and, thankfully, the secretary remained silent. "You may leave now," he instructed. "Any matters can wait until after today. I have something of greater importance at hand." The two managers complied with Bruce's wishes, for he was their superior. And when the boss spoke, subordinates certainly had no choice but to obey. Bruce then hastily addressed the secretary. "Please invite him in." As the two departing individuals brushed past Lin Feng, one remarked, "This is the person of significance? I see no remarkable traits. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? It is best to mind our own affairs, for being heard may lead to discontent." One individual responded to another's inquiry, remarking, "Why concern yourself with so much? We should simply attend to our own responsibilities." The two ceased their conversation and entered the elevator, proceeding to their respective offices. The secretary escorted the visitor to the entrance, where Bruce awaited, personally inviting Lin Feng inside. "Please prepare 2 cups of coffee," he instructed. "No, thank you. I did not come for coffee. I have matters to discuss with you," Lin Feng replied. "Very well, then there is no need for coffee," Bruce conveyed to the secretary before closing the office door. Upon turning, Bruce found Lin Feng seated at his desk. Lin Feng, from the sofa, gazed out at the scenery and inquired, How goes the development of the time travel machine I requested? Bruce had anticipated that Lin Feng's visit would revolve around the subject of the time machine. However, the creation of such a device proved exceedingly complex, and he found himself at a loss regarding how the universe before their current existence was constructed. To be frank, I have no leads. I have invited numerous top scientists, yet none have proposed a viable method, Bruce admitted. What? Lin Feng was taken aback, feeling deceived. He recalled Batman's assurance that every effort would be made to create the time machine. Now, he was being told that no solution existed. How could he return to his own universe, given that he lacked the skills for invention? The Infinity Gauntlet could not generate such advanced technology. Would he have to wait a year to use the Dragon Balls and make a wish to Shenron, who might not even succeed? Noticing Lin Feng's distress, Bruce hastily shared a piece of information he had previously unearthed. Do not be anxious. While we may lack the means to construct the time machine you seek, I have stumbled upon something significant. Although I hold little hope for the creation of a cosmic time travel device, I discovered records of a certain Dr. Manhattan from many years ago. According to the archives, Dr. Manhattan possesses extraordinary abilities. If we could locate him, he might be able to assist in sending you back to your universe. However, we currently lack the means to find him, as he departed Earth long ago and is believed to reside on Mars, Bruce concluded. Lin Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. How could he not have realized that there existed another formidable entity within this world? Was Dr. Manhattan also a part of the universe that included Batman and his allies? He mused. Indeed, if the path of science proved futile, then perhaps the realm of mysticism could offer a solution. Learning from Dr. Manhattan's abilities to transport him out of this universe would surely suffice. Just then, Bruce interjected, interrupting Lin Feng's contemplations. However, according to the records in American archives, Dr. Manhattan had long since lost his human emotions. It remained uncertain whether he would be inclined to assist you. Not to worry, Lin Feng replied confidently. I shall simply inquire of him on Mars. If he refuses, I shall compel him to acquiesce. Bruce was taken aback by Lin Feng's audacious response. Yet he found no cause for astonishment, considering Lin Feng's formidable prowess. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Bruce, hearing the commotion behind him, turned to reprimand the intruder, only to find it was Alfred. Master Wayne, we have a grave situation. I observed through the surveillance monitors that a terrifying creature has emerged in Metropolis, battling Superman and Wonder Woman. They are utterly outmatched. In just a few exchanges, Superman and Wonder Woman were subdued. Had it not been for Superman's remarkable regenerative abilities, he would not have been able to rescue Wonder Woman in time. The devastation in Metropolis is far worse than during the last incident with Zod. Bruce could scarcely believe it. How could such calamities continue to unfold? First, the arrival of a foreign adversary, and now this creature, even mightier than Superman and Wonder Woman. His mind swirled with confusion. Had beings of Superman's caliber become so commonplace that an enemy infinitely more powerful could appear at any moment? Chapter 95. The mutated Luthor. At this moment, Luthor awaited the results of his subordinates' research with great anticipation. Previously, he had successfully transplanted genes extracted from Zod into animals, achieving a significant breakthrough. Now he possessed his own superpowered pet, a small white mouse infused with Kryptonian DNA, perhaps due to the inherent incompatibility between human and animal genetics. The mouse displayed only one remarkable trait. Its body had become nearly indestructible. Beyond this singular enhancement, no other superpowers manifested. Since the scientists had reported their success in advancing genetic technology with animals, Luthor had become exceedingly eager for human trials. Yet, these insufferable scientists adamantly opposed his wishes, threatening to report him should he proceed with unauthorized human experimentation. Luthor had never before faced such threats. Enraged, he commanded his subordinates to capture one of the scientists, making him the first human to absorb Zod's genes. Initially, the scientist absorbed the genes of Zord without any apparent transformation. However, after merely 5 minutes, he began to scream in agony as cracks appeared on his body, and thick white smoke emanated from him, accompanied by a peculiar scent of cooked flesh. Within mere seconds, the scientist succumbed to his torment, perishing amidst his anguished cries. Through the examination of the remains, the surviving scientist deduced that he had passively absorbed solar radiation. Yet the energy could not integrate into his being, ultimately leading to his explosive demise. This revelation profoundly unsettled Luthor, if this conundrum could be resolved. It implied that he might acquire Zord's abilities. Consequently, he intensified surveillance, deploying numerous mercenaries to encircle the laboratory, meticulously regulating the ingress and egress of the scientists within. He issued a final edict. Should the issue remain unresolved in a short span, all would face death. Protests arose, yet they bore no weight. In a swift motion, he drew his sidearm and executed one of the dissenters. The others were stupefied, unable to fathom such a turn of events. Today, he returned with the intent of ascertaining whether this group had made any advancements in the technology. Should they fail, he resolved to eliminate them and recruit a new cadre of scientists, for America was replete with such minds. However, to his astonishment, just as he prepared to enact his lethal intent, one individual stepped forward and proclaimed, "In truth, we have successfully conquered this technology, though we have yet to test it on humans. In that case, produce a vial of the gene serum for me, ensuring it is diluted sufficiently so that an ordinary person would not acquire superhuman abilities. I wish to witness the extent of this fusion," he commanded. The scientists, unwilling to face death, found their voices emboldened by the courage of their colleague. They diligently resumed their tasks. Within a mere half hour, they concocted a vial of the gene serum. It was the same scientist who had first spoken up who presented the modified serum, asserting this is the improved gene serum, devoid of any side effects, diluted to a ratio of 99:999. Luther then casually pointed to one of the scientists, saying, "Let him be the subject of the experiment." The chosen scientist, gripped by fear, pleaded, "No, please spare me. I have children, a family. Please don't let me die." Yet no one intervened. His colleagues, with whom he had labored side by side, remained silent. After administering the gene serum, half an hour elapsed without any adverse effects. The scientist, who had awaited his fate, suddenly erupted into joyous laughter, tears streaming down his face as the overwhelming relief of survival washed over him. "I'm not dead. I am not dead. How wonderful! How wonderful!" Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed. It was not a single bullet that ended the life of this euphoric scientist. The others were paralyzed with fear, astonished by his utter madness. However, Luther had a different perspective. He was brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Hasten to create for me a flawless genetic serum. I must use it immediately." The scientists resumed their work, yet one among them surreptitiously tampered with the genetic data ever so slightly. After Luther injected the perfect serum, he felt a transformation within his body approximately 5 minutes later. He slowly began to levitate, floating in midair, and sensed his strength augmenting, an exhilarating sensation. Is this the power of a superhero? No, this is a strength far surpassing that of a superhero. I aspire to become even stronger, to eclipse the lion-hearted knight, so that I may unify the world. This is insufficient. I require more of the perfect serum. Create as many vials as possible. I shall absorb them all. The scientists continued their labor, producing 3 additional vials of the identical perfect serum from the remaining materials, while the treacherous scientist again subtly altered the genetic samples. After Luther injected all the genetic serums, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He believed that even the lion-hearted knight would appear as mere refuse before him. However, his elation was short-lived. A tearing sensation surged through his body. His form began to distort, shedding its human shape and becoming grotesque. The mutation persisted for an extended period, during which Luther's mind descended into chaos, leading him to annihilate all within the laboratory. The facility itself was obliterated, leaving nothing intact save for himself. At that moment, he resembled an oversized rat. It was revealed that the tainted genetic samples injected into him had originated from a rodent. Now, Luther had entirely transformed into a monster, with reason and primal instinct battling within his mind, inducing him great anguish. He yearned for release. The torment in his brain was unbearable, and without an outlet, he felt he could not endure. Thus, Luther morphed into a terrifying creature solely driven by destruction, even more formidable than Zod. He possessed a powerful tail, razor-sharp claws, and maw filled with jagged teeth. Chapter 96. The birth of the Titan of Destruction at this moment in Metropolis. The site of Luther's laboratory lay in ruins for miles around. Everything was devastated, countless lives lost, and, at the epicenter, flames blazed, revealing a hideous giant towering at over 10 meters. Luther had just engaged in a skirmish, though to call a battle would be misleading. It seemed more akin to shooing away a couple of flies. At this moment, his mind was clouded, filled with the memories of Zwada, his own recollections, and fragmented memories belonging to a mouse. In a fit of rage, he bellowed at the sky, his massive hands striking his head in an attempt to dispel the foreign memories. Yet, this was futile, despite the forceful blows. The pain he inflicted upon himself yielded no relief. Gradually, however, he harnessed the power of solar radiation, enabling him to withstand the torment emanating from the depths of his consciousness. Unable to eliminate the extraneous memories and genes, he resolved to absorb the essence of Zwada and the mouse, seeking to unify them within himself. As anticipated, this approach proved effective, and the agony in his mind began to dissipate. Nevertheless, his thoughts became increasingly chaotic, as the convergence of three distinct memories rendered his psyche exceedingly tumultuous. Zwada's desire to invade Earth, fueled by a potent thirst for vengeance, could not be erased. It had fused with his own consciousness. The primal instincts of the mouse also intertwined, amplifying his malevolent inclinations. A new entity emerged. He was no longer the former Luther, but felt an overwhelming surge of power. Regaining his sanity, he aspired to dominate humanity and rule the earth. Yet foremost in his mind was the need for retribution. From this day forth, I am no longer the human Luther, nor Zwada, nor mere beast. I am a god. I am a god. I shall be called Destruction Titan. In the West, Titan signifies a divine being, and he dared to equate himself with the god of annihilation. Ascending into the sky, he proclaimed with a voice that reverberated throughout the cosmos, "From this moment on, I am a god, and you shall all be my slaves. Once I've vanquished the likes of Superman, you will worship me as your master and deity." Having spoken, he hovered in mid-air, reflecting on the battles he had endured, striving to discern the identities of his adversaries. The prior confusion of his consciousness had clouded his awareness, but now he was systematically organizing his memories. Only after completing this mental inventory did he recognize who had fought against him. He recalled the two who had come to eliminate him, Superman and Wonder Woman. He had dispatched them with ease, inflicting severe injuries upon Wonder Woman in a moment of unconscious ferocity. Had it not been for Superman, she might have perished then and there. Raising his left hand, he felt the warmth of the crimson liquid still lingering upon it, the blood he had drawn from Wonder Woman. Sensing her essence in the air, he discerned the direction in which they had fled. I never imagined I possessed such an ability. He surged upward, soaring toward the direction of Superman and his allies. The citizens of Metropolis, witnessing this terrifying creature's departure, collectively exhaled in relief. After all, they had just witnessed the arrival of Superman and Wonder Woman, believing that a resolution was at hand. However, just as they were about to erupt in cheers, they saw Superman and Wonder Woman being hurled away by a monstrous foe. They beheld Superman desperately cradling Wonder Woman as they retreated. In that moment, rather than expressing concern for the well-being of the heroes, they cast blame upon them for their perceived lack of strength, unable to vanquish the creature. If even Superman could not contend with it, they could only pray for divine intervention. Yet, God did not appear, and the Titan of Destruction departed on its own accord. At this juncture, the crowd mistakenly believed that it was a manifestation of divine presence. Those who survived the calamity knelt in prayer, offering thanks for God's assistance. The plight of humanity is indeed lamentable. When their champions falter against a monster, they respond with vitriol. The elusive God did not materialize, and the creature's departure was erroneously attributed to divine will. Such behavior rendered these individuals utterly grotesque. Meanwhile, Clark and Wonder Woman were imploring Lin Feng for assistance, when suddenly, Clark seemed to discern something. "The monster! It has arrived," Lin Feng said calmly. "Fear not, I shall intervene. This time, I am eager for true battle. After my confrontation with Zod, I had not had the opportunity to fully unleash my potential, and now, unexpectedly, an adversary has emerged." Lin Feng felt exhilarated. His blood, as a Saiyan warrior, surged with a combative spirit. Sensing the formidable enemy, his hairs stood on end. This would indeed be a grueling contest. Yet he had faith in his victory. "Stay here and await my return. This is not a battle for you. Depart from here as far away as possible." Bruce, watching Lin Feng prepare to take flight, urged him urgently, "No, do not fight here. Leave this place, even if you possess the Infinity Gauntlet and can resurrect the fallen." You cannot restore the devastated city. Help these unfortunate souls. If they lose their homes again, they will have no hope of survival. Lin Feng paused in the air momentarily before departing the scene, leaving Bruce uncertain if his words had resonated with Lin Feng. As Lin Feng felt the source of immense power, the Titan of Destruction also sensed the arrival of a formidable being. This presence was eerily familiar. Hovering in the sky, the Titan and Lin Feng regarded each other, each experiencing a strange sense of recognition. What a familiar sensation. Who are you? Why does the thought of tearing you apart arise within me? You feel too familiar. I seem to harbor a deep-seated hatred for you. Who exactly are you? Lin Feng had no desire to engage in dialogue with this monster. He was fully absorbed in the thrill coursing through his body. With a roar, the confrontation commenced. Lin Feng transformed directly into the form of a Super Saiyan 2, although he was aware that his adversary was more powerful than him in this state. He craved the exhilaration of challenge. Should he falter, he would strive to grow stronger and continue the fight. The Titan of Destruction was still pondering the identity of his opponent when, without warning, he was struck and sent hurtling backward. In a moment of confusion, Lin Feng propelled the Titan of Destruction straight into the ocean. Chapter 97. The battle-hungry Super Saiyan. After the collision, he plunged into the depths of the sea, where the familiarity of his foe finally dawned on him. Ah, I remember now. It was you. You are the one who caused me to become this way. The one who slaughtered my kin and took my life. Did you ever think I would rise again? I have grown immensely powerful, all for the purpose of subjugating humanity. I shall start anew, eliminate you, and obliterate my past. I am the Titan of Destruction. In this moment, consumed by hatred, his fragmented memories left him in a haze. Yet he did not lose his sanity. Rather, it allowed him to channel greater strength. A violent explosion erupted in the sea as the Titan of Destruction unleashed a fierce beam from his eyes, scorching the water apart. In midair, Lin Feng contemplated how this monster had suddenly fallen into the water and seemed unresponsive. An unexpected assault caught him off guard, sending him rolling backward, sustaining 2 massive wounds on his chest. However, no blood flowed, as the intense heat sealed the injuries. Witnessing this, the Titan of Destruction was taken aback that his own attack had struck true and surged forth from the ocean. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Lin Feng, his hands pressed together like a hammer, ready to smash down upon Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng was utterly unprepared for this swift assault, which struck during the very moment he was recovering from the previous attack. Blood spilled from his mouth as the wounds on his chest reopened. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng plummeted onto the surface of the water, resulting in another violent explosion. Such rapid descent could inflict tremendous damage. The Titan of Destruction offered Lin Feng no respite. He recognized Lin Feng's formidable prowess, yet something felt amiss. The Titan recalled that Lin Feng's hair had been longer, unlike the short length it bore now. Should his hair grow longer, he would undoubtedly become even more powerful. There was no time to allow Lin Feng the chance to transform. With a swift motion, he appeared behind Lin Feng, seizing his head with one hand while the other delivered a relentless barrage of blows to his body. Ora, 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 ora. Lin Feng was akin to a mere punching bag, caught in the Titan's grasp and subjected to continuous assault. Meanwhile, Bruce and his companions were monitoring the situation. Through satellite tracking, they pinpointed the locations of Lin Feng and the Titan of Destruction. Just as they connected to the video feed, they witnessed Lin Feng being mercilessly pummeled by the Titan, utterly unable to retaliate. The trio of Bruces watched in trepidation, their hearts racing. Just recalling the intense heat waves that had erupted from the ocean previously made them feel overwhelmed. Now, with Lin Feng captured and enduring relentless assaults, they doubted that even the mightiest could withstand such torment. The Titan of Destruction was equally astonished. For the individual they were attacking not only appeared unyielding, but seemed to grow increasingly formidable despite the onslaught. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Lin Feng raised both hands to intercept a powerful punch from the Titan. His body was a tapestry of wounds, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and a gaping hole in his chest filled with crimson. Yet, even in such a state, his fighting spirit surged, more vibrant than ever. Ha 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 ha! Finally, a worthy adversary, he exclaimed. To be frank, he had felt little regard for Zhou before, but now he recognized Lin Feng's true strength. A tremendous aura erupted as the two faced each other from a height of 1,000 meters above the ocean. The sheer force of their clash created a dent in the sea, an indelible mark that could not be undone, scattering the clouds above. The Titan of Destruction felt the weight of this power, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, instilling within him an unsettling fear. It was a remnant of Zod's final thoughts before his demise, a desperate wish to survive, now echoing in the Titan's heart. With a furious roar, the Titan shouted to the heavens, "Impossible! How could I fear you?" Lin Feng, spitting blood, chuckled softly, "How you are afraid." With a fierce headbutt, Lin Feng charged forward, sending the Titan flying. Despite the Titan's retreat, Lin Feng chose not to pursue. Instead, he remained grounded, stretching his muscles. The sound of cracking bones resonated from his body, so potent that it even startled a seagull flying overhead to its demise, a testament to Lin Feng's immense power. At that moment, while blood no longer flowed from his chest, the injuries remained. Transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 did not heal his wounds. What Lin Feng sought now was a true battle, a chance to unleash his abilities without restraint, having endured torment before this moment. The battle had only just commenced. Initially filled with dread, the trio of Bruces found joy in witnessing Lin Feng's transformation. They had been truly frightened by his prior state, fearing he might perish. They lamented his delay in achieving his ultimate form, questioning why he had to endure punishment before finally rising to the challenge. Yet, they failed to grasp Lin Feng's intentions. He simply desired a fight in which he could fully unleash his potential. In the past, Lin Feng was not like this. He has undergone a transformation. Now, his foremost pursuit is combat, achievable only by becoming a Super Saiyan. The blood of the Super Saiyan has utterly reformed him. In the distance, the Destruction Titan stood firm, perplexed as to why the Lionheart Knight did not pursue him for an attack. Yet, for him, this was fortuitous. "Lionheart Knight, here I come." With a swift motion, he vanished, his presence undetected. Lin Feng assumed a stance, awaiting the Destruction Titan's assault. After their initial clash, the sound of their encounter reverberated from the position of the Destruction Titan. A resounding boom echoed as their right fists collided, generating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. All living beings within a radius of several dozen miles, whether in the sea or air, were obliterated by this force. The surface of the ocean buckled, with water rushing back into the newly formed depression. Now, this was becoming interesting. "I will kill you," Lin Feng declared, though his words did not resonate with the Destruction Titan. Chapter 98. Mutual scheming. The battle commenced, with the two combatants engaged in aerial combat. It was a clash of flesh against flesh. Although Lin Feng possessed range attack capabilities, he resolved to reserve them as a trump card. The Destruction Titan, lacking offensive techniques, relied solely on his physical prowess and some combat skills derived from Lefta's memories. Lin Feng denied the Destruction Titan any opportunity to escape. No matter how much distance the Titan attempted to create, Lin Feng would immediately close the gap, offering no respite. The Destruction Titan grew increasingly powerful, his ability to strengthen under sunlight proving to be exceptionally formidable. Yet, despite such prowess, Lin Feng navigated the fight with ease. No longer the victim of merciless slaughter as he had been before, the Destruction Titan was astounded, grappling with disbelief. "This is impossible. Previously, I could dominate him effortlessly, yet now we are evenly matched." Despite not unleashing his full strength and gradually growing more powerful, the Destruction Titan was taken aback. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a peculiar sound and observed the Destruction Titan's eyes turning a vivid crimson. Alarmed, he swiftly vanished from sight. As anticipated, the Titan's eyes emitted a fierce heat vision, targeting the direction of his gaze. Wherever it struck, the seawater evaporated completely, shrouding the area in a thick mist. Witnessing the destructive power of the heat vision, Lin Feng felt fortunate to have evaded this assault. Otherwise, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he would likely have succumbed to its might. However, as Lin Feng searched for the Destruction Titan, visibility was obscured by the rising mist. "This is bad." Without lifting his head, he raised his hands to shield himself, but it was too late. A heavy punch from the Destruction Titan struck his head, leaving him disoriented and his thoughts in disarray. With a resounding thud, the Destroyer Titan launched another attack, combining its feet to strike Lin Feng in the lower back. Lin Feng was sent flying, his body folding as though it had been cleaved in two. Was he truly devoid of any means to retaliate? Not quite. Initially, Lin Feng had struggled to discern the whereabouts of the Destroyer Titan, lacking the extraordinary vision of a Kryptonian capable of seeing through obstacles. Caught off guard in this fog-like situation, he found himself momentarily disoriented. However, it is crucial to remember that Lin Feng possesses the ability to sense the unique aura of every individual. Each person emanates a distinct presence. After being propelled away, Lin Feng regained his composure and recalled this ability, closing his eyes. Upon shutting his eyes, he became aware of the Destroyer Titan's essence, yet he refrained from immediate action, allowing the Titan to mistakenly believe he had been rendered unconscious and incapable of retaliation. The Destroyer Titan, indeed, fell for this ruse, convinced of its impending victory, believing Lin Feng had succumbed to the surprise attack. Haha, I knew it. How could I possibly fail? I'm already so powerful. Meanwhile, Bruce and his companions, observing Lin Feng's battle from a satellite, were incredulous, unable to accept that Lin Feng could be defeated. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, desperate to confirm they were not imagining things. This was impossible. Lin Feng could not fail. Had he truly been knocked out? What should they do? If he did not awaken soon, there would be no opportunity left. Failure was not an option. Lin Feng could not afford to lose, for the fate of the Earth hung in the balance. As Bruce gazed at Lin Feng's plight, he pondered how to assist him, but the creature was far too formidable. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck Batman: kryptonite. He recalled Superman mentioning a familiar sensation upon his arrival. This led him to remember their previous battle against Zod, when troops had advanced toward the location of Lin Feng's confrontation. Bruce's mind raced with speculation. Could it be that Zod's remains were involved, and the military had conjured some horrific creation? With this train of thought, Bruce became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. These wretched fools seemed intent on destruction, heedless of the lives they would extinguish. Indeed, Bruce, a true genius, had deduced the essence of the Destroyer Titan's origin in a mere instant, amidst such peril. However, the one aspect he misjudged was that its creation had no official backing. It was solely the result of Luthor's ambition for power and dominion over Earth. Yet, the current state of affairs had become a consequence of their own design. Clark, did you truly feel a sense of familiarity when confronting this beast? There's a sense of uncanny familiarity that washes over me as I draw closer. Yet uncertainty lingers, for this is a sight I have never encountered before. Nevertheless, this feeling of recognition is undeniable. If I were to name an individual, would you meticulously verify whether it is indeed him? Recall the essence of Zod. Does it not resonate with your memories? Clark hesitated, unsure why Bruce harbored such thoughts. After all, Zod had perished before their very eyes, his skull crushed by Lin Feng's hand. Even a Kryptonian, no matter how formidable, could not survive such devastation. Yet, Bruce's conviction hinted at a deeper rationale. And after years of camaraderie, Clark held a profound trust in Bruce's intellect. As Clark pondered their previous encounter with Zod, he reflected on his sensations during their battle, weighing them against his current understanding. Suddenly, clarity struck him. The source of this familiar essence was indeed Zod. Bruce, you were right. The sensation I felt is unmistakably his. It is true that he is a Kryptonian, and had you not mentioned it, I might never have ventured down this path of thought. But how is this possible? Was he not dead? How could he have returned, transformed into this monstrous form? Clark grappled with the unbearable notion of his kin being twisted into a deranged creature, recalling how his biological father instilled in him the principles of heroism, while his adoptive father imparted the moral boundaries of humanity. Bruce, taken aback by Clark's fury, noted that the last time they encountered Zod, his intent to annihilate humanity did not evoke such ire. What Bruce did not grasp was that Clark, while opposed to Zod's ideologies, had merely differed in perspective. Now, however, the stakes had escalated. His kin had been corrupted into a beast, reanimated from death into this grotesque visage. Bruce shared his thoughts with Clark and the astonished Diana. I will annihilate them. These beasts. Zod is dead. He is deceased. Yet they continue to desecrate his memory. My sincerest apologies. As a denizen of Earth, I must express my regret. I never anticipated the military would display such mindless folly in their attempt to wield forces beyond their control. It is utterly foolish. However, this is not the moment for disputes. Clark, I propose a solution. Since he is one of your kind, might kryptonite prove equally effective against him? Diana, nearing readiness to act, suggested they procure kryptonite for the battlefield and deliver it into Lin Feng's hands. Clark, stroking his chin, replied with a grave countenance. I cannot ascertain its efficacy. I can confirm he bears Zod's essence, yet whether it will prove useful in his current state remains uncertain. Diana interjected at this juncture. Pondering its usefulness is futile. We shall discover its effects once it is delivered. Subsequently, Bruce led them to a clandestine location. This site was accessed through a hidden door beneath the bed in Bruce's room, which opened into an elevator that descended into a vault. The elevator plummeted at an astonishing speed, swiftly reaching depths exceeding 100 meters underground. As the doors opened, they were greeted by a stark white corridor, its walls sheathed in high-strength metal. Clark and Diana approached and pressed against the surface, realizing they needed to exert considerable force merely to leave an impression. They exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that Bruce had clandestinely constructed such a place. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a simple iron gate, devoid of any elaborate design, likely deemed unnecessary by Bruce given the security of this location. As the gate creaked open slightly, Clark felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. Once the door fully opened, had it not been for Diana's watchful eye, he might have collapsed from the sudden debilitation. Struggling to maintain his footing, he followed Bruce inside, where he beheld a weapon of unimaginable proportions, a colossal spear, 2 meters in length, positioned prominently in the center. Clark, not being foolish, immediately perceived its purpose. It was crafted specifically to counter him. Bruce, what does this mean? Do you not trust me? He inquired. Bruce's response was earnest. It's not as you think. After the incident with Zod, I became fearful. Your powers are formidable. Thus, I toiled day and night to forge this weapon, purely as a precaution. Clark, though somewhat skeptical, recognized the sincerity in Bruce's demeanor. Yet, as a Kryptonian, he couldn't dismiss the weapon without suspicion. Nevertheless, the moment was not ripe for doubts, as Lin Feng was still battling on their behalf. The pressing matter at hand was to equip Diana with the weapon and expedite her assistance to Lin Feng. Now, let us return to the scene of Lin Feng engaged in combat with the Titan of Destruction. The Titan, under the impression that Lin Feng sustained serious injuries and was powerless to retaliate, approached him once more, but this time, he misjudged the situation. Lin Feng was deliberately luring him into a trap, fully aware of the Titan's formidable prowess. Resorting to some stratagems was unavoidable. After all, in warfare, deception is a valid tactic, and the Saiyans' actions could hardly be deemed an ambush. As the Titan approached Lin Feng, the latter suddenly pivoted. The Titan sensed impending doom and attempted to flee, but it was too late. Kamehameha, a radiant blue energy wave erupted from Lin Feng's hands, striking the Titan of Destruction. A pained howl escaped the Titan as he struggled to resist the onslaught. Yet there was no escape from the energy wave's assault. He could only endure the brunt of the damage. However, what Lin Feng had not anticipated was that this strike, intended to inflict severe injury upon the Titan, would not yield the result he expected. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. This formidable force had indeed inflicted severe injuries upon the Destruction Titan. Yet, as Lin Feng withdrew his power, the Destruction Titan seized the opportunity during Lin Feng's momentary lapse, swiftly ascending into the sky, ultimately soaring into the cosmos. Heading towards the sun, realizing the Titan's intent, Lin Feng followed suit and ascended into the heavens. Facing the sun, the Destruction Titan absorbed the intense energy from the yellow star, rapidly healing from its grievous wounds. Observing this, Lin Feng quickened his pace, charging towards the Titan. With a resounding impact, the Titan, still absorbing power, was taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected ability to traverse into outer space. He was aware that he could rely on the sun's strength to survive without breathing, and he was utterly bewildered by Lin Feng's presence in the void of space. Meanwhile, Bruce and his companions, just arriving outside, could not locate Lin Feng and the Destruction Titan. In a frenzy, Bruce examined the satellite feeds, yet found nothing. They resorted to reviewing the playback to discern their whereabouts, only to discover that both had ventured into outer space. Diana remarked, I cannot assist in this. I would perish in space. Do not look to me. I wither in proximity to kryptonite, and that is an unalterable truth. This was an unfortunate predicament, leaving them devoid of options. After all, they could not simply fabricate a rocket on the spot to launch something into space. Not to mention that a rocket could not achieve such precise targeting. They attempted to ascertain Lin Feng's situation through the satellite, but as it pivoted, the first image captured was that of a red laser shooting towards them. The screen promptly went blank, obscured by a white mosaic. Without a doubt, they recognized that the previous scene was undoubtedly a manifestation of the Kryptonians' heat vision striking the satellite. Now, they found themselves powerless, left only with the hope that Lin Feng would prevail against that monstrous foe. The battle between Lin Feng and the Destruction Titan was fraught with urgency. They alternated between fierce clashes and brief separations, with Lin Feng receiving a punch one moment and the Titan absorbing a kick the next. The two were locked in an unyielding struggle. However, the Titan's recovery capabilities were astonishingly potent. Regardless of the severity of Lin Feng's blows, the Titan could swiftly regain its strength. Lin Feng realized that remaining in this confrontation was futile. Victory was unattainable under these circumstances. He resolved to return to Earth, for only in a realm distant from the sun could he hope to vanquish the Titan entirely. In Chapter 100, Diana sustained injuries. This was no time for recklessness. They had no choice but to devise a strategy to lure the Destruction Titan back to Earth. As their fierce battle intensified, neither could gain the upper hand. Yet Lin Feng sensed that his endurance was waning. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 is indeed an exhausting endeavor. While it endows the user with remarkable strength surpassing that of ordinary Saiyans, it does not rectify the inherent flaws of their race. A powerful energy wave struck the formidable Titan of Destruction, providing an opportunity for Lin Feng to retreat and widen the distance. With both hands raised high, a colossal, spherical energy orb materialized, and seizing this moment, Lin Feng aimed it directly at the Titan of Destruction and hurled it forth. As the Titan began to recuperate from its injuries, Lin Feng unleashed a torrent of invective. "You abominable creature! Why must you forsake your humanity and transform into such a monstrosity? Just look at yourself. Neither man nor beast, an abomination. Your father would have been better off never bringing you into this world. Come, strike me if you dare." Lin Feng's vitriol was intended to provoke the Titan to the brink of madness. With this strategy, Lin Feng soared towards Earth, drawing the Titan in pursuit. His plan was astute. The Titan, driven by its primal instincts, had long lost the semblance of rationality. Now, restored from its wounds and incensed by Lin Feng's relentless taunts, it seethed with rage, steam billowing from its features. You insufferable little monkey!" Lin Feng reveled in the success of his ploy, his heart swelling with pride. As he continued his swift descent towards Earth, "You cannot escape, monkey! Face your demise!" The Titan bellowed in fury. Yet Lin Feng, unperturbed, surged ahead, accelerating towards his destination. The Titan could only trail behind, hampered by its inferior speed, despite its formidable regenerative capabilities. As the Titan unleashed beams of scorching energy, Lin Feng deftly evaded them, skillfully maneuvering through the air. To further inflame the Titan's ire, Lin Feng would pause to mock its sluggishness, hurling insults and even dancing to incite further hatred. "Can you not catch me? Ha! You foolish giant! What use is your size if you cannot even grasp a small figure like me? Hurry up! I'm growing quite lonely here." The Titan, witnessing Lin Feng's antics, was driven to the brink of insanity. It was not the fear of defeat that vexed the Titan, but the sheer audacity of Lin Feng's ridicule. "Stop right there, monkey! It is futile to run to the ends of the earth," it howled, thrashing about in a fit of rage. "I shall rend you limb from limb. I will swallow you whole. Ha! You may attempt to catch me first. With your speed, you are no better than a tortoise." Lin Feng taunted, reveling in the chaos he had orchestrated. Lin Feng continued to mock as he flew, fearing that the Titan of Destruction might regain its senses and cease its pursuit. He incessantly hurled insults at the Titan, seeking to incite its wrath. Suddenly, Lin Feng halted midair and turned to face the Titan. "Well, we have arrived. Now you must tread carefully." Lin Feng ceased his flight, instead soaring directly towards the Titan of Destruction. "Ha ha ha! Monkey, you finally ceased your flight, realizing you cannot escape. Prepare to meet your end." As Lin Feng approached the Titan, he unleashed a powerful punch, the fierce wind generated by his fist aimed at the Titan's head. However, the Titan deftly evaded the attack by sidestepping. Yet, Lin Feng was undeterred. Summoning the winds beneath him, he executed a kick aimed at the Titan's groin, seeking to deliver a lethal blow. The pain inflicted in such an area, he believed, would be insufferable. Upon landing his kick, the Titan did not respond with the agony Lin Feng anticipated. Instead, it ensnared Lin Feng's foot with its legs, rendering him unable to escape. Have you mutated into a being devoid of lower limbs? Are you male or female? Or perhaps you are a hermaphrodite? Are you aware that hermaphrodites are often scorned? The Titan, taken aback by the monkey's continued insults, seized Lin Feng's hand with one grasp and his foot with the other, lifting him effortlessly. The Titan exerted its strength, attempting to tear Lin Feng apart. But to no avail. Lin Feng possessed considerable force himself, managing to break free from the Titan's grip and retaliating with a kick. Both combatants, weary from their previous clash, paused to catch their breath and regain their strength. Meanwhile, Diana had already taken up the Godslayer spear and hurried towards their battleground upon Lin Feng's return to Earth. Coincidentally, both warriors had come to a standstill. As she approached the battlefield, both Lin Feng and the Titan simultaneously sensed an impending presence. Lin Feng was puzzled as to why Diana had ventured to this location, knowing that her prowess would be of no assistance to him and could potentially hinder his efforts. The Titan of Destruction, on the other hand, sensed an aura that repulsed him, causing considerable discomfort. Yet, this disdain did not translate into any tangible threat to his power. The Titan was no longer a true Kryptonian, and mere proximity to the kryptonite would not endanger him as it would Superman. With resolve, the Titan soared towards Diana before Lin Feng could intervene. Unaware of the unfolding events, Diana felt an ominous presence, realizing too late the peril she faced. Before she could react, she was caught completely off guard. Just as the Titan prepared to continue its assault, Lin Feng finally arrived on the scene. With a singular surge of energy, Lin Feng unleashed a powerful wave of qi, compelling the formidable Titan of Destruction to momentarily falter in its assault, thereby seizing the opportunity to rescue Diana from its grasp. As he cradled her, blood trickling from her lips, a tempest of unnameable fury surged within him. He infused her body with a stream of qi, navigating through her veins to aid in mending her wounds. Under Lin Feng's restorative energy, Diana gradually regained consciousness. "Lin Feng, I came to assist you," she murmured. "The weapon in my possession is forged from kryptonite, a spear of immense power. You must emerge victorious." Observing the turmoil in Lin Feng's expression, his calm demeanor shattered by the realization of her injury, a faint blush crept onto her pallid face, igniting within her a surge of indiscernible emotion before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Swiftly, Lin Feng retreated from the battlefield, transporting Diana to a secluded island, where he laid her gently upon the ground. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you." Armed once more, he confronted the Titan of Destruction with unwavering resolve, exuding an aura of dominance that rippled through the atmosphere. The Titan, sensing this newfound ferocity, recoiled in fear. "Impossible!" it roared, as the two Titans clashed with a thunderous impact. The Titan's razor-sharp claws met the kryptonite spear in a fierce collision. With a resounding clang, what was once an impervious weapon, having withstood the test of time against Lin Feng, now bore cracks from this singular encounter. Chapter 101. Ruthlessness. The triumph of Battle Lin Feng was astonished by the efficacy of his weapon. A single strike had compromised the Titan's formidable claws. The Titan, taken aback by this unexpected vulnerability, howled in disbelief. "This cannot be. I refuse to believe it." Its attacks grew increasingly frenzied, while Lin Feng, in stark contrast, remained composed, aware that with this weapon in hand, victory was within his grasp. As the battle raged on, the Titan felt a searing pain coursing through its hands. Drawing back, it raised its bloodied palms, aghast to find its once mighty claws now shattered, exposing the very bones beneath. "This cannot be," it bellowed, struggling to comprehend how a mere weapon could inflict such damage upon it. "What manner of weapon is this? How can it wound me so?" The Titan was aware of kryptonite's existence, having previously encountered it without significant consequence, so was perplexed by this newfound threat. "This spear was crafted specifically to combat you. It is called the Godslayer Spear," Lin Feng declared. The Titan, astonished that kryptonite could indeed harm it, questioned why its own strength remained intact. "Godslayer Spear? You believe you can slay a god? You amuse me. Once I dispose of you, I shall unleash my wrath upon this world." The wounds of the Destruction Titan were healing, yet the influence of the kryptonite had diminished his previous swiftness, presenting Lin Feng with an opportunity to strike. The Destruction Titan, not lacking in intelligence, recognized his current disadvantage and chose to evade rather than confront Lin Feng head-on. He then gazed upward toward the heavens. Lin Feng, observing his actions, understood the Titan's intentions. As anticipated, the Destruction Titan unleashed a heat vision, forcing Lin Feng to retreat before soaring into the cosmos. Having learned from past experiences and nearing the limit of his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, Lin Feng raised his god-slaying spear, aiming at the airborne Destruction Titan. After calculating the trajectory, he exerted all his strength in a throw, rendering his arm nearly powerless. Whoosh! The god-slaying spear vanished, its speed surpassing even the Titan's comprehension. As the Destruction Titan fled, an ominous presence suddenly enveloped him. He turned, only to glimpse a green light streaking towards him before he could discern its nature. Thud! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the Destruction Titan's lips as the spear struck true, piercing through his body and heart. A torrent of crimson gushed from the wound, akin to a faucet turned wide open. The Destruction Titan plummeted from the sky, struggling to ascend once more, but the severity of his injuries, compounded by the kryptonite within him, rendered his recovery agonizingly slow. Desperately, he summoned his remaining strength to escape. Was the god-slaying spear truly the harbinger of his demise? Yet, his speed was woefully inadequate. He was but a shadow of his former self. Lin Feng, astonished by the potency of his attack, observed the now vulnerable Destruction Titan with the anticipation of a predator. He approached with calm deliberation, addressing the Titan's feeble resistance. With your pathetic existence, do you dare call yourself a god? What are you but a mere monstrosity? Gripping the rear of the spear, he hoisted the Destruction Titan effortlessly, an immense force surging from his hands into the Titan's very being. In his final moments, the Titan questioned the reason for his fate. Despite his formidable power, why must he meet his end here? Why? You possess such strength, yet you choose to protect these humans. Is it not better to rule over them? Lin Feng refrained from answering, for some matters transcend verbal explanation. If everything could be resolved through words, then the world would be devoid of criminals. Thus, under the Titan's bewildered and furious gaze, he was obliterated into dust. Concerned that the Titan might revive, Lin Feng gathered the last remnants of his power, ensuring the complete annihilation of everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Lin Feng weakly reverted to his ordinary form. What a grueling battle it had been, yet it felt exhilarating. He then soared to Diana's island. At that moment, Diana had just awakened, but upon seeing Lin Feng's arrival, she immediately feigned unconsciousness. Resuming her previous position and awaiting his approach, Lin Feng gently lifted Diana and slowly made his way towards the Batcave. However, this entire scene was observed by Bruce and Superman through their satellite. Although they hadn't seen the earlier events clearly, they distinctly witnessed Diana awakening and then pretending to be faint. Exchanging a knowing glance, both men comprehended each other's thoughts. They were not naive. Diana's behavior was unmistakably that of a delicate woman. As the goddess of war, how could she not grasp the situation at hand? Clark spoke first. Let us pretend we did not see this. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril. I wholeheartedly concur, Bruce replied. As an ordinary man, I am no match for her. Thus, the scene they had just witnessed was conveniently dismissed by the unspoken agreement between the two men. Chapter 102. Diana's subtle thoughts. Lin Feng, cradling Diana, had arrived at the Batcave. Clark and Bruce had long awaited their arrival. Alfred was also prepared with medical supplies, ready to attend to Diana as soon as she arrived. Soon, Lin Feng reached the Batcave and gently placed the unconscious Diana onto the bed that Alfred had brought over. Turning to Bruce and Clark, Lin Feng remarked, "This creature appears to be connected to the Kryptonians. I suspect it has been genetically engineered from the corpse of Zod." Lin Feng had deduced the origins of the Titan's destruction through the kryptonite weapon, yet they were unaware that the mastermind, Luthor, had already met his demise. Luthor ultimately fell victim to his own ambitions. The desire to become a god, or a dark god, will inevitably lead one to such a fate. They speculated that it was the U.S. military behind all this, oblivious to Luthor's existence as the shadowy puppeteer. The military had been unjustly blamed for everything. Should the leaders of the armed forces become aware, they would indeed find themselves in a lamentable situation. Even if they were emboldened, the thought of such machinations would never cross their minds. They merely sought a modicum of superhuman abilities, a desire for longevity, and an enriched life. For them, possessing wealth and power was the epitome of comfort. To ask them to sacrifice everything they had for the sake of saving ordinary people would be met with staunch refusal. Lin Feng spoke once more. I have obliterated the Titan, leaving not even a trace behind. However, I remain uncertain as to whether they have preserved any genetic samples of Zord. Should such an eventuality arise, it will be for you to resolve. Bruce and Clark are well aware that this is their own predicament. Lin Feng is merely a transient in their universe and cannot be perpetually relied upon for assistance. Lin Feng is profoundly grateful, for without his intervention, the inhabitants of Earth might not have withstood the two recent crises. Bruce and Clark expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Lin Feng, acknowledging the multitude of recent events that had transpired on Earth. Given the capabilities of the Justice League, they are utterly incapable of safeguarding the planet. Previously, they had prided themselves on being invincible, forming an alliance, yet their efforts were limited to trivial skirmishes on Earth, utterly powerless against cosmic-level confrontations. Thankfully, such occurrences are rare. Over the years, only recently have they faced adversaries beyond their capacity to confront. Before Zord's emergence, Bruce had regarded Clark as a god among men, an invincible being capable of ruling Earth at will. However, that perception has shifted. Bruce now sees Clark as a mere shadow of his former self. He never imagined that Clark would one day be reduced to a state where he lacked even the qualification to engage with their foes, relegated to the sidelines like himself. Is this not reminiscent of his own past? Now, Clark has also joined the ranks of spectators. Bruce gazes at Lin Feng, who sits cross-legged in the air, meditating and replenishing his strength. He cannot help but contemplate whether Lin Feng's sudden arrival was mere coincidence or the hand of fate guiding him to their universe to aid them in overcoming this crisis. What the future holds remains uncertain, yet it is undeniably Lin Feng who has safeguarded the lives of Earth's denizens. Diana, lying on the hospital bed, could no longer maintain her fade. She pretended to be oblivious to the events that had transpired, feigning the role of one who had genuinely lost consciousness. What has happened to me? Where am I? It must be said, her act of feigning unconsciousness was remarkably convincing. At least Bruce and the others were entirely unaware, as the current Diana bore no distinction from someone who had genuinely awakened from a faint. Upon witnessing Diana regain consciousness, Bruce and Clark exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding blossoming between them. They departed together, with Bruce insisting on bringing Alfred along. Unbeknownst to Alfred, who was busy tidying up, he was inexplicably pulled away. Nevertheless, he would not question the master regarding the reasons behind this sudden request. The trio arrived at the opulent mansion nestled on the ground. True to her divine lineage, Diana had already recovered from her previous grievous injuries. Observing Lin Feng, who was covered in blood and bruises as he recuperated, Diana refrained from disturbing him. With her chin resting on her hands, she lay on the bed, her eyes wide open, fixated on his face. Never before had Diana scrutinized Lin Feng's features with such intensity. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as thoughts flitted through her mind. He appears rather handsome, exuding a certain masculinity, especially when he rescued me before. Why do he seem so angry? Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Diana closed her eyes, her heart racing. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I am a proud Amazon warrior, a descendant of the gods. How could I allow myself to daydream like an ordinary girl? Stealing another glance at Lin Feng, she couldn't help but acknowledge his undeniable charm. In that moment, Diana felt like a young girl smitten with infatuation, lost in her musings. Once more, she gazed upon Lin Feng, captivated by his resolute visage and robust physique, which held an irresistible allure. While Lin Feng was engaged in recovering his strength, he sensed someone watching him. Opening his eyes, he locked gazes with Diana, their eyes meeting in a shared moment. As they both blinked in surprise, Diana let out a sharp gasp, her face flushed with color. Hastily, she covered her face with her hands and dashed out of the room. Lin Feng, startled by her sudden scream, was taken aback. After all, the piercing quality of a woman's scream can be quite overwhelming. He found the situation perplexing. He had merely sensed someone observing him, a result of his heightened awareness stemming from his powerful combat instincts and meditative state. Why had her reaction been so extreme? He couldn't fathom the complexities of a woman's thoughts. Had he been rendered foolish by the earlier devastation? With a mental sigh, Lin Feng dismissed the incident of Diana's sudden scream. He closed his eyes again, continuing to recuperate until, after more than half an hour, he felt his body fully restored. A deep breath escaped his lips, dissipating into the air. Stretching out his limbs, he heard the satisfying crack of his joints. Not bad. This battle had been quite invigorating. Indeed, Lin Feng pondered why he now found such enjoyment in combat, as he had never been one to seek fights in his past. He speculated that perhaps it was due to the amnesia he had experienced, unleashing the inherent nature of a Saiyan, which had now seamlessly fused with his character. As Lin Feng gazed at the deserted Batcave, sensing the lingering presence of others above, he made his way toward the villa on the ground. Upon reaching this point, only Bruce and Alfred remained. Clark's whereabouts were unknown, and Diana was absent. Would you care for a drink? This exquisite limited edition red wine cost me a staggering $1 million, Bruce declared, raising his glass toward Lin Feng. Before Lin Feng could respond, Alfred had already poured a glass of red wine and presented it before Lin Feng. Reluctantly, he accepted, despite not being particularly fond of alcoholic beverages. He preferred soft drinks, finding wine too harsh and detrimental to his physique, which could impair his combat instincts. Nonetheless, a modest sip would not harm him. He tasted it and thought, not bad at all. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have bought it? Money should be spent on such indulgences. Otherwise, it merely becomes a pile of worthless paper and mere numbers, Bruce boasted, inadvertently flaunting his wealth. Lin Feng felt somewhat overshadowed by Bruce's ostentation, and he had little desire to engage further with such affluent individuals who perpetually exuded an air of extravagance. Much like Tony Stark, Bruce relished in showcasing his riches, though they indeed had more than enough to spare. A humorous thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. If Bruce were to meet Stark, they would likely become fast friends, as the wealthy often share a common mindset, both having become superheroes to protect their families. He imagined a scenario where Bruce donned an iron suit alongside Stark, a master of martial arts. Reflecting on Stark led Lin Feng to think of his own home, his girlfriend Natasha, and his younger sister Shaoran. It seemed imperative to expedite his search for Dr. Manhattan. He could not remain here indefinitely. Moreover, he had an agreement with the other universe's Captain America, set for a year later, and months had already passed. The path home appeared distant, and finding Dr. Manhattan was now his sole focus. Lin Feng finished his glass and placed it on the nearby table, speaking up. Bruce, I hope you can swiftly assist me in locating Dr. Manhattan. I must return to my homeland, where my family and girlfriend await me. During the battle, he sensed no presence on Mars. There was absolutely no trace. Upon hearing Lin Feng mention his girlfriend, Bruce was reminded of Diana, which was not particularly good news for her. However, that was no longer his concern. The real dilemma lay with Lin Feng and Diana. He was content to watch the unfolding drama, confident that they would navigate their situation accordingly. Bruce hurriedly responded to Lin Feng's inquiry. Rest assured, I have already put out a bounty for any information regarding Dr. Manhattan. As soon as there are any developments, I will inform you immediately. Lin Feng trusted that Bruce would not deceive him on such matters, which put him at ease. However, he still remarked, the sooner, the better. Ideally, we should locate him within 6 months. Yet, Bruce harbored a divergent thought that it might be preferable if Dr. Manhattan were never found. If he remained lost, Lin Feng could stay in their universe, on their Earth, providing them with an invincible support, free from fear of incursions from other realms. But this notion was swiftly dismissed by Bruce. Lin Feng had always aided them, and now he found himself wishing for his return to be hindered for the sake of their safety. As Bruce gazed at the spot where Lin Feng had just departed, he vigorously shook his head, banishing that insidious idea. Alfred, noticing his master fixated on Lin Feng's previous position, understood Bruce's sentiments. After years together, their relationship had transcended mere master and servant. Alfred was acutely aware of the kind of person Bruce was. Master, you cannot impede Lin Feng's departure. Do you truly believe that Diana alone can tether him to our Earth? It would be wiser to assist him in finding his way home. If he can traverse the cosmos, he will undoubtedly return. Once we have guided him back, should we encounter insurmountable troubles, I am certain he would not refuse our plea for help. Bruce snapped back to clarity. Indeed, how'd I overlook this? It seems I was ensnared in a narrow mindset. Alfred, your insights are invaluable. Without your reminder, I might have become apathetic in my quest for Dr. Manhattan. If I were to anger Lin Feng, and troubles arose, his unwillingness to assist could spell disaster. Bruce had been contemplating how to tackle the search for Dr. Manhattan, and now he had conceived the optimal solution. Alfred raised the bounty to $100 million. Regardless of when the information about Dr. Manhattan surfaces, if it is genuine, we shall pay the full amount. Disseminate this message on the dark web. No, not just the dark web. I want the entire world searching for Dr. Manhattan. This news must reach everyone, and we must find him with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was on his way home, unaware of the events that had transpired with Diana. He could only hope that by the time he returned, she would have recovered. Chapter 104. A heartbroken Diana. By the time he arrived home, night had already fallen. The house was devoid of any occupants. Diana had led her kin away, and the whereabouts of the three were a mystery. It was indeed peculiar, for the two Amazonian warriors, now exceedingly corpulent, had grown so accustomed to their sedentary lifestyle that venturing outside was a rare occurrence. Save for the occasional door opening to retrieve takeout, Lin Feng had cleansed himself of the blood and dust that clung to him, discarding his tattered garments. Though his wounds had healed, the toll of the recent battle left him mentally fatigued, and he succumbed to slumber upon collapsing onto the bed. When he awoke the following day, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and Diana and her companions had yet to return. Living alongside them daily had rendered the sudden solitude somewhat disconcerting. As Lin Feng languished on the sofa in boredom, the door swung open unexpectedly. He turned to see Diana, and in that moment, he was utterly captivated. It was the first time he had witnessed her beauty in such resplendence. Clad in an elegant white evening gown, her visage was adorned with meticulous makeup, and she stood at the threshold like a vision of allure. Her curvaceous form, exquisite legs, and a wild, yet sweet sensuality perfectly encapsulated the essence of a goddess, albeit one distinct from another. Lin Feng conceded that amidst the many beauties he had encountered, Diana and Natasha were indeed rivals in allure. However, Diana evoked a different sensation within him. She resembled a blooming flower, vibrant and radiant, while Natasha epitomized the archetype of a thorny rose. Diana secretly observed Lin Feng's gaze upon her, delighting in the attention. Lin Feng, I have made reservations for dinner at a 5-star hotel. Would you accompany me? Lin Feng instinctively replied, sure. The moment the words left his lips, he regretted his response, realizing he perhaps should not have agreed to Diana's invitation. After all, he had a girlfriend and was merely a transient presence in this locale, destined not to linger. To allow Diana to develop feelings for him would render him a heartless cad. Yet, having already acquiesced, retracting his acceptance now would be quite awkward. I'll change my clothes, he declared, exchanging his pajamas for something more suitable before they set out together. Let us walk. No need for a car, Diana suggested. And Lin Feng had no objections, still pondering how and when to reveal his relationship status. As they strolled along the pathway, Diana effortlessly attracted the gazes of passers-by. Her beauty was a rare sight indeed. Lin Feng maintained a respectful distance, nearly a meter separating them. What is he doing? Am I a predator? Does he not comprehend my intentions? Diana mused silently, observing Lin Feng's south reluctance to close the gap. No, I must take the initiative. As a goddess, her thoughts diverge from those of ordinary mortals. Despite having lived among them for many years, the essence of her being remains unaltered. One must boldly pursue what they desire. To love someone is to chase after them, regardless of whether the pursuit is initiated by a woman. Overthinking such matters only serves to waste precious time. Diana approached Lin Feng, entwining her arm with his in a manner reminiscent of a delicate bird seeking comfort. Observers around them wore expressions of anguish and envy, likely pondering why this man was not theirs, or secretly wishing ill upon Lin Feng. After all, to be indifferent to such a striking individual while expecting a woman to take the initiative is truly beastly. No, it would be more fitting to say he is less than a beast. Lin Feng had only experienced love once before and was uncertain how to gently extricate himself from Diana's embrace without hurting her feelings. However, he knew he could not allow her to remain in this position indefinitely. Just as he contemplated withdrawing his hand, he caught Diana's gaze and abandoned the thought. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of malevolence washed over him, as if someone harbored ill intentions towards him. What was amiss? Why did he feel constantly threatened? Yet, upon surveying the surroundings, he found no one displaying hostility. They were merely ordinary individuals. What could they possibly do to him? The pair strolled in silence, one too shy to speak, and the other at a loss for words. By the time they arrived at the 5-star hotel, it was precisely 6 o'clock. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent over an hour together. Perhaps it was Diana's extraordinary beauty that prompted the lobby manager to approach them as soon as they entered. "How may I assist you, beautiful lady?" he inquired. "I have a reservation," Diana replied, producing her phone to present the confirmation to the manager. After reviewing it, he guided them to a table situated near the center of the performance area. The ambience was exquisite. A five-star hotel is celebrated for its atmosphere. Here, they could perfectly enjoy the musical performance, with only a few other tables surrounding them, providing a sense of intimacy. Diana and Lin Feng indulged in a delightful meal. Yet conversation remained elusive. Eventually, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. "Diana, would you accompany me for a walk later?" Receiving the response she had hoped for, Diana beamed with joy. After settling the bill, she naturally linked her arm with Lin Feng's once more, and they strolled aimlessly down the street. Upon reaching the seaside, Lin Feng withdrew his hand and rested it on the railing. Unsure of his intentions, Diana quietly stood by his side, waiting. At last, Lin Feng summoned his resolve and uttered a piece of news that would be difficult for Diana to accept. "I am already in a relationship. Have you not realized that I am not of this universe?" "Diana, why squander your emotions on me? You deserve so much more. Once Bruce uncovers the whereabouts of Dr. Manhattan, that will mark the time of my departure, a day that is not far off. Indeed, it is drawing near. Bruce has been diligently assisting me in this endeavor." Upon hearing this news, Diana felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. The blow was tremendous. Her eyes reddened, tears welling in her gaze, yet she held them back, refusing to let them fall. She reflected on her past, reminiscing about the first man she loved, who sacrificed himself to protect the ordinary, a loss that occurred long ago. She had thought that there would be no second man in this world to stir her heart. And indeed, this had been the case. Countless suitors had pursued her over the years, given that her beauty is an undeniable truth. Now, finally, there appeared a man who captivated her heart. She understood that Lin Feng was not from this realm. But love is not a trifling matter that can be cast aside at will. After mustering her resolve, she was met with the revelation that he already had a girlfriend. What, then, was the purpose of all her previous endeavors? With a heavy heart, Diana softly uttered, "You should leave. I do not wish to see you again. Please stay away for a while." She then departed, not gradually, but instead soaring away from the place. Lin Feng did not pursue her. He believed that few could inflict pain upon Diana in this world. He also recognized that he was no longer suited to reside in her abode, as the previous events had left him in turmoil. Chapter 105. News of Dr. Manhattan. Lin Feng found himself at a loss, uncertain of where to go. Although he had a few acquaintances here, an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity washed over him. Thus, he flew directly to the Batcave, deciding to make it his residence for the time being, as it was usually unoccupied, save for Bruce's occasional ventures into his masquerade. When Lin Feng suddenly appeared beside Bruce, he startled him, initially fearing an intruder had breached his sanctuary. Upon recognizing Lin Feng, he promptly disarmed all defensive measures, unwilling to risk the destruction of a place he had meticulously cultivated for years. Finding another location of such caliber would require an immeasurable amount of time. It is essential to note that Gotham City could not afford to be without Bruce Wayne. No, it could not be without Batman. With a sigh of dejection, Lin Feng stated, "Bruce, I will be residing here from now on." He refrained from divulging the reasons behind his arrival, as it was a matter of personal significance. Observing Lin Feng's despondency, Bruce was about to inquire further when he suddenly recalled the complexities surrounding Diana and Lin Feng's relationship. He decided to remain silent, leading Lin to his room. "From now on, this will be your sanctuary. Stay for as long as you wish." With that, Bruce departed, eager to avoid any misfortune that might befall him due to Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng did not make any sudden moves, Bruce believed he could withstand any potential repercussions. However, a confrontation would surely lead to dire consequences. He could not bear the thought of Clark discovering this secret. It was imperative to inform him. Otherwise, if Clark were to visit and inquire about Lin Feng's presence, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Bruce had no desire to be ensnared by Clark, a muscle-bound fool. Lin Feng sat alone on the bed, pondering his earlier directness. Perhaps I should have been more tactful. The image of Diana lingered in his mind, her eyes betraying a depth of sorrow that was undeniable. Yet, the situation had unfolded as it had, and he could only allow it to progress naturally. Frustrated, Lin Feng forced himself into a meditative state, striving to divert his thoughts from the troubling events. Meanwhile, Diana sat alone atop the roof, gazing at the luminous full moon. Damn it all, why must this be so wretched? Why is it that every person I care for meets such fate? Diana grappled with the incomprehensible pain of enduring loss. One by one, those she cherished seemed destined to leave her. She remained on the rooftop all night, quietly mourning her heartache. The following day, Bruce burst through Lin Feng's door, exclaiming, "Lin Feng, I bring good news. Someone has come to claim the bounty. We've received a lead on Dr. Manhattan." Lin Feng opened his eyes in surprise, astonished at the rapidity of the developments. It had only been a day. The pace was astonishing. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Bruce had placed a bounty of $100 million for this information, a staggering sum for a mere whisper, and with careful discretion. No one need ever know he had divulged it. Why not seize such a golden opportunity? Bruce urged, "Come, our informant awaits us outside." Eagerly, Lin Feng followed Bruce into the main hall, where a seemingly frail young man sat, bespectacled and timid, clearly a clerk. Lin Feng hurriedly inquired, "Is it you who possesses information about Dr. Manhattan? Do not dare deceive me. If you are mistaken, do you comprehend the consequences? After all, the wealthiest man in Gotham could easily make a minor nuisance vanish." Norton, already filled with trepidation, felt an even greater surge of fear. However, the thought of impending riches, of finally being able to humiliate the woman who had cast him aside, drowned out his anxiety. The prospect of a life of indulgence dispelled his lingering dread. The desire for wealth eclipsed the emotions of fear. Norton adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. "It is true. I work for the National Security Information Department. My salary is modest, and I cannot disclose this to anyone. My girlfriend believes I am merely an ordinary recluse and has abandoned me. Is it merely my lack of financial means that drove her away? She left me for someone else today." Lin Feng and Bruce were taken aback by the simplicity of the inquiry, only to uncover such an intriguing revelation. Yet, they had little interest in the intricacies of this man's life. Bruce interrupted, demanding, "Quickly tell me, where is Dr. Manhattan? Just share the information, and the money is yours." Norton took a sip of water, organizing his thoughts before responding. "By sheer happenstance, I stumbled upon a file. It was tucked away in the innermost recesses of the documents. On a whim, I decided to tidy up and discovered a dust-laden envelope marked top secret. Driven by curiosity, I opened it, revealing a dossier from decades past that contained information about a certain Dr. Manhattan. The document depicted him as a godlike figure. I initially regarded it merely as a story. Who would have thought that yesterday I would encounter news of him on the dark web and decided to inquire out of sheer curiosity?" Lin Feng, now aware of the reason behind this man's girlfriend's departure, found the narrative excessively verbose, having yet to reach the crux of the matter. He, growing impatient, snapped, "Enough of your rambling. Just tell me where Dr. Manhattan is, then take your money and leave. Understood?" Norton, initially nervous, grew more animated in his storytelling, but was abruptly interrupted, causing him to flinch. "I have no idea where Dr. Manhattan might be," he stammered. "What did you say? Are you courting death with such ignorance? Please, do not be angry. I may not know his whereabouts, but I possess a means to summon him to you." Bruce, striving to calm Lin Feng, who was nearing the end of his patience, urged, "Just speak quickly. This is tiresome." With that, he produced a small box containing a red button. This was found alongside the dossier, which stated that pressing this would bring Dr. Manhattan back. He placed it on the table and quickly called for Afu to escort Norton away, offering him payment to hasten his departure. The man's loquacity was utterly disproportionate to his frail appearance. Chapter 106. The forceful Diana. Lin Feng held a small black box in his hands, with Bruce beside him, both gazing at the object. Just as Lin Feng was about to open the box and press the button, Bruce urgently interjected, "Wait, Lin Feng, what if there is danger?" Lin Feng had not considered this possibility, but he felt no trepidation. After all, he doubted that such a diminutive box could pose any real threat to him. Observing Bruce's evident anxiety, I resolved to place my trust in him. The two arrived at the Batcave, where Bruce hastily constructed a machine. He placed a small box inside the apparatus, and the two stood over 100 meters away, watching intently. Bruce declared, "I am about to press the button." Lin Feng, unable to contain his anticipation, chose to respect Bruce's decision, urging, "Hurry and press it." Without hesitation, Bruce activated the machine. The button was engaged, and the box emitted a series of beeping sounds that grew increasingly frantic. Both anticipated the imminent arrival of Dr. Manhattan. After waiting for more than half an hour, aside from the initial sounds, there was no further activity. Unable to endure the suspense, Lin Feng stepped forward to retrieve the box. Could it be that we have been deceived by that young man? He mused. Impossible. No one can outwit me in Gotham, Bruce asserted confidently. Lin Feng concurred, reasoning that any ordinary person attempting to swindle Bruce would surely understand the dire consequences awaiting them. What if the information was false to begin with? And that fellow was deceived as well? This seemed the only plausible explanation, for how else could one account for the utter lack of any anomalies thus far? Initially brimming with excitement at the prospect of returning home, Lin Feng now felt despondent upon realizing the message was a ruse. He wondered how long he would have to wait for someone else to bring news of Dr. Manhattan. Bruce observed Lin Feng, seated on the ground holding the box, visibly disheartened. Just as he was about to approach to offer comfort, a shadow suddenly appeared. Bruce braced himself, fearing it might be an adversary, only to recognize it was Diana. Although Lin Feng sensed her presence through the air, the recent news had struck him too deeply, rendering him motionless. As Diana stood before them, Bruce wisely chose to withdraw, leaving the Batcave for their private conversation. Lin Feng, in a foul mood and unwilling to prolong the encounter, turned directly to Diana and remarked, "What brings you here again? I have a girlfriend, and this situation is becoming untenable." Unbeknownst to him, Diana had come with a resolute intention. Initially, she had decided to relinquish this connection, but upon the return of her Amazonian kin the following day, her sorrow was evident. Her sister, the elder of the two, inquired, "Diana, what troubles you? Has that man hurt you? If so, I shall seek vengeance on your behalf." Diana was taken aback that her feelings had been so readily perceived. She was unaware that her sorrow was plainly written upon her face. In order to prevent harm to her kin, fearing that they might recklessly confront Lin Feng, she hastily declared, "It's unnecessary. This time, it is not his fault. I simply failed to comprehend the situation leading to this predicament." Her sister inquired, "What exactly transpired? Share it with us, and we shall assist you in analyzing it." Diana recounted the entire episode, and upon hearing her tale, the two sisters exchanged knowing smiles. They had not anticipated that Diana would be disheartened over such a trivial matter, which was evidently quite easily resolvable. The elder sister voiced her thoughts, explaining to Diana, "You see, there is no need for your sorrow. You have misunderstood the crux of the matter. Lin Feng merely stated that he has a girlfriend, not a wife. Since she is merely his girlfriend, you have every right to pursue your own happiness." Suddenly, Diana, who had been enveloped in despair, awakened to this realization, exclaiming, "Indeed, how could I not have considered that? She is only his girlfriend, not his wife. This means I still have a chance." Gradually, her mood lifted from earlier despondency to one of exuberance. The sisters observed Diana, noting her transformation as she emerged from her previous turmoil. The younger sister encouraged her, saying, "Diana, you are the princess of our Amazon tribe, a descendant of the gods. You must persevere. How could you possibly be outdone by a mere mortal?" The elder sister echoed this sentiment, reinforcing her belief, "Absolutely. You must embody the indomitable spirit of the Amazons. With your stunning beauty and remarkable physique, how could you possibly be inferior to his girlfriend? Trust in yourself. You will find your happiness, and you shall succeed." As Diana absorbed her sister's encouragement, her resolve intensified. She was determined to seek out Lin Feng. In her heart, she silently affirmed, "They are right. She is merely his girlfriend. As long as they remain unmarried, there is still hope for me. I can do this." At that moment, Diana felt as though she had transformed into a goddess of war, poised to overcome all obstacles in her quest for love. Lin Feng initially believed that his words would compel Diana to depart, allowing him a moment of solitude. However, to his astonishment, instead of leaving, Diana approached him and embraced him, planting a kiss upon him. This unexpected gesture startled Lin Feng. He was bewildered as to why, despite his clear intentions, Diana continued to express her affections so boldly. He had harbored some feelings for Diana, for how could a man remain indifferent when such a stunning beauty professed her feelings? It was only due to Natasha's presence that he had rebuffed Diana's advances. Lin Feng hurriedly pushed Diana away and retreated, saying, "Have you lost your mind? I've already told you I have a girlfriend. Why do you persist?" However, Diana merely smiled and replied, "She is just your girlfriend, not your wife. As long as you remain unmarried, I still have a chance." Lin Feng was taken aback by Diana's perspective. He felt utterly helpless, as he could not alter the thoughts of others. Observing Lin Feng's silence, Diana continued, "Do you dare deny that you had even the slightest feelings for me? Otherwise, on the day when the Titan was destroyed and I was injured, why did you react with such fury?" Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that Diana had been observant of his previous behavior. It dawned on him that she had been feigning unconsciousness all along. Indeed, Diana was correct. Lin Feng had harbored some feelings for her. Watching Lin Feng's conflicted expression, Diana mused to herself, "Just as I suspected, my charm remains formidable. You can reject someone as alluring as me for your girlfriend, but a good man like you shall not escape my grasp." Chapter 107. The concerns of Dr. Manhattan. Diana, undeterred, drew closer to Lin Feng, and he found himself genuinely flustered, unsure of how to respond. All he could think of was fleeing the scene. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, Diana embraced him tightly. Ignoring all reservations, she fervently kissed Lin Feng. As a man, he found it impossible to resist such temptation. Consequently, he surrendered to his guilt and wrapped his arms around Diana, and they shared an impassioned kiss. Time seemed to blur as they finally released each other and gazed into one another's eyes. With a dreamy look, Diana joyfully exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew you had feelings for me." Lin Feng was bewildered by his own impulsive behavior. It appeared that clear explanations were now futile. At that moment, Diana was evidently sincere in her affections and wished to continue their embrace, while Lin Feng contemplated taking their relationship further. Suddenly, a loud, buzzing noise erupted from behind them. Initially confused, Lin Feng turned to locate the source of the sound, discovering the small box. The box was flashing red lights, vibrating intensely, and emitting noise. This cacophony abruptly interrupted Diana's advances, leaving her visibly displeased, for she felt that Lin Feng was on the verge of becoming hers. Just as she was about to crush the box underfoot, Lin Feng swiftly intervened to protect it. "You mustn't break it. My hope of returning home lies within this," he exclaimed, astonished that the box was indeed functional. Diana was taken aback by this revelation. Having just expressed her feelings, and with their relationship taking a step forward, she was dismayed to find that Lin Feng had discovered the path back home. At that moment, she resolutely decided that wherever Lin Feng went, she would follow him, and she would not let him slip away. Lin Feng was intently observing the box he had just discarded on the ground, unaware that Diana had made a significant resolution. The sound emanating from the small box grew increasingly loud. Lin Feng waited anxiously, sensing that his doctorate was imminent. Otherwise, this object would not exhibit such reactions. However, to his astonishment, the small box suddenly emitted black smoke and spontaneously ignited, burning to ashes. Gazing at the charred remnants of the box before him, Lin Feng was genuinely taken aback by this outcome. Before he could even process his sorrow, a dark wormhole abruptly appeared at the site of the box's destruction. A man, glowing with a blue luminescence and clad only in undergarments, emerged. His form was still ethereal. He was devoid of any body hair, floating in the air, with a circular symbol between his eyes, featuring a small dot at its center. Upon witnessing his arrival, Lin Feng realized that Dr. Manhattan had come. Gradually, Dr. Manhattan materialized from his intangible state, surveying his surroundings. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the only two humans who remained. He looked directly at Diana and articulated her recently concealed thoughts. This lady's notion was quite peculiar, as she wished to accompany him across the cosmos. Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency. He understood that she intended to leave this place with him. Subsequently, Dr. Manhattan turned his attention to the man before him. Yet, he could not penetrate the man's thoughts. Instead, he sensed an overwhelming threat, as if probing the man's mind would lead to severe repercussions. The moment he arrived on this earth, he realized that all his contemporaries had perished. Even his own existence had become a mere legend, reduced to a joke by the American government summons. As a being who could be deemed omniscient and omnipotent, this reality puzzled him. However, he was not a fool. Thus, he abandoned the notion of invading another's mind and directly posed a question. "Have you utilized the only summons I left on Earth? I have already accessed this lady's memories, and there appears to be no significant crisis. You are not agents of the government who have called me here. What is your true intention?" Lin Feng wasted no time and articulated his request directly. "I wish for your assistance in departing this universe. I long to return to my homeland. I arrived here by an unfortunate mistake, and I hope you can help me. Dr. Manhattan neither rejected nor agreed to Lin Feng's plea, but instead presented a question of his own. In the vast expanse of the multiverse, traversing between different universes necessitates the overcoming of cosmic barriers. However, this process generates immense pressure, and I fear you may not withstand it, potentially being torn apart by this overwhelming force. Dr. Manhattan has already discerned that Lin Feng does not belong to this universe. Regarding the inquiry posed by Lin Feng, he has surmised with considerable accuracy that it indeed pertains to a desire to return to his own universe. Yet, Dr. Manhattan is uncertain whether he possesses the capability to facilitate the crossing of others into different universes. He has never attempted such an endeavor and is apprehensive that the tremendous pressure encountered while breaching the cosmic barrier might obliterate Lin Feng. Observing the impassive expression on Dr. Manhattan's face, Lin Feng initially feared his request would be denied. To his surprise, Dr. Manhattan articulated his concern that Lin Feng might not endure the strain of interuniversal travel and could be shattered in the process. Lin Feng had anticipated a far graver danger, only to realize that it was merely this concern, which seemed trivial in comparison to the potential perils he had envisioned. This situation underscores the significant distinction between the interuniversal machines crafted by Iron Man and the forceful crossings attempted by Dr. Manhattan. At the very least, he had not previously experienced the pressure emanating from the cosmic barrier as described by the latter. Chapter 108. The Perils of Interuniversal Travel. Dr. Manhattan's curiosity now piqued. He pondered how Lin Feng had arrived in this place if he lacked the ability to traverse planets. He posed this question with intrigue. If you cannot cross the universe, how did you come be here? Aware that this question was inevitable, Lin Feng elucidated the circumstances that had led him to this point, recounting the entire sequence of events that had transpired prior to his arrival. To the astonishment of Dr. Manhattan and Diana, Lin Feng revealed that he had ventured to assist an ordinary individual from another universe. Unfortunately, during his return journey, he encountered an unforeseen ambush by a mysterious entity. Dr. Manhattan inquired, "Are you suggesting that you were discovered beyond the infinite universes, leading to a confrontation, and that you fled to my world?" Lin Feng affirmed, explaining that he could have returned directly under different circumstances. Dr. Manhattan seemed to grasp a deeper understanding, noting that few could traverse the infinite universes, with only a select few chosen ones or dimensional observers dedicated to maintaining peace among the infinite realms. Yet, he remained uncertain. He then continued, was the assailant, by any chance, a cloaked figure devoid of hair, with dark blue skin? Lin Feng was taken aback. Dr. Manhattan's description matched what he had encountered. Anxiously, he inquired, "Who is that wretched individual? I must find him and confront him directly for his treachery against me." Dr. Manhattan did not anticipate that Lin Feng would become so incensed. Unleashing an exceptionally potent aura, attempting to placate Lin Feng, he said, "Lin Feng, please do not let your anger overwhelm you. I am acquainted with him. He is indeed an old friend of mine. His guidance during my travels through the infinite universe has enabled me to navigate between different realms with remarkable precision. My friend is a dimensional observer, a manifestation of will born from the cosmos itself. He is truly magnificent, and his eternal duty is to safeguard the infinite universe, preventing calamities and maintaining harmony among the myriad realms. I suspect he perceived you as a threat to universal peace, hence his aggressive approach." Initially, Lin Feng's fury was palpable. Yet after hearing Dr. Manhattan's elucidation, he found himself admiring this individual. The universe has existed for countless eons, and this dimensional observer has steadfastly upheld the peace between realms. Although his anger had subsided, the notion that he had been regarded as a malignant entity within the infinite cosmos, destined for eradication, remained unforgivable. Had the dimensional observer simply communicated with Lin Feng at that moment, their confrontation could have been entirely avoided, sparing Lin Feng from near demise. "I can relinquish the desire to eliminate him," Lin Feng mused, "for I understand his responsibilities. However, a rematch is inevitable. I must confront him, if only to release the pent-up fury from our previous encounter." Dr. Manhattan sighed in relief, grateful that Lin Feng no longer harbored thoughts of killing the dimensional observer. After all, having felt the overwhelming energy Lin Feng had previously emitted, he remained uncertain about the power dynamic between Lin Feng and the observer. Should the observer prove unable to withstand Lin Feng's might, it could spell disaster for the infinite universe. Dr. Manhattan recognized that Lin Feng's power had only intensified, as it was merely a sudden outpouring of energy. Thus, Lin Feng was more than capable of enduring the pressures of traversing cosmic barriers. "I can facilitate your return to your universe," he declared, "but not at this moment. My strength does not match that of the dimensional observer. And crossing universes is not an endeavor to be taken lightly. Therefore, we must wait a few months. Coincidentally, I have not resided in my own realm for quite some time. Once my abilities are restored, I shall notify you." With that, Dr. Manhattan opened a portal behind him and vanished, leaving one to ponder his destination. Perhaps he returned to the place of his former life or to the resting place of an old friend. Although Dr. Manhattan's human emotions had waned considerably, there were fleeting moments when he yearned to reclaim his feelings and the joys of humanity. Diana had initially thought Lin Feng would depart immediately, but was surprised to learn that a few months would pass. Despite her prior resolution to accompany Lin Feng, uncertainty lingered in her heart. However, prior to this, she had been contemplating this issue during the exchanges between Lin Feng and Dr. Manhattan. Diana couldn't help but think that perhaps she had acted a bit impulsively before. If she were to leave without a word, what would become of her kin, her mother, and the many friends she cherished? Even if she had to depart, it was imperative that she informed them. Diana was aware that her mother would not obstruct her pursuit of true love and happiness. Observing Lin Feng, who appeared somewhat exhilarated at that moment, she could discern his joy at the prospect of returning home. Yet during their previous conversation, he had been discreetly watching her. Diana understood that Lin Feng cared for her, but they were ultimately from different worlds. Could she truly find a solution that would satisfy both sides? What if such a solution remained elusive? Previously, she had been swept away by the fervor of love, but now, with so much contemplation, her longing for her people intensified. They needed her, especially in a world fraught with dangers. In this era, if she were to suddenly vanish, countless threats could descend upon Themyscira. If her kin faced peril in her absence, would that not mean she had abandoned them for her own desires? Such a notion was beyond her capabilities, leaving her in a state of profound frustration, uncertain of her course. After coming to terms with these thoughts, Diana felt a sense of helplessness, reminiscent of the moment Lin Feng had rejected her the previous night. She had intended to suppress her tears before him, yet she found herself unable to do so. Though she had previously held back, the weight of her sorrow had only grown. Perhaps once she could bear, but another time might lead to her collapse. Now, Diana could no longer maintain her composure, akin to a dam bursting. Chapter 109. A public revelation of their relationship. Lin Feng had also been quietly concerned for Diana, eager to discern what decision she would make if he were to leave. But witnessing her weeping openly, disregarding the presence of others, struck him deeply. Her tears flowed freely, reminiscent of a sorrowful child standing beside him, grieving. Lin Feng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, unsure of how to respond. However, he could not ignore her distress. Approaching her, he gently placed his hand upon her head. Diana, through her tears, exclaimed in a mix of anger and sorrow, You bad guy, don't touch me." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. He was a man, and how could he allow the woman who loved him to suffer so? Ignoring her earlier words, he embraced her tightly. He resolved to set aside all else for the moment, deciding they would address everything later when Diana and Natasha could meet. If today could not be salvaged, then what hope was there for tomorrow? Diana initially believed that this time, her pursuit of happiness would come to a disheartening end. However, to her astonishment, Lin Feng tenderly embraced her. The tears that had been flowing from Diana's eyes ceased abruptly, though she did not stop weeping immediately. Instead, she found herself softly sobbing in Lin Feng's warm embrace, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat and inhaling the scent that belonged to him, enveloped in a sensation of bliss. A gentle smile escaped her lips, though her emotions were still tumultuous, oscillating between laughter and tears. Lin Feng gazed down at her, struck by the contrast. Here was a stunning beauty, a Valkyrie, now playfully nestled in his arms. He reached out playfully to flick her prominent nose, chuckling, "Look at you, so adorable and amusing. A Valkyrie, yet you resemble a little kitten." At that moment, Diana had ceased her tears, merely clinging to Lin Feng, fearful that the reality of their situation was but a figment of her imagination. She cared little for her appearance. All she desired was to hold onto him tightly, unwilling to let him slip away. I don't care. You've embraced me, and now you must be responsible for me. Lin Feng, having unburdened his heart, was now ready to embrace this moment fully. Rest assured, I will not abandon you. But first, let me go so you can wash your face properly. It would not be good if Bruce and the others saw you like this. Diana, disregarding his words, pouted playfully. No, I want to let go. You must swear you will never leave me. Lin Feng was taken aback by the sight of the proud Valkyrie, transformed into this endearing figure. All right, I swear I will never leave you, or else lightning shall strike me. Diana burst into laughter at his vow, exclaiming, You're trying to deceive me. What would lightning do to you? It will be no more than a tickle. However, I believe you now. I will go wash my face and return shortly. You must not leave. Yes, I promise I will remain here. Hurry now, and be cautious of Bruce and the others. They might tease you. If they dare to mock me, I shall teach them a lesson, she retorted, swiftly departing, presumably to freshen up. Just as Diana left, Bruce and Clark arrived, sneaking around the doorway, peering inside with mischievous intent. Clark's expression revealed that he was already aware of the prior events, likely informed by Bruce. Indeed, gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, and even the likes of Batman and Superman are not immune to such inclinations. Lin Feng sensed their presence and spoke directly. Are you two here for a reason, or merely to indulge in the spectacle? Bruce and Clark were simultaneously taken aback, having not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Embarrassed, Bruce stepped forward, exclaiming, the moon is splendidly round tonight. I'm here to invite you to dinner. Indeed. The sun has bestowed upon me even greater warmth today. Let us dine and then bask in the sunlight together, Clark added, albeit somewhat incoherently. Nonetheless, Lin Feng felt a twinge of hunger. After all, since yesterday, he had merely consumed a single steak at a five-star hotel. To his appetite, it was akin to a regular person swallowing a mouthful of the northwestern wind, barely a meal. Lin Feng, indifferent to the exchange between the two, acknowledged his hunger. He patted his stomach and declared, I happen to be rather hungry. Please bring me an entire roasted cow. This proclamation left both men astonished. Their jaws agape as they exclaimed in unison, What? You wish to eat a whole cow? Are you certain? Indeed. Is there a problem? Lin Feng replied. Do you not know that the more one consumes, the stronger one becomes? The two shook their heads in disbelief, responding, Never heard of such a thing. The trio descended to the ground, where Bruce instructed Alfred to prepare a whole roasted cow. Alfred found nothing unusual in the request and simply obeyed his master's command. However, finding it rather cumbersome, he decided to relocate the chef and the grilling apparatus to the garden, opting for fresh, off-the-grill dining. Just as the beef was ready, Diana reappeared, having restored her divine visage. This time, she did not shy away from the curious gazes of Bruce and Clark. She approached Lin Feng directly, interrupting his meal to personally feed him, taking morsels of food and offering them to him one by one. Lin Feng showed no hesitation and savored the beef Diana fed him in front of Bruce and Clark. Bruce, witnessing the affectionate display between the two, felt a sense of discomfort akin to having tasted something foul. After all, he had no girlfriend. To maintain the secrecy of his Batman identity, he cannot allow others to know. He feigned the role of a playboy, frequently surrounded by beautiful women, yet his true nature was not that of a libertine. Deep down, he longed for a beloved companion. Clark, on the other hand, felt little more than surprise, for he had a girlfriend. It dawned on Bruce that he was the only single man present, which deepened his melancholy. Remembering Lin Feng's earlier assertion that eating could enhance one's strength, Bruce embarked on a gluttonous spree. However, regardless of how much he consumed, his strength remained unchanged. It soon became clear that the notion of food-enhancing power might only apply to Lin Feng alone. Chapter 110. A perfect resolution. The relationship between Lin Feng and Diana had become publicly acknowledged. Although Bruce and Clark felt a slight discomfort, they ultimately accepted the reality of the situation. They were fully aware of the tragic experiences that had transpired in the past, which brought them immense joy and support for Diana. After enjoying a hearty meal, Lin Feng and Diana nestled close together, shoulder to shoulder. The enormity of Lin Feng's appetite, capable of consuming an entire cow, astonished them profoundly. Clark, unable to match such a feat, was witnessing a spectacle he had never encountered before. The chef grilling the beef was on the brink of madness, pondering whether an alien had invaded Earth. If this individual were to enter competitive eating contests, he would undoubtedly secure victory with ease. The chef, having never encountered someone of this caliber, contemplated asking for an autograph, but ultimately refrained, considering it was his employer's establishment. Once Lin Feng had satisfied his hunger, Ah Fu waved to the chef, signaling for the remnants to be cleared away, restoring the space to its previous pristine state. Lin Feng then urged Diana to quiet down before speaking. "Bruce, did you know that Dr. Manhattan has already been here?" Bruce, savoring fine wine and contemplating whether he should indulge in a feast akin to Lin Feng's, was suddenly taken aback by Lin Feng's revelation. He had previously dismissed the bespectacled young man as a fraud, having initially felt a glimmer of hope in his words, only to later recognize the inconsistencies. After all, how could a national secret possibly be left in a dusty corner, unknown to anyone? Yet, Lin Feng's assertion that the small box was indeed real and that Dr. Manhattan had truly visited left Bruce astonished. However, he maintained his composure, responding calmly, "Is that so? It appears that the young man did not deceive me." Subsequently, Bruce picked up the phone and declared, "Ah Fu, cease the bounty for that bespectacled fellow. He speaks the truth." He then easily hung up the call. Lin Feng had initially wondered what Bruce intended to do with the phone, only to be stunned by the revelation that Bruce had silently ordered the assassination of the young man. What had been a jest on Lin Feng's part had unexpectedly manifested into action. Fortunately, it seemed that the earlier conversation had prevented any tragic mistakes. At that moment, Clark remarked, "No wonder I sensed an unusual energy upon my arrival. It must have been Dr. Manhattan's presence." Clark was well aware of Dr. Manhattan's significance, especially given that Lin Feng's return home was a momentous event widely known, largely due to Bruce's announcements. However, Bruce's sole contemplation at this moment is the return of Dr. Manhattan, which implies that Lin Feng will soon depart from this place. What shall be done if a catastrophic disaster occurs again thereafter? Dr. Manhattan's indifference towards Earth has been evident since his departure decades ago. Otherwise, he would not have remained so aloof. If not for Lin Feng, the Earth would have faced annihilation. One can only surmise that upon Dr. Manhattan's return, he will discover a planet overrun by Kryptonians. Observing Lin Feng engaged in jovial banter with Diana, Bruce's heart is in stark contrast to his outward demeanor, filled with trepidation. His concerns are not unfounded, as the previous events were overwhelmingly horrifying. Clark has, regrettably, become a mere shadow of his former self. Let there be no misunderstanding. This characterization is not to imply that the extraordinary beings on Earth can easily subdue Clark. Rather, it suggests that, in comparison to the mightier entities from other worlds, Clark stands as Earth's only formidable champion. Even this solitary Superman may not necessarily be a match for otherworldly foes or invaders. Previously, Bruce had been devising strategies to counter Clark, but since Lin Feng's emergence, he has realized that all his plans are rendered futile. The current capabilities and intellect he possesses are insufficient to contend with Lin Feng. Should Lin Feng choose to betray and annihilate Earth, there would be no means to thwart him. His greatest fear is that, upon Lin Feng's departure, another individual of equal strength might arise. How would they then protect themselves? Must they solely rely on outsiders? Yet Lin Feng does not belong to their universe. Eventually, he must return. Should formidable adversaries emerge, are they destined to await their demise? Bruce is reluctant to accept this grim reality. Thus, he must devise an alternative plan, one that is infallible. He must prepare for the eventuality that, following Lin Feng's exit, an enemy even more powerful than Clark may appear, and they must possess the ability to safeguard themselves or even vanquish this foe. In the face of such overwhelming strength, all plots and schemes are rendered insignificant. Only through might can all dangers be vanquished. It is upon this realization that Bruce comprehends the true essence of the matter lies not with Lin Feng. Whether he stays or departs is ultimately inconsequential. The paramount objective is to enhance his own power to ensure absolute security. Reliance on outsiders cannot serve as a definitive solution. Casting a glance at Clark, who is visibly uncomfortable after overindulging, Bruce cannot help but feel dismayed. A once great champion of humanity reduced to such a state must protect the Earth. Should a being as formidable as Lin Feng arise, Clark would simply become another awaiting his fate. What then is to be done? In a brief span of time, Bruce contemplated numerous methods. His strength seemed to have reached its zenith, embodying the pinnacle of human capability. After all, devoid of superhuman abilities, acquiring such powers appeared utterly impossible. Was he to become a monstrous entity like the one who previously obliterated Titans? This thought flickered in Bruce's mind, only to dissipate almost instantly. The reason Lin Feng appeared here was not only a vague recollection of his past words, but also due to the malfunctioning of the time-space traversal device. Could it be possible to construct a similar apparatus here, thereby establishing a conduit to his world? If so, could he traverse back once more to seek Lin Feng's assistance in the face of insurmountable foes? Among all the ideas, the second one emerged as the most plausible: the establishment of a cosmic traversal machine capable of linking their two universes. However, a significant obstacle arose. Someone must venture into Lin Feng's world to set up another traversal point. Currently, they lack the means to fabricate such a device, implying that they must first reach Lin Feng's realm, where conditions might not be favorable, and then return to their own world to set up the necessary equipment. This meant that if they traveled there, Dr. Manhattan could not immediately lead them back. They would need to linger for a while before returning. The pressing question thus remained: whom should they choose for this mission? Bruce grappled with this dilemma, pondering all possible candidates until he suddenly heard Lin Feng's voice. "If you return, how shall I see you again? We shall discuss that later. Let us not dwell on this matter now." Perhaps this issue weighed too heavily on him, for Bruce emerged from his contemplation upon hearing Diana's voice. Indeed, he had been ensnared in a mental labyrinth. Wasn't he this person right before him? Bruce exclaimed, startling the others who turned to him in surprise. Chapter 111. An awkward situation amidst the puzzled gazes of those present. Bruce promptly addressed Diana. "You need not worry. We can facilitate your journey to Lin Feng's world, where you can construct a cosmic traversal machine anew. Once Dr. Manhattan regains his capacity for traversal, he can escort you back. If you bring the blueprints with you, we can fabricate our own device, thereby enabling seamless travel between the two universes. You would only need to remain in Lin Feng's world for a few months, alleviating any concerns about returning here. In that case, you two could be together and subsequently return to your homeland." Lin Feng and Diana had not considered this possibility. Although they appeared outwardly joyful, an undercurrent of unease lingered within them, a subtle fear of separation. At this moment, Bruce articulated a feasible solution that proved to be an epiphany for both of them. Lin Feng suddenly comprehended that the existence of two worlds was no longer an issue. Now his concerns shifted to another matter entirely: how to face Natasha. If the two of them were to develop a relationship, a confrontation was inevitable. Natasha was no longer the Black Widow of old. Having departed from the cultivation techniques he had imparted to her for such an extended period upon her return, it was uncertain who would prevail in a confrontation between her and Diana. "Ah, really? Is that possible? That would be splendid," Diana exclaimed, elated by the news which brought her immense joy. She then bestowed upon Lin Feng a fervent kiss, pressing her lips fiercely against his cheek. Bruce had not anticipated that his brilliant idea would yield such a result. Diana forcibly fed him another piece of dog food, and, in that moment, she bore little resemblance to the Valkyrie of yore. She was perpetually flaunting their affection, tormenting his fragile heart. Bruce, at this juncture, had no desire to concern himself with the antics of these two, except for the imperative of safeguarding Earth. Witnessing Diana's relentless attempts to feed him dog food, he felt an overwhelming urge to chastise them both. Nevertheless, Bruce contemplated that everything had indeed fallen into place, and the most arduous challenges had been surmounted. Now, regardless of whether Lin Feng chose to return, he need not fret over the appearance of more formidable adversaries. His focus should be solely on the protection of Earth, ensuring that those foolish individuals, blinded by greed and power, would not wreak havoc. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly rose and declared, "I've had my fill. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Also, Dr. Manhattan mentioned he would return to seek us out, should he not find me, but instead locate you. Do remember to contact me." Bruce replied, "Very well. I will reach out to you directly when the time comes." Lin Feng then lifted Diana and soared toward home. After the events of the previous day and the recent feast, Lin Feng was overwhelmed by the desire for a refreshing bath. However, Diana, observing him closely, sensed that he might be hinting at something more. Upon emerging from his bath, he was greeted by the sight of Diana clad in a delicate nightgown. At that moment, she exuded the allure of a mature woman, curvaceous and voluptuous, her figure both firm and powerful. Lin Feng was taken aback. How did a simple bath lead to Diana's seductive display? As a normal man, how could he possibly remain unaffected by such a vision of beauty? Yet, he steadfastly restrained himself. However, Diana, unwilling to prolong the tension, feared that she might not succeed in claiming Lin Feng from his girlfriend. Just as she prepared to make her move, she struck an irresistibly alluring pose, accentuating her enticing curves. At that moment, as they ventured out to procure some sustenance, the two sisters unexpectedly returned. Upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by the sight of the Amazon princess, gracefully leaning against the door in a provocative pose, while Lin Feng, draped in a scarf and freshly emerged from a bath, stood at the entrance gazing at her. The sisters hurriedly shut the door, exclaiming, "We did not witness anything. You may continue. It's none of our concern. We shall take our leave." It was only then that Diana realized the situation. She exclaimed, covering her face as she hastily closed the door. When she emerged again, she had donned her usual attire. She rushed to the door, opened it, and called the sisters back, insisting, "Things are not as you perceive. Nothing has transpired." However, the sisters were far from convinced, wearing mischievous smiles as one remarked, "Do you believe it?" "Sister, I certainly do not." "What are you saying, dear sister? Did something transpire?" "I am completely oblivious." The younger sister was taken aback by her sister's profound response, prompting her to express her astonishment. "Sister, your wit surpasses mine. I must learn from you henceforth. Just like you, I have seen nothing and known nothing of what occurred earlier." "Oh dear Diana, what are you doing here? Are you going to fetch us?" they inquired. "Very well, we shall accompany you back." Diana, observing the sister's theatrical demeanor, realized that the situation could hardly be clarified. Yet it mattered little, for her affair with Lin Feng was destined to be unveiled. She would eventually need to discuss it with her mother. The recent events had indeed been too embarrassing, warranting her urgent explanation. At that moment, Lin Feng had changed into his attire and was seated on a sun lounger on the balcony. He was aware that his time at home was limited to a few months, and thus he resolved to savor every moment with Diana during this period. Suddenly, the phone in the room rang. Lin Feng answered, and Bruce's anxious voice came through the line. "Lin Feng, it's bad. Clark's girlfriend and mother have been taken hostage by a clown. He is now threatening Clark to kill me." Lin Feng was taken aback by this revelation. What was happening? Had Clark and Bruce's identities been exposed, and by a clown no less? He could not afford to delay. As he prepared to leave, the door swung open, revealing Diana and the sisters who had entered. After informing Diana of the alarming situation, he hurried off to Bruce's Batcave. Chapter 112, The Clown. Easily resolved upon his arrival, Clark and Bruce had already donned their usual attire. They were intently monitoring the situation via security cameras. Within a nearby amusement park, a clown adorned with face paint was visible. Facing the sky, he laughed maniacally, speaking to the drone above. Before him lay two women, clearly bound, sprawled on the ground. Surrounding them was a group of individuals donned in clown masks, armed with heavy weaponry, aiming at the captives. Lin Feng's arrival did not distract Bruce and Clark. Their attention was wholly consumed by the unfolding scene on the monitor. "Ha ha ha, Bruce, you never expected this, did you? I have uncovered your identity, as well as those of your little friends. I intend to have them harm you, to end your life. Yet, what can you do about it, Bruce?" "Superman, you didn't foresee that I knew your identity, did you? During the incident with the Kryptonians, your true self was revealed to me, and I orchestrated this grand performance. Bruce has consistently thwarted my plans, yet I am unable to kill him, nor does he wish to take my life. It is not love as you perceive it, but rather a sense of pity for my adversary. I cannot end Bruce's life, but I can incite others to act. Superman is formidable, is he not? I cannot believe he would be unable to vanquish Batman. How do you feel about this outcome, Bruce? Are you not pleased? Superman, I command you to kill Batman at once, or else your wife and mother shall perish." Ah! In that moment, the Joker had succumbed to madness. Licking his lips as he brandished a knife near Clark's mother's throat, blood staining the blade, Lin Feng observed the monitor, recognizing the Joker as a lunatic. A rational person would never provoke Batman and Superman, for they could never hope to contend with them. Furthermore, this madman threatened Clark using his family. Did he not consider the repercussions of his actions? Only a fool would engage in such reckless behavior. The drone recorded the Joker, who was laughing uproariously, though his mirth was far from amusing, piercing to the ears. His expression did not convey natural joy, but rather seemed forced, exaggerated, and unnatural, definitely not the laughter of a sane individual. Lin Feng remarked, "Is this man the source of your troubles? Why not simply eliminate him?" Clark replied, "I have long desired to rid myself of this wretched fool, but Bruce has continually obstructed me from doing so. Now, this madman dares to use my family as leverage. Yet I cannot immediately rescue them unscathed amidst such an arsenal. Thus, I had no choice but to inform Bruce, for I refused to allow this joker to orchestrate harm against him." It became clear to him that this was the reason he had summoned him. Originally, Superman had been unable to ensure that he could eliminate others without endangering his own family. However, it was indeed true that he had not thoroughly considered the speed at which he could recruit allies, rendering him incapable of simultaneously thwarting all attacks. To appease the deranged whims of this madman, it would necessitate Superman taking Batman's life. Although they could perform a play, there is no guarantee that this lunatic wouldn't tear up the script upon witnessing Batman's demise. It is essential to recognize that the thoughts of a madman diverge significantly from those of a rational individual. Lin Feng, understanding the situation, spoke with ease. "Rest assured. Entrust this to me. Just inform me of a location where safety can be guaranteed, akin to that of your family." At that moment, Bruce produced a wireless earpiece and handed it to Lin Feng. "This earpiece will remain functional as we head to the amusement park. But I have but one request. May I keep the small hand? I wish to personally put an end to it." Lin Feng responded nonchalantly, "No problem. I can grant you that request." Just as they finished their exchange, the Joker's voice echoed once more. "Superman, you must act swiftly, otherwise my knife shall show no mercy. If I do not see Batman's head within 3 minutes, I will present you with the heads of your own family." Clark felt his anger rise once more at the Joker's taunts. "Bruce, given the circumstances, do you still wish to protect his life?" "Clark, you understand my stance. I shall not take the life of any individual, regardless of their sanity." Yet, it was noted that he had previously dispatched Alfred to eliminate that bespectacled man for Lin Feng's sake. It seemed Batman judged him to spare based on circumstance. For instance, he had no desire to kill the Joker. Lin Feng donned the earpiece and swiftly departed the scene. Following Bruce's directions, he soon found himself hovering over the amusement park. Unnoticed by anyone, the Joker was boasting to his henchmen about his exploits, envisioning a future for Gotham devoid of Batman, which he believed would become their paradise. Suddenly, his vision seemed to blur, and the 2 women he had bound to the ground vanished. Before the Joker could comprehend the situation, he was met with screams and explosions surrounding him. Lin Feng had rescued Clark's girlfriend and mother, effortlessly dispatching all the criminals in the vicinity. He was not one to show mercy, especially towards those who idolized even the most deranged of villains. He had no intention of allowing them to remain. As for the Joker, having made a promise, he would leave the matter to Bruce and Clark to resolve. Lin Feng transported the 2 women directly to the Batcave, confident that Clark and Bruce had already arrived at the amusement park to confront the Joker. Chapter 113. The Zombie Universe. Time, Space. Reality. Within the infinite expanse of the universe, there exists not merely a linear path, but a prism of boundless possibilities. Each choice can extend into an infinite array of realities, conjuring parallel universes distinct from the world as you know it. I am the observer, your guide to a vast new reality. Follow me and ponder this question. In the limitless cosmos, the observer has always existed, his purpose being to safeguard the stability of the timeline, preventing any destructive anomalies. However, the situation has now changed. The once stable timeline and infinite universe have crumbled in an instant. Various crises have emerged. Yet he had previously averted many calamities. Every universe is permitted to exist as long as it does not transcend its own boundaries to invade others. Yet, in one particular universe, events have transpired that instill fear even in him, the observer. He is not afraid of the absence of living beings. For as long as life persists, even if not in human form, there remains no cause for alarm. This universe is now inhabited solely by zombies that feed on the living. However, he has discerned a looming crisis, one that threatens the entirety of the infinite universes. The zombies have attained sentience and formidable power. Within their own universe, they can no longer find living creatures to consume, compelling them to seek invasion of other realms. This scenario sends tremors of dread through him. Should even one escape, a cataclysm of unfathomable proportions would ensue. This predicament is beyond his solitary capability to resolve. For the first time, he finds himself in need of assistance. As a being nearing omnipotence within the universe, encountering such a situation is unprecedented. He has attempted to confront this challenge alone, yet even the zombies, empowered by the Infinity Gauntlet, stand as formidable adversaries. They are a collective of once wise beings, now driven by destruction, bloodlust, and annihilation. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for him to tackle this crisis alone. He recalls a person he aided long ago, someone who radiated a blue luminescence. Yet, he now finds himself uncertain of which universe this individual resides in, prompting a search. He hopes to locate him before the zombies breach into other universes. In the world, Lin Feng is enjoying a delightful day at the beach with Diana. During this period, he has spent every day in her company. The men on the beach, witnessing their joy, are filled with envy. The sweet demeanor of the two individuals truly offended all the men in the vicinity. At that moment, an exceedingly familiar sensation emerged. Lin Feng was uncertain as to when he had encountered this aura. Noticing Lin Feng's peculiar demeanor, Diana inquired, "Is something the matter?" "No," he replied. "It's merely a very familiar feeling, which seems to have vanished once again." Just as Diana posed her question, that familiar sensation abruptly dissipated, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. Nevertheless, it left Lin Feng with a sense of caution. After all, the familiarity of that presence in this place was undeniably peculiar. At this juncture, Lin Feng found himself disinterested in continuing their revelry. "Diana, let us depart to Bruce's location. I have matters to discuss with him." Diana understood that something significant must have transpired, yet she refrained from pressing further. Lin Feng would share what he deemed necessary in due time. Soon, they arrived at the Batcave, only to find that Bruce was not present. However, Alfred was there, engaged in a conversation with Batman via the surveillance monitors. Through the video feed, it was evident that Bruce was once again assuming the role of Batman, currently pursuing a criminal across the rooftops. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Alfred turned to see Lin Feng and Diana. "Ah, Mr. Lin Feng, Ms. Diana, what brings you here?" Lin Feng straightforwardly expressed his request. "I need recent information regarding Dr. Manhattan." He was entirely confident that, given Batman's capabilities, if Dr. Manhattan were on Earth, Bruce would not overlook such a threat and would certainly monitor him closely. "Not a problem. I shall summon Master Bruce immediately," Alfred responded. Lin Feng had not anticipated that Alfred would be so quick to call Bruce back. "No need. I'm not in haste. I can wait until he has apprehended the individual before informing him. Mr. Lin Feng, you must understand, your current situation is of utmost urgency to Master Bruce. Regardless of the matter, your presence necessitates that he be informed. This is a directive from him," Alfred insisted. "Very well," Lin Feng conceded, bewildered by the significant standing he evidently held in Bruce's mind, though he remained unhurried. "Actually, let's refrain from mentioning it for now. We can wait until Bruce has concluded his business." Alfred, however, did not heed Lin Feng's wishes, being Bruce's devoted butler. "Master, Mr. Lin Feng has arrived." "What?" Bruce, who had been on the verge of capturing the criminal, momentarily halted upon receiving this news, resulting in the perpetrator's escape into the night. Observing Bruce's expression, Alfred quickly added, "However, Mr. Lin Feng mentioned there's no rush and that you may finish your task before returning." Bruce, initially inclined to return immediately, found himself torn, unwilling to let the criminal slip away. Upon hearing the second utterance from Alfred, a sense of reassurance enveloped him. He chuckled, affirming his good fortune, proclaiming himself a veritable lucky star, one whom even Batman could not apprehend. At that moment, this individual found solace within a bar, indulging in libations. In his mind, the greater the crowd, the safer he felt. Besides, he had donned a mask earlier. In such a place, capture seemed implausible. Yet, this man was clearly lost in delusion. Having just finished a drink, he suddenly perceived Batman at his side. In truth, locating a person was exceedingly simple, for Gotham City was under constant surveillance by Bruce, leaving no avenue for escape. Thus, every movement of this individual was, in fact, observed by Bruce. It was Alfred who had relayed the information, but the distinction was negligible in the grand scheme. As he exhaled a sigh of relief, taking a hearty swig of beer, the man, Hamo, found himself in a state of panic, emitting a shrill scream akin to that of a woman. The entire bar was privy to this piercing cry, drowning out even the boisterous melodies surrounding him. When silence fell, all patrons turned in ire toward the source of the sound, only to behold an unexpected figure, Batman. Chapter 114. The deal. Everyone was rendered speechless. After all, this was Gotham City, who did not recognize Batman. Here, he stood as the arch-nemesis of crime, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Batman was not a figure known for benevolence. One could describe him as cold and merciless. Yet, there were those who admired him, believing Gotham truly needed a superhero of his caliber. The sole point of contention lay in Batman's unwavering refusal to take lives. Even the ordinary citizens felt that the criminals ought not to be spared. "How'd you catch up to me?" Hamo stammered, nearly paralyzed by terror. Moments ago, he had believed himself safe, reveling in beer and music, even contemplating the prospect of seeking out a beautiful woman for some carefree fun. "You really think you could escape?" Batman observed the man, who was clearly quaking in fear. "Rest assured, I shan't take your life. I shall merely escort you to prison." Hamo conceded defeat. He was but an ordinary man, and there was no escaping Batman's grasp. As Batman led Hamo out of the bar, the patrons gradually resumed their revelry, returning to the merriment that had been interrupted. After all, it was merely the capture of one individual, and this establishment was just an ordinary bar, not a den of criminals. Batman delivered Hamo to the police station, then drove his Batmobile back to the Batcave. Without even the time to remove his suit, he inquired, "What is it? Is there another matter at hand?" "It is not a matter of great significance, merely a sense of familiarity I felt earlier. I seek your assistance in locating Dr. Manhattan. I wish to inquire whether he knows who recently visited this place." Batman was taken aback. The familiar aura suggested that there could not possibly be anyone known to Lin Feng within this universe, as it was not his original realm. "No problem. I have long since discovered Dr. Manhattan's address. I shall lead you there now." Batman, too, was apprehensive about the potential arrival of a formidable being from another universe, and felt a sense of urgency. However, he had not yet fully removed his costume. Suddenly, two individuals appeared in the Batcave without any forewarning. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng had already transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form, unleashing his full power against the unexpected newcomers. Yet, as Lin Feng's energy wave surged towards them, it vanished instantaneously. The observer absorbed that formidable force, for he was an entity of pure energy. Lin Feng, eager to continue his assault, had already recognized the identity of the individual responsible for his earlier sense of familiarity. The observer was the one who had nearly taken his life in a prior ambush. Dr. Manhattan swiftly intervened, urging, "Lin Feng, cease your actions. He can assist you in returning home, but my words will require some time." This prompted Lin Feng to restrain himself, momentarily suppressing his rage. "It is you, the one who appeared within the infinite universe, the very individual I nearly vanquished," he declared. The observer, realizing who this person was, understood the motive behind the sudden confrontation. If he had nearly perished at the hands of another, he too would be tempted to retaliate. However, reflecting upon the energy fluctuations from earlier, the observer felt fortunate that the initial encounter had been a surprise attack. Had it been a direct confrontation, he might not have emerged victorious. A hint of fear now lingered within the observer, for he was a being capable of emotion, unwilling to face his demise directly. It appeared that the crisis spanning the infinite universes held a significant chance of resolution, contingent upon his assistance. Before arriving, the observer had gleaned all recent events on Earth through Dr. Manhattan. "Lin Feng, I am aware of you, my old friend. Dr. Manhattan has relayed everything to me. I come here to extend my apologies and offer my aid in facilitating your return home. Please pardon my previous recklessness. After all, it is my duty." Lin Feng, infuriated yet amused, retorted, "Your notion of duty is quite laughable. You expect me to overlook your attempt on my life simply because you offer an apology? There remains but one path to resolve our grievances. Engage me in combat. Should you emerge victorious, I shall spare you. If I prevail, you shall perish. Do not act this way, Lin Feng. The observer has come with grave matters at hand, seeking your assistance. In the boundless cosmos, a perilous event has transpired. One universe has succumbed to a zombie apocalypse, and now its inhabitants are fervently seeking a means to breach the barriers of other universes. Should they succeed, all realms would be imperiled. What concern is this to me? I am confident in my abilities to safeguard my universe. The observer has recognized that Lin Feng would not easily grant forgiveness. He has ceased to plead for Lin Feng's clemency and instead articulated a fact that compelled Lin Feng to assist him. Lin Feng, we can discuss our matters later. I can assure you that with your strength, you need not fear any threat. However, can you return? Your power is indeed formidable. Yet you lack the ability to traverse universes. If I do not intervene in these ensuing months, you shall remain stranded. What if these zombies target your universe first? Do they possess the capability to defend their realm? Lin Feng had not considered this possibility, and upon hearing the observer's words, he was taken aback. A thought surged through Lin Feng's mind. Indeed, I cannot return. What if these zombies discover the universe in which I reside? With their prowess, it would be impossible to defend against them. In a multiverse where superhumans have transformed into zombies, how shall they contend with the pressure from singular universe? A cold sweat broke out on Lin Feng's brow. It seemed he had been preoccupied with thoughts of vengeance. Yet he must first address this imminent crisis before seeking retribution against the observer. Observing Lin Feng's expression, the observer sensed that their plan was nearly assured of success. Nonetheless, he harbored no fears of Lin Feng's retaliation. When the time came, he would simply return him home and make his escape, confident that Lin Feng could not track him down. I promise you, I will assist you in resolving this matter. However, after this, we shall settle accounts. At this juncture, Lin Feng had no choice but to acquiesce, not for the sake of others, but to protect his family and friends from danger. Chapter 115. Do zombies possess intelligence? Ultimately, both parties reach an accord. Lin Feng consented to aid the observer, who promised to escort him home while also bringing Diana along. After Diana acquired the necessary blueprints, she would be returned. The observer accepted this arrangement, stating, "Since we have reached an agreement, we must depart immediately. We cannot afford to waste time." The observer was indeed anxious, unwilling to delay for even a moment, fearful that the horde of zombies might truly breach the confines of their universe, invading others, leading to a catastrophic zombification of another realm and triggering a crisis across the infinite cosmos. With nothing else to attend to, Lin Feng intended to agree promptly, but suddenly recalled that he should also retrieve the Infinity Gauntlet. "Please wait a moment. I must fetch something," he declared. Lin Feng returned home and donned the Infinity Gauntlet. When Lin Feng returned to the bat's nest, the observer had already prepared the portal for traversing the universe. Suddenly, Diana stepped forward, blocking Lin Feng's path, and implored, "Do not deceive me. You must return." Fear gripped Diana. Although she had previously proposed a method involving the construction of a traversing machine, it was imperative that Lin Feng take her along first. She was consumed by the worry that Lin Feng might abandon her, portraying himself as a scoundrel. Understanding her concern, Lin Feng reassured her, saying, "Rest assured, I will return shortly. I merely need to address some issues with the zombies." Ultimately, Diana released her hold on Lin Feng, realizing that she could not allow her own desires to hinder his mission to save other universes from peril. Lin Feng and Dr. Manhattan stepped into the portal, and the observer vanished alongside them. Lin Feng's circumstances this time were far superior to before. Previously, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, but now he was fully alert. Before him lay a corridor brimming with science fiction wonder, presenting an inexplicable scenario. Soon, he encountered an exit in the vastness of the universe, unexpectedly emerging in a swift manner. Observing the cosmos, Lin Feng found nothing particularly unusual. After all, he lacked the omniscient capabilities possessed by others. The observer materialized once again, and after determining a direction, gestured with his hand, stating, "Let us proceed. This Earth is the source of all crises, and we must resolve the matter there." Lin Feng turned to look, as if the darkness of the universe extended infinitely towards Earth. "No problem, let us go. I am eager to witness what kind of ancient zombies could pose a threat to the infinite universe." The trio soared towards Earth. Upon their arrival, Lin Feng beheld the desolate city, surroundings, and the multitude of zombies encroaching from all directions. The zombies, upon detecting the presence of the living, began to wail and converge, albeit at a slow pace. Lin Feng remarked in confusion, "These creatures? They can instigate a crisis across infinite universes? I doubt they could even conquer a single planet." The observer refrained from elaborating, instead responding, "You may wait. You will soon discover the difference." Lin Feng was puzzled. These zombies, he mused, could be easily slaughtered by anyone with even a modicum of superhuman ability. Not to mention, a well-equipped ordinary person, agile and armed with heavy firepower, could decimate a horde of zombies effortlessly. As he surveyed the oncoming zombies with skepticism, an unexpected event caught Lin Feng's attention. Suddenly, a resounding thud resounded from behind the zombies as a heavy sound emerged, toppling many of them in its wake. A vast expanse of gray obscured Lin Feng's vision. Yet the surrounding zombies did not converge upon the source of the sound. When the figure finally came into view, it did not advance directly towards Lin Feng and his companions. Instead, it stood at the forefront of the undead horde, causing even the nearby zombies to remain still. The one who had just caused the commotion was not merely a person. It was a zombie, a colossal creature, towering at 3 meters, possessing not only a humanoid form, but also bestial traits. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback, for he had not anticipated the emergence of a zombie with extraordinary powers. Could it be that a superhuman had transformed into a zombie, yet retained their abilities? Its appearance was markedly distinct from the other nearby zombies, seemingly devoid of the instinct to feast upon the living. Instead, it observed them, as if sensing that Lin Feng and his companions were extraordinary. The beastly zombie was plagued by relentless hunger, on the brink of madness from starvation. In its dominion, not a single living soul remained, and venturing into other territories was not an option, for its strength was not formidable. It had already accomplished much by becoming the ruler of its domain. Upon encountering the 3 sudden intruders, it initially intended to devour them. However, instinct informed it that these 3 were anything but ordinary. The gnawing hunger, having been suppressed for so long, surged forth uncontrollably. Unable to resist, it resolved to consume the trio before it, for finding living prey had become exceedingly difficult. The beastly zombie, with limbs pressed to the ground, emitted a piercing roar. Although it retained some semblance of intelligence, the bloodthirsty impulse had become instinctual. Just as the beastly zombie was about to spring into action, Dr. Manhattan extended his hand. Gazing at the horde of zombies before him, he gently clenched his palm. A blue radiance enveloped the nearby undead, reducing them to mere pulp. The beastly zombie, no different from the ordinary zombies, was annihilated along with the rest. From the observations made, it was evident that these zombies, if imbued with power, could regain their intellect. It remained uncertain whether a new sentient entity had emerged or if their original consciousness had been altered, rendering them thus. Should it be the latter, the implications were quite alarming, for he had noticed the Stark Industries billboard, indicating that this place belonged to the Marvel Universe. If the transformation remained consistent, with mere humans becoming zombies driven by bloodlust, it could indeed precipitate a crisis in the multiverse. After all, this universe harbored Thanos and beings even more formidable. Judging by the observer's perspective, it was likely that they had all succumbed to zombification. Chapter 116. The Lost Legion. The observer regarded Lin Feng, who was deep in thought, and recognized that he had grasped the gravity of the situation. After all, they were not foolish, even from the recent trivial events. They could glean the entirety of the circumstances. Dr. Manhattan interjected, "Indeed, the danger is considerable. I have just surveyed their consciousness, and it seems there are likely no living souls remaining on Earth." Lin Feng replied, "That depends on how one defines the living. They can hardly be categorized as zombies. Rather, they represent a distinct form of life, albeit one steeped in destructive tendencies. You are correct. Given time, they will undoubtedly transcend the universe with ease. When that moment arrives, they will surely consume one universe after another. Moreover, I find myself unable to confront Thanos. He wields the Infinity Gauntlet, and I cannot contend with him while juggling all other adversaries." Lin Feng had a strong inkling that the observer had acquired power equivalent to Thanos with the gauntlet. This level of strength posed no threat to him, possibly due to a previous ambush that had nearly led to his downfall. The observer spoke again. "Let us proceed. I have witnessed the gathering of zombie Thanos and his cohorts in a singular location. This will spare us the need to wander aimlessly. Let's make our way there." The swiftness of the 3 was remarkable, and they soon arrived at the designated spot. The scene shifted back to when Lin Feng and his companions first arrived in the zombie universe. At this moment, within the Stark Industrial Tower, the legion of zombies convened, deliberating on how to venture into other parallel universes to feast upon fresh human flesh. The zombie horde had amassed formidable power, including Zombie Thanos, Zombie Fire Lord, Zombie Swordmaster. zombie Avengers, and zombie Phoenix. With no living beings left, they had gone far too long without savoring fresh human flesh. Their hunger was driving them toward madness. At that moment, zombie Thanos and zombie Hulk found themselves embroiled in an argument for reasons unknown. "You foolish greenhead, this is all your fault. Your insatiable appetite has left us devoid of sustenance. Could you not eat a little more slowly? Just look at how much you consume, leading us to a point where we cannot find food." Enraged, Hulk had long harbored disdain for the purple-skinned entity and disregarded the words, opting instead to deliver a swift slap to zombie Thanos' head. Taken aback by Hulk's sudden aggression, zombie Thanos reacted quickly, using his left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, to block the blow. The two then became entangled in a fierce struggle. The utterance of zombie Thanos had ignited a profound sense of hunger among the Legion, and they were now consumed by frustration over their lack of food. At that moment, the zombie Ant-Man recalled that the zombie Iron Man had once created a machine capable of traversing parallel universes, which Reed later modified. He spoke up, urging, "Enough of the bickering. I have conceived a plan that, if successful, will grant us an endless supply of fresh sustenance." The two combatants ceased their struggle, and the surrounding zombies turned their attention towards him. Zombie Ant-Man addressed zombie Iron Man. "Stark, do you recollect the machine you crafted for interdimensional travel?" Upon this reminder, zombie Stark recalled the existence of such a device from his former life. "Indeed, I remember. How astonishing. We must locate this machine at once, for it could provide us with an unending banquet of fresh flesh." The hordes of the undead grasped the concept. If such a device existed, they could consume one universe after another without ever running out. The thought alone thrilled them, and soon everyone began the search. Before long, zombie Iron Man proclaimed, "I found it. Huh, at last." As all gathered around, eager to repair the machine, they anticipated their journey to other parallel universes. After a little over an hour, zombie Ant-Man joyfully announced, "The teleportation device is fully restored. We can now venture into other parallel realms." However, as they activated the machine, a portal materialized. "Is this the gateway to a new world? We shall feast upon one universe, and then proceed to the next, relishing in an inexhaustible supply of food." Hulk desires to eat endlessly. All the zombies erupted with excitement, eager to depart, indifferent to the other lesser zombies on Earth, mere mindless husks. As zombie Hulk eagerly approached the portal, ready to step through, he sensed impending danger and leapt back just in time. A thunderous boom echoed, and although zombie Hulk narrowly escaped the attack, the teleportation device was obliterated. The assault had not been aimed at the zombies. Lin Feng and his companions had just arrived and witnessed the opening of the portal, prompting Lin Feng to act swiftly, shattering the device to prevent their escape. "Who dares to impede me?" roared zombie Hulk, his fury palpable. Not only he, but every member of the undead legion seethed with rage. For the banquet they had envisioned was now snatched away. Above them, 3 living beings were present. Zombie Spider-Man glanced up and spotted Lin Feng and his allies. Lin Feng, taken aback, felt relieved that he had arrived in time. Had they escaped, the consequences would have been dire. Zombie Thanos, wielding his Infinity Gauntlet, snapped his fingers, attempting to subdue the 3 and feast upon them. However, when he snapped his fingers, nothing unusual occurred. Lin Feng and the other 2 remained suspended in the air, with no changes manifesting. It was inconceivable. How could they disregard the powers of my Infinity Gauntlet? The other zombies were astonished, although Thanos was not the mightiest among them. The possession of the Infinity Gauntlet elevated his prowess to one of the most formidable within the Undead Legion. The zombie Dark Phoenix attempted to harness her Phoenix powers to directly control and devour them. Yet, her abilities proved futile. No matter how she wielded her powers, they were entirely ineffective. It is essential to acknowledge that she was now a zombie, far more powerful than in her living days. She could unleash her abilities without restraint, yet she felt like a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly powerless. Chapter 117. Utterly inhumane, Lin Feng sensed an eerie and potent aura enveloping him. Uncertain of its origin, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the source of this power. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld a zombie woman clad in a police uniform from the previous Legion. The strange energy emanated from her, yet her strength was insufficient to pose any threat to the trio. Lin Feng alone could thwart the Phoenix Force. Her energy surged forth, engulfing the 3, yet they remained unscathed. The other members of the Zombie Legion were intently observing the three in the sky, completely unaware of whether the zombie Dark Phoenix had invoked her abilities. After all, Lin Feng and his companions appeared unchanged, effortlessly soaring through the air. The zombie Phoenix woman, realizing her powers were utterly ineffective against them, expressed her astonishment, stating, "These three are incredibly powerful. I have just employed my Phoenix force, yet it bore no effect whatsoever." The other members of the Zombie Legion were taken aback, for the strength of the zombie Dark Phoenix ranked among the highest within their ranks. She had just attempted to utilize her Phoenix powers, but to no avail. At that moment, zombie Thanos grew increasingly uneasy as he recognized a figure flying in the sky, cloaked and reminiscent of someone he had encountered before. Suddenly, he recalled a cataclysmic battle that had transpired in the cosmos shortly after he had transformed into a zombie. Driven by hunger, he had ventured to other planets in search of sustenance, only to cross paths with this individual, leading to an immediate confrontation. Zombie Thanos was now profoundly astonished. After all, he had nearly perished at the hands of this person. Had he not gathered all the Infinity Stones and forged the Infinity Gauntlet, he might well have met his demise. Zombie Thanos spoke gravely. "Attention, everyone. The figure cloaked in a cape is none other than the individual with whom I previously engaged in a fierce battle amidst the cosmos. Now, he has returned accompanied by two others. His prior objective was to thwart my consumption of other planets, and it is evident he has returned with the intent to eliminate us. The Undead Legion recognizes that the individual before them is extraordinary, prompting a collective contemplation on how to address this predicament. After all, their means of traversing to alternate universes has been obliterated. Although the zombie Iron Man could reconstruct a device based on previous schematics, such an endeavor would require time. The arrival of these three, having destroyed the interdimensional travel apparatus, signifies their purpose to prevent any invasion of other universes. The assembly listened intently as the zombie Thanos spoke, and they comprehended that these must be beings from other universes who sensed a looming threat and came to thwart them. Those present are far from foolish. They have devised a method to journey to other realms. Thus, the individual clashing with zombie Thanos is likely a representative of another universe, bringing allies to eradicate them in a bid to safeguard their own cosmic domain. Zombie Iron Man pondered a crucial question. If this individual possesses the ability to traverse universes, could it not be that by enlisting him in our ranks, the need for a travel device would be rendered obsolete? His powers alone could facilitate unbridled incursions into other realms. This would mean an endless supply of sustenance, freeing them from the torment of hunger. Upon vocalizing this thought, the others took heed. The cloaked figure in the sky might indeed possess the capacity to traverse universes. At that moment, we could subtly bite him, infect him, and persuade him to join our cause. The absence of a travel device would become inconsequential, enabling us to invade other universes at will and gain an inexhaustible source of fresh sustenance. Following zombie Iron Man's revelation, the others quickly grasped the immense potential of such an ability. The zombie Hulk was the first to voice his agreement. "I do not wish to endure the pangs of hunger. I desire food that never ceases." With a thunderous roar, zombie Hulk unleashed a surge of immense power, crouching low before launching himself skyward towards Lin Feng. He had understood zombie Iron Man's message. If they could devour these individuals and spare the cloak figure, they would possess an unending source of nourishment, liberating themselves from the anguish of hunger. However, he was unprepared for the reality that these three were far from ordinary adversaries. Dr. Manhattan merely glanced at the leaping zombie Hulk. A brilliant blue light erupted from his eyes, enveloping zombie Iron Man and rendering him suspended in midair. With a mere gesture, he dismembered the zombie Hulk, scattering flesh and blood to the ground. The colossal form of the zombie Hulk was instantly torn asunder, its remnants cascading to the ground. The ravenous horde of zombies, long starved, rushed forth to devour the abundant flesh that lay before them. Meanwhile, zombie Spider-Man cautioned, "If I were you, I would refrain from consuming it." Before he could finish his words, zombie Thanos retched violently. He was the first to taste the flesh of the zombie Hulk, yet the flavor was utterly repulsive. He had never encountered anything so unpalatable. Indeed, the taste of the zombie Hulk was far from appetizing, as he was a grotesque creature mutated by gamma radiation. The sounds of retching echoed around, not just from zombie Thanos, but also from other members of the Undead Legion, unable to stomach the vile substance. Even with their insatiable appetites, they found it impossible to swallow, leading to a collective expulsion of what they had attempted to consume. Observing their disgust, zombie Spider-Man, despite not having partaken even a morsel, discerned the dreadful flavor from their reactions. He could be considered the only zombie within the horde who retained a semblance of humanity. Previously, after satiating his hunger, he had managed to suppress his primal instincts and bloodlust, even advising his fellow zombies against the consumption of humans, lest they bring about the annihilation of the entire universe. However, his solitary efforts were futile, and the gnawing hunger would inevitably reclaim his body, eroding his humanity once more. When that hunger returned, zombie Spider-Man reverted to his former self, joining the others in their feast of fresh flesh. Nonetheless, he possessed a greater ability to restrain his impulses than the rest. Chapter 118. Overwhelming power. Following the recent events, the members of the Zombie Legion momentarily regained clarity, their earlier hunger now compounded by their violent purging. Perhaps the flesh of a zombie Hulk was simply too distasteful, resulting in their current predicament. Lin Feng observed the Avengers, along with several unfamiliar superheroes, sprawled on the ground. Having consumed the flesh of the zombie Hulk, he was taken aback by their degradation, as even the remnants of their fallen comrade were hastily devoured. He had not anticipated that this group of zombies had sunk to such depths. Upon his arrival, he had noted that they still possessed intelligence akin to their former selves, merely altered in mindset. However, following the recent demise in Class 4, it became evident that this was not the case. They merely retained memories and intellect from their past lives, fundamentally no longer the same individuals. It can be described as an alternative form of life continuation, no longer resembling the previous superheroes dedicated to safeguarding the peace of Earth and the cosmos. They have transformed into a horde of demons governed solely by their bloodthirsty instincts. Although Manhattan possesses no human emotions, he nonetheless sensed a looming crisis through the recent spectacle. He had previously analyzed the infection afflicting Hulk, which appeared not as a biological mutation, but rather as a viral contagion that fundamentally altered the behavioral trajectories of these individuals. The observer remarked, "Now you understand why I sense a cosmic crisis." In response, Lin Feng ceased his discourse and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. He had no intention of allowing these zombies to persist any longer. He had clandestinely tested the Infinity Gauntlet to ascertain whether he could revert all the zombies in this universe to their former selves, yet his efforts proved futile. The zombies remained in their current grotesque forms, unaltered from their prior existence. Suddenly, Lin Feng's overwhelming aura erupted, prompting the entire zombie legion to comprehend that if they did not unite, they might face annihilation. Zombie Thanos gazed upward at Lin Feng, who radiated a golden aura. His eyes fell upon the gauntlet adorning Lin Feng's hand, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own Infinity Gauntlet. At that moment, a cunning thought crossed his mind. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that no one seemed to notice this object. If he could seize this gauntlet and reshape it to fit his right hand, he would possess 2 Infinity Gauntlets, thereby ascending as the leader of the zombie horde. Henceforth, he could command the freshest flesh, with everyone obliged to heed his orders. He raised his right hand and unleashed a projection, yet to his astonishment, it bore no effect on the trio in the sky. When he observed that Lin Feng and his companions did not succumb as he had anticipated, he was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the situation. He snapped his fingers repeatedly, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sensed an unusual aura enveloping them, which proved ineffectual. This power felt eerily familiar. He recalled that Thanos had once employed this force against him with the Infinity Gauntlet, and the sensation was strikingly similar. Thus, he directed his gaze at the snapping fingers of zombie Thanos, and, in an instant, appeared directly behind him. With remarkable ease, he severed zombie Thanos' left hand. The speed was so astonishing that the zombie legion could not react, including zombie Thanos himself, who only realized the absence of his left hand when he experienced a sudden pang of pain, discovering that even the Infinity Gauntlet had vanished. The zombie Thanos emitted a wretched scream, drawing the attention of those around him, who then noticed his gauntlet had fallen into Lin Feng's possession. To their astonishment, Lin Feng possessed not 1, but 2 Infinity Gauntlets. The zombie legion advanced towards Lin Feng, and as Dr. Manhattan contemplated intervening to assist him, the Observer halted him. "There is no need for our intervention. Your friend's power is exceedingly formidable. He alone can effortlessly resolve all matters here." Dr. Manhattan was taken aback by the Observer's high praise for Lin Feng, as he himself was no match for the Observer. The revelation that the Observer considered himself inferior to Lin Feng left Manhattan in astonishment. Despite being encircled by the zombie horde, Lin Feng exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, he appeared remarkably at ease. Zombie Iron Man also sensed the gravity of the situation, especially since two individuals in the sky had yet to engage. This indicated that the two in the sky held complete faith in the ability of the surrounded individual to contend with them. Thus, Zombie Iron Man addressed the assembly, stating, "Everyone, take heed. This individual is extraordinarily powerful. We must unleash our full strength to subdue him and eliminate those in the sky." The surrounding figures did not dare to underestimate the situation. After all, Zombie Iron Man possessed the highest intellect among them, and his warning was not issued without cause. Consequently, the Legion of the Undead erupted with their utmost power. Zombie Phoenix unleashed all of her Phoenix force, straining even her own body to its limits. Zombie Scarlet Witch Wanda unleashed her most potent chaos magic to suppress Lin Feng's abilities. Zombie Thor summoned his thunderous might to strike at Lin Feng. However, the absence of Mjolnir indicated he had lost his hammer. Zombie Captain Marvel approached Lin Feng directly, delivering a fist aimed at his head. All members of the Zombie Legion converged their strength to restrain Lin Feng, yet he remained undaunted. Merely standing his ground, he let out a furious roar that dissipated the collective force of the attacking Zombie Legion. Moreover, the surrounding horde sustained significant injuries from the backlash. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng ascended into the sky. Chapitre 119, Destruction. In the heavens, Lin Feng surveyed the fallen Zombie Legion, incapacitated by the shockwave from earlier. While they remained down, he raised his hands towards the sky, channeling immense power from within, gradually forming a blue sphere. Initially, this orb of blue light was the size of a basketball, but it continued to expand until it reached a diameter of 10 meters. Lin Feng felt the formidable power of the energy sphere he had conjured, believing it to be sufficient. This time, he harbored no intention of sparing any living beings on this planet. After all, there were no other humans left. The only viable solution was to eradicate all high-level combatants present. He had created such a colossal energy sphere with the purpose of obliterating Earth within this universe, ensuring their complete disappearance. A new thought emerged within him, to extinguish all life in this universe, thus rebooting it and allowing for the emergence of a new world. Dr. Manhattan and the Observer, sensing the potency of this energy orb, began to feel a creeping dread. The sheer strength emanating from it was enough to instill a sense of foreboding. The Observer recognized that he was no match for Lin Feng. He feared that this energy sphere, given Lin Feng's capabilities, might not merely be in its final form. If Lin Feng could expand the sphere further, the consequences would be dire. The Observer contemplated, "I must ensure Lin Feng returns home safely. Then I will discreetly take my leave. As for what follows, I can only hope he will not wish to engage me further." At that moment, genuine fear gripped the Observer. He had never anticipated encountering someone more powerful than himself within the universe. He understood Lin Feng's intent. After all, this energy sphere was more than capable of annihilating the horde of zombies. Their thoughts aligned, as the Observer too had envisioned rebooting this universe, restoring it to its primordial state, allowing all life to flourish anew, thereby preventing their invasion of other universes and guiding this cosmos back onto a righteous path. However, this was a feat he had previously been unable to accomplish, unlike Lin Feng, who possessed the Infinity Gauntlet, enabling him to eliminate all life within this universe. Dr. Manhattan, however, held a different perspective. He believed that Lin Feng would never consider eliminating him, as he had never wronged Lin Feng, and thus felt no fear. Yet, the unsettling sensation remained, an undeniable acknowledgement of the overwhelming power at play. Even devoid of human emotion, he felt a profound shock. At this juncture, the zombie horde had risen once more, acutely aware of the immense energy sphere manifesting in Lin Feng's grasp. The undead Scarlet Witch summoned all her might, casting chaos magic towards Lin Feng. The zombie Wanda urged urgently, "We must all unleash our full strength. There can be no restraint or we shall perish here. I can already sense the power of that energy sphere. It is beyond our capacity to withstand. Everyone, act swiftly. The zombie phoenix also sensed that life and death hung in the balance at that moment and echoed her urgency. The zombie horde unleashed their most potent abilities. It proved utterly futile. Lin Feng finally unleashed his hands, directing the energy orb downwards towards the crowd below. The moment the horde of zombies made contact with the orb, their energy dissipated, rendering them utterly powerless. The first to encounter this force were the zombies Wanda and Phoenix. In their desperate struggle, as the energy orb approached, they sensed an indescribable force enveloping them. They attempted to flee. However, it was as if the orb's energy had locked onto them, and they were slowly eradicated in midair, akin to dust scattered by the wind. At that moment, the entire zombie horde on the ground was paralyzed with fear. Despite being transformed by the virus, their consciousness was overwhelmed by a bloodthirsty desire. Yet, in the face of impending death, they still felt the chilling grip of terror. The energy orb, having just annihilated Wanda and Phoenix, continued its inexorable descent towards the zombie army below without any obstruction. Some had already begun to relinquish their resistance, recognizing the overwhelming power before them. If even the formidable Phoenix and Wanda could be obliterated without touching the orb, what hope did they have? The weaker zombies, part of the zombie Avengers, ceased their struggle, knowing escape was futile, and resigned themselves to their fate. Conversely, some of the more powerful zombies refused to await death passively. They believed that even if Earth were to be annihilated, there were other planets in the universe to conquer. They were determined to survive and continue their existence. The zombie Captain Marvel was the first to sense the peril and attempted to flee. In a state of panic yet tinged with relief, he exclaimed, "What a harrowing experience! I'm fortunate to have escaped. Were it not for my formidable abilities, I surely would have met the same fate as them." However, to his utter astonishment, as he turned back, a portal materialized before him. The zombie Captain Marvel plunged into it, only to realize something was amiss. Upon surveying his surroundings again, it was too late. The Observer had harnessed their power, trapping the zombie Captain Marvel within the portal. His attempts to escape were futile, as the Observer simply dispelled the portal, unleashing a colossal pressure upon him. "No, I do not wish to perish here. I crave more fresh blood and flesh." The zombie Captain Marvel summoned every ounce of strength to resist the overwhelming pressure, but it was insurmountable, lacking the power to shatter the universe. He was at the mercy of a force governed by cosmic laws. Unable to withstand it any longer, his body, which had been straining against the pressure, gradually diminished until he vanished entirely. After the Observer eradicated the zombie Captain Marvel, he returned to the location where Lin Feng resided. Lin Feng was well aware that some zombies had escaped. However, he chose to disregard them. His primary objective was to eliminate the majority of the zombies present, even to the extent of annihilating the Earth itself. He felt no obligation to concern himself with those who had fled, for Dr. Manhattan and the Observer would undoubtedly intervene, effortlessly dealing with the remaining zombies. Chapter 120. The rebirth of the universe. At this moment, the zombie Spider-Man faced the imminent threat of death, and a flicker of his remaining humanity stirred within him. He recognized that he had reached the final juncture of his existence, yet he did not struggle against his fate. Instead, he quietly sat on the ground, awaiting his end. He understood the harm he had inflicted upon many, and a sense of justice compelled him to cling to this last vestige of goodness. This was also the reason he had once counseled other members of the Zombie Legion to refrain from consuming humanity. At this moment, his reason subdued his bloodthirsty desires. Perhaps we should have perished long ago. The demise of the entire universe is attributable to our existence, and now we aspire to invade other universes. My Gwen perished by my own hand. If we were to invade other universes and she were to die again, how could I ever confront that reality? Perhaps this death is the correct resolution. The zombie Spider-Man closed his eyes, encapsulating his final thoughts. The spirit bomb gradually descended upon the Earth, generating a violent explosion and an irresistible shockwave. The Zombie Legion was obliterated by the force of this shockwave and explosion. Yet, he did not vanish. Rather, he propelled himself toward the Earth's core, accelerating in speed. Upon contact with the Earth's core, the spirit bomb triggered a catastrophic reaction, causing the once tranquil core to tremble violently. The Earth began to experience various calamities. Earthquakes, Landslides and tsunamis erupted, signaling the planet's impending destruction and disintegration. The devastation spread from within, ultimately affecting the surface. In mere minutes, the Earth was obliterated, ceasing to exist. Lin Feng closed his eyes, absorbing the myriad sensations emanating from the planet. He sought to ensure that no zombie had survived. Upon sensing the absence of any life force in the universe, he confirmed that all beings had been exterminated, and this universe's Earth had vanished without a trace. At this juncture, Dr. Manhattan returned, having felt the intense fluctuations at Lin Feng's location. However, he had been preoccupied with pursuing the zombies and had little regard for the situation behind him. Upon his return, he sensed something amiss. Lin Feng had not moved, implying that the Earth had ceased to exist and everything had vanished. He could only perceive the immense power of the spirit bomb, astonished that Lin Feng had directly obliterated the Earth itself. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Given his prowess, he was incapable of directly annihilating a planet. Yet, from Lin Feng's demeanor, it appeared as though this task posed no significant burden to him. This further solidified his resolve to cultivate a friendship with Lin Feng. Should he ever encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, he could seek Lin Feng's assistance. Observing the eradication of all the most formidable zombies in the universe, the observer recognized that the moment to reboot the universe had arrived. However, he first needed to dismantle the Infinity Gauntlet, returning all the Infinity Stones to their original positions. The observer spoke, "Lin Feng, it is time for you to wield the Infinity Gauntlet to eradicate all life within the universe." Acknowledging the necessity of his intervention, Lin Feng understood that only the gauntlet could accomplish this feat with ease. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Although no immediate anomaly followed, he was aware that all life forms in the universe had vanished, leaving behind only the existing planets. The observer once again employed his teleportation abilities, and the three of them were transported directly into the infinite universe. Although this was not Lin Feng's first appearance in the infinite universe, he now perceived that all universes were arranged in a spherical formation, tightly interconnected. Despite their close proximity, this sphere remained remarkably robust, with the barriers between universes impenetrable. Only through unconventional means, such as the cosmic traversal device and individuals like Dr. Manhattan, could one traverse parallel universes. Yet, such individuals were exceedingly rare. The observer existed in symbiosis with the universe, while Dr. Manhattan's abilities stemmed from an accident. Even to this day, Dr. Manhattan had not encountered another being capable of genuinely using their powers to traverse the cosmos. The observer placed his hand over the universe they had just occupied. An intense explosion erupted within the cosmos, which had previously sparkled like a crystal ball, now transforming into a void of emptiness. Lin Feng realized that the observer was employing his abilities to restart this universe and set it back on its rightful course. Witnessing this power stirred an unusual feeling within Lin Feng. Although the observer might not be his adversary, the ability to reboot the universe was profoundly enigmatic. He then pondered a peculiar thought. Why had the observer not utilized such power before? Were there specific conditions required? Reflecting on the observer's earlier admonition to eliminate all life forms, Lin Feng began to comprehend that this ability could not be wielded indiscriminately. It likely necessitated the complete eradication of all living entities within the universe to facilitate the reboot. When a point of light once again emerged within the universe, the observer instinctively withdrew his hand. Thus, the universe had resumed its rightful course, and now it was merely a matter of awaiting the natural propagation of its inhabitants. This time, it was fortunate that you could effortlessly eradicate the rudimentary life forms of the universe. Otherwise, I would have been unable to wield such power. The observer's words resonated harmoniously with his previous thoughts, allowing Lin Feng to feel utterly reassured. This ability was not to be employed indiscriminately, as the prerequisite was the absence of any living beings within the universe. Fortunately, I initially doubted his capabilities. Encountering this power of universe reboot was indeed startling. In retrospect, this ability might prove to be somewhat superfluous, as it could not be utilized at will. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly convenient. A weight lifted from Lin Feng's chest as he toyed with another Infinity Gauntlet. Yet at that moment, the observer made a request. I require that Infinity Gauntlet from you. The newly birthed universe must adhere to certain rules, and the Infinity Stones must be returned to their original universe. Chapter 121. Acquiring the ability to traverse parallel universes, Lin Feng scrutinized the second Infinity Gauntlet in his possession. After all, such a remarkable item was never too plentiful. The Infinity Gauntlet served both as a weapon and armor, but most importantly, it could rewrite the very fabric of the universe, albeit with limited effectiveness against formidable beings. However, within any given universe, there were few individuals unaffected by the Gauntlet's influence, making it an invaluable asset. Yet, common folk could not wield the gauntlet, as the radiation damage was excessively severe. Nevertheless, possessing a valuable item was preferable to having none at all. I must devise a method to shield the user from this radiation, ideally allowing ordinary individuals to wield it without difficulty. While the gauntlet was indeed impressive, its immediate utility for Lin Feng was not particularly substantial. Contemplating whom it might serve best, he overheard the observer's voice. You intend to reclaim that gauntlet? Indeed. It must be returned to its original universe. And what if I refuse? Refuse? If you do not comply, I shall leave you here. In this realm, should I decide to flee, you would be unable to pursue me. This place exists outside of the universe, beyond the timeline, and you lack the means to return to your own realm. The observer's words dripped with a sense of irresponsibility. Essentially, it was a threat. Should he not receive the gauntlet, Lin Feng would be abandoned here, forced to randomly select a universe. Lin Feng found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter the observer's ultimatum. It was indeed a predicament. Lacking any inherent ability to traverse universes, should the observer abandon him here, he would have no recourse. Yet, Lin Feng was not one to yield easily, for he was not one to submit to threats. Lin Feng, undaunted, declared, I am willing to acquiesce to your request. The Infinity Gauntlet shall be returned to you. However, I have a condition. I desire to possess your abilities, the power to traverse the infinite cosmos at will. Should you refuse, it will merely serve as a test of your ability to evade me. Listening to Lin Feng's tone, the observer recognized that this might be Lin Feng's ultimate boundary. If his demand was unmet, he would surely be unable to reclaim the Infinity Gauntlet, and the cosmic reset could not be fully realized. Nevertheless, the observer was not incapable of fulfilling this request. He indeed had the means to bestow such cosmic traversal abilities upon others, albeit with limitations, preventing them from wielding it as freely as he could. After a moment of contemplation, the observer replied, No problem, but you must first surrender the Infinity Gauntlet to me for me to comply. The notion of relinquishing the gauntlet was entirely unacceptable to Lin Feng, who could ascertain whether the observer would abscond with it once in his possession. While Dr. Manhattan was on his side, he had yet to regain his strength. Would they then be left to linger in this void for months, causing Diana and the others to suspect something amiss? No, I must first acquire that ability. I assure you, I will not deceive you. If not, we shall settle this here. The victor shall be determined by strength. At that moment, Lin Feng unleashed his formidable aura, locking his gaze on the observer. The observer suddenly felt a potent force constraining him, and he vanished from his original spot, reappearing a short distance away. However, upon his reappearance, the binding force remained unbroken, continuously following him. The observer sensed that if he mishandled this situation, it could lead to dire consequences. While he would not falter here, he would undoubtedly sustain significant injuries. Faced with this predicament, he had no choice but to concede. The observer mused, sigh, I did not act for my own sake, but for the lives inhabiting all universes within the infinite cosmos. With this mindset, he no longer perceived Lin Feng as insurmountable, and the notion of compromise was rendered less daunting. After all, to safeguard the infinite universe, he could not afford to be harmed. Very well, I shall assist you in acquiring my abilities, but I will not grant you unrestricted power. You may obtain the ability to traverse universes. However, after each use, you must refrain from using it again for a year. This is my final stipulation. I can accept an incomplete restoration of a universe. The observer resolutely articulated his decision, indicating it was unlikely to be altered. Then let us hasten. I await your action, Lin Feng urged. The observer approached Lin Feng and said, Do not be wary. I must connect to your mind to facilitate this ability. I trust you will honor your promise. Lin Feng had not anticipated this additional condition, weighing the pros and cons before ultimately acquiescing to this arrangement. However, Lin Feng did not entirely lower his guard. Although he appeared unsuspecting, he had mentally prepared himself. ready to transform into a Super Saiyan 3 at the slightest hint of danger, poised to retaliate. Lin Feng was confident that his reflexes and strength would prevent him from being annihilated in an instant. The observer extended his index finger and touched Lin Feng's forehead, transmitting an unusual sensation from his fingertip to Lin Feng's mind. With that simple contact, a surge of blue light infiltrated Lin Feng's brain. He felt an odd sensation, as if an indescribable understanding of traversing the universe filled his consciousness. It was nebulous, yet he realized he could harness this newfound ability. Instinctively, Lin Feng attempted to utilize this power, and indeed, a portal began to materialize before him, though it faded before fully forming. He retracted the ability, having determined that he could use it normally now. It would be a waste not to, especially given the year-long cooldown. Observing Lin Feng's mastery of this skill, the observer inquired, "Can I have the Infinity Gauntlet now?" Lin Feng tossed the Infinity Gauntlet, obtained from the zombie universe, directly to the observer. Upon receiving the gauntlet, it gradually vanished from his grasp, leaving merely 6 diminutive Infinity Stones in his palm. Subsequently, he cast the Infinity Stones into the previously rebooted zombie universe. Within the cosmos, dazzling, multicolored lights flickered, erratic yet gradually settling into tranquility, restoring the universe to its original state. Chapter 122. Ready for action. The zombie universe had now been completely rebooted. It was a brand new universe, poised for development, with only time dictating how far it would evolve. Lin Feng spoke, "It's time to return. You must take me back to my place. I have fulfilled your request. Now it is your turn to assist me." The observer understood the matter at hand and, without hesitation, transported Dr. Manhattan and Lin Feng back to the Batcave. Upon their return, Diana and Bruce awaited their arrival. The moment Lin Feng appeared, Diana rushed to embrace him tightly, as though fearing he might vanish again, holding him close to prevent his disappearance. Lin Feng sensed her apprehension and gently patted her back, soothingly proclaiming, "Do not worry. I will not abandon you. I promise." "I know," she replied. "I just fear in my heart." The matter has been resolved splendidly. Now only the return of Lin Feng remains. Dr. Manhattan spoke, stating, "Observer, since your affairs are concluded, I must attend to my own matters. I have been away from Earth for too long, and now I wish to live on this planet for a while." Subsequently, Dr. Manhattan's figure gradually faded from view, presumably to seek out his own existence. However, Lin Feng was confronted with a pressing issue. How could he pinpoint the location of this universe? After bringing Diana back to his own universe, he needed to return, yet without coordinates, discovering this universe's position would prove impossible. Lin Feng inquired of the observer, "How can I accurately locate each universe?" "There is no need for you to ascertain the coordinates. I can identify the locations of all universes. This is an innate ability, not something acquired through study." The observer elucidated the reason behind his capability to determine each universe's position. Lin Feng felt astonished. He had not anticipated such an explanation. How, then, could he secure the universe's location? Eventually, he conceived a solution: to leave behind his cultivation method, enabling someone in this universe to harness the ability to cultivate chi. In doing so, he could sense the residual chi within the infinite multiverse, thus identifying which universe it was. Lin Feng promptly resolved to implement this idea. Yet the question remained as to who would undertake this cultivation. He decided to convey his method to Bruce. In this universe, Bruce was the only one devoid of superpowers. Yet he was entangled in the affairs of a superpowered individual. This approach would not only strengthen Bruce, but also facilitate Lin Feng's return to this realm, serving a dual purpose. Rather than fearing that others acquiring powers would threaten Earth, he would empower Bruce to contend against other superpowered beings. Upon sharing his thoughts, Bruce immediately concurred with Lin Feng's proposal. He had never imagined that Lin Feng's strength stemmed from personal cultivation. This was indeed a monumental secret. However, he was at a loss as to how to repay Lin Feng for this invaluable gift. As Lin Feng extended his hand to cover Bruce, he transformed his body to enable the cultivation of chi, leaving behind a trace of unyielding chi within him. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to wait for Bruce to cultivate on his own. Bruce sensed an unusual phenomenon within his body, feeling a surge of energy flowing within him. He spread his arms wide and clenched his fists, reveling in this newfound formidable power. It was an unprecedented experience, as if he had acquired the ability to dominate all. Yet, this thought was fleeting. He understood that while this power made him feel invincible internally, it remained insufficient in the presence of those around him. Bruce sought to test the limits of his newfound strength. Thus he donned his bat suit, which lay nearby. As he was still unaccustomed to wielding his formidable powers, he inadvertently damaged the suit due to a lack of control. Lin Feng observed Bruce's flailing movements and bewildered demeanor, advising him, "You should first familiarize yourself with your own strength before gradually attempting to master it." Heeding Lin Feng's wisdom, Bruce gradually learned to harness his body and the power within. Once he had gained control over his physical prowess, he retrieved his bat suit once more, this time without mishap. Bruce felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him, remarkably potent. Not far from the city, having mastered the control of his body and power, Lin Feng remarked, "This is merely the beginning of your journey. This strength can be further cultivated, and soon you shall possess the capability to subdue other superpowered beings, rather than remaining perpetually cautious and devising various strategies." With everything in place, he sensed the energy within Bruce. Lin Feng turned to the observer, saying, "You may now take Diana and me back to my original universe. There is no need for you to concern yourself with subsequent matters." At that moment, Diana interjected hurriedly, "Please, do not rush off. Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." She swiftly departed from the Batcave, leaving her destination a mystery. Lin Feng pondered her urgency, questioning if there was something of great importance she needed to attend to. However, he reassured himself that their absence would not be prolonged. Once they returned to their universe, they only needed to retrieve the blueprints for the universe traverser. After an hour had passed, Diana finally returned. Lin Feng was taken aback by her stunning appearance. Though her prior attire had been lovely, it paled in comparison to her current radiance. In an instant, he understood her motivation. She wished to outshine Natasha, a reminder that women often prioritize their own beauty in such moments. The observer then spoke, "Are you prepared? I have other matters to attend to. If you are ready, I will take you back now, after which I must leave for other parallel universes that require my maintenance. The infinite cosmos cannot exist without me." Lin Feng inquired if Diana was fully prepared, and upon her affirmative response, he turned to the observer, stating, "We are ready. Let us depart." Two portals materialized before the observer and Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped through first, with Diana following closely behind, grasping his arm. Chapter 123. A Conspiracy. However, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, during his absence of several months, numerous events transpired on Earth within his universe. Most importantly, a mysterious organization has emerged on Earth, an enterprise of superhuman capabilities known as the What International Group. Concealed superhumans have now been brought into the limelight. Within a mere month, they forged collaborations with high-ranking officials across the globe, dispatching superhumans to various cities. The What International Group has commodified these individuals, profiting through marketing and promotion of their extraordinary abilities. These superhumans, under the guise of the company as promotion, present themselves as benevolent vigilantes, dedicated to upholding justice and righteousness. However, in New York City, a faction has persistently opposed the What International Group, uncovering the sinister secrets lurking behind its FAAD. Initi, Esa, Aki, Elale, was reluctant to intervene, as the emergence of superhumans seemed unstoppable. Faced with reports of superhuman criminal activities from around the world, the government found itself powerless. Ordinary citizens are defenseless against these superhuman criminals. Any attempt to apprehend them would be tantamount to courting death. The What International Group seized this opportunity to establish collaborations with various governments, thereby introducing superhumans onto the political stage. The Avengers regard the superhumans of the What International Group with disdain, as they would never fight for monetary gain. Thus, they have largely ignored them. However, recent events have compelled the Avengers to pay attention to the members of this organization. The Avengers, in a strict sense, function more like an official entity rather than a spontaneous grassroots coalition. Besides Spider-Man, who incessantly strives to save the world, the others tend to have their own occupations. Spider-Man remains active in the borough of Queens, while the Avengers operate more as a hidden force on Earth, rather than being in the public eye. Hence, the emergence of the What International Group has garnered global attention. The first superhuman introduced by the What International Group is known as Patriot. Coincidentally, this event unfolded on a day when the Avengers were summoned by SHIELD for a covert operation, leaving New York temporarily vulnerable. On that very day, a perilous incident occurred as a group of superpowered individuals stormed into New York City, wreaking havoc. They first invaded the largest bank in the city, absconding with its entire treasure. As a police chief found himself at a loss, he could only seek assistance from higher authorities. However, the White House was equally at a loss regarding these superhumans. After all, ordinary citizens faced insurmountable odds against them. Conventional firearms would prove ineffective, and even deploying a large military presence would likely result in civilian casualties. At this critical juncture, the What International Group stepped forward, dispatching their first superhuman, Patriot. The nation effortlessly dealt with all the superhuman criminals this time, broadcasting the entire event live over the internet, allowing the world to witness everything unfold. Through this occurrence, the Water International Group has undeniably ascended to the international stage. The White House is not oblivious to the fact that they possess the SHIELD and the Avengers. However, the Avengers do not heed their commands. Whenever a crisis arises, they're compelled to resolve it independently, leading to growing dissatisfaction within the White House regarding the Avengers. Due to the formidable power of the Avengers, the White House can only tolerate their existence, maintaining a tacit understanding of mutual detachment. Meanwhile, the White House has also expressed intentions to dismantle SHIELD, especially now that they have superhumans under the command of Water International Group who are remarkably obedient. Consequently, all that is required is a single, compliant force. The most effective solution for an insubordinate subordinate is, after all, elimination. Thus, a conspiracy against SHIELD and the Avengers is gradually unfolding. However, Iron Man and his companions remain unaware of these developments and continue their lives as before. Recently, an individual named Billy Butcher approached Stark. Although Pepper initially wished to disregard him, she arranged for Stark to meet him after perceiving the seriousness of his demeanor. In the office, Billy examined his surroundings with a mysterious air, seemingly searching for something. Stark inquired, "What are you looking for?" To which Billy replied, "I'm checking for any listening devices here. What I'm about to say concerns both your lives and my own." Stark was taken aback by Billy's perception and smirked disdainfully, assuring him, "Rest assured, there are no listening devices in my room, and no one can breach my defenses." Yet, Billy remained visibly anxious, continuing his search while Stark observed his extreme unease without interference, allowing him to gradually calm down. After more than half an hour of meticulous inspection, Billy concluded that there appeared to be no listening devices. He settled onto the sofa, took a deep breath, and stated, "Mr. Stark, I do not know if you have uncovered the secrets of Water International Group." Stark responded, "What secrets could Water International Group possibly have? They seem to be doing quite well, safeguarding the lives of ordinary people, and they appear to be very obedient. Why would you suspect them of harboring nefarious secrets?" Stark's words seemed unsurprising to Billy, who remained composed without revealing any unexpected expressions. Billy continued, "It is normal for you not to know. Their company's secrets are buried too deeply. Through my investigations, I have discovered that many superhuman criminals are, in fact, secret employees or trained assassins of their company. All of this is aimed at enhancing the notoriety of their company's superhumans, seeking public acceptance." Stark was taken aback by the unexpected revelations, which now seem rather intriguing. After some contemplation, Stark sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. An ordinary individual risking life and limb to investigate the colossal entity that is What International Group must have uncovered something significant. "Please continue," he urged. Billy realized that his words had successfully captured Stark's attention. Now, all he needed to do was incite a conflict between the Avengers and What International Group, thereby paving the way for his quest for vengeance. Chapter 124, A Joint Investigation. He indeed had discovered a secret, albeit one he chose to withhold partially, refraining from divulging everything. Billy selectively modified certain aspects of his findings to share with Stark. "Through my investigations, I have uncovered that the superhumans associated with What International Group utilize a blue serum, seemingly derived from pharmaceuticals, to manifest their abilities. While there are a few genuine superhumans among them, the majority derive their powers from these drugs. They killed my wife, and all I seek is revenge. I want what international group to vanish from this world. Initially, I held little hope for my vengeance, relying solely on my clandestine inquiries to carefully unravel the truth behind it all. Upon discovering the secret of this blue serum, I unearthed another revelation. I stumbled upon references to the Avengers within that context, and upon further inspection, I found an image of Iron Man. On the very first page was you, Tony Stark. Stark was astonished to find information about himself in the investigation of what international group, as he had never engaged in any dealings with the company. What could what international group possibly intend against him? Billy interrupted Stark's musings with a shocking conspiracy revelation. I found a clandestine report detailing a plot against the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. The document explicitly stated the intent to annihilate you, even proposing the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D. I didn't have the luxury of time to peruse the entire document, nor could I risk bringing it out for fear of detection. Instead, I focused on the critical elements and retained one particularly striking detail. On the night of November 11th, the White House plans to summon you all together and command all superhumans from what international group to launch an assault, aiming to eradicate you, after which S.H.I.E.L.D. will be dismantled. After revealing all he had discovered about the conspiracy against the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., Billy stood to depart. As he reached the door, he glanced back and remarked, "I've come to warn you. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you." He left in a hurried manner. Stark was taken aback by the news, unsure of its veracity. Observing the demeanor of the individual, he felt compelled to consider the information. For what if it were true? However, it was imperative that this news remain confidential for the time being. Unable to devise a suitable plan alone, he realized there was one person who could uncover all pertinent information: Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After receiving the news, Stark immediately reached out to the bald-headed Fury. Upon connecting, he refrained from disclosing the details over the phone, merely requesting Fury to meet him in his quarters, as he had something of great importance to discuss. Given the gravity of the situation, he was hesitant to communicate further over the phone, concerned about potential surveillance that could compromise their plans. If the conspiracy against the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. were indeed real, they would be caught off guard without sufficient time to prepare. As Fury entered the room, he inquired, "Stark, what is the urgency that necessitates my presence? You cannot divulge this over the phone. Is Earth facing another alien invasion?" Stark responded, "The last alien incursion was indeed alarming. Yet this situation is of a severity that surpasses your imagination. What lies ahead could be an even more formidable threat than the previous extraterrestrial assault." Fury was taken aback by the gravity of Stark's words. While Stark often presented himself as a carefree playboy, he was not one to trivialize crucial matters. Without allowing Fury to pose further questions, Stark stated, "It is difficult for me to articulate the situation clearly. Allow me to show you what transpired." "Ye, ve, is," then played back the entire dialogue that had occurred following the appearance of the individual in question. "Very well, sir. This room is indeed equipped with surveillance, but is of Stark's own design." As the video unfolded, Fury was struck with shock, realizing the unprecedented nature of the events unfolding against them. Fury exclaimed, "Is this truly the case? If what he stated holds any truth, it indeed signifies an apocalyptic crisis for Earth." This matter was critically important, especially considering the individuals targeted included Natasha and Lin Ranran. If either of them were harmed, the repercussions upon Lin Feng's return would be catastrophic, potentially leading to Earth's destruction in an instant. The two men spent the night deliberating the authenticity of the claims, ultimately unable to ascertain the truth. Given the seriousness of the situation, they promptly set out to locate the individual named Billy. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s extensive intelligence network and a vast organizational search, they finally identified Billy's whereabouts, discovering him in a secluded residence. However, the room was not occupied solely by him. Others were present as well, including a member of the Walter International Group named Starlight. After Stark conveyed the gravity of the situation to Billy, it became evident to Billy that it was time to set aside his prejudices against those with superpowers. His every action had been driven by a desire for vengeance against the superhumans of Walter International. Yet now, due to the actions of Walter International against the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., a crisis loomed over the Earth. Thus, he resolved to divulge all he knew to Stark and his associates. Initially, Billy was skeptical of Stark's assertions. He found it hard to believe that anyone could effortlessly obliterate the Earth. Even the formidable adversary he faced, the Patriot, did not seem as powerful as Stark had described. Aware of the shock his words had instigated, Stark proceeded to showcase footage of Lin Feng's battle, leaving Billy utterly astounded. He had not anticipated the existence of such a formidable individual, a fact the government had kept concealed from the public, who were only aware of the failed alien invasion. Realizing Stark and his team had no reason to deceive him, Billy ultimately shared everything he knew. However, Stark and his companions did not fully trust Billy's account. They required their own investigation to ascertain the accuracy of the events, especially since November 11th was still some time away. Stark and Nick Fury were confident that, with their capabilities, they could swiftly uncover the truth. Nonetheless, this investigation necessitated the involvement of Billy and his group, given their extensive prior research, which would save significant time and prevent unnecessary detours. Chapter 125. Lin Feng returns. The two parties commenced their collaboration. While Billy's group sought revenge, Stark and Nick Fury were focused on safeguarding the Earth, as the severity of the situation demanded that they act judiciously. Considering that Billy's team had already conducted substantial investigations, Stark refrained from proceeding alone, opting instead to provide them with technical support and resource access. Nick Fury also granted them the authority of SHIELD operatives, enabling them to conduct inquiries in certain areas without obstruction, allowing them to act first and report later. Just as the two sides were preparing to commence their work, a wormhole unexpectedly materialized between them. A figure with blue skin and a cloak stepped forth. Stark immediately donned his Iron Man suit, while the other Avengers armed themselves with their weapons and gear, leaving Billy and his companions to shelter behind the Avengers, as they were mere mortals without any means of defense. The Avengers were unaware of the circumstances surrounding this sudden arrival, but the figure's appearance undoubtedly suggested an extraterrestrial origin, especially considering the prior alien invasion in New York. Though the Observer had made an appearance without any immediate action, the Avengers remained vigilant, gradually encircling him. Nick Fury seemed to discern that the Observer had no intention of engaging, and thus inquired, "Sir, what brings you to Earth? If there is no pressing matter, I kindly ask you to depart. Do you see those around me? They are all superhumans dedicated to protecting this planet at any cost." However, the Observer paid them no heed and merely waved an arm before conjuring another portal. Stark, witnessing this development, could not allow it to continue unchecked. Just as he prepared to intervene, Lin Feng emerged from the portal. The Avengers stood in stunned silence, perplexed by the situation. Had Lin Feng not ventured into other parallel universes? How could he appear alongside a blue extraterrestrial? Yet, upon seeing this scene, Natasha immediately rushed forward, embracing Lin Feng tightly and unwilling to let go. After all, their separation had lasted far too long, nearly 6 months. During that time, Natasha had constantly wondered when Lin Feng would return. He had promised to resolve matters swiftly, yet half a year had passed without any sign of him. She had even begun to fear he might never come back. Now, seeing Lin Feng's return, her emotions surged. "Lin Feng, you're finally back. I miss you so much. I thought of you every day." Overwhelmed with excitement, Natasha threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, oblivious to the circumstances unfolding behind her. However, the others observed this moment keenly. A striking woman emerged from behind Lin Feng, and the way she gazed at him suggested a connection beyond the ordinary. Everyone present understood the implications. They were no novices in matters of the heart. Stark leaned in to whisper to those nearby, "Let us move to another room to discuss matters. This space is best left for the three of them." The members of the Avengers, alongside Nick Fury, understood and guided Billy and the others to a different chamber. Billy, having gleaned Lin Feng's formidable power from previous videos, had held hope that his return would bolster their efforts against the What International Group. Yet now, it appeared that personal emotions might delay their progress. Unable to restrain himself, Billy questioned, "Shouldn't we inform him about the current situation? Isn't the immediate concern the confrontation with the What International Group? Shouldn't his personal matters be set aside for now?" The Avengers and Nick Fury turned to Billy, astonished by his statement. However, as they reflected, they realized that he had not fully comprehended Lin Feng's extraordinary strength, which rendered his comments more understandable. Billy was at a loss, uncertain of what he had said wrong. Feeling as though the expressions of those around him were akin to gazing at a fool, he discerned that Stark and the others had shed their previous tension, now appearing relaxed, a fact evident from their postures and demeanor. Nick Fury, the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., the world's foremost intelligence organization and the most formidable agent globally, had acquired an uncanny ability to perceive the thoughts of others. Billy's current expression was one of utter confusion and bewilderment. Given that both parties were in a collaborative state and would soon require each other's assistance, Nick Fury reminded them, having viewed that video, they should comprehend the immense strength of the individual in question. Once he returned, all schemes would pale in comparison to his presence. No amount of cunning would hold any weight against absolute power. For now, they merely needed to relax while awaiting Lin Feng and his companions to conclude their affairs, at which point Natasha would undoubtedly relay the pertinent information to Lin Feng. They would then await the arrangements from the Water International Group to ensnare their adversaries en masse. Billy was taken aback by this group's mindset, as they seemed to abandon their previous plans, opting instead to wait passively for the enemy to approach, ready to eliminate them. He regarded them as madmen, willing to forego all strategies for the sake of one person's arrival. However, they were now allies, and the Avengers possessed formidable strength. If they believed Lin Feng could handle these matters, it must have been based on sound reasoning. They were not fools. The leader of the world's most powerful intelligence agency and one of the brightest scientific minds were not to be underestimated. Billy found it hard to believe that these individuals could be so naive as to place all their hopes on a single person. Yet their audacity suggested a foundation of certainty. Nevertheless, based on the video he had seen, Billy was not entirely convinced. Yet, as they were on the same side, he felt powerless to alter the Avengers' perspective. After all, Stark and his team held the reins of power and strength-dictated influence. All they could do was wait for the individual who had just appeared to resolve the pressing matters and join them. Chapter 126, The Uninformed Black Cloak Patrol. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lin Feng found himself sidelined, as the atmosphere within was fraught with tension, a battle on the verge of eruption. Natasha was no fool. Her earlier excitement had clouded her awareness, preventing her from noticing the additional presence behind Lin Feng. Now, with clarity restored, she grasped the gravity of the situation. The woman before him was strikingly beautiful, exuding a mature sensuality coupled with a commanding presence. In contrast, Natasha appeared more alluring, having undergone training as a spy. Natasha scrutinized Diana intently, while Diana met her gaze with equal intensity, their eyes clashing in the air, crackling with an electric tension. Lin Feng found himself at a loss. He had contemplated such a scenario before, yet when faced with the reality, he was unsure how to navigate it. Both women were dear to him, and he felt utterly helpless. In that moment, he thought of Stark, a seasoned flirt and connoisseur of romantic entanglements, whom he believed could offer guidance on how to handle such a predicament. Embarrassed, Lin Feng interjected, "Please, let us not do this." However, Natasha and Diana retorted in unison, "Now is not the time for you to speak." They were both taken aback, surprised by their simultaneous response. With a huff, they turned away from each other, dismissing the earlier tension as if it had never occurred. Realizing that he did not belong in that moment, Lin Feng quietly slipped out the door and made his way to where Stark and the others were gathered. Meanwhile, Natasha was seething with anger. It had only been 6 months since their last meeting, and now Lin Feng had returned with such a stunning woman. She recognized Lin Feng's exceptional qualities, a handsome, powerful young man brimming with masculine charm. How could any woman resist? Yet, her frustration was not merely born of jealousy. As a woman, she felt compelled to assert her position. She could not allow herself to be overshadowed. If she appeared indifferent, Diana might mistake her for merely Lin Feng's lover. Natasha was determined to make it clear who was Lin Feng's true partner. Upon entering, Lin Feng urgently called out, "Stark, please help me. How do I handle this situation? I truly don't know what to do. It's overwhelming." However, Stark's subsequent response felt like a bucket of cold water thrown over him, leaving him chilled to the bone. "I don't know. I've never dated 2 girlfriends at once. I only love one person, Pepper. Unlike you, I don't juggle multiple relationships. I have only ever loved one, and that's my Pepper." Lin Feng was left speechless. Reflecting on it, he realized Stark had never maintained a conventional relationship. His encounters were fleeting flings, with only one true connection, his assistant, Pepper Potts. Billy and the others, observing Lin Feng's dismay, grew increasingly skeptical about whether believing in this man was the right choice. At that moment, a tall, slender man stepped forward from behind Billy. His name was Huey. "May I ask if your name is Lin Feng? Are you aware that you are currently in peril?" However, I observed that none among them seemed to possess such awareness. It was at this moment that Lin Feng realized the presence of several unfamiliar individuals who spoke of impending danger, leaving him utterly bewildered regarding the unfolding events. "You claim someone intends to harm us? Are such individuals seeking their own demise? And why do you feel compelled to inform us?" Huey recounted his experience. Once an inconspicuous individual, Huey had always envied the extraordinary abilities of power wielders, believing that possessing such capabilities was undeniably impressive, yet his innate timidity held him back. He dared not aspire to the allure and glory depicted on television, reserved for the nation's champions. On the fateful day of his demise, as he strolled hand in hand with his beautiful girlfriend, a superpowered individual from what international group, this detestable scoundrel tragically took her life. Known as Locomotive, this speedster carelessly collided with Huey's girlfriend, offering nothing more than a fleeting apology before hastily departing. Huey's fury was palpable. That evening, after finishing work, he had planned a delightful dinner with his beloved, envisioning a future filled with promise as they walked along the street. Yet, at the moment they paused to gaze into each other's eyes, his girlfriend was horrifically transformed into a mere puddle of flesh. In utter disbelief, Huey clutched her still warm hands, his face splattered with her blood, as he stared vacantly at the figure of Locomotive, who had stopped a short distance away. Burdened with a backpack, Locomotive, in a state of panic, hastily removed his goggles and stammered incoherently, "I am terribly sorry. I did not comprehend what transpired. That incident was not my doing. I have urgent matters to attend to," before vanishing at lightning speed down the street. The loss of his girlfriend inflicted profound wounds upon Huey. Following the funeral of his beloved, he found himself unable to emerge from the depths of his sorrow. Locomotive's brief televised apology only intensified his rage. The speedster claimed he had been pursuing bank robbers when the unfortunate incident occurred, asserting that his girlfriend had unexpectedly stepped into the path of tragedy. Yet Huey knew all too well that she had been struck at the curb, not in the middle of the road. Was a mere apology sufficient for the death of the woman he cherished? Why were there no repercussions? Faced with a company of global prominence and its illustrious superpowered representative, he felt utterly powerless, for he was but an ordinary man, left with no recourse but to pursue legal avenues. Alas, his efforts yielded nothing more than a lawyer dispatched by what international group, who handed them a check as compensation. In light of such circumstances, Huey found himself resigned to acceptance, yet his heart brimmed with discontent. What could he possibly do against the might of what international group? Thus, he endured each day steeped in self-reproach. A man has approached him, this individual being Proportion. He has been diligently investigating matters concerning the Water International Group alongside Proportion, and vengeance is finally within reach. They are now poised to confront the Avengers, initially anticipating a fierce clash between the two factions, where he might finally exact his long-held revenge. However, the Avengers appear to be utterly indifferent, as if the prior tension was merely an illusion, with the mere presence of Lin Feng rendering the Water International Group as fragile as a house of cards. The Avengers have come to realize that both Huey and Billy had been wronged by the superpowered agents of the Water International Group. They are, at their core, an organization composed of ordinary individuals united by the singular purpose of revenge. Chapter 127, Rejection. Stark has also shared all prior events with Lin Feng, who now comprehends the plight of these individuals. Yet, they possess a resilience far surpassing that of others. Ordinary people faced with such circumstances typically seek monetary compensation to avoid peril, but these individuals are different. They share a common creed: vengeance. They strive to avenge their beloved ones and to attain an opportunity for justice, disregarding their own safety as they delve into the investigation of the colossal Water International Group. From a moment they commence their inquiry, they have placed their lives on the line, well aware that discovery by the Water International Group would mean death. It is evident that a corporation controlling superpowered individuals could not have achieved global prominence in mere months without employing nefarious methods. Their dialogue reveals that their true intentions within the group are not to protect the Earth or its ordinary citizens, but rather to pursue profit. Now, they seek the intervention of the Avengers and SHIELD. Although the relationship between the Avengers, H-I-E-L-D. And Lin Feng is not particularly deep. Natasha is an exception. As a member of the Avengers and an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, any confrontation with them would essentially be an affront to her, and Lin Feng is determined not to let the Water International Group escape unscathed. Fortunately, Lin Feng has returned just in time to thwart the looming disaster. Had he arrived later and allowed the Water International Group to prevail, he would have lived in regret. Nonetheless, the Water International Group is not without merit. At the very least, it has fostered a slightly friendlier relationship between mutants and ordinary people. Lin Feng is now aware of all that transpired during his absence. There is no need for concern. Patiently await the arrival of November, for then we shall witness their true capabilities. Should they dare to strike against me, I shall uproot them entirely. Lin Feng had already made his plans and had little inclination to investigate further. After all, he had returned, and, as long as he was present, his formidable strength rendered him impervious to any schemes and machinations. Should the Water International Group dare to act against them, Lin Feng would ensure that none of them escaped unscathed. Billy and his companions received Lin Feng's affirmative response, although they remained somewhat skeptical. Nonetheless, they resolved to remain low-key for the time being, avoiding any further disturbances until this matter was resolved. Seeing that there was nothing more for them to address, the Avengers chose against further investigation. Consequently, Billy led his subordinates away. In the elevator, Huey voiced his concerns, questioning whether they could truly remain indifferent to the situation. He noted that if their adversaries were ambushed, there would be no one left to assist them. How can you help them? They possess superpowers while we are merely a group of unfortunate misfits. Do you genuinely believe your words would hold any weight with them? Perhaps it would be better to let them clash with one another. Who knows, the Water International Group might even be eradicated. Then our vendetta would be avenged. Billy continued, for now, let us maintain a low profile and refrain from stirring trouble. We shall wait until both parties have resolved their issues. He had devised a clever strategy. He believed that even if the Avengers were to falter, the Water International Group could not emerge unscathed. The Avengers would not sit idly by, and a monumental conflict was inevitable. At that juncture, he could lead his followers to seize the company's secrets with relative ease. In truth, Billy hoped for the Avengers' triumph, as it would spare them from further peril. His subordinates had stood by him through thick and thin. He could accept his own demise, but he could not bear the thought of others losing their lives because of him. He also harbored concerns that even if they uncovered evidence, it might not be sufficient to topple the Water International Group. Should the Avengers succeed, the risk would be unwarranted. As the group exited the Stark Industries building, they turned back, hoping fervently that the Water International Group would indeed be vanquished. Meanwhile, within Stark Industries, Nick Fury observed that there was no significant crisis at hand and prepared to return to S-H-I-E-L-D. Since you have returned, this matter lacks urgency. I shall take my leave. S-H-I-L-D requires my presence to maintain order. Subsequently, Nick Fury departed with Captain America, while Natasha naturally remained behind. After all, they had not seen each other in quite some time, and it would be rather foolish to take her away again, given the current circumstances. He also dared not venture into the adjacent room, suspecting the situation there might be dire. As people gradually filed out, Lin Feng continued to grapple with the dilemma of how to manage the situation between Natasha and Diana. Stark observed Lin Feng's perpetual misfortune with an overwhelming sense of delight. It could be said that Lin Feng possessed an almost omnipotent prowess. Indeed, his formidable strength rendered him akin to a deity. In Stark's eyes, even the Thunder God appeared as a mere triviality. Approaching a nearby table, Stark poured himself a glass of exquisite vintage wine and remarked, "If you cannot think of a solution, cease to ponder. When the boat reaches the bridge, it shall naturally align. Would you care to join me for a drink? Please pour me a glass as well," Lin Feng replied. Although he was not particularly fond of wine, the throbbing headache he endured warranted a respite. With the departure of the guests, the room fell into a profound silence. Lin Feng strained to eavesdrop on the neighboring room, yet was met with an unsettling stillness. This alleviated some of his anxiety. He feared a confrontation between the two, especially since Natasha had recently mastered her cultivation techniques. If a quarrel ensued, the consequences could be dire. Meanwhile, Stark sat silently, an enigmatic smile adorning his face. His thoughts wandered to the notion of having two girlfriends. Fortunately, His affections lay solely with Pepper. The rest were merely fleeting distractions. His little firecracker treated him well. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Natasha and Diana, who entered in unison. Stark, recognizing the impending trouble, swiftly downed his drink, set the glass aside, and made a hasty retreat, kindly shutting the door behind him. Natasha was the first to speak. "You truly are a fickle-hearted rogue. We are now the best of friends, and certainly one tea-squabble over you." Her words rang true. They had forged a friendship, ready to embark on adventures together, leaving him alone to comprehend the consequences of inciting their ire. Diana chimed in, "Indeed, we shall explore together, allowing you to ponder the repercussions of angering us women." Hand in hand, the two departed the room, leaving Lin Feng in a daze, seated upon the plush sofa, bewildered by the abrupt shift in dynamics. Women's tempers were indeed enigmatic and unpredictable. Just moments ago, they appeared ready for a brawl, and now they were the closest of allies. Yet, under the circumstances, this was perhaps the most favorable outcome, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. He patted his chest, slightly shaken, and murmured, "This is for the best. Let them become acquainted, sparing me the headache of mediating." Lin Feng understood that they would not truly abandon him, and he felt reassured by their capabilities. Chapter 128. The beginning of the conspiracy. Lin Feng rose to introduce Stark. "This gentleman is an enforcer within the infinite universe. You may interpret him as an observer." However, the observer interjected, "No need for introductions. I recognize Tony Stark, Iron Man. I have encountered countless iterations of Tony Stark before. And let us not forget, you previously eliminated one." Lin Feng replied, "Indeed, you must have encountered many individuals of similar stature. But have you ever met someone like me? This remark suddenly reminded me that you might be unique. Within my so-called infinite universe, I have never encountered another being quite like you." The observer, filled with curiosity, had not previously considered this notion. Now, upon Lin Feng's sudden proclamation, he silently noted it, pondering the possibility of encountering a second Lin Feng in the future. Stark, overwhelmed with astonishment, questioned the implications of encountering multiple versions of himself, particularly the notion that one of them had been slain. He inquired, "Have I committed some grievous act to warrant such a fate?" "Oh, it is not as you think. In that universe, you are all infected. The virus transformed you into zombies, rendering you exceedingly brutal, with an insatiable hunger for living beings and a desire to invade other parallel universes. If left unchecked, you might confront zombie Stark. Are you suggesting a parallel world identical to ours, yet populated entirely by zombies, intent on invading our universe to consume us all?" "Precisely. To safeguard other universes from harm, I had no choice but to eliminate them." "I can comprehend that, but I have one more question. In the zombie universe, am I still the wisest and wealthiest among them? As for the most handsome and intelligent, I cannot say, but he undoubtedly met his demise." "Lin Feng, your jest lacks merit." Truly, Stark's vanity persisted, even in such dire circumstances, as he pondered whether he was the most distinguished and affluent individual. At that moment, the observer interrupted their exchange. "I must take my leave. Since my presence is no longer required, I shall depart." With those words, the observer vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the conference room atop the What International Group's skyscraper, a gathering of superpowered individuals led by the patriotic figure was conspiring with a cadre of high-ranking capitalists, headed by Edgar, to devise a strategy against the Avengers. Among the superpowered heroes was a female superhero known as Starlight, who had been with Billy and the others earlier that day. Edgar was discussing with his associates how to lure the Avengers together before eliminating them. However, the superheroes disagreed. Aquaman stood and proclaimed, "Why overthink? Let us simply find a pretext to gather them, and then we can launch a unified assault. Can they truly withstand our combined might?" Indeed, Aquaman is correct. "With our numbers, the Avengers cannot possibly contend with us," another chimed in. "Absolutely, this is the way forward. We have Patriot among us, the strongest of our group. I doubt anyone in the Avengers possesses strength that rivals his. I too believe there is no need for excessive deliberation. With my abilities, their annihilation would be effortless." Patriot, encouraged by the praise from his peers, could not help but step forward, exuding confidence in his own prowess. Edgar found himself deliberating on the appropriate course of action, contemplating the validity of the arguments presented by the compatriots. After much reflection, he resolved, "Very well, I shall adhere to their counsel." He then articulated his plan. On the evening of November 11th at 7 o'clock, we shall commence our operations. I will arrange for my associates to liaise with Nick Fury of S.H. Island. All you need to do during those days is to refrain from any disturbances and patiently await my favorable news. With Edgar's words, the superheroes departed, for they were, in essence, a band of rogues merely contracted by the What International Group. Were it not for the pressure exerted by their compatriots, these oblivious individuals would have already caused chaos. Now that matters had settled, they were eager to leave and revel in freedom. Edgar, observing their utter lack of discipline, could not help but scoff inwardly. A bunch of mindless fools. Were it not for the substantial profits they could generate for me, they would surely be hiding like mutants, scurrying away like vermin. At this moment, he had already devised a plan to send someone to negotiate with Nick Fury, offering his subordinates the opportunity to join S.H. ILD and undertake clandestine missions beneficial to the nation. He doubted Fury would resist such temptation, and then he could summon the Avengers to ensnare them all at once. Edgar was oblivious to the fact that his current actions were tantamount to courting disaster. The power of capital had elevated him to the echelons of the world's most influential figures. Desire clouded his vision, intoxicating him with authority. Had he meticulously analyzed the words of the Avengers, he would have discerned the presence of Lin Feng and would not have resorted to such foolishness. Meanwhile, Starshine, who had just departed from the What International Group, was in a state of urgency. She needed to relay the meeting's revelations to Billy, who would then inform Stark. However, she was entangled with Aquaman and found herself unable to extricate herself from a situation. Lin Feng, conversing with Stark, remained unaware of all that transpired. Even if he had known, he would merely have resolved the matter in advance, as he did not perceive these individuals as a threat. Chapter 129. Recognizing reality at this moment, Starshine was desperately devising means to escape the vexatious Aquaman. She was exceedingly anxious to transmit the recent meeting's intelligence back, yet found herself unable to depart while maintaining a facade of cheerfulness during her social exchanges with Aquaman. Her status within the What International Group was quite low. Although her entry had garnered substantial support from the company, she was now merely the seventh among the Elite Seven. In contrast, Aquaman was a seasoned veteran, thoroughly acquainted with the company's regulations. As a newcomer, she could not directly extricate herself, and if they were to discover her true allegiance, her fate would be dire. Aquaman gazed at the exquisite woman before him, astonished that the company had managed to recruit such a stunning individual into their ranks. He resolved not to let this opportunity slip away, determined to win her over. Grasping Starlight's hand to prevent her from leaving, he leered with a lascivious grin and said, "My dear, why not join me for dinner this evening? We could foster a deeper connection. As your senior, I can impart some crucial insights about our company. After dinner, you could come to my place to rest. My bed is spacious and comfortable, allowing for the most delightful escapades." Starlight was taken aback by his brazen proposition. She was still a girl of not yet 20, and although she was aware of the dark intrigues surrounding them, she could not fathom such behavior, even among their own. "No, thank you. I need to return home. My mother is waiting for me," she stammered, hastily invoking her mother as a shield. Uncertain of its effectiveness, she certainly did not wish to accompany Aquaman, fearing that doing so would mean her return would be impossible. In the room, only the seven remained, and as they observed Aquaman's harassment of Starlight, none intervened. Instead, they watched the unfolding drama, as if it were an entertaining spectacle. Aquaman was taken aback that a newcomer dared to reject him. He had assumed that with his overwhelming popularity and handsome appearance, winning over such an innocent girl would be effortless. Amidst the mocking jeers of those around him, Aquaman's anger flared. "You ungrateful wretch. I extended an invitation for dinner to spare us both the embarrassment of our future partnership, yet you refuse me? Do you know I could easily have you ousted from the company as Spotlight? The selection of the seven is not solely based on popularity. We hold the power. Mark my words, if you do not accompany me tonight, prepare to fade from this company. I shall give you 10 minutes to ponder your decision. And don't even think about fleeing. You know the consequences." Starlight was shocked to discover the darkness lurking within the international group. Since acquiring her powers, she had never faced such indignity, and the reality was unbearable. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over, yet Aquaman had already returned to his seat, chatting amicably with the others, who seemed indifferent to the situation. She had not anticipated that those around her would be such vile creatures. unworthy of the powers they possessed, a mere pack of beasts. Initially, joining the Black Cloak Brigade had been an endeavor to uphold justice and combat evil. But as more truths began to surface, she was dismayed to realize that their targets were none other than the international group, her own employer. Although she had intended to expose their wrongdoing, she had fallen in love with Huey over time, and for the sake of love, she chose to remain silent about their misdeeds. The starlight harbored its own reflections, contemplating the evening of November 11th, when it would emerge as a mediator, fostering harmonious coexistence between the parties involved. After all, her idol was from the motherland. Despite the company's numerous transgressions, no egregious misdeeds associated with the motherland had yet come to light. She turned her gaze towards the figure from the motherland, yearning for her idol to rescue her. Yet instead found herself met with mockery. The figure from the motherland chuckled lightly, exclaiming, "I told you this woman is not so easily subdued. Oomph. But what of it? She is not the first. Unless she wishes to forfeit her standing, she will inevitably fall into my grasp tonight." The Sea King, agitated, retorted. Starlight, upon hearing the words of the motherland figure, was struck with disbelief, realizing that they were no different from the others. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she shed tears and fled to the restroom. At that moment, within the restroom, stood the seasoned heroine of the group, the Iron Maiden, Maeve. As Maeve washed her hands, she noticed Starlight rushing in, collapsing against the door with her face covered in tears. Rather than offering comfort, Maeve coldly remarked, "You must learn to adapt to such matters. Do not resort to tears, for they solve nothing." Sniffle, "Is that how you feel too?" Starlight whimpered, "They dare not. Few here can rival me. However, a flower vase like you, beautiful yet lacking in strength, will not escape their clutches." Maeve's words were stark and brutal, as if she had long grown accustomed to such realities. In that moment, Starlight conceived a means of escape. She would implore Maeve for assistance in evading the turmoil of the day. Once she left the company, she would seek out Huey and never return. After all, a battle loomed ahead, and she felt no concern for the fate of the motherland figure. Indeed, death might even be preferable. Starlight ceased her weeping, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Could you assist me? I do not wish for this." Seeing her youthfulness, Maeve, in a rare moment of goodwill, decided to lend a hand, stating, "Very well, I shall help you today. Yet, what good will it do to evade this day? Sooner or later, they will toy with you. Such occurrences have become commonplace in this company. Every new female hero is subject to their games." Starlight's eyes widened in shock, realizing the harshness of reality exceeded her imagination. Nevertheless, it mattered little now. If only she could escape today, her future would be of no consequence. "I will hide for a day. At least for now, I wish to avoid this. Please, Maeve, assist me." "Very well. Stay close behind me, and I shall escort you out. But do not seek me again when such matters arise. You must eventually confront the truth. As long as you remain in the company, they will exert control over you, unless they have been entirely forsaken by it." Maeve quickly dried her hands and made her exit, with Starlight hastening to follow. Fearful of being recaptured by the Sea King, the Sea King lounged on the sofa, inquiring, "So, have you made your decision?" Starlight remained silent, her gaze fixed on Maeve. Maeve raised an eyebrow and said, "Poseidon, let her be today. Once this day passes, you may do as you wish, but I ask this favor of you." "Maeve, what do you mean by this? Do you presume to command me?" Poseidon slammed his hands on the table, the sound echoing ominously as he glared at Maeve. Surprised that the prize he thought was within reach had slipped away. Yet, he dared not unleash his wrath, for Maeve was the beloved of the people of the homeland. Despite their current joviality in conversation, if provoked, they would unleash a fury he could not withstand. Poseidon was well aware of the nature of the people of the homeland. Although he seethed internally, he restrained himself, reminding himself that it was merely a matter of today. She had promised she would no longer interfere after this. With this realization, his expression shifted. "Very well, I shall grant you this favor. But remember, I hope you will not trouble me over her again. Keep your words in mind." Poseidon pointed at Starlight, continuing, "What good will this do? I had intended to treat you gently, but after today, you shall learn the consequences." Maeve sensed that Poseidon was genuinely angered and turned to ask, "Are you certain you wish to leave today? Tomorrow could bring dire consequences. I will not assist you further." Starlight, hiding behind Maeve, dared not meet Poseidon's fierce gaze and resolutely stated, "Yes, I must leave today. Since you have made your decision, then go. I shall escort you out. With that, Maeve led Starlight out of the Waters International Group, adding, after today, take care of yourself. Thank you. Starlight expressed her gratitude to Maeve before promptly departing. Chapter 130. The new Supreme, Mage Lin Feng, returned to his villa, where the three artificial beings gifted by the system seemed to have anticipated his arrival, waiting for him at the entrance. As Lin Feng appeared at the door, the butler hurriedly approached him, saying, Young master, you have finally returned. Where are Natasha and my sister? Where have they gone? Young master, the lady of the house had already instructed that they would be traveling and would not return for the time being. They even took the young master with them. Lin Feng had assumed they were sulking and had not expected them to be off on a holiday, leaving him alone in the house. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, he would be spending his time in solitude within the large residence. The next morning, upon waking, Lin Feng instinctively reached out to embrace Natasha, only to find emptiness and remember that they had gone out to enjoy themselves. Just as he was feeling bored, Star called, Lin Feng, if you have a moment, please come over. The group we met yesterday has returned. Lin Feng sensed that something must have transpired, prompting Stark to summon him. After dressing swiftly, Lin Feng vanished from his room. Moments after ending the call, Stark set his phone down, only to find Lin Feng had already appeared beside him. The moment Lin Feng made his entrance, both Starlight and Stark were immediately aware, for he possessed extraordinary abilities, granting him a heightened sensitivity to such energies compared to ordinary individuals. The others, however, were taken aback by his sudden appearance. Lin Feng casually settled onto the sofa as though it were his own residence. Have you come here today for any particular reason? Despite her astonishment at Lin Feng's unexpected arrival, Starlight promptly recounted the events of the previous day. You see, I attended a meeting with what company yesterday, and they have made arrangements to take action against you on November 11th at 7 p.m. She then shared the details of what transpired, though she chose to conceal her own troubles, not wanting to burden Huey with worry or reveal the matter to the others, as it was exceedingly humiliating for her as a young woman. Understood. There's no need for concern during this time. I believe it would be prudent for you to remain indoors, as the secret you've entrusted us with is perilous. Should it be leaked, you would undoubtedly be in danger. Therefore, it is best for you to stay here for the time being. Stark was taken aback by Lin Feng's decision to house them. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, What about me? My room cannot accommodate so many people, and they may not even enjoy staying here. However, Starlight held a different perspective. She recognized that the coming days would be fraught with peril, for Aquaman would not spare her. Now, with this haven available for her concealment, which was unlikely to be discovered by what group, she seized a moment before anyone else could speak. It's all right. We can make do with sleeping on the floor here. As long as we can stay for a month, that is sufficient. Stark was astonished that Starlight would agree with Lin Feng's proposal. Although his room was spacious, accommodating so many would feel rather cramped. Stark himself did not mind, for he had ample properties and could always retreat to his seaside villa. Since you agree, then it is settled. Lin Feng then addressed Stark. You may lend them your residence for a while. After all, you are quite wealthy and possess numerous homes. All right, as long as you are happy, Stark readily acquiesced. He subsequently informed his bodyguard, Happy, to ensure that meals were prepared for Starlight and her companions daily. With all matters resolved, Starlight exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling that she could now navigate this period in peace. Suddenly, a yellow, circular spark materialized in the center of the room. From within emerged a man clad in a red cloak, his long hair cascading down, his hands trembling slightly, as if rendered weak. Upon the sudden appearance of this individual, he was taken aback by the sheer number of people present. After a brief moment of surprise, he spotted Lin Feng and was filled with delight. Lin Feng, I never imagined you would truly be here. My mentor, Master Gu Yi, has requested your presence in Kamartaj. Upon hearing Gu Yi's invitation, Lin Feng recollected the prior agreement he had made with her. Had it not been for Strange's unexpected arrival, it might have slipped his mind entirely. Lin Feng surmised the nature of their previous arrangement, which entailed assisting Gu Yi in resolving her own dilemmas upon his return. Chapter 131. The meeting as he observed Strange's emergence and noted his attire, coupled with the respectful manner in which he addressed Gu Yi, Lin Feng quickly discerned that Strange had ascended to the role of the new Sorcerer Supreme. It was likely that Gu Yi had retired, and Lin Feng found himself indifferent to the extent of Strange's mastery of her teachings. He spoke directly. There is no need for further explanation. I comprehend the situation. Is Gui faring well? No troubles have arisen during this period, I hope? Everything is fine. My mentor is quite at ease, spending her days sipping tea and occasionally instructing her disciples in the arcane arts. No significant occurrences have transpired, Strange replied. No longer the brash novice he once was. Strange had matured significantly since his harrowing car accident 6 months prior, which had nearly derailed his life. Initially skeptical of Kamar Taj, he had dismissed it as a gathering of charlatans. For how could a man of science, a physician educated at the highest level, ever believe in the existence of magic? It was only through further engagement that he recognized the limitations of his previous perspective, transforming his once arrogant disposition into a humble pursuit of knowledge. What began as a quest to heal his hands evolved into an insatiable fascination with the mysteries of magic. When he first encountered Lin Feng, he had tempered his temperament, yet retained a vestige of his former pride. Now, however, he fully grasped Lin Feng's formidable nature, understanding the depth of Gui's power and realizing that someone equally formidable, like Lin Feng, could not possibly be weak. Lin Feng remarked, I'm relieved to hear that. I feared your appearance might indicate some unfortunate incident involving Gui. If all is well, let us proceed. It is prudent to address Gui's matters promptly. Just as Lin Feng stepped into the portal, Stark hurriedly called out, Wait for me. I wish to witness this magic as well. Meanwhile, Billy and the others stood in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They had believed that only beings with superpowers existed in the world, and now the emergence of a magician had left them utterly astounded. At this moment, Billy and his companions began to reconsider the feasibility of the Water International Group's intentions to eliminate Lin Feng, as their thoughts turned towards the legendary capabilities of magic, which they imagined could obliterate worlds. Although the anticipated outcome diverged somewhat from reality, the conclusion remained unchanged. The fate of the Water International Group was inevitably one of destruction. Stark had long desired to behold the legendary sorcerer for himself. From the moment he first encountered this enigmatic group, his heart had been tumultuous. After all, for an American like him, magic represented a cherished childhood dream. Though he had since become Iron Man and had mastered Lin Feng's cultivation methods, emerging as a formidable individual, he was no longer the same Iron Man of yore. He believed that, even without his suit, he could contend with a creature of abomination that had previously emerged. Stark surged ahead of Strange, closely trailing Lin Feng, and boldly stepped through the portal, followed by Strange, who entered just as the portal sealed behind them. Observing the trio's vanishing forms, Huey remarked, How cool would it be if I could learn magic? Starshine replied, Even if you can't wield magic, I still adore you. The sudden display of affection left the others perplexed, inadvertently feeding them a dose of romantic sentiment. Mind yourselves, this isn't your home. Who knows if there are cameras here? It wouldn't be pretty if your embarrassing moments were captured, someone interjected, expressing disdain. Ugh, what a nuisance. Let us leave them to their antics. We shall find another room. For the time being, we must reside here. Billy led the others away, vacating the space for the two lovebirds. In Kamar Taj, at that moment, the Ancient One sat in the hall awaiting Lin Feng's arrival, having prepared a pot of fine tea. Yet, the water poured into the cup from the teapot lacked its usual steadiness, revealing her inner agitation. In truth, the Ancient One felt a surge of excitement. Previously, she had been willing to sacrifice herself in her relentless guardianship of Earth, as she believed she had no chance of survival. She intended to devote her final powers to extinguishing all imminent dangers. However, the situation had changed. An individual had emerged, one she had previously overlooked even with the eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, who could assist her and potentially save her life. It is noteworthy that the Ancient One had drawn upon Dormammu's power to survive, a testament to her desire to continue living, albeit for the sake of safeguarding the planet. As the portal manifested, the Ancient One had just finished pouring the tea, perfectly filling 2 cups, aware that even without the Time Stone, there were still those who would arrive. She gestured for Lin Feng and Stark to take a seat. Please, sit down and enjoy a cup of tea before we proceed. Stark replied, Tea? I do not partake in such beverages. They are nothing but bitter. Meanwhile, Lin Feng settled down, savoring the tea in his cup. Stark then requested, Could I perhaps have a glass of wine instead? With a gentle wave of his hand, the Ancient One transformed the teacup before Stark into a large glass of chilled beer. Astonished by this extraordinary spectacle, Stark exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that magic could serve such a purpose, though he remained uncertain of its authenticity. Subsequently, He grasped the cup and took a hearty gulp. Realizing with astonishment that it was indeed real, he had expected it to be some form of illusion. The Ancient One smiled and inquired, "Mr. Stark, what brings you here today?" "Oh, nothing of significance. I merely wish to witness magic. If you have matters to attend to, please do so." "I would like to explore a bit," Stark replied. "In that case, allow my disciple Strange to guide you around Kamar Taj," the Ancient One suggested. Then, adopting a peculiar posture, she vanished from Stark's sight, along with Lin Feng, who had been beside him. Stark murmured to himself, "Magic truly is as wondrous and extraordinary as I dreamed of in my childhood." "Stark, let me show you around," Strange offered. Chapter 132. Effortlessly concluded. Lin Feng observed Stark beside him, reaching out to touch Stark's position, but finding nothing. He realized he had entered the mirror dimension. Indeed, it was a remarkable technique. No matter how many times he entered, each experience was unique. "Mr. Lin Feng, you're jesting. With your prowess, escaping should be an effortless task." "I fear I am no longer your match," Stark remarked. "I wonder why Mr. Lin Feng has spent such a long time in other parallel universes." "I thought you would not return," he continued. "Would you be so kind as to share your experiences from those universes? I have no pressing matters myself, and find myself quite idle." "No rush. I would be delighted to hear about your encounters in other universes," Stark replied. Initially intending to resolve the Ancient One's matters swiftly in return, he now found himself engaged in storytelling. Feeling somewhat bored, Lin Feng decided to share everything without reservation. Even the Ancient One, with her vast experience, was taken aback by his revelations. Then, the Ancient One posed a question: "Are the observers truly that formidable?" Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Stronger than you, but not as strong as I." The Ancient One had not anticipated such a response, yet she bore no ill will, merely shaking her head in curiosity. However, her intrigue concerning the powers and circumstances of other universes was fleeting. Each universe had its own means of resolution. Now that her curiosity had been sated, it was time to address her most pressing concern. "If Mr. Lin Feng has no further matters, shall we proceed? I am curious how you intend to resolve my issue with the Infinity Gauntlet. Considering you previously mentioned it has little effect on strong." Ancient One expressed her doubts, pondering her inner questions. Although she was curious, Lin Feng's arrival seemed to indicate that he possessed a means to assist her. Lin Feng recognized that Ancient One was already aware of his capabilities, reflecting internally, "Truly, she is a formidable entity who has lived for millennia. Her mind is astute." Just from my demeanor, she deduced that I could assist her in vanquishing the Eye Demon without the need for the Infinity Gauntlet. He then articulated his method, which was straightforward and efficient. "The situation is rather uncomplicated. My current strength has rendered me nearly invincible. All you need do is relax completely, allowing me to enter your mind and eradicate the Eye Demon directly." Ancient One was taken aback, astonished that such an approach was possible. However, she acknowledged its potential, albeit with a caveat. "This method is indeed worth attempting, especially considering your formidable prowess. Yet, I harbor concerns regarding the Eye Demon's ability to invade other minds and take residence within them. My apprehension lies not in whether you can eliminate the Eye Demon, but rather in the risk of it potentially parasitizing you." Lin Feng nearly chuckled at her concerns. After all, he was equipped with a system, rendering mental invasion ineffective against him. He recalled how the previous professor had tested his abilities, leading him to discover his own powers. Understanding that Ancient One was merely looking out for his well-being, he reassured her, "Rest assured, I have my methods. You need not worry about this. What is required now is your cooperation. Simply place your trust in me. I certainly trust you. If it weren't for you, I would have resolved to embrace death long ago," Ancient One replied, forgoing further discussion and relinquishing all her defenses. A radiant light erupted from her being, persisting for over half an hour, during which she cast numerous spells upon herself. When a magical outburst ceased, she spoke, "You had best be swift in my current state. I can only sustain this for approximately half an hour. Should you fail to eliminate the Eye Demon, it will manifest, and I shall perish. If you do not succeed, I hope you will look after the earth." With that, she closed her eyes, descending into a profound slumber. She held no fear for the Eye Demon, for it had barely survived her previous onslaught and would stand no chance against Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng silently conversed with the system. "Are you certain this will be effective? I have never attempted to penetrate someone's mind with such immense power. Previously, I merely shared a fraction of my energy to aid others in their cultivation. This concerns the mind. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lin Feng was indeed anxious. This was not merely guiding cultivation, something he was adept at, as he practiced daily within his own body. However, extracting a parasitic entity from the brain was a different matter entirely, and he feared mishandling the process. Do not fret, host. With my guidance, you have nothing to fear. I will instruct you meticulously on how to expel the eye demon from within a person's mind. Hand-holding? Do you possess hands? There is no need for the host to worry. However, I currently have a question. Could you perhaps conduct the lottery that has accumulated over these many days? It's a staggering 167 draws. What purpose do you intend for them to serve? Your inaction makes me feel quite ineffectual. So it seems I am at fault for not participating in the lottery. Upon my return this time, I shall certainly engage in it. Agreed, let us commence. Upon the system's declaration, a virtual cerebral interface materialized within Lin Feng's mind, revealing a pathway. The system had already detected the position of the eye demon. Henceforth, one need only navigate the ethereal screen to locate the eye demon, enveloping it with energy to thwart its escape and eliminate it decisively. Lin Feng was astonished at the simplicity of the task, particularly with the presence of instructions. He internally exclaimed, "The system is truly remarkable." Subsequently, he composed himself, concentrated his spirit, and commenced the eradication of the eye demon. Although it was Lin Feng's inaugural cerebral operation, his proficiency in harnessing energy was formidable, allowing him to effortlessly pinpoint the eye demon's location and encircle it. The eye demon, sensing peril, frantically sought an escape within the confines of Lin Feng's mind. However, it was already too late. By the time it realized its predicament, all routes had been effectively sealed off by Lin Feng. Channeling immense power along the designated path, the eye demon was instantaneously obliterated, and Lin Feng fancied he heard a roar echoing in the void, though its authenticity remained uncertain. Impossible. How could I be discovered and unable to flee? Ancient One, you have met a dreadful end. The eye demon's lament was cut short as it was vanquished. Is it complete? System, do you comprehend? It is indeed finished. The eye demon has been eliminated, and this system has detected no remnants of the previous entity. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng exhaled in relief, astonished at the ease of the endeavor, and promptly roused the Ancient One. Chapter 133. Dormammu's invasion of Earth. The Ancient One awakened, surprised at the rapidity of events. Despite Lin Feng's formidable prowess, she had not anticipated that he would resolve a dilemma that had plagued her for centuries in such a brief span. Is that it? Although the Ancient One had returned from slumber, her vigilance remained intact. One cannot simply relinquish all defenses at such a critical juncture. Upon awakening, she felt somewhat bewildered, as it seemed she had only recently succumbed to sleep. Barely 5 minutes had passed before being roused. She had assumed Lin Feng would struggle, especially given the impossibility of wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. Of course it is resolved. Did you think it would take long? A trivial matter, really, Lin Feng modestly proclaimed. With unwavering certainty, Lin Feng dispelled any doubts the Ancient One might have harbored. Indeed, she felt a newfound lightness, devoid of the previous weight that had burdened her. As she attuned to her internal state, she discerned no anomalies. Furthermore, the Ancient One sensed her power rapidly escalating. The eye demon, which had long drained her vitality, was no longer a parasitic presence within her, leaving her feeling exceedingly revitalized. This sensation is truly exquisite. I had nearly forgotten the sheer comfort it brings. I'm immensely grateful to you, Lin Feng. Gu Yi expressed his heartfelt appreciation, assuring Lin Feng that he should feel free to ask for assistance whenever needed. While he could not summon the aid of Kamartaj, he was willing to offer everything within his capabilities. Lin Feng, however, had not anticipated this. His visit was arranged with Gu Yi, a commitment made in exchange for the Time Stone, and he was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected goodwill. Lin Feng's formidable strength was one matter, yet the emergence of the multiverse posed a myriad of uncertainties. Who could say whether other naive beings from different universes might arise? Moreover, it was impossible for him to constantly monitor those around him. Thus, the willingness of such a formidable ally to assist him was indeed fortuitous. Since you are well now, let us venture outside, Lin Feng suggested, feeling a disquieting urge to leave the confines of another space. However, He hesitated to disrupt Gu Yi's mirror magic directly. At that moment, Gu Yi, reveling in the physical ease that enveloped him, finally registered Lin Feng's reminder. Oh, I truly did forget about that, he mused, gesturing with both hands, and soon they found themselves no longer within the mirror realm. At that very moment, the Dark Lord Dormammu sensed a slight disturbance on Earth. Dormammu and Gu Yi had long been adversaries, and the fact that Gu Yi had clandestinely siphoned off his power only intensified their enmity. Seizing the opportunity, Dormammu unleashed a fraction of his power to invade Earth. Gu Yi, unaware that Dormammu had found an opening during his brief slumber, was caught off guard. Although the power of Dormammu's avatar was diminutive to beings of his caliber, it was formidable against the inhabitants of Earth. However, a sorcerer on Earth was already probing the depths of dark magic, and thus this sliver of malevolent magic swiftly sought him out and infiltrated his being. Gu Yi awakened and promptly sensed the magical energies on Earth through the three sanctums, discovering no trace of evil. At that moment, Dormammu's second avatar lay coiled within the body of the sorcerer at the New York sanctum, successfully evading detection. Gui, this time you shall not be able to thwart me, he cackled, as everything unfolded unbeknownst to Lin Feng and Gu Yi, who remained focused on acclimating to their newfound powers. Upon their emergence, Strange immediately sensed their return and hurried to the hall with Stark in tow. Stark remarked, "Have you completed your tasks? That was rather swift. I expected it would take much longer. I'd hoped to linger here a bit longer. The magic here is indeed quite fascinating." Stark exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm, as witnessing magic rekindled the childlike curiosity within him. However, as he delved deeper, his excitement gradually waned. In a remarkably brief period, he deduced that Lin Feng's abilities seemed to possess a purity surpassing that of the magic he had observed, exhibiting a greater intensity of power. Yet, it would be remiss to assert that magic holds no merit. For instance, the capability of the portal was indeed enviable. Stark remained there with the intent to explore magic further, seeking to experiment with integrating its powers into his armor through scientific means. Such an enhancement would significantly bolster his prowess, and should he acquire such an ability, he would no longer need to fret about Pepper discovering him in the company of other women. "Are you planning to stay here alone until you feel like returning?" Lin Feng inquired. "If you wish, I can teach you magic. As for your aptitude, I believe it should pose no issue, given your high intellect," Ancient One remarked. Stark indeed wished to linger for a while, especially since his house was occupied by others and he had a month to spare. However, he could not remain there alone, so he thought to persuade Lin Feng to join him. "Lin Feng, since you have nothing to occupy your time at home, why not spend some time here with me? It would be a pleasant distraction, especially with Natasha and the others absent. Returning alone to an empty house seems rather dull," Stark proposed. After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng concurred, realizing that returning to an empty, spacious house held little appeal, and the prospect of engaging in enjoyable activities with Stark was enticing. "You make a valid point. I shall reluctantly stay and accompany you. However, I have one condition. You must modify something for me." "Not a problem. There is nothing in this world I cannot create. We can discuss it when we return, and besides, you don't have the necessary equipment here," Stark replied, understanding that Lin Feng's reluctance to produce the item indicated its significance. "Let us defer that for now." Stark then turned to Strange, saying, "My friend, would you assist me? I wish to test the capabilities of your magic and open a portal to retrieve my item." Strange promptly refused. "Do you take me for your subordinate? Learning magic is not about serving others." Ancient One interjected, "Strange, do indulge Stark's request." With no alternative, and under the insistence of his mentor, Strange reluctantly opened a portal connecting to Stark Tower. This sudden occurrence startled Huey and Starlight, who were engaged in an intimate moment within the confines of a room. "Could you at least announce your return? There are others present." Stark had not anticipated that the two would engage in such activities in his abode. Yet, true to his character, he refrained from offering pleasantries to those he was unfamiliar with. "What are you two doing? Surely, you did not anticipate the presence of surveillance here." Stark remarked. "Jarvis, erase the events that just transpired between those two. I wish to spare my eyes from such filth." A voice imbued with human emotion resonated within the room. "Sir, it has been deleted." The two who had assumed their actions were secure were unaware that their every move had been captured. Starlight, realizing the entirety of her behavior had been recorded, sought refuge in Huey's embrace, too bashful to show her face. Stark observed their current state and advised, in the future, be more cautious in others' domains. Having gathered his belongings, he stepped into the portal. Once Starlight sensed that the coast was clear, she timidly lifted her head and remarked, "It's all your fault. I nearly exposed myself." However, Huey interjected, "Jarvis?" "Yes, Jarvis. Could you alter the lighting to create a more romantic atmosphere and play some music?" "Certainly, sir." "No problem," Jarvis replied. The lights dimmed, and the room was filled with enchanting illumination and melodies. Chapter 134. Kaecilius in the universe where Lin Feng resided, the trajectory had irrevocably altered due to his arrival. Originally, the Ancient One met her demise at the hands of her own disciple. It was a fate she had encountered. To eradicate the Eye of Agamotto and thwart Dormammu's invasion, the Ancient One chose to sacrifice herself. Yet all of this had now been transformed. Nevertheless, certain elements remained unchanged. Dormammu still relentlessly pursued the invasion of Earth. With the Ancient One's survival, Doctor Strange ascended to the rank of Sorcerer Supreme prematurely, while Kaecilius was assigned to safeguard the local sanctum in New York. However, Kaecilius, who had aspired to attain the position of Sorcerer Supreme, found himself resentful of being distanced from Kamartaj. Yet, he felt powerless against the Ancient One's favoritism. Unwilling to accept this fate, Kaecilius yearned to master more potent forms of magic. By a stroke of fortune, he encountered dark magic. Though such sorcery was typically shunned from study, the Ancient One feared that her disciples would succumb to its allure. After all, not everyone possessed the strength of will to resist temptation and achieve legendary status, as she had. Within a clandestine chamber of the sanctum, Kaecilius was surreptitiously studying dark magic. Unbeknownst to him, Dormammu had already discovered that someone on Earth was secretly delving into the arcane arts and had found Kaecilius, channeling a fragment of his power into him. Kaecilius remained oblivious to this manipulation. Dormammu's influence subtly swayed Kaecilius' mind, seeking to inspire admiration and devotion. He aimed to envelop Kaecilius wholly in darkness, embracing its power, thus facilitating his own descent to Earth through Kaecilius as a conduit. Under the influence of dark forces, Kaecilius' psyche began to transform gradually. Cursed be the Ancient One, the title of Sorcerer Supreme was rightfully mine. How could it be bestowed upon a crippled wretch, a mere novice in the arcane arts? After all my loyalty and service, this is an affront to justice. I am the one deserving to ascend as the next Sorcerer Supreme. Kaecilius seethed with anger, his fury intensifying with each passing thought. Little did the Ancient One foresee that among his disciples lay such a treacherous soul. The opportunity of a lifetime is upon us, mused Dormammu too. He chuckled darkly. Isn't it bitterly unjust? Why should the Ancient One deny you the position of Sorcerer Supreme? After your years of unwavering dedication, he has cast you aside without a word of explanation, treating you more like a slave than a disciple. Dormammu too had already infiltrated Kaecilius' memories, seducing him with the promise of power. Who are you? Kaecilius demanded, bewildered. I am the Soul Devourer, the Lord of Chaos, the great Dark Sovereign. The world kneels at my feet. Do you not resent being so callously abandoned? Bow to me, and I shall bestow upon you immeasurable power. Though Kaecilius harbored deep resentment for the Ancient One's decision to withhold the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, he remained steadfast in his allegiance. Never. I would not betray my master. I may disagree with his choices, but that does not justify your invasion of Earth. Yet before he could finish, Dormammu too interrupted, unveiling a shocking truth that shattered Kaecilius' convictions. How laughable! You still cling to the dignity of one who has forsaken you. Perhaps you are unaware, but even the Ancient One draws upon my dark power. Impossible. You lie. My master would never resort to such darkness. Kaecilius could scarcely believe it. Yet his faith began to waver. Ha ha, how foolish you are. Have you never pondered how the Ancient One has survived for so many years? It is precisely because she has relied upon my strength to endure. I have long wielded dark powers, while you remain blissfully ignorant. She has deceived you all along, concealing the truth. With that, Dormammu too projected the images of how the Ancient One siphoned his power into Kaecilius' mind. Unable to reconcile this revelation, Kaecilius spiraled into confusion, struggling to comprehend why his master would engage with dark forces. He could not accept this truth, nor did he directly respond to Dormammu too's taunts. Instead, He resolved to confront the Ancient One at Kamartaj, determined to unveil the reality of the situation. All of this was part of Dormammu II's grand design. If he could destabilize Kaecilius' faith in the Ancient One, it would mark the beginning of his embrace of the dark powers. Everything is proceeding according to the plan of Dormammu II. Should the scheme succeed, Dormammu shall triumphantly invade Earth. Chapter 135. Embracing darkness. Kaecilius has begun to entertain a modicum of belief in the words of Dormammu II, yet he must ascertain the truth for himself. He promptly ceased all his current endeavors, preparing to return to Kamartaj. Mordo had just completed training his subordinates and was en route to report to the Ancient One. Just as he reached the threshold, a portal illuminated and Kaecilius emerged. Mordo and Kaecilius, having grown up as childhood companions, had long been disciples of the Ancient One. However, due to Kaecilius' assignment to New York to safeguard the local sanctum of magic, it had been some time since their last encounter, prompting Mordo to greet him with warmth. "Hey, Kaecilius. It's been ages. What brings you back?" Mordo inquired. For the overseers of the three sanctums were forbidden from leaving their posts without cause, lest unforeseen events arise that would be difficult to manage. However, Kaecilius paid him no heed, merely casting a fleeting glance before hastily departing, seemingly disinterested in anything other than confronting the Ancient One. Mordo, perplexed, wondered what could be amiss. Had something of great importance occurred? Assuming there was an urgent matter in New York, he quickened his pace to follow Kaecilius into the Great Hall. Yet, upon his arrival within the sanctum, he beheld the Ancient One employing her mirror magic, and the two figures vanished into thin air. Before their disappearance, he noted the sorrow etched upon the Ancient One's face, while Kaecilius appeared distinctly enraged. Mordo remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation, but understood that it must be of paramount significance, for such expressions could not be feigned. Within the mirrored realm, Kaecilius, feigning resignation, inquired, "How did you come to know of this? I have never disclosed anything to anyone." "No, surely you have dabbled in dark magic?" The Ancient One was astounded that her greatest secret had been uncovered by her own disciple, and he now confronted her with it. Though she anticipated that this revelation would eventually come to light, the timing was unexpected. Kaecilius, filled with unrestrained fury, could scarcely believe that his mentor had, in secret, wielded dark magic. "No, this cannot be true. How could you stoop so low? I had no choice in the battle against malevolent forces. Any power is a means to an end. To confront Dormammu, I had to employ his own powers against him. Then why have you insisted on teaching us to shun the dark arts since our youth? That we would be corrupted if we did so? No wonder your strength is unparalleled. No matter how diligently we study magic, we could never keep pace with you. It appears you have deceived me all along. It is not as you perceive, Kaecilius. My prohibition against your study of dark magic stems from the overwhelming power it wields, capable of ensnaring the unwary and leading them to lose their sanity, rendering them slaves to its might. Why is it permissible for you and not for us? Is it not your desire to be the sole master, to prevent others from attaining the strength you possess? Kaecilius has descended into madness. He no longer wishes to heed your explanations. He understands the source of his mentor's formidable strength. It lies in the embrace of dark power. I shall not entertain your justifications any longer. Since you deny me the path to becoming the supreme sorcerer, I shall pursue it myself. I have discerned how to wield the dark forces, and I shall return in due course." Ancient One had not anticipated that Kaecilius had grasped the essence of dark magic. Transcending mere acquaintance, she mistakenly believed she had merely carelessly revealed her own mastery of dark arts, unaware that he had already succumbed to its allure. At that moment, Dormammu II whispered within Kaecilius's mind, "Now you comprehend the profound hypocrisy of the Ancient One. Even the mirror dimension she employs is a gift of my power." Dormammu II exerted his influence, seducing Kaecilius. In his relentless pursuit of greater power, Kaecilius began to view dark magic as merely another tool, one he could master to harness as his own strength. At that moment, Kaecilius's form began to transform. Black fissures emerged around his eyes, signaling the onset of corruption by dark forces. The Ancient One observed the change in Kaecilius and sensed an aura of malevolence. This power felt unsettlingly familiar, and she instantly recalled Dormammu. The Ancient One was astonished to discover that her disciple had been so blindly infiltrated by Dormammu that, unbeknownst to him, his very mindset had been altered, leading him to believe in the supremacy of dark power. She felt culpable for not having guided her disciple more effectively. Initially, the Ancient One had contemplated bestowing the title of Supreme Sorcerer upon Caecilius. However, with the emergence of Strange, a more promising candidate had presented itself. Caecilius possessed an inherently aggressive disposition and a formidable sense of purpose. As a Supreme Sorcerer, he would have made an excellent leader. Yet, the current state of affairs was one of peace, and introducing a figure with such aggressive tendencies would jeopardize the tranquility of Camartage. The Ancient One had not foreseen that her previous decision would culminate in this present predicament. Caecilius's rift with her was not solely due to his pursuit of dark magic, but largely because he felt deprived of the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Although the Ancient One felt a twinge of sorrow, she was resolute in her conviction that her decision was indeed the correct one. She could not allow Caecilius to ascend to the position of the Sorcerer Supreme. A person whose heart could be tainted by dark forces was unworthy of such a title, nor could they bear the monumental responsibility of safeguarding the earth. Had Caecilius truly claimed the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, it would have inevitably led to the annihilation of Camartage. Chapter 136. Escape. Do you desire to acquire greater power? Surrender to me. Open your heart and embrace me. I shall bestow upon you eternal life and unparalleled strength. You shall become a god among men, and I can assure you of everlasting peace on earth, for you will be its guardian. Dormammu too recognized that the moment of opportunity had arrived, employing every conceivable means to seduce Caecilius. At that moment, rage consumed Caecilius' mind, rendering him unable to resist the allure of Dormammu too. I submit to you. Grant me power, for I wish to make the Ancient One pay for her deceit. Then free your mind, open your heart, and accept the power that belongs to me. Far away in the cosmos, Dormammu sensed all that transpired. He established a bridge through the connection between himself and Dormammu too, allowing immense power to flow into Caecilius' being. Dormammu was taken aback by the swiftness with which his plans unfolded, achieving in mere moments what he had long sought. His heart swelled with joy, for vengeance was within his grasp, and the thief who had stolen his power would soon face his reckoning. Yet, the Ancient One would not allow such an event to transpire. She was well aware of Dormammu's sinister plot. Resolutely, she resolved to confine Caecilius within this mirrored realm. Although Caecilius had embraced the darkness, he was still her disciple, and the circumstances leading to his current state were intertwined with her own actions. As Dormammu reveled in the transmission of his power, he suddenly found himself severed from the events on Earth, his connection to Dormammu too abruptly interrupted. The Ancient One had activated the might of the three sanctums, cutting off any linkage between the Earth and the external world. She was the only one capable of wielding her own power to initiate the sanctums. Strange could not achieve this. Dormammu too grew increasingly agitated, unable to comprehend the sudden disruption of their connection. Though it was his avatar, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events on Earth, believing that by allowing Caecilius to accept his power and establishing a bridge between Earth and himself, he could descend upon the planet, dragging it into his dark universe to become part of his dominion. However, Dormammu never anticipated that his second incarnation would reach out to him in the presence of the Ancient One, thereby revealing his existence and culminating in the current predicament. Caecilius felt an immense power coursing through his body, an experience unlike any he had ever encountered. He believed himself invincible, as if strength permeated every corner of his being. He assumed this newfound ability was a gift from Dormammu, and thus devoted himself entirely to him. Little did he realize that this was merely an unforeseen consequence. If Dormammu continued to bestow his power, he would become nothing more than an unconscious puppet, merely a conduit. Caecilius proclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Ancient One, you did not see this coming, did you? Dormammu is indeed correct. He can offer peace to the earth, grant me immortality, and bestow upon me such formidable strength. You a deceiver. Seek to hoard this power for yourself, not to protect the earth. It appears you are merely trying to safeguard your own existence. Fearful that Dormammu might eliminate you and reclaim the strength you pilfered from him. Caecilius, you have delved too deeply. If you abandon the darkness and return to my embrace, I may still find it in my heart to forgive you," the Ancient One urged, attempting one last reconciliation. Should this fail, she would have no choice but to resort to force. At that moment, Caecilius was no longer the man he once was. He had been ensnared by power, Reduced to a slave of the dark forces, a loyal servant of Dormammu. Do you think I would fall for your tricks again? I shall no longer be deceived by you. You may not even stand as my equal now. Defeating you, the sorcerer, is my path to dominion over this earth. I have become numb to the promises made to me, yet I know he will grant peace to the earth and bestow upon me eternal life. With that, Caecilius gestured with both hands, causing a transformation within the mirror dimension, now under his control. The Ancient One was taken aback. He had only just begun to embrace the dark power, yet Caecilius had already acquired the ability to manipulate the mirror dimension. What she had initially believed to be a straightforward resolution now appeared far more complex. She swiftly conjured two semicircular magical weapons in her hands. Aware that time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative. If Caecilius were to escape, it would spell disaster for the earth. However, Caecilius no longer feared the Ancient One. He conjured two transparent, elongated blades in his hands. As her weapons clashed, Caecilius found himself slightly disadvantaged and was thrust backward by the Ancient One's might. Yet the wall behind him began to shift, cushioning his fall and altering the gravity, sparing him from harm. Unaware of the events unfolding around him, Caecilius landed unscathed and realized the gravity of his situation. My teacher, did you not foresee this? At present, I'm not your adversary. However, you can no longer exert control over me. I shall return, and when I do, this realm will be mine. Although Caecilius has been ensnared by dark forces, his intellect remains unchanged. Upon our initial encounter, he quickly comprehended that he was no match for the Ancient One. After all, during our very first clash, he could scarcely withstand the deliberate tactics employed against him. While he suffered no injuries, should he continue to engage with the Ancient One, defeat would surely be his fate. Thus, he began to consider retreating, to depart from his place and familiarize himself with the powers at his disposal. Alone, he felt exceedingly vulnerable. It was imperative for him to cultivate his own following. When the time came, a congregation would easily seize Kamartaj. You shall not leave this place today. I will not permit your escape. Surrender, Caecilius, the Ancient One declared. She brimmed with confidence within the mirror dimension, convinced that Caecilius could not elude her. Though he possessed the ability to manipulate the elements within the mirrored realm, she held dominion over it. Little did she anticipate that Caecilius not only wielded dark powers, but also housed Dormammu II within his mind. Dormammu II, realizing the folly of his own underestimation, did not foresee the severance of the link between himself and the host. For now, he could only facilitate Caecilius' escape, lest their efforts be rendered futile. Behind Caecilius, Dormammu II opened a portal of darkness. The Ancient One was taken aback by Caecilius' ability to utilize the power of the portal within the mirror dimension. She hastened to intervene, but it was too late. A considerable distance lay between them, and Caecilius could manipulate the surroundings to impede her. As Caecilius stepped through the portal, he turned and declared, I shall return, Ancient One. Await that day with anticipation. Chapter 137. The beginning Stark had been diligently using his equipment in Kamartaj to analyze the energy of magic, striving to unravel its mysteries. Initially, he sought to learn and perhaps master the art of sorcery. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Having spent nearly a month in Kamartaj, he had yet to perceive even a whisper of magical energy. During this period, he endured relentless mockery from Strange, who had once been equally inept in the arcane arts. Upon his arrival, Strange had been plagued by self-doubt and the scorn of his peers. Now, witnessing someone who surpassed his former inadequacy, he could not help but feel a sense of amusement. Today, Stark received a communication from Nick Fury, informing him that the Water International Group had initiated discussions regarding collaboration. Stark discerned the unfolding conspiracy of the Water International Group and, consequently, relinquished his pursuit of magic. This revelation provided him with a convenient excuse to exit gracefully, sparing him the embarrassment of departure. Had it not been for the embarrassment, Stark would have long departed from this place. Now, a splendid excuse has presented itself for him to leave. Stark gathered his belongings and made his way to the magic training square. During this period, Lin Feng had been observing the techniques of magic usage and learning from their methodologies. Although the systems of power differed, there were always aspects to draw from, which would aid Lin Feng in enhancing his own strength. Stark quickly spotted Lin Feng at the center of the dueling platform, instructing others in combat. a task that Lin Feng found exceedingly tedious. Thus, he proposed daily afternoon sparring sessions, finally providing himself with some engagement so that he would not languish idly each day. Stark remarked, Lin Feng, Nick Fury has sent word. The What International Group is in talks with him regarding collaboration. Oh, has it begun? I'm nearly bored to death. Let's see if the What International Group can offer some respite and stretch my limbs a bit. As Lin Feng spoke, he engaged in a duel with his opponent. At that moment, Lin Feng's adversary felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Although previously no one could defeat him, at least they could fight normally. What was this absurdity? Chatting while battling and not even sparing a glance at him was intolerable. With a roar of frustration, he leapt from the dueling platform's edge, leaving the spectators below in disbelief, expecting a grand display of power, only to witness his resignation from the match. Whoa, that was quite the move. My friend, your flair is unmatched. As he absorbed the accolades from the crowd, he felt an immense sense of pride. After all, for quite some time, no one had been a match for Lin Feng, who had mercilessly bested them all. No one had ever dared to be as audacious as he, conceding defeat by leaping from the stage. Only I seized the opportunity to contend with Lin Feng and earn renown. The others are merely vanquished. Lin Feng stated, in that case, let us return. We are merely awaiting their action, yet it feels like an eternity. The two then sought out Strange to inform him of their departure. Strange, I appreciate your care during this time. It is no trouble at all. I must thank you for instructing my disciples, Strange replied. He then opened a portal, and Stark and Lin Feng returned to Stark Industries. This time, Stark noticed the absence of Huey and Starlight, wondering where everyone had gone. Jarvis, where are they? Sir, they have all gone out, stating they were bored after being here for too long. They left early this morning for a day of leisure and should be returning shortly. As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, the door swung open. A group of individuals stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. These people were indeed bold, daring to venture out for drinks without fear of being caught. Stark, disinterested in the raucous crowd, summoned Happy to usher them away, ensuring that these oblivious drunkards did not tarnish his abode. Shortly, Happy returned with a few individuals, guiding them to another room. Jarvis, please refresh the air in here, Stark requested. The room had become quite pungent due to their presence, compounded by the stench of alcohol. Now, all that remained was to await news from Nick Fury. Time swiftly passed, and the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice echoed in the room. Sir, you have received a call. Will you take it? Connect me, Stark replied. The Stark Water International Group has conferred with me. We are to meet tomorrow evening at 7 on the rooftop of their headquarters to finalize the contract. They request the presence of all Avengers. Had we not received prior intelligence, we would never have suspected their intentions. By the way, is Lin Feng with you? Have him join us tomorrow. Stark remained silent, but Lin Feng interjected. Rest assured, I shall accompany Stark. Just wait and see. Very well then. That settles it. I have other matters to attend to. We shall discuss further upon our meeting tomorrow. With that, Nick Fury ended the call. At that moment, within the headquarters of Water International Group, only a handful of individuals were present, including one from the Homeland and the owner of the corporation. The Homeland representative scoffed. What a hassle. It will take over a month. If it were up to me, I would simply eliminate them directly. Patience is required. Your recklessness is unwarranted. They have managed to become Avengers and have vanquished numerous superhumans. There must be some unique abilities at play, Edgar cautioned. Do as you please. In the end, it will be my hand that strikes. Just ensure that matters do not become overly complicated. I have no desire to clean up your mess, the Homeland representative retorted, rising to approach the door. His appearance starkly contrasted with his malevolent actions, exuding an air of righteousness while engaging in wicked deeds. This was not surprising, as they were all merely superhumans packaged by Water International Group, not genuinely dedicated to protecting Earth, but rather serving their own interests. Edgar moved toward the window, gazing out at the world. Once we eradicate the Avengers and SHIELD, every superhuman will be compelled to work for us. Should they disobey, we will promptly dispatch our operatives to eliminate them. Indeed, the boss speaks the truth. How impressive it is that such monumental achievements have been accomplished in such a short time. The other executives within the company praised Edgar. Chapter 138. The self-destructive Aquaman. At this moment, Nick Fury's office was filled with members of the Avengers. All were present except for Iron Man and Thor. Even Natasha is present here. Though she did not come alone, she brought Diana along with her. while little Ran was sent back to the care of the butler and others. Nick Fury was initially unfamiliar with Diana and had no intention of allowing her to attend this meeting. However, upon witnessing Diana's remarkable abilities, he felt an immense sense of delight. Though he was unaware of Diana's origins, it was of little consequence, for Lin Feng would never align himself with any faction. The individuals he brought along were undoubtedly reliable. Diana, initially reluctant to join, made the decision to participate upon learning that Natasha intended to target Lin Feng. Nick Fury surveyed everyone in the office and remarked, regarding the activities of the Water International Group against our S.H.L.D. I cannot ascertain the truth of the matter. However, through recent investigations, there is a substantial likelihood that it is indeed genuine, as we have discovered their company has been engaged in covert operations. Nevertheless, there is no cause for excessive concern, should they choose to act against us. With Lin Feng on our side, their fate will be far from favorable. Diana had come to understand the significance of the Avengers and S.H.A.L.D. to Earth. This dark-haired figure bore a striking resemblance to Batman. Both were willing to bear the burden of blame for the sake of world peace, albeit one is an official representative rather than an independent vigilante. To Diana's surprise, the events occurring in her world were mirrored in this realm, where individuals would invariably act for their own interests, often harming those who protect the heroes of Earth. As a Valkyrie, Diana usually exuded vivacity in Lin Feng's presence, and she could not restrain herself at this moment, exclaiming, "Is the Water International Group comprised of madmen? What compels them to treat you this way? Merely for their own gain? This is utterly foolish. Protecting Earth is a shared responsibility. Why would they act so? If they dare to strike tonight, I shall ensure they return from whence they came without success." Her words resonated deeply with the others, who had risked their lives for the planet. Their refusal to assist was one thing, but now they faced annihilation. Though they appeared calm, a fervor simmered within each of them. Should the Water International Group refrain from aggression tonight, they would remain untroubled. However, should they initiate an attack, they would face a fierce retaliation leading to their utter destruction. Every individual present held unwavering faith in Lin Feng's capabilities. As the clock neared 7, Nick Fury had sent Diana a set of Avengers protocols before their departure. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Water International Group building, they found neither Lin Feng nor Iron Man present. The security personnel, having received prior notification, approached and stated, "Mr. Nick Fury, our boss awaits you on the top floor of the building. Allow me to escort you up." The security guard led the way forward, with Nick Fury and his companions following closely until they arrived at the office atop the building. Once the guard exited, he promptly led all his subordinates away from the structure, seemingly aware that something significant was to unfold there that evening, an affair beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The entire building was now deserted, save for the company's superhuman operatives dispersed within, leaving only Edgar, an ordinary man, behind. Nick Fury and his entourage settled into their seats within the office, while the heavy door was sealed shut behind them, guarded by a formidable presence. They all noticed this development, yet paid it little mind, for a mere door could hardly impede their resolve. However, Aquaman returned to his position and beheld the striking beauty of Natasha and Diana. One was a composed, icy-haired redhead, exuding an air of cool detachment. The other, a vibrant blonde, radiating youthful exuberance. Unable to suppress his impulses, Aquaman brazenly jested, inquiring whether the two ladies would be inclined to share an evening meal with him, claiming to have a spacious, comfortable bed at home where they could frolic freely without constraint. With that, he cast an utterly distasteful glance at Diana. Diana, having never endured such indignity, was incensed. In her own universe, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner, not even her adversaries. Furious, she retorted, "Do you wish to die? Do you believe I would hesitate to crush you? Crush me? Where'd you do that?" He chuckled, seemingly unfazed and continuing to taunt her. They had studied the Avengers members, and he was unaware that this golden-haired woman was anything but Nick Fury's secretary. The Avengers and Fury were astounded, unable to fathom how someone could be so reckless as to provoke Lin Feng's woman. How audacious could one be? Natasha, unable to tolerate the insolence any longer, despite her own reservations about Diana's presence, aligned herself with her. "It appears you truly seek your demise. If you do not receive a lesson, you will not comprehend your own insignificance," Natasha declared. Aquaman did not anticipate Natasha's intervention, yet he held no objections. After all, if one spoke, two could as well. It would save time. Indeed, you two seem quite compatible. I wonder how adventurous you might be in bed, he remarked, only for Natasha's involvement to embolden his crassness further. Diana, unable to bear it any longer, decided that even if Aquaman refrained from physical confrontation, she would ensure he faced consequences. Such humiliation was intolerable. Seizing a chair, she hurled it directly at Aquaman, who was taken by surprise and caught unprepared, resulting in an immediate impact. Upon his return, his face was a mask of fury. As a man, being bested by a woman in front of so many had severely tarnished his pride. However, just as Aquaman was about to take action, Edgar interjected, urging him to consider the repercussions, stating that this was not the appropriate moment for chaos. At that instant, Captain America positioned himself behind Edgar, ready to intervene should Edgar choose to speak further. Chapter 139. The Reckless Aquaman. The battle commences. Edgar was not averse to resolving matters swiftly, yet the most pivotal individual had yet to arrive. Over the past month, he had meticulously unraveled the intricate relationship between the Avengers and SHIELD, identifying Iron Man, Tony Stark, as the linchpin of the Avengers. Stark, being the wealthiest among them, posed a significant risk, as long as he remained absent. Edgar could not afford to act impulsively. Should Stark seize the opportunity to divulge sensitive information, even the current stature of Water International Group would struggle to withstand global condemnation. In such a scenario, they would not escape unscathed, facing potential governmental intervention aimed at seizing control of the company's major shares. At that point, Water International Group would no longer be under Edgar's dominion. Given his current power and status, Edgar was unwilling to relinquish his position, thus opting for the most prudent course of action. He resolved to wait until all individuals responsible for the Alliance and SHIELD were present before making a move. Not a single person could be absent. He sought to ensure complete security in his endeavors. Should Stark fail to appear today, he had already decided against taking action, opting instead to seek another opportunity. Aquaman turned to Edgar and inquired, "What do you mean, Edgar? Do you also wish to thwart me? This woman has humiliated me. How can I continue to exist in this realm? If I do not act today, I will be the laughingstock among the superpowered community." His anger was palpable, yet he was not foolish. He recognized that he could not overpower Captain America. Nevertheless, he would not overlook any chance that arose. "Must I explain my actions to you? I instructed you not to cause a scene, and yet here we are," Edgar replied coldly, fixing Aquaman with a steely gaze. "You very well consider yourself capable," Aquaman retorted, ultimately refraining from aggression. He was acutely aware of Captain America's prowess and understood that he would likely falter under such might. Edgar perceived these individuals as lacking intellect. Their previous inaction on significant matters had concealed their folly, but now it was evident. This was nothing short of foolishness. Thankfully, the strongest among his ranks was Captain America. Had it been Aquaman, the situation might have spiraled out of control. Lacking any semblance of wisdom, these individuals were preoccupied with frivolities. It was only a matter of time before a woman would be harmed in such reckless pursuits. Edgar contemplated the necessity of removing this impulsive individual from their ranks. Unbeknownst to Aquaman, his actions had already generated considerable disdain within Edgar's heart. Moreover, his extraordinary abilities originally stemmed from the blue pills, and Edgar had resolved to cease providing Aquaman with these pills. For Edgar, rendering him obsolete within the realm of superhumans was a trivial task, especially since his powers were not innate but rather acquired through external means. Eliminating those who defied him posed no challenge for Edgar. However, once Aquaman learned of his fate, the outcome for the Water International Group would be irrevocable, as they were all destined to perish here today. Edgar inquired, "I wonder why your member, Mr. Stark, has yet to arrive. Is he not planning to join us today?" Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of Edgar's question regarding Stark's presence. He sensed the gravity of the situation. If their discussion pertained to collaboration, Stark's appearance was unnecessary. The only plausible explanation was that Edgar intended to eliminate them all right here. It seemed the claims made by those within Stark's household were indeed accurate. Nick Fury, accustomed to preparing for any eventuality at the slightest hint of trouble, had already devised contingency plans, rendering him unfazed by the current predicament. "Stark has some personal matters to attend to, but will arrive shortly," Fury replied. "Is that so? Then let us postpone our discussion and indulge in a drink instead," Edgar suggested. "No objections," "We shall join you for a few glasses, Mr. Edgar," came the response. Edgar retrieved a communicator from the table before him and instructed, "Bring forth the red wine I prepared earlier." In truth, this wine was laced with a substance designed to induce weakness and pain. Even those with superhuman abilities would be rendered defenseless against its effects. In a short while, someone entered bearing 5 bottles of red wine. Edgar personally poured a glass for each attendee. "Let us toast to our collaboration today," he proclaimed. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the Avengers did not partake in his wine. Nick Fury interjected, "It seems premature to celebrate. Perhaps we should conclude our discussions on collaboration before raising our glasses." "Not to worry. I have an abundance of wine. We can drink while we talk," Edgar replied, downing his glass and observing them intently. At that moment, Nick Fury found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Though he was the head of a covert agency and typically had myriad strategies at his disposal, none were applicable in this situation. It was not the time to escalate tensions, especially with Lin Feng's 2 girlfriends present. Should anything happen to them, he could not bear the consequences. Just as Nick Fury was grappling with uncertainty, he suddenly noticed 2 figures appearing behind the window, behind Edgar. Edgar also noticed Nick Fury's peculiarities and turned to see 2 individuals soaring outside his window, drawing ever closer. As they approached the facade of his building, they did not halt, but rather shattered the glass and descended to the ground. I, an observer of this entire spectacle, watched as one of the individuals, upon their mere contact with the window, swiftly pulled Edgar behind him, shielding him from the shards of glass. Nick Fury contemplated. This was fortuitous. As it spared him the need to speak, it seemed this drink might go untouched. Edgar did not recognize the young man who appeared before him. Yet the person behind him was aware that it was Stark. However, he never anticipated that Stark could fly unaided by his suit's capabilities. This revelation had eluded prior documentation. Although the circumstances were unclear, Edgar surmised that Stark might indeed possess inherent superhuman abilities. Why, then, was he not demonstrating these powers during today's exhibition of the Royal Combat? Did they somehow anticipate Edgar's intentions, prompting such an unexpected arrival? Could they possibly have confidence in their ability to escape the confines of his setup? Initially, Edgar felt a surge of anxiety, yet upon seeing the compatriot before him, his worries began to dissipate. He found it hard to believe anyone could surpass the might of his ally. After all, he had studied the prowess of the Avengers and knew that, aside from Thor of Asgard, none could contend with his companion's strength. However, the identity of the young man remained a mystery, but for a person of his stature, the prospect of eliminating another held little weight. As Lin Feng made his entrance, Diana and Natasha immediately recognized him and rushed towards him, each taking hold of an arm. In that moment, they seemed to transform into adversaries, casting wary glances at one another. Aquaman was taken aback to discover that both of these stunning women were enamored with the same man, and their familiarity only exacerbated his indignation. Having already endured public humiliation, he found himself further diminished by his own comrades, and his fury reached a boiling point. "You 2 vile harlots dare to look down upon me? I once thought you pure, yet here you are, both vying for the affections of the same man. You are nothing but promiscuous." At that moment, the members of the Avengers, along with Nick Fury and Stark, stood agape, utterly astonished, at a loss for words. Was this man courting death? No, he was courting disaster. Lin Feng had not anticipated hearing such derisive words directed at the women he cherished. It became evident that these individuals were not earnest in their intentions of collaboration. Lin Feng turned to Aquaman, his eyes igniting with a cerulean luminescence that shot forth directly towards him. The individuals from the Water International Group were completely unprepared for the sudden emergence of this assailant. Even the Homelander was unable to intervene in time, as no opportunity was afforded to others for a response. The Aquaman's chest was pierced, resulting in a grievous wound upon his upper body. However, he did not succumb immediately, for he was a being endowed with superhuman abilities and possessed remarkable vitality. Yet, as he lay on the ground, blood oozing profusely and his breath faltering, it was evident that his time was limited. The Avengers presumed the Aquaman was doomed when suddenly, a woman emerged from the ranks of the Water International Group. She placed her hands upon the Aquaman's chest, emanating a milky white glow, which rapidly healed the once fatal injury. Even the near-death Aquaman began to regain his composure. Nick Fury was greatly intrigued by this ability. He sensed that this individual might be salvaged. provided she had not committed any nefarious acts. He resolved to ensure her safety in the unfolding events of the evening. The Homelander, however, was incensed. Despite Edgar's attempts to calm him, the recent events had thoroughly undermined his authority. Since the inception of the Water International Group, the Homelander, as a national icon, had never encountered such an affront, for no one dared to act against him. Those who had attempted to challenge him had invariably met with death, though he was not averse to eliminating his own. Who are you? What is the meaning of this? How dare you strike my people before me? Do you wish to invite death? Edgar observed the situation unfold without interjecting. Although he was displeased with the Aquaman's foolishness, the latter was nonetheless one of his subordinates. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when reprimanding a dog. It was unacceptable to remain silent while one of his own was nearly slain. Furthermore, given that the Aquaman had just narrowly escaped death, to intervene now would undermine his authority as a leader. With the members gathered, he deemed that whether they perished sooner or later was inconsequential, and thus resolved to act without further restraint. He promptly turned and approached a concealed door in the wall, disappearing within. After Edgar's departure, the office door swung open, revealing a multitude of superheroes, with many of Water International Group's superpowered individuals hovering outside the windows, surrounding them. Has that old man Lin Feng fled without pursuit? Stark inquietet. Let him be for now. We must address the individuals here first. Moreover, I am unaware of the extent of your powers at present. I have been away for half a year, and it is high time I assess your capabilities. If we encounter adversaries in the future, I cannot be the one to engage every time. You must prove yourselves before I intervene, Lin Feng stated. Stark had initially anticipated merely observing the events unfold, but to his surprise, he now found himself compelled to take action. Lin Feng addressed Natasha once more, urging her to join him, expressing his curiosity about whether she had been slacking off during this period and if her prowess had improved. All right, Natasha replied, sticking out her tongue in a display of feigned indignation. I want to participate as well. I've long been dissatisfied with them. If a confrontation is to ensue, count me in, Diana interjected, eager not to let Natasha steal the spotlight alone. No problem. Given your capabilities, no one here should pose a threat to you. And what about me? What shall I do? I am but an ordinary person. Lin Feng, you must protect me, Nick Fury remarked as he approached Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng scoffed, I marvel at how you managed to ascend to the position of director of S.H.L.D., perpetually concocting bizarre plots while lacking any real strength. Your survival to this day is nothing short of miraculous. Nick Fury understood that Lin Feng was merely deriding him. It appeared his personal safety was secure for the day. He had initially prepared contingencies, but he had not anticipated the sheer number of superpowered individuals affiliated with the Water International Group, which exceeded his expectations. It became evident that his agents were now unable to partake in the day's events, leaving him reliant on Lin Feng's intervention. The nationalists were taken aback by the disdain with which they were regarded, treated as mere practice dummies. One of them exclaimed, You are exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding us. You are merely a handful. Besides, your strongest, Thor, is not even present. Today, witness how I eliminate you. Leave them all to me, except for those two women. I wish for them to experience true suffering, to torment them to the brink of death. The Aquaman seethed, nearly driven to madness. Having narrowly escaped demise before, he now considered his survival a stroke of luck. Had he perished then, there would have been no chance for rescue. Chapter 140. The escaping nationalist Lin Feng was perplexed by the audacity of those who dared to confront him, particularly as they seemed oblivious to Thor's awareness of his abilities. Casting a glance at Nick Fury, their eyes met in a shared understanding. It seemed Fury had retained his dossier, likely known only to a select few. It was no wonder that some had the audacity to challenge S.H.I.L.D. and the Avengers, had they been aware of his true strength. The Water International Group would not have engaged in such folly. You needn't gaze at me any longer. Your information is known solely to me now. All else has been expunged without reservation. This is for your own benefit, to prevent constant disturbances and to safeguard your family and friends, Nick Fury stated. Lin Feng recognized that Fury's actions indeed served his interests. The Aquaman unleashed his powers, shedding his shirt to reveal his upper body. Yet instead of the muscular physique typical of the world's Aquaman, he appeared rather frail and pallid. Strangely, the upper half of his body was riddled with fissures resembling fish gills. The Aquaman emitted a sound akin to that of a whale, yet his voice was exceedingly jarring, as if it emanated from his gill openings. When Aquaman unleashed his abilities, everyone in the room felt an overwhelming discomfort, as though they were submerged in the depths of the ocean, crushed by the weight of the seawater. Observing the distress of those around him, Lin Feng was bewildered by the ineffectiveness of his attack, which was indiscriminate and beyond his control. Even Aquaman's allies suffered from the repercussions of his power. However, this sense of oppression bore no significance for the soul. Even Diana, Natasha, Stark, and Nick Fury, shielded by Lin Feng's aura, felt no adverse effects. Apart from the 7 warriors accompanying Aquaman, the others could not withstand the pressure and vacated the office, leaving only a handful behind. Those hovering outside the window remained unaffected. Yet the self-imposed pressure still encircled them. At this moment, Captain America, half squatting on the ground, pleaded, "Lin Feng, lend us your assistance. We cannot endure this suffocating sensation any longer." However, Lin Feng refrained from intervening and instead turned to Stark, stating, "It is your turn to perform." Stark shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "Do you think I've been idling away the past 6 months since your departure? I have sought out numerous masters and have mastered various martial arts, including karate and taekwondo, and I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding your Chinese martial arts. Now witness my prowess." Yet, Stark did not engage directly. Instead, he pressed a few buttons on his chest energy core, and a substance resembling black liquid enveloped his body, ultimately forming a suit of armor. Turning to face the onlookers, he noticed their peculiar gazes and proclaimed, "What do you think? Envious, are you? This is my self-conceived nanotechnology suit. While it lacks offensive capabilities, it amplifies my strength, currently reaching an intensity of 35. Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing that Stark had indeed integrated the technology of the androids with his armor, creating a novel form of innovation. At that moment, Nick Fury interjected, "Stark, I am placing an order for 10 of your suits, 1 for each member of the Avengers, with a few extras for the new recruits." Fury had not anticipated that Stark would keep such technology under wraps. He knew that if he did not make a request now, once the battle concluded, it would be difficult to procure Stark's new technology should he choose to deny its existence. The Homeland's representative, too, was not inclined to act immediately. He wished to observe the strength of Stark and the others. From the moment this young man appeared, he had noticed that Nick Fury and the others had begun to rally around him as their leader. In any case, Aquaman has already made his move. It would be prudent to allow him to probe the strengths and weaknesses of Stark and his companions. Aquaman's prowess is considerably diminished on land. His inclusion among the 7 is primarily due to his formidable abilities in the depths of the ocean, where, apart from the patriotic individual, no adversary poses a challenge to him. Nonetheless, even with these limitations, Aquaman is not easily dealt with, having spent an extensive period in the abyss. His physical density is unlike that of ordinary beings, rendering him exceptionally resilient. Stark approached Aquaman with a daring demeanor, saying, "Have you finished your screaming? No one here is affected by your peculiar vocalizations. You might as well engage me in a genuine combat." Aquaman retorted, "Impossible. Even removed from the ocean, my powers cannot be rendered ineffective against you." Although Aquaman struggled to believe in the ineffectiveness of his abilities, he recognized that their unperturbed demeanor indicated the futility of his shrieks. "I could die from laughter. If you enjoy screaming so much, perhaps you should consider performing high notes." "Aquaman, you resemble a turtle from the ocean," Stark quipped with a sharp tone. Aquaman, infuriated, had never before endured such humiliation. Not only had he narrowly escaped death, but he was now being derided. He drew his trident from behind him and lunged at Stark. The two engaged in fierce combat. Aquaman initially believed that his strength would easily overpower Stark. However, he was astonished to find that he could not swiftly subdue him, and instead felt as though he was at a disadvantage. Stark, clad in his armor, fought hand-to-hand with Aquaman, the trident striking his suit with seemingly no effect. Stark sought to test the durability of his armor, as it was his first time engaging in battle while wearing it. Observing that he had sustained no injuries during the earlier defense against the trident, he concluded that the armor's protective capabilities were indeed commendable. However, as the battle progressed, Stark began to sense something amiss. His body grew increasingly fatigued, and his breathing became labored. "J.A.R. V.I.S. Can you assess my condition?" he inquired. "Sir, Scans indicate your body appears to be experiencing conditions akin to those found in the depths of the sea, despite your lack of contact with any water source, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. Stark recognized this as the manifestation of Aquaman's powers, yet he remained unaffected by his vocal influence. What could this mean? Fortunately, he still managed to withstand Aquaman's onslaught, albeit with mounting difficulty. The patriotic individual observed Stark's predicament, contemplating that their adversary's capabilities were limited. However, instead of intervening directly, he orchestrated for Maeve to step in. The armored warrior Maeve, possessing abilities akin to Wonder Woman, wielded conventional weaponry that could not inflict harm upon him, and was also a formidable combat specialist. Maeve, with her sword in her right hand and shield in her left, boldly proclaimed, "Is there anyone who dares to challenge me?" Natasha stepped forward, but was swiftly pulled back by Diana, who then advanced past her. At this moment, Diana was not clad in her battle gear, having neither her weapons nor shield, instead donning her usual casual attire. Gazing at Maeve, Diana remarked, "We share some similarities, and I find it difficult to strike you. However, since we are adversaries now, I shall not show mercy. You truly believe you can contend with me? I suggest you procure a weapon, lest you accuse me of bullying." Maeve retorted, "I believe that will not be necessary. I doubt you could ever be my match. Though we are both warriors, unlike you, who aids the oppressor, you stand no chance against me." No sooner had she spoken than Diana charged, understanding that without a weapon, her best option was to seize the initiative. Maeve, taken aback by Diana's audacity to attack unarmed, remained unfazed as a seasoned warrior. Calmly, she raised her shield to guard her front, concealing her sword behind it. Maeve's strategy was sound. She anticipated that the moment Diana's assault met her shield, there would be a fleeting opportunity to strike with her hidden sword, as her opponent could not discern where her weapon lay. However, Maeve underestimated Diana's perceptiveness. The latter, with millennia of combat experience from Paradise Island, quickly grasped Maeve's intent. In contrast, Maeve merely possessed superhuman abilities and had only engaged with ordinary foes. Her combat training a triviality compared to Diana's lethal skills. As they clashed, Maeve launched her sword at Diana, only to find her attack thwarted as Diana deftly blocked it with a wrist guard. In a flash, she seized Maeve's wrist, disarming her. Before Maeve could react, Diana delivered a powerful kick to her shield, sending Maeve crashing into the wall, severely wounded and unable to rise. Just as Diana hurled Maeve's sword at her, a countryman intervened, intercepting the weapon. Meanwhile, the battle between Stark and Aquaman had concluded, with Aquaman defeated, now at Stark's feet, struggling helplessly. No one came to Aquaman's aid as the mightiest of the What international group stepped in, and Lin Feng decided to spare Stark and his allies further involvement. Diana, return now. You are not his match. Certainly, she understood that she was no match for the Patriot. Observing the individual clad in a costume reminiscent of Superman, she realized that this person might possess strength akin to that of Superman, yet he was entirely different, resembling a dark version of a hero. Diana hastily retreated, but the Patriot was not inclined to let her escape. After all, Maeve was his girlfriend, and seeing her in such a state demanded retribution against her adversary. In the instant the Patriot launched his attack, Lin Feng also sprang into action, vanishing from sight to intercept the assault. The Patriot was taken aback, not expecting this nameless youth to withstand his strike. Intriguing, since acquiring my powers, I have yet to encounter an opponent who could provide me with a sense of exhilaration. Perhaps you might evoke such a sensation. With a sinister glint in his eyes, the Patriot unleashed a laser beam towards Lin Feng. The Avengers were caught off guard by the Patriot's treachery, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while conversing with Lin Feng. As concern mounted that Lin Feng might not evade this strike, Diana reassured them, "Do not worry. You'll be fine. In my world, there exists someone akin to him who is no match for Lin Feng." Though Diana spoke with confidence, the others, having never witnessed such a display, remained anxious. The Patriot, wearing a facade of triumph, believed he had secured victory as the laser beam approached Lin Feng. No one had ever survived the direct gaze of his laser, and he thought to himself, how foolish this individual is to meet his demise in such a manner. It seems the Avengers truly lack capable individuals. They deserve to exit the stage of history. However, Lin Feng, under the Patriarch's gaze, declared, "Is this the extent of your hidden abilities? Such meager strength dares to challenge me?" The Patriot, taken aback, responded, "You're still alive?" Lin Feng retorted, "Alive? Aside from a mild, tingling sensation, I feel nothing. Are you certain your laser beams are not merely a special effect? The Patriot was astonished. He had not anticipated Lin Feng could withstand his laser abilities with his body. Unlike the subpar creations of Vought International, Lin Feng possessed true superhuman capabilities. While Vought's other powered individuals relied on a blue serum to maintain their abilities, this serum was derived from the very blood coursing through the Patriot's veins. Vought International had developed this drug through the study of his physiology, allowing ordinary individuals to attain superpowers. The roots of all this lay with the Patriot, instilling him with considerable confidence in his own strength. Yet now, he found himself questioning his abilities. The Patriot's powers were indeed formidable, but regrettably, he was faced with Lin Feng, a contender far beyond his reach. Recognizing that he might not be Lin Feng's equal, the Patriot discerned from their recent exchange that Lin Feng's prowess surpassed his own, and a sense of retreat began to take hold within him. Subsequently, he unleashed a more potent beam of laser towards the members of the Replicator Alliance. Lin Feng found himself with no choice but to thwart the assault from the compatriots. After all, Natasha was still with Nick Fury, and the thought of her being harmed filled him with sorrow. Seizing the opportunity, he attempted to break through the rooftop and escape, emerging outside to declare, "You must all exert your utmost efforts to thwart that individual. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall return shortly." He uttered a falsehood and hurriedly took flight. The onlookers outside were largely oblivious to the circumstances within. Thus they found nothing peculiar in obeying the directives of the compatriots. Chapter 141. A Path of Rampage. Nick Fury and his associates remained unscathed. Lin Feng stated, "Since you are all unharmed, I shall pursue the compatriots. I cannot let this individual slip away. You all can take care of things here." "Not a problem," Nick Fury replied. "I am well versed in managing the aftermath. Rest assured, leave the cleanup to us," Stark added. "Quickly go. We shall handle matters here. You proceed without worry," Natasha urged. Lin Feng believed that the members of the Vought International Group posed no significant threat, especially with Diana present, ensuring that no major issues would arise. As Lin Feng soared through the opening in the rooftop, the ambushed, superpowered individuals unleashed their abilities, directing their attacks at him. Boom! Various energies collided, generating a tremendous explosion. Yet Lin Feng emerged unscathed. "Ha! Success! I was the one who did it. This will surely elevate my status within the company." Nonsense. It was clearly my lightning spear that pierced him. Enough of this bickering. We have yet to ascertain the situation and are already squabbling over credit. Let us wait until we have clarity. It must be mine. It couldn't possibly be that little electric trash. Who are you calling trash? I shan't engage with you. You win back. As the dazzling energy field dissipated, the situation within became apparent. Lin Feng stood unscathed at the epicenter of energy, clutching a lightning spear. Upon realizing the circumstances, they were left utterly astounded. Though they lacked the strength of the compatriots, surely no one dared to absorb the full brunt of their combined assault. Not even the compatriots themselves. Armed with the lightning spear, Lin Feng plunged into their midst, wreaking havoc. No one could withstand his onslaught. It was sheer slaughter. Some were so paralyzed by fear that they forgot to flee, standing frozen in place, awaiting their fate, while others were frantically escaping. Ordinary citizens traversing the main road suddenly felt as though it were raining from above, only to discover it was blood. Before they could even look up to comprehend the situation, a corpse plummeted before them, crashing onto the hard ground in a grotesque display. A piercing scream echoed, capturing the attention of those nearby. Bewildered by the unfolding events, the crowd turned to the source of the commotion, their eyes drawn to a figure sprawled upon the ground, soon followed by more bodies plummeting from above. Terror gripped them as they gazed skyward, where a golden-haired superhero was mercilessly dispatching those around him. Increasing numbers of lives were extinguished by Lin Feng's hand, cascading towards the earth. Despite their profound fear for the lives of those involved, human curiosity kept them from fleeing too far. Instead, they merely retreated slightly from the scene. Many individuals raised their phones to capture the harrowing spectacle above. At that moment, a keen observer made a startling observation. It seems that these individuals are all superhumans from the Vought International Group. What? Are you serious? Indeed. I have seen that one before. I admired him. His power was to wield lightning. Yet here he lies, lifeless on the ground. What would be happening? Aren't the superhumans from Water International meant to protect us ordinary citizens? Why would he harm them? Could it be that the group has been infiltrated by nefarious forces? Where are our national defenders? Why haven't they emerged to address this crisis? Just then, a contingent of armed soldiers and agents clad in black suits arrived at the scene. They swiftly cordoned off the streets surrounding the Water International group, preventing anyone from entering. The agents were tasked with evacuating the crowd inside, fearful for their safety, and confiscating all electronic devices, such as phones and cameras, to ensure that the day's events remained concealed. However, some individuals resisted, unwilling to relinquish their belongings and deeply dissatisfied with such measures, deeming them a violation of their rights. "What are you doing? This is my phone. You have no right to take it. I will sue you." "Madam, if you refuse to hand over your phone, you will find yourself on our wanted list. This is not a trivial matter that could leave you languishing in prison." Yet, the woman persisted, seemingly accustomed to throwing tantrums, cursing vehemently, and attempting to reclaim her phone. "No, my phone is mine. I will not give it to you." Before she could unleash further insults, an agent seized her phone, executing a swift maneuver that sent her crashing to the ground. "You are hereby arrested for endangering national security. You will face trial in the highest judicial institution of the United States." Fear washed over her as she knelt, pleading for mercy, never anticipating such severe repercussions. Soon, 2 soldiers appeared, apprehending her and ushering her into a vehicle, ignoring her desperate pleas for assistance. Lin Feng, the harbinger of destruction, the superhuman of the Water International group, now stood as the last of his kind. He was the one who fled at the outset. Although endowed with the ability to fly, his speed was painfully slow. The peak had slaughtered everyone, and he had merely managed to soar less than a kilometer. Yet, Lin Feng did not squander his time on such trivialities. He simply fixed his gaze on a particular spot and hurled his lightning spear. Whoosh! He was a demon, terrifying in his efficiency, nearly having eliminated them all in such a brief span of time. It was almost inconceivable that this damned patriot was leading them to their doom. Suddenly, he heard a chilling sound of something slicing through the air behind him. As he turned to look, a sharp pain surged through his body. Glancing down, he discovered a lightning spear had pierced him, and his speed had been unnaturally augmented, propelling him straight into a building, where the spear pinned him against the wall. No matter how he struggled, he could not extract the spear from the wall. Blood flowed from his wounds, leaving him increasingly feeble. The lightning spear was nearing the end of its duration. He had not seen it vanish, yet he no longer possessed the strength to ascend. Despite his desperate thrashing, it proved futile, and he continued his descent towards death. In his final thoughts, he cursed, "Damn it, patriot, may you perish." Meanwhile, Nick Fury and his associates in the office had subdued all the superhumans present and had thoroughly cleared the building. At that moment, the office door opened again, revealing Coulson, still maintaining his earnest demeanor, though the only noticeable change was a slightly receded hairline. Chapter 142. Without a fighting chance, Lin Feng identified a direction and flew straight towards it, sensing the aura of the patriot he was pursuing. The frantic patriot was on the verge of escaping American territory, gripped by sheer terror. He had not anticipated encountering such formidable opposition. His attacks yielded no effect whatsoever. When their eyes met, the patriot felt an imminent threat of death. He wondered if those damned individuals had the capability to eliminate him. All he desired was to escape this place. He cared not for the fate of his woman, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. In his desperation to escape, he resorted to deceit, persuading colleagues from his supposed company to hinder Lin Feng on his behalf. Reflecting on his past status and position, then glancing at his current state, the patriot's anger intensified. Damn it all. He should perish. How could anyone surpass his strength? Frustrated and despondent, he realized he must find a new place to regroup. It turned out that the mastermind behind Water International Group was, in fact, the patriot himself. The public figure, Edgar, was merely a puppet he had set in motion, having never revealed himself, allowing Edgar to manage all company affairs. In his routine, he was tasked with the protection of Edgar, a fact unbeknownst to Edgar himself, who believed he was the master of the company. Little did he realize that the true power lay behind the shadow of his homeland. He failed to consider how a mere ordinary individual could command so many superpowered beings. It was, in fact, the strength of his homeland that kept them in check. All of this was merely to allow him a life of unrestrained indulgence in America. Yet, This existence was shattered by an unfamiliar young man. Despite the fury that consumed him, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret, for his prior life had been one of unparalleled luxury, filled with infinite wealth and an abundance of women. He had also crafted an identity as a national idol, a life so intoxicating that it was impossible not to succumb to its allure. He could revel in pleasure without concern for any responsibilities. Now, however, that life was a distant memory, and he was uncertain whether he was still being pursued. The man from his homeland dared not pause. He simply flew further away from America. He then contemplated his own strength, realizing he could thrive elsewhere just as well. Establishing a similar enterprise would not take long. This time, he had learned from his previous mistakes and resolved to keep a low profile, aiming to become a local kingpin instead. After all, with limitless wealth, there is no need for the entire world to be aware of his existence. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to discover his whereabouts, he would have to abandon everything he had built and flee once more. As he daydreamed of a bright future, Lin Feng finally spotted him. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to the presence of others nearby. Typically, his abilities would alert him to their approach, but now he was lost in reverie, having traveled so far from American soil that he had let his guard down. Lin Feng quickened his pace, arriving beside him and remarking, "I never expected your laser vision to be matched by your sluggish flight speed. Is someone like you really my adversary?" Startled from his daydream, the man from his homeland thought he might be hallucinating. He opened his eyes and turned to see Lin Feng, who left him utterly astonished. "Impossible. How could you possibly keep up with my speed, let alone surpass it?" Lin Feng offered no further chances, swiftly incapacitating him with a single blow and lifting him effortlessly. The man was taken aback, unprepared for such an overwhelming display of power, reflecting on his folly. "I truly am a fool, puffed up with a little strength. Wasn't it better to live my life in peace? Now it's all over." As Lin Feng accelerated back, he found the experience rather tedious, having anticipated a chance to stretch his limbs, only to find himself merely enjoying a breeze. Nick Fury and his team were still on high alert, suspecting the appearance of another agent from a moored international group, vigilantly watching the entrance. Upon the arrival of Coulson, everyone resumed their tasks. Coulson approached Nick Fury and inquired, "Sir, everything has been handled. Do you have any further instructions? All matters have been resolved, correct? The information regarding Lin Feng must remain confidential. Instruct the personnel to conduct a thorough search of everyone, ensuring no detail is overlooked." "Understood, sir." Coulson turned to leave. "Wait, ensure all exits here are secured. No one is to leave, and the airspace must also be controlled. We have yet to locate the boss." "No problem, sir." Coulson turned again, asking, "Is there anything else?" "No. Hurry along and do not waste time." Coulson proceeded with his mission. At that moment, Captain America addressed the detained individuals. "Does anyone among you know where your boss has gone? Speaking up may lessen your culpability." You still refuse to speak? It seems you are quite loyal." "It's not that I wish to remain silent. I simply have no knowledge of his whereabouts. Indeed, we are merely low-level employees, lacking the capability to know where he might be hiding." Nick Fury turned to Maeve and the remaining members of the team and asked, "What about you? Do you also lack information?" "Puffed. Do you really think we would divulge anything? We believe that no matter what, any reduction in sentencing 1T lead to our release. It might be more entertaining to cause you some trouble. At least it would be somewhat gratifying, and besides, I doubt anyone knows where he is." Nick Fury was taken aback by this turn of events. He had not anticipated Edgar's secrecy being so effective. It appeared that this hidden passage was known only to Edgar himself. It seemed the only way to find him would be to enter this revealed passage, or else they risked allowing him to escape. Chapter 143. Edgar's transformation. On the 15th underground level of the Walter International Group, there existed a tightly secured laboratory. Edgar had initially taken refuge in this location, as he was merely an ordinary man amidst the chaos of superhuman battles above, which posed a considerable threat to his safety. Given his current position of power, Edgar was determined to avoid any premature demise. He had yet to fully relish his life. He had anticipated this would be an effortless victory, yet the scenes captured on surveillance filled him with dread. Edgar observed his company's superhumans, remarkably fragile, failing to inflict any harm on S.H.I.E.L.D. The unexpectedly formidable young man who had appeared was an enigma, overpowering even those from his own homeland. Edgar was not particularly fearful, for he alone was aware of his hiding place. Everyone who had previously entered had met their demise at his hands through various means. This sanctuary, originally designed for refuge, was well stocked with provisions and water. Everything one could possibly need is present here. With the resources available, he could live safely for over a year. The passage that led down was merely a decoy, merely taking one to the first floor. The true entrance was concealed within the warehouse on that level. Lin Feng returned to the office with the individual from the homeland and unceremoniously threw him to the ground, rousing him from his stupor. Just as he contemplated escape, a circular device clamped around his neck, rendering him incapacitated. Instantly, he collapsed, overwhelmed by pain coursing through his body, particularly in his neck. He attempted to rise, but soon realized something was amiss. His extraordinary abilities seemed to have vanished. No matter how earnestly he tried to summon his powers, he found himself utterly powerless, reduced to an ordinary individual. The existence of such advanced technology within S.H.I.L.D. filled him with dread. He understood that his life might very well be over. With this device affixed to his neck, how could he possibly escape? Unable to accept this grim reality, he frantically clawed at the contraption, yet no amount of force could dislodge it. Steve observed the man's desperate struggle, noting the blood drawn from his own frantic scratching, and remarked, "You needn't struggle. This is a power suppressor. Once it's on, you're just like any ordinary person. Without the correct code, it cannot be removed, and it contains a built-in microbomb that will detonate the moment you attempt to take it off, obliterating your head." The man could not fathom this truth. His psyche began to unravel, and he descended into madness, thrashing about on the ground. Having always been somewhat of a man-child, he could not withstand such a severe blow to his psyche and succumb to insanity. Nick Fury then commanded, "Take them away and confine them. Once we have resolved matters here, they will be sent to the superhuman detention facility." Meanwhile, Edgar, sipping coffee in a safe house, witnessed the man's descent into madness, causing him to sputter his drink in disbelief. How could this be? While the man was no match for him, such a swift defeat seemed impossible, especially given his apparent lack of any signs of combat. Lin Feng inquired, "Have we apprehended the owner of that company?" "No, we only just detained all the superhumans, and you returned shortly thereafter. However, rest assured, I have dispatched someone to investigate, and news will come soon." At that moment, a squad of soldiers reached the first floor via the elevator, expecting danger as the doors opened, adopting defensive stances. Yet, upon entering, they discovered it was merely the company's first floor. They exited the elevator, surveying their surroundings, but found no hidden doors. Just then, the walkie-talkie belonging to Nick Fury crackled to life. "Sir, that passage contained no cache. It is merely a secret elevator leading directly to the first floor." "Is there no other situation? No sign of Edgar?" "No, sir, nothing at all. This is merely an ordinary elevator, and no concealed doors have been discovered in the vicinity." Upon hearing this information, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. This should not be the case. Since the onset of the conflict, he had been utilizing the concealed intercom on his person to notify Coulson, ensuring that the surroundings were under constant surveillance. There was no indication that Edgar had departed from this location, yet this elevator appeared to be just an ordinary one. Where else could he possibly hide? Could he sprout wings and fly away? Even if he could, he would not escape the radar's watchful eye, unless he had never left this building at all. But if he had not exited the premises, where could he possibly be? Every corner of this building had been thoroughly searched, unless he was concealed beneath the ground. A thought struck Nick. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Americans have a penchant for constructing basements. Perhaps Edgar had constructed a personal sanctuary underground. But where might the entrance be? No signs were found on the first floor. Could he have burrowed into the earth? That seemed implausible, as the construction crew would have to access it themselves. Surely, this refuge could not have been solely built by Edgar. Coulson was fully engaged in investigating whether what international group had any records of basement construction. "I suspect he has not vacated this building and is likely hiding in the basement, watching us from below. If the commander grants me 10 minutes, I shall provide you with a response." Nick Fury, being the most formidable intelligence chief in the world, possessed remarkable insight. In the briefest of moments, he connected numerous dots, deducing that Edgar must be hiding in an underground sanctuary. Unbeknownst to Edgar, who believed he was safely strumming his guitar, he overheard Nick Fury's conjecture about his subterranean refuge. and a wave of panic washed over him. He was, after all, an ordinary man, and a significant portion of his funds had long been transferred elsewhere. If he could just evade capture for a little longer, he would be able to return to a life of luxury. The prospect of imprisonment was abhorrent, especially in a cell from which one could never emerge. The notorious rumors surrounding such facilities were unsettling. They had a peculiar fondness for newcomers, particularly those who were affluent. The mere thought of being toyed with in prison sent shivers down Edgar's spine. Moreover, as a wealthy individual, being despised by the impoverished inmates would only compound his misfortune. Lin Feng, having overheard Nick Fury's words, found them to align perfectly with his own thoughts, suspecting that Edgar had indeed taken refuge underground. However, he refrained from sharing this insight with Nick Fury and instead employed his abilities to sense Edgar's presence. As he extended his perception approximately 30 meters beneath the surface, he indeed discovered Edgar's location. Lin Feng opened his eyes, pondering the remarkable foresight of this individual who had managed to create such a secure refuge deep underground. Suddenly, Edgar seemed to sense an impending danger, his unease palpable. As he glanced at the surveillance monitor, Lin Feng turned his head to meet his gaze, causing Edgar's heart to race. Could it be that he had discovered my hiding place? The thought seemed implausible, just as uncertainty clouded his mind. Lin Feng flashed him a smile, and Edgar's heart sank. He must have realized my presence. What should I do now? Edgar rose and approached the entrance to a vault, where he entered the password to unlock the heavy door. Inside, an array of crimson vials awaited him. These concoctions were synthesized from the genes of his homeland's people, unadulterated and potent, unlike the diluted blue serums consumed by the superpowered individuals outside. The latter had acquired their extraordinary abilities through the ingestion of these diluted substances. The red vials, however, posed a significant threat. During their initial development, a tragic incident had occurred when an individual absorbed the serum, resulting in catastrophic bodily rupture. Research revealed that the energy was far too immense for an ordinary human to endure. It was only through meticulous dilution and experimentation that a safe ratio was established, allowing regular individuals to gradually absorb the serum and gain superhuman abilities. Edgar hesitated, contemplating whether to ingest one of these lethal concoctions. His mind was in turmoil, wrestling with the gravity of his decision. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. He rushed back to the monitoring room, only to witness a man forcefully striking the floor, creating a massive fissure. The sheer force resembled a natural disaster, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Regret washed over him. He questioned why he had so foolishly sought to eliminate S.H.I.L.D. and the Avengers. What a fool I am. Why did I engage in such reckless behavior? Is it not enough to simply live? He lamented. Why must I seek to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers? I'm truly a pig. Wasn't it better to lead a life of comfort and ease? Yet, it was too late for regrets. The tremors in the safe house intensified, signaling imminent danger. Edgar understood that he had no alternative. His only chance for survival lay in consuming the red vials. A mere drop would be futile. He needed to ingest them all. After all, even the super soldiers were no match for the young man before him. The prospect of utilizing his outdated Model 1 was of little reassurance. It seemed his only option was to risk it all and consume the entire supply of the serum. If death awaited him, it would be by his own choosing, far preferable to languishing in a dark, oppressive cell, which was not the life he desired. He had long grown accustomed to a life of lavish indulgence. With a resounding thud, Edgar swallowed an entire pouch of crimson elixir, oblivious to the agonizing pain and tearing sensations coursing through his body. He had never anticipated such torment. Had he foreseen this agony, he would have preferred to surrender. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness, for he was merely an ordinary man, unable to withstand such suffering, collapsing to the ground. When Lin Feng and his companions arrived at the safe house, they stepped into the vault, surveying the plethora of red vials and the unconscious Edgar sprawled on the floor. Nick Fury examined the surroundings and noticed several documents laid upon the table. Upon perusal, he discovered that the concoction could indeed produce superhumans, stirring a profound intrigue within him. He resolved to seal off all knowledge of this place from everyone except for the Avengers, who had become his most loyal allies, should there be a traitor among them. He would rather choose death. Just as Nick Fury instructed Steve to retrieve a box and gather the red elixirs, a sudden roar startled them, turning their attention to Edgar, who was still on the ground, now unable to rise. However, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. His physique began to swell, his body glowing a fiery red, steam billowing from his orifices. Nick Fury quickly deduced that Edgar must have ingested the elixir before losing consciousness. Yet, he remained unfazed, confident in the abilities of the Avengers, particularly Steve, believing they could easily handle the situation. However, Nick Fury's assumptions proved to be misplaced. The moment Steve engaged, he was sent sprawling backwards by Edgar. Even Hawkeye's piercing arrows had no effect, merely leaving a faint mark upon Edgar's skin. As Edgar reveled in the uncontrollable power surging within him, he realized that the Avengers posed no threat. His ego inflated immensely. I never imagined I possessed such extraordinary talent. The elixir did not claim my life. Instead, it has empowered me. When he turned his gaze towards Steve, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing just a short distance away, while Edgar stood in Steve's previous location. This time, Edgar seized the box from Steve's grasp. A wild thought ignited within him. If a single pouch of the elixir could bestow him such strength, what would happen if he consumed them all? Surely, he could surpass even the most formidable of foes, perhaps even outshine that young man, now towering at around 3 meters in height. Edgar opened his mouth wide and devoured the entire box in one swift motion, swallowing without a moment's hesitation. Nick Fury, upon witnessing the situation, widened his eyes and urgently exclaimed, "Hawkeye, hurry and take Steve and me out of here. If we delay, we may find ourselves trapped." Chapter 144. Superbody Lin Feng was outside engaging in conversation with Natasha when he suddenly observed Nick Fury and his companions bursting forth from underground, tumbling to his feet. "What new entrance is this? Are you attempting to extort me? I must inform you that I am without funds." Nick Fury shot Lin Feng a disdainful glance and remarked, "You, scoundrel, have deceived me out of so much money. The training methods you spoke of are utterly incapable of being imparted to others. However, this is not the time for such discussions. A monster has emerged below." "A monster? What monster? Isn't it merely Edgar down there? What are you talking about?" "Edgar is that monster. He has consumed the serum that bestows superhuman abilities and has now transformed into a colossal red beast." Meanwhile, within the safe house, Edgar ingested all of the red serum, causing his body to undergo severe transformation. The serum dissolved within him, merging with his very genes, and an inexhaustible power began to surge from within. Edgar felt as though his strength was limitless, as if he held dominion over all existence. He sensed the capability to transcend time itself, with all knowledge manifesting before his eyes. Awakening from his confusion, Edgar had never experienced such a sensation. His mind was astonishingly clear. The world before him was no longer vividly colored, but rather a series of data streams. He perceived Lin Feng's data line. Comprehending his identity and origin, he realized that Lin Feng was an unfamiliar human who had suddenly appeared in this realm. Edgar could not fathom the reason for his transformation. The red serum had been administered to others before, resulting in their explosive demise. Yet, his situation defied all explanations of superhuman abilities. Furthermore, this serum was merely a concoction derived from the genes of his homeland's people, yet he was inexplicably altered in this manner. Through meticulous data analysis, Edgar discerned that his body was subtly trending towards collapse, as if the world could not tolerate his existence. Various indicators suggested that his only means of survival lay in consuming the people of his homeland. Only by devouring them could he stabilize his impending disintegration. Nevertheless, this was contingent upon his quest for vengeance. Lin Feng suddenly sensed a peculiar aura, a wave of unease washing over him. Despite scanning his surroundings, he found no large source of energy. This was indeed perplexing, for his current strength rendered him nearly impervious to threats. Yet, he unmistakably felt a sense of danger without being able to ascertain its origin. Although the source of the impending danger remained elusive, the sense of foreboding intensified, confirming that it loomed nearby, yet its precise direction eluded him. Lin Feng hastily urged those around him to vacate the area, for a severe confrontation was imminent. Obediently, everyone complied without delay, none lingering to offer assistance. It was not due to a lack of desire to help, but rather an acknowledgement of their inability to intervene. If Lin Feng spoke of a daunting battle, then what could they possibly contribute? Hurry, retreat swiftly, Coulson commanded the group. Nick Fury added gravely. Only one individual remained, Diana. Unlike the others, she was a descendant of deities, possessing formidable strength and intent on aiding him. You must leave. This is not a battle you can partake in. It may be more perilous than the one between Zod and me, Lin Feng stated earnestly. No, I refuse to abandon you. I wish to fight alongside you, Diana insisted, her determination unwavering. Yet, her resolve was of no consequence, as Lin Feng grasped her garment and propelled her towards Natasha. Despite the peculiar manner of her departure, Diana steadied herself mid-air and landed gracefully. How could you leave so swiftly? Did you not consider helping Lin Feng? Each of his battles is fraught with peril, and this one promises to be exceptionally daunting. Are you not the least bit concerned for him? Diana queried Natasha. I am already aiding him, Natasha replied. Have you considered my own limitations? I'm not as powerful as you or the others. Should I fall into enemy hands, they could use me to threaten Lin Feng. You know he would never allow us to be harmed, which would only complicate matters further for him. My strength is insufficient to partake in such a grand conflict. Moreover, if I were on the battlefield, I would require his protection, which would distract him from confronting the adversary. What I can do now is to leave, allowing him to focus entirely on the fight, to vanquish the enemy, without my presence diverting his attention or endangering him. Natasha explained, devoid of anger. Elucidating her reasons for departing Lin Feng's side, Diana began to comprehend that Natasha's absence was not born from a desire to abandon them, but rather from an understanding of her own limitations. She reflected on her previous impulsiveness. Perhaps she had indeed acted rashly. This sudden crisis was formidable enough to trouble even Lin Feng, and yet she had contemplated rushing to assist him, which would align with Natasha's assertion that her interference could only serve as a burden. Standing resolutely, Lin Feng sensed the encroaching threat intensifying. Soon after, he felt an unexplainable paralysis grip his body. It was inconceivable that, despite his current prowess, someone could restrain him so completely, rendering him immobile. At this moment, Edgar appeared in the sky, observing Lin Feng, who was under his control and attempting to employ alternative methods of attack. However, he soon realized that his own movements were equally arduous. Through data analysis, he surmised that this difficulty stemmed from Lin Feng's overwhelming strength. While he could restrain Lin Feng's actions, the immense energy he was utilizing hindered his own capabilities. Edgar, having only recently acquired his powers, was still unaccustomed to their intricacies, a fact he had overlooked. Yet, he soon recalled his ability to manipulate the bodies of others at will, which could serve as a formidable trump card in the ensuing battle, allowing him to catch Lin Feng off guard and inflict harm. Edgar promptly relinquished control over Lin Feng's body and declared, "Hand over the citizens of your homeland to me, and I shall depart from here without causing you further harm." You must have felt your body becoming immobile just now, if you refuse to surrender your compatriots. I will slay you all right here. Lin Feng retorted, I never expected such a worthless potion could create an adversary as formidable as you. However, let us first engage in battle. Defeat me before making demands. Lin Feng understood that this confrontation would differ significantly from previous encounters, given the peculiar nature of Edgar's abilities. His earlier skirmish with Zod had merely involved a straightforward clash of physical might and energy. In contrast, Edgar's control had rendered Lin Feng completely devoid of any energy sensation. He had simply found himself unable to move. Such an unpredictable assault was impossible to defend against, leaving Lin Feng uncertain of the strength of Edgar's offensive capabilities. If the extent of Edgar's powers was merely to restrict movement, it was not overly concerning. However, the unpredictability of his attack was a source of deep worry. For safety, Lin Feng summoned his weapon, the great sword that lay far away in the villa, which swiftly responded to his call and soared toward him. A crimson light appeared at Lin Feng's side, revealing the weapon he had brought back from Asgard. The onlookers had never witnessed Lin Feng wielding a weapon in battle, underscoring the perilous nature of this encounter. Diana was equally astonished, as it was the first time she had seen Lin Feng engage in combat with a weapon. Even during previous confrontations with Zod and the Titan of Destruction, he had not prepared as meticulously as he did now. Diana inquired, "Does Lin Feng typically use his own weapon in battle?" Natasha replied, "This is indeed his first time employing it. Since acquiring that weapon, he has never utilized it. Is it truly so threatening this time that he must resort to weaponry? Coulson immediately instructed everyone to evacuate the vicinity, ensuring that no one remained in the area. Nick Fury realized that the scale of this battle would likely be vast and that the city itself could be in grave danger. Merely evacuating those nearby would not suffice. The entire city needed to be cleared. Diana spoke to Nick Fury, expressing that merely evacuating the nearby individuals would prove futile. It was imperative to drive the entire populace of the city away, or else the effort would be in vain. Previously, in her world, a battle had unfolded that nearly obliterated the entire city, and now, with weapons drawn, the situation was undoubtedly more perilous than before. Nick Fury had not anticipated such a grave threat. Today, as conflict could indeed lead to the city's ruin. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to heed Diana's words. It was better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. He preferred to mobilize and lead an effort to evacuate the city's inhabitants. Even if all were summoned, it might still be inadequate, given the overwhelming population. However, it was certainly better than inaction. Whatever could be salvaged must be, for they could not allow everyone to perish here. Lin Feng was oblivious to the immense power residing within him. He seemed to face an ordinary individual, albeit one who appeared rather peculiar, standing at about 3 meters tall with crimson skin. Previously, he had been abruptly seized and transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. But in the midst of his metamorphosis, he was forcibly restrained, his body rendered immobile. Lin Feng had never anticipated that his transformation could be interrupted in such a manner. Edgar, this time, did not lift the control, stating, "You wish to strike against me, yet I possess the ability to command your body at will. I believe you are no longer my equal. Surrender the citizens of your homeland to me, or I shall ensure your demise here." Initially, Lin Feng felt a flicker of panic, as it was his first experience of such an interruption during transformation. However, as Edgar articulated his demands, a new thought emerged in Lin Feng's mind. This individual's capacity to control his body indicated a certainty of being able to kill him. Yet, the fact that he had not acted but instead requested the surrender of his compatriots suggested that, in exerting control over him, Edgar was unable to unleash any other abilities. If that were the case, there was little to fear. Although Edgar's power was indeed strange, it merely constrained Lin Feng's physical movements without the means to end his life. Edgar had not anticipated that his recent remarks would unveil his own vulnerabilities. He had considered the possibility of eliminating Lin Feng outright, yet he was not capable of doing so at present. The vast energy within Lin Feng was beyond what Edgar could extinguish with his current abilities. Controlling Lin Feng was the pinnacle of his powers. In a direct confrontation, he was unafraid, but he could not erase Lin Feng's existence. Lin Feng declared, "I perceive that you lack the strength to kill me. Otherwise, given the animosity between us, you would not waste your breath with idle chatter while holding me captive. Since you cannot eliminate me, let us engage in an honorable confrontation. The victor lives, while the vanquished meets their end." Edgar was taken aback, surprised that Lin Feng had discerned the limitations of his abilities. However, it is evident that I have not exposed myself unless my previous words revealed my shortcomings. Edgar released Lin Feng from his control and stated, "Since you're already aware, I shall cease to conceal my intentions. Hand over the compatriots of our homeland to me, and I shall depart from this place. Your acknowledgement of my ability to control you demonstrates that you are incapable of eliminating me, rather than establishing a formidable adversary. It is wiser for us to resolve this matter peacefully." Edgar, however, would not easily release these individuals, for it was Lin Feng and those he spoke of who nearly brought about his demise. He yearned to annihilate them all. Although he currently remained alive and had acquired unprecedented abilities, he asserted that all of this hinged upon his survival. Had he perished, none of this would be occurring. Edgar's assertions stemmed from the precarious state of his body, teetering on the brink of collapse. Engaging in battle with Lin Feng might hasten his physical deterioration. Moreover, he sensed that his powers held further potential for enhancement. If he could capture and absorb the compatriots, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Edgar was confident that by that time, he could control Lin Feng and ultimately erase him. Those who had inflicted harm upon him would not be spared. He intended to eliminate every last one of them. Chapter 145. Crisis. Lin Feng pondered why Edgar was so intent on acquiring the compatriots. What connection did they have? Was he not the owner of the company? Could it be that he intended to abscond with them? No, it could not be as simple as that. Edgar surely harbored ulterior motives beyond merely rescuing them. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled the transformation Edgar underwent, what had caused his current state. Edgar had consumed a potion infused with the genes of the compatriots, resulting in his metamorphosis. Could it be that he sought to reclaim the compatriots to further enhance his own power? Yet how could he obtain the potion? Neither of them appeared to possess the scholarly acumen required for such research. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. Having surmised Edgar's true intentions in desiring the compatriots, Lin Feng resolved that they could not be relinquished. You wish to have the compatriots, but that is impossible unless you defeat me. They shall not be handed over to you. If you seek them, you must act on your own, Lin Feng declared. Damn it, you insufferable wretch. It seems that reasoning with you is futile. I shall resort to demonstrating my strength, Edgar retorted. Edgar had surmised that Lin Feng likely realized he could enhance his power through the compatriots, which was why he refused to surrender them. In truth, he was overthinking. Even if Lin Feng were unaware of this, he would still not hand over the compatriots solely due to their opposing stances. Lin Feng had no obligation to owe anyone anything. Lin Feng seized the opportunity of Edgar's fury, instantly transforming into the form of a Super Saiyan 3. Even the weapon in his grasp underwent a metamorphosis. The once crimson blade now crackled with electric energy and shimmered with a golden radiance. This marked Lin Feng's inaugural wielding of the massive sword, and he was astonished to discover that it could alter its shape in accordance with his burgeoning power. It seemed as though it had been tailor-made for him, merely awaiting the unsealing of its potential. With a swift motion, Lin Feng swung the colossal blade towards Edgar, only to find that Edgar had vanished from sight, leaving Lin Feng bewildered as his strike met the towering structure behind. The entire edifice crumbled under the force of his attack, a testament to the unexpected nature of Edgar's disappearance. When Edgar reappeared, Lin Feng sensed his presence above, prompting him to turn and gaze upward. Edgar was taken aback by Lin Feng's immense strength. A single ordinary strike had obliterated a building. Fortunately, he had evaded Lin Feng's initial assault, or his own carelessness might have led to dire consequences. Now, having gleaned an understanding of Lin Feng's prowess, he felt prepared to engage further. With a flick of his wrist, Edgar summoned the debris from the fallen structure, drawing everything toward Lin Feng as if an invisible force emanated from his being, enveloping him in a colossal sphere suspended in the air. Lin Feng allowed himself to be ensnared deliberately, unable to discern the nature of Edgar's abilities that could control such materials. In anticipation of the forthcoming battle, he relinquished his resistance, opting to withstand the impending impact and gauge the extent of damage Edgar's assault might inflict upon him. Should the pressure become unbearable, he would unleash his full might and break free. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, observing the battlefield from a satellite, felt a surge of concern. He had just witnessed the clash between the two warriors and a shocking turn of events where Lin Feng's strike had missed and allowed Edgar to seize control unsettled him. This anxiety was particularly palpable for Natasha and Diana, who were deeply troubled. They instinctively desired to rush to Lin Feng's aid, but Natasha intervened, asserting that their intervention would be futile now that Lin Feng was trapped. Is it acceptable to merely watch as he falls to his adversary? I cannot stand idly by while he faces death, Diana declared. What do you mean by that? My reluctance to intervene stems from my faith in Lin Feng. Do you doubt his ability to defeat Eddie? Or do you believe in your heart that his spirit cannot rival Lin Feng's? Natasha retorted. In stark contrast, Stark and the others perceived the unfolding events quite differently. He clearly witnessed Lin Feng's opportunity to escape during Edgar's assault, yet he chose not to act. A profound sense of perplexity surged within Stark. He could not fathom the reasoning behind such a decision. Was Lin Feng deliberately orchestrating this scenario? If so, what was his intention? Perhaps he aimed to feign weakness, luring the enemy into a false sense of security before launching a fierce counterattack. However, this theory seemed implausible given Edgar's mode of attack, which would not allow him to approach Lin Feng with a long-range offensive strategy and the ability to vanish at will. Even if Lin Feng were to appear vulnerable, Edgar would not draw near. Stark was at a loss, grappling with the motivations behind Lin Feng's actions, when suddenly he heard the commotion behind him. Observing Lin Feng's two concerned companions, who were visibly distraught, Stark hastily approached to offer reassurance. You need not worry. Lin Feng's actions are intentional. With his prowess, this method of assault could never ensnare him. Your concern is merely causing confusion, detracting from the reality of the situation. Natasha and Diana, upon hearing Stark's explanation, remained bewildered regarding Lin Feng's motives. Even Nick Fury and others were equally puzzled about the rationale behind it. Then what do you think is the reason for such a course of action? Stark responded, I cannot say for certain, but you must trust Lin Feng. I believe in him. After all, if he perceives the enemy as formidable, it augurs ill for us in terms of victory. Should Lin Feng falter, we would share in his fate. Stark continued, our only recourse now is to cheer him on and ensure that those around us are swiftly evacuated, alleviating any burden on him. Nick Fury concurred, stating, Stark is correct. We are presently incapable of providing assistance. Our sole duty is to support him from the rear and eliminate any avoidable distractions. Returning to the battlefield, Lin Feng felt the suffocating pressure of the surrounding objects. Although immobilized, the intensity of this pressure was insufficient to inflict harm upon him. The encroaching objects, though persistently constricting, failed to pose a significant threat. Edgar, perplexed himself, felt that this capture was alarmingly effortless. Given Lin Feng's strength, it was inconceivable that he could be ensnared so easily. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity and unleashed his abilities, compressing toward the center where Lin Feng stood. As the sphere continued to contract, it diminished in size while simultaneously becoming denser. Edgar sensed that Lin Feng's vitality remained unscathed, realizing that such minimal damage might not suffice. With a flick of his other hand, he caused dozens of surrounding buildings to collapse instantaneously into dust, leaving only the steel remnants to gather around him. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Had there not been an evacuation, the destruction of the building adjacent to his home would have undoubtedly resulted in countless casualties. While Edgar exerted control over the sphere, compressing it to prevent its escape, he was simultaneously deconstructing the steel, transforming it into a more resilient material. With divided focus, Edgar melded the steel into an array of elongated, needle-like objects. Directing these projectiles, he aimed them at the sphere suspended in midair. Initially, Lin Feng perceived Edgar's assault as ineffectual. However, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of peril washed over him, as if his very life were at stake. In an instant, he unleashed his most formidable energy, a colossal force erupting from within, violently obliterating the sphere. As the sphere shattered, Lin Feng beheld hundreds of sharp spikes hurtling towards him. The threat he had sensed earlier emanated from these very spikes, the nature of which remained a mystery, yet they instilled in him a profound fear for his existence. Edgar, astonished, had not anticipated Lin Feng's ease in dismantling the steel cage he had crafted. Nonetheless, this setback bore little consequence. Even as Lin Feng broke free, Edgar promptly harnessed his power to restrain him. Although Lin Feng yearned to escape, he found himself ensnared and powerless. Despite having immobilized Lin Feng, Edgar too was rendered unable to move. Yet, he was gradually becoming adept at wielding his abilities, and multitasking had ceased to pose a challenge for him. Suspended in the air, Lin Feng was rendered immobile as Edgar's needles relentlessly advanced toward him. Upon the first spike's contact, Lin Feng's body did not resist the intrusion as it had previously. Although it did not penetrate immediately, it was merely a matter of time before the spike began to burrow into his flesh. Lin Feng struggled to break free, yet he found himself utterly powerless, unable to comprehend why Edgar could exert such direct control over him. This defied all logic. One possessing superhuman abilities should require a transitional period. Yet Edgar's strength surpassed his own, a notion almost absurd. As an increasing number of spikes surrounded him, Lin Feng's exterior began to resemble that of a colossal sea urchin. Golden blood oozed from his wounds, and he was engulfed in excruciating pain. Realizing he was genuinely helpless in this predicament, at that moment, regret washed over him. He lamented his arrogance, which had led him to this perilous situation. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind, announcing the activation of the lottery system due to the critical nature of his circumstances, which would automatically conduct a draw on his behalf. This revelation reminded Lin Feng that he still had rewards to claim, having accumulated nearly 200 draws without utilizing a single one. The key to survival this time hinges solely on one's fortune. Should luck favor him, he might draw a more formidable form, rendering all obstacles trivial. With so many attempts, it would be reasonable to expect at least one golden outcome. It seems improbable that his luck could be so dismal as to lack a safety net. At this moment, the system was swiftly assisting Lin Feng in the lottery, even omitting the notification process, directly proclaiming the names of the items. Initially, he drew a series of worthless items, including a shell from Master Roshi, which proved utterly useless. Was this not absurd? This item held no value whatsoever. Lin Feng felt himself nearing his limit. The ordeal had pierced through his skin and muscle, drawing perilously close to his bones. The moment his bones were breached would signify a direct assault on his heart. Stark had not anticipated such a predicament and was filled with urgency. Nick Fury refused to remain idle. He understood that immediate action was required to assist Lin Feng. For if Lin Feng were to fail, they all would perish here. Diana, unable to contain herself any longer, seized Steve's shield and charged towards Lin Feng. Natasha, unarmed, propelled herself toward Edgar. Their intentions aligned, one to rescue Lin Feng and the other to distract Edgar. Stark hastily donned his armor and followed suit. Nick Fury promptly rearmed the helicopter, deeming it unnecessary for anyone other than their small group to proceed, if they could not rescue Lin Feng. Bringing more people would only lead to their demise. Has the system even drawn anything useful? Is it my misfortune or yours? Thus far, all I've drawn are worthless trinkets, Lin Feng lamented. Do not be agitated, host. The lottery's outcome is certainly a reflection of your luck, not mine. After all, I am assisting you, not drawing for myself, the system responded. How can I not be agitated? I am on the verge of excruciating pain. If I do not find something useful soon, I will surely perish. Just then, he heard the sound of rushing air. Diana was approaching. However, before she could reach Lin Feng, she was intercepted by a figure composed of rubble, wielding a sharp spear and engaging her in battle. Even Diana, as a Valkyrie, found herself unable to overcome this construct. Natasha had believed she could successfully launch a surprise attack, only to find herself confronted by another figure made of debris, proving herself no match for it. Lin Feng, noticing Natasha's plight, shouted, "You must leave this place at once. You are no match for him. As long as you keep your distance, he cannot harm you. I have my own means to escape. Do not concern yourselves with me." Yet, neither Natasha nor Diana heeded Lin Feng's warning. If he truly had a way out, he would not be in such a dire state. Chapter 146. Edgar's evolution. Natasha and Diana united their efforts to resist the relentless assault from the ruined dolls. Yet, their predicament had grown perilously dire. Natasha was no match for the dolls, and Diana could merely hold her ground in a one-on-one confrontation. Now, with the added responsibility of safeguarding Natasha, facing the onslaught of two dolls was beginning to reveal the signs of impending defeat. Just as they found themselves ensnared in a crisis, Stark arrived on the scene. Seizing the moment when the dolls were unaware, he launched a surprise attack, demolishing one of their heads. However, this action proved futile as the assault continued unabated. The recent impact had inflicted some damage on the dolls, granting Natasha and Diana a fleeting opportunity to escape the immediate threat. Lin Feng was consumed with worry, having never anticipated that they were perilously close to death. "You must leave this place at once. Your presence is utterly futile. I do not require your assistance," he exclaimed loudly. "Look at your current state. How can you say we aren't needed?" Stark retorted while continuing his assault on Edgar. Such efforts were in vain. No matter how potent their attacks, Edgar easily repelled them. It was as if an invisible barrier stood before him, absorbing all incoming strikes. As Edgar frequently drew upon his powers, his physique grew increasingly robust, reaching a point where he could no longer maintain his current state. Signs of collapse began to manifest within him. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned 10 additional ruined dolls to assail them. The recently arrived Nick Fury and his companions had not even begun to make an impact before they were swiftly defeated. Edgar sensed that he could no longer exert additional power. The 10 dolls represented his limit. Should he continue to disperse his strength by creating more, he would lose control over Lin Feng. Strangely, ever since the two women had appeared, Lin Feng's strength had inexplicably intensified, compelling Edgar to expend even more energy to maintain control. Unwilling to succumb to destruction despite his newfound power, Edgar resorted to cunning. "Nick Fury, you are no match for me. Annihilating you would be effortlessly simple. Then why have you not yet made your move? I suspect you must be facing some constraints. Otherwise, you would have eliminated us by now." Nick Fury replied coolly. "You are correct. I do not wish to become a global criminal, nor do I desire to be hunted worldwide. Having acquired such formidable strength, I certainly do not wish to perish without cause. Perhaps we could strike a deal. A deal? You think I would negotiate with someone like you? Do not be so hasty. My proposal is quite straightforward. Simply hand over the patriotic man to me, and I shall release Lin Feng and spare you all. Is it truly that simple? You want the patriotic man, and then you will depart without seeking revenge? Do you truly believe I am still the same as I once was? I have grown immensely powerful, and you appear to me as mere ants. There is no need for me to engage in any petty scheming. Simply hand over the person from my homeland, and I shall depart from this place immediately. As he spoke, Edgar, to demonstrate his sincerity, withdrew the sharp spikes that had pierced Lin Feng's body. All the towering giants of ruin ceased their assault and stood still. Observe how I honor my word. If you deliver this individual to me, I shall spare you. Nick Fury pondered deeply, uncertain of Edgar's true intentions behind this act. Yet, this might be the only course of action available. A gamble that perhaps he had genuinely changed his mind about leaving. Even if he chose not to depart, it would at least allow for Lin Feng's release. Nick Fury replied, I can acquiesce to your demand, but you must first release Lin Feng. Are you jesting with me? Bring forth the person from my homeland. I must see him first. Very well, Fury conceded. He then turned to Hawkeye, instructing, you must hasten to retrieve the individual from my homeland. Obediently, Hawkeye complied with Fury's command and swiftly departed without any obstruction from the surrounding giants of ruin. Before long, he returned, holding the subdued individual from his homeland. Suddenly, the figure found himself unable to control his own body, helplessly watching as the person from his homeland slipped from his grasp and flew to Edgar's side. Nick Fury, taken aback by this turn of events, quickly exclaimed, now it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain. Release Lin Feng at once. However, Edgar paid no heed to Fury's words. In that moment, Edgar felt the presence of his homeland beside him, and the signs of his internal collapse were naturally suppressed. He had not been mistaken. The only means to prevent his continued disintegration was to devour the individual from his homeland. By merging completely with him, he could maintain his corporeal existence. With this invincible form, he could thrive in this world. If he consumed the person from his homeland now, he would ascend to become the new deity of this realm. The individual from his homeland could not comprehend the nature of the creature before him, yet he felt a faint familiarity with this crimson giant. Although he could not recall his name, he spoke with an air of casual acquaintance. Friend, while I do not know you, I am truly grateful for your assistance in my liberation. Edgar, smiling, responded, Oh, is that so? You do not recognize me, but I am well aware of who you are. Since you thank me for your rescue, might you grant me a small favor? The individual mistakenly assumed that Edgar required his assistance, and without a care, replied, Of course, but you must first remove this restraining device from me. Otherwise, with my current abilities as an ordinary person, I cannot be of any help to you. No. There is no need to remove the restraining device. That would be detrimental to me. I require your assistance, but you need only to await your fate in silence. Upon hearing these words, he was struck dumb, yearning to escape this place, yet found himself utterly unable to control his own body. The love for his homeland manifested as a deep fissure cleaving through him, widening like a gaping maw. His bones felt like sharp teeth, and the specter of his homeland hovered closer to Edgar's form. The figure of his homeland was engulfed by dread, unwilling to succumb to death. Within the confines of the prison, he recognized a peculiar beauty, at least in the avoidance of demise. He struggled valiantly, but was rendered immobile, reduced to anguished cries and wails. Help me. Please save me. I do not wish to perish like this. He barely articulated before being wholly consumed by Edgar, blood seeping through the crevice. The fissures in his body chewed like a mouth, occasionally releasing small orifices that expelled clothing and suppressors of superpowers. The others were utterly unprepared for such a fate to befall the figure of his homeland, believing Edgar had devoured him alive. They remained oblivious to the reasons behind this gruesome act, under the delusion that the figure of his homeland might be Edgar's illegitimate offspring. However, it became increasingly clear that this was far from the truth. All present were at a loss, unsure of how to respond to the demise of the figure of his homeland. They felt no profound sorrow for his passing. After all, he was destined to be imprisoned indefinitely, and the world was neither worse nor better with him in it. Edgar began to transform in the air into a crimson, fleshy cocoon suspended in space. The onlookers gazed upon this bizarre sight, bewildered by the phenomenon. Even Lin Feng regained the ability to move. As the colossal ruins and spikes lost their energy and collapsed to the ground. Yet Lin Feng sensed a tremendous power developing within, emanating from that red cocoon. He urged, "You all must leave this place at once. I possess a means to confront him." Natasha and Diana replied in unison, "You speak nonsense. What could you possibly do? If I had a solution, I would not have been ensnared just now. You should come with us. That would be futile. If I accompany you, he will pursue us regardless. You have all been deceived. Rest assured, I truly have a way to deal with him." During the time when Lin Feng was incapacitated, the system had extracted all rewards for him, culminating in something unexpectedly advantageous. However, he had been unable to fully command his body at that moment, preventing him from utilizing it. To his surprise, the system had indeed drawn out the Zizai Ji Gong. He was not even a Super Saiyan yet. It had already obtained this formidable skill. Lin Feng felt empowered, possessing the strength to confront Edgar. Moreover, fleeing now would serve no purpose. Edgar would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon them all. Rather than retreat, it would be far more prudent to confront him here and eliminate the threat directly. Trust me, previously, I was merely a vessel controlled by him, unable to wield this ability. Now, I shall exert my utmost effort, so rest assured. Natasha and Diana wished to voice their thoughts, reluctant to depart in such a manner. They believed Lin Feng was merely offering them solace, attempting to persuade them to accompany him. However, Nick Fury held a differing perspective. Lin Feng had never been one to boast. Faced with a genuine threat to life, there was no need for him to feign strength. He must possess some alternative means. You should heed Lin Feng's words. If you leave with us, he will surely prevail. Or has he ever deceived you? Do not become a burden to him or impede his progress, Nick Fury insisted. Let us depart. We cannot afford to waste time here. If Edgar were to appear, we would be unable to assist Lin Feng and would instead become a liability, Stark added. Natasha and Diana pondered this and came to agree. Lin Feng could not possibly treat his own life as a trivial matter. But you promised you would definitely come to see us. We will wait for you at home. You must return, they urged. Rest assured, I shall return for you. This time, I will give it my all, Lin Feng replied, a reassuring smile gracing his face. Natasha and Diana moved forward to embrace Lin Feng, the three of them entwined in an embrace. Suddenly, a sound resonated through the air. The crimson cocoon began to quiver, pulsating rhythmically like a heart. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of life force emerging, unlike anything he had ever experienced. The magnitude of this energy was starkly different from Edgar's previous presence, which had felt insubstantial. No matter how he wielded his abilities, he had never sensed such fluctuations before. Yet now, even a mere tremor sent his heart racing. This only fueled Lin Feng's excitement further. The blood of a Super Saiyan does not cower in the face of danger. Rather, it rises to the challenge, growing stronger with every confrontation. To confront danger is not to flee, but to vanquish it. You must leave. He is on the verge of awakening. I will handle the rest, Lin Feng declared. He settled onto the ground, closing his eyes as he entered a state of meditation, swiftly mending his injuries. Hurry, we may not have much time, Nick Fury urged. At last, everyone departed, fleeing the city. In the ensuing moments, the entire population of the city was evacuated, distancing themselves from the area. Such a large-scale operation could not go unnoticed. The ordinary populace recognized that something perilous was afoot, for the government would not deploy the military to forcibly evacuate them without cause. As the citizens remained bewildered, Nick Fury resolved to disclose the situation to all. Suddenly, the confused masses heard her voice. Everyone's attention was captured, and I shall now convey the official matters to you all, broadcasting live in real time. What on earth is happening? Why are we suddenly being evacuated? Is it the apocalypse? Nonsense. The end of the world would not unfold in such a manner. It seems likely that the nation has detected a seismic event. Indeed, you make a valid point. It must be a significant natural disaster, for it is inconceivable to evacuate an entire city without cause. Soon after, numerous military vehicles equipped with colossal screens arrived. On the display appeared none other than Captain America. All eyes were glued to the screen, eagerly awaiting his announcement. Regrettably, I must inform you that our city is facing a grave crisis. A terrifying monster seeks to annihilate the world, and our planet's heroes are valiantly striving to save us. He must confront this beast alone, while the military will broadcast the proceedings in their entirety. Should he fail, our hopes for survival would be extinguished. Thus, all we can do is await his triumph. The crowd erupted in uproar. Voices rose in cacophony, filling the air with noise. Silence. This is no deception. I bear witness in the name of Captain America. In that moment, all fell silent, for they held steadfast faith in his credibility. As a hero of World War II, he embodies justice in America and would never deceive them. Chapter 147, Breaking Limits, the ultimate mastery of Super 4. Captain America took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "The live broadcast will commence." The scene shifted, and Captain America vanished, revealing New York on the screen. In the center loomed a massive, pulsating mass. Not far from it sat a figure, meditating in midair. Captain America's voice resonated. That entity is our greatest adversary, and you would never guess his identity. He is the owner of the Walter International Group, the mastermind behind the superpower company. What? It can't be him. Isn't he just an ordinary man? Confusion spread through the crowd. I even shared drinks with him once. Dressed in opulent attire, the man was surrounded by a phalanx of bodyguards. He is Edgar. This fiend has consumed his own people to gain greater power. You heard correctly. He has literally devoured his own countrymen, and now he has become exceedingly malevolent. Is this truly possible? The superpower company has turned into the gravest threat to the globe? I have always asserted that superhumans should not exist in our world. They pose a peril to us ordinary individuals. However, there were dissenters to his assertions, dismissing his words as mere nonsense and folly. What are you saying? Is it not the so-called superhuman you mentioned who is here to save us? Or do you intend to charge forth and rescue us yourself? Do you truly consider yourself a match for that formidable entity? In an effort to illustrate the might of the adversary, Captain America reappeared on the screen, stating, "Next, I will broadcast the devastation wrought by Edgar." The scene shifted to reveal a towering red giant, 3 meters in height, effortlessly obliterating houses with a mere sweep of his hand. Furthermore, footage of the Avengers clashing with Edgar was displayed, showcasing the formidable puppets composed of debris, so powerful that even the Avengers proved no match for them. No one had anticipated Edgar's overwhelming strength. The Avengers lacked the qualifications to unite against him, having been vanquished merely by his marionettes. The screen returned to Captain America. Indeed, we are not as equals. Imagine a psychologically twisted superhuman reigning over this world. You can fathom the dire consequences that would ensue. Yet, our only hope lies with that man who may possess the means to counter him. Should he fail, we shall be devoid of any hope. A cacophony erupted below. Some were skeptical, others questioned, while some wept profusely and others cursed vehemently. One even proclaimed, "It will take me away from here. I will pay $100 million. However, his words elicited no response. Only scorn from others. What good will it do to leave? If the Avengers are no match for him, do you think you can survive? The one who made the offer soon came to his senses, despondently sitting on the ground, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. All we could do now was pray for his victory. As Captain America's image faded, the scene transitioned back to Lin Feng and the giant. Lin Feng was gradually awakening the power within him, swiftly experiencing the freedom of ultimate mastery. The attainment of this skill had left Lin Feng astonished. Realizing he was not even a match for a Super Saiyan god. Previously under control, he had endured piercing sensations within his body, compounded by the near harm to his friends and beloved, igniting a deep fury within him. He loathed his own impotence and despised himself for allowing fear to almost endanger them. Racked with guilt, he suddenly sensed a surge of restlessness within. A primal force emerged from within his being. However, he was unable to tame this power at that moment and had to instruct others to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, he began to skillfully harness the wild energy. With the system aiding him in extracting the ultimate mastery, he now possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish Edgar. Amidst the collective gaze of the onlookers, the pulsating orb intensified its movements, emitting increasingly resonant sounds. It seemed as if the heartbeat of every individual present was synchronized with the rhythm of the orb, thrumming in unison. Some could scarcely endure such fervent vibrations, fainting from the overwhelming cadence, while others succumbed to the sheer force of the pulse. Captain America and his companions quickly recognized the peril and attempted to silence the sound. Yet their efforts proved futile. The orb's rhythmic pulsation possessed an inexplicable power, compelling their heartbeats to align with its fervor. Even in silence, the enthralling rhythm persisted. Suddenly, the orb ceased its movements, plunging the atmosphere into tranquility, and the peculiar sound vanished. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as the threat of being overwhelmed by the orb's pulsations had become alarmingly tangible. Lin Feng sensed an immense surge of life force rapidly manifesting, accompanied by an extraordinary energy. He could feel the might of his Super Saiyan 3 form, realizing it was insufficient to contend with the energy emanating from the orb. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed his most formidable aura, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and activating the Ultra Instinct technique. His eyes gleamed a vibrant green, while his hair turned a striking white, with pure, white energy swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. Yet, this was still inadequate. The power within the orb eclipsed his own. Lin Feng harnessed the wild energy now coursing through him, recognizing it as a more potent bloodline power of the Super Saiyan, fierce and untamed. As he activated this newfound strength, a tremendous wave of energy radiated outward, dispersing in rippling layers, reminiscent of droplets falling upon a still pond. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, all objects were obliterated, leaving only barren ground in their wake. The sole entity untouched by this tempestuous energy was the orb, which remained suspended in the air, seemingly indifferent to the chaos surrounding it. Lin Feng's appearance began to undergo drastic transformations. His hair, once a brilliant white, shifted to a deep black. Crimson rings encircled his eyes, and his body was cloaked in a coat of red fur. The surrounding auras dissipated, leaving only a faint white glow enveloping his form. This was Lin Feng's most potent state, a synthesis of Super Saiyan 4 and Ultra Instinct. At that moment, the orb underwent a transformation of its own, sprouting numerous circular conduits from its surface, expelling jets of intensely heated gas. Lin Feng raised his hands, a colossal red sphere materializing between them as he awaited the orb's rupture, prepared to unleash a Kamehameha wave to strike down Edgar. The inhabitants of the safe zone were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Is this still a human? How could he possess such strength? He resembles a monkey rather than a human. To those who mention the resemblance to a monkey, are you deceiving yourselves? If transforming into a monkey could grant me such power, I too would wish to become one. But can he truly defeat that individual? He should be able to. For merely the transformation shockwave has reduced all surrounding buildings and vehicles to mere ashes. If he cannot triumph, then what is the point? We might as well end our lives directly. The majority of the crowd resonated with this sentiment, as they, after all, did not wish to perish and saw this as perhaps their only glimmer of hope. As long as there remained a chance for survival, they would cling to it tenaciously, unwilling to relinquish their grasp. At last, the tumult subsided, and the gas began to dissipate slowly. Lin Feng was indifferent to their appearances and launched an immediate assault. A wave of energy erupted from his hand, directly engulfing the meatball. Edgar's vitality persisted, unextinguished. Lin Feng surmised, as expected, it was not so simple, for he faced an adversary of equal might. Meanwhile, the observer, traversing the infinite cosmos, suddenly sensed a power that sent chills down his spine. He turned and, having determined the direction, soared forth. However, upon reaching the outskirts of this universe, he discovered it was the very world of Lin Feng. Upon entering the universe, he sped toward the source of the power. There he recognized Lin Feng, alongside a colossal red figure, exuding a ferocious energy he had never encountered before. As the observer appeared, Lin Feng noticed him and looked up, inquiring, "Is there a way to isolate this area? Otherwise, the Earth may be breached by our conflict." The observer replied, "How could such a capability exist? Even if it did, the shockwaves from your battle would surely shatter that space instantaneously. Then what purpose do you serve here?" Lin Feng retorted, "I came to assess the situation. If I cannot be of assistance, then I shall take my leave." With that, the observer vanished in an instant, fleeing at remarkable speed. Lin Feng dismissed him, for this was not the time to concern himself with trivial matters. Edgar had remained silent since the observer's arrival. He sensed a profound difference in this world compared to his previous understanding, recognizing the existence of other universes. Haha, I never imagined the world could be so vast. Beyond this universe lie others. I shall become the deity of all universes. from the information gleaned from the observer's appearance. He had come to comprehend the circumstances within the infinite cosmos. One must acknowledge the formidable prowess of Edgar in the realm of information technology. He possesses the ability to unearth the details of any individual, provided they come to his attention. God? How perplexing that so many aspire to attain divinity. What advantages does such a status confer? All deities eventually face overthrow. Do they truly revel in being usurped by others? He found it utterly incomprehensible what these foreign minds were contemplating. After a hearty laugh, Edgar turned to Lin Feng and remarked, I never anticipated that you could match my strength. Why not join forces to obliterate them? Together, we could wield dominion over the infinite universe. Lin Feng was taken aback that Edgar had unearthed the existence of the infinite universe. Edgar sought to recruit him. Yet Lin Feng had no desire to assume the mantle of what Edgar called a god. No, I have no intention of becoming a deity. I merely wish to lead a tranquil existence, occasionally engaging in a bout to stretch my limbs. Is that not delightful? Edgar was astonished that someone of equal might could harbor such a ludicrous notion. Why coexist peacefully with ordinary individuals, once endowed with powers that surpass theirs? I am no longer just one of them. They ought to serve me. Our abilities are nearly equal. Should we engage in combat? It would either be your demise or mine. Let us instead form an alliance. I shall be the god I aspire to be, and you need not concern yourself with my affairs. Edgar reconsidered, preferring not to engage in battle with Lin Feng. It was not that he feared defeat. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary. With an infinite universe brimming with opportunities, why remain here? I shall conquer other realms, and once I have amassed a formidable following, I will return to vanquish these loathsome beings. However, Lin Feng had already discerned Edgar's sinister intentions. Do you think I am oblivious to your thoughts? You intended to depart the moment you were given the opportunity, yet now, were it not for my newfound strength, would you truly spare us? I surmise you plan to gather your strength before returning to obliterate us. Edgar was taken aback by how easily his scheme had been unveiled. Did Lin Feng not fear his power? His assertiveness was astonishing. Then it seems we are fated to determine our fates through combat. Nevertheless, I am confident of my survival. Edgar declared, Let us see whose strength prevails. Lin Feng responded, Come, let us engage in a fierce battle. Yet, all of this was witnessed by those within the safe zone, who realized that the two were on the brink of a monumental clash. Are they truly about to commence? What if that individual is defeated? One voice concerned, Must you always speak such ominous words? If he loses, you will perish as well. Do you take pleasure in such a fate? Another retorted, I do not wish to die. I yearn to live. Oh, deities, I pray you grant him victory. Diana, what if Lin Feng loses? Natasha asked anxiously. That will not happen. Lin Feng shall undoubtedly triumph. We must have faith in him. He will not fail, Diana reassured her. We must not succumb to despair, Nick Fury proclaimed. Even if we cannot assist others directly, we can still offer them our unwavering support. Chapter 148. Turning the tide on the battlefield of New York, an immense surge of energy erupted. Edgar and Lin Feng were engaged in a subtle contest, probing the limits of each other's strength. Neither had unleashed their full power from the outset. Instead, they exchanged ranged attacks, neither capable of inflicting significant harm upon the other. The surrounding area lay in ruins, resembling the aftermath of colossal natural disasters. The ground was torn asunder, and the clouds above were dispersed by their overwhelming force. Was this truly human? Such potent power could be wielded with ease, rendering the earth devoid of any safe haven. The thought of having once considered fleeing now seemed utterly ludicrous. Ha ha ha! It appeared that one of them was teetering on the brink of collapse. He was unwilling to perish. Having just inherited a fortune worth billions, yet to experience the pinnacle of life, was he to meet his end now? But wait, there was still hope. If that man could triumph, everything would be restored. He could not help but shout, Come on, you can do it. Defeat him. The earth does not need a dictator. It belongs to us. His fervent cries ignited the confidence of those around him. The people in the safe zone were inspired by his passion, and a chorus of encouragement began to swell. Go. You cannot lose. Keep fighting. Captain America was taken aback by the unforeseen fervor of the crowd, who had gathered not to incite chaos, but now rallied behind Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng required a codename. Without it, their collective faith could not coalesce. Captain America's voice resonated once more. This man is our hero. He fights for us, bleeding and sweating for our planet. He is a Super Saiyan. With this newfound title, the crowd, previously shouting disjointedly, unified their voices in a harmonious chant. Super Saiyan, go. You will surely achieve victory. We believe in you. Super Saiyan, keep fighting. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was deep in thought about securing victory, a transformation was occurring in the safe zone. At that moment, he had become a hero in the eyes of the world, akin to a global savior. Striving to minimize the devastation in New York, Lin Feng endeavored to contain the battle within a designated area. After all, he would eventually need to reside here. If this place were to be utterly obliterated, he would have to relocate elsewhere. Upon realizing that his abilities could not yield advantages against Lin Feng, Edgar grew weary of the ongoing stalemate. He yearned to swiftly conclude this battle. The longer the delay, the more it exacerbated his irritation. Edgar's shortcomings became apparent. He was, after all, a product of happenstance, lacking the temporal depth that Lin Feng possessed. A person newly endowed with such formidable power could easily find their thoughts distorted. He could not fathom the fact that he was unable to vanquish Lin Feng in a short span of time. The individual before him was obstructing his ambitions to dominate the Earth, the universe, and the infinite cosmos. Edgar could no longer endure. Lin Feng had already prolonged this confrontation for far too long. He ceased his futile probing and began to amass his strength. Lin Feng, sensing Edgar's predicament, also paused to unleash his own momentum, consolidating all the energy within him. The time for the decisive battle was nigh. The victor would be determined by the superiority of their power. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Weakness equated to death. A gaping fissure appeared in Edgar's chest, from which a human head slowly emerged, distinctly that of compatriot. Those who witnessed this grotesque sight recoiled in horror and disgust. "Oh heavens, this is utterly repugnant. I feel as though I might retch," they exclaimed. "This is the being who aspires to become a god, to rule over us. He is a monster. If such a person were to triumph, would we not be devoured by him? He must not prevail. We must place our faith in the Super Saiyan. Only through his victory can we survive." Indeed, they rallied behind the Super Saiyan, urging him on. Lin Feng's aura had reached its zenith. He could no longer enhance his momentum. Edgar found himself in a similar predicament. The head emerging from his chest had turned a vivid crimson. The eyes and mouth of the compatriot were wide open, yet devoid of any organs, only hollow voids. Suddenly, 3 luminous points appeared within the eyes and mouth, emitting beams of red laser energy that converged and surged toward Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng assumed his traditional Kamehameha stance, projecting a brilliant blue beam of light towards Edgar. The energies of both combatants clashed, destabilizing the surrounding space and causing fissures to form. They continued to channel their respective powers. Any lapse in energy could lead to immediate annihilation by the other. Neither Lin Feng nor Edgar wished to meet their demise. The two individuals found themselves in a deadlock, both expending their energies. However, with the relentless exertion, their stamina began to wane, yet they remained evenly matched. Diana, noticing this, remarked, "They are currently at an impasse. Should we not venture forth to create some chaos for Lin Feng's adversary, thereby facilitating his eventual triumph?" Yet Stark expressed a contrary opinion, stating, "We cannot intervene. Although they are at a standstill, it does not imply that they cannot evade each other as assaults. If we disrupt their equilibrium and Love's house turns against us, what if Lin Feng is unable to come to our aid?" Stark's reasoning deemed this course of action unfeasible, necessitating the contemplation of an alternative strategy. At that moment, Natasha was rapidly engaging her intellect, pondering how best to assist Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng reverted to his ordinary form, unable to sustain the transformations of Supermarket and Zizai Jigong. Although both had begun to feel fatigued, Lin Feng's abilities fundamentally required a transformation. In his normal state, he was no match for Edgar. Consequently, this left Lin Feng vulnerable to Edgar's laser attack, which struck him directly. A cry of agony escaped Lin Feng's lips. Witnessing his torment, Natasha suddenly recalled something. Yes, despite Lin Feng's inability to maintain his transformation, she remembered he possessed a miraculous being capable of healing all wounds and restoring energy. If only she could get him to consume it, victory would surely follow. Especially since Edgar was not as formidable as before. Natasha exclaimed. "I just remembered, Lin Feng has a wondrous plant that produces a bean known as the fairy bean, which can heal all injuries." This revelation sparked recognition among all present, except Diana, who remained puzzled about the nature of this green bean. What could it possibly be? Was it truly that extraordinary? Nevertheless, upon hearing there was a means to assist Lin Feng and secure victory, Diana eagerly inquired, "Where is this miraculous bean? We must deliver it to Lin Feng at once." Natasha pondered. "Let me think. Lin Feng never disclosed to me its hiding place." She raced through her memories, attempting to recall where Lin Feng might have concealed it, but to no avail. After ruminating for some time, she realized she had never been informed of the bean's origin. At that moment, an idea struck her. "I may not know, but I suspect one person certainly will, my sister." Stark swiftly contacted Pepper, inquiring, "Pepper, where is little Riri?" Her reassuring voice responded, "We are in a safe zone. Riri is perfectly safe." Stark promptly confirmed their locations through Jarvis, exclaiming, "They are right here. Let us hasten." The group hurriedly followed Stark outside. Upon finding Pepper, they discovered Riri peacefully asleep. Natasha approached and gently roused her, saying, "Riri, your brother is in dire need of a magical bean to vanquish his foes. It possesses the power to heal wounds. Do you recall where he might have placed it?" Riri, still drowsy, replied, "There is no such magical bean. My brother has never mentioned it to me." "Think carefully. It must exist. I have seen it before. Your brother urgently requires this bean's assistance, or else the villains will harm him. That cannot happen. Let me ponder this thoroughly." Instantly, Riri sprang up, crossing her arms and sitting cross-legged on the sofa, deeply contemplating whether her brother had ever spoken of such a miraculous bean. It had been quite some time since Riri encountered a fairy bean, which she discovered shortly after being adopted by Lin Feng. She recalled having tasted it then, yet it did not possess the life-saving qualities her sister described. "The only bean I have is one that fills the stomach. Is this what you mean?" With that, Riri retrieved a handful of fairy beans from her small pouch, accidentally dropping a few on the floor, which she promptly picked up and discarded into the trash bin. Nick Fury observed this scene and quickly approached, retrieving the beans and placing them in his pocket. The onlookers regarded him with bemused expressions, but Fury, as if nothing had occurred, addressed them. "Why are you all staring at me?" "ISNT Lin Feng S. Situation more pressing? You are quite filthy." Consuming items from the trash, Riri remarked. Nick Fury coughed awkwardly, a slight blush creeping onto his face, though his dark complexion concealed it well. "I only possess these beans that can satiate hunger. I do not know if this is what you seek," Riri stated. Natasha examined the green fairy bean, noting it was identical to the one Lin Feng had produced earlier. Stark took one and consumed it, instantly feeling invigorated. "Indeed, this is it. Hurry, send it to him." Upon realizing it was the very bean in her hand, Riri eagerly urged, "Then take them all. Quickly assist my brother and help him defeat the villains." After Natasha received the fairy beans, the group hastily departed. Upon exiting, Nick Fury summoned Coulson, instructing, "Monitor this area closely. No one must enter." After accepting the command, Coulson immediately dispatched numerous concealed sentinels around the area. Natasha distributed 2 beans to each person, instructing them, "If any one of us approaches Lin Feng, quickly feed him one and leave at once. Once Lin Feng regains his peak strength, he will undoubtedly surpass Edgar, given his current state." Instantly, those capable of flight scattered, soaring towards Lin Feng's location. At that moment, Edgar was laughing maniacally, observing Lin Feng's desperate retreat. "Ha ha! Who would have thought your power would be time-limited? I had mistaken you for an equal." He refrained from immediately striking Lin Feng, opting instead to humiliate and toy with him. Lin Feng found himself in an insurmountable predicament, unable to maintain his heightened state, let alone transform into a Super Saiyan. Just as he believed his end was imminent, 4 or 5 individuals flew towards him from afar. Edgar noticed as well, casually waving his hand, summoning 10 puppets to besiege the newly arrived. The group was utterly incapable of breaching the puppets' defenses, while Lin Feng remained ensnared by Edgar's assault. The sole hope for victory lay in the hands of Stark and his companions. Yet they could not break through to reach Lin Feng. To prevent them from becoming targets of Edgar's wrath, Lin Feng had to distance himself. He shouted, "Do not come here. You'll be walking into your demise. Leave quickly." Clearly, Lin Feng was unaware of Stark's group's intentions. He had no inkling that they had discovered the magic beans. Stark and the others could not openly reveal their possession of the beans for fear of Edgar overhearing, which would spell disaster for them. Chapter 149. The magic beans. Nick Fury had long anticipated that they would not be able to breach the blockade, which is why he did not follow them. He had foreseen this outcome, but chose not to share his suspicions with the others. Instead, he stayed within the safety zone, making phone calls. He dialed Hank Pym's number. The SHIELD had severed ties with Hank Pym long ago. In their pursuit of his research, particularly his Pym particles, they had employed underhanded tactics, but ultimately failed, leading to Hank's triumph over them. Communication between SHIELD and Hank had ceased for some time. Meanwhile, Hank was attentively observing the fierce battle in New York. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Considering his unique position and the unusual timing, he did not hang up immediately, but answer the call. A voice emerged from the other end. "Greetings, Dr. Hank. I am Nick Fury, the newly appointed director of SHIELD. We find ourselves in dire need of your assistance. Only you possess the capability to breach the defenses established by the AIM organization and facilitate our efforts." Although Hank suspected that the call might be from SHIELD, he was taken aback by the straightforwardness of their request. His lingering resentment towards SHIELD's past actions weighed heavily upon him, and he had yet to quell the indignation that had festered within him for so long. Gaining his cooperation would not be a simple endeavor. Hank was determined to express his pent-up frustration, thinking to himself, who would have imagined that SHIELD would one day seek my assistance? Were you not once so audacious, intent on seizing my research? Listening to Hank's voice, rife with bitterness, Nick Fury recognized the historical animosity between Hank and the previous leadership of SHIELD, a burden that now naturally fell upon him as the new director. He refrained from contradicting Hank, fully aware from his research that the former management had indeed acted improperly. Given that he was now in need of assistance, allowing Hank to vent his frustrations seemed prudent. Fury understood that Hank was not someone lacking in perspective. Despite his fiery temperament, he could discern the gravity of the situation. Nick was confident that if he could let Hank release the fury that had been buried for years, he would ultimately secure his cooperation. As Hank unleashed his vitriol, Nick Fury responded, "You are absolutely right, Dr. Hank. On behalf of my predecessors, I extend my sincerest apologies. The missteps of SHIELD were indeed driven by our misguided pursuit of profit, and for that, I am truly sorry." Hank was taken aback by Fury's candid acknowledgement of their wrongdoings and his willingness to concede. The moment felt anticlimactic, as he had anticipated a fierce confrontation, only to find SHIELD capitulating. With no outlet for his anger, he felt a profound sense of ennui. Hank fell silent, at a loss for words. Not perceiving any further remarks from Dr. Hank, Nick Fury seized the moment to speak again. "Dr. Hank, I trust you're aware of the ongoing battle in New York and the formidable power of our adversaries. Should our heroes falter, the entire world will be plunged in a crisis. We truly require your expertise." Hank found the situation rather tedious. He had vented his anger, and SHIELD had acknowledged their faults. While the process and outcome differed from his expectations, the ultimate result remained consistent. His victory had been secured. However, he has grown too old now, and his body is no longer as agile as it once was. As for the new generation of women, they are akin to inexperienced novices, akin to a foolish Ant-Man. Yet this time the crisis, as Nick Fury has articulated, has indeed reached a pivotal moment for the survival of the Earth. At this juncture, it is no longer a question of whether he can fulfill this mission. Rather, it is imperative that he accomplishes it. Hank remarked, "In truth, I understood your intentions the moment you called. However, I am no longer alone. Please hold on for a moment. I will prepare everything here and contact you directly. I am truly grateful, Dr. Hank. However, please expedite. The Avengers are on the brink of collapse," Nick Fury replied, his voice tinged with urgency. Hank promptly ended the call, fully aware of the precarious situation at hand. He dialed his daughter's number, saying, "Where are you and Scott? There's an incredibly daunting task that requires your immediate attention. Return at once. We cannot afford to waste a single moment. It is urgent." While enjoying a meal with Scott, Hope suddenly received a call from her father, whose voice conveyed a sense of urgency. Sensing her father's distress, Hope hurriedly said to Scott, "Stop eating. We need to return quickly. Something important requires our involvement." Scott, unsure of how to address Hope, felt a mutual attraction towards her. He found her undeniably alluring and wished to pursue her. However, considering his own circumstances, including his daughter and a past divorce, he hesitated to express his feelings. After mustering the courage to invite Hope to dinner, this unexpected situation arose. Nevertheless, Scott was indeed quite hungry. He swiftly finished his steak and, after settling the bill, made his way to Hank's residence. Upon arriving home, Hank had already prepared the Ant-Man suit. Beside it lay a striking black and yellow ensemble, complete with a pair of wings, appearing far more refined and aesthetically pleasing than the Ant-Man suit. It was as if the outfit had been custom-tailored for Hope. Confused by its significance, she turned to her father. Hank stated, "Have you not always desired a battle suit of your own? Truth be told, I have been secretly preparing this for quite some time. I simply could not bear to see you embark on this path. I fear you might meet your end before I do, leaving me to mourn the loss of my child." Hope was deeply moved. Until now, she had struggled to understand why her father had not allowed her to become the new Ant-Man, instead opting for an inexperienced Scott to don the suit. With her father's heartfelt explanation, tears welled in her eyes, yet her resolute spirit prevented them from falling. "Father, why have you now agreed to let me wear the battle suit?" Hope inquired. "You may be unaware, but a significant event has transpired recently, plunging the entire world into crisis. The Avengers find themselves unable to fulfill this crucial mission, and it is imperative that you take their place." Hope and Scott were profoundly astonished. They never anticipated that even the Avengers could not accomplish this task. What could they possibly do? After all, they were not a combat unit, but rather excelled in intelligence gathering. Hank noticed the confusion on the faces of his daughter and Scott and elucidated. "While you may not be suited for battle, this time it is precisely your involvement that may hold the key to victory. Only you, akin to a diminutive ant riding on the back of a larger one, stand a chance of succeeding in this mission. Moreover, the likelihood of sacrifice is substantial. Were it not for my frail condition, I would undertake this myself. The importance of this mission leaves no room for failure." Hope understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that the fate of Earth was at stake. "What exactly must we do?" she inquired. "You must don your gear and head to New York immediately," Hank instructed, indicating a location on the map. "That spot is a sanctuary where the city's evacuees have congregated." Hope and Scott hurriedly donned their battle suits, and as they stepped outside, they found Nick Fury awaiting them. Hank quipped, "This is truly emblematic of your S.H.I.E.L.D. style." The two promptly boarded the aircraft bound for the safe zone. Within just over half an hour, they arrived. Nick Fury produced 4 precious beans, one of which he had previously salvaged, distributing 2 to each of them. Hope, perplexed, asked, "What is the purpose of these? Are we meant to consume them? This is a highly valuable item, and we possess only these 4. I need you to deliver one of these beans to Lin Feng." "Wait, who is Lin Feng? Why must we deliver beans? Why are we specifically chosen for this task?" Nick Fury gestured towards the screen displaying Lin Feng, who was valiantly resisting. "He is Lin Feng, and your mission is to hand him the beans directly. Once he consumes them, you must leave immediately. Do not linger, as it poses a threat to your lives." "Is it truly as simple as that? Just deliver the beans?" Hope questioned. "If it were that simple, I would have dispatched the Avengers long ago," Nick replied, subsequently detailing the perilous circumstances surrounding the mission. Hope and Scott came to understand the grave nature of the task ahead. To them, it felt akin to courting death. The aftermath of Lin Feng's battle with Edgar could inflict fatal harm upon them. Yet, knowing that their endeavor was to save the Earth, they resolved to face whatever difficulties lay ahead. "We will go, no matter how daunting the challenge," Hope declared. "No problem, I will certainly accomplish this task." However, at this moment, Scott expressed dissent. "Can we not go? I have a daughter. What will happen to her if I perish?" Hope shot Scott a piercing glance. "Now you wish to flee? You willingly donned this battle attire from the beginning. Do you wish for your daughter to see you as a coward? Do you want her to know that you fear death and refuse to save the world? Do you desire for your beloved to fall victim to that crimson monstrosity?" Confronted by Hope's inquiries, Scott found himself at a loss for words. Yet, when the life of his daughter was at stake, he seemed to be filled with fervor. "I do not wish for my daughter to die so young. For her sake, I am willing to do anything." In that moment, He was no longer Ant-Man, but a father prepared to sacrifice everything for his daughter. The two secured the magical beans and instantly shrank in size. Nick Fury was aware that they had commenced their mission. Scott maneuvered the flying ant, transporting the two beans, yet the wasp did not accompany him, as she could fly independently. Upon reaching the battlefield's periphery, they sensed something amiss. Numerous faint life forms were rushing towards them. As Edgar focused intently, he discerned a swarm of ants. No, it seemed there was also a miniature version of a person riding atop a flying ant. Observing such a diminutive figure, one would hardly perceive it as a threat, and thus paid them no heed. Even the Avengers proved ineffective. What could this insignificant character possibly achieve? However, Edgar harbored concerns about unforeseen complications. He too harnessed his abilities, directing a multitude of small, ruinous creatures toward Scott. Initially, Scott believed that his calm and diminutive form would go unnoticed, but to his dismay, he soon found himself surrounded. Countless beings, akin to the ruinous creatures faced by the Avengers, emerged. Though not as numerous as his ant swarm, these creatures were far from being mere puppets. The casualties were severe, and Scott found himself unable to assist Lin Feng, sustaining injuries himself. He lay in agony on the ground, one arm nearly severed. Yet, no one could come to his aid. Each individual faced a perilous struggle for survival, unable to attend to others. At his minuscule size, only Lin Feng and Edgar could perceive him. Suddenly, Scott remembered that the two magical beans could heal injuries, so he consumed one, reasoning that having one less would not matter. Edgar sensed Scott's grave condition and nearly laughed. He hadn't anticipated that this newly emerged superhero, capable of resizing, would prove so ineffectual. He was utterly useless. It is truly laughable that you would dispatch such inept individuals for rescue efforts. They serve no purpose other than to hasten their own demise. Is their presence merely intended to grant you a fleeting moment of respite? Thus, you have sent a person of such insignificance to delay my actions? The wasp did not plunge directly into the battlefield. Rather, she observed from the periphery. Upon witnessing Edgar's triumphant laughter in the air, she realized the opportune moment had arrived. Hope swiftly flew to Lin Feng's side. Just as she was about to explain, after retrieving the magical beans, Lin Feng seized the beans from her grasp and consumed them, channeling his internal energy to ensure her safe transport away. Chapter 150. The conclusion of battle and post-war restoration. Edgar watched as Lin Feng escorted the diminutive being away and remarked, "Even as you stand on the brink of death, your thoughts are still consumed with saving them. Have you not considered how you might save yourself? I have grown weary of this game and do not intend to allow your struggle to persist any longer." What Edgar did not anticipate was that Lin Feng would cease evading his attacks and instead rotate gracefully in the air, absorbing the laser that had just been unleashed. Edgar's heart trembled with confusion. What was happening? Had he not been incapacitated? How could he withstand my previous assault? Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he noticed Lin Feng's body radiating a white light. In an instant, Lin Feng restored all of his injuries and unleashed his formidable aura, creating a massive shockwave that swept Edgar aside. At this moment, Edgar was not as powerful as before. His reckless use of abilities had begun to weaken him. He had initially believed victory was assured and thought he could easily resolve the situation. He felt confident that no unforeseen circumstances could arise, as he could manipulate Lin Feng and his companions at will. He envisioned that the destruction of this group would herald his dominion over Earth. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Feng had returned to his former state, while Edgar found himself unable to recover. Edgar was utterly perplexed by the events that had transpired. He hastily analyzed the data at hand to comprehend what had occurred. He discovered that Lin Feng had consumed a green bean, which led him to ponder whether the arrival of these individuals was not for Lin Feng's rescue, but rather to deliver the beans for him to ingest. He quickly deduced that this bean might restore strength, prompting him to rush towards the ensnared members of the Avengers. Since the miniature being had possessed such a bean, it was reasonable to assume that the others did as well. If he could acquire and consume this bean, they would remain no match for him. Edgar was not mistaken. Every individual here possessed the magical beans, but Lin Feng would not allow his wishes to manifest. Now that he had surpassed Edgar, it was time to strike decisively and eliminate him. Edgar hastened to the nearest figure, Natasha. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had fully regained his power, rendering Edgar no longer a formidable opponent. As Edgar approached Natasha, Lin Feng unleashed a wave of energy, striking Edgar from behind. This time, Edgar could not evade the attack. Panic began to set in as he realized through his data analysis that he was no match for Lin Feng and that he might perish here. His only chance of survival lay in consuming those peculiar beings he had encountered earlier, which could potentially reverse the tide of battle, enabling him to defeat Lin Feng and continue his dominion over Earth and the infinite universe. Edgar, struck by the blow, fell to the ground with a cry of anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly moved behind him, grasping his foot and using him like a hammer to pound against the earth. Edgar struggled, attempting to employ his mental attack to seize control of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng felt a force envelop him, though it was not as formidable as before. He was indeed restrained, but only for a brief moment. Within mere seconds, he broke free. As Edgar staggered to his feet, intending to seek out the Avengers for the beans, he was taken aback by Lin Feng's rapid escape from confinement. Lin Feng, surprised that Edgar could still wield such power, realized it had lost much of its efficacy. Upon his liberation, Lin Feng declared Spirit Bomb. A massive blue energy sphere hurtled towards Edgar. Having just taken flight, Edgar heard Lin Feng shout and turned back, terror gripping him. Sensing the energy within the Spirit Bomb, he understood that being struck would likely result in his demise, or at the very least, severe injury. He attempted to evade, but the Spirit Bomb seemed to possess a tracking capability, relentlessly following him regardless of his dodges. In an instant, he activated his teleportation ability, vanishing from his original location and reappearing elsewhere, believing the Spirit Bomb would disperse without a target. However, it hovered in mid-air, pursuing him as soon as he materialized. Unbeknownst to Edgar, the Spirit Bomb did not possess any inherent tracking ability. Its trajectory was entirely under Lin Feng's control. As long as Lin Feng's energy remained potent, he could manipulate the Spirit Bomb indefinitely. Realizing he might not escape this attack, Edgar began to gather his remaining strength, the visage of his ancestral head reappearing before him. The head let out a mournful wail, and 3 red dots appeared in its mouth and eyes. Shortly thereafter, 3 beams of laser emerged, converging into a single force akin to a Spirit Bomb. Edgar aimed to shatter the Spirit Bomb with this attack, but as his energy entered the sphere, it stirred not a ripple. Instead, it was absorbed by the Spirit Bomb. Edgar found himself momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, unable to fathom the outcome that had materialized. Just then, Lin Feng bellowed, "The opportunity has arrived." The energy sphere surged forward with remarkable speed, hurtling toward Edgar. A piercing cry escaped Edgar as he was struck, a lament not solely his own, for even the head of the compatriot echoed in agony alongside him. As the energy sphere dissipated, Edgar fell to the ground, ceasing all struggle and motion. Yet, Lin Feng sensed that Edgar was not dead. A faint flicker of life still resided within him. He understood that if he failed to eradicate Edgar today, the foe would undoubtedly recover. With a clenched fist, Lin Feng roared, "Dragon Fist." His right fist seemed to transform, embodying the might of a colossal dragon. Upon impact with Edgar's body, a magnificent dragon materialized, its immense form soaring through the air, crashing violently into Edgar. On the brink of death, Edgar remarked that this assault would utterly annihilate him, leaving not a trace of his existence behind. He vanished completely, having unleashed this powerful strike. Lin Feng found himself completely drained of energy. This was his first time employing such a technique. Previously, he had refrained due to its inherent limitations, namely, its slow activation, rendering it vulnerable to evasion. Moreover, it required a considerable buildup of energy, and foes were not likely to remain passive during such preparations. However, given that Edgar had succumbed to unconsciousness, Lin Feng could unleash the attack without fear of being dodged. The onlookers in the safe zone witnessed a golden dragon ascending into the sky, its brilliance so intense that it temporarily blinded them. When the golden light receded and their vision returned, they discovered Edgar was no longer present. The spot where he had lain had transformed into a vast, bottomless pit. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Have we achieved victory? Has the red giant vanished? Surely we have won. Did you see the sheer power of that last punch? He summoned a divine dragon. It felt as though the very earth had been pierced. No one could withstand the force of that blow. The red giant could not possibly endure such an onslaught. He has not reappeared. Does that mean we have triumphed? Are we saved? We won. Do we truly win? Then, The video feed cut out, and the figure of Captain America appeared. The crowd awaited his announcement of the true outcome. We have won. The red giant has been vanquished. Once again, the Earth stands victorious. Captain America's jubilant voice resonated from the screen. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted into cheers. Before the tears of joy could fall, the shadow of death loomed ominously above them. Through their observations via video, they comprehended the sheer might of that crimson giant. Even from afar, in the midst of battle in New York, they could still feel the reverberations of its power. This was a despairing energy, more formidable than any nuclear explosion, more potent than the lasers they unleashed. Now, having emerged victorious, they were free from the specter of death. Though their homes had been lost, the essence of life remained. As long as they drew breath, material possessions became trivial. Natasha and Diana hurried to Lin Feng's side, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed upon him. Ultimately unable to resist the urge to embrace him, Lin Feng, aware of the worry he had caused them, gently consoled each of them, reassuring, "Do not fret. Everything has been resolved. See, I am unharmed. There is no need for further tears. Let us return home." He then enveloped Natasha and Diana in his arms, soaring into the sky, returning to their seaside villa. The aftermath of this fierce battle left Lin Feng profoundly exhausted, despite the healing properties of the magical beans. This conflict had nearly led him to the brink of death, leaving him emotionally drained. Upon arriving home, he addressed Natasha and Diana. "Please cease your tears. Allow me a moment to rest, for I am utterly fatigued." Reluctantly, they clung to him and lay down together, succumbing to slumber. The Avengers, though weary, could not afford to depart. They had to attend to the post-battle situation. Stark, however, was different. He promptly took Pepper and Little Morgan back to his own villa to rest. Nick Fury, despite his fatigue, found joy overshadowing his weariness. Yet, with New York devastated, he was at a loss regarding its restoration. He pondered the time it would take to rebuild. Suddenly, a spark illuminated beside him, heralding the arrival of a portal. Doctor Strange appeared before them. Nick Fury, unfazed by the sudden appearance of the stranger, noted the heightened vigilance of those around him. There is no need for alarm. His audacity to appear so brazenly here suggests he means us no harm. The Avengers relaxed, lowering their guard as they sought places to rest. Doctor Strange remarked, "Truly, the insights of S.H.I.E.L.D. are remarkable. I have come to aid you. I possess a method to restore the devastated New York to its former glory." Nick Fury's eyes widened in surprise and delight. "Is that so? Then let us act swiftly. The sooner, the better." However, Doctor Strange replied, "I find myself unable to assist you. Had the Eye of Agamotto still been in existence, I could have restored matters. However, as it stands, I am powerless to aid you, for the eye has been taken by Lin Feng. My purpose in coming here was to inform you that Lin Feng possesses the Infinity Gauntlet, which can effortlessly restore this place to its former glory." After delivering this message, I opened a portal and departed. Nick Fury, astonished by Lin Feng's possession of such a remarkable artifact capable of reviving a devastated New York, felt a wave of relief wash over him. There was no longer any cause for concern about the multitude of displaced individuals. They merely needed to spend a night here. Following this, Nick Fury summoned Captain America once more, requesting him to announce an important matter. After this task was completed, the captain could take his rest. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the secure zone were troubled, pondering what their future held, given that their homes were lost and New York lay in ruins. Suddenly, all the monitors flickered to life, revealing Captain America's image. His voice resonated, assuring those in the safety zone that there was no need for alarm. S.H.I.L.D. had discovered a method to restore New York City. They merely needed to remain patient for 2 or 3 days, after which they would be able to return home. The screen then faded, offering no further explanation of how this restoration would be achieved. A wave of murmurs erupted among the crowd, not of fear, but of astonishment, confusion, and curiosity. They struggled to comprehend how something so utterly destroyed could be restored. Was it through magic or technology? The very notion seemed implausible. They could believe in the existence of superpowers that wrought destruction, but the idea of resurrecting something that had vanished felt beyond reason. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. had mastered the art of time reversal? Such a notion seemed unfathomable. Was this merely a deception? I believe it to be true. One voice emerged, for at this juncture, they would not dare to mislead us. I trust Captain America. He embodies justice and would never deceive us. The sentiment resonated with the crowd. It is merely 2 or 3 days. Aside from slightly lacking in accommodations and sustenance, we have everything we need here. Why fret over such trivialities? Chapter 151. A culinary interlude when Lin Feng awoke. It was already the morning of the second day. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt an overwhelming hunger. The recent battle had drained his energy significantly. Natasha and Diana had risen early, yet both were reluctant to leave Lin Feng's side. At that moment, Iron Man arrived, accompanied by little Ran. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Xiao Ran joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you're back. I haven't seen you in such a long time. Where have you been?" Her excitement was palpable, for it had been half a year since she last laid eyes on Lin Feng, the one who had rescued her from the abyss. In her heart, she had long regarded him as her own brother. Lin Feng, upon catching sight of Xiao Ran, felt a wave of happiness wash over him. "I just had some matters to attend to, but now I'm back. Have you been diligently studying at home?" Xiao Ran pouted, falling silent. Observing her demeanor, Lin Feng discerned that she had indeed not been focused on her studies. Much like his former self, someone who was not particularly fond of learning. However, Lin Feng had adopted a more open-minded attitude towards education. If one could learn well, that was splendid, but if not, he was not overly concerned about sustenance in this lifetime. After all, not everyone is suited for academic pursuits, and rote memorization does not guarantee understanding. Each individual possesses their own unique strengths. Stark, watching the affectionate exchange between Lin Feng and Xiao Ran, found the scene quite heartwarming. Yet he interjected, "How about it? I've organized a grand gathering. Would you care to join me?" "Of course. I'm nearly starving. I must tell you, I won't be satisfied unless there are plenty of delectable dishes," Lin Feng responded directly. Upon arriving at Stark's residence, Lin Feng noticed that Stark had not invited as many models and others as he usually did. The party was filled with familiar faces, some of whom Lin Feng recognized. Even Strange had been invited. Along with Strange came Mordo and Wong. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, had also brought a few friends to enjoy the feast. When Peter spotted Lin Feng, he was overwhelmed with excitement, for he was aware of Lin Feng's true identity and knew he had played a significant role in the recent rescue. Many of their friends, including Harry, watched as Peter abruptly halted his eating, visibly agitated. "What's wrong? Did you eat something bad? Or is there something unpalatable here?" No. You have no idea who I just saw. I absolutely must get his autograph," Peter exclaimed, his eyes darting around the room. He noticed that aside from Stark and a few members of the Replicator Alliance, there were no unfamiliar faces. "Who is it? Do tell," Xiao Ran urged, puzzled by Peter's excitement, as he had not shown this level of enthusiasm even upon seeing Stark. Peter, aware of his friend's curiosity and concerned that revealing Lin Feng's identity might have repercussions, hesitated. "Come on, just tell us who it is," they pressed. "It's just one person. Why the mystery? If you don't say, we won't even care," they added, noticing Peter's reluctance. Finally, yielding to his friend's insistence, Peter spoke up. "Wasn't New York previously ravaged? Are you aware of the individual who battled that crimson monstrosity? He has arrived. This is not merely a fleeting stir." Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. "What? He truly has come? Who is it? Where is he? Why can't I see him?" The three stood up, turning their heads to scan the surroundings. Yet they found no trace of that iconic golden hair. They presumed Lin Feng was perpetually in a Super Saiyan state. Peter chuckled at their bewildered expressions, saying, "You need not search. He appears quite different in everyday life compared to during battle." "Oh, how could you know?" "He has a team mention it to me," Gwen remarked. Observing his girlfriend's displeasure, Peter hastily clarified, "I have only encountered her once or twice. Allow me to take you to him. It's the perfect opportunity to get an autograph." "I want one too." "Hurry, stop dawdling," Harry urged, tugging at Mary Jane. Peter, brimming with excitement, led the trio toward Lin Feng, who was currently savoring all the delightful delicacies available. Due to his rather unrefined eating mannerisms, Natasha and Diana decided to momentarily distance themselves, opting to return once he had satisfied his appetite. Stark, knowing Lin Feng's voracious appetite, had even arranged for a chef to prepare steak for him, a chef procured from a 5-star hotel. Initially, the chef had anticipated showcasing his skills at this gathering to elevate his reputation. To his dismay, He was assigned solely to cook for one individual. He had assumed this person must possess considerable stature, given Stark's specific request. However, he was astonished to discover that this individual could not discern the quality of his own culinary creations. It was as if he swallowed the steak whole, consuming piece after piece with insatiable hunger. The chef found himself in disbelief. Despite preparing 30 pounds of steak, Lin Feng still demanded more, insisting that the cooking be expedited. This was intolerable for him. Since mastering his craft, he had always catered to the upper echelons of society. Yet here, he was feeling reduced to the lowest tier, wishing the chef was preparing swine fodder instead. This individual had no desire for gourmet cuisine. He merely wanted it cooked and served more rapidly. Once all the provisions were depleted, the chef thought he might finally escape this humiliation. However, Lin Feng, having merely laid a foundation, discovered he had run out of food. Stark approached, followed by 2 large carts brimming with provisions. The sight of the overflowing carts brought tears to the chef's eyes. He glanced at his delicate hands, which were, in reality, rough and callous from prolonged cooking. He initially recommended himself fervently to come here, even seeking connections through others. Now, burdened with unspoken woes, he could only swallow his grievances like biting down on a hard piece of food. He believed that after preparing these dishes, he would have no desire to touch kitchen utensils for the entire month to come. Harry, Mary Jane, and Gwen observed this ill-mannered man behaving so crudely in such an upscale setting, feeling it was quite unbecoming. They wondered why Peter had led them here. There appeared to be no heroes among them who could save New York. Then, Peter approached the gluttonous figure and said, "Mr. Lin Feng, may I request your autograph?" The others instantly comprehended the situation, staring incredulously at this disheveled man. Could this truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? How could he appear so unkempt? This was a far cry from the image they had in their minds. Perhaps this was the essence of a true master. Lin Feng paused his meal and turned to see it was none other than the young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. He was surprised to learn that Stark had even invited him. Lin Feng replied, "If you wish for my autograph, you must wait until I finish my meal, if you please. I fought a battle yesterday and have yet to eat anything. My energy is quite depleted, so allow me to replenish myself first." "No problem, you eat first. I will wait by your side," Peter Parker said, still brimming with excitement. Gwen approached and whispered, "Are you certain you are not mistaken? Is he truly that Super Saiyan, the hero of Earth?" "How could I be mistaken? I recognized him the moment I became Spider-Man." "There is no error," Peter affirmed. At this, the other 3 had no choice but to believe him. They too desired an autograph, but having heard Lin Feng's words, they could only wait for him to finish his meal. Suddenly, a spatial portal opened in the sky, and an armored robot emerged, adorned with 5 infinity stones. However, the appearance of this unfamiliar robot did not incite chaos. Only a few were unsure, while the Super Saiyan remained somewhat intimidating. As they contemplated fleeing, they were astonished to find that it was only they who were displaying such dismay. The others remained completely unperturbed. Most of the attendees were acquainted with Lin Feng, and they found the audacity of the stranger appearing here almost laughable, as if he were courting death. The robot that descended from the sky was Vision from another parallel universe. Unlike the Vision from other universes, he had effortlessly slain Thanos and acquired the Infinity Stones. With the power of the Infinity Stones, he comprehended the profound truths of a universe and sought to dominate the infinite cosmos. His own universe was already under his control. Through various studies and the validation of the Infinity Stones, he invented the cosmic traversal machine, marking the first universe he intended to conquer. His own universe was not included, as that was merely his homeland. It was the other universes that signified the beginning. However, the people on the ground displayed no sign of disturbance upon his arrival. It seemed as though his appearance was deemed insignificant. Vision felt deeply insulted and quite displeased. Descending to the ground, he inquired, "Do you not feel fear upon seeing me?" At that moment, someone responded to his query. "Fear? Why should we fear you? Are you truly formidable? I even perceive your arrival as an invitation to a duel." Vision believed the inhabitants of this realm might have lost their sanity, perhaps driven mad by his mere presence, as such nonsensical words could only emanate from the delusional. As the portal behind him expanded, a multitude of robotic soldiers emerged. Lin Feng, indulging in his meal, was suddenly disrupted by their intrusion, which caused him great discomfort. "Is it impossible for one to eat in peace?" he grumbled, taking a generous sip of cola. with a significant belch. A colossal energy wave erupted towards the portal and the robotic soldiers, annihilating them instantly, along with the portal itself. Harry and his companions observed this iconic display of power and confirmed without a doubt that he was indeed the Super Saiyan himself. Meanwhile, those who had earlier caused the ruckus realized they were but foolish jesters. The one who had saved the Earth stood before them. It was no wonder that most individuals present displayed no reaction to the extraordinary events unfolding in the sky. Vision, however, was nearly paralyzed with fear. He had been invincible in his own universe and was daydreaming of unifying the infinite universes for his ultimate ambition. Yet, upon his emergence, all his minions were obliterated. Although they were merely expendable replicas, it was still absurd to think they could be eradicated with a mere belch. Was it truly the case that such monstrous beings existed in every universe? Lin Feng, having consumed the final morsel of meat from the leg he held, remarked, "Are you seeking death? With your level of strength, do you dare to provoke me? You aspire to rule over the infinite universe? Could you not observe your surroundings before launching such a reckless invasion? Or do you believe yourself to be invincible without rivals?" Vision was utterly terrified. Had he known of such an overwhelming force, he would never have ventured here. Just as Lin Feng prepared to eliminate him, to prevent this robot from delaying his meal, another spatial portal suddenly opened. From within emerged a cloaked blue alien, leaving the crowd on the ground in sheer astonishment. Is this a coordinated effort to deliver ourselves to doom? They wondered. Unexpectedly, the blue extraterrestrial greeted Lin Feng. "Leave this robot to me. I require the infinity stones he possesses to reset their universe. This cursed being has transformed the entire cosmos into a realm of machines. While there is nothing inherently wrong with the universe becoming robotic, he must not entertain the notion of invading other universes. I intend to take him back and eliminate him, thereby rebooting his universe," the observer declared. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Hurry up and take him away. Don't waste my time when I'm hungry. I must inform you that I am quite famished, and should you upset me, I may resort to striking you as well." The observer then exerted control over Vision, stripping him of the infinity stones. Subsequently, he departed with Vision's lifeless body. What was initially anticipated as a thrilling spectacle concluded abruptly, leaving the onlookers feeling disenchanted, and they soon returned to their own affairs. Those who had just learned of Lin Feng's identity gathered around, eager to forge a connection with him, particularly a number of exceptionally attractive women. Just as they were about to approach Lin Feng, two striking women appeared, one wielding a metal rod, demonstrating her strength by bending it effortlessly, while the other brandished a handgun, clearly signaling that they were not to be trifled with. Any further advance could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 152. The yearly appointment has arrived thus. The farce came to an end. Sated in content, Lin Feng recalled that he had a matter to discuss with Stark. Peter, along with Harry and the others, were astonished that the suddenly appearing robot had been dealt with so effortlessly. Moreover, the blue extraterrestrial appeared to be named the Observer, a revelation they had not anticipated. Once Lin Feng had finished his meal, Peter approached him, saying, "Mr. Lin Feng, could you please grant me an autograph?" His companions immediately surged forward, excitedly clamoring, "Me too. I want one." "And me." Lin Feng obliged them, signing their requests one by one. Suddenly, he remembered something as he scrutinized Harry closely. Harry, feeling the weight of Lin Feng's gaze, wondered if he had inadvertently done something wrong. Lin Feng recalled from his previous life, through the narrative of a film, that Harry's family was afflicted by a hereditary disease, typically not surviving beyond a century. Harry's father, Osborn, had sought to lift the family curse through research, ultimately transforming into the Green Goblin. Although the curse was eradicated, his sanity was irrevocably altered. Observing the current moment, it seemed Osborn had yet to become the Green Goblin. Upon recalling the movie featuring Spider-Man from his previous life, Lin Feng was struck by the tragic tale of Harry, who, after becoming the Green Goblin, turned against Spider-Man. Although they eventually reconciled, Harry met his untimely demise. Lin Feng believed he could alter this fate, thus fulfilling a lingering regret regarding the bond between Spider-Man and Harry. He produced a magical bean and handed it to Harry, saying, "Take this bean back to your father and inform him that it holds the key to resolving your family's issues." He chose not to disclose the specifics, believing that such matters were best revealed by Harry's family themselves. Following this, Lin Feng sought out Stark. Harry was bewildered by the exchange. He wondered why Lin Feng had given him a green bean and instructed him to present it to his father. The bean resembled the green peas he typically consumed, albeit larger in size. Nevertheless, trusting Lin Feng's words, he resolved to inquire about it with his father upon returning home. Upon seeing the green bean after Lin Feng departed, Peter exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Harry, you have no idea how extraordinary this bean is. It's a remarkable item. Mister, Lin Feng has entrusted you with it for a reason, so ensure you take good care of it." Peter was evidently familiar with the bean and continued to probe. "Since you recognize this bean, what is its purpose?" He almost divulged that this very bean had saved his life during a near-fatal incident while he was becoming Spider-Man. But he abruptly regained his composure, nearly revealing his secret identity. At that moment, his friends remained oblivious to Peter's dual identity as Spider-Man. They believed that Stark had invited Peter due to his exceptional talent, completely unaware that it was Peter's alter ego that garnered the invitation. The innocence of children allowed for such misunderstandings. Had they been adults, the implications would have been immediately apparent. Stark, regardless of his interest in a prodigy, would never invite a stranger to his private gathering without a compelling reason. Meanwhile, Stark was preoccupied, flirting with a model. Lin Feng approached him directly, stating, "Aren't you concerned about upsetting Pepper? You dare to be so reckless in your own home. You truly possess a bold spirit. I would never be so audacious." Stark gestured for the model to leave, indicating he had pressing matters to attend to. Initially displeased, the model, upon recognizing Lin Feng, discreetly departed. She had hoped for a chance to engage with Stark, believing that if something transpired between them that evening, it could elevate her status, but her aspirations were abruptly thwarted. Upon discerning the gravity of the situation, she dared not utter another word. The man before her possessed the power to obliterate the earth, and even if he were to strike her down, no one would dare speak against him. Stark remarked, "I'm not like you. This is my nature, entirely distinct from yours. You are courting death by seeking out two women." His tone dripped with sarcasm. Lin Feng shrugged helplessly, not wishing to say much. After all, who could blame him for his exceptional qualities? Then Lin Feng spoke again. "I have come to request your assistance." He retrieved 6 infinity stones from his pocket. "I need you to custom-make a glove for me, specifically for my left hand, as I have more pressing matters for the right. The glove must feature 6 embedded positions for the stones, allowing for their interchangeable placement." However, Stark did not respond to Lin Feng. Instead, he fixated intently on the 6 stones in Lin Feng's hand. The man he had become was no longer the arrogant scientist of yore. During his month at Comartage, he had perused countless tomes, uncovering many truths about this world. The stones in Lin Feng's grasp were identical to those he had seen in a book at Comartage. "Are these truly the legendary 6 Infinity Stones?" Stark exclaimed, salivating as he reached for the gems. "These are remarkable treasures. You entrust them to me so readily? I trust you completely. After all, we are such good friends. Besides, you have no real use for them," Lin Feng replied earnestly. Stark was taken aback by Lin Feng's high regard for him. Deep down, Stark believed that when a person attained great power, surpassing all other beings, their mindset inevitably shifted. When individuals occupy different tiers of existence, a natural sense of superiority arises. Yet Lin Feng remained grounded, continuing to engage with them without any alterations in his demeanor. Noticing Stark's prolonged silence, Lin Feng wondered if he was incapable of fulfilling the task. "Is it beyond your capabilities?" "That seems implausible," he prompted. "Stark, animated, retorted, nonsense. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. Just wait, I will have it ready in no time." He then gestured for Lin Feng to follow him. They entered a hidden chamber, Stark's experimental lab, where he employed various techniques that Lin Feng could hardly comprehend. Initially, Lin Feng had anticipated that crafting the glove would require a significant amount of time. Astonishingly, within mere minutes, Stark had completed it, utilizing the same high-tech nanomaterials as his latest suit. Stark admired the glove in his hands, which resembled an exquisite work of art. This glove is crafted from nanomaterials and can adapt to the user's hand size, perfectly aligning with ergonomic principles, he declared. Lin Feng never anticipated that events would unfold so swiftly and so splendidly. Holding the infinity gauntlet in his hand, he pondered whom it should adorn. Neither Diana nor Natasha required it. Bestowing it upon one would surely incite the ire of the other. Thus, it could only be bestowed upon his own sister. As he sought something to safeguard himself, suddenly, The voice of Jarvis echoed in the air. Sir, Nick Fury is on the line. Upon connecting the call, Stark's voice resonated. Stark, is Lin Feng with you? I require his assistance with a matter. Lin Feng was present, and Stark urged Fury to address him directly. Uncertain of Fury's intentions, Lin Feng wondered why he sought him, as he should be occupied with post-war affairs. Fury's voice returned. Lin Feng, I am aware that you possess the Infinity Gauntlet. I need you to assist in restoring New York to its former state. Lin Feng was taken aback that Fury had knowledge of his possession. Beyond Stark and a select few from Kamartaj, no one was privy to this secret. Fury continued, You needn't speculate. It was Dr. Strange who informed me. Lin Feng immediately comprehended that this directive stemmed from the Ancient One. Since the knowledge was out, it was merely a matter of executing a snap. However, Lin Feng was disinclined to go. He was quite lethargic. I'll remain here and resolve it for you, he declared, raising his left hand to snap his fingers. Stark was perplexed by Lin Feng's action, wondering if he was merely testing the feel of the new gauntlet. Fury was equally confounded, questioning its significance. Just then, Fury heard Coulson's astonished exclamation and rushed outside to witness an unbelievable sight. New York City had reappeared, fully restored atop the former ruins. He had not anticipated such rapidity. Even with the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, he believed some time and preparation would be necessary, perhaps akin to magic, involving rituals or incantations. Yet, nothing of the sort occurred. New York simply materialized. No, there seemed to be something. He thought he heard the sound of a snap. After the initial shock, Fury's thoughts turned to the gauntlet. If it were in his possession, he would no longer need to fear alien invasions. However, acquiring it from Lin Feng was an impossibility. Regaining his composure, he relinquished that notion. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that it mattered little, for Lin Feng stood on the side of Earth, whose hands it rested in was inconsequential. He could always appeal to Lin Feng later. Fury mused. Thank you, Lin Feng. New York has returned to normal, so I shall not disturb you further. Stark, however, was taken aback. He never anticipated such a swift restoration of New York. What had Lin Feng just done? Had he merely snapped his fingers? In a flash, Stark lunged at Lin Feng's left hand, removing the gauntlet. Though he understood the immense power of the Infinity Stones, he had not conceived that their convergence could yield such extraordinary effects. It was astonishing, verging on the realm of the impossible. Even magic would find it challenging to achieve such a feat. Seeing Stark's intent to don the Infinity Gauntlet, Lin Feng immediately intervened, stating, You cannot wear it. You would not withstand its radiation. If you attempt to wear it, you will perish. Stark halted his actions, taken aback by the potential consequences. This implied that an ordinary person could never wield such an artifact. Lin Feng suddenly realized that, indeed, an ordinary person could not use it, and thus, his sister should also refrain from wearing it. It appeared the gauntlet was destined to remain a mere collector's item in his home. Moreover, it needed to be concealed. If his sister were to discover it and be tempted to wear it, the repercussions would be dire. It was unexpected that the Infinity Gauntlet could only be utilized by him, rendering it practically unusable by anyone else. Given his own capabilities, the gauntlet held little practical value, making it somewhat of a useless trinket. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that wielding the gauntlet could still facilitate some intriguing endeavors. With its utility diminished, it did not weigh heavily on his thoughts. At that moment, Stark remarked, Are you suggesting that we ordinary individuals cannot withstand the radiation from the gauntlet? May I borrow it for research? Perhaps I could alter this predicament. Lin Feng had not considered that Stark, being a genius, might indeed find a way to change the situation, allowing his sister to eventually wield it. Hadn't she always expressed a desire to be a superhero? With the Infinity Gauntlet in hand, there would be nothing on Earth she could not accomplish. Lin Feng replied, Feel free to conduct your research. It is of no use to me. If you manage to devise a method for ordinary individuals to utilize the gauntlet, do remember to return it to me. I wish to give it to my sister. Stark responded, Rest assured, you underestimate my curiosity. I have never encountered such power before. In another parallel universe within the infinite cosmos, on the rooftop of Stark Industries, Wanda stood with the lifeless body of her husband, Vision. The Avengers were also present. The year had elapsed, and Wanda was filled with anticipation. Nick Fury spoke up. Are you truly certain he can assist you? He sincerely hoped they would not depart, primarily out of concern that should they leave, unforeseen circumstances might prevent their return. This is an occurrence he is reluctant to witness. should such a situation arise. It would represent an immense loss for him. Of course, he is aware that persuading them to stay is beyond his capabilities, yet one must attempt it. What if success awaits? Wanda remarked, I must go. Vision is still waiting for me. How could I possibly abandon him? Captain America added, I understand your concerns, Director. Rest assured. Did we not emerge unscathed before? This time will be no different. At most, we will be gone for a month, and we shall return safely. Stark approached, stating that everything was ready, and if they were resolute in their decision to depart, it was time to change into their gear. Chapter 153. Dragon Ball Stark was on the rooftop of his industrial building, engrossed in the study of the Infinity Gauntlet. His curiosity regarding such a miraculous artifact was insatiable. He yearned to comprehend the principles that endowed it with such extraordinary power, merely by snapping his fingers. It could restore a significant portion of New York City to its former state without revealing any signs of anomaly. Here he sat atop the restored Stark Industries building. Yet despite several days of research, he had made no progress. The only certainty he had was that ordinary individuals could not withstand the radiation emitted by the gauntlet. To address this predicament, he had specifically invited Dr. Banner to assist in his research. Initially, Banner was quite reluctant. He had transformed into his current state due to gamma radiation. However, upon hearing that this was Lin Feng's artifact, his perspective shifted instantly. Despite his reluctance, he knew he could not contend with Lin Feng. Recalling their first encounter where he had been thoroughly thrashed, even the Hulk felt intimidated. To avoid further confrontations, he acquiesced to the request. Upon arriving at Stark Industries to collaborate on the Infinity Gauntlet, Banner realized that this endeavor was indeed worthwhile. He was astonished by the existence of such a wondrous object. Through their research, Dr. Banner was able to ascertain with complete certainty that the Infinity Gauntlet could be utilized without incurring any consequences or side effects. The only drawback was that upon donning the gauntlet, an immense surge of gamma radiation would emanate from it. Normal humans could not endure such levels of gamma rays. Any ordinary individual who dared to wear the gauntlet would be courting their demise. After deliberating, Banner and Stark conducted an experiment in which he transformed into the Hulk to personally test the gauntlet. However, he found himself hesitant to wear the Infinity Gauntlet. He distinctly sensed an overwhelming fear from the Hulk upon contemplating the gauntlet, which served as proof that even the Hulk could not withstand the gamma radiation it emitted. In order to mitigate this situation, he and Stark continued their research late into the night. After 3 days and nights of relentless research and modification, they finally succeeded. They employed an energy conversion device that eradicated the effects of gamma radiation entirely. To assess the practicality of the gloves, Stark donned them personally for a trial. He also took the opportunity to test the capabilities of the Infinity Gauntlet, quietly restoring his own youthful state, while simultaneously rejuvenating Pepper Potts. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation resonated through the Stark Industries building. Stark and Banner braced themselves, suspecting yet another alien invasion or some other calamity. To their astonishment, a figure emerged from within whom they recognized all too well. Leading the way was Captain America, accompanied by a striking red-haired woman, who was levitating an alien-like corpse beside her. Stark immediately recognized Captain America. He had previously encountered a kindred spirit from another universe. Long time no see, Stark, Steve remarked. He then turned to Dr. Banner, saying, You must be the Bruce Banner, the Hulk of this universe. A pleasure to meet you. Although Banner was aware of the peculiar circumstances, he had not participated in this incident, as he was outside wreaking havoc as the Hulk. He assumed that Steve was jesting, puzzled by the sense of an extended absence despite their relatively recent encounters. Stark clarified, You see, this is Steve from another universe. They hail from parallel dimensions, and we aided their arrival here. Dr. Banner appeared to grasp the situation, astonished. Stark inquired, What brings you here? Lin Feng mentioned he had resolved all your issues. Why bring a corpse with you? Wanda interjected, Our visit is of utmost importance. Lin Feng promised to help us resurrect my beloved. Dr. Banner exclaimed in disbelief. That's impossible. How could one bring the dead back to life? Unless through cloning, but even then, it wouldn't be the original self. Yet, Steve and Wanda seemed unfazed. Lin Feng possesses a remarkable artifact, they explained, capable of reviving the deceased. We are here to seek his assistance, as he promised to help us resurrect our loved ones a year from now. Stark and Banner exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the Infinity Gauntlet must be the object in question. When they produced the gauntlet, Wanda and Steve showed no signs of surprise, instead stating, "This item is useless. It cannot bring the dead back to life. It is another matter altogether, a sphere of 7 vibrant colors, golden-hued, capable of summoning a wish-granting dragon." This revelation left both Dr. Banner and Stark utterly bewildered, as they had never known of Lin Feng possessing such an object. Upon gazing at the Infinity Gauntlet in their hands, they recognized its considerable limitations. Wanda, in a state of agitation, implored, "Please, tell me where Lin Feng is. I must seek him out." The prolonged wait of an entire year had nearly driven her to madness. Wanda had been counting down the days and seconds, and now, the moment had arrived when her wish was about to be realized, igniting her excitement to a near-frenzied state. Steve maintained a semblance of calm. His inherently composed nature shone through, yet the restless pacing betrayed his own anxiety. Stark urged them to remain composed, stating, "Wait a moment. I will contact Lin Feng. He will arrive shortly." He promptly informed Jarvis to reach out to Lin Feng, saying, "The individuals from the parallel universe you assisted have arrived, expressing that you agreed to their request, and they are here awaiting your response." Meanwhile, Lin Feng lounged on his balcony, basking in the sunlight, attended by 2 lovely ladies administering a massage. Initially taken aback by Stark's call, he pondered, did I truly agree to their request? Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. However, the conversation that Natasha and Diana overheard painted a different picture, suggesting that he had entangled himself with admirers from another universe. In unison, they seized Lin Feng's sides, playfully squeezing him, prompting a yelp of surprise from him. Observing Lin Feng's comical reaction, Natasha and Diana couldn't help but chuckle. They understood that such antics could hardly inflict genuine pain. Nonetheless, they expressed their displeasure regarding the arrival of individuals from another universe, demanding, quickly, "Confess, have you once again entangled yourself with a woman in another universe, leading her to pursue you here? Indeed, do enlighten us. How many women have you out there that we must begrudgingly come to terms with?" Realizing their misunderstanding, Lin Feng hurriedly clarified, "What are you thinking? It is not as you presume. Natasha should recall that individuals from another universe came to our realm to steal the Infinity Stones. I discovered their intent and accompanied them to their universe to resolve the Thanos situation." After a moment of contemplation, Natasha conceded, "It seems there is some truth to what you say." "Exactly. I told you it was not as you imagined. Now, they have sought me out," Lin Feng affirmed. Lin Feng had not anticipated how swiftly a year could pass. After spending half a year in Diana's universe, he found himself back home, marveling at the fleeting nature of time. Initially, he had assisted them in vanquishing Thanos, acquiring a miraculous artifact in the process. Unbeknownst to them, their beloveds had perished, and he had vowed to resurrect them. However, this extraordinary item came with a stipulation. It could only be utilized once a year, granting but a single wish at a time. The year had been agreed upon, and now they had arrived. It was time for him to fulfill his promise. Would they join him, lest they doubt his words? Natasha realized she had misjudged Lin Feng. Yet, as a woman, how could she easily admit her error? "Of course, I shall accompany you. What if you're deceiving me? Words can be both true and false. I must see it with my own eyes to believe it," she asserted. Diana concurred, stating, "I will accompany Natasha as well. I shall not naively accept your words. Seeing is believing." Though both professed their trust in Lin Feng, their actions betrayed a sense of urgency as they swiftly changed their attire. Deep down, they understood that Lin Feng would not deceive them. Their true motivation lay in witnessing the wondrous artifact that could grant human wishes, something they had never encountered before. Diana pondered the implications of such a remarkable object. Why not simply wish for world peace? She mused. This way, no more humans would suffer, and wars would cease. How glorious this world could be, a veritable utopia. Lin Feng was taken aback by their thoughts. The power of the Dragon Balls was indeed formidable, capable of achieving feats that were utterly inconceivable, surpassing even the Infinity Gauntlet. "The Dragon Balls are not as omnipotent as you may believe," he explained. "While they can fulfill wishes that defy logic, they cannot achieve everything. Not even what the Infinity Gauntlet could. Have you considered that even if one wished for world peace, what would it truly amount to? Such desires stem from humanity's insatiable greed, which can never truly dissipate, unless humanity itself ceases to exist. Moreover, The Dragon Balls cannot fulfill such a wish. It lies beyond their energy's capacity. The universe is vast, and there are infinite universes. Relying solely on an external entity to accomplish such a wish is, frankly, impractical. Lin Feng admonished Diana, instructing her not to rely on such non-existent matters to fulfill unattainable wishes. Humanity is incapable of suppressing its innermost desires. It is precisely these desires that define our humanity. It is through the possession of desire that mankind progresses. To put it simply, when one yearns to play on a computer, the desire for ownership arises, prompting the research and development that led to the creation of the first computer. Yet, humanity remains unsatisfied with the present state of affairs, thus continuing its quest for knowledge, resulting in the advanced technology we utilize today. This serves merely as the simplest of examples. Consider the act of dining an essential daily necessity. Without sustenance, one faces starvation. Initially, the motivation was merely to satiate hunger. But ultimately, this led to the invention of an array of culinary delights, born from desire. If the sole aim were to fill one's stomach, any food would suffice. Why then seek exquisite cuisine? If one were to be offered raw meat or hastily cooked flesh over an open flame, would one be able to consume it? It is desire that defines humanity, propelling us ever forward. However, war transcends individual control. It invariably results from the machinations of a collective madness. It is shameful that some exploit others for their own gain, leading them to their demise. Diana was taken aback by Lin Feng's explanation, plunging into profound contemplation. Lin Feng, however, chuckled and said, "There is no need to ponder excessively. We cannot achieve world peace or universal tranquility. We can only address the immediate challenges within our capabilities. Now, let's not keep them waiting. This is a promise I made long ago, and it would not do to delay any further. Let us proceed together, and cast aside your wild imaginings, so you may witness the mystery of my Dragon Ball." Lin Feng, Diana, and Natasha soared towards the Stark Industries building. Upon their arrival, Wanda was the first to rise, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin Feng, it is truly wonderful to see you again. I cannot express how long I have awaited this day." With a wave of his hand, visions form manifested before the assembled group. Chapter 154. Accompanying Natasha. Vision's presence hovered before Lin Feng, and Stark recognized him, recalling the pretentious figure from their previous encounter. What happened? How did he suddenly perish? The image of that imposing figure was still vividly etched in their minds, now stripped of the gem embedded in his forehead. Stark, bewildered, remarked, "Isn't this the robot that appeared just a couple of days ago? How has he changed so drastically in such a short span?" At this moment, Steve and Wanda found themselves perplexed. "What do you mean by a couple of days ago? It feels like it has been over a year since we last saw Vision." They were utterly confused. Wanda inquired, "What are you talking about? This is impossible. My Vision has been deceased for over a year. Your claim of having seen him just a few days ago is unfathomable, and he has no means to arrive here." A thought arose in the minds of the group. Could this be another parallel universe? At this moment, Lin Feng spoke up. "You may not be aware, but the blue-skinned alien who arrived yesterday is known as the Observer. He is responsible for maintaining balance between parallel universes. The illusion I encountered yesterday originated from an alternate universe, entirely distinct from the one before us." Upon Lin Feng's explanation, they began to comprehend the situation. "Is it true that the multiverse has become this chaotic?" Wanda inquired. "Lin Feng, what of your Dragon Balls? Is there any possibility of utilizing them now?" she urged, having awaited this moment for far too long. Now was not the time for sentimentality. The sooner they were restored, the better. It had been an eternity since she last beheld a living Vision. Lin Feng rummaged through the backpack he had brought with him, retrieving 7 Dragon Balls. However, these 7 orbs had yet to regain their original form, still resembling mere stones. Wanda gazed at these stones, realizing they were nothing like what she had initially encountered. She recalled that Lin Feng had mentioned the Dragon Balls would take a year to cool down after use, remaining in their stone form and unusable during that period. "It should be soon, within this month at most. Please be patient a little longer," Lin Feng reassured them. It was only after taking out the Dragon Balls that he discovered he had previously miscalculated. He had not yet returned to his universe for a full year since his departure. However, a month should suffice. Wanda felt helpless, yet the assurance of a month's time frame provided some comfort. Steve was surprised that the time had not yet elapsed. When he first arrived, He had made arrangements with Nick Fury for a swift return, but now he found himself unable to leave promptly. Nonetheless, a month was merely a brief span, and he trusted that with Stark's presence, nothing untoward would occur in that time. Furthermore, it was unlikely that something of great significance would transpire in his absence. That would be too coincidental. Yet, the question of where he would reside during this month loomed large. Surely he could not share the streets with Wanda, especially since she was burdened with a corpse. Should they be discovered by the authorities, they would undoubtedly be apprehended, as they were not citizens of this universe. Although the system could trace their identities in this world, the existence of two identical individuals would still pose a problem. Steve voiced his concern. Where shall we stay this month? Can you assist in making arrangements? Lin Feng replied, Come stay at my place. My house is quite spacious, and you two will have no trouble at all. Moreover, once the Dragon Clan recuperates, you will be immediately informed, allowing you to return to your respective universes. Lin Feng himself did not wish to squander much time, as this was a promise he had made initially. Who could have foreseen the Dragon Clan's delay in recovery? The sooner this matter is resolved, the sooner the agreement can be fulfilled. He did not want to be perpetually burdened by this issue, especially since he had significant responsibilities ahead. Now that everything else was settled, it was time to escort Diana back. After all, Diana had been here for quite some time, and it was only right to return her as promised, followed by the construction of interdimensional travel machines on both sides. Thus, Wanda spent a month in anxious anticipation. On the 32nd day, the dragon boat finally regained its original form, enabling the summoning of the divine dragon. Natasha and Diana were also able to fulfill their desires, witnessing firsthand the entity that could grant others' wishes. Lin Feng placed the Dragon Ball upon the ground and summoned the divine dragon, articulating the wishes of Steve and Wanda. As expected, Vision was resurrected, albeit without the Mind Stone, transforming him into a more unique being. Previously reliant on the Mind Stone, the divine dragon restored his consciousness directly within his brain. Vision's body was fundamentally human, with a brain that was a precise mechanism. When the divine dragon could not manifest the Soul Stone, it instead repaired Vision's corporeal form, reinstating his consciousness. Thus, he was revived, albeit without his former abilities. Now merely a hybrid of machine and humanity. Steve also achieved his wish. When Peggy Carter appeared, she was bewildered by her surroundings. What Captain America understood was that Carter had not perished. She had simply aged. The divine dragon could not revive a deceased person, but instead transported Carter to this place, restoring her youthful state, thereby fulfilling his wish. Initially, Carter was utterly stunned, lying in bed awaiting her demise. After Captain America elucidated everything, she comprehended the situation, and they embraced each other in tears. Wanda and Vision shared in the joy as well. Even in death, Vision retained his memories. He vividly recalled being slain by Thanos. Although he now lacked superpowers, being with Wanda brought him immense happiness. Upon witnessing their resolution, Lin Feng ceased to concern himself with them. Subsequently, they activated the interdimensional travel machine and returned to their own universe. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball reverted to stone, scattering towards various locations on Earth, only to be retained by Lin Feng for future utilization. Natasha, Diana, Stark, and others were taken aback by the existence of such a phenomenon as the soul. Although its limitations were significant, usable only once a year, it was undeniably powerful. After all, it represented an incomprehensible ability, one that eluded scientific and magical explanation. The Infinity Gauntlet could be rationalized as a manifestation of cosmic laws, yet this dragon was beyond comprehension. It resembled an invincible power, an enigma. Much like a deity, omnipotent yet fictional, this dragon too could grant but a single wish. As Steve and Wanda departed, Lin Feng turned to Stark and said, "Construct a teleportation device for me. I intend to journey to another parallel universe. Diana ultimately must return. She cannot forsake her life there." Stark waved dismissively, responding lightly, "That's not a trivial task. Once I enhance it, we can avoid transporting such a cumbersome apparatus." Lin Feng replied, "No rush. Just notify me once it's ready. Give me 3 days, and I assure you it will be completed." "Rest easy," Stark assured him. Natasha was surprised that Lin Feng, having returned not long ago, was already preparing to leave again. This time, she was determined to accompany him. She did not want to endure another year without seeing Lin Feng, and who knew what unforeseen events might occur. Thus, she insisted on joining him. "Lin Feng, I must go with you this time. There's no way you can leave me behind. If you don't take me, I shall ignore you forever, Natasha declared resolutely, offering Lin Feng no room for argument. Lin Feng, of course, had no objection. In truth, the plan had always included both of them. He had contemplated the potential for unforeseen circumstances. To spare Natasha further heartache, he had already resolved to take her along. Rest assured, I had intended to bring you with me all along. There is no way I would leave you behind this time, he explained. You are truly wonderful. My dear, Natasha beamed with joy. 3 days swiftly passed, and Stark, true to his word, called to inform that he had successfully minimized the device, assuring it was safe for interdimensional travel. Lin Feng shared the news with Natasha and Diana, both of whom were elated, one thrilled at the prospect of returning to her homeland and establishing a convenient connection, while the other delighted that Lin Feng truly intended to take her along, not merely to placate her, but with genuine intent. After a day of rest, the two arrived directly at Stark Industries. Here, he observed Stark tinkering with his armor, yet he found no trace of the colossal interstellar traversal machine he had initially seen. Surely, even in its reduced form, it could not have vanished entirely. However, aside from his own armor and sports car, there was nothing else in sight. Lin Feng inquired with curiosity, Stark, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? I see no evidence of anything here. Surely shrinking it wouldn't make it disappear? Stark seized the opportunity to mock Lin Feng mercilessly, stating, I knew you lacked imagination. Though your strength is formidable, your grasp of science is utterly non-existent. For the past 3 days, Stark had devoted himself tirelessly alongside Dr. Banner, diligently researching the process of miniaturization. Ultimately, they succeeded in transforming the gargantuan interstellar traversal machine into an exceedingly compact device. Following extensive testing and various simulations, it was confirmed that the machine was fully operational without any discrepancies. As long as it was charged, it was remarkably convenient to transport, with charging being equally effortless. Stark donned the Infinity Gauntlet, snapped his fingers, and the charger was fully powered, truly efficient. He then produced a bracelet, tossing it into Lin Feng's hands, exclaiming, surprised? This is the miniaturized interstellar traversal device I developed. It is now as portable as a bracelet. You would never guess its charging method. I've utilized your Infinity Gauntlet for that. Lin Feng was astounded by Stark's remarkable invention. He had merely anticipated it to be smaller for ease of transport, yet it was as convenient as a wristwatch. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Could Stark truly wear the Infinity Gauntlet? Wasn't it a fact that ordinary individuals could not withstand its gamma radiation? Had he somehow been modified? This seemed utterly outrageous, considering he possessed a system, while Stark relied solely on his intellect. Truly, he was the favored child of Marvel, exceptionally gifted. You've modified the Infinity Gauntlet already? So swiftly? Lin Feng inquired. Oh, you almost made me forget. The Infinity Gauntlet was modified long ago, even before Wanda and Steve arrived last time. I simply neglected to mention it to you when they showed up, Stark replied. Now, I shall hand it over to you. However, Lin Feng gestured dismissively, indicating he did not require it. Please deliver the Infinity Gauntlet to my sister, Shaoran. I must embark on another journey, and you must ensure her well-being. Stark had no objections. Keeping the artifact would allow for further research. Very well, but do return promptly. If your sister discovers your absence again, she will surely throw a prolonged tantrum, and I cannot assure you that I will be able to placate her, Stark remarked. Lin Feng equipped himself with the Cosmic Traverser, also assisting Natasha and Diana in donning theirs. After acquiring the operational details from Stark, the three of them pressed the buttons on their wristbands and vanished in an instant. Lin Feng, utilizing the residual energy within Batman, pinpointed their exact location and embarked towards the world. At that moment, Batman was diligently training within his Batcave, though this session differed greatly from his usual regimen. Since Lin Feng had aided him in unlocking his physical potential, he had acquired abilities akin to Lin Feng's own. Batman now possessed the capability to render himself impervious to harm and to soar freely through the skies, a feat previously deemed unimaginable. In the past, he relied on armor protection and traversed the city using ropes. However, he no longer required such encumbrances. He had since donned a significantly lighter armor. Apologies for the earlier mishap. I inadvertently released a draft of my previous work upon waking. I had worked late into the night, past 11, and was a bit disoriented. Chapter 155. A new invasion. At this moment, Bruce sensed an unusual disturbance. Suddenly, a vast, luminous portal materialized within the room. Lin Feng emerged first, followed closely by Diana and Natasha, as they meticulously surveyed their surroundings. Lin Feng confirmed their return to Gotham, stepping once more into this world. Natasha regarded her environment with curiosity, pondering the distinctions between this realm and their own universe. She discerned the man engaged in training, certain that his existence was foreign to her own world. While her universe did harbor individuals with peculiar inclinations, none donned a bat-themed costume like him. Bruce, upon seeing Diana, remarked, "It's been a while. You've been gone for nearly 2 months. Strange occurrences have transpired in your absence. Had it not been for my enhanced abilities, I might have perished. I considered reaching out for your assistance, but I had no means to contact you, especially since Dr. Manhattan has also departed from here." Lin Feng and Diana were taken aback by such developments. How could such significant dangers arise in merely 2 months? Could it be yet another incursion prompted by the multiverse? The notion crossed the minds of Lin Feng, Diana, and Natasha. For them, this was no extraordinary occurrence. Given their previous encounters with individuals from parallel universes wreaking havoc in their world, all matters have been resolved by Lin Feng. Were it not for his presence, none could fathom how to address the situation. The observer appeared far from inclined to offer assistance. Rather, he resembled an individual tasked solely with post-crisis cleanup. With my life extinguished, what purpose would he serve? What difference would his presence make? Lin Feng inquired. What's transpired now? Could it be that individuals from other parallel universes have arrived here? I am uncertain. Yet I can assert with confidence that the individual who appeared was none other than myself. Superman, unable to contend with him, has suffered severe injuries and remains unconscious. Yet to awaken, Bruce articulated the current predicament. Lin Feng was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Even their mightiest warrior, Superman, had been vanquished. Bruce continued, "Superman is currently in my care. Do you possess a means to restore him?" Subsequently, Bruce led Lin Feng and the others into a concealed chamber. Superman lay upon a bed, while Cyborg employed his methods to assess Superman's condition. Yet, inexplicably, despite all his examinations revealing no physical ailment, Superman remained ensnared in a profound slumber, unresponsive to any calls for awakening. However, he could not resign himself to despair. With Superman, their strongest ally, incapacitated, the world teetered on the brink of catastrophe, unable to withstand the invasion of foes. He was at a loss as to why this predicament had arisen. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Bruce along with Lin Feng, Diana, and an unfamiliar woman. Yet, observing her proximity to Lin Feng, he deduced a connection. Although he had not interacted much with Lin Feng, it was he who had resolved the previous global crisis. Had it not been for his existence, Superman would likely have perished, and they too would have met a grim fate. At that time, the very existence of Earth was uncertain, considering the monstrous destructive capacity. Annihilating the planet within 2 months would pose little challenge, with no one able to thwart him. For such a formidable ally willing to assist them, Cyborg harbored no animosity. Rather, he held Lin Feng in high regard. Approaching Superman's bedside, Lin Feng inquired, "Have you discerned the nature of his condition?" "I have observed no issues. Superman's body appears to be in flawless condition, yet he remains unable to awaken," Cyborg replied. Listening to Cyborg's explanation, Lin Feng found this to be a most peculiar conundrum. For someone as powerful as Superman to succumb to such a state of unconsciousness seemed nearly impossible. Or perhaps, it was not a mere slumber, but rather a spell cast by another. It is well known that Superman, Clark, possesses no defenses against magic. He is inherently susceptible to magical forces, rendering him utterly powerless in that regard. Clark himself is but a brute, relying solely on sheer strength and devoid of any combat finesse. His character is crafted in such a way that he is vulnerable to magic. Otherwise, he would be invincible. In this predicament, Lin Feng found himself at a loss, as he had little understanding of the arcane arts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. While he may lack knowledge of magic, he seemed to possess the ability to invade others' minds. He recalled the time he assisted Ancient One in eliminating the Eye Demon by infiltrating her consciousness. Could he perhaps employ a similar method to invade Superman's mind, stimulating his neurons to awaken him? This approach warranted exploration, for he had now mastered the intricacies of brain invasion. Even if magic were involved, one could not entirely sever a person's connection to their physical sensations. Clark was likely not merely unconscious. Rather, he had entered a dream realm. The reason Cyborg could not detect this was likely due to his expertise in science, rendering him incapable of interpreting magical phenomena. Like Clark, Cyborg was equally oblivious to the nuances of magical forces. To validate his hypothesis, Lin Feng called upon Diana, asking her to ascertain the state within Superman's being. He conveyed his thoughts to her, and Diana stepped forward, declaring, "I possess some knowledge of magic. Allow me to sense the situation and determine if magic is indeed the culprit." Placing her hands upon Superman's forehead, she closed her eyes and began to attune to the conditions within Clark. Although Diana was familiar with magic, she was also a warrior and thus had to engage in a meticulous process of perception. Unlike a sorcerer, she could not effortlessly detect the energies of magic. After approximately 5 minutes of concentration, she finally sensed a faint ripple of magical energy emanating from Clark's brain. Diana, upon relinquishing her focus, turned to Lin Feng and said, "You were correct. Clark's mind has indeed been invaded by magic, resulting in his current state. He is not merely unconscious. He is ensnared in a profound dream. It seems he is dreaming, but the experience is so vivid that he cannot awaken." At this revelation, the others began to comprehend that Clark might be trapped within a dreamscape. He had not sustained any physical harm, nor was he in a coma due to grievous injuries. Rather, he had fallen victim to a magical assault. His inability to awaken stemmed from his exceedingly low resistance to magic, which rendered him vulnerable to this invasion. Furthermore, it was plausible that Clark's intelligence was not as elevated as one might presume. After all, given his prowess, there was no need for Clark to engage his intellect. He could simply act impulsively. Thus, this led to his aversion to critical thinking. Faced with certain situations, Clark preferred to take direct action, rendering him oblivious to the fact that he was ensnared in a dream, unable to awaken. However, this was no longer an issue. Lin Feng could directly infiltrate Clark's mind, implanting his own thoughts into his consciousness. Upon grasping the full scope of the situation, Bruce inquired, "Do you possess a means to rouse Clark?" "Of course. It poses no problem. It will merely require some time. Just watch closely," Lin Feng replied with an air of ease. He then commenced utilizing his abilities, placing his hands upon Clark's temples, channeling his energy with precision into Clark's brain. Through the neural pathways, he conveyed the message he wished to impart. Clark awakened swiftly. "This is a dream. Open your eyes, Clark. This world is not real. Do you hear me? Bruce and the others need you." While apprehending criminals in Metropolis, Clark suddenly perceived a voice that was hauntingly familiar. It struck him that it resembled Lin Feng's voice. Why was Lin Feng here? Had he not returned to his own world? Moreover, his appearance should not coincide with this scenario. This is not the real world. This is a dream. Such a notion seemed preposterous. Clark felt the weight of his powers and the palpable reality of the criminal he had captured. Everything appeared undeniably authentic, rendering the possibility of deception implausible. Yet the message resonated within his mind, echoing continuously. Suddenly, Clark found himself at a loss for discernment. Yet he understood that his immediate task was to deliver the captured criminal to the police station. Regardless of whether this was the genuine world, he must safeguard it, ensuring that malevolence did not propagate unchecked. This was the lesson imparted by his two fathers. After attending to the matter at hand, he returned home. The voice in his mind persisted, an unrelenting reverberation. Lin Feng, too, had not anticipated that over half an hour had elapsed without Clark awakening. What delightful dream could he possibly be experiencing? Nevertheless, Lin Feng then considered that since this was a dream, certain scenarios must be impossible, such as Clark being unable to perish within it, for it was a dream of his own making, not one conjured by another to bring about his demise. Suddenly, Clark heard the voice in his mind shift. It no longer proclaimed the world as illusory, but suggested, "You might wish to gaze upon the sun. If the sun cannot destroy you, then this dream must undoubtedly be false. Even you, as Superman, cannot approach the core of the sun." Clark found this reasoning somewhat compelling. If this world were indeed a fabrication, then all was a construct of his own dream. After all, it is rather amusing to contemplate the notion that one would perish within their own fabricated world. Clark swiftly ascended into the heavens, hurtling towards the cosmos. Upon reaching the periphery of the sun, he still felt its warmth. However, he found it peculiar that his strength had not augmented. as if it had reached an insurmountable pinnacle. This was incomprehensible to Clark, who understood that as a Kryptonian, proximity to the sun would typically amplify his powers. The closer the better, though they could not draw too near due to the sun's overwhelming heat. Even Kryptonians could not linger within the sun's embrace indefinitely. He could hardly fathom that the world he had inhabited for so long was merely an illusion. Since the last encounter with an adversary that left him unconscious, nothing had changed upon his awakening. Clark pondered whether, in fact, he had never truly awakened from that previous unconsciousness and was instead ensnared in a dream. To validate his suspicions, he approached the sun, yet the temperature remained unchanged, akin to that on Earth. At this juncture, he was assured that he truly existed within a dream, not the realm of reality. But how was he to awaken? Clark struggled to conceive a means of transcending this dream state. Nevertheless, he spoke aloud. Lin Feng, I have come to realize that this world is illusory. If you possess a method, please awaken me. The revelation of Clark's awareness left everyone in the chamber astonished. Clark acknowledged his existence within a dream, yet he could not rely on his own abilities to awaken. Lin Feng, knowing what needed to be done, suddenly unleashed a surge of energy to stimulate Clark's mind. While suspended in the cosmos, awaiting his awakening, Clark was suddenly beset by an excruciating pain in his head, which intensified until he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Clark regained consciousness, he found himself in a room surrounded by people. He was uncertain whether he was again trapped in a dream or if this was the tangible world. Are you truly Lin Feng and not a figment of my imagination? Or is this world also a fabrication? After I fell unconscious, was I captured? And is all this merely a ruse? His words left everyone in stunned silence, for they had not anticipated such imaginative speculation from Clark. Was this truly the same Clark, whose thoughts were once solely occupied with brute strength? Though his imagination was indeed vivid, reality was far from his musings. At that moment, Clark sat upon the bed, his expression grave as he contemplated the authenticity of his situation, scrutinizing the expressions of those around him. Bruce, unable to bear it any longer, covered his face with one hand and, in a fit of frustration, slapped Clark across the face. Are you out of your mind? Even if this is an illusion, can you not perceive the magnitude of Lin Feng's power? Clark felt compelled to test Lin Feng's strength, only to discover an unfathomable depth. He realized that Bruce was correct. This was a force beyond his comprehension. In his dreams, he was unable to even simulate the sun, let alone Lin Feng's abilities. Chapter 156. The grand finale. Natasha was the first to shatter the silence, saying, "It seems we are yet to know each other's names. Why don't we introduce ourselves and share our abilities? As agents, we should adopt nicknames. I think I shall call myself the Mysterious One. That one T do. I believe I am more suited to the Mysterious One." Sean interjected. Natasha transformed into Sean-esque likeness and declared, "I said it first, and I am far more enigmatic than you." The others were taken aback by Natasha's ability, expressing their astonishment. Who will demonstrate next? Darwin, what is your power? Natasha reverted to her original form and asked. Darwin is already a nickname. Survival of the fittest, you see, he replied, moving toward the fish tank. He submerged his head, and gills resembling those of a fish sprouted from his ears, allowing him to breathe freely underwater. Wow, that is truly remarkable. Thank you, Darwin acknowledged, gesturing toward Cassidy. Cassidy clasped his hands, pondering for a moment before saying, I think I shall go by Banshee. Why choose a name associated with a wailing spirit? You might want to cover your ears, he warned, moving to the table. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and emitted a piercing shriek that resonated through the glasses on the table and the glass wall ahead. After showcasing his ability, he returned to his seat and nudged Salvatore. It's your turn. Salvatore stood, shedding his clothes as he announced, I am called Angel. Cassidy whistled appreciatively. Once Salvatore had removed his coat, a pair of dragonfly-like wings unfurled from his back, lifting him into the air. Wow, you can fly? That's absolutely incredible. Salvatore, observing the delight in everyone's expressions, added, and that's not all. He then expelled a stream of fiery venom that landed on the head of a nearby sculpture. Salvatore folded his wings, donned his clothes, and turned to Hank, asking, What is your name? How about Bigfoot? Alex interjected eagerly. That's perfect. Natasha was not pleased with this and retorted, Everyone knows Bigfoot is great, but yours is far too small. Lin Feng, wishing to steer his sister away from the topic, interjected, All right, Let us not dwell on this matter. Darwin inquired. Alex, what is your gift? What can you do? It's not that. My abilities are difficult to demonstrate. At least not here. Not to worry, we can go outside, someone suggested. Seeing the eagerness in everyone's eyes, Alex stepped outdoors, while the others stood behind a wall, watching intently. Yet, Alex remained cautious, exclaiming, "Step back." However, no one departed. They remained in place. Very well, do as you wish. Alex twisted his body, and a series of scorching hot rings materialized around him, subsequently being unleashed in chaotic disarray, lacking any discernible target. One even hurtled towards a crowd. Oh no, help! Everyone cried out in panic. Lin Feng realized that things had escalated beyond mere amusement, and thus he was compelled to intervene. A radiant shield of holy light manifested before them, yet it failed to thwart the assault of the ring, resulting in their collective demise.